Chapter 1. The Wrath of the Destiny Imperial clan descends upon the mortal realm. Beneath the Xianwang star domain, myriad races thrive, each sect vying for supremacy. In the ancient realm, the Destiny Imperial clan, the Chun clan. 16 years have passed, and I wonder how little one has fared. A middle-aged woman, exuding an air of nobility and striking beauty, lamented with a sorrowful countenance. At that moment, a tall and imposing man gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "My lady, in truth." Before Chun Bad Dao could finish, Yi Chun Yin abruptly turned, her face a tempest of fury. "In truth, what? Do you intend to placate me with your usual rhetoric?" As Chun Bad Dao attempted to defend himself, Yi Chun Yan's anger intensified. "What do you mean I? If it were not for your ineptitude, could our mother-son bond have been severed for 16 years, unable to meet even once? A dignified clan leader who cannot safeguard his own son, what use are you? What purpose do you serve?" By the end of her tirade, Yi Chun Yin was nearly hysterical. Woo! Observing his wife's emotional outburst, Chun Bad Dao silently enveloped her in his embrace. His gaze remained calm, yet it concealed a tempest of fury, as if he were stifling an overwhelming rage. This predicament traces back to 16 years prior. When their youngest son, Chun Wan, was born, he was met with a calamity of fate. A tempest of tribulation unleashed across millions of miles, heralding various ominous phenomena. In this world, such a calamity is not a benign occurrence. It is said that a child born under such a fate will inevitably bring about cataclysmic disasters, particularly for them, as members of the Destiny Imperial clan, inheritors of celestial mandates, beneficiaries of the heavens' protection. Consequently, this turmoil attracted the attention of various powerful factions and sects, who immediately demanded the execution of Chunwan. Even the fiercest of beasts do not harm their offspring, let alone a human. Under Chun Bad Dao's insistence, the Chun clan managed to secure Chun Wen's life through relentless negotiations. However, it came at a cost. Chun Wen would be relegated to the mortal realm and placed under strict supervision. While the Chun clan could ensure Chun Wen's safety throughout his life, they could not extend any form of assistance. A myriad of thoughts surged through Chun Bad Dao's mind before he finally spoke. "My lady, rest assured, with me here, little one will be just fine. Let it be so. If anything befalls him, I shall never forgive you," Yi Chun Yin declared vehemently. "Fear not. I have complete control over the situation concerning little one. If anything were amiss, we would have been informed by now." Chun Bad Dao reassured her with a light-hearted pat on her shoulder. "Clan leader, it's bad. Something terrible has happened." At that moment, an urgent voice pierced the air. Chun Bad Dao's smile vanished, and Yi Chun Yan's expression transformed, her eyes ablaze with concern. The newcomer, Chen Nu, was tasked with monitoring Chun Wen's circumstances. His current demeanor gave them ample cause for alarm. Chun Bad Dao comforted Yi Chun Yin with a gentle touch. "Surely there is nothing to worry about." Yet Chen Nu trembled uncontrollably. The expression on Chun Bad Dao's face was the most terrifying of all. "Speak, what is the situation?" Chun Badao raised his gaze towards Chen Nu, his eyes ablaze with a tempest of fury. Reporting to the clan leader, the young master, "His soul token has shattered." Chen Nu lowered his body, trembling as he spoke. "What did you say?" At this moment, Chun Badao could no longer contain himself. A boundless aura of murderous intent erupted, akin to a colossal wave threatening to overturn the entire Destiny Imperial clan. Simultaneously, the oppressive, domineering presence surged violently, causing the Grand Hall to erupt into a cloud of dust. At this instant, it felt as if millions of stars were on the brink of collapse. Chen Nu quivered in silence, saying nothing. Yet his silence spoke volumes. To hell with the rules, to hell with the constraints. This time, whoever dares to obstruct me shall face my wrath. Chun Badao bellowed fiercely, his eyes radiating a chilling menace. Yi Chunin, too, was no longer the fragile figure she had been moments ago. A raging inferno surged behind her, incinerating half the sky to ash. In the next breath, she produced 2 tokens, her voice fierce as she declared, "Little enemy, little sleep, your brother has been harmed. I care not where you are. You must arrive immediately. Even if you upheave the lower realms, I shall bear the burden alone. Do you comprehend?" "Understood." "Good. From the two tokens emanated voices filled with murderous intent. Let's go, let's teach him a lesson. Each Shanine crushed the tokens in her hand, her voice a fierce roar. Meanwhile, in the ancient Yuan realm, in Qingshi town, the Chu clan. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Chu clan, a youth clad in blood-stained garments, hair disheveled, was propped upon a stone altar. Blood dripped from his limbs and garments, falling to the ground with a relentless plop, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The foul odor of blood permeated the entire hall, inducing waves of nausea. On the high platform, members of the Chu family coldly gazed down at the youth. Before long, the clan leader, Chu Beiqiong, rose to his feet. Addressing the assembly, he declared with a steely voice, upon investigation, our outsider disciple, Chun Wan, harbored resentment after being spurned by the Taidao Palace disciple, Chung Ching Snow. Seizing the opportunity during her cultivation, he first insulted her and then cruelly murdered her. This act is utterly barbaric, contravening humanity, and is indeed a heinous crime. After deliberation, our clan has resolved to impose the death penalty to uphold our ironclad laws. As these words fell, a chorus of furious shouts erupted throughout the hall. It's over, a disciple of Taidao Palace has died in our Qingshi town. We might be implicated. Kill him. He must be executed. Yes, he cannot live otherwise. Qingshi town will face dire consequences. I believe simply killing him will not suffice to earn Taidao Palace's forgiveness. We must deliver him to them for execution. Indeed, only then can we hope for their pardon. Nodding silently at the crowd's outraged outcry, Chu Beiqiong contemplated the gravity of the situation. His objective has been achieved. In this way, the Chu clan has gained a reputable foundation for their actions. In the ancient realm, who does not fear the Taiyi Palace? It is a subordinate force that inherits the supreme Dao lineage from the upper realm. Unless one hails from the upper realm, few can withstand the wrath of the Taiyi Palace. Furthermore, the Chu clan can not only use this opportunity to establish a connection with the Taiyi Palace, but may also soar to great heights. As he pondered this, excitement surged within him. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, Chun Wan gradually regained consciousness. What is my situation? I was not struck dead by a vehicle. No, I have traversed dimensions. In an instant, the memories of the original self flooded back like a tidal wave. Since the dawn of his memory, he had been adopted by an elder of the Chu clan. That elder, childless, treated him as his own son. However, after the elder perished during an expedition, he found himself alone once more. Yet, due to his exceptional talent, he thrived within the Chu clan. Nevertheless, the original self had fallen deeply in love with Chu Youwei. For her, he spared no effort, leaving no stone unturned. To help Chu Youwei enhance her cultivation, he ventured into forbidden grounds more than once, seeking rare treasures to refine her body. Moreover, he even sacrificed his own unique blood from the ancient killing body to concoct medicines, solely to assist Chu Youwei in her breakthroughs. Such sacrifices were innumerable. To put it bluntly, even her biological parents might not have gone to such lengths. Gradually, Chu Youwei began to desire more than these incremental improvements. Upon meeting Luo Hao, who had come for training, they conspired in secret, ultimately leading to his betrayal. First, his cultivation was crippled, then his divine body's essence was extracted, followed by the stripping of all his treasures. In the end, he faced public execution by the Chu clan. Goodness, is this not the level of a great emperor? What talent! In my past life, I thought I had seen much, yet I had never encountered such a gem. The most infuriating part is, this fellow didn't even get to savor the flesh. What a useless wretch. At this moment, even I, a newcomer, could not help but want to strike that Chun Wan. Yet, despite the indignation, Chun Wan had to confront the reality before him. As his thoughts coalesced, he could not help but curse. What a calamity! Others traverse dimensions, and, at the very least, they either emerge from ancient noble families or experience the ebb and flow of fortune. And what of me? This is an absolute deadlock. To reverse this would be akin to erasing one's name from the book of life and death. Pray tell, how is one to navigate this? What can one possibly do in such a situation? Chapter 2. Chaotic Sequence. The great crucible of destiny. At that moment, the sound of footsteps gradually approached Chun Wan's ear. He slowly raised his head, and there before him stood a tall, voluptuous woman, stunningly beautiful and exuding a chilling elegance. This woman was none other than Chu Youwei. Indeed, her beauty surpassed that of many internet celebrities from his previous life. However, it was not as if she were adorned in gold or diamonds. Brother Wen, how could you be so foolish? Chuckling to himself, he marveled at his own survival. Fate had certainly favored him. Noticing Chun Wen's demeanor, a smirk crept onto Chu Youwei's lips, her icy mockery barely audible to him alone. Ah, yet another scene of a wicked woman's derision? As a seasoned fan of fantasy novels, he had witnessed this trope far too often. With that thought, Chun Wen forced a cold smile, retorting, "You, a venomous vixen, are still alive. How could I possibly perish? You." Chu Youwei was momentarily at a loss for words. Chun Wen had always presented himself as a paragon of virtue. When had he become so vulgar? His voice grew colder still. "What with you? Did you think I was some sycophant? Now, I am your superior. Without my contributions, you would amount to nothing." Feigning indifference, he continued, "Stop pretending with me. You can go eat dirt. You are utterly crude." Chu Youwei was both enraged and flustered. "Silence. I have not finished speaking. And you think you have the right to interject?" Chun Wen retorted, then turned his gaze towards Luo Hao in the distance, his tone icy. "You two vile creatures have schemed against me for the sake of my divine essence. Yet you accuse me of lusting after beauty and murdering Cheng Qingxue. If I truly were so inclined, Chu Youwei would have long been a corpse." Upon hearing this, the disgruntled cultivators stood in stunned silence. It seemed Chun Wen had a point. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Was it plausible that a seasoned sycophant like Chun Wen would commit murder over desire? Quite unlikely. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Chu Youwei quickly recalibrated her mindset and coolly replied, "Facts speak louder than words. Your claims of innocence are merely self-justifications. As for my achievements today, they are the result of my painstaking cultivation. The sacrifices I made are known only to me. Yet here you are, shamelessly seeking to evade responsibility. Do you not find that disgraceful? Ah, now I understand why Brother Wen fell for such a trap. With her brazen demeanor, who wouldn't be mesmerized? TSK, is your so-called ability referring to the 2 ounces of flesh on your chest? Indeed, some are quite fond of such attributes. Wouldn't you agree, dear sir across from me?" Chun Wen let out a cold laugh, deliberately glancing at Luo Hao. "You." Chu Youwei seethed with a mixture of hatred and fury. Yet she restrained her tumultuous emotions, adding, "To be honest, I am quite disappointed in the person you have become. Originally, I felt somewhat uneasy about your actions. Considering you are merely an outsider among the Chu clan, I had contemplated seeking leniency for you once the representatives from the Taiyi palace arrived. However, I now realize that my compassion was misplaced. A person like you deserves to atone for their sins with death. You wish to plead for my mercy? How laughable! I have spent a decade fortifying my own resilience, yet I find your audacity unmatched." Chun Wen burst into hearty laughter, only to be interrupted by a sudden spurt of blood, a grim reminder of his injuries. Enough. At that moment, Luo Hao's voice cut through the air like a knife, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. He stepped forward, his tone icy. "Whether you have committed murder is for us at Taiyi Palace to determine. As for the essence of your divine body, even if we take it, what of it? Such treasures inherently belong to the powerful. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon your lack of authority and status, merely a rogue cultivator with no backing. To put it bluntly, not only does your divine essence belong to us, even a single strand of your hair is ours. If Taiyi Palace decrees your demise at the 3rd watch, you shall not survive to the 5th. Do you understand?" As he concluded, Luo Hao's superiority was laid bare, his disdain evident. The onlookers, previously silent, now grasped the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, the truth mattered little. It was clear that Chun Wen's possessions had drawn covetous eyes. Even if Taiyi Palace resorted to outright theft, what could Chun Wen do about it? Bolstered by newfound courage, Chu Beiqiong shouted coldly, "You wretched creature, facing death, yet still daring to slander others. You are deserving of 1,000 deaths. Today, you shall not escape retribution." With that, an immense force surged forth, striking Chun Wen squarely in the chest. He gasped as the searing pain engulfed him, blood erupting from his mouth. The agony left him breathless, darkness creeping into his vision. That sensation of impending death resurfaced within him. The crowd observed with cold amusement, their indifference palpable. To them, whether Chun Wen lived or died was inconsequential. as long as they remained unscathed. Particularly, Chu Youwei's eyes glimmered with a cruel light, revealing her merciless disposition. In that moment, she truly wished for Chun Wen's immediate demise, for only then could she cleanse her past transgressions. Once she ascended to Taiyi Palace, everything would be a fresh start, propelling her to greatness. As for Chun Wen, being a mere stepping stone for her was his utmost honor. By my word, I have just been reborn. I cannot possibly face death again. At that moment, Chun Wen felt an overwhelming urge to curse. System, are you there? Great system, I am your loyal servant. Please, come forth. This is no time for jest. After a prolonged silence, Chun Wen could not help but take a deep breath, pondering internally, old man, old lady, Master Ding, Master Ta. He called out every name he could think of. Yet, there remained no response. Damn it, is this how it's going to be? He exclaimed in frustration. While others experienced their own journeys, he found himself in a hellish beginning, devoid of even a single golden finger to aid him. What a farce. Enough is enough. I am weary. Let it all come to an end. An early demise shall lead to a swift reincarnation. At that moment, Chun Wen felt numb and utterly despondent. As his life force gradually ebbed away, an unprecedented surge of power erupted within him. Absolute talent, absolute fire seed passively activated. Hidden physique, chaos sequence body passively activated. Accompanying golden finger, destiny great furnace passively activated. Absolute fire seed, possessing the strongest attributes, absolutely immortal. Chaos sequence body, the mightiest physique among the heavens. Transcending all others, with 9 sequence shackles awaiting release. 9 sequence shackles. Absorbing the destiny nirvana liquid can unlock them. With each unlocked shackle, one gains an absolute talent. Destiny great furnace attributes, a fusion of system and traditional golden finger, capable of shielding all destinies and suppressing all forces of fate. Destiny great furnace function, capable of refining all children of destiny, transforming them into destiny nirvana liquid or randomly obtaining rewards. Refining effects can stack. In an instant, a cascade of prompts appeared before Chun Wen's eyes. Is this my golden finger? He gasped. Goodness, why do I feel invigorated? His once lifeless heart ignited with fervor, a sensation more potent than any drug. Shall I activate all talents? Just then, a feminine voice resonated suddenly. Add, whatever you have, add it all. Give it to me to the fullest. Chun Wen bellowed without hesitation. Faced with the brink of death, he cared not for the consequences. He simply demanded an unrelenting surge of power. Chapter 3. Chaos Unleashed, Descending to the Mortal Realm. The absolute flame ignites. The primal essence of chaos is being released. The shattered body undergoes restoration. The cultivation begins to recover. One after another, words materialized before Chun Wen's eyes. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled incessantly. As the primal energy detonated in the air like sparks, the boundless depths of the sky unfolded, with countless chaotic energies surging outward at a rapid pace. Simultaneously, various chaotic phenomena emerged, stirring up an awe-inspiring tumult that left everyone breathless. Chun Wen's cultivation gradually restored, emanating an ancient aura from within, resonating with the marks of the sequence. At first glance, it evoked deep emotion and astonishment in all who beheld it. How could this be possible? Chu Youwei gazed in terror at the astonishing spectacle before her. Luo Hao's expression also shifted dramatically, unable to comprehend the events unfolding. They were all too familiar with Chun Wen's condition. His cultivation had been utterly destroyed, and his divine essence had been completely drained. At this moment, Chun Wen was, in essence, a mere shell of a being. Without timely intervention, the prospect of recovery was bleak, let alone the mere act of surviving. Yet now, Chun Wen not only began to recover, but also revived his once exhausted essence. Ha, truly, he is the legendary primal killing body. Just then, a resounding voice echoed unexpectedly. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound. They beheld an elder, enveloped in the power of life and death, gracefully descending from the sky. It was evident that this elder was a formidable figure of the life and death realm. In this world, the path of cultivation is categorized into 13 major realms: Spirit Aperture Realm, Body Forging Realm, Dual Extremes Realm, Yin-Yang Realm, Celestial Human Realm, Life and Death Realm, Nirvana Realm, Heavenly King Realm, Sovereign Realm, Holy Monarch Realm, Supreme Realm, Dao Certification Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, and Emperor Realm. Each major realm is further divided into 10 levels. Upon seeing the elder, Luo Hao immediately approached, bowing respectfully. Disciple greets master. Qin Mu, with a greedy gaze, withdrew his attention from Chun Wan and looked at Luo Hao. Is this the one you spoke of, the sinner who killed my palace's disciples? Indeed, this disciple witnessed it firsthand and has brought master to seek justice. Luo Hao replied earnestly. Then, is his identity thoroughly investigated? Qin Mu inquired nonchalantly. It's clear as day, he is merely an orphan with no background. Luo Hao quickly responded. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Mu's eyes. An orphan, how delightful. This way, there is no need to worry about anything. He then coldly declared, you have done well in this matter. Whoever kills my palace's disciples must pay the price. By the way, master, he was supposed to be crippled. How is he able to recover? Luo Hao suddenly asked. Qin Mu chuckled lightly. This is not surprising. Some top-tier divine bodies possess the chance of regeneration. However, I observe that his divine essence is flawed. Could it be that someone acted before you captured him? As he spoke, Qin Mu turned his gaze towards Luo Hao, his eyes shining with a keen brilliance akin to that of a hawk. Oh, it seems this rascal cannot be deceived after all. Initially, during Chun Wen's recovery, he had entertained thoughts of seizing the source for himself, but it was ultimately discovered. Contemplating this, Luo Hao promptly produced the prepared essence and presented it with both hands, declaring it to be the divine essence of that young man. Which would be best submitted through you, master? Indeed, quite commendable. I have not erred in my judgment of you. Qin Mu accepted the essence with great satisfaction and solemnly patted Luo Hao on the shoulder, acknowledging the effectiveness of his teachings. Luo Hao, seizing the moment, offered a flattering remark before turning to the hopeful Chu Youwei beside him, stating, this is the Chu clan disciple who discovered that young man's misdeeds alongside me. I implore you to recognize her contributions, master. Qin Mu, fully aware of the subtle intentions of both Luo Hao and Chu Youwei, chose to remain silent and instead focused on Chu Youwei. Instantly, she tensed, instinctively lowering her head. Meanwhile, Chu Beiqiong and the others in the distance felt a surge of anxiety, for this moment held the potential to determine whether their clan could align with the esteemed Taiyi palace. With a mere glance, Qin Mu discerned the essence of Chu Youwei's situation. Her talent was only passable, with her physical constitution being her sole commendable asset. This did not imply she possessed a spiritual body, but rather that her physique had been nurtured by rare natural treasures, enabling her to cultivate unique body refinement techniques in the future. Thus, she was not entirely without merit. As Chu Youwei's heart sank to the depths of despair, Qin Mu finally spoke. In light of her contributions, I shall accept her as my disciple. Chu Youwei, perceptive as she was, immediately bowed in acknowledgement, her heart now at ease. Simultaneously, her resolve in her choice grew stronger. Relying on Chun Wan would undoubtedly preclude any opportunity to join Taiyi Palace. Splendid, splendid. The excitement of Chu Beiqiong and the others surged uncontrollably from afar. The onlookers surrounding them gazed at Chu Youwei with deep envy. For being directly accepted as a disciple by an elder far surpassed the prospects of those who joined through assessments. In contrast, Qin Mu merely cast a fleeting glance at Chu Youwei, choosing to remain silent. Luo Hao then transmitted a message to Chu Youwei, reminding her that the promise she made to me must not be retracted. Chu Youwei was momentarily taken aback before replying, rest assured. It is an honor for me to forge a bond with my senior brother. Luo Hao's countenance brightened, his gaze sweeping over Chu Youwei's form, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Chun Wan had regained his vitality, though the chaotic sequence of his essence continued to be unleashed, and his body was still assimilating the power bestowed by the essence. Suddenly, Qin Mu's attention shifted to Chun Wan, a glint of avarice dancing in his eyes. Master, what are your intentions? Luo Hao, noticing Qin Mu's movements, couldn't help but inquire. You are still young, aside from the essence. The blood of the divine body is also a valuable commodity. Needless to say, he now possesses a newly emerged divine essence within him. Qin Mu turned to Luo Hao and remarked leisurely, that master. Luo Hao took a deep breath, summoning the courage to continue. I wonder if I might be granted a drop of your precious blood? Qin Mu smiled faintly. Given your contributions in upholding the iron laws of our palace, you are indeed entitled to a share. Luo Hao's eyes brightened instantly, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Though a mere drop seemed scant, it was certainly better than nothing. Moreover, the terrifying phenomenon just invoked by Chun when revealed the immense power contained within. Meanwhile, a flicker of greed flashed in Chu Youwei's eyes, yet she dared not voice her desires. Internally, she sneered at Chun Wan, thinking, what use is raw talent without a solid background? In the end, one is merely prey, subjected to repeated exploitation until utterly drained. Master, how shall we proceed? Do you need assistance? Luo Hao pressed, suppressing his excitement. Qin Mu shook his head. This time, I shall handle it personally. You may observe. Understood, Luo Hao replied earnestly. Qin Mu turned away from Luo Hao and strode towards Chun Wan. This old dog, what should we do? Chun Wan, though seething with anger, retained his composure and inquired urgently. He recalled a woman who had recently aided him in awakening his abilities. Fear not. He is but a mere insect in the realm of life and death. Life to take, but no life to spend. The voice of the woman known as Xian Hong Shao echoed once more. Huh, do you consider yourself amusing? I am asking how to resolve this. Not what you think will happen, Chun Wan retorted, feeling utterly flustered. Concurrently, beyond the boundary of the ancient origin realm, a man and woman descended from the higher realms, emanating overwhelming power. In an instant, the ancient origin realm quaked violently, with endless thunder crashing down, as all of creation was rendered to naught in that moment. Chapter 4. The Sky Has Fallen. Boundless fury. The man possessed an unparalleled and handsome visage, with striking brows and captivating eyes, concealing boundless mysteries within his chest. Draped in a flowing black robe, an aura of lethal intent enveloped him. As he descended from the heavens, he appeared as if a deity had descended into the world. Yet, in this moment, his brow was furrowed with rage, and his eyes simmered with a tempestuous fury. A terrifying presence emanated from him, stirring the dust into a swirling tempest around. The woman beside him was equally extraordinary, with a tall and flawless figure. A crimson lotus mark graced her forehead, accentuating the fiery red armor she wore. This enhanced her already celestial aura, imbuing it with a striking vigor. At this moment, she wielded a blazing spear, an aura of destruction radiating from it, harmonizing perfectly with the scarlet mark upon her brow. At a glance, she resembled a goddess of war, exuding an air of supreme majesty. In contrast to the man's silent yet imposing wrath, the woman displayed her murderous intent and icy demeanor with unabashed clarity. At that moment, the guardians from the Realm Protection Hall arrived. Over a dozen middle-aged men and women positioned themselves before Chen Wudi and Chun Hongyan, inquiring with deference. Might we ask, esteemed lords, what incites such fury? Should you require assistance, we stand ready to oblige at a moment's notice. A middle-aged man named Zhao Long bowed in submission. The Realm Protection Hall was a unique force, primarily tasked with maintaining stability between realms and preventing unnecessary upheaval. The two individuals before them were renowned figures within the Xian Yellow Star domain. Chun Wudi was lauded in the ancient wilderness realm as a peerless prodigy who emerged like a radiant dawn, his brilliance lasting for eons. Upon reaching maturity, he single-handedly penetrated the depths of the demon abyss, emerging victorious and immediately ascending to the sovereign realm. Subsequently, he chose to retreat into the world for self-cultivation, disappearing from the ancient wilderness. In comparison, Chun Hongyan was a living legend. On the day of her coming of age, she single-handedly repelled 1,000,000 foreign foes. Thereafter, she wielded the red lotus spear at the boundary of domains, its power extending for countless miles, with none daring to rival her brilliance. Thus, she earned the title of the Red Abyss Queen, a figure of unmatched respect among her contemporaries. Begone! Chun Hongyan's icy gaze struck like two fiery spears upon the guardians. Meanwhile, Chen Wudi, though silent, radiated an aura of lethal intent that rivaled her own. Simply standing there, he exuded an oppressive force that was palpable. Zhao Long and his companions felt an immediate chill, as if their very blood had frozen, their hairs standing on end. Nonetheless, they dared not retreat. As guardians, their duty was to uphold the stability between realms, ensuring that visitors did not recklessly intrude. The arrival of these two harbingers of death posed unimaginable consequences should they be allowed entry into the lower realm. Suppressing his overwhelming fear, Zhao Long inhaled deeply and implored, "We beseech you, esteemed lords, to temper your wrath. This is not an intentional obstruction on our part, but rather a matter of established regulations that prohibit any unauthorized crossing between realms. Certainly, if the two adults insist on proceeding, I must report to higher authorities. Such trivial chatter is tiresome, Chun Hongyan exclaimed coldly, her spear trembling violently in her grasp, unleashing a ferocious wave of flames. With a single strike, Zhao Long was reduced to a mist of blood, and half of the Boundary Guardians' hall was obliterated. The remaining Guardians were left aghast, their pupils dilating in shock, struggling to catch their breath. To slay someone over a mere disagreement. This must be the work of a demon. Sensing the plight of his junior, Chun Wudi murmured softly, his eyes suddenly ablaze with killing intent, as thunderous fury transformed into crimson lightning. His junior was in danger. We must go. With that, he turned, eyes flashing with wrath, as if the very world were collapsing, declaring that anyone who dared to obstruct him would meet their demise. Following his declaration, Chun Wudi surged forth toward the aura he had detected. Chun Hongyan also left a parting remark, warning the Boundary Guardians to pray for her junior's safety. Otherwise, the entire hall would pay the price. In an instant, the Guardians felt an icy chill wash over them, an overwhelming aura of slaughter bearing down like a blade at their throats. After a prolonged silence, Feng Du finally spoke. Are we simply allowing them to depart? Another leader, Mu Chun, slowly turned to him, asking, what do you suggest we do? Feng Du found himself at a loss for words, his throat constricted. What a farce. We are merely gatekeepers, not warriors willing to risk our lives. In a fit of indignation, Mu Chun lamented the audacity of offending the celestial Imperial clan. The crisis was far from over. Chun Wudi had mentioned that his junior appeared to be in peril in the lower realms. If a member of the Chun clan were to perish there, perhaps the Boundary Hall might evade disaster. Yet those of us who obstructed them would undoubtedly be sacrificed to appease their wrath. At that moment, a man named Li Chong spoke up. We must act swiftly. The gravity of his words froze the smirk on Mu Chun's face, and the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. What are you waiting for? Mobilize all forces to rescue that Chun clan junior. Mu Chun shouted urgently. Yes, understood. Feng Du and the others scrambled into action. They were utterly inept, failing to act decisively in a critical moment. Frustration welled up within Mu Chun as he observed their chaotic attempts. However, he too was paralyzed by fear. If a member of the Chun clan truly fell in the lower realms, it would be catastrophic. While the Boundary Hall might navigate through the turmoil, these few individuals would certainly be thrust forward as scapegoats to quell the impending fury. Damn it all. They toil day in and day out, yet bear the greatest responsibility when calamity strikes. Just then, another Boundary Guardian entered, exclaiming, It's bad. The head of the Chun clan and the matriarch are approaching. The words fell upon everyone like a thunderclap on a clear day. Those who were urgently communicating, including Mu Chun, stood frozen in place, their pupils devoid of life, reflecting an abyss of fear. If Chun Wudi and Chun Hongyan had arrived, there might have been a glimmer of hope for negotiation. However, with both Chun Badeo and Yi Qinyang now present, it signified the unequivocal stance of the two great Destiny Emperors. What qualifications did their Guardian Hall possess to withstand the wrath of these two formidable clans? As for the dozen or so useless individuals they constituted, what merit did they hold to shoulder such a heavy burden? The sky has indeed fallen. Thud. Mu Chun and the others helplessly collapsed to the ground, their expressions gradually dissolving into despair. Who was the wretched soul responsible for this? Why provoke the descendants of the Chun clan of all people? You have brought ruin upon the entire world. If I discover who is to blame, I shall unearth the graves of their ancestors. Such malevolent beings must be eradicated from the roots to prevent further harm. No, I cannot simply sit idly by. I must inform the Hall Master. He must bear half of this blame. With that thought, Mu Chun quickly rose to his feet and hastily retrieved a communication talisman. Chapter 5. The sky was torn asunder. Brutal and violent meanwhile, at the Chu clan's assembly hall, Qin Mu approached Chun when under the watchful gaze of the crowd. At that moment, Qin Mu's eyes were alight with avarice. In the next instant, he swiftly formed intricate hand seals, and an intense aura surged within him. As symbols rapidly shifted in his grasp, seeing Qin Mu's movements, Chun instinctively struggled, only to discover that he was immobilized. What is happening? He exclaimed. Your body is undergoing assimilation with the chaotic sequence entity, So your inability to move is entirely normal, Xian Hongxiao remarked coolly. Damn it. I'm completely paralyzed. Chunwen cursed. 9 Extremes Blood Guide. Qin Mu extended a hand, power coiling around his fingers as complex patterns swirled within his grasp. Noticing Chunwen's futile resistance, Qin Mu paused momentarily, stopped struggling. Boy, this is your fate. A loud, mocking laugh escaped him as he forcefully pressed his hand toward Chunwen's chest. However, at the moment of contact, the chaotic essence instinctively activated its defense, transforming into a 9-colored shield that stood resolutely before Chunwen. In that instant, Qin Mu's force could not penetrate. Interesting, Qin Mu mused, furrowing his brow and instinctively amplifying his power. With a powerful surge of life and death energy, Chunwen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body engulfed in crimson. Now this is intriguing, Qin Mu smirked, once more increasing his strength. The life and death energy morphed into a devouring black hole, countless tendrils reaching out to engulf Chunwen's chest anew. To Qin Mu, the stronger Chunwen's protective shield, the more potent the source of rebirth would be. Consequently, his gains would be all the greater. The thought of this ignited an insatiable greed within Qin Mu. Chunwen felt an incessant collision of forces within him, the ensuing agony akin to his flesh being gradually rent asunder. In an instant, his face contorted in a grimace, veins the size of pinkies writhing across his visage, blood seeping from his pores. Indeed, the chaotic essence was extraordinary, but Chunwen had only assimilated a minuscule part of it, coupled with an incomplete fusion of his form. Under the relentless assault of power, the shield gradually dimmed, and the essence could be seen being siphoned away bit by bit. It's all mine, all mine. In a state of euphoric exhilaration, Qin Mu could no longer contain his raucous laughter, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Old dog, as long as I, Chunwen, do not perish, I will surely kill you. I will surely kill you. Chunwen roared with a twisted face, akin to a vengeful specter. With you? You won't even have a chance in your next life. Qin Mu jeered, his arrogance swelling further. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers wore expressions of derision, their lips curling in scorn. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. This is the fate of those without backing yet overly self-righteous. As Chu Youwei treaded each step with meticulous caution, one must ponder the purpose behind such vigilance. Is it not to emerge as the ultimate victor? What if your talents surpass mine? In the end, you merely serve as a stepping stone for my ascent. Yet, being my stepping stone is a fitting reward for your affection towards me. Fear not, for I shall traverse over your fallen form, step by step, to reach the pinnacle of success. The flames of ambition blazed fiercely in Chu Youwei's eyes, embodying the very essence of a champion. In stark contrast, Luo Hao was filled with fervor, almost yearning to lend a helping hand, as it would propel him to soaring heights. Who is the one harming my brother? Who could it be? At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded from the heavens, reverberating throughout the ancient realm. Endless thunderbolts descended, unleashing awe-inspiring phenomena. In that instant, it felt as though doomsday had arrived in Qingshi town. Countless souls bowed in reverence, too fearful to gaze upwards. Boom! The venue of the Chu clan was at the eye of the storm, as palatial structures and the ground shattered, erupting into a celestial explosion. Weaker cultivators were obliterated into mist, and an atmosphere of relentless slaughter permeated every corner. In an instant, wails of despair filled the air, echoing with tragedy. Could it be that individuals from the upper realm have arrived? At this juncture, powerful figures hidden within the ancient realm emerged, gazing at the unfolding chaos from a distance. This should not be possible. Barriers exist between realms, guarded by the realm's protective sanctuaries. Who dares to act with such impunity? Thoughts raced through the minds of these formidable beings. Meanwhile, the assembly within the Chu clan turned their gazes skyward. Particularly, Qin Mu felt his own strength diminish to insignificance, akin to that of an ant. Thankfully, this overwhelming power did not target him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this thought, he gazed anxiously at the heavens. The sky was being torn asunder by a colossal hand, with chaotic spatial currents ravaging the atmosphere. The laws of the celestial realm were like intertwined chains, forcibly severed and subsequently shattered into streams of light. In the next moment, 2 imposing figures emerged from the rift. What? The sky has been torn apart. The assembly was struck with a chill, an unrelenting cold coursing from their heads to their toes. They had never witnessed such a terrifying and violent spectacle. The two figures were none other than Chun Wuti and Chun Hongyan, who had arrived just in time. Chun Wuti, barehanded, with thunderous dragons coiling around his fists and engulfed in a radiant sun, appeared as if a divine being had descended upon the earth. Chun Hongyan, clad in fiery armor and wielding the red lotus hell suppression spear, bore a flaming lotus upon her brow, her form a paragon of perfection, resembling an unparalleled warrior goddess. Thunder rumbled as the barrier between realms was torn apart, and the heavens echoed with the ominous sound of calamity, as if to subdue the two. In an instant, the forces of tribulation manifested as bolts of destructive energy, hurtling towards Chun Wuti and Chun Hongyan. The might of the heavenly calamity was unparalleled, capable of vanquishing any adversary. The minor force of heavenly tribulation dares to obstruct me. How audacious! Chun Wuti stepped forward, elevating himself beyond the heavens, grasping the tribulation's power in his hand. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the cosmos, reverberating as both a warning and a threat. In this world, no one can threaten me. With a resounding shout, Chun Wuti shattered all tribulations before the eyes of all. In that moment, his aura surged to its zenith, suppressing all celestial might, transforming him into a resplendent beacon within this realm. At that moment, Chun Hongyan also stepped forward, her spear aimed directly at the boundless sky. Today, the Chun clan shall act, and whoever obstructs us shall meet their doom. Should the heavenly path refuse to comply, let it come forth and test me. I, Chun Hongyan, do not hesitate to pierce through this realm. What is arrogance? This is it. What is tyranny? This is it. What is invincibility? This is it. Gulp. What manner of monstrous beings are these? The entire ancient Yuan realm fell into a profound silence. The old ancestors and unparalleled powerhouses, witnessing this spectacle, bowed their heads in silence, not daring to utter a word. They understood that there were those in the ancient Yuan realm who had recklessly pierced the heavens. Soon, the disturbances of the cosmos ceased, and the tribulation lightning dissipated into nothingness. Has the heavenly path yielded? This is impressive. Everyone was left in awe. They had never witnessed such a scene in their long lives. At this moment, Chu Youwei surreptitiously glanced at Chun Hongyan, an involuntary jealousy blossoming within her heart. It was due to both Chun Hongyan's unparalleled beauty and her formidable strength. It is no exaggeration to say that Chun Hongyan embodies the very image of the self she aspires to be. As fellow women, why do some possess everything from birth while she must scheme from all angles? This is unjust, utterly unjust. The more she pondered, the more discontent she felt. Meanwhile, Chun Wuti and Chun Hongyan retracted their powers, casting their gazes downward. Qin Mu realized that he had been singled out, and terror gripped him. Yet, he quickly composed himself, proclaiming, I, the humble Qin Mu, have the honor of meeting both esteemed lords. May I inquire what you seek? I am willing to alleviate your burdens. With that, he promptly bowed low. Upon witnessing this, Chu Beiqiong and the others dared not remain seated, quickly prostrating themselves on the ground, their faces etched with fear. My younger brother is over there. Chun Hongyan suddenly pointed to the execution platform. Instantly, the furious killing intent permeated every corner, and within the grand assembly. Every breath transformed into a cold blade poised at each individual's life source. Chapter 6. You deceive my brother, thinking there is no one behind him, but today, all must perish. As the words fell, Chun Hongyan surged towards Chun Wen's direction. Younger brother? Impossible. Qin Mu and the others instantaneously froze, turning their heads like lifeless corpses. Before their eyes, Chun Hongyan shattered the shackles binding Chun Wen into dust and embraced him. How could this be possible? It's over. This is truly the end. At that moment, both Qin Mu and Luo Hao felt a chilling dread, their minds swirling in chaos. Younger brother, what has happened to you? Sister is here. Do not fear, do not fear. Chun Hongyan, filled with both anger and fear, trembled as she forced a 9-rebirth soul-returning pill into Chun Wen's mouth, channeling her spiritual energy to aid in its refinement. What is happening? Am I not an orphan? Chun Wen's expression was one of bewilderment, experiencing a sensation akin to leaping from hell to heaven. Not brother Wen, what is this situation? You have such a background, and yet you act as a sycophant? Have you lost your mind? Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new identity. At that moment, A female voice resonated in Chun Wen's ear. Elder, what is the situation? Could you speak more plainly? You hail from the Destiny Imperial clan, the Qin clan. With your father as the clan leader and your mother as the princess of the Destiny Imperial clan, the Yi clan. Your brother is hailed as the greatest genius of 10,000 years, the first in Destiny, known as the Primordial Tyrant. Your sister has achieved remarkable fame, establishing unparalleled contributions in the ancient wilderness realm, wielding the Red Lotus prison-subduing spear to guard the outer realms and ensuring eternal peace. Revered as the queen of the Red Prison. Is this truly my background? Goodness, how do I feel as if I have suddenly gained power? Brother Wen, I take back my previous words. You are not a fool, I am the true fool. Rest assured, I shall relish this family legacy for you. Haraha. In the end, Chun Wen could no longer contain the ecstatic exclamations erupting from his heart. In stark contrast to Chun Wen's elation, Chu Youwei felt as if struck by lightning, her entire being shattered. No, this cannot be. He is an orphan. I had thoroughly investigated his background. This cannot be real. It must certainly be an illusion. If I had not betrayed him, would this glory not also belong to me? Could I not soar to great heights as well? As for the title of Disciple of the Supreme Palace, what does that even signify? A myriad of thoughts intertwined, flooding Chu Youwei with deep regret, provoking a near-violent urge to vomit blood. Yet soon, her emotions shifted, a profound hatred surging within her eyes. No, he must have deceived me. It can only be this way. Who possesses such a background, yet remains unaware? This situation can only be explained by the deliberate concealment on his part. Contemplating this, a fervent impulse to confront Chun Wen surged within her, driving her further into madness. Is this what you call love for me? Is this the affection of Chun Wen? What do you take me, Chu Youwei, for? If you had articulated your thoughts from the outset, I would not have treated you in such a manner. Do you comprehend that this entire situation is of your own making? Did you not claim he was an orphan? What is the current state of affairs? At this moment, Luo Hao's thunderous reprimand shattered Chu Youwei's self-reflection. Chu Youwei was momentarily taken aback, and then stammered, He indeed conveyed this to me. Luo Hao's expression twisted into a grimace. Now you tell me you heard it? Wretched harlot, do you realize that we have all suffered because of you? Should anything befall us, I shall ensure your demise without hesitation. Chu Youwei's countenance turned as pale as a sheet, her entire being overwhelmed by an urge to faint. Meanwhile, Chun Wudi withdrew his gaze from Chun Wen. The Imperial bone had been excavated. His cultivation was obliterated. His essence was seized. A second extraction of his essence. How audacious of these insignificant beings from the lower realms to treat my brother, Chun Wudi, in such a manner. Very well. Today all must perish here. In an instant, an overwhelming fury surged towards Chun Wudi's crown. An unparalleled force erupted from his being, enveloping the entire assembly. The immense aura crushed every breath of energy, as the heavens and earth reverberated with a cacophony of murderous intent. Simultaneously, bolts of thunder descended, annihilating the very fabric of space along with the dust. This is the end. The ground below erupted into a mist of blood, as numerous cultivators were obliterated. Fear and despair painted the faces of all present, their wails echoing in every corner. Just as Chun Wudi was poised to unleash his wrath, he suddenly sensed the presence of Chun Wen's divine essence emanating from Qin Mu. So it is you, you old hound. In an instant, Chun Wudi's eyes crackled with fury, and with a single motion, he summoned Qin Mu as if divine retribution had descended. No, no, no. Please spare me, my lord. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Qin Mu cried out desperately, truly frightened, his mind a chaotic whirlpool. Chun Wudi paid no heed to Qin Mu's pleas, seizing him from afar. I can explain. Please. My lord, spare me. Qin Mu's body convulsed in terror. Explain? What right do you have to offer explanations? Chun Wudi reached out towards Qin Mu's head, invoking a soul-searching spell. In an instant, the air was filled with Qin Mu's anguished screams. The sound was so harrowing that it sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. As information flooded in, the murderous intent on Chun Wudi's face became palpable, his eyes bloodshot. Ultimately, he yanked the now feeble Qin Mu before him. You believe yourself unchallenged behind my brother? Today, I shall show you what it means to be without allies. With that, he cast Qin Mu to the ground. Simultaneously, Chun Wudi drew in the divine essence from Qin Mu's grasp. Gazing at the radiant essence, Chen Wuti was reminded of his brother's tragic plight. In that moment, the raging fury reached its zenith. So it is the Supreme Palace, is it? Today, I, Chen Wuti, shall erase your name from existence. As the thoughts coalesced, Chen Wuti leaped into the air, his power surging around him, unleashing a tempest of thunderous dragons that swept across vast territories. The heavens and earth trembled beneath the onslaught of the raging thunder dragons, as if the very sky were on the verge of collapse. Boom! At that instant, Chen Wuti struck out, delivering a punch towards the celestial dome, unleashing endless thunder dragons, causing the world to stand in solemn awe. The sky shattered like a mirror under the force of his fist, fissures spreading wide as the thunderous energy raced across its surface. With hands that could rend the heavens and fists that could shatter the firmament, was he a tyrant or a demon? The onlookers could only feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation as they beheld the scene. Soon, they witnessed the aftermath of his blow, which shattered the celestial dome, sweeping away billions of miles and breaking through layers of spatial barriers. A vast mountain range emerged before their eyes, and at its pinnacle stood a magnificent palace. Before the palace loomed a towering stone tablet inscribed with the words Supreme Palace. This, gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply at the sight. A single punch had pierced through countless barriers, revealing the Supreme Palace from across billions of miles. Such a display was nothing short of extraordinary. The gravely injured Qin Mu, upon witnessing this spectacle, was struck with a terrifying conjecture, his face contorted with shock and fear. He had truly pierced the heavens. If given another chance, he would never have coveted the divine essence of Chun Yuan. Yet, in this world, there are no second chances. Who dares to spy upon my palace? Depart at once. The voice of the ancient ancestor of the Supreme Palace echoed with authority. Retreat? Nonsense. I have come to obliterate the palace today. Chen Wuti roared in fury, preparing to strike once more. Chapter 7. The unstoppable slaughter of the Taiyi Palace. In an instant, Chen Wuti extended his hand, transforming it into a formidable dragon claw, entwined with heavenly thunder, unleashing an overwhelming divine might. Layers of ethereal resonance could be seen merging, continuously flashing with awe-inspiring phenomena. As the dragon claw took shape, the very heavens and earth quaked incessantly, the laws of the celestial path crumbling under the pressure of dragon power. Soon, the outstretched dragon claw enveloped the entire Taiyi Palace, locking away all energy in that singular moment. This was the embodiment of the heavens collapsing. At that moment, the ancestral elder of the Taiyi Palace could no longer contain himself and surged forth from the ancestral grounds. Upon witnessing the looming dragon claw in midair, he was utterly paralyzed. In an instant, boundless fear coursed through him like electricity, chilling him to the bone. Had the Taiyi Palace truly transgressed the heavenly laws? Was there no one to enlighten him on what transpired? Meanwhile, Qin Futian was lost in confusion, feeling as helpless as a small boat adrift in a vast ocean. He had merely been in seclusion for a brief period, and now the Taiyi Palace was on the brink of annihilation. This sense of despair and helplessness, who among his family could comprehend it? Suddenly, the palace master and elders of the Taiyi Palace rushed out from below. Compared to Qin Futian's relative composure, Qin Qianlong and the others were nearly paralyzed with fear. Having lived for so long, they had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Who has done this? Qin Futian shouted in exasperation, feeling utterly frantic. It wasn't me. I know nothing of this. I just emerged from seclusion. Does my intimacy with my female disciple count as a crime? And what of my male disciple? Does that count? Although I practice dual cultivation, it is merely with spirit beasts. Surely that does not offend anyone listening to the elders below. Qin Futian's anger flared. Is this how a person behaves? The Taiyi Palace is a reputable sect. How could we have produced such individuals? His agitation grew with each thought, igniting a murderous impulse within him. Yet, despite his fury, certain matters still required resolution. Just as he was about to plead for mercy from Chen Wuti, a voice suddenly resounded. Chen Xinji, this incident is solely the doing of Qin Mu and Luo Hao. You may punish the culprits as you see fit, but the Taiyi Palace was entirely unaware. Might it be more prudent to spare them? Qin Futian and the others quickly understood. It was indeed Qin Mu who had instigated this chaos. Chen Wuti's pupils crackled with blood-red lightning, summoning boundless heavenly fury. What are you to dare obstruct me? I, Jiang Taichu, felt both fury and indignation. As the protector of the realm, He had never been subjected to such humiliation. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall annihilate your protective realm, Chun Wuti bellowed with a deep voice. Arrogant. Jiang Taichu was immediately enraged. He knew he could not provoke the Imperial clan of destiny. Yet, being reprimanded by such a junior, his face could no longer maintain its composure. What arrogance does our Chun clan possess? To think one would dare challenge us, the destined Imperial clan, is utterly unworthy. At that moment, a voice, frigid and piercing, echoed from the boundless heavens, exuding the aura of a half-step emperor, permeating the infinite void. Boom. As the firmament quaked, the entire sky shattered into powdery white. Various beings of the void were obliterated, and the cries of despair filled the air, resounding endlessly. At this juncture, Jiang Taichu, concealed in the air, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, plummeting from the void. The scene appeared exceedingly dire. Is this the terror of the destined Imperial clan? Those who witnessed this battle were left breathless. They had unwittingly offended the destined Imperial clan. Qin Futian and the others finally comprehended the reason behind their calamity. At this moment, they harbored an intense resentment towards Qin Mu. Typically, his arrogance could be tolerated, but look at the adversaries he had provoked. The destined Imperial clan, one of the most formidable powers. How many of these insignificant Nirvana realm ants would it take to perish? However, as death loomed, Qin Futian still mustered the courage to bow and implore, "We beseech you, esteemed one, for the sake of the Chongqing Dao Palace, to spare the Taiyi Dao Palace. Of course, we are willing to pay the utmost price for this mercy. We ask for your understanding." With these words, Qin Futian lowered his body again, bestowing the utmost respect upon Chun Wuti. Qin Qianlong and the others, not daring to be remiss, also followed suit and lowered their bodies. At this moment, a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. Their Taiyi Dao Palace was a subordinate force of the Chongqing Dao Palace, which was also among the top-tier powers. They should not be intimidated by the destined Imperial clan. Surely, no matter how arrogant Chun Wuti may be, he must possess some reservations. Yes, indeed. They hailed from the Chongqing Dao Palace. When it came down to it, their background might not be inferior to that of the destined Imperial clan. At this moment, Qin Mu also felt a powerful desire for survival. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope for the Taiyi Dao Palace, and he, Qin Mu, might not meet his end. Chongqing Dao Palace. What of it? If revenge is sought, then let it come. As Chun Wuti roared, he forcefully grasped downwards, an unmatched power crushing all the heavenly barriers. The atmosphere was thick with suffocating tension. A dragon's claw blotted out the sun, overwhelming everything. The initial descending force shattered all into dust. No. Esteemed one, please. Qin Futian and the others cried out desperately. In the next instant, all the cultivators, along with the Dao Palace, were reduced to a mist of blood. Bang! With a single grasp, Chun Wuti caused the entire Taiyi Dao domain to explode violently, extinguishing all life within a 100-mile radius. It was over, all was lost. Qin Mu's face turned ashen as he witnessed it all unfold. He watched helplessly as his kin and the Taiyi Dao Palace were instantaneously reduced to ashes, their anguished cries still echoing in his mind. At this moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Chun Wuti's words about leaving him with no one to rely on. This individual was ruthless and unforgiving. Chun Wuti retracted his claws and suddenly turned to the crowd surrounding him, declaring that it was their turn now. No, no, no. This has nothing to do with us. We merely came to observe, the cultivators of Qingshi town shouted in haste. That constitutes a death sentence. Chun Wuti's fierce gaze intensified, and the slaughter resumed as he unleashed bolts of lightning with a mere gesture. Puff, puff, puff. A series of cultivators had no time to react before being obliterated into ashes. No, 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 the carnage continued as Chun Wuti raised his hand, dispatching another wave of victims. In an instant, the grand venue was engulfed in chaos, and the entire Chu clan was plunged into a massacre. Run, run. I don't want to die. Please, spare me. Soon, the air was thick with pleas for mercy and cries of despair. Yet, none of this could evoke even a sliver of sympathy from Chun Wuti. The thought of his younger brother suffering at the hands of inhumane treatment, while these bystanders looked on with cold indifference and even jeered, filled him with a desire to annihilate the world. Enough. They are innocent. How are you any different from Qin Mu and his ilk? As he witnessed the indiscriminate slaughter by Chun Wuti, Jiang Taichu could no longer contain himself. Chen Wuti spun around, his icy gaze locking onto the middle-aged man suspended in the air. You are mistaken. My actions will be far more ruthless than theirs. Innocent? What of it? If I choose to kill the innocent, what business is it of yours? If you have the guts, act. If not, shut your mouth. With that, Chen Wuti once again unleashed lethal force before Jiang Taichu's eyes. Puff, puff, puff. Clouds of blood mist erupted, painting the sky crimson. Jiang Taichu gritted his teeth, watching but refraining from intervening, for Chen Badeo and Yi Qinyan had already arrived. Once he acted, it would be his end. It was utterly unworthy to sacrifice himself for a few insignificant insects. The slaughter continued until only Chu Youwei, Chu Beiqiong, Qin Mu, and Luo Hao remained. At that moment, Chen Wuti finally ceased his onslaught. The entire Chu clan had been transformed into a hellish nightmare, the stench of blood permeating the grand venue. Chen Wuti's gaze shifted once more, landing on the four ashen-faced individuals, and he coldly remarked, "You four dogs, brother, something is wrong with the younger brother. You must come and see." Chen Wuti's words were abruptly interrupted by Chun Hongyan. Hearing her urgent cry, Chen Wuti could no longer afford to delay and rushed over. Chapter 8. You deserve 1,000 deaths, internal strife, and mutual blame. What has happened? Chen Wuti inquired urgently. At this moment, Chun Hongyan was utterly flustered and stammered. I just assisted him in refining the 9-turn soul reincarnation pill, and he fainted immediately, his vitality swirling chaotically within him. Do not panic. Let me examine him first. Chun Wuti reassured Chun Hongyan before extending his hand to Chun Wen's forehead. In an instant, a terrifying force surged forth, exploding from between Chun Wuti's fingers. Is this the primordial essence of chaos? And not just any ordinary essence, he pondered. Shouldn't my younger brother have awakened the ancient killing body? A flicker of concern crossed Chen Wuti's face as numerous thoughts surged within him. Yet, it was undeniable that the primordial essence Chun when possessed now was vastly more potent than before. One must remember, he bore the primordial war god body, embodying the essence of a war deity capable of conquering all things, with both offense and defense reaching their zenith. However, as he touched Chun Wen's forehead, he was still repelled by the essence's automatic defense. What is it? Chun Hongyan inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Chen Wuti did not respond. Instead, he tore away Chun Wen's bloodied garment. Instantly, an astonishing sight was revealed before them. Chun Wen's upper body was adorned with a myriad of 9-colored chaotic sequence patterns. Ancient divine resonance flowed across them, gradually merging with Chun Wen's being. Thump, thump, thump. Simultaneously, a resounding cadence akin to war drums emanated from within Chun Wen. Wave after wave, bearing an indomitable spirit, as if challenging heaven and earth, unyielding through the ages. What an extraordinary force! Chen Wuti inhaled deeply. Chun Hongyan, regaining her composure from the earlier turmoil, also discerned Chun Wen's condition. Chun Wuti remained silent, discreetly casting seals to obscure the chaotic energy emanating from Chun Wen. Chun Hongyan immediately understood his intentions. Chun Wen had triggered a taboo from birth. Regardless of whether this misfortune had turned into a blessing or if other fortuitous encounters awaited him, they must protect Chun Wen at all costs. After completing these actions, Chen Wuti declared, I will first ensure my younger brother's safety. None of those culprits are to escape. Once he awakens, he shall personally deliver judgment to avoid the rise of inner demons. Are those for the principal offenders? Chen Hongyan's gaze turned icy. I have sifted through Qin Mu's memories. Yet the specifics of the events remain elusive. However, I can ascertain their culpability. Understood, Chen Hongyan replied coldly. Chen Wuti said nothing further, cradling Chun Wen as he soared towards the Chu clan's residence. Meanwhile, Chun Hongyan strode towards Chu Youwei and her companions. With each step, the aura of murderous intent intensified. Upon reaching Chu Youwei and the others, the malevolent energy had saturated the sky, various wails of specters echoing, and the reflection of mountains of corpses and seas of blood loomed ominously. Is this a demon? Gazing at the exquisite beauty before them, Chu Youwei and her companions were struck with terror, suffocated by the overwhelming aura of death. I demand the truth. Who orchestrated this? Chun Hongyan coldly exhaled, her murderous intent unmistakable. It is her. Both Qin Mu and Chu Beiqiong, along with Luo Hao, pointed accusingly at Chu Youwei. At that moment, genuine fear gripped them. Not me, not me. Chu Youwei hastily shook her head, desperately denying the accusations. Did I permit you to speak? Chen Hongyan admonished, raising her hand to slap Chu Youwei to the ground. In the next instant, she reached out with a forceful grip, seizing Chu Youwei effortlessly. You lack the right to explain. Ignoring Chu Youwei's struggles and terror, Chen Hongyan directly employed a soul-searching technique. As she received a torrent of memories, her expression darkened progressively, until a surge of murderous intent ascended to her very core. The devotion of her little brother was met with such betrayal. To cripple one's cultivation, to extract their essence, to publicly judge, and to draw blood once more. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Wretched servant, did you ever have a heart? This is how you repay my brother's kindness? You deserve nothing less than death. In a fit of rage, Chen Hongyan grasped Chu Youwei's throat, tightening her grip. Chu Youwei struggled frantically, but darkness engulfed her like a relentless tide. In that moment, all she felt was an abyss of fear and remorse. If only she had not plotted from the outset, if she had genuinely been with Chunwan, would things have turned out differently? With the affection Chunwan held for her, he would never have abandoned her. She would have been cherished. Together, they could have returned to the Imperial lineage. That was the Imperial lineage, after all. At that moment, regret washed over her. As Chu Youwei resigned herself to her fate, Chen Hongyan suddenly released her grip and eased her strength. My brother is right. It is not our place to kill you. A wretch like you must be dealt with by my little brother. Chen Hongyan suppressed her murderous intent, articulating each word with precision. Subsequently, she cast Chu Youwei to the ground. Chu Youwei gasped as if granted a reprieve, clutching her throat and inhaling deeply, her face flushed with color. Qin Mu and the others trembled at the sight, instinctively curling into a corner. The person before them was terrifying. Her aura of murder far purer and more intense than Chen Wudi's. You few shall not escape, Chen Hongyan declared, striking with a gunshot that sliced through the air. A wave of power ensnared the four of them, enveloping them in a protective barrier, utterly severing any chance of escape or self-destruction. After completing this, Chen Hongyan pursued the direction in which Chen Wudi had departed. You scoundrel, I will end you. Did you not say he was an orphan? I will make you pay. The first to react, Qin Mu, dragged his battered body toward Luo Hao, throwing punches with unrelenting fury. Damn you, try hitting me again. Luo Hao retorted, countering with a forceful push that sent Qin Mu flying, his rage palpable. Severely wounded, Qin Mu could no longer suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth under the force of Luo Hao's strike. And now you dare to blame me? Ultimately, is it not your own avarice that has led you here? That boy's divine essence originated from you. Yet when you witnessed his source regenerating, it was you who sought to extract his essence and blood. Now you claim I am the cause of your plight. May I curse you and your entire lineage for that. The more Luo Hao cursed, the more fervent he became, ultimately descending into a state of near hysteria. Qin Mu fixed a steely gaze upon Luo Hao, refraining from any rash actions this time. In truth, he lacked the strength to retaliate. Look again, and believe me when I say that I could end your life right now. Luo Hao glared back at Qin Mu, a murderous intent radiating from him. You, Qin Mu, filled with both rage and indignation, reflected on how audacious Luo Hao had become in speaking to him so defiantly. In truth, rather than engaging in infighting, it would be more prudent to seek solutions, the cautious voice of Chu Beiqiong interjected. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao's movements halted. If survival is possible, who truly wishes for death? He then turned to Chu Beiqiong, inquiring, So, are you suggesting you have a solution? Chapter 9. Chu Youwei felt that she was back in action. The world of a Na'vi girl was indeed invincible. Chu Beiqiong took a deep breath, asserting that the one who tied the knot must also untie it. Let us not beat around the bush. Speak plainly, Luo Hao urged anxiously. At that moment, even Qin Mu turned his gaze towards Chu Beiqiong. Chu Beiqiong continued, What I mean is, as long as Xiao Wei can obtain that boy's forgiveness, we might have a glimmer of hope. Luo Hao furrowed his brow, pondering, that boy is a sycophant, yet he is not a fool. After our cruelty towards him, can this matter truly be smoothed over? Perhaps for an ordinary person, it would be impossible, but that boy is anything but ordinary. As he spoke, a hint of mockery curled at the corner of Chu Beiqiong's mouth. He continued, Over the years, that boy has gone to great lengths to please Xiao Wei, often to the point of surpassing human limits. Therefore, if Xiao Wei is willing to relent and show him some affection, there exists a possibility of reconciliation. Of course, if you believe there is a better solution, consider my words unspoken. Luo Hao found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had no viable alternatives. Meanwhile, the now-recovered Chu Youwei wore a complex expression, lost in thought, for no one understood better than her the kindness Chun Wen had shown her. After a prolonged silence, Luo Hao resolved to take a gamble, even if it was but a slender hope. He did not wish for demise. With this in mind, he approached Chu Youwei and respectfully assisted her to her feet. "Miss Chu, are you all right?" Chu Youwei shook her head, her previous despair now dissipated. "Miss Chu, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. As long as I survive, I am willing to serve you diligently." Luo Hao spoke earnestly, his sincerity palpable. "Miss Chu, I too wish to apologize for my earlier demeanor. This is a token of my goodwill. I hope you will accept it. Furthermore, if I am fortunate enough to survive this ordeal, my life will be yours." Qin Mu, struggling to approach, presented his spatial ring. Sharing a sentiment akin to Luo Hao's, Chu Youwei regarded him with a detached glance before accepting the ring. As she observed these two lofty individuals bowing before her, Chu Youwei suddenly felt that this was the aspiration she had always dreamed of. All of this was made possible by Chun Wen. If she truly won Chun Wen's forgiveness and successfully integrated into the Imperial clan, what a magnificent sight that would be. Contemplating this, she began to evaluate the feasibility of the situation. Just as Chu Beiqiong had stated, given Chun Wen's feelings for her, a little charm on her part could indeed pave the way for reconciliation. Moreover, she had not taken any direct action against him, whether during the initial extraction of the essence or the subsequent bloodletting. From now on, if she devoted herself wholeheartedly to Chun Wen, everything would revolve around him. Even if Chun Wen's family does not acknowledge her, they cannot find any faults in her. In this way, everything falls into place. However, once she takes control of the Imperial clan, all who defy her must perish, starting with that Chun Hongyan, who nearly cost her life just moments ago. Furthermore, Luo Hao and Qin Mu cannot be spared. She understands that someone must take the blame for this matter. Otherwise, the fury of Chun Wen and her family cannot be contained. With this thought, Chu Youwei formulated a complete plan in her mind. Chu Beiqiong observed Chu Youwei's demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His objectives had finally been achieved. What lay ahead was the true beginning of the spectacle. Chu Youwei collected her thoughts and declared, "Rest assured, we are now united as one. As long as I live, you shall not perish." "Very well, I shall rely entirely on you," they responded eagerly. "I have always perceived you as a person of deep loyalty and integrity. I was not mistaken." Qin Mu and the others echoed in agreement. Chu Youwei's lips curled in a barely perceptible smirk. "You think you can survive? What a delusion. Chun Wen harbors affection for me alone, not for you." At that moment, Chu Beiqiong suddenly pointed upwards. Visible to all were two figures that stood in harmony with the heavens, their presence compelling even the surrounding laws of nature to yield. An unseen force distorted the very fabric of the sky, akin to undulating waves in a tempest. Most alarming was the aura of the two individuals, truly unparalleled, regal, and supreme. It was as if all creation was reduced to mere ants in their presence. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the two vanished into the ether, as if nothing had transpired. They were the patriarch and matriarch of the Imperial clan, possessing celestial powers capable of obliterating the ancient realm with a mere gesture. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Taichu had arrived beside Qin Mu and the others, his voice resonating softly. Qin Mu and the others were once again engulfed in confusion, an overwhelming dread coursing through their beings. The patriarch and matriarch of the Imperial clan? The mere thought of their power was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Only Chu Youwei's eyes sparkled with determination, her resolve to gain Chun Wen's forgiveness and join the Imperial clan solidifying. Meanwhile, Chun Badu and Yi Chenin had entered the room where Chun Wen lay. "Where is Xiaowen? How is he?" Yi Chenin inquired urgently. "He is fine, merely asleep. He will awaken and recover soon," Chen Wudi reassured her. Yi Chenin pushed Chen Wudi aside and rushed to Chun Wen's side. Upon seeing the grown-up Chun Wen and the lingering pallor on his face, she froze, trembling in fear. In that moment, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a dam bursting. Chun Badu too gazed at Chun Wen, his fierce eyes gradually growing misty. Noticing his wife's unstable emotions, Chun Badu contemplated for a moment before saying, "Actually, he is not." Silence. Yi Chunyun abruptly lifted her tear-streaked face, exclaiming, "If it weren't for your ineffectiveness, Xiaowen would not have suffered such a calamity, and we would not have spent 16 years apart. For the past 16 years, not a single day has passed without my thoughts lingering on him, nor a day devoid of guilt. We selfishly brought him into this world, yet lacked the capacity to safeguard him. What purpose do we serve as parents?" As she uttered these final words, Yi Chunyun shouted in despair, "I am sorry." Chen Badu raised his chin, resolutely holding back his tears. Though Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi remained silent, their faces were already drenched in sorrow. "You all may leave. I wish to be alone with Xiaowen for a moment," Yi Chunyun managed to say, suppressing her tumultuous emotions. "Go on." Chen Badu instructed his son and daughter before stepping outside. Yet, scarcely had he crossed the threshold when the sound of Yi Chunyun's anguished cries reached him. "It is my failure as a mother. I could not protect you, my son. It is all my fault, all my fault, all my fault," she lamented, striking herself repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Chen Badu clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming surge of fury crashing within his chest. At that moment, he felt an undeniable impulse to obliterate everything around him. Chapter 10. Get the hell out of here. After a prolonged period, Chen Badeo finally roared through gritted teeth. "Have all those involved been killed? Only a few key masterminds remain. The rest have been completely eradicated. Not a single one escaped," replied Chen Wudi. "Excellent. Now, escalate the chaos until those old dogs arrive. I want everyone involved 16 years ago to perish here," Chen Badeo thundered, his teeth clenched. "Understood," Chen Wudi responded coldly. At that moment, an unexpected voice pierced through from outside. "I am Jiang Taichu, the Lord of the Guardian Hall. I humbly request an audience with you, my lord." "What nonsense! Get the hell out of here," Chen Badeo bellowed like a furious lion, his roar echoing through the door. Instantly, an invisible force surged through the door and struck Jiang Taichu with tremendous impact. Jiang Taichu's complexion shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he erected a defensive barrier, channeling his supreme realm power to its utmost. Waves of law-infused energy locked down the space, forming multiple protective shields. Bang! In an instant, that formless force pierced through the layers of barriers as if they were mere glass, shattering them and exploding the space into a cloud of white dust. Jiang Taichu's face morphed into one of sheer horror. Suddenly, he was pierced through, the intangible force reverberating through him and into the boundless void beyond, creating a massive rupture, causing numerous spatial beasts to plummet down. The sight was utterly shocking. Puff! Jiang Taichu was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the assembly ground. His upper body was a gruesome mess, hair disheveled and bloodied, presenting a ghastly spectacle. Gulp! A group of elders from the Guardian Hall, awaiting in the assembly, felt their scalps prickle at the sight of their lord in such a state, an invisible chill creeping up from their heads. Twice now, the opponent merely had to shout to send their omnipotent lord reeling back. It could only be said that the legendary patriarch of the Imperial clan was terrifying beyond measure. With a grim expression, Jiang Taichu struggled to rise from the ground, silently mending his internal injuries. Who did he provoke? Why was it always him who got hurt? Yet, he understood that Chen Badeo had shown restraint. Otherwise, that last roar would have been sufficient to end his life. Once he had patched up his injuries to a bearable extent, Jiang Taichu turned to his subordinates and bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Summon all the prominent families of Qingshi Town and make them kneel here. If they cannot earn the Lord's forgiveness, they shall all perish. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. We will go at once." Mu Chun and the others nodded frantically before hastily departing. "Useless. All of them are utterly useless. Damn, this pain is unbearable." Jiang Taichu seethed with anger, and the mention of his wounds only incited further frustration. "What are you all looking at? It's your foolishness that has brought this upon us. Why on earth did you have to offend the offspring of the Imperial clan? You foolish beings, dying 1,000 times would not suffice." As Jiang Taichu felt the gaze of Chu Youwei and the others upon him, his anger surged anew. Chu Youwei and her companions instinctively lowered their heads, trembling in anticipation, afraid to utter a single breath. At this moment, neither the Imperial envoy nor Jiang Taichu, the protector of this realm, were figures they could dare to provoke. As time slowly passed, Chunwen finally awoke from his slumber. At this juncture, his chaotic sequence had fully assimilated, his injuries healed, and his vitality surged within him like a vast ocean, tumultuous as waves. Moreover, his strength had significantly ascended, breaking through from the duality realm to the singularity of yin and yang. As a time traveler, he truly felt the superiority of his being in this moment. It would be no exaggeration to say that he could easily withstand not just 300 rounds in battle, but even 10 days without rest. My child, you have finally awakened. How wonderful. Just then, Chunwen was enveloped in a warm embrace. In his previous life, he was an orphan, unfamiliar with the concept of maternal love. Thus, the sudden warmth left him frozen, utterly at a loss. My child, I am so sorry. Will you forgive your mother? Yi Chunyun sobbed as she held him close. Chunwen found himself at a loss for words. Yet, as warm tears cascaded onto his face, he was completely taken aback, his skin prickling with emotion. If the unfamiliar bond of kinship felt like a dream, these tears were palpably real, striking at the very core of his heart. Perhaps, this was the maternal love he had yearned for all along. Mother, Chunwen's voice emerged, rough and hoarse. Yi Chunyun froze, her voice trembling as she asked, "What did you call me?" Mother, he repeated. Oh, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Yi Chunyun could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. No, it is I who caused you worry. Chunwen, for reasons unknown, felt tears welling within him as well. The love he had never possessed was, in truth, profoundly beautiful. In that moment, all his long-felt voids were filled. Yi Chunyun trembled as she remarked, "How could you be so understanding? How have you grown so well? How could I have failed to protect you? It is I who am inadequate. I am truly inadequate." Her cries caught the attention of Chun Bad Dao and the others, who hurriedly burst through the door. Upon witnessing the sight of the mother and son weeping together, Chun Bad Dao and both Chun Hongyan and Chun Wudi were left in stunned silence. Chunwen had been sent away shortly after his birth, and though Chun Hongyan and Chun Wudi retained memories, they knew little of him. It could be said that this moment was their first conscious meeting, imbued with shared memories. Time slipped by, and eventually, Yi Chunyun's sobs began to subside. Chunwen gently patted Yi Chunyun's shoulder, saying, "Mother, I am fine now. Seeing you cry makes me want to weep as well." All right. Mother won't cry," Yi Chunyun's hurriedly replied, her gaze unable to mask the smile on Chunwen's face. "He is your useless father," Yi Chunyun suddenly pointed at Chun Budheo. Chun Budheo appeared momentarily flustered, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a single word. Chunwen took the initiative to speak, chuckling softly, "Father." Chun Budheo trembled, responding with a quivering yes. "Look at you, so pathetic, go away." Yi Chunyun's resentment towards Chun Budheo had not yet dissipated. "I wonder who has been crying all along." Chun Budheo mumbled under his breath. "What did you say?" Yi Chunyun snapped coldly. Chun Budheo quickly responded, "I said the lady is right." Observing Chun Budheo's humble demeanor, Chunwen and the others erupted into laughter. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and their estrangement faded into the background. "This is your elder brother, Chun Wudi, who always wears a stern face and can hardly utter a word, just like your useless father." Yi Chunyun pointed at Chun Wudi. "Mother, you are mistaken. My brother is simply composed and can truly bear responsibilities in critical moments," Chunwen interjected with a smile. Chun Wudi's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Yi Chunyun also smiled with satisfaction. Although she spoke otherwise, she held a high regard for Chun Wudi. That is, Yi Chunyun was about to introduce Chun Hongyan, but was interrupted. "Mother, allow me," Chun Hongyan chimed in, suddenly rushing over and enveloping Chunwen in an embrace. Chunwen buried his face in Chun Hongyan's chest, nearly suffocating. "How old are you, still acting childishly?" "Go away," Yi Chunyun laughed, playfully slapping Chun Hongyan's shoulder. Chun Hongyan nonchalantly released Chunwen, responding, "He is my brother, not a stranger. What difference does it make?" Chunwen felt a pang of embarrassment. The earlier moments, while vibrant, were still familial. One wonders if outsiders realize their goddess is such a person. Indeed, all goddesses fade in the light. "My little brother is quite handsome. I wonder which enchantress will be lucky enough to claim him," Chun Hongyan teased as she scrutinized Chunwen. "You are getting increasingly ridiculous. Go away," Yi Chunyun retorted, pushing Chun Hongyan aside. "Hey, you tell me I've grown up, yet you treat me like a child. What gives?" Chun Hongyan protested. Yi Chunyun placed her hands on her hips. "Oh, you wish to reason with me, do you? Fine. You are older, so you are right." Chun Hongyan shrugged. I see you are itching for a scolding, Yi Xinyan said, raising her hand to strike at Chen Hongyan. Little brother, assist me, vanquish this demon. Chen Hongyan swiftly dodged and hid behind Chen Wan. Witnessing Chen Hongyan's antics, Yi Xinyan felt a mix of anger and amusement. After a prolonged commotion among several individuals, Chen Badayo finally spoke, suggesting that Xiaowen had just awakened and should be allowed to rest. Yi Chening's smile gradually faded as she gently patted Chen Wen's hand, saying, Xiaowen, should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate with me. I assure you, my husband and I will treat you with utmost familiarity. Chen Wen nodded in response. That is reassuring, Yi Chening replied, her head nodding repeatedly, her eyes unwittingly glistening with unshed tears. Chen Badayo chose to remain silent, stepping forward to lightly embrace Yi Chening's shoulders. By the way, little brother, the trio of men and one woman outside are here specifically for you. How you wish to address them is entirely at your discretion, Chen Hongyan interjected suddenly. Chapter 11. The Crucible of Destiny. The Novice Gift Package. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the room became instantly heavy. Yi Chening, shedding her previous sorrow, harbored a chilling, killing intent in her gaze. For a mother, harm done to her children is akin to a death sentence. Regardless of who the perpetrator may be, they must pay a steep price. Chen Wan, at that moment, discerned that Chen Hongyan was referring to the trio of men and one woman, specifically Chu Youwei, Luo Hao, and Chu Beiqiu. Coincidentally, he too wished to eliminate these four vile individuals with his own hands. With this thought, Chen Wan coldly declared, I know what must be done. Remember, our Chen clan may not seek trouble, but no one shall tread upon us. You are free to act as you wish. We will back you in all endeavors. As she spoke, Chen Hongyan's voice grew increasingly frigid, asserting, even if you stand against the entire world, you will have our unwavering support. We shall not part in death, nor cease in battle. At worst, we will be buried beneath this eternal sky together. Chen Badayo, Yi Chening, and Chen Wudi all bore solemn expressions, their demeanor exuding an air of resolute fearlessness. Chen Wen stared at the four for a long moment before nodding heavily. I understand now. Perhaps, prior to this, he had been moved by Yi Chening's genuine emotions. Now he truly considered himself a part of this family. These individuals cherished him more deeply than he had ever imagined. Enough, enough. Let us step outside and allow Xiaowen to gather his thoughts. Chen Badayo interjected once more. This time, Yi Chening and the others did not hesitate, exiting the room in succession and closing the door behind them. Yi Chening's expression suddenly darkened. I need to know everything Xiaowen has experienced over the past 16 years. I will attend to it immediately, Chen Wudi promptly replied. Be thorough. I do not wish to miss any aspect of his growth, Yi Chening reiterated. Understood, Chen Wudi affirmed before departing. Meanwhile, after regaining his composure, Chen Wen spoke. Elder, are you still there? What is it? A feminine voice responded. May I ask your esteemed name? Chen Wen inquired tentatively. Xianhong Xiao, the voice replied coolly. What a splendid name. It truly befits an elder, Chen Wen complimented, seizing the moment to flatter her. You seek something, do you not? Speak plainly, Xianhong Xiao remarked indifferently. What is this? I have honed my skills in flattery to perfection. Why does it seem ineffective here? This person surely lacks an understanding of human emotions. It is not my fault. Chen Wen mused to himself before smiling again. I was wondering if you could enlighten me about the crucible of destiny and the function of the chaotic sequence body. Also, it appears that others have received novice gift packages. Surely, we, who possess something even more powerful than a golden finger, should have one as well. Xianhong Xiao replied coolly. The chaotic sequence body is the most ancient constitution in all realms, without exception. Moreover, it possesses the potential to break free from its constraints, transforming into an entirely novel physical constitution. What makes it so formidable? Chen Wen couldn't help but inquire. Its strength lies in the possession of 9 sequential shackles. Unlocking each one grants an absolute talent. Is the absolute fire seed powerful? Each subsequent absolute talent you unlock is equally formidable. Beyond these tangible benefits, the hidden advantages of this constitution are the most powerful. Under equal developmental conditions, it can suppress all other constitutions. Furthermore, each attribute it possesses, such as attack, defense, and strength, is maximized. The Destiny Great Furnace serves as an auxiliary boon for this constitution. Without it, this physique cannot evolve. Of course, The Destiny Great Furnace is an independent entity with its unique functions. Its fundamental roles are threefold: Destiny Refinement, Destiny Shielding, and Destiny Suppression. Destiny Refinement refers to the process of refining the myriad entities endowed with destiny to obtain the Nectar of Destiny. This nectar can be used to unlock the shackles of your constitution, a fact you should be aware of. Naturally, you may also choose to convert the nectar into random reward draws. However, this method carries a high probability of yielding nothing of value. In this furnace approach, is destiny categorized into tiers, with higher tiers providing superior quality nectar? Chen Wen pondered before asking. Xian Hongxiao nodded. Destiny is divided into three types: conventional destiny, legendary destiny, and eternal destiny. The classification is based on the color of the fated souls they embody. Conventional destiny encompasses 11 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gray, black, silver, and gold, with ascending levels of potency. Legendary destiny comprises only 7 colors, known as the fabled 7-colored destiny. Eternal destiny, however, is represented by 9 colors, a phenomenon that is said to be non-existent yet theoretically conceivable. Additionally, the destiny you refine can undergo various fusions. At that time, the power of the nectar may also compound, potentially leading to unforeseen surprises. How can I discern the possessor of destiny? Chen Wen took a deep breath and asked. These functions, when considered in isolation, may not reveal much. However, when integrated, they can only be described as extraordinary. Simultaneously, he began to understand his purpose. He was destined to confront the children of destiny, for only by vanquishing them could he grow stronger. In a moment of thought, all it takes is to activate the heavenly illumination. Xian Hongxiao stated nonchalantly, just as Chen Wen was about to inquire what the heavenly illumination entailed. He suddenly found himself in a world of dual visions. So this is what it means to be in a moment of thought. Impressive. Aside from this phrase, what else could this humble individual express? Next came the shielding of destiny, a function that is quite straightforward. It allows you to obscure all probing, preventing premature annihilation by the edicts of fate. Do not underestimate the heavenly Tao of this ancient Yuan realm. The true power lies yet ahead, Xian Hongxiao remarked leisurely. This is splendid. For someone as timid as I, such potent medicine is precisely what I need. Chen Wen nodded repeatedly. As a member of the time-traveling army, he understood all too well the significance of discreetly developing one's strength, quietly growing powerful, only to astonish everyone with one's capabilities, is embodied in this principle. The final ability, Destiny Suppression, allows one to activate a suppression field. For a duration of 10 breaths, one can diminish the opponent's strength by 10%. As one continues to grow stronger, the amount of power one can suppress increases, while the upper limit depends on individual performance. Naturally, the duration of the suppression will also extend with the enhancement of one's own strength. However, once the suppression period concludes, a full day is needed for recovery. Thus, prudent utilization is essential. This is excellent, truly excellent. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled like those of a stray dog. Although 10% may seem modest, it can indeed prove lethal at critical moments. Most importantly, it can be continuously enhanced. Imagining an enhancement to 100% evokes a thrilling sense of exhilaration. Now, regarding the novice gift pack, shall you accept it at this moment? Xian Hongxiao inquired. Of course, I must accept it now. I have been waiting for quite some time. Chen Wen responded eagerly. Chapter 12. A family of titans, yet I stand as an outlier as you wish. Responded Xian Hongxiao. As the words fell, a cascade of information flooded into Chen Wen's mind. Supreme Chaos Scripture, Unknown Grade, Entry Level. Applicable for cultivating chaos sequence bodies and realm advancement. Great Rebirth Technique, Exceptional Secret Art, Growth Type, Initial Insight. Can be used for complete transformation. Capable of erasing all traces of past rebirths at its zenith, independent of destiny. Chaos Overcoming Hand, Supreme Divine Ability, Growth Type, Entry Level. Can be combined with chaos sequence bodies for unmatched strength, capable of shattering all defenses at its peak. Once Chen Wen absorbed all this information, he felt a profound realization wash over him, and the power within him surged like a geyser, unprecedentedly formidable. This is truly remarkable. He sighed after a prolonged silence. Through the remnants of his former self's memories, he gleaned the rules of cultivation in this world. The means of attack were manifold, encompassing martial skills, secret arts, forbidden techniques, treasured arts, divine abilities, and more. Ordinary martial skills were categorized into grades 1 through 13, while divine abilities, treasured arts, secret arts, and forbidden techniques were divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, as well as exceptional, supreme, and legendary ranks. Each cultivation process was further classified into 5 stages: initial insight, entry level, minor success, major success, and ultimate perfection. Now, he had acquired a rare divine ability and had reached the entry level. What more could he say about this novice gift other than that it was extraordinarily impressive? Are you satisfied? Xian Hongsha inquired. Yuan promptly nodded. Satisfied? It's simply incredible. Continue your efforts. As long as you refine enough destiny, there are even greater rewards awaiting you. Honestly, I feel invigorated. As if the entire world belongs to me, Yuan exclaimed, rising with excitement. Heh, Xian Hongsha offered no quarter to Yuan's bravado. Oh, you truly understand the ways of the world. Yuan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. By the way, there is a segment of your memory from before the age of 10 that is sealed. Would you like to unlock it? Xian Hongsha's voice suddenly resonated. Memories from before the age of 10? Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned upon him. So that's why my former self possessed memories only after the age of 10. They were sealed away. I must see what kind of memories warranted such a seal. Unlock it, as you wish. With that, a vast and intricate tapestry of memories surged into Yuan's mind. It turned out that before the age of 10, his imperial bone had already been excavated by a youth named Chu Tianlong. This imperial bone was no ordinary relic. It was the unique supreme emperor bone. Renowned as the Emperor Bone Immortal, a being capable of cleaving through the heavens. Those who possessed such an imperial bone were destined to attain the level of an emperor, and among those, the most elite. Strangely, the youth's accomplice had merely sealed his memories without taking his life. As for Chu Youwei, she was merely a tool arranged to draw near him, and he, as she desired, fell into her trap. However, that Chu Tianlong did not anticipate that Chu Youwei would be unsatisfied with her existing circumstances and would join forces with Luo, how to strike at him once more. The outcome has led to the current predicament. After digesting all memories, Yuan's gaze had long turned to ice. It was evident, without need for scrutiny, that the perpetrator was someone familiar, knowing that once he was dead, the Imperial clan's parents would undoubtedly come for vengeance. Otherwise, anyone with a modicum of sense would have directly eliminated him. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Very well, once I eliminate those few around Chu Youwei, I shall deal with you properly. Little brother, how are things on your end? At that moment, Chun Hongyan's voice echoed from outside the door. Yuan quickly composed himself before opening the door. Chun Hongyan's flawless visage leaned in closer. Goodness, 7-colored destiny. Upon seeing her, Yuan was immediately seized by the impulse to activate the destiny melting furnace. What happened to little brother? Noticing the fluctuating expressions on Yuan's face, Chun Hongyan grew anxious. I'm fine, just almost lost control. Yuan suppressed the turmoil within and continued. I simply have never encountered a woman as beautiful as you, and was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, your words are far sweeter than your elder brother's. Chun Hongyan laughed heartily, patting Yuan's shoulder. Beauty is indeed present, but one must also possess the gift of gab. By the way, sister, what brings you here? Yuan inquired, shifting to a more serious tone. It is time to address the matters at hand. Very well. Yuan's smile faded, and he spoke coldly. First, eliminate these 4, then seek out Chu Tianlong. Chun Hongyan did not respond, but instead stepped outside first. As Yuan entered the grand hall, he discovered that Chun Bedu and the others were already waiting. All 7-colored destiny. He mused. Not everyone here is as formidable as you all, are they? At that moment, he noticed the destiny souls hovering above Chun Bedu and the others. He could only conclude that this family was indeed comprised of powerhouses, yet among them lurked a traitor. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Let us go, Chun Bedu said coldly, stepping out first. In an instant, the entire family moved forward with grandiosity. An invisible pressure rendering the atmosphere nearly suffocating. Especially with Chun Bedu and Yi Qinyun, though they had retracted their aura and power. Their imposing presence still instilled fear in those around them. There are indeed individuals whose mere presence makes it evident that they are beyond reach, standing as if they could touch the heavens. Soon, Yuan and the others arrived at the venue, the 5 members of the family each radiating their own power, transforming the previously solemn atmosphere into one charged with an unseen ferocity. Is this the might of the Imperial clan? He pondered, truly terrifying. The crowd dared only to steal glances, not daring to lift their heads in reverence. Chen Badu's gaze swept across the scene, taking in the sight of thousands of cultivators kneeling on the ground, a vast sea of black. It could be said that all the renowned families from Qingshi town had gathered here. Before them stood Jiang Taichu and a host of formidable guardians of the realm. Though they did not kneel, they dared not utter a sound, trembling with their heads bowed. Despite their esteemed backgrounds, and having heard of the heavenly mandate Imperial clan more than once, it was only when the clan leader stood before them that they truly felt the weight of invisible oppression. At that moment, Qin Mu and the others gazed in terror at the 5 figures above, particularly at the man and woman at the forefront. They understood that these were the true paragons of power, capable of extinguishing their lives with but a mere glance. Chu Youwei, however, kept her gaze fixed on Yuan. At that moment, she seemed to see once more the spirited, extraordinarily talented genius he once was. Yet, for reasons unknown, she sensed a change in him. But when she attempted to articulate this feeling, the words eluded her. Could it be merely a figment of my imagination? No, it must be that I am overthinking. He is undoubtedly still the one who loves me deeply. Desperately, Chu Youwei sought to dispel her unease. Just then, Jiang Taichu once again clasped his fists and began to speak. Jiang Taichu. But before he could finish, Chen Badeo abruptly turned his head and barked, "Silence." In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled violently. The vast clouds above the grand venue erupted, and extraordinary phenomena cascaded down, while terrifying spatial turbulence surged. Jiang Taichu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees. Zhao Long and the others, overwhelmed, fell prostrate on the ground, their bodies rupturing, blood mist erupting around them. In that moment, Zhao Long and his companions were filled with horror, barely restraining their curses. What the hell are you doing? Haven't you learned your lesson after being hammered twice? Just stop talking. If you want to show off, do it at home. Observing Jiang Taichu's plight, they felt both fear and anger. Couldn't he simply remain a coward instead of trying to steal the spotlight? Fool. Chen Badeo, surveying the now silent scene, turned to Yuan and said, "Proceed with what you wish to do. Your father will shield you." Yi Chenyun was even more forthright. "All right," Yuan replied solemnly. The assembly's eyes turned towards the 4 instigators in the distance, devoid of any compassion, only icy resolve. If it were not for these 4 fools, how could Qingshi town have faced such calamity? After affirming his intent, Yuan walked towards Chu Youwei, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, to Qin Mu and the others, that smile appeared more sinister than a devil's. Qin Mu and Luo Hao implored, "Miss Chu, we are counting on you. You must save us." Chu Youwei swallowed hard before responding. "Rest assured, Yuan loves me deeply. Everything will be fine." "Excellent. We knew we could count on you." "Miss Chu," they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. "Of course, I am perfectly fine, but you may not be." Chu Youwei gazed at the 2 individuals, filled with gratitude, and a cold smirk emerged within her heart. Chapter 13. No, it is not regret, but the awareness of impending death. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yuan swiftly approached the vicinity of Chu Youwei and her companions. "Oh, is this Chu Youwei also the chosen one? Such a worthless being?" Upon noticing the orange fate soul above Chu Youwei's head, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "No, Senior, you cannot possibly tell me that you are an imitation." Yuan could not help but scoff. "You are the imitation. Your entire family is a collection of imitations." "Elegance. I must maintain my elegance." After a brief self-reflection, Xian Hongxiao remarked, "Everything you see is indeed genuine, proving that Chu Youwei is the chosen one." "Well, very well." Yuan sighed in resignation. It seems that goddesses have indeed encountered death. However, he no longer doubted that Chu Youwei was the chosen one. Chu Youwei took a deep breath, summoning her courage to meet Yuan's gaze, only to find him staring at her in a daze. In the next moment, she became exhilarated. This infatuated fool must be reminiscing about the past. I knew it. He loves me to the core. I have only betrayed him once. What is there that cannot be forgiven? After all, I shall serve him wholeheartedly from now on. Speaking of which, I have sacrificed much more. With this thought, Chu Youwei straightened up, her demeanor returning to its previous haughty state. Now, it was Chu Yuwei's turn to humble himself in order to earn her forgiveness. Of course, if Chu Yuwei were sincere, she might be inclined to overlook his previous indiscretion. The day has finally brightened. I, Chu Youwei, am destined to rise above the ordinary. With this in mind, a smile gradually appeared on her face. Qin Mu and the others also noticed Chu Yuwei's unusual demeanor, exchanging glances that seemed to convey, goodness. There truly exists such a talent. We might just be saved. With this realization, they became increasingly animated. Chu Yuwei, having gathered his thoughts, still wore a subtle smile. Chu Youwei's mood had already shifted, her expression gradually taking on an air of arrogance. Chu Yuwei stepped closer to her, halting just before her. Apologize at once. This time, I might consider forgiving you, but your attitude must be proper. Chu Youwei maintained her composure, lips pursed, exuding a sense of pride and self-satisfaction. Observing this, the curve of Chu Yuwei's smile deepened. As a time traveler, he had encountered many like Chu Youwei. One could only label her as an average, yet infuriatingly self-absorbed woman. Did you think I would apologize to you? Chu Yuwei said languidly. Chu Youwei found herself momentarily frozen, because that was precisely what she had been thinking. But why was Chu Yuwei so bluntly voicing it? Did he no longer desire me? What is happening? Qin Mu and the others were also taken aback, an unsettling premonition rising within them. Chu Yuwei, do not treat me this way. I might retract my words at any moment, Chu Youwei stated, taking a deep breath. I was momentarily foolish, so I apologize. However, before Chu Youwei could revel in her moment, Chu Yuwei swiftly delivered a slap, exclaiming, "Fool! Do you think I would say such a thing?" Slap. Chu Youwei was struck with a resounding slap, nearly leaving half of her face disfigured. You. Chu Youwei felt a mixture of anger and fear. What do you mean by you? I am slapping wretches like you. Chu Yuwei stepped forward once more, and under the terrified gaze of Chu Youwei, another slap landed on her left cheek with a deafening sound. Chu Youwei was once again hurled away, crashing heavily against the crumbling wall. Thud! Chu Youwei could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was over. This time it was truly over. At that moment, Qin Mu and the others felt as if the sky had fallen. Was this truly all there was to the promise of forgiveness? How infuriating! Chu Yuwei had no intention of relenting. If he could not render Chu Youwei's existence more lamentable than death, he would feel he had betrayed himself. As Chu Yuwei approached step by step once more, fear finally gripped Chu Youwei. All the fantasies that had once filled her mind dissolved into mere mirages in that moment. I acknowledge my faults. I am truly sorry. Please, grant me this one reprieve. I am willing to toil endlessly by your side. Do you not care for me? She inquired. I am willing to serve you. Whatever position you desire is acceptable. Observing the fearful expression on Chu Youwei's face, Chun Wenjing shook his head. No, it is not regret you feel, but rather an awareness of your impending demise. That is not so. It is not as you say, Chu Youwei fervently denied. Is it truly so? With a sudden and forceful stomp, Chun Wen brought his foot down under the terrified gaze of Chu Youwei. No. Crack. Chu Youwei's legs were mercilessly crushed by Chun Wen, reduced to a mist of blood. Next, it would be your hands. Despite Chu Youwei's desperate struggles, Chun Wen's feet descended once more. Crack. In that moment, Chu Youwei's limbs were reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, inexplicably, she remained alive, enduring excruciating pain and profound humiliation, rendering her face ashen and her countenance filled with terror. The atmosphere was permeated not only with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent, but also with the heart-wrenching cries of Chu Youwei. How brutal! Qin Mu and the others lay helplessly on the ground, fully aware that their turn was imminent. Chun Wen leaned closer to Chu Youwei's ear and whispered, Next, it will be your spiritual aperture and flesh. You have taken my possessions. I shall make you relinquish them piece by piece. No, no, no. Chu Youwei shook her head frantically. Perhaps there was still hope for recovery if her limbs were severed, but if both her spiritual aperture and body were destroyed, she would truly be rendered worthless. I understand your urgency, but do not rush. I will send you to the heavens shortly. A chilling coldness filled Chun Wen's gaze as he brought his foot down upon the location of Chu Youwei's spiritual aperture, unleashing an unparalleled surge of chaotic power upon her. No. Chu Youwei's voice echoed through the half-space as she let out a desperate shout. Just as Chun Wen's foot landed on the spiritual aperture, a sudden shield materialized, blocking his advance. Boom. At the same instant, Chunwen was jolted back by the force that burst forth. Who dares to harm a descendant of the Chu clan? You seek death. A cold voice resonated from within Chu Youwei, reverberating in the air. The unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. What does this mean? Qin Mu and Luo Hao were momentarily dazed. Haha, it's here, it has finally arrived. In contrast, Chu Beiqiong was filled with excitement. Only he understood that Chu Youwei also hailed from a significant background. He still vividly recalled the scene when she was brought here. Escorted by a royal procession spanning 100 miles, accompanied by dozens of top-tier powerhouses clearing the way. That overwhelming divine presence and astonishing spectacle remained etched in his memory. Perhaps the reason they were chosen was simply due to sharing the Chu surname. Subsequently, he took it upon himself to adopt Chu Youwei, hoping one day to forge a connection with her. Chen Wudi and Chun Hongyan stepped forward to stand beside Chunwen. Observing the flowing runes on the shield and the distorted energy, a cold smirk crept upon their lips. This is a protective talisman, a means by which prominent families ensure the safety of their descendants during their trials in the lower realms. This talisman is also fused with a teleportation array, allowing the summon to arrive in the blink of an eye. Chen Wudi remarked languidly. Wait, then why don't I have one? Chunwen was more concerned about why he lacked such treatment than about Chu Youwei's background. Perhaps sensing Chunwen's thoughts, Chen Hongyan sighed. Your situation is a bit different. Your parents will explain it to you when the time comes. All right, Chunwen replied with a resigned smile. Meanwhile, Chu Youwei absorbed Chen Wudi's words, and a surge of fervent hope blossomed within her. So, I too am of noble descent. Die, you all shall perish. In an instant, Chu Youwei's excitement morphed into boundless fury. I care not for your grievances. Cease this at once. The voice echoed once more. Cease? I'll take down you wretched fools. Chen Wudi suddenly moved, his fists crackling with thunderous energy, an immense power coalescing in an instant. How dare you? The voice roared incessantly. No. Save me. Save me. Chu Youwei's face was instantly overtaken by terror. This was what it meant to plummet from heaven to hell. Boom. Under the horrified gaze of Chu Youwei, Chen Wudi unleashed a punch, shattering the shield into pieces. Uft. Chu Youwei coughed up a mouthful of blood, her expression turning ashen. She resented Chen Wudi for not adhering to the expected order. Why did he not wait for her family to arrive? Do as you wish. Whoever comes will die, Chen Wudi declared, turning his gaze toward the distorted air. This was the unmistakable sign of the teleportation array coming into effect. He possessed the ability to destroy the array, yet he chose not to do so. Now he is consumed by a singular desire for bloodshed. No matter how many come, he shall take them all. Chunwen's lips curled into a slight smile, understanding the implications. One must admit, having such a formidable family as a support truly brings a sense of exhilaration. Chapter 14. At long last, I have waited for you for ages in the distance. Jiang Taichu observed the unfolding scene, his lips twitching in disbelief. Are you not simply bullying others? How many forces in this world can rival the divine destiny Imperial clan? In this moment, he could vividly foresee the impending carnage. Perhaps those rushing forth would inadvertently bring about the annihilation of their own lineage. On the high platform, Chun Badu and Yi Chenin remained silent, yet their demeanor spoke volumes. Indeed, it was a case of who comes shall perish. Sweet dreams, my beloved. Chunwen elevated his foot, casting a disdainful gaze upon Chu Youwei. His eyes dark and frigid. The gentle smile that graced his lips appeared to Chu Youwei as a deadly specter. No, I have allies behind me. They are on their way. You cannot do this. You must not. Chu Youwei cried out in terror, her eyes reflecting fear, resentment, and regret. Thus, I must eliminate you directly. Chunwen's lips curled into a sinister smirk as he brought his foot down with force. No. Chu Youwei screamed in despair. Bang. With a single step, an overwhelming force erupted upon Chu Youwei's spiritual core. She was crushed to the ground, the earth cracking beneath her, dust swirling in the air. One side of her body was utterly obliterated, blood splattering in all directions. Witnessing this, Chunwen raised his foot once more, aiming for Chu Youwei's head. Under the guise of reducing her to a mist of blood, he activated the Divine Destiny Great Furnace. Refinement. Simultaneously, as Chunwen initiated the Divine Destiny Great Furnace, an invisible force enveloped Chu Youwei entirely. In an instant, the soul above her head was drawn into the abyss. Refinement complete. 1 portion of Orange Divine Destiny Nirvana Liquid, redeemable for a random reward. The host has completed the first refinement, achieving a new milestone, thus earning an additional opportunity for a random draw reward. The host has successfully refined the Orange Divine Destiny, achieving a milestone, and is awarded an Orange Divine Destiny treasure chest. In that moment, a flurry of notifications echoed within Chu Yuwei's mind. By heavens, it truly works, he exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the prospect of 2 additional rewards. As for the others present, they were left in awe of Chu Yuwei's methods. Not only was it executed with precision, but it also bore a ruthless edge. While the Chu clan did not fear any intruders, Chu Yuwei's refusal to grant Chu Youwei a chance for salvation was another matter entirely. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens trembled, the power of the sovereign realm parting the skies, stirring the clouds to great heights. One after another, statues of emperors materialized, reflecting a scene of the masses in reverence. Heavenly bestowed imperial authority, with the populace in worship. This was the emblem of the sovereign realm. Given the sheer shock of the scene, it was evident that many had arrived. Yet the strongest among them merely belonged to the sovereign realm. Jiang Taichu and others regarded the situation with pity. Was this not a long journey to deliver one's head? Despite your formidable strengths, can you truly rival the 2 emperors present? Who is responsible for the demise of our Chu clan's kin? As figures emerged, their thunderous shouts resonated first. The sound reverberated like a thunderclap, infused with an overwhelming imperial might, as a terrifying force spread in all directions. How audacious! Chen Bad Tao suddenly raised his head, and with a commanding voice, he reached out into the air. The boundless imperial authority instantly sealed off the surrounding space, as ancient and fearsome laws surged with wild ferocity. Observing the heavens and earth, the chains of these cosmic laws shattered beneath his grasp, unleashing torrents of chaos. Thud! 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 The 10 or so individuals that had just emerged felt as if the sky were collapsing, a colossal golden hand descending upon them. What is happening? The leader, witnessing his defenses crumbling like paper, was struck with horror. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We were merely passing through. The man reacted swiftly, pleading for mercy. The others quickly chimed in, affirming, yes, we were just passing by. We shall leave at once. At that moment, they realized they had struck a hard wall. Simultaneously, they cursed the disciple who had led them into this predicament. What have you stirred up? You have brought us to ruin. Die. Chen Bad Tao had no intention of engaging in discourse with these individuals, his hand grasping fiercely. No. We are from the sacred clan of the Qing Tian realm. You cannot do this. Such nonsense. Chen Bad Tao scoffed coldly, crushing them instantly. The intruder erupted into a mist of blood. How is this possible? Chu Beiqiong's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. After executing this deed, Chen Bad Tao calmly withdrew his hand, now holding a token engraved with ancient symbols, at the center of which was a prominent character for Chu. Yi Qinyun glanced over, recognizing the sacred clan of the Qing Tian realm's Chu clan. How could I possibly recognize such a minor faction? I'll simply search for them later. Chen Bad Tao remarked nonchalantly. This family must be uprooted entirely, leaving not a single remnant, Yi Qinyun declared coldly. Indeed, Chen Bad Tao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Chu clan in the Qing Tian realm remained oblivious to the impending doom. Goodness, it seems my dear father is the one to thank. Chen Wen couldn't help but exclaim. Initially, he believed that Xun Hongyan and Chun Wudi were sufficiently formidable, but compared to Chen Bad Tao, they were truly insignificant. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Chun Wen approached the ashen-faced Qin Mu and the others. As he drew closer, Qin Mu and his companions instinctively huddled together, truly gripped by fear at that moment. My 3 young friends, have you been waiting long? Chun Wen paused, gazing at the trio as he spoke leisurely. Aye. Qin Mu and the others opened their mouths, but overwhelmed by terror, they found themselves speechless. Look, is this not excessively tense? Where did the strength that just drained my essence go? Chun Wen leaned closer to Qin Mu, speaking languidly. Qin Mu's complexion was as pale as parchment, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Brother Luo, you must agree. Chun Wen suddenly turned to Luo Hao. I was wrong, truly wrong. Luo Hao immediately sprang to his feet, fervently bowing his head to Chun Wen, his face smeared with blood, oblivious to his condition. Chun Wen shook his head, saying no. You are not at fault. The fault lies with me. Chunwen. After all, I am but a powerless, insignificant insect without influence or background. How could I possibly compare to you of the Taiyi Palace? Not to mention my divine body. Even a single hair on me belongs to the Taiyi Palace. Brother Luo, in my arrogance, do I possess even a fraction of your grandeur? Chunwen leaned towards the bowing Luo Hao, speaking languidly once more. Luo Hao froze momentarily. I am sorry, I was wrong, truly wrong. Soon, Luo Hao resumed his frenzied bowing. You may leave now. Chunwen's expression turned icy. And in the instant Luo Hao bowed yet again, he delivered a crushing stomp. Bang! Luo Hao's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering everywhere. His body slumped at an angle on the ground, still wearing a look of remorse. The scene was utterly tragic. Now it is your turn. Chunwen undoubtedly harbored the deepest hatred for Qin Mu, for all the torment he had endured consciously stemmed from Qin Mu. No. 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 Witnessing Luo Hao's horrific fate, Qin Mu instinctively recoiled. Thinking of fleeing? Chunwen's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he seized Qin Mu. No. In Qin Mu's abject terror, Chunwen's hand descended upon his chest. Instantly, the hall echoed with Qin Mu's agonizing screams. As Chunwen relentlessly tortured him, Qin Mu convulsed violently, his body racked with spasms. Blood dripped from his body and garments, like rain. Unlike Luo Hao and Qin Mu, who had attempted to extract their essence through means, Chunwen was digging within him with his bare hands. This was no longer about obtaining essence. It was purely an act of torment for torment's sake. Qin Mu's horrific wails persisted for nearly 100 breaths before he ultimately succumbed to the pain. Truly relentless, Chunwen calmly discarded the lifeless Qin Mu onto the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Beiqiong had fainted from fright. The onlookers were left with a chilling sensation at Chunwen's methods. Chunwen cast a glance at Chu Beiqiong and stomped on his third leg. Chu Beiqiong jolted awake from his stupor, howling in agony. Upon seeing Chunwen, his expression twisted with terror. What is the background of Chu Tianlong? Chunwen inquired suddenly. Chu Tianlong. Chu Beiqiong dared not hesitate, responding rapidly. He is the child that my kin, Chu Beiqing, brought back, claiming him to be his biological child. And where is Chu Beiqing? Chunwen pressed. He is dead. Chu Beiqiong replied. Gone. Chunwen's brow furrowed. My dear sir, the little one has not deceived you. My knowledge of Chu Tianlong is rather limited. That lad exhibits a maturity that is strikingly uncharacteristic of his age. He has only half a year left with the Chu clan before he vanishes entirely. Noticing a change in Chunwen's demeanor, Chu Beiqiong hastily began to clarify. Then you may as well perish. Without hesitation, Chunwen lifted his foot and brought it down upon Chu Beiqiong's head. No. Stop. With a resounding thud, Chu Beiqiong's skull was crushed to a pulp beneath the force of the blow. What a remarkable Chu Tianlong, indeed, concealing himself so profoundly. A chilling smile crept across Chunwen's mind. At that very moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and over a dozen enormous fissures rapidly tore open. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Bidao and Yi Qinyun exchanged faint, knowing smirks. These old dogs have finally lost their restraint. They have awaited this moment for a full 16 years. Chapter 15. Today, all of you shall perish here. This is far from over, isn't it? Jiang Taichu gazed at the scene before him, his mind erupting into a chaotic turmoil. As for Mu Chun and the others, they had already begun to tremble in fear. They were not fools. They could sense that the newcomers were hardly weaker than Chen Bidao. Most importantly, there were not just one, but a total of 16 individuals arriving. What remained uncertain was who they were targeting. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi instinctively shielded Chunwen behind them. What the hell? Could it be that these people are after me? A horrifying thought surged in Chunwen's mind. No, Sister Shaozi. Did you not claim that the heavenly fate melting furnace could obscure the heavenly secrets? I had only pretended for a brief moment, and yet I've been discovered? Do you not think your boasts are somewhat exaggerated? Clearly, Chunwen believed that his chaotic sequence had been detected, thus attracting foes. Firstly, I am Shao of the Peony, not the spoon of the spoon. Secondly, this is not merely a matter of the heavenly fate melting furnace, but rather that you are inherently defying the heavenly mandate. Thirdly, if you call me Sister Shaozi again, I shall shatter your skull. What do you mean I am inherently defying the heavenly mandate? Chunwen felt utterly bewildered. Ask your parents, Xianhong Shao replied coolly. Could you not be clearer? Chunwen was at his wit's end. Perhaps noticing the shift in Chunwen's expression, Chen Hongmian spoke in a languid tone. Some matters cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words, but rest assured, with us here, no one can harm you. This battlefield belongs to our father and mother now. We shall only observe, Chun Wudi concurred, just as Chun Wen was about to inquire further. The tumultuous phenomena in the heavens interrupted his thoughts. He beheld the sky swirling with intricate chains of law, continuously intertwining and reflecting light. At first glance, it appeared chaotic, yet it exuded an ancient and mysterious resonance of the heavenly mandate. As the laws reached their pinnacle, sealing and confining the entirety of the realm, the 16 fissures finally burst open. In the next moment, towering figures of both genders, exuding an overwhelming presence and surrounded by radiant light, stepped forth from within. The instant they entered the ancient origin realm, the entire domain quaked violently, with endless spatial turbulence boiling forth. Had it not been for the previously established heavenly fate laws, the ancient origin realm would have already collapsed. These 16 men and women possessed eyes like oceans, looking down upon all, appearing noble and unparalleled, instilling a sense of awe that rendered one unable to gaze up at them. The cultivators kneeling below were engulfed in boundless trepidation. In that moment, they truly felt like grains of sand in the world, insignificant and powerless. Suddenly, Chun Badeo and Yi Qinyun moved, soaring into the air, their auras enveloping them. One was entangled in heavenly thunder, countless bolts roaring and rampaging. The other was ablaze with celestial fire, flames surging and raging forth. Two individuals each supported half of the celestial dome, standing resolutely against 16 formidable adversaries in the distance, creating an invisible standoff. At the forefront, a venerable elder with white hair and youthful features finally spoke, addressing Chun Badeo with a tone of admonition. "You have overstepped your bounds." This elder, known as Long Outyin, hailed from the dragon clan of the celestial fate Imperial family. In comparison to Chun Badeo, he wielded greater authority within the dragon clan and the entire celestial fate force, owing to his seniority, personal prowess, and unwavering sense of justice. The last time Chun Wen was forcibly demoted, it was also at Long Outyin's behest. Clearly, he was the one to conclude this matter as well. Chun Badeo replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I have overstepped." His demeanor exuded an air of indifference, as if challenging Long Outyin to act against him. "Impudent." Long Outyin's voice dropped to a thunderous timbre. In response, Chun Badeo's eyes blazed with fierce defiance. "Then let me be impudent. What will you do about it?" Long Outyin fixed his gaze intently upon Chun Badeo, questioning, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" "No one understands better than I," Chun Badeo retorted, his voice growing somber. "Do you know what I regret the most? Firstly, failing to protect my son, leaving him to grow up without parents for 16 years. Secondly, not safeguarding my wife, allowing her to bear the burden of my absence. As a father, I have failed. As a husband, I have also failed." With a sudden surge in his voice, Chun Badeo declared, "For this day, I have waited a full 16 years. Today, each one of you shall perish." A tremendous aura, akin to that of a half-step emperor, erupted forth, escalating rapidly. Yi Qinyun cast a glance at her husband, unleashing all her inner strength alongside him. Long Outyin felt a jolt of alarm. He sensed the fearless resolve emanating from Chun Badeo and Yi Qinyun. When had these two become so powerful? Quickly, Long Outyin's gaze shifted past them to Chun Wen, who was now flushed with emotion, his fists clenched tightly. The fervent love between Chun Badeo and Yi Qinyun stirred him deeply, filling every pore with a surge of passion. With such a family, even if he were to perish today, his journey through life would not be in vain. Wait, has the primal essence of the ancient killing body dissipated? Long Outyin soon discerned Chun Wen's current state. As for the chaos sequence body, it had long been obscured by the celestial fate great furnace, invisible to a mere half-step emperor like Long Outyin. Gradually, he averted his gaze and returned to Chun Badeo and Yi Qinyun, stating, "I understand your sentiments. Yet rules are rules. Your son was born under a death sentence. That is an undeniable truth. Death is his only fate. The last time, the strife between your two clans allowed him to live for 16 years. To have lived an additional 16 years is already a tremendous blessing. There is no need for you to cling so desperately to this." He urged, "Consider your family. The bestowal of celestial fate is our greatest honor. Is it truly worthwhile to forsake the legacy of an entire family, cultivated over millennia, for the sake of a single son?" The assembly present was profoundly shaken at that moment. Only then did they grasp the intricate web of events. It became clear that Chun Wen's downfall was attributed to the calamity he brought upon himself from birth. This was no ordinary misfortune. It was said that such individuals could overturn destiny itself, ushering in cataclysms of unparalleled devastation. Thus, such beings must not be allowed to live, for it would inevitably be their own suffering that would ensue. Now it all made sense. I pondered why these despicable creatures were so intent on eradicating me. Chun clenched his teeth, a silent roar echoing within him. To hell with their legacy, let it perish. Chun Badeo bellowed in a grave tone, surging forth with unrestrained fury. Suddenly, the air around him crackled with thunderous energy, as bolts of calamity rained down from above, colliding with ferocity. Concurrently, an invisible law rapidly took form. Layers of Imperial might unfurling and relentlessly pressing upon the very fabric of existence. In that instant, the heavens and earth resonated, echoing with a sound that was both a growl and a roar. Chapter 16. No one in this world can threaten me, no one. Dragon Outyan's expression immediately darkened. Behind him, the formidable figures of the Destiny forces also began to lose their patience. For them, engaging in such a calm dialogue with Chun Ba Dao was already a considerable concession. However, Chun Ba Dao, in his ignorance, brazenly declared his intent to annihilate them. Such audacity was simply outrageous. Make your move, Dragon Outyan commanded with a sweeping gesture. Very well, the powerful beings behind him responded in unison. They began to form intricate seals, unleashing the energies of the cosmos, as the laws of the half-step emperor rapidly took shape. Ancient, domineering, mysterious, and unrivaled, this was the overwhelming presence felt by all below, were it not for the deliberate suppression by Dragon Outyan and his allies. The residual power of these laws could easily reduce them to ash. Soon, the skies above the ancient Yuan realm were forcibly torn apart, giving rise to an otherworldly battlefield. The very rules of the ancient Yuan realm could not withstand the might of these 18 combatants. With a mere thought, they could obliterate an entire realm with effortless ease. Little enemies, little Mian, protect your brother. We shall return home together soon. Yi Chenyun suddenly turned to the three below, uttering these words before charging upwards. Stop! Chunwen exclaimed anxiously. How can two of us face 16? It's madness. You're sacrificing yourselves for me. Little brother, do not act rashly. Our parents are far stronger than you can imagine. As Chunwen prepared to rush forward, Chun Hongyan swiftly restrained him. They are but insignificant foes. Our parents can easily subdue them. Chun Wudi chimed in coolly from the side. Observing the calm demeanor of both, Chun Wen's turbulent emotions came to an abrupt halt. He then gazed at the battlefield above. It was a sight that left him stunned. There stood Chun Ba Dao, his imperial laws erupting with ferocity. In one hand, he wielded a towering thunderbolt, while the other conjured a world of myriad illusions. With a single strike, he shattered the imperial domain erected by Dragon Outyan and his comrades, obliterating the chains of law that had surrounded them into mere dust. You are vastly outmatched, Chun Ba Dao bellowed coldly, delivering a devastating punch that sent shockwaves reverberating through the space, stirring up a tempest of chaos. How is this possible? The 8 middle-aged men and women confronting Chun Ba Dao were aghast, instinctively launching a barrage of attacks. Yet, their assaults were instantly dismantled, and they were sent flying by a single punch. Die! Chun Ba Dao stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura, as heavenly thunder rained down, transforming the entire heavenly domain into a realm of torment. Boom! Unmatched power surged forth, bearing down upon all in its path. This is bad, retreat. At this moment, even Dragon Outyan's complexion shifted, and he instinctively shouted in alarm. Yet, it was too late. Under the relentless force, the 3 middle-aged figures were obliterated into a mist of blood, their very souls reduced to mere ashes. Yet Yi Chenyang's prowess was in no way inferior to that of Chun Baidu, as an ancient celestial phoenix rose amidst the boundless sea of flames. An archaic and mysterious pressure enveloped the battlefield, reducing every trace of energy to mere nothingness. The 8 assailants surrounding her found themselves utterly suppressed, their resistance obliterated by the scorching celestial fire. Die, you wretches! Yi Chenyang, reminiscent of a goddess of war, swept her spear across, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, stars to fall, and countless beings to be reduced to ashes. With a resounding crash, the group led by Confronting Chu Youwei was sent hurtling away by a single strike. Their defenses annihilated. Gouts of blood erupted from them as they could no longer contain their injuries. Regroup, we must regroup. At this moment, Long Outyin, finally gripped by fear, cried out in desperation. He now understood why Chun Baidu had claimed to wait for 16 years. It was to avenge their previous collective punishment of Chun Wenji. Such terrifying restraint, such remarkable talent. In merely 16 years, they had surpassed them, establishing an absolute dominance. Meanwhile, Jiang Taichu and the others observed the unfolding scene in stunned silence. They felt their scalps tingle, overwhelmed by a breathless astonishment. It turned out that this couple was extraordinarily formidable. 1 against 8. A true 1 against 8. Fortunately, they had not acted foolishly for the sake of so-called dignity. What of your combined efforts? Chun Baidu bellowed coldly, his eyes flashing with boundless malice. Come to me and perish. Once more he stepped forward, leveraging the momentum to launch an assault on Long Outyin and his companions. A colossal hand, obscuring the sun and sky, descended, entwined with the laws of the Emperor's path, empowered by the divine blood of the Emperor's body, as ancient rhythms of Tao flowed upon it. From this hand surged ancient battlefields and primordial beings, exuding an unparalleled majesty. This is dire, act now. Give it your all. Long Outyin recognized the dreadfulness of this colossal hand and shouted urgently. The others, not daring to linger, swiftly unleashed their own imperial laws, their inner energies resonating like war drums, radiating brilliance that soared into the heavens. The very heavens and earth transformed into layers of protective shields. As the terrifying imperial barrier trembled, the surrounding space twisted and was subsequently shattered to dust. The sight was astonishing and profoundly shocking. Is this all you have? Then you may perish. Chun Baidu roared, as his colossal hand collided with the imperial laws in a cataclysmic clash. Bang! The two forces erupted in a violent explosion, shattering the illusions of the heavens, while half of the alternate battlefield succumbed to the overwhelming force. No. At that moment, the voices of Long Outyin and his companions rose in alarm. The colossal hand crushed all resistance, descending with terrifying speed upon their final line of defense, the Imperial barrier. Crack, crack, boom. The Imperial path's barrier persisted for merely a few breaths before it was violently shattered, unleashing an unending torrent of chaotic power, with a series of explosive sounds. Under the oppressive force emanating from that hand, only Long Outyin managed to withstand the onslaught, while the remaining four were reduced to mere clouds of blood mist. With a single display of residual might, for half-step emperors were annihilated. Terrifying indeed. Damn it, hold your ground. Long Outyin gritted his teeth, struggling to stabilize his collapsing form, his eyes gleaming crimson as blood. Each half-step emperor possesses the ability to refine an imperial body, which serves as a semblance of a second life, a final bastion of defense. In a harrowing spectacle, Long Outyin beheld his imperial bodies being crushed, dissipating into a sky filled with dust and debris. How could this be possible? Long Outyin felt paralyzed, both in body and spirit. Humph. Chun Baidu emitted a cold snort, suddenly grasping downward, forcefully compressing Long Outyin's surrounding power into oblivion. Long Outyin was akin to a lifeless dog, his throat firmly gripped, with blood continually dripping from him. Yet, a half-step emperor is still formidable in their own right. The drops of imperial blood that splattered upon the battlefield conjured an awe-inspiring phenomenon, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble. At first glance, it was utterly suffocating. At that moment, a beam of gunlight capable of piercing through the ages surged from the opposite side of the battlefield. 8 figures erupted like a string of firecrackers, bursting into clusters of flames. This, gulp. The onlookers dared not even breathe, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the event. The half-step emperor's realm claimed lives with alarming ease, and not just a solitary one. Most astonishingly, they witnessed the slaughters with their own eyes. This scene, once confined to legend, was now laid bare before them. This couple was indeed invincible. Come to me and perish. Chun Baidu yanked Long Outyin towards him with a forceful motion. Long Outyin's pupils widened in terror as he pleaded, "Brother, save me, please. Do you dare?" A chilling roar reverberated from the boundless void, akin to thunder crashing down, shaking the entire ancient Yuan realm. The rifts in space tore open, revealing ascending cultivators and ethereal beings being obliterated into blood mist. The entire ancient Yuan realm fell into a state of slaughter, with celestial cultivators prostrating in fear. No one in this world can threaten me. A surge of overwhelming killing intent surged in Chun Badao's eyes as he tightened his grip in the vast emptiness. Bang! In that moment, Long Outyin was crushed into a mere mist of blood. Chapter 17. No one can stop my wrath. You seek your own demise. An overwhelming fury, imbued with celestial might, cascaded from the heavens, transforming the battlefield into a tempest of dust. The profound pressure morphed into a chilling intent to kill, descending upon Yi Qinyang with relentless force. Undoubtedly, Long Qingbei harbored murderous intent towards Chun Badao, having witnessed the slaying of his brother before his very eyes. Ignoring his warning was tantamount to a death sentence. The might of Long Qingbei would not be trifled with. Do you dare to challenge me? You are gravely mistaken. Chun Badao's power surged, manifesting as a tempest of heavenly thunder. A figure of the Thunder Emperor arose, enveloped in the unleashed laws of lightning, saturating the realm with a palpable sense of impending doom. The thunder echoed like war drums, resonating throughout the universe, as the very fabric of reality quaked in response. With the Thunder God's warhammer in hand, he struck fiercely at the sky, causing the heavens to erupt with waves of chaos, a storm of thunderous fury unleashed. In an instant, the descending celestial might was shattered by a single blow, tearing through the infinite void. Onlookers, through the ruptured space, glimpsed a shadow of utter darkness, Long Qingbei himself. How terrifying this is. One strike pierced the barrier of realms, reaching the upper realms beyond billions of territories. The worldview of Jiang Taichu and others was once again irrevocably altered. Chun Wudi had once crushed Taiyi Palace from a distance of 1,000,000 territories. Yet in comparison to Chun Badao, it was but a mere trifle. My dear father, how astonishingly powerful you are. Chun Wen found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings or the magnitude of his father's strength. What does it mean to possess confidence? This is it. What does it mean to exude dominance? This is it. What does it mean to be invincible? This is it. Oh, Chun Badao, you are sealing your own fate. The voice of Long Qingbei thundered once more, filled with rage. Little jester, crawl out from your hiding. As Chun Badao bellowed, imperial patterns radiated from his being, ancient power surging forth. His form expanded, transforming into a colossal silhouette that resonated with the heavens and its formidable might. In the next moment, Chun Badao struck with unparalleled speed, unleashing yet another titanic thunder hammer into the sky. This time, the barriers between realms crumbled, unable to withstand such unmatched force. Long Qingbei, standing in the ancient realm, was utterly unprepared for this onslaught. Chun Badao's speed was simply too swift. By the time Long Qingbei realized what was happening, he had already been struck down from the ancient realm into the Guyu realm. Ancient beings from various realms emerged, watching in terror, afraid to even breathe lest they be caught in the fallout. Jiang Taichu and the others were left speechless, their worldview irrevocably shattered. What transpires now is no longer a source of astonishment for them. Fallen into the realm of the ancient, Long Qingbei stands with disheveled white hair, his aura tumultuous, betraying a certain disarray. I have awaited your arrival. Chun Badao's voice resonates softly as he materializes beside Long Qingbei. It was he who had once made a move against Long Qingbei in the past. Long Qingbei's hair stands on end, his seething rage morphing instantaneously into boundless terror. When did Chun Badao approach him? He had not perceived it at all. The velocity, the power, truly terrifying. In days gone by, he had rendered Chun Badao immobile under his suppression, compelling him to submit and accept the disgrace of his son's demotion. Yet, how little time had passed for his adversary to ascend to such heights. With a sudden force, Chun Badao struck down upon Long Qingbei's chest. The impact shattered Long Qingbei's imperial form, dispersing his strength entirely. Blood erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying by a single palm strike. Chun Badao stepped forward, reappearing before Long Qingbei, his fist poised to strike once more. And no. I was wrong. Long Qingbei finally succumbed to fear, his voice trembling in desperation. Only now did he comprehend that Chun Badao had never truly exerted himself, while he himself lacked even the strength to retaliate. Wrong? No, you only realize that your demise is imminent. Chun Badao's voice dripped with chilling laughter. Enough. At that moment, a true figure of authority could no longer remain passive. With a cold command, the very heavens were constrained. Chen Dao found himself ensnared. Upon hearing this, Long Qingbei exhaled a sigh of relief. No matter how formidable Chen Dao was, he could not surpass the might of the figure looming behind him. I shall eliminate those I desire, and no one can impede me. Chen Dao trembled as the chains of restraint shattered with a thunderous roar. Die! The murderous intent within Chen Dao surged as he brought his hammer crashing down upon Long Qingbei. Chen Dao, I offer you one more chance. Cease your actions at once. Otherwise, the forces of the 16 great destiny powers shall descend upon the lower realms in full force. At that time, not only shall you perish, but your entire family shall meet the same fate. I care not for your threats. Chen Dao bellowed, and with a single strike, he reduced Long Qingbei to a mist of blood. The residual might reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the world. Do they believe I fear an invasion of the lower realms? Where the Chen clan? Where the Yi clan? Here. Figures of towering shadows ascended into the sky, their resounding voices echoing through the cosmos. In an instant, the entire horizon was shrouded in a dense mass of silhouettes. The laws of heaven and earth trembled at this moment, as if on the verge of shattering. When someone seeks to slay your kin, what shall we do? Chen Dao roared. Kill! 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 In an instant, the cries for battle erupted, resonating throughout the firmament. Is this the unity and strength of my paternal and maternal clans? Indeed, they are remarkably united and incredibly powerful. At this moment, Chen Wen felt an inexplicable surge of fervor. Those behind him remained silent, evidently taken aback by the united and formidable advance of the Chun and Yi clans. Most importantly, they could sense that both the Chun and Yi families possessed a strength far superior to what they had demonstrated in the past 16 years. Are you not here to kill me? Come on. Chen Baidu bellowed into the vast emptiness, his imposing presence radiating unmatched authority. The individuals behind him continued to maintain their silence. After a prolonged pause, the leader, Long Tianjin, finally spoke. Addressing the two individuals who were none other than Chen Wen's grandfather and maternal grandfather, who had closely monitored the developments in the ancient Yuan realm, Chen Wudao calmly remarked, I have awaited this day for 16 years. My Chen clan has also anticipated this moment for the same span of time. What do you mean? Long Tianjin inquired. Taking a deep breath. It means we intend to go against you. Do you understand? Chen Wudao's tone suddenly turned icy, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Long Tianjin, taken aback, retorted sharply, Chen Wudao, do not forget that the Chun clan is also a force of destiny, obligated to uphold the righteous path of destiny. For the sake of a life and death struggle, you dare to pursue an irreconcilable conflict with us? Surely, you must be out of your mind. Chen Wudao replied coldly. Whether we are cursed or not is for the sons of the Chun clan to decide. The heavens cannot determine it, and neither can you. What an audacious Chen clan. It seems you truly wish to overturn the heavens, Long Tianjin said, both furious and exasperated. I shall indeed overturn the heavens. What can you do about it? Chen Wudao shouted defiantly. Is this family truly so domineering? Jiang Taichu and the others felt a collective tremor in their hearts. Long Tianjin realized that Chen Wudao was resolute in pursuing a confrontation to the bitter end, and his expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. Though the Long clan currently represented the forces of destiny, at this juncture, they were primarily at the forefront, with other factions merely providing support. Should a battle ensue, they were not necessarily guaranteed to prevail against the Chun and Yi clans. Most crucially, Chen Wudao exuded an air of confidence that suggested he had long prepared for this confrontation. Considering this, they dared not act impulsively. The wisest course of action was to take a step back and regroup before reclaiming their stance. With this thought, Long Tianjin arrived at a decision. If you two clans insist on this course, then we shall observe for the time being. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. As he spoke, Long Tianjin's voice began to fade away, clearly indicating that the representative of the forces of destiny had chosen to yield. Whether this matter concludes here is for me to decide. Chen Wudao's voice resonated with authority. Ah, have you truly become this arrogant? Jiang Taichu and the others, prostrated on the ground, felt utterly numb. Chapter 18. The might of the Destiny Emperor clan strikes with no retreat. Chen Wudao, do you truly believe we fear you? Long Tianjin seethed with rage. Countless bolts of destiny thunder erupted, seemingly to intimidate, yet more so to serve as a warning. Kill. Chen Wudao commanded coldly, uttering not a single extraneous word. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the air resonated with the sound of slaughter. Figures emerged, charging forth, their silhouettes reflected in the sky. The scene was profoundly shocking. Before long, anguished cries filled the heavens, as blood and corpses rained down relentlessly between realms, akin to a deluge of death. This, by heaven, I have struck gold. Chen Wen gazed at the falling bodies, among which were not few of the children of destiny. Elder, can these corpses be refined? Of course, Xian Hongxiao replied, but she added, however, as these individuals perish, their destiny aura will gradually dissipate. If you wish to refine them, you must act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen quickly realized that the life force of these individuals was fading at an alarming rate, even faster than he had anticipated. Seeing this, Chen Wen grew anxious. This was a treasure trove. Yet, even in death, the residual power of these beings was beyond his reach. Furthermore, should he take action, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. The Destiny Furnace was his greatest trump card. Ah, I have an idea. Sister, could you do me a favor? Chen Wen's eyes sparkled as he turned to Chen Hongyan. Please help me gather those corpses. They are of great use to me. All right, Chen Hongyan replied, though with a hint of confusion. Yet, she complied. Sister, you truly are a reliable ally. Chen Wen mused inwardly. Stop. Speak. How do you wish to negotiate? Long Tianjin, amidst the fray, suddenly realized that elders and disciples from the Yi and Chen clans had already laid an ambush around him. Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang stood opposite, commanding the battlefield. He yearned to intervene, but found himself unable to lend a hand. He could only watch helplessly as his disciples fell one by one, their cries piercing the sky. It was crucial to note that many of these individuals were core members of his clan. Should this continue, the losses would be catastrophic. Chen Wudao regarded Long Tianjin with a detached demeanor. Now you wish to negotiate? It is too late. Continue the slaughter. Kill. With Chen Wudao's command, the killing intent among the clan elders intensified, akin to wolves among sheep. Are you determined to fight to the last breath? Long Tianjin roared, his eyes bloodshot. Chen Wudao raised an eyebrow. Have we not already engaged in a fight to the bitter end? Very well, we concede. Speak. What compensation do you seek? Long Tianjin suppressed his fury, taking a deep breath. Concede? Compensation? Chen Wudao let out a cold, mocking laugh. Do the Yi and Qin clans lack trifles? Today, I demand nothing less than the lives of you all. Kill them, leave none alive. With this declaration, Chen Wudao bellowed fiercely, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloping him. In an instant, carnage erupted anew, this time with an utterly one-sided momentum. Witnessing the fall of each elder and disciple, Long Tianjin's heart ached as if it were bleeding, his eyes turning a deep crimson. Grandfather, save me. Ancestor, help me. No. Ah. As the anguished cries echoed around him, Long Tianjin could no longer contain his fury. You two have gone too far, Dai. With a ferocious roar, he charged at Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang, his power surging, shaking the very heavens and earth. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought. Even if he were to perish, he would make Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang pay a price. Old man, will you come, or shall I? Chen Wudao glanced at Yi Kuang. It is your domain today. You may proceed. Yi Kuang laughed heartily. Then I shall not hold back. Chen Wudao also burst into laughter. In response, Chen Wudao surged forward. In an instant, the two displayed their formidable strengths, creating a stark divide between their realms, the skyline fracturing at an alarming rate. With each gesture, they unleashed Imperial laws that cleaved through the air, space itself being violently severed, chaos swirling around them. As their battle intensified, layers of domains shattered, crashing down like celestial bodies. Beings from other realms suffered devastating losses, with countless corpses strewn across vast distances. The battle raged on for several hundred breaths before it finally ceased. Under Chen Wudao's relentless assault, Long Tianjin ultimately met his demise within the river of time. His half-emperor body compressed millennia of space-time, plunging into the unfathomable abyss. I hate this. Long Tianjin's anguished cry reverberated throughout the cosmos. In that moment, the heavens mourned, thunder rolling, resounding beyond the ninth sky. Chen Wudao stood alone within the river of time, surveying the aftermath. Henceforth, all those from the Heavenly Mandate faction were annihilated. What magnitude of battle is this? Jiang Taichu and others felt numb, utterly at a loss for words to describe the scene before them. For, in comparison to the clash between Chun Badao and Long Outyin, this confrontation transcended multiple tiers of power. The pinnacle of the world was indeed so far beyond their reach. Chun Badao and Yi Chinin exchanged knowing smiles. For this moment, they had waited 16 years. Their two clans had waited 16 years. Is this truly my grandfather? So powerful, so domineering. Chinwen gazed in awe, his turbulent heart unable to find tranquility. Enough with the lamentations. Soon the heavenly mandate and fortune from those corpses will be drained. Xian Hongxiao interjected, breaking Chun Wen's reverie. Indeed, the heavenly mandate and fortune are of utmost importance. Chun Wen quickly regained his composure, looking at Chun Hongdao, who had begun collecting the bodies. Sister, hand them over to me. Exercise caution. Those corpses include disciples of the Emperor's realm, and even their residual aura could be lethal. Chun Hongyan refrained from inquiring about Chun Wen's intentions, merely offering a word of caution. Understood, understood, Chun Wen replied repeatedly. Chun Hongyan said nothing further and directly handed the spatial ring containing the corpses to Chun Wen. With one hand, Chun Wen accepted the spatial ring and promptly activated the Destiny Refining Furnace. Yellow Destiny Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of Yellow Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Yellow Destiny Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of Yellow Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Green Destiny Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of Green Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Purple Destiny Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of Purple Destiny Nirvana Liquid. A series of notification sounds echoed. Out of dozens of corpses, only 10 vials of Destiny Liquid were yielded. What does this mean? Just 10 vials? Are these individuals not all from the Destiny forces? Chunwen was momentarily taken aback. Do you truly believe that the children of Destiny are commonplace? Xian Hongxiao rolled her eyes at Chun Wen before continuing. It is not merely strength that designates one as a child of Destiny. It is contingent upon one's fate. Much like in your Blue Star, there are undoubtedly many intelligent individuals, yet not everyone can amass great wealth. Ultimately, it boils down to fortune. Moreover, being a child of Destiny is not solely linked to one's strength or faction. It also hinges on one's fate. What about the new achievement rewards? Why are there none? Chunwen inquired. The destinies of these individuals have partially dissipated, so strictly speaking, it can only be considered half an achievement, Xian Hongxiao responded. Are we playing conceptual games here? Chunwen was at a loss for words. It seemed absurd. The rules are as such. I have no control over them. With that, Xian Hongxiao shifted her tone. Do not dwell on it. You will eventually unlock those achievements, and rewards will follow. Very well, Chunwen sighed in resignation. Although he felt regret, upon seeing a drop of Purple Destiny Nirvana Liquid, he breathed a sigh of relief. This endeavor had not been in vain. At that moment, Chun Badu and Yi Chinin gently descended from the sky. Xiaowen, were you frightened just now? Yi Chinin hurried to Chun Wen's side, her voice soft. At this moment, Yi Chinin had shed her previous, imposing demeanor. Chun Wen shook his head. I merely did not anticipate the extraordinary strength of our paternal and maternal families. This is just the beginning. As long as you are willing, Xiaowen, you can traverse this world with ease. Yi Chinin chuckled lightly. Traverse with ease? I would greatly relish that. Chun Wen's eyes brightened instantly. By the way, mother, I plan to enter seclusion for a few days, Chun Wen suddenly declared. Now, he was eager to discover the effects of the Destiny Nirvana Liquid. That sounds splendid. Our family will safeguard your path, Yi Chinin replied eagerly. A diminutive shrimp retreats into seclusion, while a formidable figure stands guard. Behold, behold, this illustrates the significance of one's reincarnation. Jiang Taichu and the others gaze enviously at Chun Wen. Chapter 19. Chun Wen's initial battle. Dominance unveiled. Is this the fabled Destiny Nirvana elixir? Chun Wen flipped his hand, and 11 droplets of liquid, resembling glazed glass, floated gracefully above his palm. Within these droplets, he sensed a profound surge of power, accompanied by an enigmatic rhythm of the Tao that flowed seamlessly. Particularly striking was the purple droplet of Nirvana liquid. Its Tao rhythm exuded an ancient and formidable aura. He even felt that the combined essence of the other 6 droplets paled in comparison to this singular purple drop. Sister Xiaozi, how should I utilize this? Chunwen inquired. curiosity evident in his voice. Simply ingest it, replied Xianhong Xiao with an air of nonchalance. Is it truly that straightforward? Chun Wen mused, skepticism flickering across his features. Ultimately, he chose to trust her and swallowed the droplet of destiny. The moment the elixir coursed through him, a powerful force erupted within, yet its effects were gentle and invigorating, akin to a divine rainfall that purified both his body and soul. Simultaneously, his chaotic sequence body radiated a resplendent nine-colored chaos light, as chains of sequence burst forth, intertwining in midair and illuminating various ancient phenomena of heaven and earth. Boom! In the next instant, Chun Wen trembled with intensity as waves of vitality surged from his being, his aura climbing steadily. Although he did not achieve a breakthrough, his strength had undeniably been enhanced. This is a remarkable substance, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Prior to consuming the Destiny Nirvana elixir, he was aware of its potential to unlock sequence chains, facilitating the growth of his chaotic sequence body. However, he had not anticipated such a significant boon to his cultivation. This instance alone could rival a month's worth of his training. If this elixir were inexhaustible, would his cultivation speed not soar to unprecedented heights? With this thought, Chun Wen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Xianhong Xiao remarked thoughtfully, "Your aspirations are commendable, but do not forget that as your strength increases, so too will your need for the Destiny Nirvana elixir. That is of no concern. After all, there are many children of destiny throughout the world." Chun Wen chuckled lightly. Once more, without further hesitation, he swiftly consumed the remaining 10 droplets of Nirvana liquid. Instantly, the power of the 10 droplets detonated within him. Armed with the experience from the first droplet, Chun Wen absorbed the elixir's potency with remarkable ease. Boom! As he drew in the final vestiges of power, the barriers of his realm shattered at last. The spiritual energy in the air began to converge rapidly, pulsating violently as if boiling like water on a flame. Yet, this was far from the culmination of his transformation. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the first chain of sequence within Chun Wen finally loosened. An ancient and mysterious aura of chaotic sequence surged forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The primordial energy erupted like sparks in the air, radiating outward in concentric circles. In the depths of the endless firmament, an expanse of chaotic energy swirled, shrouded in mystery. Ancient phantoms emerged, as 9 colossal chaos dragons roared, dragging a battlefield of chaos through the boundless void. What kind of aura is this? At that moment, Shin Badu and the others were roused, gazing in terror at the unfolding spectacle. Despite their vast experiences, they had never encountered such a scene before. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Endless calamity thunderbolts erupted from the depths of the heavens, taking the form of demonic entities wielding black prison thunder. This is dire. This is the divine demon prison thunder. Such calamity thunder appears only when one transcends to become a sovereign saint. How could such thunder emerge from a mere yin-yang realm? Could it be that Xiao Wen's constitution is extraordinarily powerful? Chen Badu's expression changed dramatically. "Father, I shall assist Xiao Wen," Chen Wudi immediately declared. Just as Chen Badu was about to agree, Chun Wen's voice echoed, "Such trivial calamity thunder does not require my elder brother's intervention." With that, a figure enveloped in a radiant 9-colored aura soared into the air to confront the calamity thunder. Boom! The divine demon calamity thunder seemed to sense a challenge and struck down towards Chun Wen with a mighty blow. The black prison thunder descended with overwhelming celestial might. "Haha, come at me." Chun Wen laughed maniacally as he charged forward, the chaotic sequence energy shield trembling as it intercepted the descending prison thunder. With a swift motion, Chun Wen unleashed the chaotic heaven hand, a giant hand that obscured the sky and crushed all obstacles in its path. Bang! With a single strike, the demonic entity was obliterated, exploding into countless black thunders that rampaged in every direction. "Sister, may I borrow your spear?" Chun Wen understood that to dispel these calamity thunders, he required a weapon of equal caliber. Without hesitation, Chun Hongyan tossed the Red Lotus Prison Suppression Spear to him. A fine weapon. The moment the spear was in his grasp, Chun Wen felt the surge of power coursing through it, perhaps due to a bond with its master. The spear's energy activated on its own, alleviating his concerns about being unable to wield its power due to his lesser cultivation. "Assist me in battle." Chun Wen focused his thoughts, channeling chaotic energy through the spear. The spear responded to him, vibrating and emitting a resonant roar as the red lotus hellfire gathered in potency. "Little brother, you are quite remarkable," Chu Youwei remarked leisurely. He had not been unfamiliar with the red lotus prison suppression spear, but its spirit was notoriously proud, often disregarding him. He was astonished that it could be wielded by Chu Yuan, even forming a connection with him. Chu Youwei shot a glance at Chu Youwei. "Well, you are rather unattractive." "I." Chu Youwei was taken aback. "Unattractive? Me?" Though he may not be as handsome as Chu Yuan, he certainly did not consider himself ugly. Despite her words, Chu Youwei was equally astounded, for she understood the pride of their family's spirit spear better than anyone else. Do not speak of Chu Youwei. Even the mightiest among them are of little consequence. Yet, why is it that she is able to connect with Chu Yuan's spirit? This enigma eludes her comprehension. Then let us create a grand tumult. Chu Yuan sensed the exhilaration emanating from the long spear and his martial spirit soared. As his words fell, Chu Yuan surged forth, the spear vibrating, exuding a myriad of crimson lotus flames, a terrifying aura roiling in tumult. The 9 divine demons were once more provoked. In an instant, they unleashed their formidable celestial might, cloaking the heavens in a shroud of black infernal thunder. The cosmos quaked incessantly, as if calamity had descended upon the world. Excellent. Observing the descending infernal thunder, Chu Yuan suddenly unleashed a spear thrust. His momentum overwhelming and dreadfully formidable. Chaotic energy entwined with the crimson lotus flames, shattering all the calamity thunder, piercing through the very firmament itself. At that moment, Chu Yuan's aura surged to its zenith, chaotic radiance illuminating the heavens. "It is your turn." In an instant, Chu Yuan dashed towards the ranks of the divine demons, delivering another earth-shattering strike that appeared brutally violent. This thrust nearly exhausted all of Chu Yuan's strength, and the spear responded to his resolve. A colossal crimson lotus flame erupted, descending upon the 9 divine demons with unparalleled force. Boom! With a single thrust, the 9 divine demons were obliterated, their raging thunder essence incinerated to naught by the crimson flames. Thus, the infernal thunder of the divine demons vanished without a trace. Chu Yuan stood resolutely with his spear against the firmament, his figure reflected across the cosmos, exuding an aura of dominance. Are they all perverse in this family? Jiang Taichu and the others beheld this spectacle, their scalps tingling with trepidation. Pray tell, how many can withstand the heavenly tribulation at the Yin-Yang realm? Especially Chu Yuan's physical prowess, from half a sky away, one could feel the surging vitality coursing through him. It is evident how formidable this individual's physical strength must be. Chapter 20. Ascending to the 9th minor realm. Another absolute talent having accomplished all of this, Chu Yuan did not linger, but hastened once more toward the training room. Indeed, he is truly the son of Chu Youwei, who trembled with excitement. Yi Chunin cast a sidelong glance at Chu Youwei, remarking on his arrogance. Yet, it was evident that her smile was as radiant as the sun. "He is my son. How could that be considered arrogance?" Chu Youwei murmured in dissatisfaction. Yi Chunin shot him another look, realizing she might have spoken too soon. Ahem. Chu Youwei cleared his throat and admitted, "Perhaps I am a bit proud." Only then did Yi Chunin withdraw her scrutiny. This is the essence of familial legacy. Chu Youwei exhaled a deep breath. Meanwhile, upon returning to his chamber, Chu Yuan found that his realm had stabilized. He had broken through from the first layer of the Yin-Yang realm to the 10th layer. Additionally, his first sequence shackles had been unbound. The absolute talent he acquired was known as absolute combat power. This talent could infinitely elevate his combat prowess, pushing it to the brink of bodily collapse. Just moments ago, he had withstood heavenly tribulation using this very absolute combat power. Undoubtedly, his physical limits could still support further breakthroughs in combat capability. However, it was unnecessary, as excess could lead to downfall. How does this absolute talent compare to absolute fire seed? Xian Hongxiao inquired. Each has its merits, Chu Yuan replied earnestly. From this moment forth, he felt empowered to establish his footing in this harsh and fantastical world. As a seasoned enthusiast of fantasy novels, he understood this truth well. While having a strong background is certainly advantageous, the paramount importance lies in one's own formidable strength. Only in this way can one truly possess control over their fate. Future absolute talents would only grow in strength. Continuing, Xian Hongxiao shifted her tone. However, let me be clear, Do not become complacent simply because you have seized an opportunity. The subsequent unbinding of shackles will only grow increasingly arduous, but correspondingly, the rewards will be greater. Particularly, the latent benefits inherent in the chaos sequence body far surpass what absolute talent can offer. You must keep your long-term vision intact. Do not lose sight of the larger picture for a mere sesame seed. Understood, Yuan nodded solemnly. He fully grasped Xian Hongshao's warning. The true power of the chaos sequence body lies not in the absolute talent it carries, but in the essence of its constitution. The effectiveness of these so-called talents and their potential impact depend on the degree of development of one's constitution. By the way, Sister Shaozi, I can't shake the feeling that the power contained within the destiny luck of the same tier varies somewhat. Does the potency of the refined nirvana liquid depend on the cultivation level of the child of destiny? Yuan pondered before voicing his curiosity. Indeed, the cultivation and foundation of the chosen one differ significantly, resulting in distinct nirvana liquids. However, this comparability holds true only within the same tier. The nirvana liquids refined from higher-tier fate souls will invariably surpass those from lower tiers. Furthermore, the disparity grows more pronounced at elevated levels, rendering it impossible to quantify by mere multiples. Xian Hongshao responded accordingly, revealing the truth of the matter. Yuan sighed helplessly, acknowledging the rarity of high-tier fates. If only he could acquire a few more advanced destinies, he would confidently ascend to a higher realm. Perhaps sensing Yuan's thoughts, Xian Hongshao reiterated her warning. Although nirvana liquid bears no side effects and presents no barriers to enhancement, one must not forget a fundamental issue. Personal advancement does face limitations. It would be prudent to remain grounded and not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Only when your chaotic sequence body reaches maturity can you truly transcend the barriers of realms. Understanding her point, Yuan nodded and shifted his focus to the random reward draw, an opportunity bestowed upon him during his initial refinement of the chosen one. Draw, he intoned silently, initiating the random selection. Moments later, a series of notifications chimed in. Congratulations on completing your first draw. You have obtained a one-time experience card for the Royal Grade Formation, 9 Extremities King Suppression Array, capable of vanquishing all cultivators up to the King Realm. Note, this formation is a consumable item and can be activated without restrictions. Wow, a Royal Grade formation with a single draw? He exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. What he currently lacked most was indeed such a formidable killing technique. Despite being a one-time use item, its unparalleled advantage lies in its lack of limitations. It felt as though an Imperial artifact had materialized before him, available for his use. Setting aside whether he could utilize it effectively, he realized that even if he could barely wield it, it would not unleash its true potential. Thus, in practical terms, this formation proved invaluable. As for his sister's Red Lotus suppressing prison spear, it was an exception. Firstly, he had received Yuan Hongyan's permission, and secondly, the spear's spirit acknowledged him. Though the reasons remained unclear, this was the reality. Ultimately, the power he could exert stemmed from its autonomous enhancements. Ah, what a thrill! If only he could acquire 100 more, the exhilaration would be unparalleled. Yuan exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Let me see what the orange-tiered destiny treasure chest holds. With a swift motion, he opened it, and a flood of information surged into his mind. Heavenly Sword Technique. A sacred grade sword art that can be continuously upgraded, integrating speed and power. At its pinnacle, it can cleave the heavens with a single strike. This sword art is truly remarkable. Yuan's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. Although the starting point of this sacred grade sword technique is not particularly high, it is perfectly suited to his current stage. Most importantly, its potential for continuous upgrades makes achieving an Imperial grade within reach. This is indeed a monumental gain. Oh, Chu Youwei, you have finally proven your worth, and it was not in vain that I personally escorted you on your final journey. However, it is time for me to depart. My parents must be eagerly awaiting my return. With this thought, Yuan rose and opened the door. Before him stood 4 figures waiting outside. At the sight of them, Yuan could not help but smile. This is what family is, isn't it? No matter how long they wait, they will never stray far. At that moment, Chun Baidu and the others gazed at Yuan in astonishment. Ascending 9 minor realms in a single leap? Moreover, exhibiting no hint of instability in his cultivation? What an extraordinary being! Chen Wudi inhaled sharply. As someone who had experienced such feats, He truly understood the monumental nature of ascending 9 minor realms, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. Chen Hongyan was equally taken aback, stunned into silence. Indeed, he is the son of Yi Chunyun, she mused. Yi Chunyun chuckled lightly. Her gaze upon Chen Wen filled with immense pride. Wait, why is it that when you say it, it's acceptable, but when I mention it, I am merely showing off? Chen Badu felt a pang of helplessness. Yet, he dared not voice his doubts. I am far inferior to my brother and sister, Chen Wen remarked with a smile. Those two. Yi Chunyun shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi were left bewildered. What do you mean? Better left unsaid? Are we so lacking? Chen Hongyan approached, ready to defend her stance. Go away. You annoy me, Yi Chunyun retorted, playfully pushing Chen Hongyan's face aside. Oh dear. Look at my temper. Chen Hongyan felt an impulse to roll up her sleeves. Sister, this is your weapon, Chen Wen interjected. Instinctively, she took it. By the way, how do you have such a connection with it? Chen Wudi also looked on, still troubled by this matter. It simply resonates when held. Chen Wen replied candidly. Is that all? Before Chen Hongyan could respond, Chen Wudi interjected. That's it. Is there a problem? Chen Wen countered. No problem. It's quite good. Indeed, Chen Wudi smiled, albeit with a somewhat strained expression. Phew, that feels better. Chen Hongyan exhaled deeply, victorious in her verbal sparring. Yet, there were those who bore even greater injuries than hers. All right, my parents are still waiting for Xiaowen. Chen Badu finally spoke up. Grandfather is waiting for me. Chen Wen felt a jolt of excitement coursing through him, his heart instinctively racing. Chapter 21. The opportunity to return early to the Imperial clan and participate in the sacred war. The impression he had of his grandfather was profoundly vivid. Dominant, formidable, and fiercely protective, he wielded the power to suppress the 16 formidable factions with a mere command, a rare audacity indeed. However, the fact that the other parties sought him out piqued his curiosity. Enough of the formalities. You may listen to a few words from me, resonated Chen Wudao's voice throughout the hall. Chen Bidao immediately bowed towards the void, addressing his father with reverence. Father, I pay my respects. Chen Hongyan and the others promptly followed suit, offering their greetings to their grandfather. Chen Wudao replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Was this grandfather truly so aloof? Yet, it undeniably matched the demeanor of a sage. Chen Wen felt a shift in his perception of his grandfather. Xiaowen, you have indeed endured hardships over these past 16 years, Chen Wudao remarked, then shifted his tone. But only those who have tasted the bitter fruits of hardship can ascend to greatness. This elder's words stirred a silent gratitude within Chen Wen. Thank you. Why are you dawdling? Chen Hongyan gently nudged Chen Wen, whispering. I. Chen Wen, inwardly cursing, mustered a courteous smile and replied. Grandfather's teachings shall be etched in my heart. Indeed. Well said. Chen Wudao nodded approvingly before continuing. What I wish to discuss next pertains to the clan rules. Our Chen clan has an immutable tradition. The younger generation must undergo trials before reaching adulthood, returning only on their 18th birthday. However, considering Xiao Wen's unique circumstances and the fact that he has been away for 16 years, an exception is granted for his early return. He may participate in the clan's coming-of-age ceremony to establish his status as the Imperial son. Compensation? Surely, you do not think this matter ends here. Chen Wudao's words barely concluded when Yi Chunyun interjected. Let us not forget, my son has suffered for 16 years due to the clan's inadequacies. Father, Xiaowen has indeed endured. Chen Bidao took a deep breath, adding his voice. Chen Wudao disregarded Chen Bidao's plea and turned to Yi Chunyun. Xiaoyi, what compensation do you seek? Directly establishing the status of the Imperial son, granting access to the ancestral lands 10 times, the opportunity to participate in 2 sacred wars, and a reward of 10 billion divine essence. For now, that shall suffice. I will propose further demands later, she stated emphatically. Chen Wudao's lips twitched uncontrollably. This is not merely compensation. This is a division of the family. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Xiaoyi, I understand your concern for your son. Indeed, we have allowed Xiaowen to suffer. Yet, every action taken by the clan is aimed at ensuring its enduring prosperity, and I hope you can appreciate the clan's predicaments. Yi Chunyun shook her head. I can comprehend your position, but as a mother, I cannot acquiesce. If a mother cannot advocate for her child's rights, what purpose does her existence serve? Chun Wudao fell silent for a moment before speaking. How about this? One slot for the Holy War or an opportunity to cultivate in the ancestral land. You may choose whichever you prefer. This is the utmost compensation I can secure for Xiaowen. What is a slot for the Holy War? Chun Wen's eyes suddenly brightened. Chun Hongyan began to explain. It is a remnant from ancient times, possibly dating back to the era of the ancient immortals. It is said that those who participate in the Holy War might gain access to unparalleled legacies and find a chance to break through to the realm of the great emperor. Taking a deep breath, Chun Hongyan continued. There is even a possibility to challenge the legendary realms. This holy war commences only once every decade, and our Tianming Imperial clan possesses merely 20 slots. To obtain one of these slots, everyone within the clan exerts their utmost effort in cultivation. The fact that grandfather is willing to offer one slot is indeed astonishing. As for the opportunity to cultivate in the ancestral land, it is also a remarkable chance. However, it pales in comparison to the slot for the Holy War. I see. Then I must attend the Holy War, Chun Wen declared decisively. Yi Qinyun fell silent. Aware that moderation is essential, one must know when to stop. The ancestral land cultivation presents an excellent opportunity for growth, with minimal risks involved. Conversely, the slot for the Holy War is highly coveted by all cultivators, yet it entails significant dangers. Nonetheless, maternal love for one's offspring is commendable, yet it must not stifle his future. Given Chun Wen's displayed talent, he might very well qualify for the Holy War in a year's time. Let our son make his own decision, Chun Badeo interjected at an opportune moment. Yi Qinyun nodded and then turned to Chun Wen. Son, what are your thoughts? There are no others here. You need not hold back. Chun Badeo echoed her sentiment. Mother, I understand your feelings, but I aspire to be someone who can protect you. Chun Wen replied, raising his gaze to the void. Grandfather, as a member of the clan, I shall adhere to all clan decisions. As for the slot for the Holy War, I will not decline it. This young man, Chun Wudao, found himself momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, he genuinely thought Chun Wen would reject the slot, yet he was taken aback by this sudden change of heart. Phew, you nearly gave me a fright. Chun Badeo exhaled in relief, truly fearing that Chun Wen might refuse. Thankfully, his descendant is not a fool. Very well, grandfather will await your return to the clan. Chun Wudao said, shifting the conversation. Now that this matter is settled, you should return promptly. The clan cannot be leaderless for even a day. Yes, father. Yes, grandfather. Chun Badeo and Yi Qinyun both bowed respectfully as they bid farewell to Chun Wudao. Once tranquility was restored, Yi Qinyun said, Xiaowen, let us return home together. Chun Wen shook his head, indicating that there was still a matter concerning his son that required resolution before he could return. It pertains to the matter of the Imperial bone, does it not? Chun Wudi interjected suddenly. Surprised, Chun Wen turned to him and asked, Brother, how did you know? The only thing you lack is the Imperial bone, and now you mention needing to handle some affairs. When these 2 points are combined, the conclusion becomes quite evident. Chun Wudi replied, Ah, my elder brother is indeed quite astute, Chun Wen remarked, taking a deep breath. Yes, it was a young man named Chu Tianlong who was responsible. I suspect that those behind him are well aware of my identity, which is why they refrained from taking lethal action. As for their intentions, I believe it requires no further elaboration. Upon hearing this, Chun Badass and the others darkened in countenance, particularly Yi Qinyang, who exhibited a palpable urge for vengeance. I care not what methods you employ, you must unearth those involved. I shall ensure that they all regret their existence in this world. Yi Qinyang seethed through gritted teeth. Chun Badass inhaled deeply and inquired, Do you have any leads on that wretched scoundrel? Not at the moment, but I will eventually uncover him, along with those who stand behind him. Chun Wen replied, shaking his head. Isn't Jiang Taichu outside? With the lord of the ancient Yuan realm's protection by his side. Locating an individual should prove relatively simple, Chun Wudi suggested. Jiang Taichu, come forth. Chun Badass bellowed directly. Chapter 22. Another Chun Wen, the usurped identity, the small man. Having encountered several esteemed individuals, staggered into the room and promptly prostrated himself on the ground. I ask you, does the ancient Yuan realm possess a youth by the name of Chu Tianlong, of an age comparable to my son, Chun Wen? Chin Badheo's cold gaze bore down on Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu was rendered momentarily dazed. Yes, he is the lord of the Guardian Palace, overseeing the entire ancient Yuan realm. However, He is not the custodian of the populace. It is not feasible to pinpoint each individual with precision. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to provide a satisfactory response to Chen Budhao's inquiry. After contemplating Chen Budhao's intent, Jiang Taichu cautiously replied, "If given a month, no. Within 10 days, I shall undoubtedly deliver a satisfying answer to you. 5 days. If you fail to locate him, you shall perish," Chen Budhao stated icily. Jiang Taichu felt an urge to curse. Is this even feasible? With merely a name and an age, where am I to search in 5 days? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Chen Wen had inquired about Chu Tianlong's whereabouts when he eliminated Chu Beiqiong. It seemed that Chu Beiqiong had mentioned he was the son brought back by Chu Beiqing, having spent 6 months with the Chu clan. Could it be that this Chu Tianlong had also incurred the wrath of Chen Wen? Indeed, it made sense. How could someone of Chen Budhao's stature fixate on a mere mortal youth otherwise? Wait a moment. Chen Wen, a scion of the Imperial lineage? That name sounded familiar. From whom had he heard it? My sister, he realized. Yes, it was my sister who mentioned it. If this is true, then the implications are monumental. With this thought, Jiang Taichu's heart began to tremble with trepidation. He took a silent breath, steeling his courage. May I first ascertain one matter? It is of utmost importance, as it may pertain to the individual you seek. Chen Budhao fixed his gaze upon Jiang Taichu, contemplating for a moment before responding. It would be best if that were the case. Jiang Taichu, trembling, produced a communication talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. After a brief interval, a soft, somewhat dulcet female voice emerged. "Brother, did you summon me? Brother has a matter to inquire of you, and you must respond truthfully," Jiang Taichu said, inhaling deeply. "Very well." Jiang Qingren sensed her brother's solemn tone and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "You once mentioned that within your sacred land, there exists a holy son named Chen Wan, hailing from the upper realm's imperial lineage, correct?" Jiang Taichu inquired. Jiang Qingren fell silent, and after a moment, she affirmed, "Indeed. Our holy son is named Chen Wan and originates from the upper realm's imperial family. However, he is a person of modest disposition, disinclined to be disturbed by outsiders unless he extends an invitation. Consequently, many factions, despite being aware of his identity, refrain from broadcasting this information. If you wish to meet him, there may be an opportunity. I could facilitate an introduction. As for whether he will consent, that remains uncertain." At this juncture, Jiang Taichu felt utterly numb. His mind was a cacophony of buzzing thoughts. Could it be that someone possessed such audacity? Not only did he offend the true heir, but he also impersonated the identity of the other. Meanwhile, Chen Budhao and his companions wore expressions as cold as iron, with an invisible aura of murderous intent raging around them. They were not fools and naturally understood what had transpired. This Chu Tianlong not only excavated Chen Wen's imperial bones, but also usurped his identity. "Brother, what is the matter? Speak up." Seeing Jiang Taichu remain unresponsive for an extended time, Jiang Qingren called out several times, inquiring whether he was present in the sacred land. Chen Budhao's voice reached Jiang Taichu's ears. "By the way, is your sacred son in the sacred land? I was considering finding an appropriate moment to pay him a visit." Jiang Taichu added once more, "I do not know. His whereabouts have always been known to few, even our sacred lord." As Jiang Qingren spoke, he shifted the topic, saying, "When I next see him, I will inquire for you, but this matter cannot be rushed." "All right, just let me know when the time comes." Jiang Qingren's last lingering doubt dissipated. "You may continue with your tasks. I have matters to attend to as well," Jiang Taichu remarked. "Very well." Jiang Qingren promptly severed the connection. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Taichu finally felt he had managed to evade suspicion. He was genuinely concerned about alerting the snake in the grass, for one could never tell what hidden truths lay beneath the surface. At that moment, the atmosphere remained eerily silent. The situation could neither be deemed good nor bad. One could only hope that Chu Tianlong had not received any intelligence from his backers, nor had he been silenced. "You have performed admirably," Chen Budhao stated. Jiang Taichu promptly responded, "It is merely what a humble person ought to do." "Is it related to the holy land of the celestial maiden?" Chen Budhao suddenly inquired. Although Jiang Taichu was astonished at how Chen Budhao knew this, he still nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." "Huh, how audacious indeed," Chen Budhao coldly remarked. Jiang Taichu dared not speak, bowing his head as low as possible. "You may leave and wait outside." Chen Budhao suddenly gestured. "Yes, my lord." Jiang Taichu did not dare to be neglectful and quickly retreated. Once everything had settled into tranquility, Chun Badeo languidly spoke. Xiao Wan, are you aware that you have a fiancé? A fiancé? Chun Wan furrowed his brow, perplexed by Chun Badeo's sudden declaration. Your fiancé hails from the ancient nation of Lulan, a hidden power that has endured for millions of years. Not only does her backing possess immense influence, but her innate talent is also exceedingly rare, and her beauty is unparalleled. He continued, she is currently undergoing trials, and the location of her training is none other than the holy land of the Celestial Maiden. Upon hearing this, Chun Wan was taken aback. Comprehending the implications of Chun Badeo's words, Chu Tianlong's impersonation of his identity was not enough. He also sought to claim his fiancée. As for how far the situation had progressed, that remained uncertain. Just now, you mentioned familiar faces involved in this plot. I now believe you. As they even know of your engagement, Chun Badeo suddenly let out a cold laugh. A dreadful suspicion suddenly dawned upon Chun Wan. Father, is there a token among the things you left for me? There exists a unique Imperial dragon pendant, crafted from the essence of a millennial true dragon, Chun Badeo stated. This endeavor has indeed been executed with impeccable precision. My exclusive Imperial bone, the token, along with its age, are all accounted for. As he spoke, Chun Wan's lips curled into a smirk. It wouldn't be long before he could return to his clan with ostentation, transforming falsehood into truth. This utterance cast an even colder shadow upon Chun Badeo and the others, for such a scenario, though unsettling, was not entirely implausible. The Imperial bone was inherently singular, capable of producing life. With a bit of manipulation over a certain time frame, the plan could indeed materialize. Chun Wan surveyed the crowd, then continued, based on the existing clues, it is highly probable that the individual orchestrating these events lurks within our Qin clan. Now that you have launched your assault, they must have received word. Their optimal strategy would be to eliminate Chu Tianlong before I can react and to obliterate the Imperial bone. In doing so, all trails would vanish into oblivion. At this juncture, Chun Wan paused, yet deep down, he sensed the continued existence of the Imperial bone, which had matured to a considerable degree. Thus, the prevailing situation likely indicated that those individuals had not made immediate contact with Chu Tianlong. Chun Wudi's eyes brightened. This meant they had forfeited their prime opportunity to strike. Under such circumstances, they would dare not act, even with the simplest of hints, for they feared we might lure them into the open, thereby exposing their identities. Chun Wan nodded in agreement. Indeed, we can only hope that Chu Tianlong possesses some clues. As long as he holds any leads, none of those individuals can escape. Upon hearing this, Chun Badeo made a decisive resolution. Then, I and your mother shall return to the clan. On one hand, this is to prevent certain individuals from acting out of desperation and creating chaos. On the other, we will discreetly orchestrate everything, sealing off the entire ancient Yuan realm. When the time comes, should they dare to act, they shall all meet their demise. Xiao Di and Xiao Mian, you are tasked with investigating the visitors from the upper realm who have entered the ancient Yuan realm in recent days, and keep a close watch on them. Should they exhibit any unusual behavior, immediately take control. I will handle everything else. Understood? Chun Hongyan and Chun Wudi nodded in succession. As for you, Xiaowen, you have two choices. One, to visit the Heavenly Maiden Sacred Land and ascertain the situation there. If all goes as expected, you will have an opportunity for personal vengeance. The second option is to return with us. We will ensure that you can confront Chu Tianlong after his capture, allowing you to exact your revenge. Without hesitation, Chun Wan declared, I shall go to the Heavenly Maiden Sacred Land. I wish to meet Chu Tianlong. Rather than achieving my goals through the hands of others, I find greater satisfaction in witnessing Chu Tianlong's despair until his last breath. Only in this manner can I provide closure for myself and my original form. Chapter 23. The Companion Emperor's Weapon and Hundreds of Marriages. Chun Badao nodded. Very well. I shall assign a helper named Chen Nu to you. His prowess is such that even among the beings from the upper realms, few can rival him. As for how to arrange for him thereafter, you may decide at your discretion. Chun Wan quickly nodded. That sounds splendid. Once everything was arranged, Chun Badao said, you may enter now. Jiang Taichu, who had been waiting outside, promptly opened the door and stepped inside. Esteemed gentlemen, I greet you. Jiang Taichu bowed deeply once more. Chun Badao glanced at Jiang Taichu and continued, You will escort my son to the sacred land of the celestial maidens. You need only heed his commands. If you accomplish this task well, I shall overlook past grievances and even commend you for your service. However, should he encounter any misfortune, all those associated with you shall meet their demise. Jiang Taichu was both astonished and fearful. I shall not fail your trust. Please rest assured, my lord. Go and prepare. Chen Bad Dao waved his hand dismissively. Yes, my lord, Jiang Taichu replied solemnly, bowing once more before hastily departing. By the way, your betrothed is named Lulan Xingxue. If you ascertain that she has had any dealings with that young man, feel free to dismiss her outright. Of course, if she aids in wrongdoing, then she must be eliminated without hesitation. At this point, Chen Bad Dao's demeanor was imposing. As a descendant of the Qin clan, we do not compromise, nor do we fear any force. Father, how majestic you are. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen genuinely wished to extend a thumbs up to Chen Bad Dao. However, on reflection, if Lulan Xingxue truly had entangled herself with Chu Tianlong, there would be no room for negotiation. Without Chen Bad Dao needing to say more, he would never allow her to remain. Yi Chunyun then spoke up. My son, your father speaks truthfully. This matter is a bottom line. No one may overstep it. Regardless of her status as a princess from a hidden ancient kingdom, anyone who transgresses must perish. When the time for your coming-of-age ceremony arrives, I shall arrange for hundreds of potential matches for you to choose from, until you are completely satisfied. Even if you wish to take them all, I can make that happen. Hundreds of potential matches? You can truly make that happen? Chen Wen marveled. You are indeed my dear mother. Taking a deep breath, he then stated, Father, Mother, I understand what must be done, and I shall handle this matter appropriately. That is good, very good, Yi Chinyan said, patting Chen Wen's hand reassuringly. By the way, here is your companion Emperor's sword, which your father has kept for you. It is time to return it. With that, Chen Bad Dao handed over a spatial ring to Chen Wen. Companion Emperor weapon? I possess such an extraordinary item. As an avid reader of fantasy novels, Chen Wen certainly understood the significance of an emperor weapon. Moreover, a companion emperor weapon was an exceedingly rare treasure, typically possessed only by unparalleled prodigies. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Chen Wen delved within, and the sight left him astounded. The precious spirit crystals and divine sources were piled high within, collectively surpassing 1,000,000. 1,000,000? Which power in the ancient Yuan realm could possibly possess over 1,000,000 precious spirit crystals? Moreover, it possesses an extraordinary divine source. In addition, an abundance of spiritual elixirs and materials is beyond count. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he now consumes spiritual pills as if they were mere beans. Suddenly, Chen Wen's pupils constricted, his gaze falling upon an unmatched sword, radiant with imperial light and exuding an aura of divinity. Could this be my accompanying imperial weapon? At that moment, his consciousness was drawn into an alternate space. Before him, the imperial sword trembled violently, its overwhelming divine might emanating forth, shattering the laws of the cosmos. In an instant, all nearby spiritual artifacts bowed in reverence, trembling uncontrollably. Subsequently, the sword's brilliance erupted with a thunderous roar, piercing through the eternal void and reaching the boundless expanse. In the next moment, a towering figure wielding the imperial sword stood majestically between heaven and earth, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that gazed down upon the world. The sight was so resplendent that it instilled a deep sense of reverence, leaving one unable to look up. This imperial sword is truly formidable. Yet, who is this person? I can't help but feel that even my father would be no match for him. Chen Wen stood in a daze, taking in the scene before him, and it took him a while to regain his senses. Through the memories of his original self, he possessed a considerable understanding of the current world. Despite the myriad races flourishing and each major sect having its ancient legacies, the number of true imperial weapons imbued with divine essence is exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the top-tier forces have lost the ability to forge such supreme imperial weapons. Thus, the value of such an imperial weapon is self-evident. At this moment, the sword's tremors gradually subsided, and the astonishing phenomena retreated back into the blade. Chen Wen's consciousness began to converge once more. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Father, can I wield this imperial sword? Absolutely. It was born to accompany you, and its imperial might poses no harm to you. Chen Bideo replied calmly. Chun Wen no longer harbored doubts and reached towards the Imperial sword standing in the spatial realm. As he approached, the sword showed no signs of resistance. This is promising. Chun Wen's eyes suddenly brightened, and his hand instinctively quickened its pace. Upon grasping it, he felt a chilling sensation. A fierce and sharp aura of slaughter surged from the blade, sending shivers down his spine and raising the hairs on his neck. What a magnificent sword! Chun Wen couldn't help but sigh again. Although the Imperial might had receded, he could still feel the terrifying power contained within. Especially when held in his grasp, there was a sensation of his own strength surging in tandem. "Father, how much power can I unleash from it?" Chun Wen asked. "Let me put it this way," Chun Bedeo responded. "It differs from ordinary Imperial weapons. It is akin to a unique life form. For many years, it has been unable to grow due to your separation. Presently, it is comparable to a human in its infancy, possessing immense potential for growth, with an upper limit likely surpassing that of an Imperial weapon. The extent of power one can wield depends entirely on the strength of the master and the cultivation bestowed upon it. Do not inquire how to nurture it. Entities of spiritual essence will resonate with their master's heart and mind, grasping knowledge when the time is right." This sentiment ignited a spark of excitement in Chun Wen's eyes. However, do not become overly reliant on it, for that may transform it into a stumbling block on your path of cultivation. Chun Bedeo aptly doused Chun Wen's enthusiasm with a dose of reality. He understood this principle all too well. With his current resources and background, elevating his cultivation was far from daunting. He claimed the Imperial sword, and in tandem with enhancing his own strength, he would not lag behind. Suddenly, Chun Wen's gaze halted, fixating on the exquisite characters etched upon the blade's surface. Chichua, could it be that this is the name of the Imperial sword? Yet, there was an inexplicable sense that it served as a commemoration of a wretched love. Such a thought arose in Chun Wen's mind. Being someone who had traversed similar paths, he could discern such matters with ease. However, this was perplexing. Why would an Imperial weapon of such profound nature bear inscriptions? Perhaps sensing Chun Wen's contemplations, Chun Bedeo spoke once more. "There exists a reason for everything. Pursuing the truth at inopportune times often leads to more harm than good." "Very well." Chun Wen swiftly came to his senses and exhaled a sigh of relief. "The time has come. We must prepare for our respective journeys and return home as soon as matters are resolved," Chun Bedeo remarked, casting a glance at Chun Wen. "Rest assured, I am also eager to return for the adult ceremony," Chun Wen replied with a light chuckle. Chun Bedeo and the others hesitated no longer and turned to depart. After watching the four leave, the smile in Chun Wen's eyes gradually turned cold. Having traversed time and space only to suffer such a significant loss was disheartening. If he could not compel Chu Tianlong to regurgitate the consumed items bit by bit, he would have no face to continue living in this world. As for those lurking in the shadows, none would escape unscathed. Chapter 24: Ascending to the Sacred Land of the Heavenly Maiden. Legacy of the First Holy Master. Half an hour later, Chun Wen arrived at the outskirts of the Chu clan. At this moment, only Jiang Taichu remained, while the others had long since been dispersed. Upon seeing Chun Wen, Jiang Taichu immediately approached him, bowing respectfully. "I have the honor of meeting you, young Master Chun." Noting the absence of Chun Bedeo, he silently sighed in relief, as the pressure when facing Chun Bedeo had been overwhelmingly intense. Chun Wen nodded. "May I inquire? Young Master Chun, shall we depart now?" Jiang Taichu asked. "Let us go," Chun Wen replied affirmatively. "Then, please follow me, young Master Chun." With a gesture, Jiang Taichu summoned a colossal spirit vessel, which gracefully descended from the air, exuding an extraordinary presence. Unbeknownst to Chun Wen, this was a sacred-grade spirit vessel, the pinnacle of flying apparatuses under the jurisdiction of the Guardian Hall, and it had been specially summoned from the main hall by Jiang Taichu. In his view, whatever Chun Wen intended to undertake must be met with the utmost regard. He truly wished to avoid the harrowing experiences of the past, which now made him shudder at the mere recollection. Chun Wen's gaze fell upon the vessel, and he nodded in approval. "Well done. I am relieved that you are satisfied." "Young Master Chun," Jiang Taichu replied, cautious not to claim credit. Chun Wen said nothing further, lightly stepping aboard the vessel, with Jiang Taichu promptly following suit. Soon, the vessel soared through the clouds, vanishing into the vast sky. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, Jiang Taichu murmured, "Young Master, how do you wish to proceed?" "Let us act with boldness. Simply state that I am here regarding the hidden forces. As long as my identity remains concealed, all will be well, Chunwen instructed. Furthermore, ensure you thoroughly investigate Chu Tianlong's influence and associates. I intend to eradicate them all. A slight smirk graced Chunwen's lips. As for whether anyone might inform Chu Tianlong in advance, thus thwarting their plans, he held no concern. His father had already orchestrated a comprehensive layout throughout the ancient Yuan realm. Should any of those individuals exhibit unusual behavior, they would be promptly detected. At that point, matters would become considerably simpler. They would merely need to follow the clues to apprehend them all. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Jiang Taichu replied earnestly. By the way, my surname is Yi. Remember it, Chunwen suddenly remarked. There were numerous hidden forces in the upper realm, and coincidentally, there existed a lesser-known Yi clan. This clandestine faction was somewhat weaker compared to the Destiny forces, and the Yi clan held a lower rank. Utilizing this identity to confront Chu Tianlong was perfectly suited. Yes, young Master Yi, Jiang Taichu affirmed repeatedly. Very well, you may leave, Chunwen gestured dismissively. Understood, Jiang Taichu nodded and exited the room. Chunwen did not retain him, turning instead toward his quarters. The moment he entered the room, Chunwen immediately entered a state of cultivation. Although Chu Tianlong's power was inferior to his own, he had spent the past 6 years honing his Imperial bone through rigorous training. It was evident that Chu Tianlong must have reached an immensely formidable realm. Thus, he needed to devote every moment to his cultivation. Due to the intention to eliminate Chu Tianlong, he still wished to achieve it by his own hand. Time flew by. 3 days later, Chunwen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long, murky breath. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a thick layer of white powder accumulated at his feet. Over the span of 3 days, he had consumed nearly 100,000 precious spirit crystals and divine sources. Nevertheless, his realm had only barely reached the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level. A breakthrough would still require some time. The use of Nirvana liquid was indeed essential. Chunwen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Now, he was more eager than ever to reach the sacred land of the Celestial Maidens, where he anticipated encountering numerous destined children. Eliminating Chu Tianlong was one aspect. Reaping a harvest of destined children was another. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto his lips, and his spirits lifted. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. Chunwen did not linger but stepped out of the cultivation chamber. Upon opening the door, the figure of Jiang Taichu came into view. I have met the esteemed Lord Jiang Taichu's gaze fell upon Chunwen, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. As a practitioner of the Sovereign Emperor realm, he instantly recognized the change in Chunwen. His blood surged like a tide, and his aura was as profound as the ocean, far superior to 3 days prior. Especially considering that Chunwen was still in a state of no breakthrough, it was evident how extraordinary his physique and foundation were. What is it? Chunwen noticed Jiang Taichu's emotional fluctuations and inquired. Jiang Taichu hurriedly suppressed his inner stirrings. It is merely that I was lost in thought. I beg the Lord's forgiveness. He was no naive novice and understood the gravity of directly discussing Chunwen's transformation, even if it was evident to him. As a servant, one must possess the awareness of a servant. Is there something you need? Chunwen did not expose Jiang Taichu's subtle thoughts. Jiang Taichu straightened his demeanor and replied, "The sacred land of the Celestial Maidens has arrived. I request the Lord to accompany me." Have we arrived? Chu Tianlong, we shall meet soon. A smile unconsciously graced Chunwen's lips. Jiang Taichu naturally noticed Chunwen's expression. Yet, inexplicably, a chill ran down his spine. Have the arrangements been made? Chunwen inquired. Your identity has been communicated to the Lord of the Sacred Land in advance, and we have also largely clarified the forces associated with Chu Tianlong. It won't be long before we can provide you with a satisfactory response, Jiang Taichu hastened to assure him. Very well, you have done commendably. Lead the way. Chunwen replied, tempering his emotions. Please, this way, my lord. Jiang Taichu promptly made way. Once Chunwen stepped outside, he immediately beheld the endless mountain range before him. In the midst of the mountains stood a palace, with spiritual clouds gathering overhead, casting various wondrous phenomena. Within the accumulation of spiritual energy, one could also glimpse spirit cranes soaring, lightly tracing the flowing light, as if everything were a dream. Indeed, it was quite impressive, Chunwen mused with a soft exhale. The Chu clan finds itself in a relatively favorable position in Qingshi town, Yet when compared to the celestial realm of the Heavenly Maiden, it pales significantly. As the spirit vessel gradually descends, the majestic gates of the Heavenly Maiden's sanctum come into view, enlarging with each passing moment. Oh, the four characters spelling out Heavenly Maiden seemed to conceal an enigmatic resonance of the Tao. Perhaps noticing Chun Wen's curiosity, Jiang Taichu elucidates that this is the Tao resonance left by the first Holy Master, intended for the enlightenment of future generations. However, not a single individual has succeeded in grasping this transmission of the Tao, which is indeed a lamentable loss. Even Chu Tianlong cannot. Chun Wen expresses his surprise. Indeed, he too has faltered, Jiang Taichu confirms. I am quite intrigued to see what kind of entity would cause even Chu Tianlong to hesitate. Chun Wen muses with a slight smirk. Yet, he refrains from immediate exploration, for his foremost intention lies in encountering Chu Tianlong, to discern the true nature of the individual who dares to impersonate his identity. Chapter 25. Kneeling only to heaven and earth, not to mortals. Meanwhile, the disciples at the mountain gate were captivated by the slowly descending spirit vessel. As they speculated about which esteemed figure might be gracing the sacred grounds, the sanctum suddenly trembled. Shadows surged forth from the depths of the holy place, racing towards the mountain gate. What is happening? Why are the sovereigns emerging? The disciples gazed in astonishment at the familiar yet strange figures before them. This matter I had some inkling of. At this moment, a man with a sword cradled in his arms and an air of aloofness spoke nonchalantly. What do you think? The crowd turned their attention to Chu Chang'e. It was no secret that he hailed from an illustrious lineage, thus few within the sanctum dared to offend him. Yet, one could not deny that he possessed information beyond their reach. This spirit vessel belongs to the Realm Guard Hall. I once visited there as a guest with the elders of my clan. As he spoke, a subtle smirk played upon Chu Chang'e's lips. The Lord of the Realm Guard Hall personally transported us in this vessel. The crowd could hardly contain their disdain for Chu Chang'e's pretentiousness. I heard from the elders that our sovereign has invited Lord Jiang to serve as an honorary sovereign more than once. Chu Chang'e continued. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The Lord of the Realm Guard Hall is surnamed Jiang. Quite insightful, aren't you? The disciples forced smiles in response to Chu Chang'e's arrogance. Satisfied with their reaction, he continued. If my guess is correct, Lord Jiang has likely acquiesced to our sovereign's request. Thus, it is no surprise that the entire clan has come forth to welcome him. Oh, that makes sense, they murmured. How could the sovereigns all come to greet him? The atmosphere shifted, becoming more solemn. The uncultured lower realms were, after all, uncultured. The Realm Guard Hall was merely a gatekeeper. The truly formidable forces resided among the original races of the upper realms. Chu Chang'e shook his head, his eyes filled with scorn. Unbeknownst to him and his ilk, the sovereigns and elders were oblivious to their thoughts. They stood with grave expressions, slightly bowing in respectful welcome. Particularly, Sovereign Chu Youwei, who had received a transmission from Jiang Taichu, was startled by the news of a young master from a hidden upper realm clan arriving for training. Upon hearing this, she had leapt from her coffin in alarm, too frightened to continue her secluded cultivation. The son of a prestigious hidden power choosing to train in their modest sect was laughable. The most absurd part was that there was no way to flaunt one's identity while training. Rather than a training experience, it felt more like a display of arrogance. If she were unaware of his identity, she could feign ignorance. But now, who would dare to act foolishly? Regardless, she knew she must serve this esteemed guest well, even to the point of offering herself as a pillow. Only through prolonged cultivation can one truly comprehend the formidable nature of those great powers. Contemplating this, Chu Youwei instinctively lowered her spine further. On the spirit vessel, Jiang Taichu spoke. Young master, we may disembark now. Very well, Chun Wen nodded in agreement. The first to emerge into the crowd's view was Jiang Taichu. The moment he appeared, an unspoken aura descended upon the gathering, causing the atmospheric pressure to plummet. The oppressive force of a heavenly king was, in the eyes of those present, akin to the heavens collapsing. Is this the master of the Guardian Palace? Truly terrifying. The onlookers held their breath, hesitant even to exhale. Chu Chang'e had, of course, encountered Jiang Taichu before and recognized him at once. Yet, unlike the others, he remained composed, unperturbed. In his view, the reactions of these uncultivated individuals were excessively dramatic. They had likely never encountered a true figure of significance. Wait, what is this? Why is Jiang Taichu bending down? The crowd soon noticed this peculiar situation, their expressions rife with confusion. Amid their bewilderment, Chun Yuwei stepped forward, gradually coming into full view. Clad in white, with a countenance akin to jade and an imposing presence, he radiated an air of elegance that was decidedly extraordinary. With calm assurance, Chun Yuwei advanced, ultimately pausing at the vessel's edge, gazing down at all below. Jiang Taichu, however, hastily withdrew, his body half-bowed, his expression solemn. Additionally, he reined in his aura to the utmost, rendering the distinctive presence of a heavenly king entirely undetectable. In that moment, Jiang Taichu's demeanor was utterly subdued, as if he were merely a servant. What is happening here? Wasn't he had agreed that we would come to welcome Master Jiang? The crowd stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Chu Chang's expression shifted slightly, his eyes fixed intently on Chun Yuwei, as if seeking to ascertain the authenticity of what lay before him. We humbly welcome young Master Yi. At that instant, led by Chu Youwei, the assembly bowed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, echoing through the air and swiftly permeating the entire sacred ground. Youth Master Yi? Who is this individual? They wondered. Even their own sovereign and Master Jiang, such illustrious figures, bowed in deference. Simultaneously, numerous disciples cast glances at Chu Chang'e, as if to say, "Didn't Taiyi claim to know all about this? Didn't Taiyi assert that the sovereign and others came to welcome Master Jiang? What now of this situation?" Naturally, Chu Chang'e noticed the mocking gazes directed at him, his countenance faltering. As a distinguished scion of a holy lineage, when had he ever endured such indignity? As an imperial heir's attendant, when had he been treated in this manner? "What are you doing?" Kneel. Observing the stunned expressions of the disciples, several peak leaders and elders were filled with exasperation. "What are your identities? This is someone before whom even my own mother would kneel, yet you stand there." The more they pondered, the stronger the impulse grew within them to eliminate these foolish disciples. In an instant, a wave of kneeling swept across the training grounds, creating a scene both dark and overwhelming. We had witnessed young Master Yi before, and suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated, echoing without cease. Yet amidst the throng of prostrated disciples, one stood out, distinctly out of place. This disciple, with a spine straight as an arrow and sword cradled in hand, wore an expression of defiance, exuding an indomitable spirit that seemed unyielding to the world. The elder, who had just relaxed, nearly succumbed to fury upon witnessing this insolent display. He recognized the disciple before him. She was a pupil of Lu Piaomiao, the leader of the Sixth Peak, hailing from a powerful faction in the upper realm, accustomed to looking down upon others. Naturally, as elders, they had no intention of suppressing the offspring of these illustrious families seeking to enhance their prestige. After all, it was often wiser to avoid unnecessary conflicts, as their sacred ground had no need to bear the brunt of such disputes. Yet here they were, in a moment of grave seriousness, and this disciple still dared to flaunt her individuality. Was she the only one possessing intelligence, the only one capable of such audacity? At that moment, Chu Youwei's expression darkened as she cast a cold glance towards Lu Piaomiao. Lu Piaomiao froze, acutely aware that her master was truly enraged. Should she fail to manage this situation, it would lead to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Lu Piaomiao subtly edged closer to Chu Chang'e, suppressing her anger as she hissed, "I commanded you to kneel. Did you not hear me?" Yet Chu Chang'e retorted, "I must beg your pardon, but I cannot comply." His voice gradually rose, and with his head held high, he gazed towards Chun Yuwei, proclaiming, "I, Chu Chang'e, have knelt only to heaven and earth since my cultivation began, not to mere mortals. And he, quite frankly, is unworthy." Chapter 26. Every sect has its fool, though Chu Chang'e's voice was not particularly loud. It resonated strikingly in the solemn atmosphere. Lu Piaomiao felt utterly bewildered. What kind of fool was this? How could one be so oblivious to such an obvious hint? Furthermore, claiming to kneel only to heaven and earth, not to mortals. If one wishes to feign such superiority, they ought to sever ties with me first, lest they drag me down as well. Meanwhile, Chu Youwei and the others stood frozen, as if plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies chilled to the bone. For at that moment, Chu Chang'e's voice, though not booming, echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. They found themselves unable to conceal this act of defiance any longer. Chun Yuwei slowly raised his head, his gaze settling upon Chu Chang'e. Above him hovered an orange soul, and at the same time, fundamental information materialized before his eyes. Name: Chu Chang'e. Age: 23. Personality: arrogant, unruly, extremely jealous. Identity: third son of the Chu clan, a holy faction of the Qingtian realm. Soul: orange. Physique: ancient true dragon body. Realm: threefold celestial human realm. I see now why his personality is so unruly. He hails from an extraordinary lineage and possesses the ancient true dragon body. This physique holds a prominent position even among divine bodies. When fully cultivated, one can withstand the might of ancient divine beasts, their dragon power capable of shaking the heavens. Indeed, he possesses the capital to defy others. Just as well Yuan relished the challenge of tackling formidable opponents. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Yuan's lips. Through the investigations of my informants, it appears that Chu Chang'e has secretly ingratiated himself with Chu Tianlong, making him one of his trusted confidants. Their relationship has remained shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few within the sacred grounds. Chu Tianlong primarily seeks to leverage the power behind Chu Chang'e to further his ambitions within the Qingtian realm. Additionally, it is noteworthy that he and Chu Youwei are siblings. Jiang Taichu quietly recounted the findings of the investigation. Does this count as a full stack of buffs? Who could possibly survive against him? The smile on Yuan's lips widened. At that moment, Lu Piaomiao realized that if she allowed Chu Chang'e to continue his reckless antics, the entire sacred ground might suffer the consequences. Therefore, she suppressed her fury once more and said, "Rebellious disciple, do you know who young Master Yi is? He hails from." Chu Chang'e interrupted Lu Piaomiao with a hint of arrogance gracing his lips. "Master, you seem to be unaware. I, after all, am from the holy faction of the Qingtian realm, and I am the third son of the clan leader. In my clan, I am ranked third. My presence in the holy maiden's sacred land is merely a rite of passage in accordance with clan regulations. Can he possibly compare to my standing? Master, you may rise. This time, I shall take the lead for you." With that, Chu Chang'e lifted his head slightly, fully revealing the defiance etched upon his face. As these words escaped her lips, Lu Piaomiao felt her soul shudder in shock. "Silence, you fool," she bellowed, akin to a furious lioness. Simultaneously, the overwhelming pressure of her life and death realm surged forth, bearing down upon Chu Chang'e. At that moment, her hatred for him reached a boiling point. What did the holy clan amount to? How dare they flaunt their facade before the hidden powers of others? Moreover, to audaciously proclaim that she could rise and take charge for her? Was this truly a gesture of benevolence, or an insidious desire for her demise? Consequently, she abandoned the thought of disclosing Yuan's identity to Chu Chang'e. He had already made enemies of the worst kind. Should she be perceived as aiding him, her own fate would be sealed. Boom. In an instant, Chu Chang'e's surroundings trembled violently. Under the weight of the terrifying pressure, his body began to sink gradually. Thud. Ultimately, he could no longer resist and fell to one knee, the ground beneath him shattering into dust. Yet, even in such a state, he remained defiant, striving to rise once more. As the force continued to assail him, a surge of azure light enveloped him, accompanied by the resonant roar of a dragon emanating from within. "You, a mere elder of the sacred land, dare to humiliate me so? You shall pay dearly," he seethed. "And you, today's disgrace is entirely your doing. I vow to avenge this insult." Chu Chang'e abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes aflame with fury, appearing utterly unhinged. At that moment, the relentless humiliation and wrath consumed his reason. Since his birth, no one had ever dared to treat him in such a manner. Never. He wished for the demise of all who dared cross him. This man has lost his mind. Observing Chu Chang'e's inability to comprehend the situation, the disciples were left in a state of disbelief. The sect leader was evidently attempting to save him. Yet, instead of gratitude, he threatened her and vowed retribution. Such a fool's existence was a waste of resources. "You imbecile, perish!" Lu Piaomiao roared, her aura surging once more. Boom. Chu Chang'e's previously upright posture was bent again under the immense pressure, the ground exploding into clouds of white dust. Nevertheless, he still persevered. Even as blood began to seep from his pores. At that moment, Yuan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "That is enough." Lu Piaomiao was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the faint smile on Yuan's face, an inexplicable chill coursed through her. Thus, she involuntarily ceased her actions. Chu Chang'e felt a sudden alleviation of pressure and straightened his form, his crimson gaze fixed intently on Chunwan. "You are Chu Chang'e, are you not?" Chunwan inquired languidly. Chu Chang'e coldly retorted, his demeanor fiercely defiant. "And what of it? This fool is beyond redemption." Lu Piaomiao was drenched in cold sweat, trembling all over. She believed she had done her utmost, yet here she was, faced with a self-important simpleton. Chunwan maintained his composed demeanor, stating calmly, "What I have always admired most in my life is your untamed brilliance. However, do you realize that all those who threatened me are now dead?" At this point, Chunwan's voice turned icy, and the smile that once graced his face vanished entirely. "Kill me? You?" He scoffed, his laughter echoing with disdain. It was as though he had encountered the most ludicrous of tales. Setting aside the fact that he was backed by the Imperial lineage, the presence of the Holy Clan's power behind him rendered him untouchable. One must ponder, who in this vast world would dare to offend a member of the Imperial family? Chu Youwei was left bewildered. At such a critical juncture, how could this fool still possess such confidence? Could he not see their actions? He had openly declared his affiliation with the Holy Clan, and yet, he was still being disregarded. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that a choice had been made between the two. Throughout this exchange, Chunwan exhibited no change in expression, merely observing as Chu Chang'e laughed maniacally. Soon, however, Chu Chang'e's laughter subdued, his countenance twisted with malice. "Each one of you here will meet your end, especially you, who relies on your background to suppress me. Today, I shall show you what despair truly means." As he growled this, he produced a directional teleportation token. A wave of apprehension washed over the onlookers, their faces paling. Clearly, Chu Chang'e was gearing up to make a significant move. Chapter 27. If death must come, let it be far away. The Chu clan is on the brink of annihilation. Instinctively, they turned their gaze toward Chun, one on the spirit vessel. There he stood, hands clasped behind his back, his countenance remarkably serene, his white robe fluttering gracefully in the gentle breeze. How could he be so composed? The disciples involuntarily inhaled deeply. Soon after, their eyes shifted to their own lord and elders, only to find each of them adorned with a chilling smile, devoid of any trace of fear. It appeared that the young man possessed formidable backing. The disciples' anxious hearts found some solace. They were now aligned with Chunwan. If one must perish, let it be their foolish senior brother, Chu Chang'e. Seeing no signs of regret among the crowd, the fury within Chu Chang'e intensified. Still putting on an act, he thought. They all deserve to die? He then directed his energy into the teleportation talisman. Instantly, a radiant light erupted, and spiritual energy swirled wildly around the token. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 10 breaths passed, yet there was still no response. Chu Chang'e's expression stiffened. Soon, he produced another teleportation talisman. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Another 10 breaths elapsed, and again there was silence. How could this be? Chu Chang'e's complexion finally shifted as he stared intently at the 2 teleportation talismans in his grasp. Could it be that the energy he infused was insufficient? He frantically channeled more spiritual power into the talismans. As he poured in more energy, his face grew increasingly pale, and his demeanor visibly turned frantic. How laughable! Even the one who shakes the heavens cannot comprehend this. Is this what they call the offspring of a sacred clan? You can only boast. The disciples erupted into laughter. However, Chu Youwei and her companions were not as naive as the others. They understood that Chu Chang'e had a significant background, so why was there no response? This shouldn't be the case. As this thought crossed their minds, they glanced at Chun when on the spirit vessel, their eyes filled with curiosity. Could it be that he had foreseen everything, which is why he remained so composed? At this moment, beads of sweat had already formed on Chu Chang'e's forehead. In a panic, he retrieved a communication talisman from his robe, infusing it with spiritual power. As time trickled by, just as despair was about to engulf him, the talisman lit up. Chu Chang'e was instantly filled with joy. He had finally made contact. Just as he was about to plead for help, a thunderous voice erupted from the talisman. Is this never-ending? If you must die, do so far away. The smile on Chu Chang'e's face froze, and he stammered. Father, what do you mean by that? I'm telling you to die, you fool. Do you understand? The voice roared again. Chu Chang'e took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. Father, I do not know what you have encountered, but please, calm down and listen to me. The Chu clan is on the brink of destruction. And you want me to calm down? Calm my ass. One or two of them are nothing but harbingers of misfortune. With a furious roar, Chu Beifeng severed all communication. Chu Chang'e felt a chill run down his spine. Was their Chu clan facing annihilation? What was happening? At that moment, his mind was a chaotic storm. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Naturally, they heard Chu Beifeng's thunderous shout. Chu Youwei and the others cast a profound glance towards Chun Yuan, their eyes reflecting shock, inquiry, and a hint of dread. If all of this was indeed within Chun Yuan's calculations, then he was truly formidable. At this juncture, Chun Yuan leisurely spoke. You wish to suppress me with your background? Pray tell, what is yours? Upon these words, all eyes turned to Chu Chang'e, as if questioning, where is your esteemed background? Chu Chang'e clenched his fists tightly, his demeanor once again returning to its haughty state. Did they truly believe that the obliteration of his family would render him powerless? Such ignorance was astounding. Did they not know that he was a retainer of the Divine Prince? Our Divine Prince, Chun Yuan, hails from the fabled Destiny Imperial clan, the most ancient and domineering of the Chun lineage. As he spoke, Chu Chang'e's icy gaze was fixed upon Chun Yuan. Is that background sufficient for you? Furthermore, you may inform this lad that my status is indeed formidable. The moment these words left his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd. Chu Youwei and the others stood in stunned disbelief. The Divine Prince was indeed of the Destiny Imperial clan. This was no secret. However, they had not anticipated that Chu Chang'e would be associated with the Divine Prince, and so deeply concealed at that. In light of this revelation, only one interpretation sufficed. Chu Chang'e held a significant position in the eyes of Chu Tianlong, underscoring an undisclosed transaction. No wonder Chu Chang'e had exuded such confidence from the outset. It was also clear why he remained unfazed by their incessant insinuations. If they were in his shoes, aligned with the Divine Prince, they too would not fear any faction, as it represented the Divine Prince's dignity. Before me, the Divine Prince is of no consequence. Chun Yuan's voice rang out, shattering the silence. A gasp rippled through the crowd. How dare he dismiss the Divine Prince so brazenly? Especially those like Chu Youwei, who were aware of Chun Yuan's identity, felt their minds whirl in disbelief. They had initially thought Chu Chang'e was audacious. Now, a more arrogant and foolish individual had emerged, proclaiming the Divine Prince to be inconsequential. Were they not aware of their standing before the Imperial clan? Chu Chang'e's expression darkened. In his eyes, the Divine Prince was beyond reproach. In fact, within the hearts of all disciples at the sacred ground, the Divine Prince was beyond reproach. It is no exaggeration to say that within the sacred domain, even the Holy Master did not possess the same reverence as the Divine Prince. I not only know what I speak, but I also comprehend the gravity of my actions. As he spoke, Chun Yuan's smile vanished entirely. Jiang Lao, shatter his bones completely. I wish to see if that worthless Imperial son can protect him. Understood. Jiang Taichu stepped forward, unleashing the formidable power of the Heavenly King realm, parting the towering clouds above. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon Chu Chang'e, sending shockwaves through the surroundings and distorting the very fabric of space. No. Chu Chang'e's expression shifted drastically, overwhelmed by an acute sense of suffocation. He had not anticipated that Chun Yuan would dare to strike, disregarding the Imperial son's authority. At the moment that oppressive royal force bore down upon him, his ancient true dragon body shattered, flesh fracturing and blood spattering in all directions. Boom. Suddenly, Chu Chang'e's knees buckled, crashing to the ground, which erupted beneath him into a cloud of pulverized debris. In that moment, Chu Chang'e could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, appearing utterly wretched. At this juncture, Jiang Taichu advanced once more, his internal power surging yet again, causing the heavens and earth to tremble uncontrollably. This, he truly dares to act. Insanity, this lad is undoubtedly mad. The onlookers were filled with dread, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. They believed that Chun Yuan was courting death. It must be noted that from the instant Chu Chang'e revealed his identity, any aggression towards him equated to a challenge against the Imperial son. Crack. The renewed force pressed down upon Chu Chang'e, who could no longer withstand it. His bones emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds. The rhythm was unmistakably that of impending fracture. Chu Chang'e finally succumbed to fear. If his bones were to shatter, what purpose would he serve? I was wrong. I am willing to kneel. No. I will lie prostrate. I am willing to do so. As long as you spare me. It seems your Imperial master is of no use either, not daring to utter a single word, Chun Wen remarked leisurely. I. Chu Chang'e froze, for the Imperial son was not present in the sacred land. Chun Wen's expression turned icy as he continued. I do not wish to see a single complete bone left upon him. Very well, Jiang Taichu replied, intensifying his power once more. No, you cannot do this. Ah! Chu Chang'e's cries of terror were instantaneously drowned out by an anguished scream. Chapter 28. Are you messing with me? Chu Youwei, do you recognize me? I am the one who kills. Crack, 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 boom, boom, boom. Soon, the scene was filled with a series of bone-crushing sounds, accompanied by splashes of blood erupting like flowers. Before long, the ground was saturated with blood, while Chu Chang'e lay crumpled on the ground like a broken doll, his breath barely flickering. The sight was both gruesome and brutal. Such ruthlessness. Observing the state of Chu Chang'e, everyone involuntarily turned their gaze toward Chun Wen. Chun Wen maintained a serene smile, as though the unfolding events bore no significance to him. Yet, that handsome and gentle smile sent chills down their spines, raising goosebumps across their skin. The shift in the crowd's emotions did not escape Chun Wen's notice. However, he was utterly indifferent. What did it matter if everyone in the world feared him? He had lived a life anew and no longer felt the need to curry favor with anyone. As he surveyed the stillness of the scene, a frown creased his brow. This situation suggested either that Chu Tianlong was absent from the Holy Land, or that Chu Chang'e was inconsequential. What a pity. Nevertheless, I have ample time to play with you. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chun Wen's mouth as he thought this. Returning to the young master, all of Chu Chang'e's bones are shattered. Not one left intact, Jiang Taichu said, half bowing towards Chun Wen. Well done. Chun Wen nodded in acknowledgement. It is an honor to serve the young master. Jiang Taichu hurriedly replied. Chun Wen did not respond further. Instead, he slowly descended towards the mountain gate, exuding an extraordinary and transcendent aura. They have arrived. The crowd's breaths quickened, instinctively bowing lower, nearly prostrating themselves on the ground. For some inexplicable reason, the moment Chun Wen touched the ground, their anxious hearts began to race, as if an invisible pressure weighed heavily upon them. Without pausing, Chun Wen strode towards Chu Chang'e. The young disciples, upon seeing this, silently shifted to the sides, creating a clear path through the crowd. From the horizon, Chu Chang'e could only see the figure that loomed larger and larger, casting a shadow over him. In this moment, all defiance had vanished from his eyes, replaced solely by terror. Even with his bones shattered, he still did not wish for death, for once life was lost, everything would be lost. Upon reaching Chu Chang'e, Chun Wen gestured, enveloping him in a stream of power and lifting him up. It seems your Imperial master has forsaken you, Chun Wen stated leisurely. Chu Chang'e's eyes reflected a plea for mercy. He attempted to speak, but was incapable, only blood trickling from his lips. Do you know Chu Youwei? I am the one who kills. Chun Wen's haunting voice suddenly echoed in Chu Chang'e's ears. Chu Youwei? Is she not my long-lost sister? Chu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by this? Could it be that the annihilation of his family was due to his sister? Upon this realization, Chu Chang'e's mind fell into a void, resonating with a persistent hum. It became evident that the adversary had been acutely aware of everything from the very beginning, skillfully toying with him. Chun Wen's voice once again reached Chu Chang'e's ears, confirming, as you have surmised, it was my family that eradicated the Chu clan. In truth, upon learning the basic details about Chu Chang'e, he had already speculated on the relationship between Chu Chang'e and Chu Youwei. It was amusing to ponder, for both siblings were of a similar ilk, and now they had both fallen into his grasp. However, one could not deny the peculiar fate he shared with the members of the Chu clan. With his suspicions validated by Chun Wen, the weight upon Chu Chang'e's heart dissipated. Good night, brother. Do not follow the wrong master in the future. Chun Wen's hand reached forth, enveloping Chu Chang'e in a grip of formidable power. Chu Chang'e's pupils trembled, as a torrent of emotions, fear, regret, and resentment, surged forth within him. In that moment, he truly felt remorse and trepidation. Already on the brink of exhaustion, with only a flicker of life remaining, Chu Chang'e's body erupted under Chun Wen's oppressive force, blood cascading like rain upon the ground. In silence, Chun Wen activated the divine fate great furnace, obliterating Chu Chang'e's life essence. The furnace is complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of orange divine fate nirvana liquid. Ah, what a relief. A smirk danced upon Chun Wen's lips. With this divine fate nirvana liquid, along with an abundance of spirit crystals and divine essence, he felt confident in his ascent to the celestial realm. After placing the nirvana liquid into his storage space, he turned to Chu Youwei and the others. By this time, Chu Youwei and her companions had already readjusted their weapons and approached Chun Wen's side. No need to kneel. Rise, Chun Wen said with a gentle smile. Chu Youwei, seeing the sincerity in Chun Wen's expression, motioned for the elders and disciples to stand. In their view, even if Chun Wen had offended the Imperial Prince, it was not a slight they could afford to make. They were to serve the two factions well, leaving other matters beyond their concern. Young master, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, and I will endeavor to fulfill your wishes, Chu Youwei said, taking a deep breath before speaking. Chun Wen's gaze swept over the group, ultimately resting upon a stunning woman whose grace was as fluid as water. This woman possessed a voluptuous figure, seamlessly blending allure and gentleness, an exceptional beauty indeed. Chun Wen's attention did not go unnoticed by the others. Could it be that this young master had a penchant for such allure? This was not entirely unwelcome. Chu Youwei's gaze flitted over Jiang Qingren, and a plan began to form in her mind. How outrageous! Exclaimed the disciples, their sentiments starkly contrasting with Chu Youwei's. They erupted in indignation. Who was Jiang Qingren? The leader of the Immortal Peak. Her beauty, character, and poise were unparalleled. Particularly, her enchanting and gentle demeanor made her the object of admiration for all the male disciples. Upon witnessing Chun Wen's interest in Jiang Qingren, their collective frustration ignited. Jiang Qingren felt quite uncomfortable under Chun Wen's scrutiny, her hands tightly clenched beneath her sleeves, barely containing her dissatisfaction. Chun Wen chuckled softly, calmly averting his gaze. His attention was not on Jiang Qingren herself, but rather on the soul of destiny hovering above her head. Remarkably, among all present, she was the sole child of fate. And furthermore, her soul of destiny was notably elevated, reaching the green tier. He pondered whether he should seize an opportunity to take advantage of her. My lord, that is the younger sister of a humble servant. If you are interested, I could assist in persuading her, Jiang Taichu remarked with a wry smile. But do not be deceived by her gentle appearance. Her temperament is far more stubborn than a bull. Enough, I comprehend your intentions. Yet I harbor no interest in your sister, Chun Wen replied, dismissively waving his hand. It seems I have spoken out of turn, Jiang Taichu conceded, closing his mouth. However, regarding Chun Wen's disinterest, he remained skeptical. Though he might not understand women, he certainly grasped the nature of men. Chun Wen chose not to engage with Jiang Taichu's thoughts, but instead communicated telepathically. Speak up. Who among the remaining individuals here is connected to Chu Tianlong? Today, I shall collect a modest interest first. Chapter 29. Ruthless and Unyielding. The complete annihilation. There are still 15 remaining, 2 of whom are peak masters, Jiang Taichu declared. Eliminate them all, but leave the bodies, Chun Wen replied calmly. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Taichu acted. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of the King Realm surged forth, enveloping everyone in its terrifying power. What is happening? The expressions of Chu Youwei and her companions shifted dramatically. The abrupt change left them bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Taichu struck, his hand reaching towards an elder, entwined with fearsome energy that tore through layers of space. No. The elder's face paled as he instinctively cried out in terror. Die! Crack! With a single, violent motion, Jiang Taichu crushed the elder's skull, blood splattering across Chu Youwei's face. In an instant, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Both elders and disciples were engulfed in unease, some even harboring a flicker of combativeness in their eyes. Chu Youwei's pupils trembled violently. She shouted to the elders and disciples below, "Do not move. I shall handle this." Once the crowd managed to regain some semblance of composure, Chu Youwei turned her gaze towards Chun Wen. Young Master Yi, we have not offended you, have we? You have not offended me, but they have. Continue the slaughter, Chun Wen replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. No, you cannot do this, Chu Youwei exclaimed, her agitation palpable as she attempted to rise. Seeing this, Jiang Taichu pressed his hand against her forehead. Do you wish to die as well? Chu Youwei's face drained of color. Yet, in a fleeting moment, she summoned her courage. As the sovereign of the Holy Land, even if it means defying the heavens, I cannot stand by and watch my elders perish. It is my responsibility. I implore you, Master Jiang, to consider this and grant me an answer." Jiang Taichu remained silent, instead looking towards Chen Yuan, as if inquiring, "What say you, young master?" Chen Yuan glanced at Chu Youwei. "I am not unreasonable. Since the Holy Master desires an answer, let us provide her one." "Very well," Jiang Taichu responded, tossing a spiritual scroll listing the names and deeds of the 15 individuals to Chu Youwei. This action captured everyone's attention. They all fixated on the scroll. Chu Youwei remained silent, trembling as she absorbed the contents of the scroll. In an instant, 15 names came into view, including those of the 2 peak masters. As she read, her pupils constricted sharply. Initially, she had only sought to understand why Jiang Taichu intended to eliminate Elder Zhao. However, upon seeing the list, she realized Jiang Taichu planned to kill all 15. This revelation shattered her worldview and redefined her thresholds of acceptance. Nevertheless, she was no novice. She quickly subdued her shock and meticulously reviewed all the information. By the end, she felt numb. These 15 individuals, without exception, have betrayed their own sanctuary, exploiting its resources to benefit the so-called prince. Among them, some have committed heinous acts, resulting in the deaths of numerous disciples within the sanctuary. The events that transpired are so shocking that they cannot be adequately described. Naturally, if these matters were left to the sanctuary's authorities, it would be a difficult situation to manage. Firstly, they would not risk offending the prince for the sake of the sanctuary's ironclad laws. It is not an exaggeration to assert that should this issue reach the Elder Council, many esteemed elders might actually support such a decision, as they view it as a means to curry favor with the prince. Secondly, among cultivators, few are purely virtuous. They often employ unscrupulous means to achieve their ends. Thus, the malevolent deeds of these individuals are hardly considered significant. However, from the perspective of young Master Yi, the situation is markedly different. Since they have already offended the prince, why not seize the opportunity to eliminate the threat and significantly weaken the adversary? These individuals are beyond her protection. Contemplating this, Chu Youwei sank to the ground, her eyes reflecting both bewilderment and powerlessness. "Do you understand now? Is there still dissent?" Jiang Taichu coldly interjected. In Chu Youwei's vacant expression, there was no trace of emotional fluctuation. It had vanished entirely. What does it mean for it to have vanished? What exactly was there? Could it be that Elder Zhao truly offended this young Master Yi? The onlookers stared in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Jiang Taichu cast a fleeting glance at Chu Youwei before striking once more. No. Crack. Bang. Another elder was struck down in a single blow, his body exploding, blood splattering in all directions. Death. After slaying an elder, Jiang Taichu did not pause, continuing his assault with even greater speed. "You cannot touch me. I am a person of the prince. Savior, help me soon." The air was filled with agonizing screams, chilling the hearts of all who heard. The elders and disciples present had become numb, their faces etched with nothing but fear. Under the overwhelming might, not only was rescue impossible, but even movement was unattainable. After several breaths, Jiang Taichu's slaughter finally ceased. 16 corpses lay sprawled before the onlookers, their deaths gruesome. The absence of any intervention suggested that Chu Tianlong was either a master of stealth or simply absent from the sanctuary. Chen Wen reaffirmed his suspicions. Upon reflection, it made sense. Had Chu Tianlong been present, he likely would have been silenced before Jiang arrived. "Young master, all have been slain, and the bodies remain intact." Jiang Taichu stated flatly. "Have you seen that sacred monument? Nail them to it, so that all may witness," Chen Wen replied coolly. Jiang Taichu immediately grasped Chen Wen's intent. This was a plan to humiliate Chu Tianlong. What mattered most to Chu Tianlong was none other than his reputation and outward image. The death of his subordinates, coupled with such humiliation, ignited an unquenchable thirst for vengeance within him. Even to preserve his own dignity, he would not let Chen Wen escape unscathed. Thus, the matter was settled. "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," Jiang Taichu responded promptly. As he summoned the lifeless bodies, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. What was he planning? Did he intend to show them no mercy even now? In the midst of their disbelief, Jiang Taichu levitated the corpses, impaling them upon the distant holy monument. Streams of crimson blood cascaded down the stone, a sight that pierced the eyes of everyone present. This gruesome display infused the previously silent atmosphere with a chilling aura of foreboding and malevolence. At that moment, Chu Youwei could no longer contain herself. "Young Master Yi, isn't this a bit excessive?" Chun Wen's indifferent gaze settled on Chu Youwei, sending a shiver down her spine. He coldly retorted, "The leniency I just extended to you was a courtesy, given your earnest hospitality towards us. However, that is no justification for your audacity. Do you understand?" He then pivoted his words, "If you truly wish for death, I would not hesitate to oblige." With that, a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Chu Youwei's complexion paled momentarily. In that instant, she felt as though a blade was poised at her throat. Terrifying, exceedingly terrifying. At this juncture, her perception of Chun Wen underwent a profound transformation. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. I understand. It was my folly." Once all had been affixed to the holy monument, Jiang Taichu approached Chun Wen, stating, "Everyone is secured." "Well done," Chun Wen nodded in approval. Jiang Taichu, however, did not seek accolades, standing quietly to the side. The gazes of all present were fixed upon Chun Wen, their eyes brimming with terror. If they had previously bowed low out of respect for Chun Wen's status, they now trembled in fear of his merciless nature. "I have heard that your saintess is renowned as the most beautiful in Qingzhou. I wonder which one it might be," Chun Wen mused, his eyes fixed on Chu Youwei. His tone languid yet penetrating. Chapter 30. It is done. The demon has set his sights on our holy maiden. He is quite intrigued by his fiancée, Yi, and wishes to ascertain the circumstances surrounding her, curious whether she has already been ensnared. Upon utterance of these words, an unsettling silence enveloped the gathering. Our holy maiden is named Lulan Xingxue, a figure akin to an ethereal being. If Jiang Qingren captivates with her uniquely contradictory aura, then Lulan Xingxue truly enchants with her breathtakingly transcendent beauty. Indeed, she is a celestial being capable of overshadowing considerations of skill and talent. Yet, her innate gifts surpass those of all others in the sacred female realm, with only the Holy Sun able to tenuously rival her prowess. It is done. The demon is now advancing towards senior sister Lulan. As awareness dawned upon numerous disciples present, indignation once again surged through the crowd. However, they found themselves in a position where they could only harbor resentment in silence. Chu Youwei inhaled deeply and declared, "Our holy maiden, Lulan Xingxue, is currently training at the Sacred Master Peak. Should you, young Master Yi, require her assistance, I can escort you to her. However, bear in mind, she possesses absolute freedom here, and I cannot compel her in any way." Understood. This is a subtle hint that Lulan Xingxue's identity is far from ordinary, suggesting that I should refrain from harboring designs upon her. Yet, does it even require my intervention? A faint smirk graced Chun Wen's lips. For he feared not even the Emperor's son. Did he truly think I would fear a mere holy maiden? Chu Youwei's expression momentarily faltered, realizing the audacity of this individual. The others could only feel their minds buzzing, as they found themselves unable to refute Chun Wen's assertions. Relay a message to her, stating that I wish to speak with her. She may choose to come or not, but the consequences shall be hers to bear, Chun Wen remarked nonchalantly. Observing his lack of intent to seek her out, Chu Youwei silently exhaled, understanding that she must convey the message. Regardless of Lulan Xingxue's background or that of Chun Wen, neither was within her capacity to provoke. Should Chun Wen take a fancy to Lulan Xingxue, and she remained disinterested, the ramifications could be dire. As for whether Lulan Xingxue would choose to meet him, that was beyond her concern. Her only role was to deliver the message. Then, young Master Yi, which peak do you intend to reside upon? You may express your preference freely. With that, Chu Youwei proceeded to elaborate, explaining that each peak possesses its own independent mountain, alleviating any concerns of disturbance from others. The Fairy Peak, perhaps, Chun Wen mused, recalling Jiang Taichu mentioning that this peak belonged to his sister. This arrangement would conveniently spare him the trouble of searching elsewhere. The crowd's reaction was immediate. Jiang Qingren stiffened, for she was indeed the master of the Fairy Peak. Heavens! This demon truly aims to pursue Peak Master Jiang. If he were to press forward, would Jiang Qingren be capable of resisting? It was evident that she could not. The male disciples felt as though the sky had collapsed. They had previously dismissed any notion of him being uninterested in my sister. How naive men are. Jiang Taichu could not help but roll his eyes in disbelief. Young Master Yi certainly has a penchant for this. I hope that Xiaoqing will not be too obstinate. Ji Yuan mused quietly. However, she would naturally not oppose Chun Wen's request, so she said, "This way, young Master Yi. Allow me to escort you." Chun Wen replied with a slight nod. The sacred land of the Celestial Maiden was far more expansive than anticipated. Each peak was akin to a small sect. Although the 9 peaks belonged to the sacred land, they maintained a degree of independence, leading to frequent overt and covert struggles for resources. Before long, under Ji Yuwei's guidance, Chun Wen arrived at the Celestial Maiden Peak. The environment surpassed his expectations, with spiritual energy swirling like mist, casting a dreamlike glow. Upon witnessing the Holy Lord personally escorting a male disciple with utmost respect, some practicing disciples paused momentarily, taken aback. "This is the peak we have prepared for you. Here, the spiritual energy is the most abundant across the entire Celestial Maiden Peak," Ji Yuwei remarked, then added, "You may take a look first. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I shall make further arrangements." Chun Wen remained silent, surveying the surroundings. The peak he stood upon was encircled by 9 mountains, with 9 streams of spiritual energy flowing from the sky, creating an auspicious gathering of dragon spirits. In addition to its advantageous geographical location, numerous spiritual herbs flourished here, their faint medicinal fragrance evoking a sense of tranquility. Indeed, it was quite exceptional, and Chun Wen nodded in silent approval. Unbeknownst to him, although this peak was designated under the Celestial Maiden Peak, it was the oldest and most favorable location within the entire sacred land, known as Tiannu Peak. This peak had been left behind by the first Celestial Maiden and had remained vacant since her ascension. Even successive Holy Lords had refrained from occupying it. Now that Chun Wen had arrived and fortuitously chosen the Celestial Maiden vein, they dared not place him elsewhere. Should he perceive their actions as dismissive, it would spell disaster for them. "That will suffice," Chun Wen nodded. "All right. This shall henceforth be your residence, young Master Yi." Ji Yuwei sighed in relief, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. She had not anticipated that a place so fiercely contested within the sacred land would ultimately be settled in this manner. "You may withdraw. I prefer solitude," Chun Wen stated. "Then, young Master Yi, please rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me," Ji Yuwei replied, presenting him with a token. Chun Wen accepted it without hesitation. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Taichu inquired, "What shall I do next?" "Of course, continue until we provoke those true confidants of Chu Tianlong," Chun Wen articulated. "One of my objectives is to compel them to summon all their forces to eliminate me. At that moment, I shall ensure that Chu Tianlong witnesses the dissolution of all he has painstakingly built." "I understand," Jiang Taichu acknowledged. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Why not stay here?" Chun Wen pondered aloud. Jiang Taichu quickly shook his head, stating, "I am just next door at Qinyuan Peak. If you require anything, simply summon me." As he spoke, Jiang Taichu presented a token. Chun Wen did not decline, saying, "In that case, I shall not insist further. Also, you have performed admirably. Continue your diligent efforts." Jiang Taichu was momentarily taken aback, his heart surging with emotion. "To serve you, my lord, is a privilege," he exclaimed, genuinely exhilarated. After all his toil, this was the moment he had longed for. Although it was merely a phrase, the weight of a word from a member of the Imperial clan was immeasurable. "Go." Chun Wen waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, I shall not impose further." With that, Jiang Taichu turned to depart. Chun Wen smiled at this, realizing that a small gesture of encouragement could indeed ignite one's spirit. With this thought in mind, he chose not to linger and instead made his way toward the cultivation chamber within the palace. He was eager to absorb the Nirvana liquid, a splendid opportunity to enhance his cultivation. However, as soon as Jiang Taichu descended the mountain, he abruptly halted, the smile fading from his face. "Wait a moment," he thought. "What did that "continue your efforts" imply? Could it be an insinuation?" His pupils widened in realization. Of course, he must be hinting at my sister. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. No, I must persuade her. To be favored by young Master Yi is an extraordinary blessing. How can she remain aloof? With this determination, Jiang Taichu hastened his pace, a sense of urgency enveloping him. Chapter 31. The unrivaled beauty of the mortal realm. Lulan winds, snow simultaneously. The misdeeds of Chun Wen began to circulate through every corner of the sacred land. At the Sacred Master Peak and the Sacred Maiden Peak, A lively scene unfolded outside. "Miss, today is quite the spectacle. That little brat, Chu Changa, attempted to show off, and you want to believe what happened next." A lively young girl, dressed in a green gown, remarked to the woman before her, who was engrossed in studying a chessboard. The woman, clad in a simple black garment, possessed a complexion fairer than snow, and her hair was elegantly pinned with a single hairpin, devoid of any other adornments. Despite her unpretentious attire, her beauty was undeniable. "Oh, what could have transpired to excite our dear Green so much?" The woman gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing half of her exquisite face. The corners of her eyes and brows were graced with a subtle smile, which added an intangible allure to her presence. The only somewhat unappealing aspect was her slightly narrow and sharp eyes, hinting at a strong will and a sense of purpose. It is thus, a young Master Yi has just arrived at the sacred land, and the sacred master and others have gone out to greet him. Lulan Green, noticing her mistress's interest, hurriedly recounted the events that had unfolded. Lulan Wen Snow paused, her hand hovering over the black piece. "That young master, Yi openly provoked the sacred sun, and even impaled those he wished to kill upon the sacred steel?" "Indeed, what of it?" Lulan Green replied, unable to suppress her reaction. Observing Lulan Wen Snow's continued silence, she added, "By the way, that young Master Yi also asked the sacred master to convey a message to you, saying he has matters to discuss and that you should meet him. He mentioned that should you not go, you would bear the consequences." At this, Lulan Green let out a cold laugh. Who does he think he is? Provoking the sacred sun is one thing, but daring to offend Our Lady is quite another. I suggest we let one deal with this arrogant insect and put an end to him. How amusing indeed. Knowing the identity of the sacred sun, he still dares to be so brazen. After this, he has set his sights on me. Regardless of his intentions, I shall meet him. Lulan Wen Snow's expression was contemplative as she placed her black piece on the board. The sacred sun is who? He is to be my future husband. It was evident from Lulan Green's words that this young Master Yi was likely targeting her future partner. Therefore, for this reason alone, she felt compelled to confront Chen Wan. What do you mean?" Lulan Green found herself momentarily bewildered. She had not anticipated that her mistress truly intended to pay a visit. "I mean it literally. Come with me for a while." Lulan Wen Snow rose, her aura of wisdom and intellect giving way to an air of nobility that resembled a celestial being, commanding reverence. Meanwhile, Jiang Taichu descended from the heavenly maiden peak and made his way toward the Peak Master Hall, where Jiang Qingren resided. "Brother, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the hurried Jiang Taichu, Jiang Qingren was momentarily taken aback and instinctively called out. "Come here. I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Taichu firmly grasped Jiang Qingren's hand and led her toward the inner hall. Jiang Qingren wore a perplexed expression, wondering what matter could not be discussed in the main hall. However, upon observing Jiang Taichu's grave demeanor, she did not resist, allowing him to guide her into the inner chamber. "Please take a seat. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you," Jiang Taichu declared, taking a deep breath. "This matter concerns not only your future, but also mine, and indeed, the future of our entire family. Therefore, it is imperative that you consider it with the utmost seriousness." "Brother, what is it?" "I am utterly bewildered," Jiang Qingren replied, exasperated. "It seems that young Master Yi has truly taken a liking to you." As long as Jiang Taichu was interrupted, as Jiang Qingren's expression shifted dramatically. "Leave. Get out immediately." "Jiang Qingren, this is not the time for pride. That is young Master Yi we are speaking of, the heir of a formidable power. Should you become his Dao companion, not only would you ascend to great heights, but our entire Jiang clan would also rise to prominence. What do we cultivators strive for if not for such opportunities?" Jiang Taichu urged. Jiang Qingren fixed a cold gaze upon him. "Did he send you? Is that what you are implying?" Jiang Taichu believed that Chen Wen had hinted at something. Thus his reasoning was not unfounded. "Leave. I want you to leave," Jiang Qingren exclaimed, her fury mounting. "I, Jiang Qingren, would never resort to trading my body for status. Your proposition disgusts me." Startled, Jiang Taichu shuddered. Witnessing her brother's cowardice only fueled her anger. "Get out. You too." Recognizing the intensity of her outrage, Jiang Taichu chose not to pursue the matter further. "I understand that you find this difficult to comprehend and accept. However, I urge you to reflect on it carefully. There is no need to rush your response. Get lost, do you hear me?" Jiang Qingren shouted. "Are you serious? Ouch, that hurts." After Jiang Taichu scrambled away, Jiang Qingren sank into a chair, her mind racing. How could she not grasp the implications of his words? She was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Yet, Jiang Qingren had never been one to barter her integrity for gain. Even if he was young Master Yi, she had no desire for such an arrangement. Besides, a man who could not control himself around women, regardless of his background, was nothing but a scoundrel. The recent actions of Chun Yuwei had only solidified her belief that he was a heartless demon. At that moment, the atmosphere around CNNV Peak suddenly grew lively. A group of disciples rushed toward the peak upon hearing news of Lulan Shengshue's whereabouts. "Peak Master, something is amiss." A frantic voice interrupted Jiang Qingren's reverie. She quickly composed herself and replied, "Come in." In an instant, a servant entered the chamber. "Speak, what is it?" Jiang Qingren glanced at the newcomer. "Luran Xingxue has arrived." "Having just entered our peak," replied the servant repeatedly. Jiang Qingren furrowed her brow. "Who is Luran Xingxue?" She has never been one to rashly intrude upon the territories of others. Moreover, given her status, she seldom engages in external communication and rarely harbors enmities. Even the elders and leaders of our peak are not well acquainted with Luran Xingxue. But why has she suddenly come to my fairy peak? Could it truly be in response to that demon's words? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After a moment, Jiang Qingren quelled the tumult within her heart and said, "All right, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, Peak Master." Once the servant departed, Jiang Qingren sighed. Stepping out of the Peak Master's hall, regardless of whether Luran Xingxue had come for this young Master Yi, she felt compelled to investigate. Chapter 32, Lulan Xingxue arrives. The sacred land trembles on the other side. Guided by green, Lulan Xingxue made her way towards the direction of the Celestial Maiden Peak. "Sister Lulan, where are we headed?" "I recall the Peak Master's hall is not in that direction. Could it be that she is seeking a certain disciple? But that doesn't seem right. There is only the vacant Celestial Maiden Peak in that direction. You are unaware, aren't you? That young Master Yi has recently taken residence at Celestial Maiden Peak." "What? This is impossible, absolutely inconceivable." The male disciples were immediately engulfed in a wave of despair, struggling to accept this reality. Not long ago, who claimed that if Sister Lulan came looking for him, he would gladly offer his head for a football. "You have a good memory, get lost." Upon realizing that Lulan Xingxue might be searching for Chun Yuwei, the already raucous scene erupted into a frenzy. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly sweeping through the entire sacred land. The Saintess herself had come seeking Chun Yuwei. Who is the Saintess? She is akin to a celestial being. Hence, this was akin to a thunderclap in the sacred land, leaving everyone utterly astounded. However, as Lulan Xingxue reached the foot of the mountain, Jiang Taichu blocked her path. He glanced at Lulan Xingxue and said coolly, "Halt. Do you know who my lady is?" Lulan Green retorted sharply. "Green, step back," Lulan Xingxue instructed. "Yes." Lulan Green pouted but quietly retreated behind her. Lulan Xingxue clasped her fists and said, "I am Lulan Xingxue, here to seek an audience with young Master Yi. I kindly request you to relay my intent." "Lulan Xingxue? The very Saintess young Master you mentioned not long ago? How bold of her to seek him out. Young Master. Impressive indeed." At this thought, Jiang Taichu felt a pang of exasperation for his own sister, who was so obstinate, missing out on opportunities. "Look at that Saintess. Her beauty and talent surpass yours by a level. Yet she has come seeking him, and you still hesitate. What are you being so pretentious about? Is it unclear what the young lady has expressed?" Noticing Jiang Taichu lost in thought, Lulan Xingxue remained unperturbed and spoke again. Jiang Taichu returned his focus and responded with a clasped fist. "Regrettably, it is unfortunate. Young Master Yi is in seclusion." "Is there any indication of how long this will last?" Lulan Xingxue inquired thoughtfully. Jiang Taichu shook his head. "I truly do not know about this matter. This poses a dilemma." Lulan Xingxue slightly bowed, preparing to take her leave. At that moment, Jiang Qingren arrived, and the crowd of surrounding disciples quickly parted to create a path. Jiang Qingren approached Lulan Xingxue and inquired, "Might I ask why the Saintess has come?" Jiang Taichu cast a glance at his sister, thinking, "Isn't this a question she already knows the answer to?" Lulan Xingxue replied, "I heard that young Master Yi had matters to discuss with me, so I have come. If I have caused any inconvenience to Master Zhang Feng, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Xiaoxue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just look at this. Though we are both women, the disparity is striking. Were I a gentleman, I would undoubtedly choose her over you." Jiang Taichu mused inwardly. Yet simultaneously, he speculated whether this woman truly came here upon Chun when mere remark. Could there be other matters at play? Do you know each other? Jiang Qingren unconsciously inquired, sharing the same sentiment as Jiang Taichu, believing that with Lulan Shengshue's temperament, she had no reason to heed Chunwen at all. Lulan Shengshue cast a discreet glance at Jiang Qingren. This matter surely did not fall within Master Jiang Feng's inquiry, did it? No. Why do I feel that something is amiss? Jiang Taichu frowned slightly. The assembled disciples also noticed this peculiarity, their gazes darting between the two faces as if attempting to discern something. Jiang Qingren's complexion faltered, and she inhaled sharply. As your elder, I must say that young Master Yi is not a good person. What nonsense is my foolish sister spouting? Jiang Taichu felt utterly taken aback. Get back right now, immediately, he bellowed, seizing Jiang Qingren's hand with fervor. Realizing her blunder, Jiang Qingren refrained from retorting. Meanwhile, Lulan Shengshue observed Jiang Qingren with keen interest. She was indifferent to whether Chunwen was virtuous or not. Had it not been for Chu Tianlong and Chunwen's unusual behavior, she would not have come at all. Conversely, Jiang Qingren's exaggerated reaction struck her as somewhat amusing. Boom. At that moment, boundless spiritual energies surged from the heavens, coalescing and radiating outward into the infinite void, seemingly without end. Is young Master Yi about to break through? The amount of gathered spiritual energy is astonishing. As the energy continued to accumulate, the onlookers displayed expressions of shock. Lulan Shengshue also turned her gaze skyward, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. Such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy could only be seen when she herself broke through to the life and death realm. Yet, she pondered, to which realm was this young Master Yi ascending? Unlike Lulan Shengshue, Jiang Qingren was aware of Chunwen's true level, tenfold yin-yang realm. His impending breakthrough signified that he was advancing to the celestial realm. The immense influx of spiritual energy accompanying this breakthrough represented something profound, a realization Jiang Qingren comprehended all too well. At this thought, her expression shifted dramatically. Now you understand, young Master Yi's interest in you is indeed a blessing. Stop being so pretentious. After regaining his composure from the shock, Jiang Taichu found himself exasperated with Jiang Qingren's stubbornness. Jiang Qingren pressed her lips tightly together, choosing silence. She admitted to underestimating Chunwen and his talents, but this did not alter the fact that he was a debauched youth, swayed by superficial allure. She simply detests such individuals. Is there anything wrong with that? Observing her younger sister in this manner, Jiang Taichu was well aware of her thoughts, yet could only let out a helpless sigh. Were this person not her sister, he would have long since put an end to her existence. A foolish creature. Living merely serves to squander resources. As the spiritual energy continues to accumulate, eventually stretching across vast distances, the surging, boiling force manifests like a natural disaster, rendering the scene terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, the concentration of spiritual energy has reached its zenith. The revelation is imminent, whether it be a dragon or a worm. The truth will soon be unveiled. Lulan Shengshue pondered quietly within her heart. Just then, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from the depths of Tianyu Peak, sweeping away layers of clouds in an instant. It is the aura of the yin-yang realm. How could this be possible? Lulan Shengshue gasped, her face filled with astonishment. For this level of innate power not only surpassed her own, but also eclipsed that of her future husband. It is worth noting that her intended possesses the rare Imperial bone, destined to become an emperor without a doubt. Yet now, a suddenly emerging youth has effortlessly surpassed them both. What does this signify? As this thought crossed her mind, the astonishment in her eyes deepened. Chapter 33. Who is it? Who on earth has absorbed all the spiritual energy? In the next moment, the boiling spiritual energy stirred. Instantly, like a torrent of ocean currents, it surged madly into the depths of the heavenly maiden peak. The surrounding spiritual energy also vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Such an amount of absorption. Such a speed of absorption. Is he truly breaking through to the celestial realm? Everyone in attendance observed this spectacle, their breaths quickening in excitement. Due to the unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy in the heavenly maiden sacred land, Chu Youwei and the others were also shaken, rushing out from their respective peaks. Upon witnessing the astonishing phenomenon in the sky, they all displayed expressions of awe. Is this young Master Yi's breakthrough? What a terrifying talent! Chu Youwei and her companions wasted no time, swiftly heading towards the direction of Heavenly Maiden Peak. In mere moments, the gathered spiritual energy in midair was completely absorbed. Even the residual spiritual energy of the Heavenly Maiden Sacred Land was forcefully drawn in, leaving nothing behind. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Chun Yuan finally achieved his breakthrough. The yin and yang energies within him evolving into the power of the celestial realm. One after another, celestial manifestations appeared in the sky. Among these celestial manifestations were a peerless warrior, impenetrable as a fortress, an invincible sword deity, slashing through the heavens, an ancient god, transcending all laws and embodying supreme martial arts, and many more. In the end, there were a total of 99 celestial manifestations, dominating the vast celestial domain and stirring ancient calamities. 99 celestial manifestations? What kind of monster is this? Chu Youwei and her companions gazed in terror at this scene. Disbelief etched in their eyes. Even in earthly legends, there has never been a mention of 99 celestial manifestations. It can be said that what lay before them had far surpassed their existing understanding. Lulan Xingxue stared blankly, the shock in her eyes beyond verbal expression. 99 celestial manifestations, and not a single one repeated. This was the most terrifying aspect, when she herself had only managed to evolve 59 manifestations. The ancient nation of Lulan had elevated her status to that of a saintess, bestowing upon her the title of the first sequence. In comparison to this young Master Yi, was she truly a genius? In this moment, even someone as wise as she was unable to suppress doubts about herself. Who is it? Who on earth has drained all the spiritual energy? Just as everyone was engulfed in shock, a furious roar resonated through the heavens, echoing in the ears of all present. This is... Everyone turned to look. Boom. Suddenly, the sky erupted, a terrifying force of life and death sweeping through. Blood-red, killing intent surged into the sky, painting half the heavens crimson. Who is this? Such a dreadful killing intent. The hearts of the disciples sank, all sharing the same thought. Boom. In the next moment, a figure shrouded in blood-red killing intent charged forth from a distance, shaking the heavens violently. This person does not seem to be a disciple of our sect. As the shadow of a figure came into view, the expressions of the disciples shifted dramatically. Chu Youwei and her companions wore faces as grim as the depths of the sea. Just moments before, they had genuinely believed that their own sect's disciples had acted foolishly once again. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was not one of their own, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Do you recognize this person? Chu Youwei inquired, turning to Jiang Qingren. For the individual had emerged from the peaks of the Immortal Maiden. Jiang Qingren promptly replied, his name is Zhao Tianlong. He is a disciple I encountered during a recent trial. Among his peers, he possesses an admirable sense of self-respect and resilience, coupled with remarkable talent. I believe he is a rare gem, which is why I took the initiative to bring him back to the peak. Then why was this not reported? Chu Youwei asked sternly. Because young Master Yi happened to cross paths with him, and I simply overlooked it, Jiang Qingren hastily explained. Have you investigated his background? Chu Youwei pressed further. Jiang Qingren nodded quickly. Yes, he is merely a disciple of humble origins. Chu Youwei cast a penetrating glance at Jiang Qingren. While she found her to be commendable in many respects, she also felt she harbored a somewhat cynical view of the world, particularly towards those who, despite their humble beginnings, displayed self-respect and fortitude. If not for her brother, Jiang Taichu, she would have expelled such individuals long ago, as their virtues often came with pronounced flaws, making them prone to calamity. With this in mind, Chu Youwei resolved to give Jiang Qingren an opportunity, stating, handle this matter properly. I do not wish for him to disturb young Master Yi. Otherwise, you will both face dire consequences. Understood, Jiang Qingren replied earnestly. Turns out a mere insect who has just broken through to the celestial realm dared to steal my spiritual energy. Moreover, he manifested 99 celestial apparitions, truly a prodigy, an unparalleled talent. As Zhao Tianlong spoke, his voice turned icy. I, Zhao Tianlong, take pleasure in eliminating such exceptional talents. As he spoke, a tempest of murderous intent surged forth from within him. Observing Zhao Tianlong in such a state, Jiang Qingren's expression shifted slightly. In her memory, Zhao Tianlong had always been a bright, self-reliant young man who cared for others. How had he suddenly turned so cold and envious? However, she quickly began to rationalize his fury. After all, who would not react similarly if their spiritual energy were stolen at such a pivotal moment. With this thought, she stepped forward to block Zhao Tianlong's path. Are you attempting to hinder me? Zhao Tianlong's cold gaze bore down on Jiang Qingren. You. Faced with Zhao Tianlong's demeanor, Jiang Qingren felt a mix of anger and frustration, yet she took a deep breath and said, I am trying to save you. Ha ha, save me? Do you think too highly of yourself, you wretched creature? Zhao Tianlong retorted, his arrogance unabated. With the decision made to sever ties with the Celestial Maiden sect, he no longer felt the need to feign civility. Ultimately, one could simply abduct Jiang Qingren. Coercion would yield a similar outcome. Does one truly believe oneself to be the reincarnation of a saint? Are you aware of the philosophies you have incessantly imparted to me along this journey, which have made me feel utterly nauseated? Were it not for the meager value of your wretched form, I might have sought a taste of novelty. Do you honestly think I would accompany you throughout this ordeal? Kindly step aside. I shall impose retribution upon you. Zhao Tianlong's voice rang coldly. You, shameless. Jiang Qingren stammered, her finger trembling as she pointed at Zhao Tianlong. Such vulgar utterances were foreign to her ears, and she had never before been subjected to such treatment. Most importantly, she had genuinely regarded Zhao Tianlong as a younger brother. The revelation of his true nature shattered her worldview in that moment. Step aside, I will handle this, Jiang Taichu stated as he approached Jiang Qingren, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. At that instant, his countenance turned frigid. For him, whether out of a desire to avenge his sister or to safeguard young Master Yi, the most effective course of action was undoubtedly to eliminate Zhao Tianlong. Any threat to young Master Yi could lead to catastrophic consequences. Brother, Jiang Qingren gazed at Jiang Taichu with teary eyes. Listen to me. I will take care of this, Jiang Taichu reiterated firmly. Very well. Jiang Qingren stepped aside. King Realm? This is becoming intriguing, Zhao Tianlong remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As for this individual, I leave him to you. Understood. At that moment, a voice, indifferent and ethereal, resonated from the void. Chapter 34. The unveiling of the ancient dominator. As the words fell, a figure gradually materialized. An overwhelming aura enveloped the entirety of Tian'an Peak, casting a chilling pall over every breath of energy present. The 8th Heavenly King Realm. Upon sensing the visitor's level of mastery, Jiang Taichu, who was only at the 6th Heavenly King Realm, could not help but undergo a drastic change in expression. It is known that at their level, a mere minor difference in realms could equate to an insurmountable chasm. Chu Youwei and the others also revealed expressions of astonishment. Should the newcomer unleash chaos, they would be utterly powerless to contain it. How could it be? How could it be? Jiang Qingren trembled all over, her complexion gradually paling. The realization that she had inadvertently brought disaster upon the holy land of the Celestial Maidens filled her with deep regret. Li Yunyu surveyed the scene, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Zhao Tianlong, and spoke coolly, choose the life of a single disciple or the preservation of a holy land. As his words lingered, his aura surged once more, waves of heavenly king power crashing down towards Jiang Taichu and the others. This is bad. Jiang Taichu's expression shifted as he attempted to retreat, only to find himself suppressed, his internal energy rendered impotent, unable to exert itself. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlong became even more brazen. Ha ha ha, the esteemed holy land of the Celestial Maidens is nothing but a farce. And you wretched creature, continue your pretense before me. If you dare. If I cannot deal with you, surely my master can. With that, a murderous intent radiated from Zhao Tianlong. Today, I shall execute someone before your very eyes. What will you do about it? As he spoke, Zhao Tianlong charged towards Yuan. This is perilous. Protect the young master, Jiang Taichu instinctively shouted. Upon hearing this, Chu Youwei and the others struggled desperately, yet remained ensnared by Li Yunyu's binding force. If a son of an obscure power were to perish within the Holy Land, their troubles would be insurmountable. Ha ha ha, too late. Zhao Tianlong, witnessing Jiang Taichu and the others in such a furious state, grew even more arrogant. He relished in the sight of others' despair, finding a twisted pleasure in the impending violence. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of celestial energy erupted from the depths of Tian'an Peak, dominating the very fabric of reality. Are you here to kill me? How intriguing, a resonant voice rang out. Everyone instinctively halted their actions, turning towards the source of the sound. A figure, ethereal and otherworldly, descended before them. Chun Yuan, who had transcended to the celestial realm, now embodying a state of unity with the heavens. His aura was tempered and resplendent, glimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. As the gentle yet ancient energy permeated the atmosphere, an invisible pressure rendered them all hesitant to gaze upward. When did the first heavenly realm become so formidable? The crowd could not help but draw a sharp breath. At that moment, Li Yunyo's attention also shifted to Chun Yuan. This fluctuation of power, this extraordinary presence, what an extraordinary young man. After casting a sweeping glance over Chun Yuan, Li Yunyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Hailing from a prestigious lineage in the upper realm, he had encountered numerous prodigies among the younger generation. Yet, few possessed the ability to leave him utterly astounded at first sight. His own disciple, Zhao Tianlong, could also be considered a paragon among men, having broken through to the first level of the life and death realm at such a tender age. Moreover, he had achieved this remarkable feat through sheer perseverance, emerging from humble beginnings. However, when compared to the youth before him, Zhao Tianlong, despite holding a slight advantage in cultivation, fell woefully short in every other respect. To describe his inferiority as being utterly crushed would not be an exaggeration. Zhao Tianlong's gaze fixated on Chun Yuan, his murderous intent swiftly morphing into intense jealousy. Coming from a lowly background, he had always perceived his lack of charisma as a significant flaw. Chun Yuan's striking handsomeness struck a blow to his already fragile and sensitive psyche. If his desire for vengeance had initially stemmed from the theft of his spiritual energy, it now purely arose from a visceral urge to eliminate Chun Yuan himself. Simultaneously, Chun Yuan's attention settled on Zhao Tianlong. Name: Zhao Tianlong. Age: 23. Personality: arrogant, unruly, envious. Identity: a lowly scion from a remote town. Fate soul: yellow. Physique: ancient overlord body. Realm: first level of life and death realm. A yellow fate soul? An ancient overlord body. Remarkable. This individual surpasses even Chu Chang'e. At the same age, he had already attained the first level of the life and death realm, and possessed the legendary ancient overlord body. If Chu Chang'e's primeval true dragon body were to mature, it could transform into a true dragon in human form. Conversely, the ancient overlord body, once fully developed, could genuinely stand against a primeval true dragon and tear apart a primeval true phoenix. Should his murderous aura be cultivated to its utmost, he could embody the very essence of slaughter, achieving the status of a primeval god of death. It is no exaggeration to say that such a person is a born harbinger of death. However, your fate is truly unfortunate for having crossed paths with me. With this thought, a subtle smile curved Chun Yuan's lips, especially upon realizing that Zhao Tianlong possessed a yellow fate soul. The first fusion of a yellow fate soul could unlock new achievements. He began to anticipate what rewards the yellow destiny treasure chest might hold. As Chun Yuan's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor, Zhao Tianlong's overwhelming murderous intent surged forth, heedless of the consequences. In an instant, the forces of life and death entwined with his killing intent erupted from within him. It pierced through the heavens, painting the sky a deep crimson, while the echoes of unending dread reverberated through the blood mist. This person is truly terrifying. The surrounding disciples watched Zhao Tianlong in awe, swallowing hard. Their eyes filled with shock. At that moment, they found themselves concerned for Chun Yuan. The disparity between the first level of the celestial realm and the first level of the life and death realm was a significant chasm. Despite Chun Yuan's extraordinary origins, the difference was stark. Yet battles do not heed the backdrop. One can only hope that the influential figure behind this young Master Chun will intervene. At this thought, a collective sigh escaped the onlookers. Miss, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Lulan Levayu inquired softly. Lulan Xingxue blinked lightly, her expression contemplative. If he were to lose, then indeed, I have ventured to the wrong place today. Then, Miss, do you wish for him to win or to lose? Lulan Levayu asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lulan Xingxue maintained her demeanor, explaining that, in truth, the outcome bore little significance for her. Levayu hopes for his defeat. It would be better for such a demon to perish, she remarked with a slight curl of her lips. In the face of Zhao Tianlong's overwhelming murderous intent, Chun Yuan remained composed, displaying no hint of trepidation. You brat, prepare to die? Zhao Tianlong snarled as he lunged at Chun Yuan, his hands enveloped in a chilling aura. the very essence of life and death tearing through the fabric of space. Wait. At that moment, Li Yunyu interjected. Zhao Tianlong's fierce countenance faltered as he turned sharply toward Li Yunyu, as if demanding an explanation. Ignoring Zhao Tianlong's gaze, Li Yunyu directed his attention to Chen Wan. You possess remarkable talent. May I inquire about your origins? He asked. What, are you afraid? Chen Wan replied leisurely. The others regarded Li Yunyu with similar curiosity. Li Yunyu remained unfazed, stating, I hail from the sacred clan of the Upper Realm, one of the most prestigious forces among the holy ranks. Should you consent, we could conclude this matter today, and I would gladly take you under my wing. Only by ascending to the Upper Realm can your talents truly flourish. Ponder this carefully. It may well be the greatest opportunity of your lifetime. Chapter 35. The emergence of the Imperial sword and identity speculation. Is this person a fool? Jiang Taichu felt a sense of numbness. He had anticipated that Li Yunyu would say something profound, yet this was all there was. The assembly from the Celestial Maiden's sacred land regarded him as if he were an imbecile. Come on, after all this time. You are merely a member of the sacred clan? The last person who boasted about being from the sacred clan has long since sipped the Mengpa soup. And to claim one can take on disciples? Truly, I am utterly astounded. Upon witnessing the crowd's reaction, Li Yunyu furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Shouldn't the expected response be one of astonishment? What kind of realm is the Upper Realm? And what influence does the sacred clan of the Upper Realm hold? How could this diminutive lower realm dare to look down upon the sacred clan of the Upper Realm? Conversely, the one exhibiting the most pronounced reaction was Zhao Tianlong. Being accepted as a disciple by Li Yunyu and joining the sacred clan of the Upper Realm had been his most significant achievement. It had propelled him to great heights and granted him the audacity to disdain all the barbaric denizens of the lower realm. And now he heard what? His master appeared to hold this young man in high regard and even intended to take him on as a disciple. What did that make him? What worth did his hard-won acknowledgement hold now? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Tianlong's eyes turned crimson, consumed by jealousy that incinerated his sanity. No, this young man must not be allowed to become his junior. Regardless of the cost, this boy must perish. Perhaps noticing Zhao Tianlong's emotional turmoil, Chen Wen curled his lips in a slight smirk and remarked leisurely, It seems your disciple is not too pleased, is he? Just look at that twisted expression on his face. This wretched scoundrel was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Zhao Tianlong felt his teeth nearly shatter with rage. Yet, before Li Yunyu, he dared not unleash his fury. Even though he longed to eliminate Chen Wen, he had to suppress it. Li Yunyu cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Tianlong. His opinion held little weight. Oh, but I fear I might be assassinated before I even join. Chen Wen shook his head. So, are you saying that without him, you would become my disciple? Li Yunyu turned his gaze toward Chen Wen. Chen Wen nodded serenely. You could interpret it that way. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yunyu declared, Very well, from this day forth, he shall no longer be my disciple. Master. Zhao Tianlong's countenance changed drastically as he stared at Li Yunyu in disbelief. Considering our bond as master and disciple, you may leave now, Li Yunyu commanded coldly. No. Master, you cannot do this, you mustn't. Zhao Tianlong's face drained of color. Without Li Yunyu's support, all his previous transgressions would amount to his own demise. He did not believe that as a mere being in the life and death realm, he could withstand the retribution of these individuals. With this realization, Zhao Tianlong collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Observing this, Chen Wen's smile broadened. It was indeed entertaining to toy with this master-disciple duo. As for Zhao Tianlong, he must perish here. Come, pay your respects with a bow to this king. Li Yunyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of composure. He held a measure of satisfaction with Zhao Tianlong, yet when contrasted with Chen Wen, he considered the latter a superior choice. Despite Chen Wen's relatively weaker cultivation, his youth was a significant advantage. The Holy Clan was not in want of resources. What they truly lacked were genuine prodigies. To his surprise, his venture to the lower realm had yielded such remarkable gains, indeed, quite gratifying. As this thought crossed his mind, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of Li Yunyu's mouth. However, as moments passed, the atmosphere remained stagnant. Chen Wen regarded the unfolding scene with an expression akin to that of a fool, showing no signs of action. Li Yunyu's countenance gradually darkened. What did this mean? The onlookers also turned their gazes towards Chen Wen, clearly eager to decipher his intentions. with a hint of mockery lingering on his lips. Chu Yuwei spoke leisurely under their scrutiny. Of course, I am merely toying with you, you fool. Kill him. Kill him for me. Instantly, Li Yunyo's fury ignited. His aura brimming with murderous intent, his face contorted in rage. Never had anyone dared to mock him in such a manner. You bastard, die? Zhao Tianlong, who had been on the brink of despair, suddenly surged forth, his entire being enveloped in a tempest of killing intent, resembling a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell. At that moment, he mirrored Li Yunyo's murderous fervor. Very well, I shall use you to test my blade. Chu Yuwei extended his hand, grasping the Imperial sword. As the blade was drawn, two beams of sword light shot skyward, transforming into an Imperial dragon and an Imperial phoenix. The two forces melded seamlessly, indistinguishable from one another, as if crafted by nature itself. The sword energy cleaved through the heavens, creating the illusion that the sky was fracturing, while spatial turbulence spread in all directions. The remaining vestiges of Imperial might descended instantaneously. The multitude of weapons trembled in unison, rising into the air in a breathtaking display. What manner of sword is this? How terrifying! The crowd gazed in shock, feeling a chill run down their spines, breathless in awe. The Imperial sword, it was undoubtedly an Imperial sword. Although they had never encountered such a weapon, the very essence of Chu Yuwei led Jiang Taichu to a firm conclusion. This sword, its blade glistening as though forged from congealed blood, with a hilt adorned by the harmonious figures of a dragon and phoenix, exuded a singular sword energy. Li Yunyo, also fixated on the Imperial sword, felt a jolt in his pupils. It was undeniably an Imperial sword, without a doubt. Whether it was a remnant artifact, he could not ascertain, for even his own clan lacked such weapons, not even a half-step Imperial weapon. Those possessing half-step or true Imperial weapons were beyond the reach of their holy clan. Could I truly have stumbled upon something monumental? As this realization struck him, Li Yunyo's scalp prickled with unease, his body trembling involuntarily. At that moment, Chu Yuwei made his move. As he raised the sword, a torrent of power surged forth from within him, vast as the ocean, terrifying in its unmatched ferocity. The nine-colored chaotic sequence of light erupted, cleaving through the heavens like a blade, reducing the surrounding space to mere dust. In an instant, Zhao Tianlong's imposing aura was crushed to nothingness, akin to a grain of rice overshadowed by the brilliance of the full moon. Could such power truly belong to one of the celestial realm? Once again, the crowd found themselves astounded by Chu Yuwei. Was he truly this formidable? The most shocked among them was Jiang Qingren. She had initially believed that Chu Yuwei was merely a spoiled scion, leveraging his family's influence to oppress others. But now she realized how gravely mistaken she was. Her error was egregious. He was indeed the embodiment of the radiant moon, needing no familial might to assert himself. I, this noble son, bestow upon you death. Celestial sword technique. Flash. Chu Yuwei's expression shifted, his gaze chilling, the sword radiating an icy intent. With a single stroke, the brilliance of all light was severed. At that moment, it seemed as though only this sword existed in the universe. You bastard. Even with the enhancement of a superior spirit sword, I, Zhao Tianlong, shall not be outdone. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Tianlong's murderous intent surged forth as he roared fiercely. He then unleashed the full potential of the ancient tyrant body, an overwhelming force of annihilation emanating. As a black-red divine light burst forth. Boom. In response to Chu Yuwei's descending sword, Zhao Tianlong thrust his fist with great force. The heavens and earth trembled, a colossal shadow of annihilation reflecting across the expanse. Stop. For heaven's sake, stop. Li Yunyo shouted in horror, instinctively striking towards Zhao Tianlong. At this juncture, he could only seek to eliminate Zhao Tianlong. For if Chu Yuwei were harmed, none among them would survive. After all, he was a descendant of a power greater than the Holy Clan. Yet, Chu Yuwei's lethal strike was swifter and more decisive. Are you jesting? If you kill him, my achievements will be in vain. Bang! A sword cascaded down. In an instant, Zhao Tianlong's towering figure was reduced to a mist of blood, and even the perfected ancient tyrant body could not withstand the blow. Raindrops poured from the heavens, each droplet striking the hearts of the onlookers with a sense of dread. The boundary of life and death had been crossed with that single sword strike. Was this even human? The spectators felt an endless chill flow from the crown of their heads to the soles of their feet, leaving them utterly frigid. What kind of power could cultivate such a disciple? The hidden ancient kingdom? The Shi clan? Or perhaps the most terrifying, the Destiny Imperial clan? It was all over. Utterly finished. Li Yunyu stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, her movements coming to a halt. No, I cannot sit idly by. I must save myself. Soon, Li Yunyu began to tremble, hastily reaching into her bosom. Chapter 36. The Useless Son. You have brought despair upon the entire Li clan. Refinement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a vial of yellow destiny nirvana liquid. Congratulations, you have achieved a milestone and received a yellow destiny treasure chest. Oh, it is as simple as that. Qin exhaled a breath of foul air. Meanwhile, Li Yunyu had already retrieved a sound transmission talisman, promptly infusing it with spiritual energy. Brotherly? A resonant male voice emanated from the talisman. Yes, it is I, Brother Gu. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance, Li Yunyu replied earnestly. Brotherly, you are too courteous. Speak, what is it? While I may lack in other areas, I do possess connections. I must commend your righteousness, Brother Gu. It is like this. Your sister is acquainted with the Imperial clan's disciples. Might you assist me in seeking a favor? Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. Who is this insignificant wretch? Do we know each other? Begone. In an instant, the connection was severed decisively. Li Yunyu stood frozen, a chill sweeping over him. The onlookers could only find the scene ludicrous. Now you know fear, do you? Whatever happened to your earlier arrogance? Soon, Li Yunyu took a deep breath, retrieving another sound transmission talisman. Brother Zhao, it is I, Li Yunyu. Ha ha, of course I recognize your voice, brotherly. What can I do for you? I wish to request your assistance. No need for such formality between us. Speak, what do you need? I recall you mentioning acquaintances within the hidden powers. Could you possibly help me in seeking a favor? What do you mean? Have you offended the hidden powers? Perhaps, hence my desire for. Are you out of your mind? You offend a hidden power and then come to me? Damn. Li Yunyu clenched the now disconnected talisman tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Don't pursue it any further, my friend. This demon has no sense of loyalty. Take my advice. It would be better to sever ties completely, as that offers a glimmer of hope. The onlookers sighed at Li Yunyu's predicament. Right, I shall consult my father. He may have a solution. With that thought, Li Yunyu hastily retrieved another sound transmission talisman. This was his last hope. After taking a deep breath, he infused it with spiritual energy. Shall you? Father, I have made a grave mistake. Li Yunyu exclaimed, his voice trembling with urgency. Do not panic, everyone makes mistakes. I will support you through this, Li Qingtian replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of confidence. I have offended a force that possesses Imperial artifacts. Li Qingtian took a deep breath. In an instant, a cacophony erupted from the other end, tables and chairs, along with half of the grand hall, reduced to a cloud of dust. You foolish son, do you understand that you have brought ruin upon the entire Li clan? Damn! Li Qingtsong roared with the ferocity of an enraged lion, his voice resounding through the communication talisman. Li Yunyu trembled, his complexion as pale as parchment. Immediately, go to hell, do you understand? Li Qingtsong bellowed once more. Li Yunyu stammered. Father, didn't you say everything was under your control? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Li Qingtsong was nearly consumed by fury. Li Yunyu felt as if his mind had gone numb. Perhaps I could grant you a little more time? Chunwen's voice drifted into Li Yunyu's ears. Startled, Li Yunyu's rigid body shuddered. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees. Acknowledging, it is I who am blind to your greatness. I humbly beg for your forgiveness. He then began to prostrate himself fervently. Forgiveness? How quaint, Chunwen remarked, his gaze growing icy. I truly do not comprehend the meaning of that term. Li Yunyu felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. Kill him. Chunwen's voice was cold and resolute. Wait. Li Yunyu quickly interjected. I am willing to serve as a slave, merely pleading for your mercy. You should never have harbored thoughts of murder against me, Chunwen retorted coldly, and for that alone, you are already doomed. As Li Yunyu bowed his head, a glimmer of madness ignited in his eyes. If death is inevitable, then I shall drag you down with me. In an instant, Li Yunyu surged forward, filled with murderous intent. Be careful, young master, Jiang Taichu exclaimed in horror, his face etched with terror. Chu Youwei and the others were seized by an icy dread, acutely aware that if Chunwen were to perish here, the entire heavenly maiden sacred land would turn to ashes, and all present, including their families, would meet the same fate. Die? Li Yunyu bellowed, his eyes ablaze with madness. Yet, amid such chaos, Chunwen remained remarkably composed, showing no sign of panic. Just when everyone believed Chunwen was doomed, a sudden clap of thunder erupted from the sky. With a resounding boom, Li Yunyu was obliterated into ashes, leaving no trace behind. The Heavenly Maiden Peak was struck by this thunderous force, creating a massive crater, half of the mountain reduced to dust. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What had just transpired? In an instant, an eighth Heaven King had been slain, and half of the Heavenly Maiden Peak had been turned to rubble. Was this not an exaggeration? If that thunder had been even slightly more potent, would the entire Heavenly Maiden sacred land not also be reduced to ash? I knew it, Chen Badao thought, realizing that he would never place all his bets on just one individual, especially not his own son. Jiang Taichu exhaled deeply, having unknowingly soaked his back with sweat. A faint smile graced Chunwen's lips. He was not at all surprised. At critical moments, there would invariably be someone to intervene. His life is not something that can be extinguished by mere cats or dogs. However, today's events have served as a wake-up call for him. While possessing formidable strength, he must also cultivate his influence. Only that which one can control is truly powerful. We extend our congratulations to the young master on his successful cultivation, wishing him a swift ascent to the Imperial throne. After a brief moment of silence, Chu Youwei promptly led the others in kneeling upon the ground. This time, the disciples required no prompting. They fell to their knees with remarkable speed. Chunwen surveyed the scene and noted that only 2 individuals remained standing. Notably, there was a young woman clad in a black gauze dress, her face veiled in white. What wise and luminous eyes she possessed. A truly ethereal beauty. Chunwen's gaze swept over Lulan Xingxue, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. The woman before him, in terms of physique, demeanor, and the beauty she attempted to conceal, was nothing short of perfection. Standing there, she was a natural protagonist, the brightest gem in the room. Among all the women he had encountered, only his sister could rival this captivating figure. Perhaps sensing Chunwen's scrutiny, Lulan Xingxue exhibited a graceful composure. She gently shifted her gaze, meeting Chunwen's eyes with serene confidence. Chapter 37. Lulan Xingxue invites. Their first conversation at the same time, the fundamental details of Lulan Xingxue caught Chunwen's attention. Name: Lulan Xingxue. Age: 18. Personality: wise, calm, ambitious, warm on the outside yet cold within. Identity: a hidden ancient kingdom of the primordial realm. The eldest princess of the Lulan kingdom, the contemporary saintess. Soul fate: 7 colors. Physique: destiny, empress body. Realm: ninefold life and death realm. Lulan Xingxue? Is this not the name of my betrothed? 7 colors, soul fate. Destiny, empress body. An 18-year-old in the ninefold life and death realm. This is Invincible. Soon, Chunwen found himself captivated by Lulan Xingxue's soul fate and physique. A legendary grade soul fate speaks for itself in terms of strength. However, what truly astonished him was the destiny empress body. This is arguably one of the most extraordinary physiques, embodying the pinnacle of fortune. When the empress body reaches its full potential, it can merge with destiny, channeling the fortune of heaven and earth, becoming the mother of the universe, and reigning supreme through the ages. What does it mean to be the true child of destiny? This is it. Chunwen suppressed the turmoil within and sighed inwardly. At that moment, Lulan Xingxue took the initiative to speak. Lulan Xingxue, Yi Wuqing. Chunwen collected his thoughts and responded. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Lulan Xingxue replied, please. Chunwen noted her unexpected reaction. He was curious about Lulan Xingxue's true attitude. Green. Wait here. After leaving that remark, Lulan Xingxue stepped toward the palace. This is intriguing. Chunwen smiled softly and followed her inside. Wait, we are still kneeling here. The others looked bewildered. What is their relationship? Chu Youwei glanced at Jiang Taichu, as if inquiring. She had some understanding of Lulan Xingxue. They could be considered both teacher and friend. Yet, she had never witnessed such an initiative from Lulan Xingxue. Whether it was the disciples of the Holy Land showing goodwill or the deliberate approaches of talented youths from external sects, she had always been indifferent. Her greatest interests, aside from cultivation, were chess and playing the piano. Even as a woman, she perceived Lulan Xingxue as a flawless individual. Now, what puzzled her was Lulan Xingxue's invitation to Chunwen, and her initiative at that. Could it be that she was also drawn to Chu Yuwei's status? Jiang Taichu shrugged. He had no idea either. Jiang Qing'er's expression remained enigmatic, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chu Yuwei escorted Lulan Xingxue into the inner hall. Lulan Xingxue took a seat, first pouring tea for Chu Yuwei before serving herself. Chu Yuwei glanced at Lulan Xingxue and, without hesitation, took a sip of the tea. I heard that young Master Yi has matters to discuss with me. What could it be? Lulan Xingxue took a delicate sip of tea before speaking. Chu Yuwei, he said with a teasing tone, I find myself in need of someone to warm my bed. And your identity as a saintess barely qualifies you to be a suitable match for me. Thus, I must inquire whether you might have any interest in such a proposition. Young Master Yi, are you jesting? Lulan Xingxue replied, unperturbed. Of course, if you truly have such a need, I could assist you in finding someone appropriate. This woman possesses a certain intrigue. As a princess of a powerful faction, she remains composed in the face of such flirtation, demonstrating remarkable poise. Chu Yuwei's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed the subtle shifts in her expression. Yet, he found her every utterance to be imbued with sincerity, devoid of any hint of insincerity. In other words, she genuinely wished to assist him in finding a bed warmer. Such a fiancé could either be foolish or remarkably astute. But what could her true intentions be? There are no unearned favors in this world, nor are there grievances without cause. What if I were to take a liking to you alone? Chu Yuwei's tone turned languid, his gaze taking on a more predatory quality. Lulan Xingxue paused momentarily. I am already betrothed, and I hope young Master Yi can grasp the implications of that. What is a betrothal matter? It can easily be disregarded. I could shoulder that burden myself, he replied, leaning closer to her with a slightly suggestive posture. An exquisite fragrance wafted from her, refreshing and enticing, prompting him to inhale deeply. Due to Chu Yuwei's audacity, Lulan Xingxue's expression finally darkened. Young Master Yi, I ask that you conduct yourself with respect. I would prefer not to repeat myself. Chu Yuwei regarded her intently before resuming his seat. You sought me out, I presume, not merely to hear my words. Lulan Xingxue picked up another cup of spirit tea, taking a gentle sip before responding. Since we have ventured this far in our conversation, I shall no longer conceal my thoughts. You are specifically targeting Chu Yuwei, are you not? Of course, the Chu Yuwei she referred to is none other than the impersonator, Chu Tianlong. Chu Yuwei's expression remained unchanged. And what of it? What does it matter? I have no interest in your motivations, nor do I wish to know the circumstances that have transpired. This matter ends here. With that, Lulan Xingxue shifted the topic. I can take charge. No one will hold you accountable for your actions. I hope you will reflect carefully and not squander your innate talents. Lulan Xingxue had her suspicions regarding Chu Yuwei's origins. While others might be intimidated by the Imperial sword, she, hailing from a reclusive ancient nation, had encountered true Imperial swords before. Though she sensed the Imperial might emanating from Chu Yuwei's sword, it still bore a youthful quality. If one were to liken Imperial weapons to humans, it was merely in its infancy. Such a condition could arise solely from natural endowment and cultivation. Thus, she could ascertain that this was certainly not a weapon inherited from a family lineage. Moreover, even if Chu Yuwei were to possess a weapon passed down through his family lineage, it would hardly be a cause for concern for them. Setting aside her origins from an ancient, hidden nation, her future husband hails from the Destiny Imperial clan, with maternal ties to the same esteemed lineage. Combined, these three formidable factions could easily stand unperturbed against any force in the realm. Chu Yuwei smirked coldly, questioning, what gives you the authority to make decisions on his behalf? Is your fiancé him? Lulan Xingxue neither affirmed nor denied the insinuation, whether true or false. It bore no significance to her. It appeared evident that, despite their apparent lack of intimacy, these two were undeniably intertwined in some manner. The extent of their relationship remained to be seen. A flicker of clarity crossed Chu Yuwei's mind as he inquired, what if I refuse? Lulan Xingxue, casting a glance at Chu Yuwei, revealed no trace of emotion, stating, as I mentioned, the choice lies entirely with you. I merely hope you are prepared to bear the consequences. With a scoff, Chu Yuwei retorted, if your claims were as substantiated as you imply, you would not be here acting as a mediator. He then shifted his tone, asserting, I possess many attributes. Though stubbornness is certainly one. I have resolved to stand firm. If you have the capability, then let your horses come forth. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on Chu Yuwei, a chill coursing through her eyes. In her view, Chunwen was spurning an offer of goodwill. Yet, her demeanor soon returned to a serene state. Very well. I shall observe from a distance, she replied, rising to depart. However, the moment she turned, her brow furrowed, her face clouded with contemplation. Watching her retreating figure, Chunwen narrowed his eyes. Just moments ago, he sensed a fleeting aura of lethal intent from her. Whether her motive for targeting him was due to Chu Tianlong or some other reason remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. He was curious to see how Lulan Xingxue would react once Chu Tianlong's true identity was unveiled. This conversation had also dissuaded him from revealing his identity to Lulan Xingxue prematurely. Some individuals are not as they seem, and some matters are far more complex than they appear. He would never be foolish enough to place himself in a precarious situation. Young master, I have urgent news to report, came Jiang Taichu's voice, breaking the tension. Chunwen then tempered his cold demeanor and replied, Come in. Chapter 38. Approaching Murder. Unafraid of any power soon, Jiang Taichu entered the room. What brings you here? Chunwen inquired, casting a glance at Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu promptly responded. The matter you instructed me to investigate has yielded results. Oh, do elaborate, Chunwen said, his interest piqued. Over the years, utilizing his identity, Chu Tianlong has developed a formidable force, both overtly and covertly, accumulating more than 100 factions. Among them, there are 30 royal families, 15 imperial families, 5 sacred clans, and 2 hidden sections. It can be asserted that Chu Tianlong currently faces no rivals within the entire ancient Yuan realm. Chunwen raised an eyebrow. He possesses some skill. Furthermore, Chu Tianlong is remarkably astute. Despite employing dubious methods behind the scenes, he maintains a commendable faade. Take the sacred land. For instance, almost all disciples rally behind him, even expressing their willingness to sacrifice their lives for him. The peak masters and elders within the sacred land hold him in high regard. Any request he makes is promptly addressed. At this point, Jiang Taichu hesitated, pausing for a considerable time before continuing. What is it? Chunwen prompted. My investigation has revealed that Chu Tianlong is the only individual permitted access to Lulan Xingxue's residence. And not just once. However, their interactions appear unremarkable, and Chu Tianlong has publicly claimed that they are merely friends. The people of the sacred land believe this narrative. In their eyes, Chu Tianlong is not the type to deceive them. Chunwen's expression remained unchanged as he replied, Understood, please proceed. Regarding this revelation, he had already mentally prepared himself after his recent conversation with Lulan Xingxue. Thus, Jiang Taichu's words did not shock him. Yes, my lord, Jiang Taichu acknowledged, continuing. Did you not express your intent to eradicate all of Chu Tianlong's forces? There is now an opportunity. It depends on how you wish to proceed. Chunwen's eyes brightened, finally encountering something of interest. Oh, what opportunity? It is this. Chu Tianlong possesses an independent peak within the Heavenly Maiden sacred land, situated at the very heart of the sacred domain. This peak is unique, perpetually struck by heavenly thunder, rumored to harbor a gravity thunder field above. Legends suggest that integrating this gravity thunder field into one's body can alter the properties of one's spiritual energy, or even transform one's constitution. For years, no one has managed to subdue it. Subsequently, Chu Tianlong, leveraging his status, claimed it as his own. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he remains unable to harness it. However, he is also wise. Recognizing his inability to conquer the gravity thunder field, he has turned it into a tool for winning hearts. Each year, he hosts tea gatherings there, inviting various prodigies under the pretext that whoever can subdue it shall claim it as their own. For this reason, he has gradually befriended numerous talents and, through them, formed connections with their respective factions. Chu Tianlong, possessing the prestigious title of Emperor's Son, naturally attracted various factions seeking to align themselves with the Imperial lineage. As time passed, Chu Tianlong's personal influence continued to grow. Are you suggesting I could take action during this tea gathering? Chunwen seemed to grasp the implication. Jiang Taichu solemnly nodded in affirmation, stating that the tea gathering was indeed ongoing, and the offspring of various factions had already arrived. However, this year, with Chu Tianlong's absence, his trusted subordinates were in charge of hosting the guests. Thus, this presented an exceptional opportunity. Yet, how to proceed was left to the young master's discretion. Understanding Jiang Taichu's intent, Chunwen declared, Lead the way. Since Chu Tianlong is absent, I shall take it upon myself to oversee this tea gathering. Young master, please follow me, Jiang Taichu replied without further comment, promptly guiding Chun Wen towards the heavenly thunder peak where Chu Tianlong resided. Before long, the sight of Chun Wen descending the mountain was witnessed by many disciples. Why is this demon emerging once more? Has someone offended him again? Which direction is he heading? Could it be? Let us follow him and find out. Many disciples, suppressing their anxious hearts, stealthily trailed behind. When it became evident that Chun Wen was headed towards the heavenly thunder peak, the atmosphere erupted with alarm. The memory of Chun Wen's animosity towards their holy son sent shivers down their spines. At that moment, even the dimmest among them realized that Chun Wen was indeed targeting their holy son. This cannot stand. We must not allow that brat to wreak havoc at the heavenly thunder peak. We must inform Sister Lulan and the Holy Master. With this resolve, numerous disciples hastily utilized transmission talismans to relay the news. Not long after returning to the heavenly maiden peak, Lulan Xingxue immediately received a report from Lulan Luer. This is bad, miss. That brat is heading towards the heavenly thunder peak. Lulan Luer exclaimed, rushing to her side. As Lulan Xingxue's personal maid, she was acutely aware of the delicate relationship between Lulan Xingxue and Chu Tianlong. Thus, upon receiving this alarming news, she hurried over without delay. Lulan Xingxue furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. It seemed some individuals were indeed asking for trouble by disregarding her warnings. She had initially believed that Chun Wen would exercise caution following her admonition. However, to her astonishment, mere moments after her departure, he was already charging towards the heavenly thunder peak. Such audacity was tantamount to courting disaster, and it left her with a complete lack of goodwill towards him. By the way, miss, when you met that brat, did you discern anything about his origins? Lulan Luer suddenly inquired. Lulan Xingxue's demeanor tightened momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Not yet, it's still unclear. Should we ask Elder Want to eliminate him? Lulan Luer suggested, her sentiments towards Chu Tianlong being quite favorable. Regardless of her appearance or talent, she firmly believed that she was worthy of her esteemed lady. Thus, in their daily interactions, her subtle influence was ever present. Now that the peak where Chu Tianlong resided faced adversity, she naturally wished for her lady to assist in maintaining stability. The act of eliminating him could be executed with a mere gesture. First, they would ascertain his intentions. Lulan Xingxue remarked with a hint of detachment. Understood. Lulan Le replied with a nod. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Saint Lord, reporting to the Saint Lord, I have matters to convey. Ji Yue had scarcely settled when a servant approached with news. She let out a sigh. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, leaving her little time to breathe. If this continued, she would surely reach her breaking point. Facing a figure like Chun Wen was vexing, yet she found herself unable to voice her frustrations. Come in. Ji Yue adjusted her demeanor before speaking. Soon, a servant entered, bowing low as he spoke. I pay my respects to the Saint Lord. Enough, speak plainly. Ji Yue gestured dismissively. Reporting to the Saint Lord, young Master Yi has headed towards the Thunder Peak. The servant stated, not daring to be remiss. What did you say? In an instant, Ji Yue sprang to her feet, her face betraying a mix of astonishment and alarm. The servant swallowed hard before repeating, I said, young Master Yi has gone to Thunder Peak. Damn it, is this never-ending? Ji Yue exclaimed, casting aside a remark as she hurriedly made her way towards Thunder Peak. Chapter 39. Approaching with intent, the weighty Thunder Pearl under the guidance of Jiang Taichu. Chun Wen swiftly arrived at the exterior of Tianlai Peak. Behind them, a multitude of disciples trailed, eager to discern the true purpose of Chun Wen's visit to Tianlai Mountain. Halt! Entry is forbidden without permission. At the mountain's entrance, two guards clad in the attire of the sacred land obstructed Chun Wen and Jiang Taichu. Begone, or face death. Jiang Taichu replied coldly. The guards, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Jiang Taichu, trembled momentarily. Yet, bolstered by their status as attendants of the emperor's son, they regained their courage, asserting, this is the private domain of the Holy Son. We kindly ask you to leave. You may choose to die. Jiang Taichu stepped forward, his aura surging, unleashing a terrifying force. Before the guards could react, they were obliterated into a mist of blood. This demon has indeed come to kill. Witnessing this scene, the disciples trembled uncontrollably. Some guards hidden in the shadows hastily retreated toward the main peak, evidently intending to report the incident to the responsible elders. Such furtive maneuvers did not escape the notice of Yuan and Taiyi, yet they remained unfazed. "Young master, this way," Taiyi beckoned once more. "Understood." Yuan nodded, following closely behind. "Let us proceed as well." The disciples, without hesitation, quickened their pace to follow. Soon, a continuous range of peaks unfolded before Yuan's eyes. This mountainous terrain appeared exceedingly peculiar, with an overwhelming display of thunder raging in the sky. Bolts of lightning cascaded downward, resembling a torrential thunderstorm. The spectacle was profoundly striking, instilling a sense of dread. Moreover, a unique gravity pressed down upon them. "This mountain is intriguing. No wonder Chu Tianlong claimed it for himself," Yuan mused, raising an eyebrow. "This is Tianlai Mountain. The legendary gravity thunder array is situated above. However, that is merely a legend, and I cannot ascertain its veracity," Yuan reflected. Taiyi contemplated for a moment before elaborating further for Yuan. "Above, it is not merely a gravity thunder array." At this juncture, Xian Hongxiao interjected. Yuan's expression shifted. "What is it then?" "If I am not mistaken, that should be the weighty thunder pearl, shattered during the ancient era," Xian Hongxiao replied languidly. "The weighty thunder pearl?" Yuan instinctively inquired. "Indeed, it is one of the 10 legendary artifacts of antiquity, containing an immensely terrifying weight of thunder. The renowned Thunder Lord of the time used it to vanquish countless deities and demons. In that era, the weighty thunder swept across millions of miles, reducing even the ancient time-space to ashes. However, following that battle, the weighty thunder pearl was shattered and vanished along with the Thunder Lord into the fabric of existence. The current Zhueshi Chonglei pearl has likely only regained a fraction of its former power." Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened. Was there a way to acquire it? Perhaps he could not obtain the complete form of the Zhueshi Chonglei pearl, but if it had merely restored a portion of its strength, that would be a different matter altogether. "Do you see the gathered heavy thunder?" Xian Hongxiao inquired. Yuan nodded. This phenomenon was the result of the heavy thunder pearl continuously absorbing the heavenly thunder from the 9 heavens. There is but one method to subdue it: to absorb these heavenly thunders and transform oneself into a more potent source of thunder. Once it detects a new source of heavenly thunder, it will willingly enter your body. At that point, all that remains is to imprint it. However, this process may entail dangers. You ought to weigh your decision carefully. Xian Hongxiao articulated her method. "Does my chaotic sequence body have a near certainty of subduing it?" Yuan could not help but ask. "Absolutely," Xian Hongxiao replied calmly. "Then it's settled. Even if it is perilous, I shall seize this opportunity," Yuan decisively concluded. Xian Hongxiao refrained from further comment, allowing him to make his own choice. "Young master, those individuals are on this thunder peak." Taiyi's voice resonated at an opportune moment. "Let us go. It is time to take action." Yuan gathered his thoughts and nodded. "Understood." Taiyi stepped forward but paused after a few steps. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, during the ascent, one will encounter gravitational and thunderous attacks. Young master, you must be prepared." "Indeed," Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Taiyi said no more and continued guiding Yuan onward. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. As they neared the base, the sheer terror of the contained thunder and gravitational force became palpable. Particularly, some of the thunder had fused with the gravity, transforming into an even more formidable heavy thunder. This was significantly more potent than single attribute thunder or gravity. At this moment, numerous disciples were training with the heavy thunder at the foot of the mountain. These disciples were all subservient to Chu Tianlong, which allowed them to enter for cultivation. Upon seeing Yuan, they collectively halted their actions. They were both astonished and envious of the talented practitioners who had arrived over the last few days. They saw in them the embodiment of their own aspirations. Clearly, they initially assumed Yuan was merely another talented youth attending a tea gathering. "Wait, what is that?" Suddenly, one disciple exclaimed. Everyone turned to look. Their gaze fell upon a large group of disciples from the sacred land following closely behind. "Those are our sacred land disciples. How did they get here?" Another exclaimed in disbelief. "This is bad. Those two may not be here for the tea gathering." The crowd finally reacted. They quickly clustered together, fixated intently on Yuan and Taiyi. Especially the imposing aura emanating from Taiyi left them trembling with fear. Meanwhile, atop the precipice of the falling Thunder Mountain stood a magnificent palace, encircled by a golden protective formation that kept the incessantly plummeting arcs of lightning at bay. Within the palace, nearly 50 young men and women had gathered, each exuding an extraordinary presence and immense respect. Particularly, the 8 individuals seated at the forefront could be described as possessing an overwhelming aura and profound inner strength akin to the vastness of the ocean. Among these 8, 2 men stood out with their remarkable demeanor and energy. Even while seated, they radiated an invisible might that collided in the air, neither yielding to the other. On the elevated platform sat 2 elder statesmen, both formidable in their own right, masters of the heavenly king realm. At that moment, a guard entered, kneeling before the 2 elders. "Esteemed elders, I have arrived," the guard said hastily. "What is it?" Zhao Feng inquired, his tone calm, yet commanding. "To report, my lord. There are intruders causing a disturbance," the guard responded promptly. At this announcement, the young disciples present were jolted into attention, instinctively glancing toward the guard. Clearly, they were curious about who dared to create such a ruckus even within the domain of the crown prince. Who? Zhao Feng's expression darkened. The responsibility of hosting this tea gathering had been entrusted to him by Chu Tianlong, a task he could not afford to mishandle. The intrusion felt like a personal affront, and he resolved that whoever it was would pay a steep price. "It is that newcomer to the Holy Land, the one called young Master Yi," Ningwei interjected quickly. "Humph, utterly reckless," Zhao Feng exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the table, which shattered into dust upon impact. In truth, they had already received word of Chun Wen's brutal slaying of Chu Chang'e, with the deceased elder nailed to the holy steel. However, Zhao Feng had been preoccupied with preparations for the tea gathering and had been unable to address the matter. Little did he expect that before he could confront Chun Wen, the audacious individual would come to him instead. "Who is this young Master Yi?" inquired Mu Jiuzhou, clad in black and shrouded in dark mist. Shimin Zhantian, sitting nearby, slowly lifted his eyelids, his golden pupils gleaming. "He is a self-proclaimed scion of a hidden power," Zhao Feng replied coldly. "Hidden power?" Upon hearing this, over 60% of the disciples present were visibly startled. In contrast, Mu Jiuzhou and Shimin Zhantian remained unfazed. They were not intimidated by disciples from hidden factions. At this juncture, Zhao Feng gradually rose to his feet. "Ladies and gentlemen, would you care to accompany this old man to witness a thrilling spectacle of murder?" "That is precisely my intention," Mu Jiuzhou responded first, his voice deep and sending shivers down the spine. "I too wish to join in the excitement," Shimin Zhantian added, rising alongside him. Soon, the others began to stand as well, eager to partake in the unfolding drama. Chapter 40. A step into an unrivaled path, astonishing the world. "Look, is that not Master Zhao? And masterly, he has emerged as well." "No, it is they along with all the talented prodigies who have come forth." As one individual exclaimed, the crowd at the foot of the mountain quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. They turned their gazes skyward, towards the assembly of extraordinary men and women who seemed to overlook the world from their lofty heights. At that moment, Chun Wen, who was about to ascend the mountain, found himself pausing. He raised his gaze slightly, his eyes calm as still water, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Unbeknownst to him, he stood in opposition to the dozens of prodigies above, not yielding in the slightest. "So, it is that young man." Mu Jiuzhou and Shimin Zhantian immediately discerned Chun Wen's presence. Upon observing Chun Wen's composed demeanor, unshaken by their imposing aura, they could not help but furrow their brows. To them, Chun Wen, being merely at the first level of the human realm, seemed insignificant. Yet his aura and personal charisma were strikingly exceptional. Even seasoned witnesses of prodigies like them felt a momentary pressure upon encountering Chun Wen. With serene resolve, Chun Wen withdrew his gaze, a subtle smile beginning to grace his lips. Among the numerous gifted individuals, 6 were children of destiny. 2 of them possessed soul ranks that had attained the green tier. If his assumptions were correct, these 2 must be the disciples from hidden powers that Jiang Taichu had mentioned. His attention then shifted to 2 elderly figures on the other side. From them, he sensed a murderous intent. It appears these 2 intend to take my life." A smirk crept onto Chun Wen's face. "Young master, those 2 at the Heavenly King level are among Chu Tianlong's most trusted subordinates, highly valued by him," Jiang Taichu remarked, shifting the conversation. "I shall deal with them. You can handle the prodigies without issue." He bore no concern for Chun Wen's safety, especially after the recent incident involving Li Yunyu, which reinforced his belief that a genuine power was covertly protecting Yuan. Very well, Yuan nodded. Among these disciples, the strongest were the two standing at the forefront, yet they were merely at the third level of the life and death realm. He held absolute confidence in his ability to eliminate them all. At that moment, Zhao Feng, who had been fixated on Yuan, spoke up. Are you that young Master Yi? First, come down here and speak to me. As his words fell, Yuan moved. In front of everyone, he stepped forward decisively. Instantly, the chaotic sequence within him ignited, unleashing unparalleled power that surged forth from beneath his feet. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, thunder roared, and that terrifying force surged forward with unrelenting might. The nine-colored energy fluctuations, akin to the chains of the universe, obliterated all obstacles, carving a colossal path ahead. Heavenly thunder, mountain rocks, and peaks were reduced to powder as the entire mountain range erupted into chaos. How could this be possible? At the highest point, the cold smiles of Zhao Feng and his companions vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. In an instant, an unseen force surged past them, violently pushing them all backward. Bang! They were forcefully hurled against the protective barrier behind them. The power that coursed through them shattered the barrier along with the palace, raising clouds of dust into the air. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were directly compressed from midair, engulfed by a torrent of debris. In contrast, the talented youths, including Mu Jiuzhou, were swiftly consumed by the swirling dust. This spectacle was witnessed in its entirety by the arriving Luo Lan Xingxue, Chu Youwei, Jiang Qingran, and others, each displaying expressions of shock. To them, the act of flattening a mountain was utterly exaggerated and brutally overwhelming. It is important to note that Yuan had merely reached the first level of the celestial realm. No one can look down upon me and speak. Yuan's calm voice resonated. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions of terror intensified. Such a simple declaration, no one can look down upon me and speak, exuded an audacity and dominance that was astonishing. Jiang Taichu could not help but glance at Yuan, his own shock impossible to conceal. This method, this approach, was something he had never contemplated. It could be said that Yuan had once again surprised him. Miss, this young Master Yi is truly formidable, Luo Lan Luer remarked. Luo Lan Xingxue gazed at Yuan's profile for a long moment before stating, indeed, he is a dragon among men, but far too stubborn. Luo Lan Luer fell silent, as she too believed that Yuan was overly self-assured, recklessly provoking someone of the emperor's stature while remaining so arrogant. What value does such a person hold, no matter how powerful or extraordinary? Swish, swish, swish. Moments later, figures emerged from the rubble. Except for Shimin Zhantian and Mu Jiuzhou, who sustained minimal injuries, the others appeared somewhat disheveled. Strangely, these individuals did not express anger. Rather, they were suppressing their fury. As gifted disciples, it was embarrassing to admit that they had been crushed by a mere celestial realm practitioner. Undoubtedly, Yuan had also trampled upon their pride. Meeting their gazes, Yuan casually scratched his ear and said, "Now you may speak. Tell me how you wish to perish." At this utterance, the arena fell into an eerie silence. This insolent scoundrel is utterly arrogant. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were instantly incensed, and the terrifying power of the King realm surged forth, expanding into a vast domain of authority in the air. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with an oppressive, murderous intent, suffocating all present. They have arrived. The two peak leaders were finally ready to intervene. Witnessing this scene, the disciples could not help but swallow hard. The peak leader of Tianlai Peak was not one to be compared with that of the Sacred Land Peak. The disparity was evident not only in strength, but also in the heritage of their cultivation. It is no exaggeration to assert that even the sovereign of the Holy Land may not stand a chance against these two peak masters. You wretched cur, you shall perish. Zhao Feng suddenly roared, extending his hand to seize Yuan. Old Zhao, might I have a word? Chu Youwei, observing the unfolding chaos, resolved to intervene. After all, should these two factions clash, it would ultimately be the Holy Land of the Celestial Maidens that would suffer. Get lost, or you shall meet your demise. Zhao Feng abruptly turned, his icy gaze locking onto Chu Youwei. Chu Youwei's expression faltered. Yet, realizing that the formidable Emperor Zi stood behind Zhao Feng, she could only swallow her indignation. Die for me. Zhao Feng unhesitatingly lunged towards Yuan. An overwhelming force ripped through all obstructions. the golden might of the heavenly king pulsating in his grasp like a raging solar current. "Humph, your opponent is me." Jiang Taichu boldly stepped forward, parrying Zhao Feng's assault with one hand while sealing off Li Yundong with the other. "Gentlemen, that wretched cur is in your hands." With that, Zhao Feng engaged Jiang Taichu in combat. Aware of Jiang Taichu's formidable prowess, they had placed their hopes on Mu Jiuzhou and his companions from the outset. They could hardly believe that such a multitude could fail to vanquish Chun Wen alone. Of course, had they known that Chun Wen had slain a being at the first realm of the death domain with a single sword strike, their confidence would have been considerably diminished. Chapter 41. With a single strike, I desire to smite you. How do you wish to meet your demise, young man? With that, Shimin Zhantian's voice turned icy, his eyes ablaze with a chilling, murderous intent. Upon witnessing Shimin Zhantian's immediate aggression, Mu Jiuzhou refrained from further provocation. He was well aware of Shimin Zhantian's prowess, and this presented an opportunity to gauge Chun Wen's capabilities in direct confrontation. The other talented youths regarded Chun Wen with scornful derision, their lofty demeanor on full display. Suddenly, Chun Wen sprang into action, vanishing from sight in an instant. Alarmed, both Shimin Zhantian and Mu Jiuzhou's expressions shifted dramatically, while the other talented youths remained oblivious to the unfolding events. When Chun Wen reappeared, his hand descended upon Shimin Zhantian with lethal intent. Chaos-infused hand. His palm loomed like a darkened sky, the chaotic energy radiating outward, a million forces converging in a furious roar. As his hand descended, the very fabric of space trembled, unleashing an unparalleled force that reverberated in all directions. A nine-colored wave of light expanded outward, engulfing the vicinity, while Mu Jiuzhou and the others were violently thrust away by the sheer power. How is this possible? Shimin Zhantian's face contorted in terror. The overwhelming force that descended upon him shattered his protective barrier, and the tumultuous energy within him was forced back, wreaking havoc throughout his body. In the next moment, that hand fell, aiming directly at the crown of Shimin Zhantian's head. No! In his panic, Shimin Zhantian hastily activated his nine suns' celestial body, a radiant force erupting around him like a series of blazing suns, striving to counter the impending attack. Waves of divine light surged forth to collide with the descending chaos-infused hand, seeking to thwart the assault. Yet, with a mere sound, those radiant waves were obliterated, their brilliance extinguished under the weight of unmatched power that swept over Shimin Zhantian. How can one possess such strength? Shimin Zhantian felt the specter of death closing in, shouting desperately, "I am a scion of an ancient hidden clan. Do you dare to kill me?" Chun Wen remained unfazed, his hand striking down directly upon Shimin Zhantian's head. Boom! Shimin Zhantian was obliterated into a mist of blood, the ground beneath him collapsing into a crater shaped like a palm. Silence enveloped the surroundings, a deathly stillness settling upon all present. Every cultivator, without exception, bore expressions of shock and dread. A single strike, from a first-tier human realm cultivator, had extinguished the life of a third-tier life and death realm genius without so much as a struggle. The absurdity of it all was staggering. Even the mightiest could be vanquished. What, then, was Shimin Zhantian? Calmly retracting his hand, Chun Wen's voice resonated amidst the silence. None dared to oppose. His ability to slay Shimin Zhantian with such ease commanded respect. Incredible! Lulan Levayu couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it was truly remarkable. Lulan took a deep breath, her gaze toward Chun Wen shifting once more. How could this be possible? Zhao Feng also noticed this scene, involuntarily halting his actions. To strike down Shimin Zhantian with a single palm was simply inconceivable to him. They had initially believed that Shimin Zhantian and his companions were sufficient to eliminate Chun Wen, while they merely needed to distract Jiang Taichu. However, it had become painfully evident that they had grossly underestimated Chun Wen. Ha, what are you staring at? This is merely the beginning. Just wait, they shall all meet their demise. Upon witnessing the drastic change in Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's expressions, Jiang Taichu burst into hearty laughter. The countenance of Zhao Feng and Li Yundong darkened further. Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of green destiny nirvana liquid. Congratulations, you have achieved a new milestone and received a green destiny treasure chest. Though he had indeed suffered some losses, he hoped the rewards from the chest would be worthwhile. A faint smile crept onto Chun Wen's lips. Would you care to inquire how I wish to meet my end? Chun Wen reined in his thoughts and lifted his gaze toward Mu Jiuzhou and the others, whose faces still bore the remnants of shock. Their expressions turned exceedingly grim. Yet they dared not voice their anger. Striking down Shimin Zhantian with a single palm was an act that could only be accomplished through the utmost strength. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible. Yet Chun Wen had executed it with apparent ease. Therefore, despite their simmering resentment and frustration, they were compelled to acknowledge a harsh truth. In terms of individual prowess, none of them could rival Chun Wen. The gathered cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, were left astounded. Such a simple statement could render hundreds of the most talented individuals in Qingzhou, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, utterly speechless. What is dominance? This is it. What is invincibility? This is it. I had thought that you elevated geniuses possessed great courage. As he spoke, Chun Wen shook his head, realizing they were all mere bullies. Cowards at heart. Mu Jiuzhou clenched his teeth tightly, his fists alternating between tension and release. When had he, Mu Jiuzhou, ever endured such humiliation since his emergence? Yet, infuriatingly, he dared not act recklessly. Chun Wen's gaze shifted once more, landing on Mu Jiuzhou. Why not step forward and receive a palm strike from me? Frankly, I have yet to fully enjoy myself. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Mu Jiuzhou, as if beckoning him to take the challenge. Mu Jiuzhou's lips twitched repeatedly. He felt numb. What are you all staring at? Is my life not valuable? If you wish to test it, do so yourselves. Suppressing his inner fury, Mu Jiuzhou forced a smile. Brother, you are truly putting me in a difficult position. Just then, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. If you find yourself unsatisfied, I might have a suggestion. Have you seen the thunderous domain above? It is said to be a gravitational thunder array, formed from the essence of the heavens and earth. Should one integrate its source into their soul sea, unimaginable power will be bestowed. Brother, I believe that with Brother Ye's prowess, he can undoubtedly claim it for himself. Oh, this is indeed worth a try, Chun Wen mused, nodding thoughtfully. Huff. Mu Jiuzhou quietly exhaled, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Deep within, he scoffed. If this gravitational thunder array were so easily subdued, would it really fall to you? Go ahead, go ahead. Once you are both mutually weakened, I shall step in like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow bird poised to strike. At that moment, the ultimate victor shall be none other than myself. With this thought, Mu Jiuzhou found his animosity towards Chun Wen wavering. Yet, I yearn to confront you now. Just then, Chun Wen's tone shifted, and he suddenly struck out towards Mu Jiuzhou's face. Mu Jiuzhou's expression changed dramatically. Chun Wen's abrupt assault caught him entirely off guard. As he attempted to defend himself, Chun Wen's palm shattered his divine body as defenses and landed heavily upon his visage. Bang! Mu Jiuzhou was sent sprawling, half of his face brutally disfigured. You bastard! Are you seeking death? In an instant, Mu Jiuzhou surged from the ground. Black mist enveloped him, swirling violently, with the shadows of divine and demonic giants roaring in fury. The heavens and earth were instantly stained with a blood-red darkness. Carnage, brutality, and malevolence coursed through the air with wild abandon. The onlookers were taken aback. They witnessed Mu Jiuzhou's first display of power, which far surpassed that of Zhao Tianlong. What will you do now, Mu Jiuzhou? Lulan Xingxue cast a glance at him before turning her attention back to Chun Wen. Chapter 42. Alone, buried beneath the divine thunder of the nine heavens. Breathing the laws of the universe, underestimating one's own strength. Chun Wen's voice thundered as he reached out towards Mu Jiuzhou. His hand, entwined with the chaotic power of the sequence, swiftly pierced through all of Mu Jiuzhou's attacks. Even the towering shadows of gods and demons were effortlessly breached. I refuse to believe this. Mu Jiuzhou bellowed ferociously, his strength surging once more as he relentlessly drained the essence of his divine body. You are far too inferior. Chun Wen's cold voice rang out, his speed unabated as he crushed Mu Jiuzhou's counterattack with overwhelming force. Subsequently, his hand landed heavily upon Mu Jiuzhou's head, and unmatched power surged forth, rapidly enveloping his entire being. Boom! Mu Jiuzhou's knees buckled, crashing to the ground, which trembled violently, sending debris flying into the air. Gush! At last, Mu Jiuzhou could withstand no more and spat forth a mouthful of blood. Following this, his divine body erupted violently, blood splattering in all directions. The onlookers involuntarily swallowed, a chilling sensation washing over them. Such a Mu Jiuzhou, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. What kind of monster is this? They had encountered many prodigies from Qingzhou, yet none possessed such terrifying might. Lulan Xingxue's fists clenched slightly. Her gaze towards Chun Wen transformed entirely. Chun Wen had once again redefined their understanding. Looking down upon Mu Jiuzhou, Chun Wen sneered. Is it not your intention to lure me into subduing the Thunder Array for your own gain? Your scheme is quite clever. But do you truly believe that this will lead to my demise? Very well. Today I shall make you kneel and witness how I tame that power. With that, Chun Wen's tone shifted. You all, without exception, do not claim I have not given you an opportunity. Immediately summon your allies. I alone shall take on all of you. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. One person against all, and he dares to demand that these talented youths summon reinforcements. It can only be described as audacious beyond measure. Kneeling on the ground, with a face ashen as death, Mu Jiuzhou looked up in shock. Yet, he could only see Chun Wen's back, disdainful and all-encompassing. In that moment, he realized he had not only lost in strength, but had also been utterly defeated in spirit. Unperturbed by the gazes of the crowd, Chun Wen stepped towards the Thunder Array. Did he truly intend to subdue that gravity-defying Thunder Array alone? Witnessing Chun Wen's actions, the crowd was once again left in awe. Over the years, many had attempted to seize control of the Thunder Array, yet none had succeeded. Even their prodigious prince, a figure of extraordinary talent, could only lament in despair. Miss, do you think he can succeed? Lulan Levian inhaled deeply. The other disciples turned their gaze towards Lulan Xingxue, now thoroughly convinced of Chun Wen's formidable power. Like Lulan Levian, they too sought an answer from Lulan Xingxue. Lulan Xingxue shook her head, uncertain. In truth, she had contemplated the notion of this heavenly Thunder Array, yet had been unable to decipher it. The lethal intent entwined within, alongside the enigmatic inner source, was beyond the capacity of any mortal adept. However, this individual was Chun Wen, which rendered her hesitant to make definitive judgments. For he had shattered her perceptions time and again. The last person to do so had been her fiancé. It was clear now, she simply lacked confidence. A flicker of understanding passed through Lulan Green and her companions, prompting them to refrain from further inquiries. Mu Jiuzhou struggled to rise from the ground, abruptly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes aflame with rage. Meanwhile, Chun Wen had ascended to the very heart of the gravity heavenly Thunder Array, gazing upward at the surging sea of thunder. Only by drawing near could one genuinely grasp the terrifying power of the lightning. The arcs of thunder, as massive as pillars, resembled thunder dragons swimming through a tempestuous ocean. The ferocity and incinerating force seemed poised to unleash devastation. It is no exaggeration to say that without his chaos sequence body, he would not even possess the qualification to approach it. Sister Shaozi, what must I do? Chun Wen inquired, taking a deep breath. It's quite simple, came the serene voice of Xianhong Shao. You must plunge into this vast sea of thunder, release your chaos sequence body, and absorb all this thunderous power into your being. You merely need to withstand the relentless waves of impact. The rest will be handled by the chaos sequence body. I understand, Chun Wen nodded resolutely. Without hesitation, he activated the supreme chaos art. Instantly, the energies of the chaos sequence surged within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Simultaneously, his physical form rhythmically pulsed in synchrony with the technique, unleashing the latent power contained within his cells. This power was overwhelming. As Chun Wen unleashed his strength, a tremendous wave erupted, an invisible pressure descending upon the realm, as if the very heavens and earth were rippling under its weight. Thud, thud, thud. Under such intangible oppression, those below could no longer endure, collapsing one after another to the ground, gasping for breath. Though Mu Jiuzhou and his companions managed to hold on, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, they realized that the power Chun Wen had just wielded was still far from even a third of his full potential. Amidst their astonishment, Chun Wen surged forward, diving into the gravity heavenly thunder array, disappearing without a trace as if a cow had plunged into the sea. What is he doing? Is he trying to show off? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. To them, his actions seemed no different from courting death. To face the heavenly thunder alone, and such a vast quantity at that, no matter how formidable one's physique or strength, they would surely be obliterated to ashes. Even the ever-composed Lulan Xingxue couldn't help but furrow her brow. Chun Wen's actions had once again shattered her understanding. Even one born of supreme power had never witnessed such a spectacle. Ha ha ha, well done, well done. In stark contrast, Mu Jiuzhou, momentarily stunned, soon found himself overwhelmed with excitement. Although he harbored a wish for Chun Yuan to perish within the gravity thunder array, it was merely a prayer. Little did he expect that Chun Yuan would indeed fulfill his desire. Should Chun Yuan survive this time, he would consume all the thunder. Boom. Suddenly, the gravity thunder array in the air erupted with fervor. The arcs of lightning stirred as if awakened dragons, thrashing with unrestrained fury. At that moment, the heavens and earth were suffused with an aura of slaughter, as endless bolts of lightning raged and cascaded downward. If the previous rain of lightning had been but a drizzle, this was a torrential downpour. This ominous phenomenon rapidly expanded, appearing utterly terrifying. What is that? Came a sudden cry. Everyone turned in unison to behold a colossal shadow reflected across the heavens and earth. The figure stood tall and solitary, exuding an unparalleled majesty as torrents of lightning surged towards it, making the individual appear as a celestial deity descended upon the mortal realm. It was that young man. He had not perished. My heavens, he is absorbing the lightning. Upon recognizing the figure, yet another gasp arose among the crowd. How could this be possible? Mu Jiuzhou's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily staggered back a step. Come! Chun Yuan roared, his fighting spirit ablaze, facing the oncoming lightning. His voice resonated like rolling thunder, echoing through the cosmos. Soon, he had pushed his techniques to their utmost, his breathing reverberating like thunder, shaking the very fabric of existence. Each wave of tremors resembled the rhythmic drumming of ancient times. All right, bring it on. As more and more lightning surged in, Chun Yuan felt an overwhelming ecstasy, the chaotic sequence within him gradually responding in kind. Gradually, the sky filled with lightning began to diminish, while a spectrum of 9 colors illuminated the celestial dome. And wondrous phenomena unfolded across the heavens. As they gazed at the ever-shifting sky and the increasingly potent aura of Chun Yuan, the onlookers were rendered numb. Not only had he ventured alone into the realm of thunder, but he had also absorbed all the lightning. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals. So, you were here. Chun Yuan's eyes suddenly blazed with twin bursts of brilliance. Chapter 43. Unyielding Force. Annihilation in the midst of a spatial rift, a pearl, no larger than an infant's fist, emerged. Had Chun Yuan not consciously sought it out, its existence would have remained undetected, hidden away with remarkable stealth. The orb was entirely black, its surface adorned with wisps of dark lightning that flickered restlessly. With every tremor, it resembled a heart pulsating with life. Yet, from within, Chun Yuan sensed a force more formidable than the might of the 9 heavens' thunder. Suddenly, the pearl surged, transforming into a bolt of lightning that swiftly coursed into his body. The heavy thunder pearl vanished as quickly as it had appeared, in the blink of an eye. In that instant, Chun Yuan was jolted. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a violent and oppressive power erupted within him, rushing outward with unparalleled speed. Ah! He let out a feral roar, a cry of excruciating agony that echoed through the air. Before the spectators' astonished eyes, Chun Yuan was swiftly engulfed by the black lightning, exploding into a dazzling display of thunderous sparks. What is happening? The onlookers were once again rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they were reeling from the shock that Chun Yuan had instigated. Now, everything had changed. In the air, only the suddenly erupting black lightning remained, leaving no trace of Chun Yuan. Witnessing this scene, Mu Jiuzhou was overwhelmed with excitement. Though he could not fathom what had transpired, Chun Yuan's essence had seemingly vanished. In such a state, he could not believe that Chun Yuan would survive. What does it mean that heaven does not completely forsake humanity? This was it. All he had to do now was await the arrival of the divine and demonic palace's emissaries. The ultimate victor would undoubtedly be him. With this thought, Mu Jiuzhou's despair transformed into exhilaration. Miss, that boy's essence has completely vanished. Lulan Levine inhaled deeply. Lulan Shengshue's demeanor was no longer calm. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Let us wait and see." Lulan Levine understood that Lulan Shengshue was uncertain about the situation, which prompted such ambiguous words. Soon, the crowd's attention was once again drawn to the black lightning. At the moment the dark lightning appeared, the atmosphere of the entire space shifted dramatically. The gravity thunder array, which had only conveyed a sense of ferocity and weight, now could not adequately describe the overwhelming force enveloping them. It was as if the surroundings were saturated with boundless destruction, akin to being submerged in the depths of the underworld. Being present at the scene, they felt an imminent threat of being obliterated into ashes. Meanwhile, Chunwen had endured the barrage of the heavy thunder and regained control and awareness of his body. Upon closer inspection, one could observe Chunwen's chaotic sequence fervently absorbing the power of the heavy thunder pearl. In stark contrast, the heavy thunder pearl no longer exhibited its previous arrogance, desperately attempting to reclaim the powers it had relinquished. However, in the face of the chaotic entity's predatory assault, it had no strength left to resist, shrinking into a corner like a lamenting young bride. Truly, the chaotic entity was formidable. Chunwen observed this spectacle, a surge of laughter almost escaping him. Originally, the thunder pearl was aimed at the heavenly thunder source within him. Now, it was akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den, as even the hard-won strength he had regained was being siphoned away by the entity. Laugh all you want. If you don't manage your divine body properly, I might just be left with nothing. Just as Chunwen was intrigued by the unfolding events, a voice filled with exasperation pierced through the air. Ah, so this is what Sister Shaozi referred to as spiritual intelligence. I wondered why it chose to conceal itself within the spatial rift to evade detection by those with ulterior motives. What are you dawdling for? I'm practically on the brink of death. The voice echoed again. Chunwen gathered his thoughts, reminding himself to adjust his demeanor. His survival now rested in his hands. You. The voice was a mixture of fury and indignation. You little rascal, you really are something. Speak, what do you desire? Submit to me, Chunwen declared. I have barely managed to survive. I will not become anyone's tool again, the voice retorted flatly. Oh, then you may as well vanish, Chunwen replied, pushing his physique to its utmost limits. Stop, stop, everything is negotiable, the voice yelled urgently. Chunwen chose not to respond further, instead inquiring, Sister Shaozi, do you have a way to erase its consciousness? So ruthless? Xianhong Shao hesitated before replying. Ruthless? I see it differently, Chunwen stated nonchalantly. Its former self was indeed one of the 10 divine artifacts, but now it is merely a spiritual entity with potential. Moreover, it invaded my body with the intent to drain me dry. Were it not for my possession of the chaotic entity, it wouldn't even have the standing to bargain with me. Since it cannot discern its situation, I must send it on its way. There is a way, but it may cause some damage to the subsequent enhancement of the Thunder Pearl. You must think this through, Xianhong Shao advised after a moment of contemplation. What kind of damage? Chunwen furrowed his brow. The spiritual intelligence will be aware of the enhancement direction of the Thunder Pearl, consciously attempting to restore its former power. Without its presence, the enhancement would rely solely on the Thunder Pearl's autonomous awareness. In such a scenario, whether the Thunder Pearl can fully recover or return to its previous state remains uncertain, Xianhong Shao explained thoughtfully. Isn't that a form of amusement? Chunwen's lips curled into a slight smile. All right. You suppress it with the entity, and I will handle the rest. Seeing that Chunwen had made a decision, Xianhong Shao refrained from further discussion. What are you doing? No. You cannot do this. I am willing to submit. The petty one is willing to submit. In the moment when the crimson peony struck down the strands of power from the heavy Thunder Pearl, the spirit finally felt fear. It had never anticipated that Chunwen would be so ruthless, so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation whatsoever. Now, it was filled with regret and trepidation. This opportunity is singular. Since you desire freedom, I shall elevate you to the heavens. In the vastness of the sky and the earth, you may roam unrestrained. Chunwen stated calmly. No, no, no. The petty one regrets. The petty one should not have bargained. If you would only grant me this chance, I shall wholeheartedly assist you. With unwavering loyalty, the female voice pleaded desperately. Yet, what met her was Chunwen's silence and determination. No. The spirit thrashed in a frenzy. Yet, no matter how it struggled, it could not alter the undeniable truth. The events transpiring within the Black Thunder remained a mystery to those outside. As they observed that Chunwen remained inactive for an extended period, their lingering hopes began to fade. After all, with such a protracted silence and the absence of his aura, there was only one conclusion. Chunwen had perished within that dark tempest. Just then, a surge of overwhelming demonic power suddenly erupted in midair, swiftly engulfing the entire scene. He has come. My master has arrived. Mu Jiuzhou's eyes brightened instantly. and he could not help but feel an exhilarating surge of excitement. Chapter 44. The arrival of major forces in Chun Wen's tragic ambush. The atmosphere was charged with the unmistakable aura of a celestial king. The faces of those present shifted dramatically, for a being of such caliber stood atop the pinnacle in the ancient realm. Ha ha, Jiang Taichu. Can you still find mirth in this moment? Zhao Feng's laughter rang out, echoing through the tension-filled air. Jiang Taichu maintained his composure, a mocking smirk gracing his lips, for they had awaited this very instant. The more who arrived, the greater the toll of casualties would be, enabling them to uproot these individuals entirely, allowing Chu Tianlong to witness despair firsthand. Soon, an elderly figure appeared before the crowd, with flowing white hair and a visage untouched by age, shrouded in swirling black mist. This elder was none other than Mu Zhongyun, a master of Mu Jiuzhou and an elder of the reclusive ancient Mu clan. Mu Zhongyun's gaze swept over the assembly before settling on Mu Jiuzhou. Upon seeing his disciple in tattered garments, bearing the marks of injury, his brows furrowed deeply, a tempest of murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Mu Jiuzhou possessed the formidable celestial demon ninefold body, endowed with the potential for 9 awakenings, each amplifying his strength threefold. However, this power came with stringent demands for resources and cultivation. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Thus, even as a revered elder, Mu Zhongyun had willingly accepted the mantle of protector for Mu Jiuzhou's safety. What he had not anticipated was that mere attendance at a tea gathering would lead to such calamity for Mu Jiuzhou. The painstaking efforts the Mu clan had invested in nurturing him were now at risk of being rendered futile. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the murderous intent in Mu Zhongyun's eyes intensified. Who was responsible for this? He demanded, his voice cutting through the silence, causing a palpable tension to envelop the room. The one who harmed my disciple is already dead, Mu Jiuzhou suddenly declared. Dead? Mu Zhongyun's brow tightened further, confusion evident in his expression. What does this mean? Master, look above, Mu Jiuzhou pointed skyward. Mu Zhongyun lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting in shock. What has happened to the gravity thunder formation? He exclaimed. And why have the heavenly thunders turned black? The more he scrutinized, the greater his astonishment grew. He had attempted to subdue this gravity thunder formation before, but to no avail. He distinctly recalled that the previous heavenly thunders had not possessed the overwhelming force of these black thunders. A mere glance sent shivers down his spine, leaving him feeling as though 1,000 needles pricked at his flesh. He was certain that if he ventured too close, he would be obliterated without a trace, devoid of even the slightest chance for resistance. After suppressing the turmoil within, Mu Zhongyun turned to Mu Jiuzhou and inquired, what has transpired with the gravity thunder formation? Mu Jiuzhou did not conceal the truth, recounting the events in meticulous detail. A mere first heaven human realm? First, he dispatched Shimin Zhantian with a single strike. Then, he subdued his own disciple. After accomplishing these feats, he plunged headlong into the gravity thunder formation, forcefully absorbing the heavenly thunders. In the end, he was struck down by those dark thunderbolts, his very soul reduced to ashes. Upon hearing everything that Mu Jiuzhou had recounted, Mu Zhongyun felt as though he were deciphering an inscrutable scripture. Setting aside the matter of a mere first heaven human realm dispatching 2/3 heaven beings with ease, the notion of charging into the gravitational thunder array alone was utterly preposterous. Yet, he understood that his disciple would not dare to deceive him in front of so many witnesses. Moreover, there was no purpose in fabricating such tales. After a considerable time, Mu Zhongyun finally assimilated this information and inquired, so, it follows that the one who accompanied that lad is he? As he spoke, Mu Zhongyun fixed his gaze upon the composed figure of Jiang Taichu. Naturally, he was aware of Jiang Taichu's role as the master of the Boundary Guardian Hall. While the Boundary Guardian Hall was not a formidable power per se, Jiang Taichu possessed remarkable talent, having achieved the 4th Heaven King realm before the age of 35. His personal strength was formidable. They had crossed paths during an earlier trial, engaging in a brief contest. Ultimately, he managed to attain a tenuous stalemate by leveraging his superior realm, albeit without employing his true trump cards. Yet he was also cognizant that Jiang Taichu had refrained from utilizing his full strength. Thus, in terms of pure talent, Jiang Taichu evidently surpassed him. Indeed, Mu Jiuzhou promptly affirmed, Jiang Taichu is it? I may spare you, but you must divulge the origins of that young man to me. Mu Chongyun's gaze bore into Jiang Taichu as he spoke. Jiang Taichu cast a cool glance at Mu Chongyun and retorted, "What if I choose not to reveal it?" A glint of coldness flashed in Mu Chongyun's eyes. "Should you refuse, you shall share the same fate as that young man." Jiang Taichu's expression hardened. "Who do you think you are to threaten me?" With that, a surge of power erupted from within him, clashing violently against Mu Chongyun's imposing presence. The two unmatched waves of energy detonated, warping and shattering the space around them, while the ground erupted into a tempest of dust. Is he not of the Fourth Heaven King realm? How has he suddenly ascended to the Sixth Heaven King realm? Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's faces turned ashen. Disbelief etched across their features as they gazed at Jiang Taichu. It became clear that Jiang Taichu had been withholding his true strength during their earlier confrontation. The difference between the Sixth Heaven and the Fourth Heaven was not merely two minor realms. For cultivators, it was an insurmountable chasm. Mu Chongyun, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Taichu had closed the gap in realms during their brief separation. It was worth noting that the last time they had met, there had been a disparity of 3 minor realms between them. If Jiang Taichu were of the same age as him, what might the outcome have been? Contemplating this, Mu Chongyun felt a mix of shock and an overwhelming jealousy that threatened to consume him. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, an additional 19 formidable auras began to descend from the distance. Among these presences were those of King Realm and Nirvana Realm cultivators, each exhibiting immense strength. What on earth is happening? The gathered spectators exchanged alarmed glances as they turned their attention toward the horizon. What met their eyes were 19 figures swiftly approaching, rapidly enlarging in their view. Upon witnessing this scene, the multitude of prodigious youths collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Their allies had finally arrived, alleviating their fears of impending doom. To be candid, the recent display by Chun Wen had indeed instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Even if Chun Wen were to perish within that ominous cloud of black lightning, their unease lingered, as they dreaded the possibility of his sudden reemergence. Truly, you are an unparalleled genius, and you certainly do not pale in comparison to me. However, at this juncture, Mu Chongyun shifted the conversation, questioning whether concealing the truth remained a prudent choice. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Jiang Taichu, eager to discern how he would navigate the onslaught from so many adversaries. If you wish to uncover my identity, perhaps it is best that I disclose it myself. Just as Jiang Taichu was about to respond, Chun Wen's voice resonated unexpectedly. Upon hearing those words, everyone froze in place, their pupils dilating in shock. This voice was all too familiar. In unison, they directed their gaze towards the source of the sound. Chapter 45. Have you waited long? I shall send you on your way. Before my eyes stands Chun Wen, suspended in midair. At this moment, he is enveloped in a tempest of black lightning, his presence formidable and overwhelming, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. He resembles a vengeful deity returning from the depths of hell. He is truly alive. How? Is this possible? As the crowd comprehends Chun Wen's appearance, their expressions shift to one of even greater astonishment. Lulan Xingxue stands frozen, disbelief etched across her face. Just moments ago, she had believed Chun Wen was surely dead. Master, it is him. He is the one who seeks to slay my disciple. Mu Jiuzhou pointed at Chun Wen, his voice a cold, menacing roar. Mu Chongyun disregarded Mu Jiuzhou's outburst and focused on locking on Chun Wen's figure. He sensed the profound essence of a dual celestial being, exuding an extraordinary aura, distinctively remarkable. Aside from the discrepancy in realms compared to Mu Jiuzhou's claims, everything else was not far from the truth. No wonder he could defeat Xiao Zhou. He indeed possesses that capability. In mere moments, Mu Chongyun reached a preliminary conclusion about Chun Wen. Evidently, he had utilized the power of the Thunder Pearl to achieve a breakthrough. Swish, swish, swish. At this juncture, the 19 powerful figures have arrived at the scene. Immediately, they locate their respective disciples. Upon learning the circumstances, they, like Mu Chongyun, are equally astonished and incredulous. Their disciples are renowned geniuses within their respective factions, as well as throughout the entire ancient Yuan realm. Yet, they have been trampled by a mere celestial being, ultimately compelled to seek their aid. This entire scenario sounds utterly absurd. Yet, it has undeniably transpired. Two pressing realities now confront them. First, the origins of Chun Wen. They find it hard to believe that someone without any background could possess such strength. Second, What has become of the gravity thunder array in the air? Has he claimed it for himself? If that is indeed the case, they would not mind keeping Chunwen here, regardless of his formidable background. They simply do not believe that the forces behind him would dare to offend all 20 of their factions simultaneously. A myriad of thoughts flitted through their minds, leading them to a preliminary decision. Observing the peculiar atmosphere, an elder from the Beast God sect spoke up. I am Zhao Hong, the Grand Elder of the Beast God sect. It is a pleasure to meet you, Elder Mu. In the eyes of these individuals, Mu Chongyun's identity and strength place him among the very best, making it entirely reasonable for him to handle the situation. Ah, Brother Zhao, your courtesy is appreciated. Mu Chongyun replied with a respectful bow. How shall we proceed? We shall defer to your judgment, Zhao Hong stated. The others remained silent, clearly acquiescing to this decision. A glimmer flickered in Mu Chongyun's eyes as he finally spoke. Since you all place such trust in me, I shall take a bold step forward. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze towards Chunwen. I am Mu Chongyun, an elder of the Hidden Ancient clan. May I inquire which faction you hail from? A smirk appeared at the corner of Chunwen's mouth. He was indeed taken aback that Mu Chongyun could suppress his fury so swiftly. Yet, he had no intention of indulging them. Who do you think you are to question my identity? Chunwen replied languidly. Mu Chongyun's expression stiffened. Young man, do not disrespect the courtesy extended to you. You, a mere dead man, have an abundance of idle chatter, Chunwen remarked, raising an eyebrow, then coldly added. To claim to be an elder of a hidden ancient clan is utterly disgraceful. You insolent cur, are you courting death? Mu Chongyun's anger surged uncontrollably, and with a swift motion, he reached out towards Chunwen, unleashing a torrent of nirvana power that pierced through layers of space. Yes, kill him. Bring me his head. Seeing his master take action, Mu Jiuzhou became agitated, almost manic with excitement. He could not believe that Chunwen, no matter how formidable, could surpass his master. Once Chunwen was eliminated, he would reclaim his position as the foremost individual in Qingzhou. And who would dare to speak of the humiliation he had suffered at Chunwen's hands? Thunder slash. Chunwen's eyelids flickered, and with a decisive grip, countless bolts of black thunder coalesced into a massive thunder sword, exuding an aura of unrestrained ferocity and destruction. The sight was terrifying beyond measure. Flash. Chunwen's voice was cold as he brought the sword down. The sword's energy soared, the thunder unwavering. Boom. With a single strike, Mu Chongyun's power was thwarted. Simultaneously, he was forced to retreat, leaving behind a series of deep craters beneath his feet. How is this possible? Mu Chongyun's pupils quaked, particularly as pain radiated from his hands, a stark reminder that he had been pushed back. A sixth-tier king was being forced to retreat by a mere second-tier celestial. Just moments ago, he had struggled to accept being blocked by Jiang Taichu's attack, but now, not only was his assault repelled, but he was also directly driven back. This revelation shattered his worldview. This was inconceivable. The same astonishment was echoed among Zhao Hong and the representatives of various factions present. It was their first time witnessing Chunwen in action, and they had not anticipated his strength to be of such magnitude. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a celestial could confront and repel a king directly. There existed a chasm of 3 major realms between them. Conversely, Chunwen was forced back, each step he took pulverizing the ground beneath him. At last, he could no longer contain himself. A radiant surge of 9-colored light erupted around him, his black hair wildly billowing. Indeed, contending with a king was still a formidable challenge. Chunwen forcefully suppressed his boiling blood, his eyes icy and resolute. In an instant, he moved again, transforming into a streak of lightning, vanishing into the air. When he reappeared, he stood before Mu Jiuzhou. At this moment, Mu Jiuzhou was no longer the frenzied figure he once was. He stood in a daze, gazing blankly at everything before him. Have you waited long? I have come to see you off. Chunwen's voice resonated softly. Mu Jiuzhou froze, his pupils instinctively widening. Upon seeing Chunwen, he urgently shouted, Master, save me, save me. You dare. Mu Chongyun bellowed, stepping forward with a force akin to a surging tidal wave. Instantly, the surroundings erupted in tumultuous waves, the ground bombarded into a cloud of white dust. Chunwen swiftly reached out, seizing the already terrified Mu Jiuzhou. Facing the oncoming assault, he did not flinch. With Mu Jiuzhou in his grasp, he unleashed a counterattack. An unparalleled power surged forth, transforming the nine-colored sequence force into chains that cleaved through the heavens, striking out fiercely. Boom. In the clash that ensued, Mu Jojo was obliterated into a mist of blood, while Chunwen was propelled backward. Conversely, Mu Chongyun stood in stunned silence, witnessing the demise of his disciple right before his eyes, and worse still, it was by his own hand. Silence. The scene was instantly engulfed in a deathly hush. They were simultaneously astonished by Mu Jojo's death and awed by Chunwen's might. That last attack had been delivered without restraint by Mu Chongyun, yet the outcome was merely Chunwen being knocked back, unharmed. It was simply too extraordinary. Vile wretch. I will see you dead. After a brief moment of stupor, Mu Chongyun erupted with fury, his killing intent boiling over. Chapter 46. Wrath Unleashed. Murderous intent soars to kill me? As the formidable Mu Chongyun charged forward, a faint smile curled upon Chunwen's lips. Boom. In an instant, unmatched power erupted from within him, sweeping outward and collapsing everything in its vicinity. This force is truly terrifying. The onlookers watched in shock, their expressions shifting wildly. This scoundrel must perish. Otherwise, our divine demon palace will find no peace. Mu Chongyun's eyelids twitched, and the power within him surged once more. A dark miasma erupted from his body, coalescing in midair into a demonic visage, forcefully countering Chunwen's oppressive aura. Die! Mu Chongyun broke through the obstruction in a single bound, striking down toward Chunwen's head with a mighty palm. In the face of such aggression, Chunwen remained utterly composed, calmly activating his chaos sequence body. A nine-colored protective aura immediately surged forth, its ancient resonance echoing continuously, shaking the very core of those present. Bang! Mu Chongyun's palm collided with the aura, and chilling demonic energy roiled upon it. Yet, for a moment, the protective barrier held firm. I refuse to believe this. Mu Chongyun hesitated momentarily before steeling his resolve, amplifying the power in his palm once more. Boom! With another powerful strike, the protective aura finally rippled violently, dissipating into nothingness. In the instant the aura vanished, Chunwen was forced to retreat several steps, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood that escaped him. Conversely, Mu Chongyun was propelled backward by the backlash, leaving a long trace in the air. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Once again, Mu Chongyun had been defeated. That lad is extraordinarily strong. Lulan Levayu inhaled deeply, involuntarily expressing her admiration. Lulan Xingxue remained silent, yet her hand, concealed beneath her sleeve, turned pale from the strain. She could achieve such feats as well, but let us not forget, she was at the 9th layer of the life and death realm. This clearly illustrates the extent of Chunwen's strength. Mu Chongyun had once clashed with her in terms of aura. What does that signify? Even a fool could comprehend. Observing the breach of his defenses, Chunwen sighed softly. It appears my chaos sequence body still requires further growth. After all, it was merely the automatic defensive protective aura. To withstand 2 strikes from a King Realm expert, what more could one desire? Xian Hongxiao retorted with irritation. You only managed to fend off 2 blows. What do you expect? Chunwen smiled gently. I was merely expressing my astonishment. I meant no offense. Kid, I concede that you are formidable. Mu Chongyun steadied himself, his cold voice resounding once more. Yet, as his tone shifted dramatically, he added, if you think this alone can vanquish me, you are gravely mistaken. Today, I shall demonstrate that the King Realm is not something a mere celestial realm can provoke. Boom. As the words fell, Mu Chongyun's eyes instantly turned crimson, and waves of demonic energy surged forth from within him, ascending into the sky and staining the clouds a deep red. The atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to transform entirely in that moment. The overwhelming feelings of bloodshed, chill, and darkness pressed upon every heart, rendering them breathless. Mu Chongyun was now serious. Would that young man be able to withstand this? The onlookers instinctively glanced towards Chunwen. Yet, to their astonishment, despite the overwhelming pressure, there was not a trace of panic on Chunwen's face. On the contrary, they sensed a hint of exhilaration emanating from him. Indeed, it was excitement. As if he eagerly anticipated the impending battle. The divine demon dragon seal. Mu Chongyun stepped forward, and the surrounding power surged violently, akin to a frenzied dance of demons. As he continued to form seals, boundless magical energy rapidly converged, integrating into a colossal imprint. Ancient and intricate runes flickered upon the seal, radiating a chilling and fierce aura. This was becoming intriguing. At that moment, Chunwen made his move. The chaotic horizon palm. Chunwen stepped forward, and the power within his palm rapidly coalesced. This scoundrel. Observing Chunwen's poised stance, Mu Zhongyun was instantly filled with rage, for he sensed an overwhelmingly domineering force brewing within that palm. Death. Without hesitation, Mu Zhongyun unleashed the divine demon dragon seal, striking heavily towards Chunwen. Come forth. A slight smirk graced Chunwen's lips as he raised a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, crashing it into the air, causing a vast expanse of space to shatter. Boom. In an instant, the two attacks collided with tremendous force. A terrifying power erupted, violently shattering everything around them. As dust and debris filled the air. How could this be possible? Mu Zhongyun's expression twisted in disbelief. For his divine demon dragon seal had failed to gain the upper hand. In the next moment, two opposing forces surged towards the two men, swiftly engulfing them. Mu Zhongyun's flesh tore apart, his spiritual form shattered, and he was violently slammed into the ground, creating a massive upheaval. Simultaneously, Chunwen was sent flying by the impact of the dragon seal, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Clearly, they had never anticipated that even with full force, Mu Zhongyun would not gain a significant advantage. Zhao Hong and the others' expressions shifted drastically. If even Mu Zhongyun was no match for Chunwen, what chance did they have? The answer was painfully evident. They had initially coveted the gravitational thunder array that Chunwen had subdued, but now, the thought sent shivers down their spines. Noticing the signs of his own body beginning to fracture, Chunwen furrowed his brow. It seemed that even with an exceptional physique, the gap in realms could not be continuously endured. Boom. In the next instant, Mu Zhongyun, who had been struck to the ground, suddenly surged forward. Before them stood a figure clad in tattered garments, his body drenched in blood, as waves of overwhelming demonic power coiled ominously around him, accompanied by chilling sounds that echoed through the air. It appeared that Mu Zhongyun was ready to engage seriously. Observing his demeanor, the crowd felt an immediate stir of concern. Young master, shall I take over? Jiang Taichu turned to Chunwen. Chunwen assessed his own condition and replied, very well. With that, he stepped back. In his view, he had his own contingencies. There was no need to contest further, nor to exert himself to the brink. As Jiang Taichu stepped in for Chunwen, Mu Zhongyun's calm demeanor shattered. What are you all staring at? Get over here and assist. His furious roar reverberated in the ears of all present. Zhao Hong and the others exchanged glances before swiftly reaching a consensus. Just as Mu Zhongyun had articulated, should they fail to unite, only death awaited them. It was crucial to recognize that Jiang Taichu was not Chunwen, and in his prime state, Mu Zhongyun truly was not a match for him. With this realization, they hesitated no longer and swiftly descended beside Mu Zhongyun. Witnessing this turn of events, a fierce scowl contorted Mu Zhongyun's face. Jiang Taichu, since you insist on protecting that wretched creature, then perish alongside him. He continued, and you wretched being, should I not tear you apart today? My boundless wrath shall remain unquenched. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable tension. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Though Mu Zhongyun's methods were unscrupulous, was this not the nature of their world? No matter how formidable an individual might be, they could not withstand the combined force of many. Alas, such a pity. With this thought, the crowd could not help but let out a soft sigh. Chapter 47. Defying the King Realm Unscathed. The grudges intensify. Do you truly believe that you are the sole possessor of allies? Jiang Taichu let out a cold snort, and with a grand gesture of his hand, he summoned forth his companions. As he spoke, 10 figures gradually materialized from the void. This revelation sent a tremor through the crowd, their gazes fixated upon the newcomers. All 10 were of the King Realm, and their prowess was scarcely inferior to that of Jiang Taichu. The arrogance on Mu Zhongyun's face faltered, replaced by an overwhelming chill. These arrivals were all from the King Realm and had been lurking nearby, undetected by them. What did this signify? It could only be said that from the very beginning, Jiang Taichu had foreseen the unfolding of these events. He had merely awaited their descent, ready to ensnare them like fish in a barrel. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that they were likely to fall into ruin this time. At that moment, Zhao Hong, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Jiang Taichu, Are you truly willing to risk the entire Realm Guardian Palace for the sake of such a madcap youth? Do you not realize that every power present here could obliterate the Realm Guardian Palace from this world? The one who has offended us is he, not you. If you and your companions depart now, we can let bygones be bygones. Think carefully. Do not let your greed lead to your downfall. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their attention to Jiang Taichu. Just as Zhao Hong had stated, the forces backing them were not inferior to the Realm Guardian Palace. The reason Jiang Taichu held the initiative was merely due to an information asymmetry. Even if they were to falter here, the retaliation from numerous formidable powers would be merciless. In that eventuality, the Realm Guardian Palace, and even the forces behind Chen Yuan, might not survive. The decision now rested solely with Jiang Taichu. He, however, offered no response to Zhao Hong, instead directing his gaze toward Chen Yuan. Young master, the forces have assembled. You, Zhao Hong, feeling disregarded, darkened his countenance, rage simmering beneath the surface. Chen Yuan replied coolly, eliminate them all. What? You intend to kill them? The eyes of the crowd widened in disbelief as they looked toward Chen Yuan. Very well, Jiang Taichu acknowledged, raising his hand. Leave no one alive. Yes, Palace Master. The elders of the Realm Guardian Palace responded in unison, charging forward with fervor. Jiang Taichu did not lag behind, hastening to follow suit. Jiang Taichu, do not regret this. No more chatter, die? The air soon echoed with frantic cries, the atmosphere transforming into one of palpable hostility. Chen Yuan shifted his gaze to the trembling young prodigies. It is time for you to ascend. You. The expressions of the young talents shifted wildly in fear. Die? Chen Yuan uttered coldly, then surged forward. At the sight of his movement, the young prodigies were utterly paralyzed with terror. Even Shimin Zhantian and Mu Jiuzhou fell to a single blow. How much longer could they endure? Observing the panicked escape of the talented disciples, Chen Yuan's lips curled into a smirk as his left hand swept forth. An enormous hand descended, swiftly collapsing the very fabric of space, reducing over 20 disciples to mere mist of blood. After this gruesome display, Chen Yuan's hand moved again, drawing forth the Imperial sword, unleashing a dazzling sword light that cleaved through half the sky, sending chaotic spatial currents into a frenzy. No. As the sword light sliced through, the remaining disciples could not help but scream in terror. You wretched dog, how dare you? Your opponent is me. You shall die. Jiang Taichu shouted coldly, charging towards Zhao Hong with lethal intent. With a swift thrust, yet another 10 disciples were severed in twain, their blood splattering down like a gruesome painting. Only 9 of you remain, Chen Yuan remarked, gazing at the petrified disciples. His voice, though not loud, resonated in their ears like a death knell. Please, do not kill us. We are willing to submit, to be your loyal dogs. They pleaded, hastily kneeling before Chen Yuan in desperation. At that moment, their courage had utterly evaporated. The brutality was overwhelming. With just a single palm and a single sword, he had decimated their ranks from 50 to 9, instilling a sense of hopelessness in them. Chen Yuan's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Apologies, but you are not even worthy of that. With a chilling exhalation, he raised his hand for another strike. No. As terrified cries echoed, the 9 talented disciples were once again reduced to blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have acquired 2 portions of Crimson Destiny Nirvana Liquid and 1 portion of Orange Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Congratulations. You have successfully refined the Crimson Fate Soul, achieving a new milestone and earning a Crimson Destiny treasure chest. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smirk. The onlookers involuntarily swallowed hard at the sight. They had witnessed many ruthless individuals, but to kill nearly 50 without so much as a blink was an unprecedented experience. In that moment, Chen Yuan's image transcended mere demonization in their eyes. Miss, that guy is truly merciless, Lulan Levine remarked, her face paling slightly. Lulan Xingxue shook her head. No, I find myself rather admiring him for it. Yet this deadly enmity was irrevocably forged, and the true purpose was yet to unfold. What do you mean? Lulan Levine looked at her mistress in confusion. Previously I, like you, perceived him as a reckless fool, unaware of the vastness of the world. But now, it seems there is more to him. Perhaps all of this was intentional. What was intentional? Lulan Levine's confusion deepened further. This is merely my conjecture. You need not pay it any heed. Lulan Xingxue shook her head, and then gazed at Chun Wen's retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. What grievance does my fiancé hold against you that drives you to such reckless abandon? Although his situation is somewhat peculiar, it does not warrant your provocation. In her view, Chun Wen is indeed a prodigious talent, yet he pales in comparison to her fiancé, who possesses the Imperial bone. Meanwhile, the battle involving Jiang Taichu and his comrades has reached its conclusion. All those on Mu Chongyun's side, with the exception of Zhao Feng and Li Yundong, have perished. Jiang Taichu's side has also suffered the loss of one elder, with 3 others injured. Young master, how shall we deal with these 2? Jiang Taichu inquired as he tossed the 2 individuals onto the ground like lifeless dogs. Chun Wen's gaze fell upon them. It seems you are not of great significance. Despite the prolonged conflict, no one came to your aid. Zhao Feng's expression shifted. The individuals Chun Wen referred to were the covert forces of Tianlai Peak, who acted under Chu Tianlong's command. However, it matters not. They will meet their demise soon enough. Eliminating you now shall be but a collection of interest. With that, Chun Wen raised his foot. If we perish, Lord Emperor will surely avenge us. Your arrogance cannot last long. Revenge? Chun Wen smirked. That impotent fool is likely cowering in some corner, trembling in fear. Do not insult our emperor. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong exclaimed, their agitation palpable. The disciples present also changed expressions, incensed by the indignity suffered by their holy son. A dog may be a good dog, but its master is not human. With that, Chun Wen unhesitatingly brought his foot down. Bang! With a single stomp, their skulls were crushed. 3 directives. First, impale all remaining corpses upon the sacred steel. Second, thoroughly loot Tianlai Peak and divide the spoils among you. Third, ensure the proper burial of the deceased elder, securing a lifetime of peace for his family. The gifted among the younger generation may enter the realm to guard the temple and receive the highest level of training. Understood, Jiang Taichu replied immediately. Chun Wen ceased his words and turned to leave. The bait had been sufficiently cast. Now, he awaited the arrival of a multitude of fish. His intent was clear, to ensure Chu Tianlong witnessed his own ruin. Meanwhile, Chu Youwei and the others stared blankly at Chun Wen's departing figure, at a loss for words. The situation had escalated beyond control, and no one could intervene. All they could do was hope to remain unscathed amidst the chaos. Chapter 48. The Trail of Chu Tianlong and the Acceptance of Immortal Heritage. As Chun Wen departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. The once lively Tianlai Peak had transformed into a scene of utter devastation. Soon, everything on Tianlai Peak was swept away by Jiang Taichu and his companions, leaving behind only ruins. No one dared to intervene or offer resistance to this calamity. Within a secluded space of the Tianlai Peak vein, dozens of men and women sat, all of them at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm, their auras vast and oceanic. Yet, at that moment, their expressions were grave and troubled. An elder named Fu Xiao, seated at the head of the assembly, broke the silence, exclaiming, "That scoundrel has gone too far. We cannot allow this situation to persist. How shall we face the prince?" With that, he slammed his palm onto the nearby table, shattering it into countless fragments. Upon hearing his words, not a single person dared to respond. In truth, during the recent battle, they should have intervened to provide support. However, after deliberation, they chose not to act, uncertain if Jiang Taichu had hidden reinforcements. As one of the reserve forces for the prince, they could not allow a moment of impulsiveness to lead them to ruin. I propose that we invoke the power of the upper realm in the name of the prince. Only then can we contend with the forces behind that young man. An elder named Tang Yuan suggested after a brief silence. I disagree. The power of the upper realm can only be mobilized with the prince's consent. Otherwise, we cannot bear the responsibility, countered an elder named He Chong, shaking his head. Agreed. Agreed. Ultimately, the majority leaned towards He Chong's perspective. I have made contact. I have reached the prince. Just as the atmosphere fell into another tense silence, a voice filled with excitement rang out. At this proclamation, every eye sparkled with renewed hope. Prior to Chun Wen's arrival, they had already attempted to contact Chu Tianlong through a unique transmission talisman, but had been unsuccessful. Especially since Chu Tianlong had promised to return to preside over the tea gathering, yet had not appeared, their sense of foreboding had intensified. Now that they had managed to reach Chu Tianlong, the weight on their hearts was alleviated, if only partially. Bring it to me, quickly, Fu Xiao urged repeatedly. Xiao Shan. not daring to delay, promptly handed the transmission talisman to Fu Xiao. Taking the talisman, Fu Xiao took a deep breath before channeling his spiritual energy into it. What is it? A gentle yet undeniably authoritative male voice resonated. It is the prince. He is unharmed. Fu Xiao's heart finally eased. Your Highness, it is wonderful to hear that you are well. I find myself in an alternate space and have only just awakened. Thus, it is normal that you could not reach me, Chu Tianlong replied, his tone calm and devoid of significant fluctuation. The little man felt reassured. Fu Xiao remarked repeatedly. Speak. What has happened? Chu Tianlong inquired once more. In Fu Xiao's tone, he discerned an unusual note. Thus he was certain the other party was not merely there to ascertain his safety. Tang Yuan promptly adopted a serious demeanor and recounted the events of the past few days in detail. Simultaneously, in an alternate realm, a man draped in golden calamity light, with imperial shadows hovering behind him, bore a cold expression, his eyes suffused with an extraordinary brilliance. Surrounding him, golden dust fell in a cascade, distorting the space into a watery veil, as if it were on the verge of collapse. This man, possessing long golden hair and strikingly handsome features, exuded an aura both serene and commanding, evoking a natural inclination for submission. This man was none other than Chu Tianlong. After a considerable time, Chu Tianlong finally reined in the tumultuous energy emanating from within and spoke softly. You say this person is named Yi Wuqing and hails from a hidden power? Indeed. This information was procured from Ji Yuwei, Fu Xiao promptly replied. I will require another half-month to receive the inheritance. I cannot return just yet. Therefore, you shall unite with Mu Jiuzhou and the forces aligned with him in my name. Additionally, my influence in the upper realm can be notified, compelling them to be in position within half a month. After that period, I shall personally meet this young man. Understood, I shall fulfill this task, Fu Xiao declared, barely able to conceal his excitement. He had awaited this moment for an eternity. Very well, it shall be as you say. With that, Chu Tianlong severed the connection. He gently crumpled the communication talisman, his gaze growing chillingly cold. I care not who you are or whether you intend to target me. At this moment, I no longer need to heed anyone's countenance, nor rely on any external power. Coincidentally, I shall use you, a scion of that hidden force, as a stepping stone for my return to the imperial lineage. With this thought, Chu Tianlong's frigid demeanor gradually softened, retreating into silence once more. This upcoming immortal inheritance was of paramount importance to him. Therefore, the next half-month must not be marred by any missteps. With this inheritance, combined with his innate constitution and imperial bones, he would possess the means to contend with the most exceptional prodigies upon his return to the upper realm. Meanwhile, within the celestial mandate imperial clan of the upper realm, Chun Badeo received a communication from Chun Wudi. You say that Chu Tianlong has made contact with his subordinates? Chun Wudi nodded. Yes, Chu Tianlong is currently situated within an alternate dimension. We attempted to ascertain his location, but the time was too brief for success. By the time we sought to investigate again, we found all traces had vanished. Thus, I can reasonably conclude that this space can obstruct all forms of detection. During this brief interval, has anyone else attempted to contact him? Chun Badeo inquired suggestively. Chun Wudi shook his head. No. Indeed, Shaowen was correct. They have truly curled up. Chun Badeo smirked coldly and then inquired, what is the situation with Shaowen? Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Wudi recounted all of Chun Wen's recent actions. It was rather intriguing. Chun Badeo chuckled lightly and remarked, since Shaowen wishes to play, let us indulge him for a while. If you manage to locate Chu Tianlong, refrain from acting impulsively. Observe the extent of the waves he can stir. Understood. Chun Wudi replied promptly. You may continue your investigation. Chun Badeo said no more and severed the connection. Unbeknownst to all of this, Chun Wen returned to his residence and immediately entered the training chamber. This time, he had not only acquired 6 vials of Destiny Nirvana liquid, but also 2 additional Destiny treasure chests, including the one from Zhao Tianlong. He now possessed 7 drops of Destiny Nirvana liquid and 3 Destiny treasure chests. He was eager to discover what rewards awaited him this time. With this thought in mind, Chun Wen hastily retrieved the 3 Destiny treasure chests. Chapter 49, The Ancient Pill Emperor's Medicine River, Seeking the Method of Longevity Ding. The Crimson Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of Crimson Destiny Nirvana liquid. Do you wish to accept it? In that moment, Chu Yuwei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his composure. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in the realization that the Nirvana liquid was indeed among the most urgently needed items for him. Without further hesitation, he accepted it. Instantly, a vial of Crimson Destiny Nirvana liquid was deposited into his spatial repository. Once more, ding! The Orange Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations! You have acquired the alchemical experience of the ancient Pill Emperor's Medicine River, along with a tome of the Medicine River Pill Sutra. Do you wish to accept it? The alchemical experience of the ancient Pill Emperor? Goodness, this is a remarkable treasure. What is paramount in alchemy, if not experience? With such knowledge, achieving the status of Pill Emperor would merely be a matter of time. Chu Yuwei's heart stirred with excitement. Do you wish to accept it? In an instant, another stream of information surged into Chu Yuwei's mind. Accept, he promptly declared. Upon receiving the command, a torrent of knowledge flooded his consciousness. Simultaneously, a unique power radiated from within him, swiftly permeating his entire being. It was evident that Chu Yuwei was enveloped in a shimmering red, ethereal glow, ancient and profound. This state persisted for 3 full hours, during which Chu Yuwei's fluctuating aura gradually stabilized. As he slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimpse of red luminescence vanished. Incredible! Chu Yuwei whispered to himself, unable to contain the exhilaration within. Once he fully assimilated the information, he realized how extraordinarily gifted the Pill Emperor of the Medicine River truly was. Achieving the rank of Pill Sovereign at the tender age of 25, reaching Pill Saint by 30, embarking on worldly cultivation at 50, attaining the rank of Quasi-Emperor at 70, and ultimately becoming the legendary Pill Emperor by 90. His life was nothing short of a legend, vanishing into the depths of the Xianhuang Star Domain. As for the Medicine River Pill Sutra, it contained not only the supreme alchemical techniques, but also the myriad formulas compiled throughout the Pill Emperor's illustrious life. These formulas, apart from a few of his own invention, were gathered from the vast annals of history. It could be said that whether extant or lost to time, nearly every formula was encompassed within. This was indeed a substantial gain. Chu Yuwei smiled broadly, unable to conceal his delight, and expressed gratitude to his dear brother, Zhao Tianlong, for this fortuitous blessing. Consolidating his thoughts, Chu Yuwei did not linger. He immediately began to form the alchemical seals. A series of intricate hand gestures transformed in midair, flickering with strands of fiery light that morphed into various shapes. Commence. Chu Yuwei waved his left hand, summoning an array of spiritual materials that soared into the seals, undergoing continuous refinement. The processes of extraction, tempering, harmonization, and fusion unfolded in sequential order. Half an hour later, Chu Yuwei's hands trembled as flames surged forth, manifesting 6 Dragon Extreme Breaking Realm pills. These spiritual pills, akin to dragon's eyes in size, gleamed with a golden-brown hue. Their surfaces adorned with intricate pill patterns, with faint clouds of medicinal vapor rising gracefully. The Dansheng pattern, with its intricate designs resembling clouds, truly reflects Wang Dan's prowess. He successfully refined his first Wang Dan on the very first attempt, revealing his innate genius. However, Chu Yuwei discerned a flaw within the process. To achieve the pinnacle of excellence, one must produce 9 pills from a single furnace, yet he had only managed 6. This shortfall was partly due to the initial attempt, but more so attributed to the lack of a superior alchemical furnace and spiritual flame, tools that significantly enhance the yield and quality of elixirs. It seems he must find time to acquire these essential items. With this thought, Chu Yuwei refocused on the Long Ji Pijing Dan, a legendary ancient elixir believed to be lost to time. For cultivators below the Heavenly King realm, consuming it allows them to break through their bottlenecks without any side effects. The sole drawback is that it can only be taken once. Subsequent attempts yield no benefits. He decided to test its efficacy immediately. With this resolve, Chu Yuwei swallowed the Long Ji Pijing Dan. As the elixir entered his being, its potent energy erupted within him, crashing like waves against his body. Remarkable. The potency of this medicine is astounding. One can only wonder what benefits it will bestow upon me. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yuwei activated his cultivation technique, pushing his chaos sequence body to its utmost limits. In an instant, the medicinal energy was swiftly drained, akin to a lake being rapidly emptied. Boom! The surge of individual strength violently surged upward, shattering the barriers of his realm. The oppressive energy dissipated in a torrent, illuminating the heavens with a spectrum of colors. He achieved the third heaven-human realm. Gradually, his aura began to subside. Is this it? Am I being toyed with? Chu Youwei felt as if his spirit were on a roller coaster. The fabled Long Ji Pijing Dan had only enabled him to break through a minor boundary, shattering his expectations. That is, of course, to be anticipated. Your foundation is over 100 times thicker than that of an ordinary person. For it to facilitate even a minor breakthrough is truly remarkable, spoke Xian Hongxiao sagely. In light of this, its significance becomes evident. Gazing at the 5 elixirs in his hand, Chu Youwei smirked. Perhaps the Tianming Nirvana liquid had led him to harbor unrealistic expectations, causing him to subconsciously believe that this ancient elixir would yield unimaginable rewards. It is essential to note that the primary function of the Tianming Nirvana liquid is to unshackle the sequence constraints, while enhancing one's cultivation is merely a supplementary effect. Furthermore, it continually refines the quality of one's essence, strengthening the individual's foundation. Thus, in comparison, the ancient elixir falls short indeed. Nevertheless, as Xian Hongxiao rightly stated, although the ancient elixir may not rival the Nirvana liquid, it remains a rare treasure. He ought to learn to appreciate its value. With this realization, Chu Youwei's mindset gradually returned to tranquility. He had now become an indisputable Dan King. Through his experiences in the medicinal river, he had acquired a wealth of alchemical knowledge. For instance, ascending beyond the rank of Dan King is akin to crossing a chasm. It necessitates not only profound experience, but also a certain level of cultivation and soul power. Otherwise, it would be akin to a child wielding weapons yet unable to utilize them. Once more, the final green destiny treasure chest awaited him, the one he had long anticipated. Ding! The green destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, you have acquired the sacred secret technique, the eternal leisure skill, which can be upgraded to Imperial grade, or even higher. This technique is the foundational secret method that merges breathing techniques with mental realms, embodying both combat and cultivation. Mastering it allows one to integrate the breathing technique with the cosmos, achieving a state of unity where the might of heaven resonates and thunderous tribulations converge. When cultivated to its utmost limit, one can transcend the earthly realm, roaming freely, and discover the path to immortality. Goodness, this secret technique is extraordinary. Upon grasping the essence of this technique, Chu Youwei was instantly invigorated, all tension evaporating. What does immortality truly signify? It transcends mere eternal life. It represents a state beyond worldly confines. While the formidable beings of the Emperor realm are indeed powerful, they are not immortal. Thus, one can fathom the sheer terror of this secret technique when cultivated to its pinnacle. Regardless, I shall focus on cultivation first. Chu Youwei suppressed his inner excitement and hastily began his training. Chapter 50, The United Assault on Chu Youwei. And the return of Chu Tianlong in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. At this moment, Chu Youwei's aura had once again undergone a transformation, restrained, profound yet unmanifested, akin to a tumultuous wave held in check. His breaths resembled the labored gasps of a bull, reverberating like thunder, causing the surrounding space to tremble in rhythmic waves. The cosmos seemed to merge as one, enveloped in a mystical yet natural harmony. After a considerable duration, Chu Youwei slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long plume of white mist. The technique he practiced was undeniably potent, yet it remained esoteric and complex. In just 3 days, he had merely scratched the surface of its mysteries. Nevertheless, this initial glimpse had proven immensely rewarding. This secret method had not only transformed his breathing technique, but had seemingly reforged his very soul. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that with continuous cultivation, he might, in subtle ways, pave a new path in his quest for enlightenment. Beyond this, the breathing technique could also be harnessed in combat, thereby augmenting his personal strength. He began to anticipate the extraordinary prowess he would attain upon mastering this art to its fullest extent. Once his mind was thoroughly settled, Chu Youwei withdrew from this enigmatic state. The moment that lay ahead was of utmost importance. He now possessed 8 drops of the celestial mandate Nirvana liquid. The pinnacle he could reach hinged entirely on the reciprocal power of these forces. With this thought in mind, Chu Youwei hesitated no longer. With a mere gesture, the 8 drops of the celestial mandate Nirvana liquid levitated and swiftly entered his body. Instantly, 8 torrents of formidable energy erupted upon entry, akin to a colossal vortex of spiritual force. In an instant, the chaotic sequence body radiated with a kaleidoscope of chaotic light. Chains of sequence flew forth, intertwining in midair, illuminating various ancient celestial phenomena. Simultaneously, an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy converged and surged violently into Chu Yuwei's being. Boom! A tremendous shockwave radiated from his body, rippling waves of vitality as his aura soared to new heights. Outside, the atmosphere had already ignited with commotion. Numerous factions began to converge upon the holy land of the Celestial Maiden, encircling the area with an impenetrable force. These powers hailed from various realms, their grandeur striking and awe-inspiring. As the convener of this gathering, Fu Xiao had also emerged from the inner space of the Thunder Peak. At this moment, he appeared invigorated. The earlier signs of anger completely vanished from his demeanor. Alas, have we offended someone again at the holy land of the Celestial Maiden? Look, even old Fu has come out. He must have been summoned by the Imperial Sun to deal with that young man. Huh. This is the fate that befalls those who grow too arrogant. Offending the Imperial Sun is a grave misstep. Just watch. The young man's end will surely be tragic. We should have dealt with him long ago. Just look at the chaos that has erupted in our holy land these past few days. As they beheld the unfolding scene, many disciples of the Holy Land felt a surge of excitement coursing through them. In their eyes, only with Chu Yuwei's demise could the Holy Land attain tranquility. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Master Peak, Chu Youwei had become aware of the situation, yet she merely sighed deeply. To her, this matter was beyond the Holy Land's intervention. It was possible that they might even be implicated. Contemplating this, she sighed again. At that moment, Tang Yuan entered and took his place at the main seat, exuding an air of superiority, utterly disregarding Chu Youwei's position as Sacred Master. Chu Youwei quickly gathered her thoughts and spoke. What brings you here? Tang Yuan cast a glance at her, his innate benevolence shining through as he resolved to give the Holy Land a chance. Before the return of the Divine Prince, Chu Youwei must make the necessary arrangements. Otherwise, should the entire Holy Land be reduced to ruins, they would bear no blame for it. How much time do I have? Chu Youwei understood she had no choice. At most 5 days, Tang Yuan extended his hand. Very well, I will have everything in order within 5 days, Chu Youwei replied. Take care of yourself, Tang Yuan remarked as he turned to leave, maintaining his lofty demeanor. Chu Youwei leaned back against her chair, her expression vacant. In truth, she harbored resentment. Why was it that this predicament had befallen their holy land? Simultaneously, at the Saintess Peak, Lulan Levian hurried into the inner hall. Miss, something serious has happened outside, she exclaimed. Lulan Xingxue, who was engaged in a game of chess, gently set down her pieces and replied, given your excitement. Has young Master Yi offended someone? How did you guess that, miss? Lulan Levian was momentarily taken aback. Lulan Xingxue chuckled lightly. It is not difficult to deduce. Then why haven't they made their move? Lulan Levian suddenly inquired. A smile played at the corners of Lulan Xingxue's lips, because they are waiting for someone. Lulan Levian's eyes brightened with realization. They were awaiting the return of the Divine Prince. Lulan Xingxue slowly rose and walked to the window, her gaze distant. Indeed, he should return soon. Given his disposition, this matter will not conclude lightly. And what of you? Who do you believe will prevail? Lulan Levian asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Young Master Yi may possess his own confidence, yet the Imperial clan is not one he can provoke, Lulan Xingxue replied, her tone shifting. Rest assured, the Qin clan will not stand idly by. Moreover, he has been growing rapidly over these years. Perhaps the power he wields is far beyond our expectations. Ha ha. I knew the Divine Prince would not be defeated, Lulan Levian exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon hearing Lulan Xingxue's support for Chu Tianlong. Undoubtedly, she held a greater fondness for him than for Chu Yuwei. Enough, I am now informed. You may withdraw, Lulan Xingxue suddenly stated. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Lulan Levian replied softly before exiting the room. Miss, shall we take action? A frail female voice inquired after Lulan Levian had departed. Lulan Xingxue responded coolly, what do you think? Understood, I shall prepare at once, the elderly voice replied before vanishing into thin air. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lulan Xingxue's eyes, her brow furrowing once more. The confidence and composure she had previously exuded seemed to have dissipated. Meanwhile, Jiang Taichu was aware of the forces encircling the Holy Land, yet he remained unperturbed, for all was under Chu Yuwei's control. In truth, everything they had orchestrated over the past few days was for this very moment. As 3 days swiftly passed, the number of forces besieging the Celestial Maiden's Holy Land had swelled to 50. Those whom Chu Yuwei had offended were now fully assembled. However, under Fu Zhao's deft maneuvering, they had yet to make a move, as they were all awaiting the return of Chu Tianlong. 2 more days slipped by, and at that moment, a figure gracefully descended upon the Celestial Maiden's Holy Land. Concurrently, Chu Yuwei achieved a significant breakthrough. Chapter 51. We await the return of the Divine Prince at the gate. The army advances towards the Celestial Maiden Peak as Chu Yuwei slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light erupted from his pupils, piercing through the ages like a breathtaking divine radiance. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that a 9-colored chaotic aura enveloped him, mysterious and ancient. The terrifying yet restrained presence surged like the vast ocean, as if gathering the might of myriad phenomena. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. Chu Yuwei exhaled a long breath of turbid air, the fluctuating energies within and around him converging at that very moment. This breakthrough had lasted a full half-month, marking the longest time he had ever taken from absorbing nirvana liquid to achieving a breakthrough. Yet, the ultimate rewards were indeed gratifying. He had successfully broken through 4 minor realms. At this point, he had undeniably ascended to the 6th level of the celestial realm. When combined with the breathing combat technique and his innate absolute combat prowess, his strength could soar to unimaginable heights. However, the only regret he harbored was that the 8 drops of nirvana liquid still could not unlock the second sequence of shackles. There were not even the faintest signs of impending unsealing. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Xian Hongshao's words. Indeed, as one progressed, the unlocking of sequence shackles would only grow more arduous. Nevertheless, one could argue that if these shackles were so easily unsealed, their value would be diminished. With this thought, Chu Yuwei felt a sense of relief. It was time to emerge from his seclusion. The outside world had likely undergone significant changes. As he contemplated the events that might soon unfold, a subtle smile graced his lips. Simultaneously, the figure outside the mountain gate gradually came into view for all to see. This individual bore golden hair, an appearance both handsome and scholarly, with tranquil yet thunderous depths in his eyes. A grand aura radiated from him, an ancient presence rampaging forth, creating a unique atmosphere. With every gesture, he exuded an invisible pressure, a commanding presence cultivated from long-standing authority that overshadowed all around him. This person was none other than Chu Tianlong, returning from another realm. Gentlemen, we have the honor of meeting the Divine Prince. At that moment, Fu Xiao arrived with a throng of followers at the mountain gate. Upon sighting Chu Tianlong, Fu Xiao was the first to kneel on one knee, proclaiming with solemnity. Tang Yuan and the others quickly echoed, "We await the return of the Divine Prince." In an instant, the atmosphere surged, reverberating through the air. The Divine Prince has returned. The Divine Prince has returned. The Divine Prince has returned. The entire sacred ground erupted in fervor, voices rising in a cacophony. News spread rapidly. 1 told 10. 10 told 100. Soon, the phrase "the Divine Prince has returned" blazed through every corner, igniting excitement among every disciple who shouted in exhilaration, as if they had long awaited this moment. Moreover, the disciples of the sacred ground, while echoing the sentiments, rushed towards the mountain gate in eager anticipation of the Divine Prince's return. At the same time, on Saintus Peak, Lulan Levayu hurriedly entered the inner hall, exclaiming, "Miss, the Divine Prince has returned. He has returned." Luran Xingxue paused momentarily, then nodded and said, "I understand. Should we not join the gathering? All the disciples of the sacred land are heading outside the mountain gate." Luran Levayu exclaimed with excitement. Luran Xingxue's gaze became contemplative. "No rush. Let us wait a moment." Luran Levayu was momentarily perplexed. Without further explanation, Luran Xingxue added, "If you are interested, you may go and observe. There is no need to stay here with me." "Never mind. I shall remain with you, Mississippi." After some thought, Luran Levayu shook her head. Luran Xingxue chose not to elaborate further, redirecting her focus back to the chessboard. Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate, Chu Tianlong regarded Fu Xiao and the others before him, giving a slight nod. "You may rise." "Yes, Your Highness." Fu Xiao and the others promptly stood without hesitation. Chu Tianlong's gaze drifted past them to a group of figures not far away. Their expressions were icy, exuding a fierce aura, and their cultivation levels were at least at the Heavenly King realm, with several leaders having reached the Saint realm. It was evident that these individuals were the forces converging to hunt Chen Yuan. Chu Tianlong clasped his fists in the air, addressing the foremost figures. Junior Chen Yuan, I greet you, esteemed seniors. They offered him the courtesy he deserved, as he was a scion of the Celestial Mandate Imperial clan. An elder named Mu Zhongtian returned the gesture, saying, Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. We have come both to avenge and at your invitation. Our clan leader has stated that this operation of encirclement will heed your command. Chu Tianlong nodded, assuring them, Rest assured, I, Chen Yuan, guarantee with my integrity that I will bring justice on behalf of Brother Mu and the others, and I shall not betray your trust in me. Indeed. The group of Mu Zhongtian nodded, their previously fierce demeanor easing slightly. Although they claimed to seek vengeance, those from significant powers were well aware that a mere hidden clan disciple did not warrant such a large assembly. Their true motive was to leverage this encirclement to forge connections with the Imperial clan. At this moment, a throng of disciples surged outside the mountain gate, forming a dense crowd. Upon spotting Chu Tianlong, the disciples' eyes brightened. Whether prearranged or simply a matter of shared understanding, they all simultaneously knelt halfway to the ground, creating a profoundly impactful scene. Then, a resounding chorus arose. We humbly implore your highness to take action and vanquish that demon, restoring peace to our sacred land. Witnessing this spectacle, Fu Xiao and the others couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a sense of shared honor. Mu Zhongtian and the others displayed expressions of astonishment, for they too had not anticipated the level of esteem Chu Tianlong commanded within the Holy Maiden's sacred land. It must be said, his ability to command such loyalty was remarkable. At that moment, Chu Tianlong made a move. He slightly bowed his body, adopting a gesture of inviting them to rise. Please, stand and speak. We are all disciples of the sacred land, and such formalities are unnecessary. The disciples remained seated, resolutely expressing their hope that the Son of Heaven would acquiesce to their request, restoring the sacred land to its resplendent glory. Chu Tianglong immediately adopted a serious demeanor, asserting that it was their duty as disciples to safeguard the tranquility of the sacred land. Thus, I, Chen Yuan, on behalf of my fellow disciples, shall grant you this request. The disciples expressed their gratitude towards the Son of Heaven, and a surge of excitement coursed through them. With Chu Tianglong's affirmative nod, they felt assured of success, while Chen Yuan awaited only death. Rise, there is no need for such formality between us. Chu Tianglong gestured once more into the void, a warm smile gracing his features. This time, the disciples did not hesitate. In their eyes, regardless of Chu Tianglong's exalted status, he remained the Holy Son, not merely a figure of imperial grandeur. Son of Heaven, shall we return first, or shall we directly confront the Celestial Maiden Peak? Fu Xiao inquired softly through sound transmission. Chu Tianglong was momentarily taken aback. Had that young man remained at Celestial Maiden Peak all this time? Indeed, he has been engrossed in his cultivation. Fu Xiao affirmed with a nod. Not a single disturbance? Chu Tianglong's brow furrowed slightly. Understanding that his inquiry pertained to the forces behind Chen Yuan, Fu Xiao nodded again. Yes, it has been Jiang Taichu orchestrating matters. Chu Tianglong then nodded in acknowledgement. Have our people taken their positions? All are concealed in the shadows, awaiting your command. Son of Heaven, Fu Xiao promptly replied. Very well, let us proceed to meet that young man, Chu Tianglong decisively stated. Understood, Fu Xiao responded, his excitement palpable. In truth, he had awaited this moment for a considerable time. Had it not been for the need to await Chu Tianglong's return, he would have long since led their forces into battle. Chapter 52. The Coffin Bearer's Murder, Chu Tianlong's Provocation at the same time. Within the confines of Heavenly Maiden Peak, Chen Yuan had just emerged from seclusion when he was met with the urgent sound of knocking. Jiang Taichu was at the door. Enter. Chen Yuan called out directly. Jiang Taichu promptly pushed the door open and stepped inside. I am but a humble servant, Jiang Taichu, here to pay my respects, young master. With his body restrained, Jiang Taichu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It had been a mere half-month, yet his young master had not only shattered from minor realms, but the surging power radiating from him was tenfold greater than before. What does this signify? Even a fool could grasp its implications. Sit down, let us converse. Chun Wen urged, gesturing with his hand. Jiang Taichu, not daring to refuse, quickly took a seat in the lowest position. Chu Tianlong has returned. Jiang Taichu inhaled deeply. Chun Wen's eyes brightened at this news. At long last, he has returned. This was undoubtedly the most uplifting news he had heard in days. This is indeed a fortunate development. A smile graced Chun Wen's lips. What shall we do about him? Jiang Taichu inquired hastily. Nothing at all. We shall simply await their arrival, Chun Wen replied, his tone taking on a more ominous quality. Now, it is they who are anxious, not I, understood. I shall begin monitoring their movements, Jiang Taichu nodded. Chun Wen shook his head. There is no need for such fuss. Just observe. They are likely already making their way towards us. So soon? Jiang Taichu trembled slightly. At that moment, the communication talisman in Jiang Taichu's possession flickered to life. He turned to Chun Wen, his expression turning serious. Do not mind me, Chun Wen chuckled. Without hesitation, Jiang Taichu infused the talisman with his spiritual energy. Lord, Chu Tianlong leads various factions toward Heavenly Maiden Peak. A hurried male voice emanated from the talisman. Jiang Taichu looked at Chun Wen in astonishment. The prediction had indeed come to pass. Do not impede them. Allow them to ascend the mountain, Chun Wen instructed suddenly. Jiang Taichu quickly took the lead. Did you hear that? The young master has ordered you to take no action. Understood. The voice from the talisman sighed in relief. That settles it. Jiang Taichu remarked before severing the connection. You may return now. Chun Wen gestured dismissively. But Jiang Taichu's expression shifted. Chun Wen smiled reassuringly. Fear not. They lack the capability to harm me. Very well. Jiang Taichu recognized Chun Wen's resolve and refrained from further protests. Once Jiang Taichu departed, Chun Wen spoke. Uncle Nu, I must now rely on your assistance. Rest assured, young master. With me here, no one shall lay a finger on you, Uncle Nu replied, shifting the conversation. Furthermore, the clan leader and the others are prepared. Every last one of these people must perish. The smile on Chun Wen's lips deepened. Everything was in place. They merely awaited the arrival of the unwitting guests. Meanwhile, at the summit of the Heavenly Maiden Peak, Lulan Xingxue suddenly rose to her feet. Leave? Where to? Lulan Levayu appeared utterly perplexed. Considering the passage of time, they were nearing the Heavenly Maiden Peak. Lulan Xingxue spoke languidly. Ah, the Heavenly Maiden Peak? Lulan Levayu's confusion deepened. However, seeing that Lulan Xingxue had already stepped outside, she had no choice but to follow suit. Similarly, Ji Yuwei, Jiang Qingrun, and others shared the same sentiment, hastening towards the location of the Heavenly Maiden Peak. Yet, their thoughts varied. For Ji Yuwei, as the Holy Master, her primary concern was the potential devastation of the sacred ground during the clash of the two formidable forces. As for Jiang Qingrun and her companions, they were more inclined to witness the outcome. In their view, the eventual victor would undoubtedly be Chu Tianlong. After all, a single force contending against dozens had little chance of success, especially with the backing of a Destiny Imperial clan. On the other side, Chu Tianlong had arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Maiden Peak, accompanied by numerous factions. Additionally, behind them trailed a group of coffin bearers, carrying precisely 88 coffins, corresponding to the number of individuals slain by Chun Wen and affixed to the sacred monument. The sight was profoundly shocking at first glance. It was indeed a bold display. Observing the unguarded Heavenly Maiden Peak, resembling an invitation for disaster, Chu Tianlong could not help but smile coldly. Initially, he had presumed Chun Wen would have a contingent waiting here, yet he did not anticipate such a scene. My lord, shall I lead the charge? Fu Xiao, perceptive as he was, promptly suggested. In such circumstances, it was difficult not to question the possibility of an ambush. Surround the Heavenly Maiden Peak with your men. As for leading the charge, I, Chun Wen, am not one to fear even this. Chu Tianlong waved his hand, exuding utmost confidence. Very well. I shall attend to it at once. Fu Xiao replied, and promptly turned to depart. Let us proceed. With a grand gesture, Chu Tianlong ascended the Heavenly Maiden Peak. Upon seeing this, Mu Chongtian and others hesitated not for a moment, swiftly following in his wake. Come, let us also venture forth to observe. The throng of disciples followed closely behind. In an instant, the entire Heavenly Maiden Peak was shrouded in a dense, dark mass. Even before their arrival, a terrifying aura began to envelop the summit, and the oppressive atmosphere bore down upon Chun when within the Heavenly Maiden Palace, causing the surrounding air to surge violently, akin to a boiling current, evoking a sense of suffocation. They have finally arrived. Yuan, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing across them. With this thought, he ceased his contemplation and stood up. At that moment, Chu Tianlong and his companions also reached the exterior of the Heavenly Maiden Palace. Observing the unguarded palace, Chu Tianlong's countenance gradually darkened. Since his emergence in the world, no one had dared to treat him with such blatant disregard. Today, regardless of the faction from which Chun Wen hails, he must be subdued. Otherwise, it would be challenging to uphold the might of the emperor. Contemplating this, a fleeting chill of murderous intent coursed through Chu Tianlong's heart. At that moment, Lulan Xingxue and her companions arrived, gracefully landing upon the peak of the Heavenly Maiden. Chu Tianlong's gaze shifted, sweeping over the newcomers before finally settling on Lulan Xingxue. She blinked lightly, a subtle smile dancing in the corners of her eyes. A smile reappeared on Chu Tianlong's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. His satisfaction and genuine fondness for Lulan Xingxue were unmistakable. She reciprocated with a nod, mirroring his gesture. I have met the emperor. Ji Yue hesitated briefly before stepping forward to Chu Tianlong, offering a respectful bow. Chu Tianlong redirected his gaze, now fixed on Ji Yue. I have already mentioned, Holy Master. There is no need for such formality. Ji Yue sighed softly, choosing her words with care. I shall not speak further. I hope the emperor can preserve the sanctity of the Holy Land. Chu Tianlong chuckled lightly, reassuring her, rest assured, the Holy Land is also my home. I would not bring ruin upon it. Very well, then I shall express my gratitude to the emperor here. Ji Yue bowed solemnly once more before graciously stepping aside. Place down the black coffin. Chu Tianlong commanded with a sudden wave of his hand, his tone turning sharply cold. Yes, Emperor. The bearers of the coffin promptly lowered the black coffins. Nearly 70 black coffins thudded to the ground, causing tremors that echoed through the already somber atmosphere, intensifying the sense of impending doom. Chu Tianlong slowly lifted his head, his icy gaze fixed upon the grand entrance. Are you not intent on eliminating this emperor? Why do you hesitate to appear? With this declaration, the air grew even more tense, foreshadowing the onset of a fierce battle. At this thought, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Clang! At that moment, the tightly shut doors swung open, and a figure stepped forth. Chapter 53. The Celestial Titan, the reborn of eternity, he has emerged. Instantly, the crowd was engulfed in a profound tremor. At that moment, Chu Tianlong fixated on the figure stepping through the grand entrance. It was Yuan, tall and poised, clad in white garments, with a visage akin to jade. At this juncture, Yuan radiated an aura of his own, captivating all attention as if he were a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. With each step he took, his serene presence expanded, swiftly overshadowing everything around him. Witnessing this, Chu Tianlong's cold pupils ignited with fierce intensity, and his own aura surged forth. In an instant, the two invisible forces collided with tremendous force. The air erupted into a cloud of dust, and an endless wave of energy surged outward with reckless abandon. How terrifying! The onlookers gasped in horror, hastily retreating to avoid being swept away by the clash of energies. Yuan gradually came to a halt, his gaze settling upon Chu Tianlong. He was equally intrigued, for this was a prodigy who had been chosen as the vessel for his imperial essence at the tender age of 10. It was hard to believe he bore no hidden depths. In Chu Tianlong's presence, one could observe his flowing golden locks, his commanding stature, and a strikingly handsome face. At this moment, his expression was frigid, and an aura of calamity swirled around him, distorting the very fabric of space. Additionally, a golden fate soul hovered above his head, rich and ancient, adorned with mesmerizing patterns of destiny that seemed to pulse with life. One could faintly perceive the soul's inclination to divide into 7 radiant colors. No wonder he can bear the weight of my imperial essence. He is indeed extraordinary. Yuan found himself increasingly captivated by Chu Tianlong. Subsequently, the fundamental information regarding Chu Tianlong materialized before his eyes. Name: Chu Tianlong. Age: 16. Personality: cold, hypocritical, ruthless, willing to use any means to achieve his goals. Identity: son of the Celestial Maiden Sanctuary, false Imperial Prince. Fate Soul, golden, physique, celestial titan. Supreme Imperial immortal bone, realm, ninefold cycle of life and death. Note: hidden destiny, reborn of eternity, upon awakening memories, can transcend the golden fate soul and achieve legendary destiny. Good heavens! After perusing Chu Tianlong's basic information, even Chun Yuwei could not suppress his astonishment. Not only did he possess a golden destiny, but he was also a bearer of a concealed legendary fate. The celestial titan physique is a pinnacle attribute, capable of withstanding the might of emperors in its perfected form, an absolute monarch in close combat. Furthermore, he is unbound by the constraints of heaven and earth, perpetually breaking limits, a being of unparalleled combat prowess. As for the supreme imperial immortal bone, its significance is self-evident, an assured path to becoming an emperor. When fully realized, it could even allow one to vanquish immortals with a mere gesture. All these attributes combined render Chu Tianlong an undeniable anomaly. Soon, Chun Yuwei shifted his focus back to Chu Tianlong's realm. He was currently at the 6th level of the human realm, while Chu Tianlong was at the 9th level of life and death, a staggering difference of 13 minor realms. At first glance, this disparity seemed considerable, especially given that Chu Tianlong was a paragon of excellence. Nonetheless, Chun Yuwei did not perceive himself as lacking in combat capability, setting aside his Destiny Great Furnace, which could temporarily suppress the power of the Son of Destiny by 10%. His inherent combat prowess and the supreme breathing combat technique he possessed could indeed secure his position in battle. It is noteworthy that, thanks to his chaos sequence body, he could infinitely enhance his combat strength within the limits of his physique. With this in mind, Chun Yuwei felt a clear sense of competition, unbeknownst to Chu Tianlong, who was oblivious to the fact that his every move was being scrutinized. He felt a palpable pressure emanating from Chun Yuwei. The last person to instill such pressure was Lulanxing Xue. However, Lulanxing Xue was not inferior in realm, while Chun Yuwei was merely a minor 6th level of the human realm. The fact that such a lowly cultivation could evoke pressure was enough for even a fool to recognize its significance. Additionally, he sensed a peculiar disturbance. The moment Chun Yuwei appeared, the imperial bone within him trembled, as if yearning to break free from his body, a sensation he had never experienced before. After suppressing the unusual movement of his imperial bone, Chu Tianlong fixed his cold gaze on Chun Yuwei and inquired, "Who are you?" Clearly, a decade had passed, and he did not immediately recognize Chun Yuwei. "Who am I?" Chun Yuwei's lips curled into a cold smirk. He had not anticipated that Chu Tianlong's first question would pertain to his identity. It seemed that his presence had indeed aroused suspicion. However, he had no intention of revealing himself so soon. He aimed to gradually dismantle Chu Tianlong's confidence, allowing his identity to become the final straw that would crush him, making him realize that even if he possessed his imperial bone, it would ultimately lead to nothing but a futile dream, culminating in a most despairing demise. "I am the one who will kill you," Chun Yuwei declared coldly. Such audacity left the onlookers astonished, clearly taken aback by Chun Yuwei's bold assertion, as he had escalated their relationship to a point of no return without leaving any room for negotiation. "Kill me?" Chu Tianlong's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. In the next breath, he retorted, "No one has ever dared to speak to this prince in such a manner. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it." In an instant, an unparalleled force surged forth from Chu Tianlong's being, golden light radiating fiercely. The air was rent asunder, creating a vast arena of life and death. 10,000 layers of clouds rolling tumultuously, various phenomena appearing in succession. Gather the myriad forms into a dragon. The might of the dragon surged forth, overwhelming the light of calamity for thousands of miles. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire sky was enveloped by Chu Tianlong's aura, every thread of energy being reduced to nothingness. How formidable! Is this the power of the prince? The onlookers were struck with a chilling sense of dread, their scalps tingling with unease. This was becoming intriguing. Chun Yuwei remained utterly composed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he advanced toward Chu Tianlong step by step. With each stride forward, his internal aura surged, the radiant hues of the 9-color sequence erupting like a volcano in a cataclysmic display. The golden celestial barrier was cleaved as if by a razor-sharp blade, shattered into disarray. This wretched scoundrel. As he beheld the encroaching force, Chu Tianlong's eyelids twitched incessantly. Such an overwhelming presence had already transcended the limits of the realm of life and death, far surpassing even that of the celestial realm. When Chun Wen closed the distance to within 10 feet of Chu Tianlong, the tumultuous aura reached its zenith. What nonsense are you trying to portray here? With a decisive step, Chun Wen unleashed a torrent of power that surged forth like a dam bursting. In an instant, the 9-color sequence radiated as if 9 colossal dragons roared with unstoppable momentum. With a ferocious thrust, Chu Tianlong's painstakingly constructed realm of life and death was obliterated into nothingness. Boom. Simultaneously, the entirety of the celestial maiden peak was reduced to ashes, with endless shockwaves cascading outward. Retreat. Quickly, quickly. The atmosphere of slaughter was instantly filled with the frantic shouts of Chu Youwei and others. Such a powerful clash, if one did not retreat in time. None but those above the realm of life and death could hope to survive. In the briefest of moments, the vast scene was left with only Chun Wen and Chu Tianlong. The sole distinction was Chun Wen's tranquil demeanor, while the aura surrounding Chu Tianlong grew increasingly frigid. Chun Wen's strength had once again reshaped his understanding. Who exactly are you? Chu Tianlong coldly inquired once more. You speak too much nonsense. As the words fell, Chun Wen moved, charging toward Chu Tianlong with an invincible force. Close combat with me? You seek death. Chu Tianlong bellowed, as the heavenly calamity light surged violently within him, and the form of the Kunpeng manifested outside, transforming into a magnificent divine silhouette. Chapter 54, Invincible in Flesh? I shall still obliterate you in the next moment. The form of Kunpeng trembled violently, and the heavenly tribulation light surged forth, transforming into unparalleled pressure that shattered everything in its wake. Time and space began to collapse, erupting into magnificent explosions that reached into the heavens. Is this the might of the celestial body? Indeed, it lives up to its name. Yet, what stands before you is I. Chun Wen unleashed the first sequence of shackles, and with it, his power erupted forth. The overwhelming waves of strength forcefully halted the oppressive pressure and dispersed it midair. In a swift rush, Chun Wen charged towards the oncoming celestial tribulation light. Break! Chun Wen uttered coldly, raising his hand to deliver a fierce knife strike. The celestial tribulation light, akin to a luminous membrane, was cleaved in twain by his blow. The 9-colored hand knife glimmered, swiftly penetrating all, before descending heavily upon Chu Tianlong's position. Merely a trivial skill. Chu Tianlong scoffed coldly, and the celestial body trembled suddenly, as if the very heavens and earth were quaking in response. Boom! Under the terrifying force, the descending blade light was obliterated into nothingness. In that instant, Chun Wen closed the distance, summoning his strength mid-air to deliver a heavy punch. Celestial Dominance Palm. Chu Tianlong remained unfazed, raising his hand to unleash a colossal palm strike. The enormous hand radiated golden supremacy, entwined with ancient patterns, exuding an overwhelming might. Boom! At that moment, the two attacks collided with tremendous force. The horrifying energy erupted, reducing everything around into a spectacle of chaos. Concurrently, the backlash from their clash struck both combatants fiercely. Chun Wen felt a tremor throughout his being, the 9-colored sequence light within him surging wildly, yet he did not falter. In contrast, golden light erupted around Chu Tianlong, resembling a downpour of golden rain. The ground beneath them crumbled once more, erupting into a cloud of dust. That wretched scoundrel! Feeling the impact of power coursing through him, Chu Tianlong's expression darkened ominously. Never had anyone in the same realm managed to engage him in close combat for more than 3 exchanges. Yet now, merely 2 strikes had left him at a disadvantage, filling him with disbelief and an overwhelming rage. How formidable! The onlookers gasped at the unfolding scene, particularly in awe of Chun Wen. Chu Tianlong had clearly gotten serious, yet it was he who appeared to be at a loss. This shattered their perceptions entirely. To speak candidly, they had never anticipated such an outcome. Whoosh! At that moment, Chun Wen surged forward, taking advantage of Chu Tianlong's seething anger, colliding with him with unparalleled force. Undoubtedly, this time, Chun Wen intended to clash against Chu Tianlong's pure physical strength. Only by vanquishing his opponent in the very aspect where he takes pride could one instill a sense of despair. To engage me in a physical clash? Ha ha! What a gross miscalculation of abilities. I, the celestial body of supreme power, shall undoubtedly suppress all forms of physical prowess. Similarly, Chu Tianlong discerned Chun Wen's intentions with a mere glance. Yet, in this singular aspect, he harbored no fear of anyone. With a swift motion, he charged forward without hesitation, colliding fiercely with Chun when using pure physical strength. At the moment of impact, the earth trembled and the heavens quaked, as extraordinary phenomena cascaded around them. The nine-colored sequence light clashed relentlessly with the golden celestial calamity light, ancient imprints flickering and mysterious resonances echoing endlessly. Bang! One strike. Bang bang. Two strikes. Bang bang bang. Three strikes. The two seemed to forget everything, relentlessly colliding one blow after another, clearly intent on subduing one another with absolute power. This was utterly astounding. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers felt their scalps tingle, too afraid to even breathe. How could that lad be so formidable? The Emperor's son had yet to subdue him. Lulan Levian murmured a few words before abruptly looking up at her lady. "Miss, do you think the Emperor's son will win? He seems to be faltering." Lulan Xingxue took a deep breath and spoke softly. "He seems to be faltering?" Lulan Levian's mind erupted with thoughts, instinctively raising her gaze. Bang bang bang. With each resounding strike, Chu Tianlong was forcefully propelled backward by the last collision. How could I possibly lose? How could my celestial body of supreme power be defeated? Chu Tianlong's pupils dilated in shock and fury. Invincible flesh? I shall still shatter you. With a booming voice, Chun Wen transformed, resembling a meteor, and crashed into Chu Tianlong. Boom. With that strike, the nine-colored sequence light erupted, penetrating Chu Tianlong's formidable defenses. Splash. In an instant, Chu Tianlong's flesh shattered, blood splattering in all directions. The next moment, he was sent hurtling like a bullet, obliterating the mountains behind him into dust. This hissing, the crowd gazed at Chun Wen in astonishment, their eyes wide, unable to fathom the unfolding scene. What is the celestial body of supreme power? It is renowned for its invincibility in close combat and unparalleled physical defense. Yet, this seemingly invincible physique was not only shattered in its most proficient manner, but also while the opponent was at a 13 minor realm disadvantage. What manner of monster is this lad? In that instant, the onlookers cast increasingly fearful glances at Chun Wen. He truly lost. How could this be possible? Lulan Levian murmured in disbelief, her eyes filled with incredulity. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on Chun Wen, particularly captivated by the entwined nine-colored sequence light. This extraordinary flow of spiritual energy was a sight she had never witnessed before, and the power emanating from it sent shivers down her spine. It is worth noting that she is the Celestial Empress, endowed with a destiny that even the celestial body of supreme power cannot possess. Yet, despite this, she harbored a subtle intuition that her divine physique might not necessarily hold an advantage against Chun Wen's constitution. Meanwhile, Mu Zhongtian and the others furrowed their brows. They were evidently taken aback, for a noble imperial scion was being suppressed by an inconspicuous individual. In fact, they began to question if this person truly belonged to the imperial lineage. "Miss, surely the imperial scion cannot truly be losing." Lulan Levian inhaled deeply. Lulan Xingxue shook her head, asserting that the true essence of his formidable strength did not reside in the celestial overlord body, but rather in that imperial bone. "Mark my words, the victor will undoubtedly be him. As for that young Master Yi," she paused, "if he possesses only such limited means, defeat is assured. See, I told you. How could the imperial scion lose so easily?" Lulan Levian exclaimed, patting her chest. At that moment, a tremendous explosive sound erupted, obliterating all remnants of the ruins into nothingness. A figure enveloped in golden light emerged from the chaos. It was the imperial scion. He was unscathed. Observing Chu Tianlong, whose injuries had healed save for his disheveled attire, the crowd's pupils involuntarily contracted. Chu Tianlong slowly raised his gaze towards Chun Wen and declared, "This imperial scion admits to having underestimated you. However, you shall soon realize that your meager strength holds no value before me. Before your father, what can you possibly boast about?" With that, Chun Wen took a firm step forward, leveraging the momentum to unleash the chaotic horizon technique. Chapter 55. The physical body shakes the Tao artifact. The Emperor's bone finally reveals itself in an instant. A colossal hand, capable of obscuring the heavens and the sun, materialized, sending forth surging waves in all directions. Die. Chun Wen uttered coldly, raising his hand to deliver a forceful strike downward. In that moment, an overwhelming pressure suppressed everything, as if the very fabric of the universe were on the brink of explosion. This secret technique is terrifying indeed. The onlookers stood in a daze, particularly affected by the overwhelming aura that made them feel as though their bodies were about to burst under the strain. Come forth. Amidst the swirling vortex of power, Chu Tianlong remained remarkably unperturbed. With a deep shout, a stream of light surged forth from his body, transforming into a colossal ancient map. The map shimmered with mysterious Tao rhythms, radiating four colors of light, as the manifestations of four divine beasts erupted from within, exuding unparalleled divine might. Is this a Tao artifact? The pupils of Mu Zhongtian and the others constricted sharply, their eyes filled with astonishment. This is bad. It is the divine beast burial map. Even the ever-composed Jiang Taichu's expression shifted slightly. It is crucial to note that although the divine beast burial map is merely a Tao artifact, it is not inferior to an ordinary emperor artifact, especially since this burial map contains a thread of the original essence of the four divine beasts. Provided the host possesses sufficient strength, they can fully unleash the peak divine power of the four beasts, capable of subduing any foe beneath the emperor realm. In the ancient times, the burial Tao sovereign used this very burial map to bury the lives of an entire ancient realm. Countless half-step emperors perished under the suppression of the four divine beasts, and thus the name of the burial Tao sovereign resonated throughout the ancient epic. He never anticipated that Chu Tianlong would possess such a Tao artifact, on par with an emperor artifact. At this moment, Lulan Xingxue also displayed an expression of surprise. The relationship between Chu Tianlong and her could be described as exceptionally intimate. They had ventured into ruins together on numerous occasions, fighting side by side. Yet, she had never witnessed him wield this Tao artifact before. Consequently, even when facing Chun Wan, who possessed an emperor artifact, Chu Tianlong remained entirely unaffected. Once freed from the constraints of the emperor artifact, his chances of victory grew significantly. With this thought, Lulan Xingxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Break for this imperial son. Chu Tianlong swiftly formed seals with both hands, unleashing streams of light upon the burial map, forcibly activating the power of the divine beast burial. The four divine beasts, each reigning over their respective domains, let out a mighty roar, their elemental forces clashing against the descending colossal hand. Boom! The two assaults collided violently. The power of the divine beast burial and the chaotic might of the heavens exploding into a conflagration. Crack! Bang! In mere moments. The chaotic hand could not withstand the ferocity of the attack and erupted in a violent explosion. Chun Wan, too, was forced back by the shockwave, his blood surging wildly. You bastard, die? Witnessing this scene, a fierce killing intent flashed in Chu Tianlong's eyes. As he quickly formed seals once more, he directed the burial map towards Chun Wan with the intent to eliminate him. His objective was straightforward. Having finally gained the upper hand, he naturally sought to seize the opportunity to utterly slay Chun Wan. As Chun Wan regained his senses, the world burial diagram loomed ominously above him, and the four divine beasts charged towards his vital point. It was finally coming to an end. The onlookers could not help but exhale in despair. Such power, such distance, such speed. Only a path to death remained for Chun Wan. Yet, this was already a commendable feat to have driven Chu Tianlong to this extent. Chun Wan had truly proven himself remarkable. Panic surged through Jiang Taichu, who, despite knowing that someone was protecting Chun Wan, could not help but feel alarmed. If Chun Wan were to perish, the consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, he dashed towards Chun Wan's position. Such audacity! Even the minor divine beasts dare to strike at me. Chun Wan's cold voice suddenly echoed. At that moment, a magnificent nine-colored divine radiance enveloped him, his blood energy surging like a dragon's breath. Thump, thump, thump. His breath resonated like a battle drum, his flesh reverberating with power, as if the very fabric of the universe trembled in response. In this instant, Chun Wan resembled a corporeal god of war, exuding an overwhelming aura, surrounded by a torrent of light that pierced the heavens. The descending world burial diagram was thus compelled to slow under the weight of his terrifying presence. How could this be possible? Chu Tianlong felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the world burial diagram, a force potent enough to threaten the stability of the seal in his hands. Begone! With a fierce shout, Chun Yuan unleashed a powerful punch, striking the world burial diagram with tremendous force. Boom! In a single blow, the phantoms of the four divine beasts disintegrated into nothingness, and the world burial diagram was forcibly repelled. Chu Tianlong's pupils widened in shock as he was sent flying back, the ground beneath him collapsing into rubble, exploding into fine dust wherever he passed. Gulp! The crowd watched in horror, a wave of fear coursing through them like electricity. To withstand a divine artifact with merely his physical form and to send it flying with a single strike, what manner of creature was this? The most astonishing aspect was that this individual was merely at the sixth heaven of the human realm. Jiang Taichu stood frozen, his actions halted, struggling to process what had just transpired. He knew his young master was formidable, but he had never anticipated such raw ferocity. To shake a divine artifact with one's body, this was absurd. Miss, what on earth did I just witness? That young man actually managed to contend with a divine artifact using his physical strength. Lulan Levine spoke in a daze. Lulan Xingxue remained silent, swallowing hard. Even she was taken aback. According to her original assessment, the only way for Chun Yuan to escape this deadly predicament was to summon the Imperial sword. There was no other recourse. Yet, she never expected that he would confront a divine artifact with sheer physicality. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have deemed it madness. Undeniably, Chun Yuan had once again redefined her understanding. Meanwhile, the seemingly invincible image of Chu Tianlong began to crumble before her eyes. You insolent wretch, you are far too arrogant. Shu Shenlong suddenly erupted from the ground in a frenzy, his entire being enveloped in a radiant golden light, with a complex mark appearing at the center of his brow. Additionally, a divine silhouette of a Kuanping manifested behind him, accompanied by an ancient imperial shadow. The moment this imperial shadow emerged, the very essence of the universe shifted. It was as though an innate suppression had taken hold, compelling everything to submit beneath its formidable presence. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chun Yuan's eyes as he beheld a resplendent golden bone pulsating at Shu Shenlong's chest. The imperial celestial patterns swirling upon its surface, enigmatic and time-worn. Is this my imperial bone? Truly extraordinary. No wonder they risked so much to seize it. A subtle smirk graced Chun Yuan's lips. At last, will it be put to use? Lulan Xingxue mused quietly within her heart. In her eyes, the primary reason Shu Shenlong surpassed most prodigies was his possession of this imperial bone. Now, with the enhancement of the imperial bone, that artifact would only grow stronger. Undoubtedly, this meant Chun Yuan's defeat was imminent. Contemplating this, Lulan Xingxue could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. You wretched cur, how do you wish to meet your end? Shu Shenlong stepped forward, shaking the heavens and the earth, the light of the imperial tribulation piercing millions of miles, soaring into the ninth sky. At the same time, a terrifying power surged forth, obliterating the aura that Chun Yuan had constructed. Chun Yuan remained silent, instead drawing forth the imperial sword. In an instant, the imperial might surged, and a murderous intent filled the heavens. Chapter 56. A sword shatters the Tao artifact. Revealing an invincible form, the imperial sword, the fierce killing intent on Chu Tianlong's face froze. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. But what of the imperial sword? I possess a Tao artifact and the bones of an emperor, sufficient to suppress all imperial weapons. In an instant, the expression on Chu Tianlong's face transformed into one of grim resolve. You wretched mutt, even with an imperial weapon, you cannot save yourself. With a menacing roar, Chu Tianlong swiftly formed hand seals. The imperial figure behind him mirrored his movements, and under the dual seals enhancement, the burial world diagram radiated with renewed brilliance. While the powers of the four divine beasts surged exponentially, a divine beast's burial arena rapidly formed in the air, with blood-black energy flowing like chains interwoven within, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Burial world prison lock. With a flick of his hands, the chains surged into motion, intertwining to form a bizarre array. This formation had no blind spots, ensnaring even the forces of heaven and earth within its grasp. Die. Witnessing the array take shape, Chu Tianlong showed no hesitation as he directed it towards Chun Yuan, aiming to suppress him. As the array descended, every trace of vital energy in Chun Yuan's space was utterly annihilated, presenting a scene of sheer terror. The heaven-slaying sword strikes. Chun Yuan slowly lifted his eyelids, revealing a pitch-black array that resembled a black hole. Within this array, not a hint of life remained. Only a profound sense of despair was palpable. Flash! Chun went coldly uttered, unleashing the Imperial might and sword energy that had been suppressed within his blade. The Imperial aura surged forth, the sword energy slicing through countless miles. With a single stroke, the array seemed to be cleaved like a curtain of heaven, revealing a sliver of light. The unstoppable sword energy cleaved through all barriers, landing heavily upon the burial world diagram. How swift! Chu Tianlong's pupils dilated, and he quickly formed another seal, channeling the power of his imperial bones into the burial world diagram to further amplify its strength. Yet, the diagram could only withstand for a brief moment before being forcefully cleaved in two by the sword. How is this possible? As he beheld his carefully crafted Dao artifact being severed by a single strike, Chu Tianlong's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, his eyes filled with disbelief. Boom! Simultaneously, Chu Tianlong was also sent staggering back by the sword strike, shattering a series of spatial barriers behind him. Puff! In that fleeting moment of halting, Chu Tianlong could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his face was still etched with astonishment. That previous strike not only severed his Dao artifact, but nearly shattered his Imperial bones protection. It is no exaggeration to say that had it not been for his Imperial bones, that very strike would have claimed his life. A single sword severing a Dao artifact? What manner of monster is this? The onlookers were rendered numb, staring in shock at the unfolding scene. Mu Chongtian's expression shifted wildly. They had come specifically for the Imperial Prince, Chu Tianlong. But now what were they witnessing? The Imperial Prince unleashed all his might, only to be thoroughly bested by an unknown junior. When did the Imperial descendants become so inept? At that moment, Lulan Xingxue stood frozen in place, evidently taken aback by the unexpected outcome. A single sword strike severed the Dao artifact. The mere sight of it sent shivers down her spine. In that instant, her gaze towards Chun Wen underwent a profound transformation, and the unwavering faith she had long held in Chu Tianlong's inevitable victory began to crumble. Chun Wen slowly raised his sword, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him as he declared, "Now, it is time for me to dictate your demise." Chu Tianlong's cold, abyssal eyes flickered with a crimson glint. The latent power deep within him stirred restlessly. Yet, he restrained himself, knowing that unleashing such power would incite the wrath of many. "Let the forces you summon take action. You are far too weak." Chun Wen's voice dripped with disdain. This singular statement shattered the wavering resolve within Chu Tianlong. "You insolent wretch, you have successfully provoked this Imperial son." At that moment, Chu Tianlong gradually rose to his feet, an icy aura enveloping him, casting a chilling presence over the entire holy land of the Celestial Maidens. What is this aura? The crowd watched in astonishment at the transformation of Chu Tianlong, their expressions shifting in unison. They had never witnessed him in such a state. Previously, Chu Tianlong had exuded a sunny, scholarly demeanor, even as an imperial scion. He had always seemed approachable. But now, they beheld a figure that radiated an ominous, malevolent energy. If they once perceived Chun Wen as a demon due to his merciless killings, then Chu Tianlong now embodied a terrifying devil, both inside and out. Observing this transformation, a slight smirk curled at the corners of Chun Wen's mouth. "At last, you are revealing your true character. Even the most skilled of pretenders will ultimately unveil their darkest nature when faced with the specter of death. This is an immutable truth. Let those who idolize you witness the essence of the man before them. With the Imperial bone as the foundation, the myriad manifestations of the Holy Land as the array, and the multitude of disciples as the guiding force, the Shura killing formation commenced. As Chu Tianlong swiftly formed seals, the phantom of the Imperial bone surged forth, hovering in the air. Simultaneously, the entire Holy Land morphed into a bizarre formation, a black-red aura of Shura's killing intent converging to create a hellish domain. Shadows of the deceased began to resurrect, clawing their way from the depths of the underworld, their anguished screams echoing as if enduring torment. "Look, is that not our elder He? And brother Zhao, sister Yi, and brother Li?" The onlookers gasped. "What is happening? How could they be within that formation? Do you think they were slain by the Imperial Son? I have heard that some formations are designed to refine people into arrays." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in chaos. Reflecting on past events, They recalled numerous elders and disciples from their holy land disappearing mysteriously each year, some even perishing. They had initially believed these individuals fell victim to rival factions. However, it now appears that they have likely perished at the hands of their own prince. In an instant, the expressions of all the disciples shifted as they gazed at Chu Tianlong. Damn it! The faces of Chu Youwei and others instantly grew somber. Perhaps the disciples regarded this as mere speculation, but the peak masters and elders discerned the underlying method at a glance. This formation was a remnant of a sacred land, left behind by the first saint. Due to its incomplete nature and its inherent cruelty, it had long been prohibited. Yet, what they never anticipated was that Chu Tianlong not only appropriated the formation, but also forced the elders and disciples of the sacred land into its grasp. Such actions were utterly despicable, deserving of divine retribution. At this moment, Chu Tianlong's image completely shattered in their minds. Miss, what is this formation? Why does Green Air sense an aura of revulsion? Lulan Green Air could not help but inquire. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on Chu Tianlong, and after a moment, she remarked, I never expected to have a moment of misjudgment. What? Lulan Green Air was momentarily taken aback. Nothing. Lulan Xingxue offered no further explanation. However, the glimmer of disappointment in her eyes as she looked at Chu Tianlong was unmistakable. Just then, the world transformed. An inexhaustible surge of spiritual energy rushed forth, continuously pouring into Chu Tianlong's body. His aura soared dramatically, swiftly breaking through the bottleneck of the 9th level of life and death. Yet, Chu Tianlong remained unsatisfied, hastily forming seals once more. Chapter 57. Who are you? The shocked Chu Tianlong come out you. Chu Tianlong's voice resonated as he grasped the air, causing the entire sacred land of the celestial maidens to tremble violently. A dragon's roar echoed through the skies, reverberating endlessly. This is bad. Chu Youwei's expression changed drastically. The commotion was undoubtedly a reaction to the dragon vein of their sacred ground being forcibly extracted. If one were to say that Chu Tianlong's summoning of the disciples to nurture the formation was a form of harming the elite of the sacred land, then the forceful extraction of the dragon vein was akin to uprooting the sacred ground entirely. At this moment, Chu Youwei could no longer remain passive. Your Highness, this is excessive, she exclaimed. Chu Tianlong abruptly lifted his head, exuding unrestrained arrogance. Excessive? I, the prince, can annihilate a mere sacred land. Who dares to utter otherwise? Get out of my way. If you utter another word, once I have dealt with this scoundrel, I shall eliminate you as well. You. Chu Youwei's complexion turned exceedingly grim. However, considering the circumstances, she could only swallow her indignation and humiliation. Despite the harshness of Chu Tianlong's words, they rang true. Not only was she powerless, but the entire sacred land was insignificant in the presence of the Imperial clan. The Peak's masters and disciples present dared not voice their anger. They finally understood that the true demon was Chu Tianlong, not Shen Wan. It was a farce that they had once sought Chu Tianlong's assistance to eliminate Shen Wan, hoping to restore their sacred land's glory. The one who truly sought to destroy the sacred land had always been Chu Tianlong, not Shen Wan. Lulan Xingxue observed everything in silence, her disappointment deepening. In contrast, Mu Chongtian and the others nodded slightly, satisfied with Chu Tianlong's current demeanor. To them, this was the majesty befitting a prince. A mere sacred land was inconsequential. Its destruction was trivial. Chu Tianlong coldly retracted his gaze, intensifying his actions. Once more, a dragon's roar erupted, a colossal pressure surging forth from below, shattering the ground and unleashing a tempest of dust. As the force reached its zenith, a golden dragon-like apparition burst forth from the earth. In that instant, as the dragon's shadow manifested, the heavens and earth seemed to bear the weight of a mountain, dense and profound, rendering it difficult to breathe, compelling many to bow to the ground. Is this the power of the sacred land's dragon vein? Truly terrifying. The onlookers stared in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Excellent. Chu Tianlong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he formed seals with his hands, manipulating the dragon shadow towards himself. The moment the dragon shadow entered his body, Chu Tianlong's blood vitality surged, his golden hair billowing wildly. He instantly broke through the realm of life and death, advancing into the 3rd stage of nirvana. However, it was evident that his eyes turned crimson and his skin flushed, clearly the after-effects of forcibly elevating his realm. However, for him, such concerns had become irrelevant. With the power of the Imperial Bone, the Slaughter Array, and a portion of the Dragon Vein at his disposal, there was no need for pretense. As long as he eliminated Chunwan, everything would be worth it. Boom. Chu Tianlong stepped forward, unleashing unmatched strength that shattered everything before him, reducing it to a cloud of dust. "You vile creature, come forth." With a fierce roar, Chu Tianlong surged upward, the aura of slaughter roiling around him as he thrust it forward. In an instant, the heavens transformed into a hellish realm. "Miss, is this the end?" Lulan Leviuan inhaled deeply. Lulan Xingxue nodded, assuming there would be no unexpected turn of events. The onlookers sighed at the scene before them. At that moment, they secretly wished for Chun Wen's victory, yet they understood the futility of such hope. With the Slaughter Array and the Dragon Vein empowering Chu Tianlong, he had become an unstoppable force. Facing the oncoming Slaughter Array, Chun Wen coldly uttered, "Come forth." Boom. In an instant, an endless torrent of catastrophic thunder erupted from within Chun Wen, black lightning swiftly engulfing the world. In mere moments, the realm transformed into a tempest of thunder, serpentine bolts roaring as they cascaded through the fabric of space. The Shura Slaughter Array that enveloped the heavens was instantly obliterated by such overwhelming thunder. The incessantly howling figures were crushed in an instant, as if bowing to Chun Wen in their final moments. For them, this was the ultimate release. Was this the Gravity Thunder Array? Chu Tianlong, mid-charge, was abruptly halted by the sheer force. His expression twisted in fury, for the Gravity Thunder Array was originally his creation, now turned against him. This was far more distressing than death itself. How is this possible? The crowd stood in stunned silence, clearly taken aback, as Chun Wen not only survived, but had also dismantled the lethal Shura Slaughter Array in such a manner. They turned their gazes toward the center of the Thunder Domain, where Chun Wen stood. At this moment, enveloped by the heavy thunder, he resembled a descending thunder god, his presence rivaling the heavens. Under the scrutiny of all, Chun Wen moved, his left hand gliding across the Imperial sword. Instantly, a myriad of heavy thunder ignited along the 3-foot blade, piercing into the skies above. Endless lightning roared upon the Imperial sword, taking the form of black thunder dragons. Heaven-slaying sword strike. Chun Wen's eyelids lifted, and with a single swing, he aimed at Chu Tianlong. Empowered by the Imperial sword and the Imperial pearl, the combined forces of two Imperial powers converged into one strike. The sword's aura radiated with an icy brilliance, cutting through the illusions of the 9 heavens. Not good. Chu Tianlong sensed the impending terror, his hands swiftly forming seals as he unleashed myriad secret techniques. Yet, he found that none could withstand this sword. How is this possible? To comprehend each of his attacks, one must recognize that they are all empowered by the essence of the dragon's veins and the strength of the Imperial bone. Chu Tianlong's pupils exploded with a mixture of terror and unwillingness. "Come out, you." In that final moment, fear seized Chu Tianlong, and he hastily summoned the Imperial bone from within him. The golden Imperial bone, upon its emergence, exuded an enigmatic aura. As this aura blossomed, a wave of golden light materialized, adorned with ancient Imperial patterns. Boom. In response to the moment, a sword descended heavily upon this radiant wave. Ultimately, the sword barely penetrated the luminous barrier. As the wave shattered, the Imperial bone trembled violently. In an instant, its brilliance erupted forth, unleashing a terrifying power. Swish. Chun Wen moved, arriving before the Imperial bone in the blink of an eye, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. "If you assist tyranny, then you shall be rendered powerless." He then struck down with a hand, unleashing a brilliant array of 9 colors. The rampaging force of the Imperial bone was instantaneously reduced to nothingness by his blow. The Imperial bone dimmed significantly, swiftly transforming into a stream of light that vanished into Chu Tianlong's body. Puff! Chu Tianlong spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being in a state of utter devastation. What had he witnessed? To shatter the Imperial bone with bare hands. That was indeed the Imperial bone. This act had irrevocably shattered his inner resolve. Chu Tianlong, in shock, raised his head. "Who are you?" Chun Wen replied languidly. "Is the Imperial bone truly effective?" Chu Tianlong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As for the others, they were even more bewildered. At this juncture, They were primarily astonished by Chun Wen's formidable prowess. Particularly, Lu Lan Xingxue felt numb. For the instant Chun Wen sent the Imperial bone flying with a mere palm strike. Her understanding of reality had been obliterated. It was simply too absurd. Soon, a dreadful thought surfaced in Chu Tianlong's mind, causing his pupils to explode with fear. No, it cannot be. There is no way this brat could be him. Yet, the more he denied it, the more Chun Wen before him resembled the Chun Wen etched in his memories. Instantly, he was gripped by terror. This was the greatest secret buried deep within his heart. Have you recalled it? Chun Wen's ethereal voice shattered Chu Tianlong's reverie. Terrified, Chu Tianlong stumbled back a step, then frantically shouted, "What are you standing around for? Kill him for me, kill him." By the end, Chu Tianlong's roar was desperate and hoarse. Chapter 58. The entire army advances. Urging the emperor's hand after a brief period of silence, Fu Xiao and his companions swiftly rallied their forces. In the blink of an eye, the scene was inundated with arrivals, a terrifying atmosphere of murderous intent enveloping the entirety of the area, rendering it almost suffocating. This is the end. As they beheld this spectacle, the onlookers felt their hearts leap to their throats. Initially, upon witnessing Chun Wen's victory over Chu Tianlong, they instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. However, it soon became evident that they had overlooked the most critical aspect. No matter how ineffectual Chu Tianlong might appear, he remains the emperor's son. That title alone is sufficient to crush all. In stark contrast to the crowd's shock, Chun Wen exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon thousands of formidable figures, representatives from various factions. The mightiest among them had reached the Saint Realm, while the weakest were of the Heavenly King Realm. Had he truly emerged from a concealed sect, these individuals would indeed resemble the weight of the heavens, capable of slaying him with ease. Yet he was anything but. Gradually retracting his gaze, Chun Wen turned his attention back to Chu Tianlong. In a mere 6 years, you have managed to amass such a formidable coalition. Your abilities are commendable. However, today, I shall ensure that you witness everything turn to naught. Chu Tianlong's pupils constricted sharply, his horror intensifying. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Bring me his head. In that moment, Chu Tianlong was utterly paralyzed by fear, his singular thought being to eliminate Chun Wen at any cost. It seemed that only through this act could his secrets remain concealed, allowing him to retain his status as the emperor's son. Attack! Fu Xiao commanded with a sweeping gesture. Instantly, over 100 powerful warriors surged toward Chun Wen, their murderous intent palpable. Among them were several top-tier heavenly kings, and even a few from the emperor's realm. The remainder stood by, awaiting the appearance of the forces behind Chun Wen. As the crowd witnessed this unfolding scene, they instinctively held their breath, daring not to utter a sound. In stark contrast, Chun Wen merely raised his eyelids, calmly facing the approaching onslaught. Annihilate them all, he stated with a nonchalant air. As his words fell, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly reducing the attackers to ash. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. In an instant, over 100 formidable warriors had been obliterated. What manner of power is this? Mu Chongtian and the others felt their pupils constrict, aghast at the unfolding events. The very bolts of lightning that had just rained down instilled in them a profound sense of life and death peril. This signified that the one who had acted was not inferior to their own strength. Why are you hesitating? Continue the assault. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Chu Tianlong shouted once more, though the fear reflected in his eyes only deepened. Advance. Though Mu Chongtian and his cohort did not engage, Fu Xiao, as their subordinate, coldly commanded. Following his words, another 100 powerful individuals charged forward, these being even more formidable than the first wave, the majority of whom were of the Emperor's realm. The Emperor's realm, a status so rare even within the ancient Yuan realm. These individuals constitute the very core of Chu Tianlong's power. In his efforts to cultivate and win over these allies, Chu Tianlong has undoubtedly incurred immeasurable costs. Kill again, Chun Wen declared once more. In an instant, another barrage of thunder struck down, reducing the 100 formidable warriors rushing in to mere ashes once again. Silence enveloped the arena, a profound stillness prevailing. At that moment, every gaze turned towards Chun Wen, their expressions transformed. Once more, 100 powerful figures were annihilated before their eyes, with not a moment's notice to react. It was utterly astounding, utterly terrifying. Chu Tianlong collapsed onto the ground, his pupils wide with shock. The faces of Mu Chongtian and others also shifted dramatically, especially Fu Xiao, who trembled uncontrollably. These were the forces he had personally summoned, and now they were obliterated in the blink of an eye, without even a breath's worth of time to spare. The overwhelming power left him breathless. Continue, why have you stopped? Chen Wen turned to Chu Tianlong and inquired languidly. Chu Tianlong fixed his gaze on Chen Wen, his eyes reflecting not only fear, but also boundless rage. To him, Chen Wen was merely a failure. Why persist in a futile struggle, seeking to destroy everything he had built? Chen Wen smirked coldly. I told you. I want you to witness with your own eyes the dissolution of all that you have established. You. Chu Tianlong gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Chen Wen. Young man, some words should not be spoken too freely. At that moment, Mu Chongtian, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly spoke. He hailed from an ancient hidden clan and was one of the few supreme beings present. Chen Wen slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Mu Chongtian. From the hidden ancient clan, are you one of the Mu clan? Mu Chongtian's demeanor grew solemn. I am the grand elder of the Mu clan, Mu Chongtian. And what about you? Would you care to reveal your identity? Chen Wen's gaze shifted to Shimin Yu and the others. Impudent. Shimin Yu and his companions immediately retorted with cold voices. Chen Wen's nonchalant attitude infuriated them. Since his debut, no one had dared to provoke them in such a manner, especially not someone of mere sixth heaven cultivation. Impudent? Chen Wen's expression turned icy as he countered. What do you think you are? Very well, very well. Mu Chongtian replied with a mocking grin, repeating the phrase 6 times in rapid succession. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, let this young man see today what we truly are. Boom. Instantly, dozens of factions stepped forward, shaking the heavens and earth, their overwhelming presence pressing down upon Chen Wen. In that moment, the atmosphere grew thick with murderous intent, further stifling the already oppressive ambience. Everyone turned their eyes towards Chen Wen, as if silently questioning his next move. It was crucial to understand that these were dozens of factions. Should they offend them, even the backing of hidden forces would not suffice to shield Chen Wen. You wish to impose your power upon me? Then allow me to show you what true power is. Chen Wen waved his hand, commanding, come forth. As the words fell, the very atmosphere of the world transformed. The originally clear sky was swiftly engulfed by a vast realm of thunder. Suddenly, figures emerged from the tempestuous domain. Hundreds of silhouettes materializing one after another. They hovered in midair, casting their gaze upon the scene below, their presence locking down all energy within reach. The onlookers instinctively looked up, their expressions shifting from shock to an overwhelming terror. The Saint Realm? No, it was an assembly of them. Wait, there were also those of the Supreme Realm. How could this be possible? This young man was undoubtedly more than a mere force hidden from the world. He was certainly not just that. Mu Chongtian and the others were instantly engulfed in profound fear. Especially Mu Chongtian and Shimin Yu, both hailing from a concealed power, were acutely aware that deploying hundreds of individuals in the Saint Realm, alongside scores in the Supreme Realm, was utterly implausible. It was not that they lacked such forces, rather, they could not mobilize them. Just like in reality, the valuation of assets is akin to the concept of what one can actually command. They were finished. They had been thoroughly deceived. They had unwittingly stirred up a tempest. In an instant, Mu Chongtian and the others regained their composure, trembling uncontrollably. Miss, could it be that he hails from some ancient nation or even a royal lineage? Lulan Lvy's face turned a shade pale. Lulan Xingxue did not deny this possibility, but also refrained from affirming it. Even if it were not the case, it was unlikely to be far from the truth. With a deep sigh, she remarked, it seems we have all misjudged the situation. What of the young emperor? What shall he do? Lulan Lvy inquired once more. Lulan Xingxue chose not to respond this time. Why the silence? Is it your nature to be reticent? Chen Wen observed the apprehensive Mu Chongtian and spoke gently. Mu Chongtian remained silent, instead turning to Chu Tianlong. Young emperor, please, say something. We have come seeking your guidance. They implored the young emperor to act and vanquish the impending threat. Shimin Yu and the others echoed their pleas. In their eyes, only Chu Tianlong could unravel this perilous predicament. As long as the Imperial lineage intervened, they would stand a chance at survival. Chapter 59, The Imperial Son? How absurd. The Imperial Son? What a farce. What do you expect me to say? Chu Tianlong's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately leaving him speechless. In that moment, he had completely surrendered, consumed by a singular thought: to survive at all costs. The fate of others was of no concern to him. What is happening? As Chu Tianlong remained silent, the onlookers began to murmur in confusion. Logically, one would expect him to react after such humiliation, particularly for figures like Mu Chongtian, who had come seeking to honor his title as the Imperial son. Thus, anyone with a modicum of sense would understand the need to assert oneself in such a moment. Miss, the Imperial son shows no response. Lulan Levayu inquired of Lulan Xingxue. Lulan Xingxue sighed softly. The Imperial son's status is unique. He bears burdens unknown to others. Chen Wen's fate was one of misfortune, a truth seldom acknowledged in the upper realms, let alone in the ancient Yuan realm. Therefore, Chu Tianlong's demeanor seemed entirely reasonable to her. What do you mean? Lulan Levayu pressed. Lulan Xingxue offered no further explanation, assuring her, do not worry, he will not perish. Very well. Understanding her mistress's reluctance to elaborate, Lulan Levayu refrained from further questioning. In stark contrast, the expressions of Mu Chongtian and his companions grew increasingly grim. We implore the Imperial son to take action and eliminate the intruders. They cried out in unison once more. As moments ticked by, Chu Tianlong remained unresponsive. At this point, despair settled heavily upon Mu Chongtian and his allies. Chen Wen suddenly burst into laughter. It appears your Imperial son is quite ineffective. With that remark, Mu Chongtian could no longer contain himself, erupting in a frenzy. Are you not the Imperial son? Where are you? Speak. I curse your ancestors. If I must die, I shall take you down with me. In an instant, Mu Chongtian launched himself towards Chu Tianlong with unparalleled speed. This turn of events took everyone by surprise. A smirk played on Chen Wen's lips. It seems the show is about to begin. Xiaoxue, save me. Xiaoxue, save me. Chu Tianlong cried out in terror, retreating hastily. Lulan Xingxue sighed softly. Yuan, it is time for you to intervene. Despite her disappointment in some of Chu Tianlong's actions, the bond they had formed over the years compelled her to ensure his safety. Just then, in a flash, Mu Chongtian was sent flying backward, spitting blood mid-air. What just happened? Who intervened? The crowd was shaken, all eyes turning towards the figure that had appeared. Before them stood a stunning woman with flowing silver hair. Though she was referred to as a woman, her age was undoubtedly considerable. The aura she exuded was formidable, unmistakably that of a supreme being. Chen Wen's expression gradually darkened. He had originally believed that Lulan Xingxue would refrain from intervening, yet unexpectedly, she did take action. Regardless of the reasons, the two had unequivocally positioned themselves as adversaries. From this moment forward, reconciliation was utterly impossible. Contemplating this, Chen Wen slowly turned to Lulan Xingxue and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to involve yourself?" The crowd trembled in shock, suddenly grasping the situation. It became evident that this silver-haired woman was affiliated with their saintess. However, why would their saintess choose to assist Chu Tianlong? Was it merely due to their friendship? That seemed preposterous. What kind of friendship would warrant risking an entire family? Lulan Xingxue stepped forth from the throng, halting not far from Chen Wen, and coldly declared, on a public note, "The Imperial clan he belongs to shares a profound bond with our ancient nation. On a personal note, he is my betrothed. Therefore, today, I will do everything in my power to ensure his safety." Betrothed? The crowd erupted in astonishment. This revelation was something they had never fathomed. It was no wonder that only Chu Tianlong had access to Lulan Xingxue's residence. The reason was now clear. In the distance, Jiang Taichu was left dumbfounded. He was aware that Chu Tianlong was an impostor. Consequently, did this not mean that Lulan Xingxue was to be regarded as his young lord's fiancée? Yet now, his own betrothed was aiding a fraud against him. The weight of this information was staggering. Chen Wen fixed a steely gaze upon Lulan Xingxue. His voice icy as he stated, "Whoever aids him becomes my enemy, and that person shall face death. This is my bottom line, my stance, and your final opportunity." Lulan Xingxue shook her head. "I have no intention of opposing the forces behind you. You already have," Chen Wen thundered, his menacing aura palpable. Lulan Xingxue's expression shifted. She could sense the frigid energy radiating from Chen Wen, as well as the murderous intent lurking in his words. Yet, she knew she must protect Chu Tianlong. With that thought, her demeanor turned resolute. "I am aware that the power backing you is formidable, but that is still insufficient. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Chu Tianlong, whose lineage consisted of the fated Imperial clan, and whose maternal lineage was also of the fated Imperial clan. The forces we represent, the three ancient powers, combined, no entity in the world can withstand us. Depart now, and I shall pretend nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I shall immediately summon the Imperial clan. At that point, not only will you perish, but all those who stand behind you shall meet the same fate. And remember, this is not a negotiation, it is a command. At this juncture, Lulan Xingxue's demeanor was both frigid and unyielding. Unbeknownst to her, the Chu Tianlong she sought to protect was quaking in fear. If he were truly the Imperial heir, none of this would matter. But he was an impostor. Should the Imperial clan arrive, his demise would be inevitable. Kill me, and all those who stand with me. Huh. Suddenly, Chunwen burst into laughter. As if he had just heard a delightful jest. Lulan Xingxue furrowed her brows, utterly perplexed by Chun Wen's reaction. Logically, after she had revealed their identities, he should have turned and walked away. To exaggerate, even if the Celestial Fate faction were to arrive, they would have to bow in submission. The onlookers regarded Chun Wen with equal confusion, their eyes reflecting their bewilderment. After a few moments, his laughter ceased, replaced by an icy demeanor, indicating that he need not be informed. He would take matters into his own hands. He produced a communication talisman and spoke. Brother, sister, someone has threatened my life and that of our family. What are your thoughts? Awaiting your response. With that, Chun Wudi severed the connection. Brother? Sister? Lulan Xingxue's brows knitted tightly, a foreboding sense creeping into her heart. To dare summon others at such a moment suggested either foolishness or absolute confidence. Clearly, Chunwen belonged to the latter category. Gradually, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. We shall take our leave. This emperor has no intention of engaging with these inconsequential individuals. At this juncture, Chu Tianlong unexpectedly spoke up. In truth, his inner turmoil surpassed that of anyone else present. He sensed that once those two individuals arrived, his true identity might be compromised. Lulan Xingxue abruptly turned to face Chu Tianlong, demanding, "What are you afraid of?" Afraid? Chu Tianlong forced a strained smile. Why would I fear such a young man? Lulan Xingxue scrutinized him for a prolonged moment before implying, as long as you stand firm. No one will be able to harm you today. Chu Tianlong's expression stiffened abruptly. After the truth is revealed, you will be the first to seek my demise. Chunwen observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, particularly intensifying his scrutiny of Lulan Xingxue. Just then, the air above began to convulse, and endless thunder erupted violently. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged, forcefully tearing the sky asunder, along with the restraints of the celestial order. Chapter 60. The revelation of Chu Tianlong's identity. Lulan Xingxue's indignation and shame. What is happening? In an instant, all gazes were drawn upwards. Before them unfolded the violent and shocking spectacle of the sky being torn asunder. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Under the astonished stares of the crowd, two figures emerged from the depths of the fractured heavens, a man and a woman. The man, enveloped in a tempest of celestial lightning, bore upon his back a radiant sun, descending like a deity, dazzling in his brilliance. The woman donned fiery armor and wielded a flaming spear, with torrents of fire surging around her. Her form and visage were utterly perfect, resembling a peerless goddess of war. The moment they appeared, the very laws of the heavens began to shatter, and various beings let out low growls of discontent. The entire realm was engulfed in an oppressive atmosphere, resonating with the echoes of collapsing space. Could it be that these two are the elder siblings of young Master Yi? How terrifying! The crowd gazed at the two figures suspended in midair, exuding an unrivaled aura. Their eyes filled with astonishment. They had encountered numerous prodigies before, but none possessed such an overwhelming presence, such an air of unparalleled superiority. This must be the demeanor befitting true heirs from the upper realms. At that moment, Lulan Xingxue recognized the newcomers. Her pupils dilated, and an unprecedented shock coursed through her. She knew them well. One was the infamous primordial tyrant, whose thunderous fists had shattered the ancient world's taboos, compelling the younger generation to bow their heads. The other was the illustrious queen of the Scarlet Abyss, who, in her maturity, led her forces into battle under her name, single-handedly vanquishing 1,000,000 foreign foes and securing a century of peace across countless domains. If the primordial tyrant was invincible in battle, then the Scarlet Abyss Queen was an absolute sovereign, revered by countless armies across the realms. Yet, that was not the most crucial aspect. The most significant revelation was that both were scions of the Qin clan. Recalling Chuan Wen's recent communication, Lulan Shengshua's expression shifted dramatically, her unease intensifying. At that moment, Chuan Hongyan spoke. "Little brother, who is it that dares to threaten my Qin clan?" Little brother? It was indeed he who summoned them. The crowd turned their attention to Chun Wan, confusion etched on their faces. Wasn't he surnamed Yi? How did he become entangled with the Qin clan? Soon, bewilderment washed over them once more. Chun Wan smiled serenely. "It is she." He pointed towards Lulan Xingxue. Chun Hongyan suddenly pivoted, her icy gaze fixating on Lulan Xingxue. How audacious! An invisible aura of murderous intent surged forth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as boundless currents of energy clashed violently. No. Lulan Xingxue's expression changed dramatically. In that instant, she felt the looming specter of death. Bang! Just as the attack neared, Lulan Wanshan sprang into action, delivering a powerful palm strike to deflect the onslaught. Puff! After dissipating the incoming force, Lulan Wanshan could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping her lips. "Wanshan, are you all right?" Luran Xingxue was immediately struck with terror and hurried to support her. Luran Wanwan shook her head, yet her gaze remained fixed on Chun Hongyan, a palpable fear consuming her thoughts. The name Chun Hongyan was one she, as a seasoned warrior of the previous generation, had heard numerous times. Yet she had never fathomed that this junior could possess such formidable strength. The title of the Crimson Abyss Queen was indeed well-deserved. "You may perish," Chun Hongyan uttered coldly, as she grasped the red lotus prison-subduing spear, causing the very heavens to tremble and a resounding echo to reverberate throughout the realm. In an instant, crimson flames roared forth, incinerating the very fabric of existence into ashes, distorting the space around them. "Miss, step back, quickly!" Luran Wanwan shouted repeatedly, her face a mask of horror. Surprisingly, Luran Xingxue did not retreat, instead positioning herself protectively in front of Luran Wanwan, exclaiming, "Sister Mian, it's me, Xiaoxue, the little girl you once took to hunt spirit beasts." "Xiaoxue? Little girl?" Chun Hongyan halted her movements, realization dawning upon her. "Ah, yes, it is you." Luran Xingxue breathed a sigh of relief. "To annihilate my Qin clan. You possess quite an audacious tongue," Chun Hongyan retorted coldly. Luran Xingxue's eyes flickered, and she quickly replied, "Sister Mian, there must be some misunderstanding. I spoke those words to protect Chun Wan." "Protect Xiaowen? Huh?" Chun Hongyan scoffed. "Pray tell, how did he protect you?" Chun Wan interjected languidly, "By threatening to kill me." "That kind of protection? What more do you have to say?" Chun Hongyan abruptly turned her gaze towards Luran Xingxue. As expected, Luran Xingxue's heart sank. Although she had her suspicions moments ago, the confirmation through their interaction shattered her composure. Yet, she quickly regained her wits. "Sister Mian, you must be mistaken. He is surnamed Yi. He is the one called Chun Wan." She pointed at Chu Tianlong, who lay like a lifeless dog. This identification drew the attention of all present, as they too were perplexed by the unfolding events. "Misunderstanding? Ha ha." Chun Hongyan erupted into laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd jest. Soon, however, her laughter subsided. "Do not dare compare me to someone of your ilk. You may misidentify your fiancé, but I shall never mistake my brother." Boom. The mention of a misidentified fiancé struck Luran Xingxue like a blow, her complexion paling gradually. "Who exactly are you?" Luran Xingxue suddenly turned to Chu Tianlong, her demeanor faltering for the first time. "I." Chu Tianlong's lips moved, yet he ultimately remained silent. Chun Hongyan regarded Luran Xingxue with a piercing gaze and once more laughed coldly. "Allow me to enlighten you. His name is Chu Tianlong, a wretch who, 6 years ago, colluded with external foes to forcibly extract my brother's imperial bone. Moreover, he has impersonated my brother, the esteemed DZ, to assert his dominance and attempt to usurp his rightful place. With this revelation, I trust you now comprehend the gravity of the situation." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere became charged with astonishment. The weight of this information was utterly explosive. Boom. Lulan Xingxue was left in a state of shock, her mind a chaotic whirlpool. The person who had been so close to her was an imposter? The one she had diligently protected was a fraud? The individual she held dear was nothing but a mere illusion? In the end, she had shielded a counterfeit in her efforts against her fiancé? What madness was this? What sins had Lulan Xingxue committed? As this realization dawned upon her, her complexion drained of color, overwhelmed by a surge of indignation. Lulan Lu Er's youthful visage also paled, devoid of any vitality. The person she had steadfastly defended, whom she had held in such high regard, turned out to be a mere sham. The figure we supported was an impostor? Conversely, they had the audacity to protect a counterfeit in their quest to eliminate the true DZ. My heavens, what were they doing? Mu Chongtian and Fu Xiao, along with others, stood transfixed, their gazes filled with astonishment and boundless fury. Each of them, having established a reputation in their respective realms, had never anticipated being so thoroughly deceived by such a fraud. In that moment, they harbored an intense desire to rend Chu Tianlong to pieces, for otherwise, their anger would remain unquenched. Aside from these individuals, the entire assembly of the sacred land stood in stunned silence, their minds buzzing with disbelief. They had never considered that Chu Tianlong could be a counterfeit, let alone commit such heinous acts. Stealing another's imperial bones was already reprehensible, but to audaciously masquerade as someone else was beyond comprehension. Had the true master not arrived, would the falsehood have become reality? Such a loathsome creature deserved 1,000 deaths. Furthermore, they had never envisioned that this young Master Yi was, in fact, the genuine Chun Yuan, the true DZ. At last, they understood why Chun Yuan exuded such confidence and dared to provoke Chu Tianlong. With such an identity, who would dare fear? As for Chun Yuan's animosity towards Chu Tianlong, they could now grasp the rationale behind it. Were they in his position, they would undoubtedly act in a similar manner, if not with even greater fervor. You are courting death. Lulan Xingxue suddenly raised her head, her hand poised to strike Chu Tianlong with a powerful blow. At this moment, a murderous intent radiated from Lulan Xingxue, as an overwhelming tide of rage surged within her. Chapter 61. Infuriated by humiliation, how do you wish to perish? Chu Tianlong, naturally, would not surrender easily. He countered with a palm strike of his own. Bang! The clash of their hands reverberated, sending shockwaves that fractured the ground beneath them. Lulan Xingxue trembled, her murderous intent unwavering, as she lunged once more at Chu Tianlong. In her eyes, his death was the only means to absolve her from this profound humiliation. Who was Lulan Xingxue? Born of a hidden ancient nation, her heritage steeped in millennia of tradition. From the moment she graced this world, she had relied on her intellect, with nothing escaping her keen perception. Yet now, she found herself ensnared in the machinations of an impostor. Thus, Chu Tianlong's demise was imperative. Regardless of any feelings that may have lingered, devotion be damned. In contrast, Chu Tianlong, having already exhausted himself in a fierce battle against Chun Yuan, was barely able to hold his ground. After absorbing the force of Lulan Xingxue's palm strike, he could not suppress the blood that surged forth, his visage appearing utterly desolate. Faced with her relentless advance, shock coursed through him as he sensed the chilling intent to kill. He lacked the strength to fully defend against her impending strike. No. As the lethal blow drew near, fear gripped Chu Tianlong, his pupils quaking in dread. Bang! Just as he braced for certain death, Chun Hongmian intervened. A blazing spear of flame descended from the heavens, cleaving the very fabric of the earth. A colossal fire dragon surged forth, carving a massive chasm that effectively barred Lulan Xingxue from crossing. Why? Lulan Xingxue gazed at Chun Hongmian in disbelief, utterly baffled by his decision to save Chu Tianlong. Coldly, Chun Hongmian declared, "It is not your place to kill him. Step aside." Lulan Xingxue's expression shifted, overwhelmed by a torrent of shame and rage. Begone! Chun Hongmian's voice cut through the air, laden with lethal intent. "Miss, perhaps we should retreat for now and await our reinforcements," Lulan Wanwan hastily suggested. Lulan Xingxue's features shifted through myriad emotions before she ultimately ceased her assault. She was no fool. She understood that further entanglement would result in her demise at Chun Hongmian's hands. After casting a lingering glare at Chu Tianlong, she retreated to the side. Haha, absurd. Utterly ludicrous. At that moment, Chu Tianlong erupted into manic laughter, drawing the attention of all present. Struggling to his feet, he shouted, "You play your role splendidly, my dear. Yet while you may deceive the world, you cannot deceive me. Tell me, Did I not ask you what you would do if I were not Yuan? Did you not proclaim that regardless of my identity, it is me you cherish, not the facade? Now that you discern my true nature, you turn against me in an attempt to absolve yourself of responsibility. I must commend your adeptness at playing the victim, but it is futile. Huh? You are aware of my identity, just as I am cognizant of your true nature. Amidst a frenzied laughter, Chu Tianlong spat out a mouthful of blood, enhancing the grimness of the scene. You speak nonsense. Lu Lan Shengshue's face turned crimson, her entire body trembling with rage. Huh? Am I indeed speaking nonsense? I shall strike you down once more. In truth, you have long harbored suspicions about the authenticity of my identity. Did you truly believe that during our interactions, I remained oblivious? Your reluctance to delve deeper into the matter stems from the realization that you have erred, and thus, you choose to perpetuate the mistake. This way, your interests can be maximized. Even if my true identity is eventually unveiled, you can either attack or retreat, presenting yourself as a victim. Pray tell, have I spoken inaccurately? Have I slandered, have I? In a final outburst, Chu Tianlong shouted, his demeanor wild yet exhilarating. You. Lu Lan Xingxue trembled with indignation, her face flushed with suppressed anger. Yet ultimately, she found herself unable to retort. This. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Consequently, whether Lu Lan Shengshue's actions were genuine or merely a theatrical performance to evade responsibility remains uncertain. However, it must be acknowledged that such duplicitous behavior is utterly repugnant. What pretense of innocence can you maintain now? Upon witnessing the crowd's reaction, Chu Tianlong's madness intensified, as if vindicating himself. Xiaowen, how shall we proceed? Chen Hongyan cast a cold glance at Lu Lan Xingxue before speaking. Chunwen nodded and stepped forward. As he passed by Lu Lan Xingxue, he did not spare her a glance, treating her as if she were merely air. Lu Lan Xingxue's expression shifted once more, lost in her thoughts. Observing the advancing Chunwen, Chu Tianlong, once frenzied, hastily retreated. The crowd turned their attention to the unfolding drama, eager to see how Chunwen would address Chu Tianlong. Under the pressure of Chunwen's formidable presence, Chu Tianlong could no longer maintain his composure and fell to his knees. At that moment, he was utterly powerless to resist. I am sorry, I was wrong. I beg for your mercy, O noble one. As he spoke, Chu Tianlong repeatedly bowed his head, stripped of his previous arrogance. In the face of death, he relinquished all dignity. The spectators felt a sense of discomfort akin to consuming excrement. The individuals they admired and revered turned out to be such a wretched character. Particularly for Mu Zhongtian and others, they felt immense regret. They yearned to tear Chu Tianlong apart at that moment, cursing their own foolishness for being deceived by such a person. Wrong? Mercy? Chunwen coldly laughed. Where do you find the audacity? With that, he brought his foot down upon Chu Tianlong's head, forcefully pressing him into the ground. However, he controlled his strength well and did not crush Chu Tianlong underfoot. After withdrawing his foot, Chunwen grasped the air, effortlessly lifting Chu Tianlong into the air. In an instant, the bloodied and barely breathing figure of Chu Tianlong was laid bare before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Chunwen moved once more, extending a hand that plunged directly into Chu Tianlong's chest. With a violent tug, blood splattered, and Chu Tianlong's anguished scream echoed through the air. It was then that Chunwen extracted a palm-sized, resplendent bone that shimmered with Imperial essence. Reflected in this Imperial aura were ethereal shadows of ancient emperors, dancing in accordance with ancient laws, exuding an aura of unfathomable mystery. Is this the bone of an emperor? Indeed, it is terrifying. No wonder Chu Tianlong harbored ill intentions. And it is no surprise that he reached such heights in such a short span of time. The onlookers gazed at the Imperial bone in Chunwen's hand, their breaths quickening with anticipation. The Imperial bone has been returned to you. Will you spare my life? Chu Tianlong gasped, pleading. Return to me? Chunwen responded with a cold smile. You seem to be mistaken. I retrieved it myself. Thus there is no talk of returning. Yes. It was you who took it back. Chu Tianlong hastily nodded in agreement. He then went on to flatter. With it, you shall surely soar to new heights, overpowering the younger generation and achieving unmatched strength. Chunwen's mocking laughter grew even more pronounced. I, Chunwen, have a bad habit. I never share what belongs to me. Should it aid the wicked, no matter how extraordinary it is, it amounts to nothing in my hands. Upon hearing this, Lulan Shengshue's complexion paled slightly. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards her. This double entendre was clear to anyone with sense. As he spoke, Chun Wen's grip tightened, unleashing a torrent of power, causing the Imperial bone to begin shattering. Endless forces of law surged violently, yet they could not disrupt the chaotic sequence of power, disintegrating piece by piece. Finally, with a resounding crack, the Imperial bone was crushed, golden light bursting forth, and the Imperial essence roared incessantly. No, don't do that. The crowd was left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated Chun Wen's ruthlessness, showing not a hint of hesitation. That was the Imperial bone. Possessing it was a guaranteed path to becoming a great emperor. The audacity, the bravado, truly invincible. In that instant, Chun Wen shattered their perception of reality once more. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze upon Chun Wen, her eyes only reflecting the formidable figure that stood tall, capable of shaking the heavens. Undoubtedly, Chun Wen had once again shattered her understanding. If it were her, she could never accomplish such a feat as the crowd had surmised. That was indeed the Imperial bone, a certain path to becoming a great emperor. Chu Tianlong, too, was left in shock. He regarded the Imperial bone as a treasure, yet Chun Wen treated it as mere refuse, effortlessly crushing it in his hand. What then can be said of all that he has done? Answer me one question, and I can grant you a swift demise, Chun Wen said languidly. Death again? This outcome was unbearable for Chu Tianlong. He shook his head, declaring, "Unless you promise to spare my life, I shall remain silent." "I admire your tenacity," Chun Wen replied, casting Chu Tianlong to the ground. He first crushed Chu Tianlong's spiritual acupoint beneath his foot, then proceeded to methodically grind his bones and flesh to pulp. A chilling scream erupted from Chu Tianlong, reverberating throughout the venue, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Such cruelty! This singular thought consumed the crowd. Chu Tianlong could hardly endure the torment for long before he cried out desperately, "Stop! Stop! I will answer." "You have no chance left," Chun Wen retorted. Disregarding Chu Tianlong's agonized cries, his actions relentless. Time and again, Chu Tianlong fainted from the pain, only to be jolted awake by the agony once more. The ground soon became saturated with crimson, a grotesque mixture of flesh and blood, rendering it indistinguishable. It was only when Chu Tianlong was on the brink of death that Chun Wen tossed him to Chun Wudi, saying, "Brother, I leave this to you." "Understood," Chun Wudi responded, preparing to probe for his soul. The most direct and effective method was undoubtedly soul-searching. The onlookers instinctively gulped as they witnessed the grim spectacle. "Now it is your turn," Chun Wen said slowly, shifting his gaze towards Mu Chongtian and the others. Their faces paled dramatically as they immediately fell to their knees, exclaiming, "We were deceived by Chu Tianlong's ignorance, leading us to commit such a transgression. We beseech the Emperor's mercy." At this moment, genuine regret washed over them. "There is no ignorance here," Chun Wen scoffed coldly, then commanded, "Kill them all." "Please, no?" Mu Chongtian and the others attempted to plead, but they were soon paralyzed by fear as the executioners approached, their cries escalating in desperation. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with a chilling sense of death, and the air was filled with the echoes of countless screams. As figures fell, blood splattered like rain, rapidly staining the ground a deep crimson, rendering the scene gruesomely bloody. The massacre persisted for over 100 breaths, with every representative from various factions meeting their demise. The inhabitants of the sacred land dared not utter a sound, trembling in fear as they observed. Chun Wen slowly shifted his gaze, locking onto Lulan Xingxue, and demanded, "Speak. How do you wish to die?" "What the?" The crowd gasped in shock at Chun Wen's resolve. They had not anticipated that he would be so serious. For when Lulan Xingxue had shielded Chu Tianlong, Chun Wen had proclaimed that anyone who aided Chu Tianlong would become his enemy and must perish. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Ancient Kingdom's Sovereign. And Lulan Xingxue's dismissal. Lulan Xingxue was struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Chun Wen intended to kill her? All because she had defended Chu Tianlong's actions? Was it solely due to a misunderstanding? Lulan Wanwan glanced at Chun Wen and said, "Your Majesty, may I be permitted to speak a word?" Chun Wen's expression remained icy, his murderous intent unabated. Lulan Wanwan took a deep breath, asserting that this situation was indeed the result of a misunderstanding. The young lady had been deceived by Chu Tianlong, leading her to such a decision. She, too, was a victim in this affair. Hence, treating her in this manner was profoundly unjust. Chu Yuwei coldly chuckled, deceived? Utterly ludicrous. Should you not inquire of your lady whether she was merely ignorant and misled, or if she was already fully aware of everything? Should you not question whether your lady's actions contributed to the current predicament? Lulan Wanwan opened her mouth to retort, momentarily at a loss for words. Let us set aside these discussions. Whom she chooses to favor and how she conducts herself is of no concern to me. My reason for wanting her dead is straightforward. For someone who has repeatedly harbored intentions to harm me, I must eliminate her first. Do not attempt to deflect by saying she was driven by Chu Tianlong. Pray tell, if I had not reached out to my family and was merely targeted by her due to offending Chu Tianlong, would I not be utterly innocent? Would my death not be in vain? By the end, Chu Yuwei's voice had grown as cold as steel. Lulan Wanwan's countenance stiffened, leaving her utterly speechless. The entire affair had indeed stemmed from Chu Tianlong's impersonation. However, had it not been for her lady's own volition to fall into this trap, Chu Tianlong would have had no opportunity to exploit it. Even as a protector, she could perceive this. The extent to which her lady had gone for Chu Tianlong was undoubtedly influenced by the dynamics between two formidable factions. Yet at the core, it was still due to the delicate relationship between the two. Otherwise, with her lady's temperament, she could have easily utilized Chu Yuwei to eliminate Chu Tianlong. If successful, the engagement would have become a mere formality. As for the truth of Chu Tianlong's claims, she dared not assert definitively. Regarding her lady, whether she chose to remain willfully blind to Chu Tianlong's masquerade when suspicions had already arisen, she still could not ascertain. For there were many times when her lady's motives eluded her understanding. Thus, attributing all matters to mere misunderstanding was indeed unfair. As for Lulan Xingxue, her complexion had turned completely pale. Chu Yuwei's words resonated deeply within her heart. Although there existed no transgressions between him and Chu Tianlong, the implications were profound. Yet, deep within her heart, she indeed leaned towards Chu Tianlong and harbored the intent to let mistakes linger. Everything she enacted today was merely a premeditated remedy for her past decisions. As for her murderous thoughts towards Chu Yuwei, that too was true. Initially, she did not regard Chu Yuwei as a significant threat. Furthermore, she was intrigued to uncover his intentions and the forces that lay behind him. However, once she discerned Chu Yuwei's true identity, she was nearly paralyzed with fear as her gravest concerns had materialized. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, striving to cultivate an aura of innocence through her words and actions. This was also a strategic retreat she had prepared upon suspecting Chu Tianlong's identity. Yet, throughout this ordeal, she miscalculated two pivotal aspects. First, she failed to foresee that Chu Tianlong had already discerned everything and chose to expose her at this delicate juncture. Second, she did not anticipate the ferocity of Chu Yuwei's character. Thus, the situation escalated to this critical point. Even so, she did not believe her actions were misguided. In this world, no one owes anything to anyone. Each person will invariably seek to maximize their own advantage while evading harm. Step aside, or you shall perish. Chu Yuwei suddenly raised his sword, pointing it menacingly at Lulan Wanwan, a palpable aura of death surrounding him. Lulan Wanwan fixed her gaze on Chu Yuwei, then glanced at the distant Chun Hongyan, instinctively swallowing hard. This situation had indeed reached a deadlock that she could not resolve alone. Sister, one must bear their own consequences. Lulan Xingxue interjected, fully composed now, regaining her former wisdom and tranquility. Miss you, Lulan Wanwan began, only to be silenced by Lulan Xingxue. Stand down. After a moment of hesitation, Lulan Wanwan retreated to the side. Lulan Xingxue, taking a deep breath, addressed Chen Yuan. It is true that I was drawn to Chu Tianlong, and my murderous intent towards you is genuine. However, I have always followed my heart in my choices, and I harbor no regrets about my actions. If you feel harmed by this, I regret to inform you that you arrived too late. Today, if you wish to kill me, I shall not remain passive. Come forth. Let me witness the extent of your strength. With that, Lulan Xingxue assumed her stance. Then allow me to show you, Chen Yuan declared, the Imperial sword in his hand vibrating ominously, releasing a terrifying sword aura that permeated the atmosphere with a chilling sense of slaughter. At this moment, Lulan Xingxue still attempted to evade responsibility, shifting the blame onto him. Such a person deserves death. Keeping them alive serves no purpose. Lulan Xingxue's aura grew increasingly fierce. with a silvery power surging forth, manifesting as a gigantic imperial phoenix surrounding her. Who would emerge victorious? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers instinctively held their breath. Just as the two were about to strike, an invisible force pierced through the layers of void, descending between them and intercepting their impending attacks. At the same time, this force ensnared the entire realm, constricting space to the point of suffocation, instilling a faint sense of faintness in those present. Who could it be? Instinctively, everyone shifted their gaze toward the void above. There, the fabric of space twisted, a seemingly bottomless rift quivering violently, as if on the verge of rupture. Truly terrifying. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, their pupils wide with trepidation. Chu Yuwei's brow furrowed deeply. Within this overwhelming power, he sensed an absolute suppression. In contrast, Lulan Xingxue lowered her head slightly, resembling a child who had erred. Who was approaching, she understood immediately. Yet, she did not anticipate that the person she revered most would arrive. Xiaowen, it has been over a decade since we last met. Seeing you grown into adulthood brings great joy to your great-aunt. At that moment, an aged female voice echoed. Great-aunt. Chu Yuwei's heart stirred. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Homian had appeared by his side. She was the former monarch of the ancient Lulan kingdom and the grandmother of Lulan Xingxue. However, her bond with Chu Yuwei's grandmother was akin to that of sisters, steeped in profound friendship. It must be noted that he owed her a debt of gratitude. When he was besieged by the forces of destiny due to a life-threatening incident, it was she who intervened on his behalf. Furthermore, the betrothal between him and Lulan Xingxue was facilitated entirely by her efforts. Her crossing through space to convey this message likely stemmed from a desire to intercede on their behalf. You may handle this matter as you see fit. Whatever decision you make, we shall support you. Understood. Chu Yuwei nodded. With that, he retracted his internal power and offered a respectful bow to the void. Xiaowen pays respects to great-aunt. Indeed, whether in appearance, character, or talent, you are more than adequate for my unambitious granddaughter, Ji Qingying remarked with a light laugh. I must find a time to speak with my elder sister to express my gratitude for such an exceptional grandson-in-law. Lulan Xingxue silently lowered her head, refraining from objection. In her view, the situation had escalated to a point beyond her control. Of course, her admiration for Chu Yuwei had been unwavering from the onset, especially following recent events. Her fondness for him only blossomed further, which was the primary reason for her tacit approval. Observe the artistry of conversation, without mentioning the act of saving. A single phrase sufficed to define the matter. Ji Qingying implied that the fault lay with Lulan Xingxue, yet for her sake, it would be overlooked. As for the betrothal, it remained intact. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at Ji Qingying's adeptness in handling the situation. However, upon reflection, it appeared that Chu Yuwei emerged unscathed. The forces behind Lulan Xingxue were, after all, an ancient hidden kingdom with a legacy spanning millions of years. In terms of heritage and individual prowess, they were scarcely inferior to the Imperial clan of destiny. Should Chu Yuwei and Lulan Xingxue unite, it would indeed be a formidable alliance. At that moment, Chu Yuwei could truly traverse the myriad realms with unparalleled confidence. Moreover, Lulan Xingxue herself epitomized a paragon of wisdom, beauty, and innate talent, a celestial prodigy. In all the world, few could rival her. Thus, anyone with a modicum of sense would surely know how to make a wise choice. As everyone believed the matter to be settled, Chu Yuwei once again performed a respectful bow toward Ji Qingying, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for his aunt's commendation and affection towards him. However, what may be overlooked by you shall never be dismissed by me, Chu Yuwei. With each deliberate step he took toward Lulan Xingxue, the temperature around him plummeted, enveloping the atmosphere in a frigid stillness. By the time he stood within a yard of her, the surroundings had grown chillingly quiet, the icy aura of impending doom howling like a tempest. With a deft flick of his wrist, Chu Yuwei produced a marriage document, raising it defiantly as he fixed his gaze upon Lulan Xingxue. For the sake of my aunt's esteem, I may spare your life. However, from this day forth, you shall no longer be my fiancée, and our paths shall diverge. As he spoke, he drew a blade across his finger, inscribing a bold character of divorce upon the document. The crimson letters were strikingly vivid. Witnessing this, Lulan Xingxue's eyes widened in shock. Blood ceased to flow, and his finger stilled. With a swift motion, Chu Yuwei seized the marriage document, and cast it forcefully before Lulan Xingxue, declaring, "You, Lulan Xingxue, are hereby divorced." Chapter 63. So what? I, Chen Wan, will personally erase the thread of fate binding us. You, Lulan Xingxue, have been cast aside. In that moment, the only sound reverberating through the hall was Chun Wen's cold and resolute voice. My goodness, what a true man. The crowd gazed at Chun Wan in astonishment, their hearts ablaze with an indescribable fervor. Before the ancient sovereign of the Lulan kingdom, he openly severed the marital bond. Faced with the allure of a hidden ancient power, he simply declared his refusal. Who else could match this audacity? At that instant, every gaze directed at Chun Wan transformed. For reasons unknown, his silhouette appeared more towering and formidable than ever. It was as if, in that moment, his spine could support the weight of the heavens. Even Jiang Qingren, who harbored some misunderstandings about Chun Wan, now regarded him with newfound admiration. This is what it means to be a true man. In stark contrast, Lulan Xingxue stood in disbelief, her beautiful eyes vacant as they fell upon the marriage decree at her feet. She, Lulan Xingxue, had been rejected. This was more painful for her than death itself. Moreover, this humiliation unfolded not only before the entire sacred ground, but also in front of her most revered grandmother. At this moment, she felt not only boundless shame, but also an overwhelming fury. After a long pause, Lulan Xingxue regained her composure, slowly lifting her head. Her gaze as frigid as frost. You have gone too far. And yet, what of it? Whether it is too much or not is of no concern to me. Chun Wan replied, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lulan Xingxue fixed her penetrating stare upon Chun Wan. After a lengthy silence, she suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Just for that reason alone, I shall ensure that you never achieve your desires. From the day we forged our betrothal, this matter ceased to be solely in our hands. If you despise me, then I shall make certain you are repulsed for a lifetime. As she spoke, an eerie aura enveloped Lulan Xingxue, reminiscent of a bewitching beauty. Chun Wen's brow furrowed sharply. Any fool could discern the veiled meaning in her words. Could it be that their matrimonial agreement was not so straightforward? Just as Chun Wan pondered this, Ji Qingying interjected, "Ah, little one, I did not anticipate your character to be so resolute. I would be delighted if you could take a step back for your aunt's sake. However, the fact that little Shui is your fiancé is not merely an arrangement between our elders. It is also a matter of destiny. Since the day of her birth, her thread of fate has been etched upon the eternal dragon and phoenix stone of our ancient kingdom. And you, by chance, are her destined partner, as decreed by the eternal mountain. The moment you entered into that betrothal, your own thread of fate was inscribed upon the eternal as well. Therefore, your relationship is not something that can be dictated by a mere marriage decree." With that, Ji Qingying shifted her tone. "If you truly take issue with this, I can personally escort little Shui to your doorstep to apologize, both to you and to the Qin clan." Luolan Xingxue bit her lip. Her fists clenched beneath her sleeves, turning pale with exertion. In her view, each concession from her grandmother was a humiliation, an affront not only to herself, but also to her grandmother. Was it not merely a misunderstanding? Why persist in this relentless pursuit? Could a man not exhibit a modicum of magnanimity? Indeed, she harbored feelings for Chu Tianlong, even having crossed swords with him in defense of those sentiments. Yet, she had never overstepped her bounds. She had never crossed that line. Now, both she and her grandmother had bowed their heads. What more did they want from her? What more did they desire from them? Chun Wan did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Chun Hongyan and asked, "Sister, is there no way to resolve this?" Chun Hongyan took a deep breath and replied, "There is a solution. One must personally visit the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain to erase the thread of fate. Beyond that, no alternative exists." Understanding the gravity of her words, Chun Wan nodded and once again paid his respects to the void, eternally grateful for his aunt's assistance in the past. However, one must acknowledge that life presents certain intolerable matters. Thus, he could not retreat any further. He sincerely apologized to his aunt. With that, Chun Wan bowed deeply once more. Having completed this, Chun Wan's demeanor shifted. He was no longer the humble figure he once was. "Soon, I shall ascend the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain and erase the thread of fate with my own hands. At that time, I implore my aunt not to impede me, lest I be forced to act with disrespect." "Chun Wan, you have gone too far." Luolan Xingxue roared, her eyes aflame with rage, her presence chilling the air around her. Chun Wen slowly turned to confront her, his voice icy. You think you can intimidate me? Luo Lan Shengxue's fury surged, causing her chest to heave uncontrollably. Enough! Ji Qingying's cold voice rang out, shaking the very heavens, as an overwhelming force descended upon them. Luo Lan Shengxue staggered, reluctantly withdrawing her power. Chun Wen cast a cold glance at her, but refrained from further aggression. He might deny Luo Lan Shengxue any semblance of face, but he must grant it to Ji Qingying. Little one, are you truly resolute in this course of action? Ji Qingying asked, her tone shifting. Throughout history, no one has ever succeeded in erasing the threat of fate at the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain. Those who attempted such folly have met their demise there. You possess a bright future. Is it truly worth sacrificing for this fleeting moment of anger? If you retract your statement now, my aunt will treat it as though nothing was said. Chun Wen discerned a subtle shift in Ji Qingying's tone, now tinged with an implicit threat. Yet, having faced death once before, he held no fear of intimidation. With this thought, he lifted his head defiantly and declared, what of it? If I, Chun Wen, were to perish at the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain, then so be it. Such audacity left the onlookers speechless, a collective gulp echoing in the air. In the face of Ji Qingying's threats and the peril posed by the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain, Chun Wen remained resolute and unyielding. It can only be said that he embodied the aspirations of all those around him. Very well, I shall await your arrival in the ancient kingdom. Ji Qingying's voice turned increasingly frigid. Even her great aunt was rendered silent. Within half a year, I shall journey to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Chun Wen responded firmly, disregarding Ji Qingying's intimidation. To him, if reason were to be employed, he was equally capable of engaging in discourse. If strength were to be tested, then he was prepared to be even more formidable. Incredible. The onlookers found themselves at a loss for words to express their feelings. Suddenly, a tremendous shockwave rippled through the heavens and the earth, fracturing countless dimensions. A cascade of spatial shards fell, and ancient beings were obliterated into blood mist amidst the chaotic currents of space. This tremor persisted for 10 breaths, nearly collapsing the very fabric of reality. Everyone fell prostrate on the ground, awestruck by the spectacle. Return immediately, Ji Qingying declared before vanishing, clearly incensed. Never before had anyone dared to treat her with such disrespect, particularly someone so young. Sheng Shui of Lulan fixed her gaze upon Chun Wen, stating, I shall await you in the ancient kingdom of Lulan, and witness how you will erase this affront. The humiliation of today shall not be forgotten. Chapter 64, The Chaotic Killing Calamity, Acquiring the Golden Destiny Treasure Chest. Remember this. What can you possibly do to me? Chun Wen spoke coldly. The gaze of Lulan Shengxue sharpened abruptly, her eyes fixated on Chun Wen with an increasingly chilling intensity. After a moment, she suppressed her tumultuous emotions and replied icily, 6 months from now, I, Lulan Shengxue, will compel you to swallow those words. With that, Lulan Shengxue made no further delay and departed with Lulan Wanwan and the others. Chun Wen merely chuckled coldly, completely dismissing Lulan Shengxue's harsh words. To him, it would take no more than half a year to set foot in the ancient kingdom of Lulan. By then, no one would be able to obstruct him from severing the ties of fate. As for Lulan Shengxue's defiance, so be it. He truly did not mind eliminating another life. Once Lulan Shengxue and her companions vanished, Chen Wudi approached, supporting the barely conscious Chu Tianlong. Chun Wen gathered his thoughts and inquired, well, did you uncover anything? In his memories, he had only glimpsed a shadow, with no other discoveries made. Chen Wudi shook his head. Nothing. It seems those individuals are quite cautious. Chun Wen's expression gradually grew colder. Do not dream of uncovering their existence through me. As he spoke, Chu Tianlong managed a weak, bitter laugh. Those people will cling to you like maggots, ensuring you can find no peace. Just wait. It won't be long before you perish, along with everyone connected to you. Huh. Cough. In his maniacal laughter, Chu Tianlong disturbed his wounds, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, appearing even more feeble. Chun Wudi shot a cold glance at Chu Tianlong before unceremoniously discarding him to the ground. You deal with him. Chun Wen did not spare Chu Tianlong a glance. Raising his foot to declare, I do not know if I will die, but you certainly shall. With that, he brought his foot down, as the specter of death loomed. Chu Tianlong, gripped by terror, struggled in vain. Yet, Chun Wen offered him no further chance, crushing his body into a mist of blood with a single step. In the next moment, a spatial ring flew forth. Chu Yuwei caught it with one hand and subsequently tossed it into the spatial ring. Meld complete. Congratulations. You have acquired a vial of Golden Destiny Nirvana liquid. Congratulations, you have successfully melded the Golden Destiny, achieving a new milestone, and received a Golden Destiny treasure chest. Congratulations, you have successfully slain 10 children of destiny, achieving a new milestone, and acquired an exceptional divine ability, the Chaotic Killing Calamity, which can be upgraded. Note: this divine ability can transform the chaotic sequence power within into a killing calamity form, with a maximum of 99 transformations. Each transformation's power can increase exponentially. When cultivated to perfection, it can invoke the calamity of heaven and earth, utilizing their might to slay all beings, reverse the cycle of reincarnation, and pierce through the ages. By the heavens, what a remarkable treasure! As Chu Yuwei confirmed the details of the chaotic killing calamity, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Undoubtedly, this was a presence far more formidable than the chaotic over heaven palm. Congratulations, you have successfully refined the rebirth of all ages, unlocking hidden rewards and obtaining a card for the ultimate insight technique of all ages. This technique allows one to trace the reincarnation and ultimate future of an individual, with no person or object linked to it able to escape scrutiny. Notably, this experiential technique can be utilized immediately without the need for cultivation. This is astonishing. To refine individuals with concealed identities and receive rewards? Chu Yuwei was momentarily stunned. Most significantly, this ultimate insight of all ages is extraordinarily powerful, capable of probing into a person's past and future. Regrettably, it is merely an experiential card, permitting the focus on only one individual and is time-limited. Contemplating this, Chu Yuwei felt a twinge of regret. Meanwhile, in a concealed space of the Chun clan in the upper realm, a seemingly refined yet frail middle-aged man glanced at those below and inquired, "Is everything arranged?" "It has been properly arranged. They must have already uncovered the clues by now." A figure clad in black responded promptly. "Are you certain there are no loose ends?" The man furrowed his brow slightly. The figure in black nodded. "There are absolutely no issues. Everything is progressing according to your guidance, Master." "Very well, you may go." The middle-aged man nodded. The subordinate took his leave, vanishing from sight. The man's gaze flickered with intrigue, surprised by how events had unfolded, finding it increasingly fascinating. "Chu Yuwei, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Frankly, I am quite eager to meet you," he mused, a faint, peculiar smile gracing his pale face. At the same time, the transmission talisman in Chu Yuwei's hand vibrated. "Return. The person behind it has been uncovered," the voice of Chun Ba Dao echoed. "Uncovered?" Chu Yuwei's body jolted. Chu Yuwei's expression grew serious. "Who? How was it discovered?" "It is the second faction's Chun Yuan. Chu Tianlong is his illegitimate son. This was revealed through a decade of scrutinizing the clan's correspondence records," Chun Ba Dao replied coldly. "Were there any findings from probing his memories?" Chu Yuwei pondered before speaking. "He destroyed all relevant memories, but the evidence is irrefutable. He cannot deny this." Chun Ba Dao affirmed. "I will return immediately. I saw that figure in Chu Tianlong's memories," Chu Yuwei decisively stated. "Bring Yuan back with you," Chun Ba Dao instructed. "Understood," Chu Yuwei readily agreed. Once communication ceased, Chu Yuwei turned to Chu Yuan. "What are your thoughts?" "It has gone remarkably smoothly, yet I cannot pinpoint any faults." Chu Yuan contemplated. "Indeed, upon returning, I will confirm. I anticipate having a greater assurance," Chu Yuwei sighed. He harbored considerable doubts regarding the information provided by his father. Nonetheless, given his father's unwavering confidence, it indicated that there were no flaws in this matter. Thus, no matter how much he doubted, it could only remain as doubt. Contemplating this, Chu Yuwei gathered his thoughts. "Are you returning with me, or what? I still need to stay a few more days. I feel on the verge of a breakthrough." As he spoke, Chu Yuwei shifted the topic, estimating that this time back would not be as peaceful as imagined. Only by strengthening his fists could he shatter all discord. Chu Yuwei cast a deep glance at Chu Yuan. "Very well, as you wish. A few days' delay is acceptable. Xiao Mian, wait for Yuan to join you. I shall return first to assess the situation. Rest assured, with me around, no one can harm Yuan." Chun Hongmian replied affirmatively. "Good." Chu Yuwei nodded and stepped forward. Under the gaze of the crowd, He grasped the air with bare hands, tearing through the sky once more and vanishing into the void. This is Invincible. The onlookers inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with astonishment. Sister, you will handle the aftermath here. I will retreat for a few days, Chunwen suddenly said. Go ahead and don't worry, Chen Hongyan nodded. Chu Youwei, perceptive as she was, swiftly approached from a distance. Young master, seeing the current state here, should we not retreat to the sacred master peak for seclusion? It is a focal point of the sacred land, where all spiritual energy converges. There is no need to worry about the availability of spiritual energy. All right. Chenwen did not hesitate and agreed immediately. This way, please, Chu Youwei promptly led the way. Chenwen said nothing further and followed her. As he watched Chenwen depart with Chu Youwei, the crowd felt as if they were in another world. To put it bluntly, who could have anticipated such an outcome? The most crucial aspect was the remarkable display exhibited by Chenwen. It could only be described with one term. He shattered all conventions. They truly witnessed what a monster is and what dominance entails. Jiang Taichu glanced at the somewhat dazed Jiang Qingren and spoke softly. Now you realize how ignorant you were, but it's too late for everything. A man like the young master, once he returns to the Imperial clan, what woman could he not have? It would be wise to temper your nature from now on. Otherwise, you will inevitably bring about your own demise. Jiang Qingren opened her mouth to retort, only to find herself unable to utter a single word in response. Chapter 65. The ultimate tracking method to uncover the mastermind. Meanwhile, Chu Youwei led Chenwen to the sacred master peak. Young master, this is my exclusive retreat. Please assess its suitability, Chu Youwei said, bowing slightly. Chenwen surveyed the surroundings and noticed the training chamber, suffused with spiritual energy, visibly coalescing into a mist. Additionally, the floor was inscribed with a formation, a familiar energy pulsating within it. What is this formation? Chenwen inquired. Have you discerned it, young master? Chu Youwei replied eagerly. This is the Earth Dragon Spirit Capturing Array, designed to suppress the underground dragon vein. While I cultivate, I also harness the dragon vein's essence that escapes above to nourish my spiritual power. Of course, if you wish, young master, you may absorb some of its strength as well. Dragon vein essence? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Chenwen's eyes. Seeing Chenwen's expression, Chu Youwei suddenly felt a twinge of unease, sensing the potential danger of inviting a wolf into the fold. Very well, I am quite satisfied with this place. Chenwen nodded. Chu Youwei quickly gathered her thoughts, saying, as long as you are pleased, I shall not disturb your cultivation. Yes, you may attend to your duties. Chenwen gestured dismissively. Chu Youwei nodded and withdrew from the training chamber. However, instead of leaving, she took it upon herself to safeguard Chenwen's path. Once Chenwen closed the stone door to the chamber, he settled in a spot where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. Immediately, he intended to employ the ultimate inquiry of all time. He felt an unsettling sense of ease, particularly as he had been unable to extract precise information from Chu Tianlong's soul. The sudden revelation of the mastermind after years of investigation seemed too fortuitous. With this thought, Chenwen wasted no time and activated the ultimate inquiry upon Chu Tianlong. Instantly, a profound aura coursed through his being. A torrent of information from Chu Tianlong surged into his mind, detailing his past lives, first, second, third, and so forth, all his experiences flashing before him like fleeting shadows. After an indeterminate period, Chenwen's gaze caught a dark figure. He witnessed how this figure gained Chu Tianlong's trust and orchestrated the removal of his imperial bones. Everything unraveled before his eyes. The timeline continued to unravel until the moment he ended Chu Tianlong's life, yet still yielded scant clues. After what seemed like an eternity, Chenwen's expression grew increasingly somber. Among all of Chu Tianlong's memories, there was not a shred of useful information. Could it truly be, as his father had investigated, that this was the work of Chen Baiyuan? This ultimate inquiry of all-time technique was capable of revealing not only the past and present of the target, but also everything related to them. Perhaps it is time to shift our focus and delve into that shadow. Anyone who engages in conversation regarding the topics of bone excavation and Chu Tianlong will surely reveal something. However, this method of inquiry is exceedingly taxing on one's soul energy, and with your current capabilities, it is unlikely that you can sustain it for long. Just as Chenwen found himself at an impasse, the gentle voice of Xian Hongshao resonated. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this possibility? Chun Wen's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, and he promptly directed his attention to the shadow, once again employing the ultimate inquiry technique upon it. In an instant, a series of vivid images unfolded before him, revealing a woman conversing with a middle-aged man about Chu Tianlong. This information solidified the fact that Chu Tianlong was indeed the illegitimate son of this middle-aged individual. Buzzing. Before long, Chun Wen felt a violent tremor in his soul sea, an intense pain surging throughout his entire being, provoking a wave of nausea. Continue. Chun Wen was resolute in his determination not to relent. On a certain day, the middle-aged man unexpectedly broached the subject of the emperor's bones with the woman. During this discourse, Chen Baxiwen's name surfaced. According to Chen Baxiwen, this was a whimsical anecdote shared by him after a few drinks, recounting a tale about a cat swapping places with a prince. This amusing story had inadvertently ignited Chen Baxiwen's sinister thoughts. To paraphrase Chen Badeo, Chu Tianlong, being an illegitimate child, would likely receive neither recognition nor favor upon entering the clan, if one were to return under Chun Wen's guise. Not only could he become the clan leader's son, but he could also serve as a strategic pawn for their faction within the leader's camp, an advantageous twofold outcome. Upon absorbing this information, Chun Wen found himself overwhelmed. He gasped for breath, his eyes crimson, and sweat beaded upon his forehead. Chen Baxiwen? His gaze grew icy with resolve. He was now utterly convinced that this individual was the mastermind behind all these events. To spin tales of whimsicality under the influence of alcohol, especially one as ludicrous as a cat swapping places with a prince. If this were not a deliberate misdirection, then I would willingly sever my own head for them to kick about. However, Chen Baxiwen had concealed himself too adeptly. Even this solitary lead was insufficient to condemn him. After all, a mere slip of the tongue while intoxicated could easily absolve him of all blame. Since familial ties cannot be wielded against you, I shall take matters into my own hands. Regardless of your identity, I shall proceed undeterred. With this thought, a murderous intent surged within Chun Wen. For a long while, he struggled to quell the tempest of fury within. His foremost priority was training. Only by strengthening himself could he pursue his aspirations. Let us first see what treasures lie within that golden destiny chest. Ding! The golden destiny chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a drop of golden chaos liquid. Note: this liquid is a primordial polymer of the chaos sequence, capable of maximally repairing any damage to entities of the chaos sequence. After consuming this liquid, you may wield unlimited absolute combat prowess for 1 minute, significantly enhancing your strength. By heavens! Another splendid treasure. Chun Wen's eyes sparkled anew. In comparison to the chaotic killing calamity, a type of growth-oriented supernatural ability, this was akin to a timely rain, capable of maximizing benefits in a short span of time. Unfortunately, it was limited to merely 1 minute. Nevertheless, he was eager to discover the heights to which he could elevate his strength by activating his absolute combat talent while completely disregarding damage. With this thought, a more brilliant light shone in Chun Wen's eyes. Soon, however, he regained his composure and focused his thoughts on the chaotic killing calamity. The ultimate goal of the chaotic killing calamity was to condense the power of the chaotic sequence into a killing calamity, which could reach a maximum of 99 layers. After thoroughly comprehending the cultivation method of the chaotic killing calamity, Chun Wen began his practice. As he commenced, Chun Wen continuously formed seals, and the chaotic power within him surged ceaselessly. Yet, as time passed, he saw no sign of the killing calamity coalescing. The first attempt failed. The second attempt also resulted in failure. After countless attempts, as Chun Wen formed seals once more, the chaotic power gradually took on a crimson hue. One could see the gathering force in the air transform into a colossal calamity cloud, with blood lightning flickering and manifestations of killing roaring. In an instant, a terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire Sacred Master Peak, obliterating the surrounding energy. What kind of technique was this? In that moment, the commotion drew everyone's attention. It originated from the direction of Sacred Master Peak. Could it be that the young Master Chun was responsible for this? In a flurry of thoughts, everyone rushed towards the Sacred Master Peak. Chun Hongyan's eyes flickered as he also darted towards the source of the killing calamity. As for Chu Youwei, she had long since grown numb to it all. Chapter 66. Continuous Breakthroughs. The emergence of the darkened dragon spirit in the instant the massacre tribulation formed. She felt as though she were enveloped in a shroud of lethal intent. It was as if the weight of this calamity, should it descend upon her, would surely leave her gravely injured, if not dead. Yet, what cultivation did she possess? What about Chunwen? One could only conclude that such a monstrosity had shattered all conventional understanding. Before long, they arrived at the summit of the Holy Master. As they gazed upon the ever-expanding massacre tribulation, they stood in stunned silence. A subtle smirk graced Chen Hongyan's lips. It seemed that her younger brother's fortuitous encounters were indeed plentiful. Setting aside other matters, this particular divine ability was unparalleled among the elite. Unbeknownst to Chunwen, the chaos of the massacre tribulation was causing such an uproar. At this moment, he had successfully condensed the tribulation and mastered its application. Observing the calamity suspended in the air, the seals in his hands gradually dissipated. Only by mastering this divine ability could one comprehend its terrifying nature. It was an indiscriminate assault. Once unleashed, the entire summit of the Holy Master would be reduced to ashes. As the calamity clouds began to disperse, Chu Youwei let out a long sigh of relief, her back having become damp with perspiration. She had genuinely feared that Chunwen would take action, for if he did, the summit would indeed be lost. Next came the consumption of the Nirvana liquid. She hoped for a delightful surprise. A flicker of inspiration struck Chunwen, and a droplet of radiant golden liquid, exuding a mystical aura, hovered in the palm of his hand. This marked his first experience with such an exalted Nirvana liquid. With determination, he inhaled deeply and swallowed the golden elixir in one swift motion. Boom! In an instant, a monumental force erupted within him, engulfing every cell as if a volcano had exploded. Yet, this power was not violent. Rather, it was gentle like a heavenly rain, imparting a sensation of comfort and exuberance. Rise! Chunwen dared not delay and promptly summoned the chaotic sequence body to attract this immense power. Bang! 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 In an instant, the chaotic sequence body throbbed like a war drum, emitting an ancient and resonant sound. At that moment, it felt as though the entire universe trembled in unison, rhythmically echoing. What is happening? At the moment the resonant sound erupted, all but Chen Hongyan collapsed in fear upon the ground. It was as if an invisible pressure bore down upon them, rendering their struggles futile. In that very instant, the chaotic sequence energy surged forth from the endless void, transforming into 9-colored sequence shackles that spanned the horizon. As the power reached its zenith, the second sequence shackle within Chunwen finally began to loosen. Ancient and mysterious chaotic sequence energy seeped forth, and in an instant, the world trembled incessantly as the primal essence erupted like sparks in the air, radiating outward in concentric circles. In the boundless depths of the celestial firmament, an expanse of chaotic energy swirled in a mesmerizing haze. Ethereal figures from ancient times emerged, as 9 colossal chaos dragons roared, dragging a chaotic battlefield through the infinite void of space. This scene was overwhelming. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, the onlookers could only feel their hearts tremble, engulfed by an indescribable awe that surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yet, the second chain of restraint remained unbroken. With a resigned sigh, Chunwen acknowledged the truth in Xian Hongshao's words. While the first sequence of chains was relatively easier to loosen, the second would prove infinitely more challenging. Nevertheless, he did not leave empty-handed. The loosening of the second sequence of chains unleashed a torrent of potent energy that surged back towards him. In that moment, Chunwen felt the constraints of his realm beginning to waver, as waves of power surged upward relentlessly. Boom! The spiritual energy in the air began to gather rapidly, pulsating violently as if it were boiling water. In the instant the energy cascaded downward, a connection was forged between the internal and external realms, shattering the barriers of his cultivation. 7th layer of the human realm, 8th layer of the human realm, 9th layer of the human realm, 10th layer of the human realm. As he prepared to break through to the life and death realm, Chunwen realized that the influx of spiritual energy from outside was insufficient. No, to be precise, the external supply was simply too slow to meet his immediate needs. If he were to halt his progress now, he could not fathom how long it would take to encounter another opportunity for a breakthrough, as each moment of potential ascension is a rare and elusive treasure. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmian outside had also observed this phenomenon. Without delay, she activated all available spiritual energy arrays. Chen Hongmian swiftly locked onto Chu Youwei. Chu Youwei shook her head with a wry smile. My lord, you are unaware. This is the maximum capacity of our sacred ground. In truth, she too bore unspoken burdens. Their sacred ground, particularly her revered peak, was renowned for its ability to gather spiritual energy. Yet the magnitude of Chun Wen's immediate requirements far exceeded their sanctuary's capacity. After all, what cultivator breaking through the life and death realm would demand such a colossal amount of energy? Even during her own ascension to the king realm, it had not been this outrageous. Suddenly, Chen Hongmian's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that their grand sacred ground could not resolve even this trivial matter. Yet, it was too late to resort to burning spirit crystals for replenishment. As the aura irradiating from Chen Hongmian enveloped them, the onlookers trembled, prostrating themselves on the ground in silence. Just then, Chun Wen made his move, striking forcefully at the Earth Dragon's spirit confinement array. Faced with urgency, he decided that in the absence of adequate power, he would utilize this dragon vein as a substitute. Roar! In the instant Chun Wen's hand struck down, the confinement array shattered under the impact of the chaotic sequence of power. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth, while a torrent of golden light surged forth like a frenzied beast unleashed. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped by the might of the dragon, an overwhelming force that compressed layers of space and swiftly reverberated throughout the sacred land above. This is bad. Chu Youwei's expression changed dramatically, clearly startled by Chun Wen's audacious intention to target the dragon vein, and in such a violent manner no less. It is important to note that this formation was not solely devised to suppress the fortune of the sacred land, but also to imprison the dragon vein itself. For beneath the sacred land, this dragon vein had reached a stage of spiritual transformation. Without the means of confinement, it could never serve the sanctum's purpose. Now, with Chun Wen recklessly shattering the formation, he would undoubtedly become the focus of the dragon spirit's wrath. At that moment, not only could Chun Wen face death, but the entire sacred land might also face obliteration. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmian furrowed her brow, silently tightening her grip on the prison-suppressing spear. It was evident to her that the dragon spirit had succumbed to darkness, a manifestation of years of pent-up resentment. Now, if Chun Wen wished to harness its power, he must first shatter it. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Yet, she harbored no absolute confidence in her younger brother's capabilities. Chapter 67. Devouring a Dragon Vein. Ascending to the realm of life and death, it was over. In contrast to Chen Hongmian's relative composure, the disciples and elders present had already succumbed to despair, closing their eyes in resignation. To them, even if Chun Wen proved no match for the Dragon Vein, he still had Chen Hongmian to rely upon. But what about themselves? They had nothing. Once the sacred ground was destroyed, their fate was all too clear. Roar! At that moment, the tumultuous energy of the dragon vein surged forth, transforming into a colossal dragon, its eyes as red as blood. As it soared upward, a gaping maw opened wide, unleashing an overwhelming aura of dragon might. The entire hall of the sacred master was instantly reduced to ashes, a whirlwind of dust swirling upwards, erupting into a cacophony of explosions in the sky. Unbridled, a cold voice echoed from the ruins. Boom! At the same time, the 9-colored currents of energy surged violently, sweeping away all obstructions. As a figure enveloped in a tempest of thunder, radiating a spectrum of 9 colors, stepped forth. What is this? A profound tremor coursed through the onlookers as they beheld Chun Wen, seemingly returned from the depths of hell, their pupils widening in disbelief. Roar! The dragon spirit suddenly locked onto Chun Wen, its massive maw opening once more, releasing a thunderous roar. A torrent of energy, entwined with golden dragon vein power, pierced through all barriers, charging towards Chun Wen with lethal intent. Chun Wen slowly raised his head, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As he swiftly formed seals, the chaotic energy swirling in the air coalesced into a deadly calamity. The calamity expanded outward at a visible rate, 1 zhong, 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong, before finally halting once it enveloped the entire sacred master peak. The blood-red thunder roared within the calamity, an endless stream of blood conjuring a hellish mountain of corpses, an atmosphere of terror saturating the skies. Clearly, in a bid to avoid harming the innocent, Chun Wen had ultimately held back. Quickly leave, Hurry, hurry. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Youwei roared with the utmost urgency. The crowd, sensing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time in scrambling away from the sacred master peak. Die, Chunwen uttered coldly. In an instant, the deadly calamity descended indiscriminately, wreaking havoc below. Under the impact of the murderous force and blood-red thunder, everything on Sacred Master Peak was instantly reduced to ashes. The spirit of the dragon vein, under the weight of the lethal energy, became grotesquely distorted, riddled with countless wounds. This incredible. The spectators, gazing from a distance, were left utterly dumbfounded. It was evident that the current Chun Yuan was exponentially stronger than he had been before his seclusion. A slight smile graced Chun Hongyan's lips, her grip on the prison spear loosening. At that moment, Chun Yuan moved once more, stepping forward to stand before the dragon spirit. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he grasped the dragon spirit in one hand. The chaotic energy surged through his palm, sweeping over the entire dragon spirit like a current. Bang! In the next instant, the dragon spirit exploded, transforming into pure dragon vein energy. Hiss! Was this the annihilation of the dragon spirit with bare hands? How utterly terrifying! As the crowd observed the unfolding events, a sensation of trepidation washed over them once more. Chun Yuan moved again, seizing the essence of the dragon vein and swallowing it whole, then sat cross-legged, pushing through another breakthrough. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power erupted, dispersing the clouds and tearing open a rift in space, releasing terrifying energy. The onlookers, rendered numb, could only gaze vacantly at the spectacle before them. Time passed, though its measure was lost, until at last Chun Yuan achieved his breakthrough. In the fleeting moment that the bottleneck of life and death shattered, 99 celestial manifestations burst forth from his being. These ethereal forms hovered in midair, each evolving its own principles, transmuting the celestial power within into the force of life and death. 99 celestial manifestations? How could this be possible? Even Chun Hongyan was taken aback. Clearly, she had been unaware that her younger brother had transcended into the realm of celestial beings with such an extraordinary display. To put it into perspective, during her own breakthrough, she had only manifested 90 forms, which had already caused a stir throughout their family and attracted the attention of their ancestors. The potential upheaval should this news reach their home was unfathomable, even for her. Most notably, no one in the upper realms had ever successfully evolved 99 celestial forms. Even the legendary figure had only achieved 96. Contemplating this, Chun Hongyan's gaze toward Chun when transformed entirely. Perhaps one day, her younger brother would emerge as the strongest of them all. After an indeterminate span of time, the 99 celestial forms finally transmuted the celestial power into the force of life and death, enveloping the surroundings in a realm reminiscent of the yin-yang imprint of life and death. At this moment, Chun Yuan accomplished his breakthrough, the surging energy within him gradually stabilizing. He had entered the realm of life and death. Finally, he had surpassed the threshold. Chun Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. He could now feel the tumultuous vitality coursing through him, as well as the explosive power that lay within. It was no exaggeration to say that he could vanquish Chu Tianlong with a single strike, and this was without employing his absolute combat strength. Had he truly completed his breakthrough? Chu Youwei watched Chun Yuan from afar, instinctively swallowing hard. She sensed a threat emanating from him, indicating that with this breakthrough, Chun Yuan had acquired the strength to contend with her. This realization left Chu Youwei momentarily dazed. How little time had passed since Chun Yuan ascended to the sacred ground, barely over half a month. It was astonishing. Equally astonished was Jiang Taichu, who had been among the earliest to follow Chun Yuan. While he did not perceive the same threat as Chu Youwei, he recognized that Chun Yuan's combat prowess was far beyond mere intuition. If Chun Yuan could defeat him, it would come as no surprise. As Chun Yuan retracted the celestial forms hovering in the air, the energy within him receded altogether. "Young master, congratulations on successfully achieving your breakthrough," the little figure exclaimed. Upon seeing Chu Youwei, Chun Yuan promptly assumed a posture of congratulations. The others, not wishing to be remiss, joined in the chorus of well wishes, expressing their delight at the young gentleman's successful breakthrough. Chun Yuan nodded in acknowledgement before gracefully descending from the air to the ground. Chun Hongyan had already approached Chun Yuan's side, exclaiming, "Indeed, you have truly broadened my horizons." Chun Yuan modestly rubbed his nose, replying, "I merely displayed my humble skills." "You rascal," Chun Hongyan chided playfully as she tapped Chunwen on the head, before inquiring, "What are your plans moving forward?" "Sister, I leave the arrangements to you," Chunwen replied, fully aware that she was referring to matters concerning their return to the Imperial clan. Following this recent breakthrough, his desire to return to the upper realm had intensified, while the lower realm offered a semblance of safety. The lack of spiritual energy and resources ultimately hindered his steady growth. "You have half a day to make the necessary arrangements," Chun Hongyan decisively stated. "Very well." Chunwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, he would need to make appropriate provisions for those like Jiang Taichu who had been of assistance to him. One may sometimes be devoid of sentiment, yet one must never be devoid of loyalty. With this thought in mind, Chunwen made his way towards Jiang Taichu and Chu Youwei, who, perhaps sensing his intentions, appeared visibly tense. Chapter 68. 2 choices granted to you. Jiang Qingren's initiative. Master Ji, I apologize for any trouble I may have caused you these days, Chunwen said, halting before Chu Youwei. Chu Youwei felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. No, it is no trouble at all. It is an honor for our sacred land to have your presence." "Then it seems I shall stay a while longer," Chunwen declared with sudden seriousness. Chu Youwei was taken aback. She had merely been engaging in pleasantries. Did he truly take it to heart? With a flurry of glances, the assembled elders and disciples looked at Chu Youwei, seemingly conveying their thoughts. "Why are you being so courteous? If you let him stay, our sacred land may be in jeopardy." As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Chunwen suddenly chuckled. "I was merely jesting. However, it appears I am indeed not a welcome guest." "That is not it. It's just..." Chu Youwei hastily attempted to clarify, but Chunwen interrupted her. "Enough, we all know the unspoken truths." With a shift in tone, he continued, "Earlier, I siphoned the dragon vein of your sacred land, and I owe you a debt. I now present you with 2 choices. First, I shall compensate you with a certain amount of spiritual crystals and divine essence. Second, I offer you a favor of mine, which will remain valid indefinitely as long as it does not breach any boundaries." At these words, Chu Youwei was taken aback. She had never anticipated Chunwen would actively mention the dragon vein, let alone propose compensation. To put it bluntly, should Chunwen decide to obliterate the entire sacred land, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. Suddenly, she recognized that although Chunwen was an imperial descendant, he was distinctly different from others. The gazes of those around him shifted as well. They had previously compared Chu Tianlong with Chunwen, but now it seemed utterly ridiculous. What qualifications did Chu Tianlong possess to stand beside Chunwen? The disparity was immense. Chu Youwei took several deep breaths to compose herself before choosing the second option. Chunwen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you've made your decision. This favor is personal and does not pertain to the Imperial clan." Chu Youwei nodded vigorously. "Yes, I desire nothing more than your favor." In recent days, Chunwen had demonstrated countless miracles to them, shattering her preconceived notions. She believed that given sufficient time, Chunwen would undoubtedly establish his own imperial lineage, perhaps even surpassing that as his ultimate goal. Thus, she was willing to wager on a future with him. "Very well." Chunwen nodded. "On behalf of the entire sacred land, I thank you, Master," Chu Youwei said, bowing deeply. Chunwen raised his hand slightly, lifting Chu Youwei from the ground. "You need not bow. I have received your gratitude." "Yes, Master," Chu Youwei replied without hesitation, stepping back quietly. Chunwen's gaze shifted to Jiang Taichu. "Elder Jiang, I must also thank you for your assistance during this time." No, it is no trouble at all." "It is my pleasure," Jiang Taichu replied hastily. Chunwen smiled. He was particularly fond of Jiang Taichu for his ability to navigate situations with grace and provide ample emotional value. With this in mind, Chunwen spoke again, presenting 2 options. The first was a personal favor of mine, perpetually valid as long as it does not breach my principles. The second option is to serve as my attendant, though it comes with an expectation of unwavering loyalty. Should you harbor even a flicker of disloyalty, I will personally ensure your demise, without a shred of compassion. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Taichu knelt before the assembly. "Before the heavens, I vow to serve only Chunwen in this lifetime. Should I entertain any disloyalty, may the world conspire against me." To him, this was not a matter of choice. He had awaited this moment for far too long. The onlookers regarded Jiang Taichu with envy. After all, he was to become the attendant of the imperial heir and could ultimately return to the Imperial lineage. What does it mean to soar to great heights? This is it. Jiang Qingren observed her brother's actions with a myriad of emotions. Though reluctant to admit it, she finally grasped the truth of seizing fleeting opportunities. Had she accepted her brother's proposal back then, perhaps she too could now stand by Chun Wen's side. The thought tightened her fist hidden beneath her sleeve. Since you have chosen the latter, I grant you half a month to attend to the affairs of the Realm Guardian Palace. Chun Wen glanced at Jiang Taichu once more and added, Afterward, you may come to the Chun clan to seek me. Your humble servant obeys, Jiang Taichu replied swiftly. Bowing deeply. Go. Chun Wen waved his hand. Jiang Taichu rose and bowed to the distant Chen Hongyan. After completing these formalities, he did not linger, turning to depart. Chun Wen surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on Jiang Qingren. She noticed his attention and felt a surge of anxiety. In contrast to her initial aversion, her feelings were now much more complex, tinged with a sense of reluctant allure. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qingren, Chun Wen's focus had always been on the verdant fate soul above her head. In this vast sacred realm, she remained the sole child of destiny. To act or not to act, Chun Wen's eyes flickered with indecision. Observing that his gaze lingered without faltering, Jiang Qingren's palms grew damp with perspiration. Chu Youwei shot an exasperated glance at Jiang Qingren, thinking, is this the time for such pretentiousness? If the Imperial heir does not take the initiative, must you not approach him? Frankly speaking, with your looks, even stripped bare, you would not qualify to share the Imperial heir's bed. A child of destiny lost is no great loss. After a prolonged silence, Chun Wen still refrained from action. It would be improper for him to enslave her brother and then immediately pursue his sister. Such behavior would be exceedingly unscrupulous. Contemplating this, Chun Wen gradually withdrew his gaze. Seeing that Chun Wen had lost interest, Chu Youwei felt as if her spirit was about to take flight from sheer fright. What are you doing? Hurry up and go greet him quickly, Chu Youwei urged in a hushed tone, almost shouting into Jiang Qingren's ear. Jiang Qingren's complexion shifted dramatically, her mind racing with images of Chun Wen's tall and imposing figure during battle. Ultimately, she succumbed to her emotions and stepped forward, one hesitant stride at a time, out of the crowd. This action immediately captured everyone's attention. Chun Wen, too, redirected his gaze toward Jiang Qingren, a look of keen interest gracing his features. He had not anticipated this sudden initiative from her, and now he was curious to see what she intended. Upon nearing Chun Wen, Jiang Qingren finally came to a halt. Taking several deep breaths, she lifted her head and expressed her admiration for the young master, requesting a chance to prove herself. At this, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. The implication of Jiang Qingren's words was nearly explicit. All eyes were now fixed on Chun Wen, eager to witness his response. Chapter 69. A reaction arose as they sought information on Chun Bashuan under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Chun Wen stepped forward towards Jiang Qingren. In an instant, Jiang Qingren felt a surge of tension, her entire being instinctively taut. Finally, Chun Wen halted before her. The proximity between them was strikingly intimate, close enough to sense each other's unique fragrance. Just as Jiang Qingren felt she could no longer maintain her composure, Chun Wen unexpectedly extended his finger, gently lifting her chin. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, she beheld a profound vortex that seemed capable of drawing in all her emotions. Instantly, a blush crept across her cheeks, rendering her enchanting. The allure of a woman's shyness surpasses countless wonders of the world, and that was precisely the case here. A faint smile graced Chun Wen's lips as he withdrew his finger. In the moment that Jiang Qingren was momentarily entranced, Chun Wen turned abruptly and left without uttering a word. What does this mean? The crowd was equally bewildered. Chu Youwei's expression mirrored their confusion. Could it be that he found Jiang Qingren unappealing? Yet, that seemed implausible. If he did not fancy her, why had he gazed at her not once, but multiple times? Why? Regaining her senses, Jiang Qingren shifted from embarrassment to anger, feeling as though she had been humiliated. Chun Wen paused, casting a glance at Jiang Qingren. His unspoken words resonating powerfully. You are unworthy. The three words were soft yet commanding. You. Jiang Qingren was infuriated, yet she realized she had no standing to retort. Retreat. Chu Youwei, sensing the situation escalating, stepped forward and admonished Jiang Qingren sharply. Jiang Qingren bit her lip fiercely but refrained from responding. Not too foolish, after all. Chu Youwei breathed a sigh of relief. genuinely fearing that Jiang Qingren might recklessly confront him, which would lead to an irretrievable situation. Young master, it is my failure to properly educate her, and I sincerely apologize on her behalf. Ji Yuwei bowed towards Chunwen. Chunwen cast a casual glance at her, asserting, this matter ends here. I do not wish for anyone to take liberties on my behalf. Do you understand? Ji Yuwei froze momentarily before repeatedly affirming, understood, understood. Unbeknownst to her, her back was already drenched with perspiration. Sister, let us depart. Chunwen disregarded the crowd's reactions and turned to Chun Hongyan. Very well. Chun Hongyan nodded and shot her spear into the sky. The heavens, akin to a shattered mirror, erupted as the spear pierced through, creating a massive void that delved into the abyss, revealing terrifying spatial turbulence swirling within. Simultaneously, the overwhelming atmospheric pressure cascaded downwards, stirring up a vortex of winds that was breathtakingly awe-inspiring. Hold on to me. Chun Hongyan turned to Chunwen. Huh. Chunwen momentarily failed to comprehend. Hold on to me. Otherwise, when traversing through space, you will be flung beyond the dimensional realm. Chun Hongyan reiterated. Understood. Chunwen nodded slightly before stepping forward to embrace Chun Hongyan. Instantly, a unique fragrance enveloped his senses, and the softness of her form rendered him rather awkward. Chun Hongyan glanced at Chunwen, wondering if he was truly that tense. Equally, she sensed the rapidity of his heartbeat and the rise in his temperature. I am a man, not a eunuch. How could I remain entirely unaffected? Chunwen thought to himself, feeling somewhat exasperated. Most importantly, he was not truly Chunwen. Your embrace is so awkwardly contorted. It's hardly an embrace at all, Chun Hongyan remarked once more. Chunwen almost confessed that if she held him any tighter, he might lose his composure. Honestly, you're a man. Can't you be more straightforward? Seeing Chunwen remain unresponsive, Chun Hongyan took the initiative, wrapping his arms around her waist. In that moment, they were inseparably close, and Chunwen felt a peculiar sensation. Chun Hongyan sensed this shift as well, her cheeks slightly flushing. At that moment, she finally understood why Chunwen was so hesitant. After casting him a reproachful glance, she did not pull away. Are you ready? Let us go, she eventually said once her emotions settled. Chunwen also calmed himself, exhaling softly. Let us go. Chun Hongyan said nothing further, wrapping her left arm around Chunwen as they ascended toward the fractured sky. Ji Yuwei and others observed this entire scene, acknowledging the intricate relationships within their prominent family. Soon, Ji Yuwei turned to Jiang Qingren beside her, offering comfort. Do not dwell on it. You will not encounter him again henceforth. Jiang Qingren remained silent, quietly turning to leave. Watching Jiang Qingren's departing figure, Ji Yuwei sighed. She had initially believed Chunwen was genuinely interested in Jiang Qingren, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this extent. She merely hoped Jiang Qingren would come to her own understanding and not undermine herself. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Hall, Chen Wudao occupied the main seat, presiding over a gathering of men and women, among whom was Chun Bidao. The presence of these individuals exuded an almost terrifying aura, embodying an authority that required no anger to command respect. Having just received news that Xiaomian returned with Xiaowen, Chen Wudao declared, "This is a significant matter for our Imperial clan and must be addressed with the utmost seriousness." Upon hearing this, many present exchanged furtive glances. Chen Wudao then shifted his tone, stating that everyone, except those in seclusion, must be present on the day of Xiaowen's return. Furthermore, the coming-of-age ceremony would be scheduled for 3 days after Xiaowen's return, inviting various clans to witness, ensuring they understand that the Chun clan fears no threats from any forces. Whether it be destiny or calamity, only the Chun clan holds the authority to determine the outcome. Understood? Understood, the assembly replied in unison, not daring to contradict him. Good. Then let us take our positions and summon our respective factions, Chen Wudao concluded calmly. Yes. The crowd responded in unison and gradually dispersed, leaving only Chen Badao and Chen Wudao in the Grand Hall. How do you intend to handle the matter concerning Chen Yuan? Chen Wudao inquired first. Instantly, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Chen Badao. Kill, he declared. Chen Wudao gazed at Chen Badao for a moment before cautioning. Be mindful of the repercussions. Do not incite panic among the people. Chen Badao remained silent. Observing this, Chen Wudao refrained from further commentary, adding, Xiaowen has returned. Keep a watchful eye and do not allow those with ulterior motives to harm him. Whoever touches my son, even if I must relinquish my position as clan leader, I will ensure their demise." Chun Baddao's voice was cold as iron, his murderous intent unabated. "You may leave." Chen Wudao sighed before gesturing dismissively. Chun Baddao said nothing further and turned to depart. Alas, as children grow, they naturally drift from their parents. Chen Wudao lamented with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Chunwen had already arrived in the upper realm. Before him lay an expansive world, rich with spiritual energy, where auspicious clouds floated and practitioners soared through the air. Beyond what his eyes could perceive, he could also sense the rules and heavenly laws here, which were infinitely more complete than those in the ancient Yuan realm. The perfection of these rules and heavenly laws could directly influence a practitioner's future and even their ultimate potential. It is no exaggeration to say that even an ant here is of a higher order than those in the lower realm. But this is for the better. Now I can truly showcase my abilities. The ancient realm, I, Chunwen, have arrived, he mused, his eyes gleaming with brilliant light. Come down. How long do you intend to hold on? Just as Chunwen was lost in contemplation, Chun Hong Mion's voice abruptly shattered the ambience. Haha, I momentarily forgot. Chunwen replied hastily, loosening his grip. Hee. Chen Hong Mion shot Chunwen a sidelong glance, but chose not to dwell on it. By the way, do you know Chun Baxian? Chunwen pondered briefly, deciding it prudent to inquire about Chun Baxian's information, so he could prepare in advance. Chun Baxian? Chen Hong Mion instantly stiffened, looking at Chunwen in shock. Why do you ask about him? Chapter 70. Summoning 100,000 Crimson Prison Troops. Finally returning to the Imperial clan, how do you know about Chun Baxian? Before Chunwen could respond, Chun Hong Mion furrowed her brows and inquired further. With an unchanging expression, Chunwen replied half-jokingly, If I were to say that the mastermind behind the plot against me is Chun Baxian, would you believe me, sister? Chun Hong Mion's pupils constricted, and after a prolonged silence, she asked, Are you serious? Do you believe it? Chunwen did not provide a direct answer. Chun Hong Mion fell silent, instead flipping her hand to reveal a spirit shuttle, intricately adorned with mysterious array symbols, emanating an overwhelming power that suggested its extraordinary nature. Once the spirit shuttle stabilized, Chun Hong Mion seized Chunwen and they both vanished into it. Before Chunwen could fully comprehend the situation, Chun Hong Mion grasped his shoulder and, tilting her head slightly, demanded, If you say it, then I shall believe you. Chunwen suddenly smiled. In truth, he too was taking a gamble. Fortunately, his sister did not disappoint him. Give me the evidence. We will report to the family and take him down. Chun Hong Mion stated coldly. Chunwen shook his head. I cannot provide concrete evidence, but I am 90% certain that he is involved. He then proceeded to explain how he had acquired this information, intentionally omitting any mention of the fateful grand melting furnace. Upon hearing Chunwen's account, Chun Hong Mion's expression turned completely somber. The so-called coincidence was merely a premeditated scheme. Shifting the topic, she continued, however, without evidence. You may not even get past our father and brother. What do you mean? Chunwen raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback that this matter would involve their father and brother. After a brief glance at Chunwen, Chun Hong Mion clarified. Did you not wish to inquire about Chun Baxian? Strictly speaking, he is our second uncle. Chunwen looked at Chun Hong Mion in surprise. With a sigh, she elaborated. Our Chun clan comprises numerous factions, each possessing its own strengths and heritage. The faction to which Chun Baxian belongs was originally quite weak and had little voice within the clan. However, during a clan defense war, their entire faction was nearly wiped out, leaving only the frail and elderly. To care for them, the family merged this faction with others. At that time, Chun Baxian was still young and was taken in by our grandfather. Due to his age being similar to that of our father, we have always referred to him as our second uncle. From a young age, Chun Baxian displayed exceptional talent, coupled with a kind-hearted nature, which earned him the respect of the younger generation. Naturally, his relationship with our father is closer than that with our aunt and third uncle. By the way, our aunt is also a remnant of that faction. However, unlike Chun Baxian, she is reclusive, socially distant, and rarely makes appearances. Furthermore, our grandparents have shown great fondness for Chun Baxian, even more than for their biological son. If all proceeds smoothly, then the future patriarch of the Chun clan will undoubtedly be him. However, during a trial, he was incapacitated, while our father remained unscathed. The details of what transpired between the two during the trial remain shrouded in mystery. Our Chun clan exerted considerable effort to restore Qin Bashuan, yet the cost was steep. His cultivation plummeted, and his once extraordinary talents were irrevocably severed. Consequently, he lost his eligibility to contend for the patriarchal position. Nevertheless, even without ascending to the role of patriarch, he holds the esteemed title of the clan's Grand Elder, second only to our father. It can be said that he is the first individual who attained the position of Grand Elder without relying on his cultivation. Quite impressive indeed. Chunwen couldn't help but express his admiration. Within an Imperial clan, lacking sufficient strength renders one incapable of commanding respect. Yet, Qin Bashuan, solely through his charismatic persona, garnered the trust of the clansmen. This serves to illustrate the exceptional standing he possesses among them. Similarly, he grasped why Chun Homian remarked that without concrete evidence, it is utterly futile to undermine Qin Bashuan. Given his connections and prestige, even his father would be unable to take action against him. However, I harbor a strong dislike for him, as I perceive him to be quite hypocritical. Chun Homian interjected suddenly. Humble individuals often exude an air of insincerity. In response, Chunwen felt no particular aversion to this notion, for such insincerity is often unconscious and does not elicit disdain. The true concern lies with those who feign humility. As for which category Qin Bashuan belongs to, the answer is self-evident. By the way, did you just mention that Qin Bashuan has a connection with my elder brother? Chunwen pondered before inquiring. Chun Homian nodded, stating that my elder brother is his disciple and has even been acknowledged as his godson. What? Chunwen was taken aback. You heard correctly. All of my elder brother's skills have been inherited from him, and Qin Bashuan dotes on my elder brother greatly. Speaking of which, Chun Homian shifted the topic. For this reason, even Qin Bashuan's biological son harbors considerable jealousy towards my elder brother. Moreover, Qin Bashuan's son is 2 years your senior and is likely to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony alongside you. At that time, he might take advantage of his relationship with my elder brother to make things difficult for you, so you ought to be cautious of him. As for the troubles posed by Qin Bashuan's son, Chunwen was utterly indifferent. What preoccupied him now was the relationship between his elder brother and Qin Bashuan, as it was imperative for Qin Bashuan to act. However, as his sister had pointed out, to confront Qin Bashuan, he would first need to navigate the challenges presented by his father and elder brother. Perhaps sensing Chunwen's dilemma, Chun Homian gently placed her hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that as long as the two of them were aware of the situation, he could proceed with his intentions without hesitation. As for their father and elder brother, there was no need to concern himself with their opinions. Once events had unfolded, could they truly blame him? Chunwen shuddered slightly, gazing at Chun Homian in astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated such unwavering support from her. You are my subordinate, and what is Qin Bashuan? I will, of course, support you unconditionally. With that, Chun Homian's tone shifted, suggesting that both my elder brother and father likely share the same sentiments. In any case, we shall act first and deal with the consequences later. If necessary, we will stand together against the entire clan. Understood. Chunwen gazed at Chun Homian for a long moment before nodding solemnly. Very well. You should rest for now. We still have a few days until we reach the family. Chun Homian patted Chunwen on the shoulder. Chunwen did not object, saying, All right, just call me when you need me. Go ahead. Chun Homian nodded in response. Chunwen said nothing further and turned towards his room. Once Chunwen disappeared, Chun Homian's expression turned completely frosty, and she quickly took out a communication talisman. Before long, a cold female voice emanated from the talisman. Master, assemble 100,000 Red Abyss troops and instruct them to hasten to the Chun clan in the Eternal Life Imperial domain. Understood, the voice replied immediately. Without inquiring as to the reason, Chun Homian severed the connection and coldly declared, If the Chun clan cannot provide justice, then I, Chun Homian, shall deliver it myself. Meanwhile, back in his room, Chunwen's smile vanished. For him, Qin Bashuan must die. Should Qin Badeo and Qin Wudi attempt to intervene, he would need to seriously contemplate whether this family was worth his continued loyalty. With that thought in mind, Chunwen cast aside all distractions and immersed himself in his cultivation. Before long, 5 days had passed, and the spiritual shuttle finally arrived at the Chun clan in the Eternal Life Imperial domain. Chapter 71. A Grand Reception. No restraint in courtesy, little brother, we have arrived. Chun Hongyan announced as she lightly tapped on the door where Chunwen was. Chunwen slowly opened his eyes, two piercing beams of light flickering across his gaze. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from within him surged violently, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. With a sigh, Chunwen exhaled a breath of stale air before retracting his aura. Over the course of 5 days, he had exhausted hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals and divine essence. While this did not elevate his realm, it undeniably enhanced his strength qualitatively. One could say he was now more than twice as formidable as he had been 5 days prior. Contemplating this, Chunwen refrained from further contemplation and, after a moment of adjustment, opened the door. Before him stood Chun Hongyan, whom he had not seen for 5 days. The moment she laid eyes on him, a flicker of astonishment crossed her features. In this world, few prodigies could astonish her, for she herself was an exceptional talent. Yet, in those 5 days, she could sense a remarkable transformation in Chunwen, one of a qualitative nature. Such terrifying potential. At that moment, she felt she had perhaps underestimated her younger brother's gifts. It wouldn't be long before the dynamics of their family might shift because of him. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with me? Chunwen inquired. Regaining her composure, Chun Hongyan shook her head. I was taken aback by your prowess. In comparison to you, I am leagues behind. Chunwen jested lightly. Chun Hongyan smiled. Oh, are you so eager to surpass your elder sister? Indeed. Then I could protect you. Chunwen replied with a grin. Taken aback, Chun Hongyan rose on her toes and gently tapped his head. Your flattery is commendable. I must admit, I quite like it. Chunwen chose not to respond further and instead asked, has the family arrived? Instantly, Chun Hongyan adopted a serious demeanor. Yes, they have. Then let us proceed. Chunwen exclaimed joyfully. All right. She nodded and stepped forward. Without hesitation, Chunwen followed suit. Soon, he emerged from the room, and a breathtaking sight met his eyes. Before him lay an expanse of ancient and magnificent palaces, surrounded by layers of mystical arrays, with enigmatic symbols swirling within. In the half-clouded sky, terrifying spiritual beasts lay prostrate, their snores echoing like thunder, stirring the heart with their resonance. Clearly, these were the guardian beasts of the Qin clan, whose strength rivaled that of the clan members themselves. Moreover, what stood out most was the cohesive aura of the entire family, seamlessly unified, embodying a unique set of principles. This was the profound heritage of ancient traditions, the very essence that ensured the Imperial clan's enduring legacy. Chunwen gazed at the scale of the Qin clan, his attention drawn to the gathering of family members ahead. A formidable assembly. Among them were his grandfather Chen Wudao, his parents, and his elder brother. Upon their countenances, one could perceive a suppressed excitement. In addition to them, there were numerous elders and disciples present. Regardless of age, these individuals exuded an air of superiority, akin to dragons and phoenixes among men. Simply standing there, they emanated an overwhelming presence, creating a vast current of energy that rippled through the surrounding space. Ah, what a sight! 1, 2, 3, 59. As Chun Wentian opened his eyes, 50 figures of destiny appeared before him. Regardless of whether this assembly represented all the members of the clan, the fact that a single family could produce over 50 individuals of such caliber was indeed remarkable. This clearly illustrated the extraordinary fortune of the Qin clan. Oh, a golden figure of destiny? Chun Wentian's gaze suddenly landed on a pallid middle-aged man. Simultaneously, the man's information unfolded before him. Name, Chun Baxiong. Age, 45. Personality, hypocritical, ruthless. Adept at patience, willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. Identity, Grand Elder of the ancient Qin clan. Secretly the master of the 9 Nether Prison. Soul of Destiny, Golden. Physique, 9 Transformation Overlord Body. Realm, 10th layer of the King's realm. Chun Baxiong, 9 Transformation Overlord Body. Chun Wentian's expression gradually grew cold. It is worth noting that the 9 Transformation Overlord Body is an exceedingly rare constitution, one that remains inconspicuous at first glance. Typically, it appears as an ordinary mortal physique, capable of misleading others to a certain extent. However, those endowed with such a physique can undergo 9 transformations of their physical form. When fully realized, this evolution culminates in an overlord body, allowing one to attain enlightenment through the physical and embark upon a unique path. How intriguing this situation becomes. With this thought, A slight smirk played upon Chen Wentian's lips. Chen Baxiang, possessing such a physique, likely had no fear of being rendered powerless from the outset. In fact, the circumstances surrounding his previous incapacitation may well have been a meticulously orchestrated performance. What better way to ensure one's steady growth than to conceal one's true abilities and retain a low profile? Yet, this revelation bodes well for Chen Wentian. Due to the circumstances of his incapacitation, Chen Baxiang has only attained the 10th layer of the King S realm. With the enhancement of the golden chaotic liquid, it is not beyond possibility to vanquish Chen Baxiang. As for the advantages of the 9 transformation overlord body, they only bolster his confidence. For the chaotic sequence can suppress all forms of constitution. What are you dawdling for? Don't keep your grandfather and the others waiting. Chen Hongyan's voice echoed in Chen Wentian's ears. Very well. Chen Wentian hastily returned from his reverie. Chen Hongyan had already descended from the spiritual shuttle, and upon seeing this, he promptly followed suit. All eyes turned toward Chen Wentian, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Chen Wentian's demeanor and appearance were indeed remarkable, deserving of the highest praise. Yet, in their eyes, he still fell short as a mere 16-year-old at the first layer of the life and death realm. Moreover, the matter of Chen Wen's extraction of the divine essence and imperial bone has become a well-known secret within the Chen clan. Consequently, in their eyes, Chen Wen has become a figure with little promise for the future. Soon, Chen Wen gracefully descended to the ground. Young one, I pay my respects to grandfather and all esteemed elders. In the face of the scrutinizing gazes from the crowd, Chen Wen remained composed, offering a respectful clasp of his fists. His demeanor was poised, radiating neither servility nor arrogance. Witnessing such poise in Chen Wen, both Chen Bidao and Yi Chinin couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of pride in their son. Despite the many who had come to welcome him, few were genuinely sincere. Most were merely eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Deep down, they viewed Chen Wen through a biased lens, believing that having not grown up within the Imperial family, he must have adopted many crude habits from the lower realms. Although such perceptions were harsh, it is the nature of those in high positions to regard lower-tier cultivators in this light. It is good to be back, good to be back. Chen Wudao expressed his satisfaction with Chen Wen, repeating the phrase. This must be little one, indeed, a person of remarkable lineage. My brother is truly fortunate. At that moment, Chen Baxiang suddenly spoke up, a gentle smile adorning his face, which made him quite endearing. Chen Wen turned to Chen Baxiang, blinking and asking, Who are you? As these words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Chapter 72. A sudden dispute leads to murder. Shocking the entire clan, Chen Baxiang was taken aback. He did not anticipate such audacity directed at him, and his smile abruptly froze on his face. As the crowd regained their composure, many faces shifted in expression. Setting aside the fact that Chen Baxiang hailed from a lineage of heroes, he had personally rendered considerable service to the Imperial clan. It was utterly outrageous for Chen Wen, a mere newcomer to the family, to display such blatant disrespect. Chen Bidao quickly intervened, introducing the parties involved. Xiao Wen, this is your second uncle, Chen Baxiang. Apologize at once. Apologize? Huh? Chen Wen remarked, glancing at Chen Baxiang. Oh, so you're my second uncle. Surely, you would not take offense at my rudeness. Chen Bidao's brow furrowed slightly, clearly puzzled by Chen Wen's demeanor. After their brief previous encounter, Chen Wen had not struck him as the type to be so disdainful towards those in power. At that moment, Chen Wudao also cast an eye towards Chen Wen, revealing his own dissatisfaction. As the atmosphere grew tense, Chen Baxiang unexpectedly chuckled. Xiao Wen has a point. As his second uncle, I would naturally not be perturbed by my nephew's impoliteness. Moreover, I too have my shortcomings in this matter. I should have introduced myself first. With Chen Baxiang's gracious intervention, the ambience lightened considerably. Chen Wen regarded Chen Baxiang with a subtle smile. As the introductory information suggested, Chen Baxiang was adept at concealing his true feelings and was exceedingly duplicitous. Indeed, we, the younger generation, owe a debt of gratitude to Xiao Wen. Had it not been for his misfortune with women, we would not have been able to return to the clan so expediently. Suddenly, a youthful voice pierced through the air. Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their attention towards the source. The speaker was a familiar face, a youth named Chun Kuang from the second faction. Though only 16, he had already attained the 5th layer of the life and death realm, significantly surpassing Chen Wen in strength. However, None anticipated that a junior would so quickly rise to voice his discontent openly, let alone publicly expose Chun Wen's shortcomings. Whether it was Chun Kwang's own initiative or the result of external encouragement, it was akin to a slap delivered to Chun Wen's face. Now, all eyes were on how Chun Wen would respond. Chun Badu, as the clan leader, merely furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening. Matters among the younger generation, unless they escalated greatly, were not for him to meddle in, for if he intervened, the nature of the situation would change entirely. Chun Wen gradually turned, striding towards Chen Kuang. As he approached, Chen Kuang exhibited no signs of trepidation. On the contrary, he smiled with interest, eager to see what Chun Wen intended to do. Upon closing the distance of 3 feet, Chun Wen suddenly lunged forward, delivering a swift and powerful kick towards Chen Kuang's chest. Chen Kuang was caught completely off guard by the unexpected attack. In truth, he had never anticipated that Chun Wen would dare to act, especially in front of so many esteemed figures. To comprehend the gravity of the situation, it must be noted that the foremost rule of the clan prohibits private altercations. With a resounding crash, Chen Kuang's chest burst forth, sending him hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth. He came to a heavy halt against the wall behind him. Chun Wen coldly remarked, "You, a mere waste, dare to posture as a formidable wolf before me." His gaze swept across the crowd, adding, "Anyone who wishes to confront me should do so personally, rather than scurrying about like a rat in the sewers." The atmosphere turned somber as his words effectively chastised everyone present. A recently returned clan member had not only blatantly transgressed clan laws, but had also dared to challenge their authority, an audacious act, indeed. "Die, you bastard!" Chen Kuang suddenly erupted, fury evident in his eyes. Chun Wen reacted instantaneously, extending his hand to grasp the air and seize Chen Kuang. All of Chen Kuang's defenses crumbled before that grasp, which descended upon him with the weight of a mountain. Realizing the peril, Chen Kuang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily formed hand seals, striking against the descending hand. "This cannot be." Horror spread across his face as the overwhelming force shattered all his defenses, crashing down upon him. With a series of violent explosions, Chen Kuang's body erupted, blood splattering in all directions. "Stop!" A sharp cry pierced the air, accompanied by an oppressive wave of terror directed at Chun Wen. "You will perish," Chun Wen retorted coldly, wielding his finger like a sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that swiftly grazed Chen Kuang's neck. As a crimson line appeared, a head was severed and flew away. Silence enveloped the scene, a chilling stillness as disbelief reigned. No one dared to accept that Chun Wen had actually taken a life. This was madness indeed. "Get back!" In that moment, Chun Hongyan acted, her gun shattering the advancing pressure. A terrifying aura surged from her, reaching towards the heavens. "Are you seeking death?" Chen Batsong, enraged by the loss of his son, radiated a murderous intent. "Come at me, if you dare." Chun Hongyan stood her ground, her power surging with intensity. Just as the two were on the brink of confrontation, Chun Wudao finally spoke. "Enough. Do you possess no sense of decorum?" "What decorum? If there were any, my son would not have perished." Chen Batsong bellowed. Chun Wudao's voice turned icy. "I shall utter this only once. Depart at once." "Very well. But I hope the clan leader can render justice, in accordance with the iron laws of the Imperial clan." Chen Batsong glared fiercely at Chun Wen before retreating. The crowd remained silent, yet shared the same sentiment. Chun Wen had just returned and dared to act with such reckless abandon. If this momentum is not curtailed in advance, will he not soon unleash chaos? Chun Wudao shifted his gaze to Chun Wen, inquiring whether he was aware that committing murder within the clan is a capital offense. "I only know that someone intends to kill me, and thus I must eliminate him first," Chun Wen replied calmly. "You are distorting the truth. Who exactly is killing whom?" Chen Bakong retorted, his voice rising with palpable fury. Chun Wen remained unfazed, remarking, "The witnesses present are not blind. It was your son who first harbored murderous intent towards me. I merely acted in self-defense. Had he not attacked first, he would not have lost his reason." Chen Bakong shouted again, "If it weren't for your provocations, he would not have acted so rashly." Chun Wen simply chuckled. Had he not emerged flaunting his power, I would not have had to deal with him. "Is this truly your justification for your actions? Does this mean that Xian Gu will also come to confront you?" Chen Batsong's expression grew even more enraged. Chun Wen shrugged. "What does that concern me? I adhere to but one principle: treat life and death with indifference." If one is dissatisfied, they must fight. Should there be further dissent, I shall fight with all my might. By the end of his statement, Chun Wen's voice had turned as cold as steel. The crowd's lips twitched in disbelief. To them, Chun Wen appeared utterly unrestrained and arrogant. Yet, they found themselves unable to refute him, for it was indeed Chun Kuang who had instigated the conflict. Nonetheless, one must consider that if everyone behaved in such a manner, the entire clan would descend into chaos. You are speaking nonsense. Chen Batsong's fury reached its peak. In the next moment, he cast a furious glance at Chen Wudao and Chun Badu, his eyes blazing with rage. Look at this, the descendant we welcome as a clan. I ask you, does he have any regard for his kin, for his elders, or for the rules? Today, I, Chen Bakong, declare this. If the clan cannot provide justice, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 73, Kneel and Apologize, present the supreme elixir as the words fell. The power within Chen Bakong surged violently, sweeping away the clouds and enveloping the entire scene in an instant. The weaker disciples felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, clearly indicating that Chen Bakong was truly intent on killing. At that moment, Chun Wudi emerged from the crowd, stepping purposefully toward Chun Wen, ultimately halting beside Chen Hongyan. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. In the next heartbeat, they unleashed their powers. Chun Wudi's hands crackled with countless bolts of thunder, the ferocious lightning racing forward, dominating the very heavens and earth. Chun Hongyan wielded the prison-suppressing spear, with crimson flames roaring, instantly incinerating the surrounding air into ash. In a fleeting moment, the two terrifying forces collided across the void with Chen Bakong. An endless torrent of energy erupted, shattering the surrounding space into dust. Make a move, and you shall perish. The two shouted in unison, the murderous intent palpable. Chun Batsong's eyelids twitched, and he coldly bellowed. So, the three of you have become utterly lawless. Have you? Today, I, Chen Bakong, shall witness what you three possess to challenge me. They are not three, but four. A voice resonated calmly. It was Yi Qinyun. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. If Chun Hongyan and Chun Wudi's actions were merely petty skirmishes, the involvement of Yi Qinyun transformed everything. She was the matriarch of the Chen clan. Chen Batsong's expression shifted dramatically, while he felt confident in suppressing the combined forces of Chun Wudi and Chun Hongyan. Yi Qinyun was a formidable presence, not to be underestimated. Her reputation as a madwoman only added to the gravity of the situation. Why did Chun Hongyan lead in the name of a woman and guard the realm alone? It was because she inherited from Yi Qinyun. One could say Chun Hongyan was the youthful incarnation of her. I care not for who it is. Anyone who harms my children must die. Yi Qinyun advanced toward Chun Hongyan and the others, her cold voice resonating in every ear. In an instant, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the scene. Chen Bakong fixed a penetrating gaze on Yi Qinyun. As the matriarch of the clan, would she also disregard the ironclad laws of their family? Yi Qinyun slowly lifted her head, remarking, if you wish to discuss laws, you should first clean your own rear end. You. Chen Bakong was about to retort, but Yi Qinyun interrupted, silence. Did I permit you to speak? With that, she surveyed the crowd, her presence commanding. First, my son was unaware of the clan's prohibition against violence. Thus his actions are justifiable. Second, during the initial strike, my son did not intend to kill. It was Chun Bakong who first harbored murderous intent, making his demise deserved. Third, the clan explicitly states that disputes among juniors must be settled by juniors. Elders are forbidden from intervening. Yet you, Chun Bakong, have repeatedly violated this law. Therefore, if anyone is to die, it is you who shall perish first. The crowd was left in a state of shock. How could it be that in a single moment, Chun Bakong was found guilty of a capital offense? Is it true that Chun Wan, the murderer, has become the innocent one? This family truly has a knack for cruelty, each one more ruthless than the last. You are distorting the truth. Chun Batsong pointed at Yi Qinyun, his finger trembling with agitation. Yi Qinyun regarded him coolly, stating, whether the truth is distorted or not, I shall report this to the Elder Council, and then the guilt or innocence of each party will be made abundantly clear. If you insist on taking action, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way. Chen Batsong's expression shifted dramatically. If this matter were reported, Chun Wen would likely face mere confinement. Just as Yi Qinyun had asserted, Chun Wen had always had room for explanation. whether regarding his initial strike or his subsequent lethal actions. In contrast, Chun Batsong's actions were indisputable, revealing his murderous intent. Should the authorities decide, he would not only face death, but also bear significant repercussions. The thought sent a cold sweat cascading down his back. No, that young man must have planned this from the start, anticipating my every move. Suddenly, a chilling realization gripped Chun Batsong. With that thought, he turned his gaze sharply toward Chun Yuan. In that moment, Chun Yuan's calm demeanor, adorned with a faint smile, filled his vision. This young man was undoubtedly scheming. There was no doubt about it. Realizing this, Chun Batsong felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood from the frustration. This time, it appeared he had truly fallen into a trap. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Chun Ba-xian interjected, "Look at the commotion this has caused. Old Song, you still cannot temper that impulsive nature of yours." He then shifted the conversation. "Sister-in-law, your concern for your son is understandable. But Old Song is equally concerned for his own child. I propose we settle this matter amicably. Shall we let it go?" Chun Batsong remained silent, his face taut. However, his silence spoke volumes. Yi Chunyin replied coolly, "This matter cannot be decided by me alone. It must be settled by my son." She turned to Chun Yuan. "What do you mean by this, Xiaowen?" Chun Yuan smiled and said, "I am not one to be unforgiving in times of power. How about this? Let him forfeit his cultivation, and we shall consider the matter settled." The crowd felt an impulse to retch at Chun Yuan's brazen suggestion. What an audacious claim to make, as if he had misunderstood the very essence of his own words. Chun Ba-xian's lips twitched in disbelief at Chun Yuan's shamelessness. Forcing someone to forfeit their cultivation was far more distressing than killing Chun Batsong. Just as Chun Batsong was about to erupt in anger, Chun Ba-xian shot him a warning glance, prompting him to silence. Chun Batsong's expression darkened, and he hesitated to continue. Chun Ba-xian took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Song, you have indeed gone a bit too far this time. But regarding the matter of him forfeiting his cultivation, shall we consider it again? If you can lower your demands, as long as it doesn't harm his foundation, I can agree on his behalf." Chun Yuan cast a penetrating glance at Chun Ba-xian before speaking. "First, I require him to kneel and apologize before the entire clan. Second, I wish to claim the medicinal pill he possesses. As for the pill, it was his mother who informed him that it was obtained by Chun Batsao from an ancient relic. With this medicinal pill in his possession, he is confident in elevating his strength to an entirely new level." Upon hearing this, Chun Ba-xian's expression shifted dramatically. If Chun Yuan's first demand was an affront to Chun Batsao's dignity, then the second demand was an assault on his very essence. It is crucial to acknowledge that this supreme pill was the result of considerable effort on Chun Batsao's part. Furthermore, the fact that Chun Yuan, a newly returned member of the family, could accurately identify the supreme pill suggests that Yi Chunyin has clandestinely guided him. Thus, whether Chun Batsao is willing or not, he must relinquish the supreme pill. Otherwise, Yi Chunyin would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Contemplating this, Chun Ba-xian could not help but regard Chun Yuan with a deeper gaze. All of this turmoil stems from the young man before him. If Chun Yuan consciously orchestrates these events, it can only be concluded that this youth, whom he has meticulously calculated against, is far more formidable than he had previously imagined. Yet, as he pondered, he found himself feeling a sense of melancholy. Even before his own machinations had begun, he had already experienced the formidable nature of his opponent. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. With this thought, a subtle smile played at the corners of Chun Ba-xian's mouth. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Once he had gathered his thoughts, Chun Ba-xian once again turned his gaze toward Chun Yuan. Chapter 74. I have killed, and I demand the supreme medicine. Just abandon your cultivation, Chun Yuan uttered calmly, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chun Ba-xian took a deep breath, turning to the seething Chun Batsong, agreed to him. That is absolutely impossible. Chun Batsong instinctively roared. You think you're being generous? If you wish to die, I shall gladly accompany you. With that, Yi Chunyin surveyed the scene, declaring, let me see who dares to intervene. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from Yi Chunyin, bearing down on Chun Batsong. You. Chun Batsong's complexion shifted once more. At that moment, Chun Ba-xian spoke again, agreed to him. Brother Xian, how can I possibly agree to this? Seeing Chun Batsong still reluctant, Chun Ba-xian sighed. If you are truly dissatisfied, I shall not involve myself in this matter. Chen Baozong's expression changed continuously, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Yet, under Chen Baoxian's gaze, he gritted his teeth and begrudgingly said, "Fine, I agree." Upon hearing this, Chen Baoxian slowly withdrew his gaze. "You truly agree?" The crowd collectively gasped. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chen Baozong slowly lowered his proud head. Addressing Chen Yuan, "I apologize." "Kneel." Chen Yuan coldly regarded Chen Baozong. "Do not overstep." Chen Baozong suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blood red. Chen Yuan remained unfazed, replying, "Indeed, I have overstepped. What can you do about it?" "You." Chen Baozong was engulfed in fury, the suppressed killing intent thrumming within his chest. Yet, in the end, he gradually bent his knee, kneeling before the incredulous onlookers. "Is this sufficient?" Chen Baozong fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan, the murderous intent swirling in his eyes. "Apologize." Chen Yuan stood firm. "Fine, fine, fine. I shall remember this day, Chen Baozong," he growled, suppressing his murderous aura, and slowly uttered, "I apologize." "What do you intend to do?" Chen Baozong suddenly glanced at Yi Chunyan, his face reflecting shock. Yi Chunyan had placed a hand on his shoulder. The terrifying power immobilized him before he could react. Simultaneously, Chen Yuan struck, bringing his sword down towards Chen Baozong's head. The sword energy surged violently, the chaotic force flashing by. Thud! Chen Baozong's head rolled to the ground. Chen Yuan calmly sheathed his spiritual sword, quietly stating, "I have changed my mind." The voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder, piercing every ear in attendance. The audience remained in stunned silence, grappling with the enormity of what had just transpired. What did it mean to have changed one's mind? A mere newcomer, so audaciously toying with his kin, treating lives as trifles. How could he dare? How could he dare? "Xiaowen, you have gone too far." Chen Baoxian restrained his fury. Chen Yuan's actions were not merely a provocation against the family's ironclad rules. They were a blatant affront to Chen Baoxuan's dignity. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to undermine his authority in such a flagrant manner. Chen Yuan cast a glance at Chen Baoxuan and remarked indifferently, "Time and again, you reveal your murderous intent, thinking you can intimidate me, Chen Yuan. I may lack many virtues, but when it comes to delivering justice, I am never lenient." At that moment, Chen Baoxuan found himself at a loss for words. For it was indeed true that Chen Bangkong had displayed his lethal intentions on multiple occasions. Yet, one must ponder, after subjecting someone to such profound humiliation, can one truly expect a warm reception in return? It is utterly inconceivable. At this juncture, Yi Qinyang interjected, "In my capacity as the matriarch, I hereby decree the execution of this sinner, who has repeatedly exhibited defiance and murderous intent. Should the Elder Council deem this punishment unjust, they are welcome to strip me of my matriarchal title." A palpable tension enveloped the assembly. This family was truly capable of intricate machinations. Originally, Chen Bangkong had already been deemed the wrongdoer, but now he had been transformed into a sinner, marked by his repeated displays of lethal intent. With his very life at stake, where could one possibly seek justice in such a predicament? In the next moment, Yi Qinyang's voice turned icy once more. "With Chun Beiyuan in the past, and now Chen Bangkong, do you truly believe that my faction lacks the strength to counter your second faction?" As her words lingered, a chilling aura swept through the hall, causing the temperature to plummet. The elders of the second faction exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions shifting subtly. The incident regarding Chen Beiyuan was hardly a secret within the clan. Consequently, members of the second faction had hastily distanced themselves from him, eager to avoid any repercussions. After all, the Patriarch's faction stood as the most formidable within the Qin clan. In unnecessary circumstances, none would wish to provoke the Patriarch's faction, leading to Chen Beiyuan's outright abandonment by them. Then, Yi Qinyang shifted her tone, emphasizing, "I shall make it clear today, this matter is far from over. Regardless of who is pulling the strings from the shadows, I will investigate thoroughly until every individual involved is unearthed." Upon hearing these words, many faces paled in response, especially a young man among the crowd, whose hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. It was evident to any discerning observer that Chen Kuang had acted under external influence. With Yi Qinyang now determined to pursue the matter, it was clear that trouble loomed on the horizon for the clan. Let us conclude today's proceedings, but I implore that such incidents do not recur. Amidst the palpable anxiety of the assembly, Chen Wudao made a statement that solidified the situation. Yi Qingyang cast a glance at her father-in-law, but chose not to oppose him. At the very least, her objectives had been achieved. As the matriarch, she understood better than anyone the significance of knowing when to relent. In a large family, one must first secure the right to compel concessions in order to gain any advantage. A collective sigh of relief resonated among many as they silently acknowledged their reprieve. However, many turned their gaze towards Yi Chunyun and Chun Wan, their expressions fluctuating uncertainly. Unbeknownst to them, this mother-daughter duo had unwittingly performed a splendid act. Meanwhile, Chen Baxiang's eyes fixated on Chun Wan, his brow furrowing slightly. He had long wished to meet her before her return, and now that he finally had, he found himself at a disadvantage, having suffered 3 covert losses without the opportunity for retaliation. The only solace he found was that he remained concealed, his identity undisclosed. This afforded him ample time and space to manipulate the unfolding events. With that thought, Chen Baxiang couldn't help but exhale in relief. Enough, everyone disperse. Little one, come with me, Chen Wudao spoke again. No one dared to object. Even without Chen Wudao's prompting, they were disinclined to linger any longer. It was apparent that few among them held a favorable opinion of Chun Wan. In a prestigious family, the most cherished individuals are those who exhibit extraordinary talent while adhering to the rules, qualities Chun Wan evidently lacked. Such individuals are seldom welcomed into one's circle. Just as the members of the second faction prepared to move and retrieve Chun Bacao's remains, Chun Wan's voice unexpectedly rang out. Wait. Chen Baheo looked coldly at Chun Wan, questioning, are we not even permitted to collect the body? Chun Wan did not respond. Instead, she stepped forward to Chun Bacao's side, extending her hand to grasp a spatial ring. Do not overreach. Chen Baheo's expression shifted drastically. The items within a spatial ring carried by Chun Bacao were undoubtedly significant. Chun Baheo's willingness to retrieve his brother's body stemmed from both familial ties and the value of the ring's contents. Calmly, Chun Wan secured the ring and glanced at Chun Baheo, stating, is there an issue with my collecting the spoils? Surely you do the same? This young man, utterly shameless. Observing Chun Wan's demeanor, the crowd felt a strong urge to strike out. You, very well. I, Chun Baheo, will remember this. He gritted through clenched teeth before departing with Chun Bacao in tow. Oh, do remember to carry the spatial ring with you, Chun Wan remarked nonchalantly. Let us go? Chun Baheo abruptly halted, then let out a thunderous roar. The others did not linger any longer, casting one last deep glance at Chun Wan before leaving in succession. Chen Baxiang stepped forward to stand before Chun Wan, smiling. Little one, you have certainly opened my eyes today. Speak, what do you desire? I shall bestow upon you a gift. A gift? Chun Wan chuckled softly. Then I must take full advantage of this opportunity. With that thought, a subtle smirk played upon her lips. Chun Hongmian had been closely observing Chun Wan's actions, and upon witnessing this moment, she realized that Chun Baxiang was likely to suffer a considerable loss. Chapter 75, Siblings Unite. Once again acquiring the ancient Imperial pill, then I shall not hold back, Chun Wan remarked, casting a glance at Chen Baxian. With a faint smile, Chun Baxian replied, if you were to be polite with your second uncle, that would truly be a sign of estrangement. Feigning contemplation, Chun Wan finally said, Second uncle, you are well aware of my predicament. Having just returned to the clan, I am already facing hostility. If I linger any longer, I fear for my personal safety. Therefore, I do not require an extravagant gift. A mere Imperial artifact or a single Imperial pill would suffice. If that proves too difficult, a pill capable of swiftly elevating me by 1 or 2 realms would also be acceptable. Chen Baxiwan's expression darkened, and his lips twitched in disbelief. You little brat. Do you truly dare to make such demands? And you speak of merely an if that is too difficult. Do you take me for a fool? The faces of Chun Badeo and the others were equally remarkable. Only Chun Hongmian struggled to suppress her laughter, nearly bursting into fits of mirth. Indeed, my little brother, you have performed splendidly. Chun Wan tugged at the corners of his mouth, presenting an innocuous smile. Second uncle, my request surely isn't excessive, is it? Not excessive. Not excessive at all, you say? Chen Baxiwan's smile was strained. Little one, my power is limited. I truly cannot provide such things. In truth, Chen Baxiwan was not being dishonest this time. While the Chen clan could indeed produce Imperial artifacts and pills, they were not something that could be casually distributed. Typically, only those who had rendered significant contributions or possessed immense potential were granted such honors. As for Chun Baxiwen himself, despite having a certain level of resources, he could never bestow such favors, especially upon someone he had his own designs on. Oh, since second uncle finds himself in a difficult position, I shall let it go, Chunwen said, shifting his tone. In fact, I do not require gifts. You need not concern yourself with your previous words. Chun Baxiwen's lips twitched again. You claim you do not care and do not need anything. Yet why do you still bring it up? You are truly putting me in a precarious position. Second uncle is not the sort to go back on his word. You misunderstand him entirely. Just as Chun Baxiwen seethed with indignation, Chun Hongmian suddenly interjected, her words driving Chun Baxiwen to the edge of a precipice. Before he could respond, she continued, Second uncle, I recall that you recently acquired an ancient imperial pill known as the Xianlong Bajidin. Why not gift it to my little brother? Though this imperial pill may not be an emperor-grade pill, it would be perfectly suited for my brother at this stage. Besides, it is rather demanding on the body, making it unsuitable for you, second uncle. Chun Baxiwen's countenance darkened further, his smile straining to hold. If Chun Hongmian's previous statement had nudged him towards the cliff, this one had unceremoniously cast him over the edge. What was the Xianlong Bajidin? It was an ancient imperial pill that he had painstakingly acquired. Though it was merely an imperial pill, it far surpassed the ordinary holy-grade pills. Most importantly, upon consumption, this elixir not only fortifies one's physique, but also facilitates a rapid transformation into the supreme dragon's might, maximizing one's personal power. As the possessor of the 9 transformations' dominant body, he is fully capable of harnessing the full potential of this elixir. Although lacking this pill would not entirely preclude him from breaking through to the 9 transformations' dominant body, entrusting it to Chun would be far more disheartening than a slap to his face. Noticing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Chun Bad Dao discerned Chun Ba Xian's predicament and remarked, Xiaowen, accompany me to see Grandpa. He is growing impatient. You all may return first and ensure that Xiaowen has a suitable place to stay. All right. As for the gift from my second uncle, there's no need for it. I appreciate your sentiment. Chun seemed oblivious to his father's meaning, reiterating his point to Chun Ba Xian before departing. Damn. Chun Ba Xian felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Chun Bad Dao shot a disapproving glance at Chunwen, as if to say, are you genuinely unable to comprehend my words, or are you merely feigning ignorance? Understanding that he must respond, lest he appear remiss in his demeanor, Chun Ba Xian realized he needed to maintain his persona until he achieved his objective. Reflecting on this, he resolved that, indeed, Xiao Mian was correct. The Supreme Dragon's might pill held little value for him. If it would benefit Xiaowen, then he would bestow it upon him as a token of goodwill from an uncle. With that, Chun Ba Xian presented an antiquated pill box to Chunwen. These children are merely jesting. You cannot take them seriously, Xiandi. Chun Bad Dao interjected promptly. Chun Ba Xian smiled, placing the pill box in Chunwen's hands. This is merely a gift from your uncle. What business is it of yours, elder brother? You. Chun Bad Dao shook his head in resignation, then shot another glare at Chunwen. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and thank your second uncle. Chunwen quickly mustered a smile. Thank you, second uncle. I shall utilize this elixir wisely and not let you down. Of course, I must make the most of it, he thought, a chill creeping into his heart. To use it against you, so you may truly appreciate its potency. That is well, Chun Ba Xian reassured, patting Chunwen's hand. Father, let us go. Chunwen lifted the pill box in his hand. Observing Chunwen's actions, Chun Ba Xian felt a surge of emotion. Chun Bad Dao said little more, leading Chunwen toward the location of Chun Wu Dao. As he watched Chunwen's departing figure, Chun Ba Xian, though still wearing a facade of a smile, felt a tempest of malevolence brewing within him. Everything he had sacrificed today would soon be repaid 1,000-fold. Before long, Chunwen arrived with Chun Bad Dao at a solemn and ancient palace. Upon entering, Chunwen discovered that everything within was far simpler than he had anticipated, exuding an aura of profound simplicity. Please, take a seat, Chun Wu Dao gestured, pressing down his hand. After observing his father take a seat, Chunwen settled beside him. With figures like Chun Ba Xuan, he could exhibit arrogance and insolence. Yet, in the presence of his grandfather, he could only harbor deep respect. How does it feel to be home? Chun Wu Dao inquired first. Chunwen replied, It feels wonderful. After just returning, I have already received so many gifts of greeting. Chun Wu Dao cast a glance at Chunwen before continuing. Such is the nature of a grand family. You performed admirably today. However, remember this, in all endeavors, one must understand the virtue of moderation, for failing to do so may lead one perilously close to the precipice. At that juncture, retreat would be utterly impossible. Do you comprehend? The grandson solemnly committed this wisdom to memory. Chun Wen recognized that Chu Youwei was imparting a lesson to him, thus he refrained from arguing. Nevertheless, there were certain matters that left no room for negotiation in his mind. Just as with Chun Bashuan, he knew he must eliminate him, regardless of any pleas for mercy. Chapter 76. The enraged Chun Bashuan. Chun Youwei stunned regarding the matter of the marriage contract. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Chun Youwei glanced at Chun Wen before speaking. Chun Wen's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing an unusual undertone. Had someone from the ancient kingdom of Lulan come to persuade him? The issue lies in the fact that your grandmother holds great affection for Lulan Xingxue, coupled with her relationship with Ji Qingying. Thus it is inevitable that she would have certain views on this matter. Chun Youwei sighed softly. I see. It is these two who harbor discontent towards him. No wonder grandmother did not come to welcome him. The crux of the matter lies here. A moment of clarity flashed through Chun Wen's mind. Grandfather, you too are a man and understand that there are some things one can endure, yet there are others that one must never tolerate. Thus, on behalf of grandmother, I can only offer my apologies. Chun Youwei gazed deeply at Chun Wen. Since you have made up your mind, then proceed according to your own thoughts. Remember, as long as you do not endanger the Qin clan, I will support you in all matters. Grandson, I am grateful to you, grandfather. Chun Wen promptly replied, his demeanor exceedingly solemn and earnest. Very well, you may leave now. Someone will escort you to your residence. Chun Youwei waved his hand. Understood, grandfather. Chun Wen responded and turned to exit the hall. Once Chun Wen departed, Chun Youwei spoke again. Have we confirmed the matter regarding Qin Bangkong? It is confirmed. Xiao Di has seen Qin Bansong's background within that boy's memories. Everything was orchestrated by him in the shadows. Qin Badu replied solemnly. Chun Youwei sighed, urging caution. We must handle this discreetly. The coming-of-age ceremony is in 3 days. Let us not provide others with fodder for amusement. Qin Badu moved his lips, but ultimately acquiesced. Very well, I understand. I am aware you wish to seek justice for Xiao Wen, to set an example. However, the reputation of the family and the relations between factions cannot be neglected. As the clan leader, you must be mindful of this, understand? Chun Youwei sighed once more. I understand. Qin Badu replied, though his tones sounded rather stiff. Chun Youwei regarded him silently, choosing not to say more. Meanwhile, Qin Bashuan returned to his residence. At this moment, a strikingly handsome yet defiant youth with a piercing gaze stood before him. This youth was none other than Qin Bashuan's son, Qin Guchen. In stark contrast to his previous demeanor, Qin Bashuan now wore a cold expression. Who permitted you to act on your own? Qin Guchen felt a chill run down his spine under his father's glare and could only lower his head. Father, I acknowledge my mistake. Mistake? This is beyond mere error. You nearly implicated me as well. Qin Bashuan's anger flared anew. In such circumstances, how could you even consider inciting others to act? Where is your reasoning? Where is your sense? I, Qin Bashuan, have prided myself on my intelligence throughout my life. Yet how could I produce such a fool as you? Consumed by rage, Qin Bashuan smashed the table beside him into splinters. Qin Guchen's stubbornness was unleashed as he exclaimed, Yes, I am foolish. But is it not your favoritism towards Chun Youwei that has led to this? Have you ever cared about my well-being? To those unaware, one might think he is your biological son. Now you demand something from me. Who do you think you are, and by what right? Qin Bashuan's fingers trembled with rage. His eyes filled with disappointment. His intention in nurturing Chun Youwei was merely to ensure he could be of use at a crucial moment. This was evident to anyone. Yet, now his own flesh and blood wielded this as a weapon against him. The overwhelming sense of disappointment consumed him. You, how dare you? Qin Guchen raged. I simply cannot tolerate Chun Youwei and his entire family. If it weren't for Qin Badu, you would have been the clan leader, and I would have been the young clan leader, leaving no room for Chun Youwei at all. I declare this. If I cannot deal with Chun Youwei, I shall eliminate Chun Wen, so they can taste the bitterness of losing a loved one. Qin Bashuan's fury subsided slightly as he fixed a steely gaze upon Qin Guchen. What are you plotting? I instructed you not to take any action. Did you not hear me? I will repeat myself. Chun Wen cannot die. At least not in the immediate future. Do you understand? As he spoke, a chilling aura imbued with murderous intent, bore down upon Chen Guqin. The surrounding air was filled with a terrifying howl, causing shivers to run down spines. Chen Guqin's heart raced. He had never encountered such a fearsome father. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Guqin stammered, clearly shaken. Upon witnessing his son's reaction, Chen Bashuan reigned in his overwhelming presence. If you truly cannot accept this, you may challenge him openly during the coming initiation ceremony. Test his strength for me. Do you comprehend? Yes, I will certainly comply, Chen Guqin replied, not daring to rebel further. Go then, Chen Bashuan gestured dismissively. As Chen Guqin took his leave, a cloaked figure murmured, "Is it wise to allow the young master to proceed? That boy who defeated Chu Tianlong is certainly not to be underestimated. If my son cannot surpass a mere impostor, then he might as well perish," Chen Bashuan retorted, then shifted his tone. "You are aware of Chen Guqin's temperament. Suppressing him will only lead to greater backlash. Instead of harboring this unpredictable element, it is better to let him pursue a goal. This way, he may find some comfort in it. Furthermore, we will gain insight into his current capabilities and devise appropriate strategies moving forward." Understood, the cloaked figure nodded before vanishing once more. Chen Bashuan's expression turned solemn, coldly stating, "My possessions are not easily taken. It will not be long before you repay me 100-fold. At the same time, Chen Yuan, under the guidance of his attendants, returned to the residence that had been meticulously prepared. The palace before him could only be described with a single word: extravagantly luxurious, replete with opulence. Meanwhile, Yi Chenyin and others had long been waiting outside the hall, and upon sighting Chen Yuan, they immediately approached him. "Come, let me take you for a stroll and see if it meets your satisfaction. If not, we shall find another," Yi Chenyin urged, grasping Chen Yuan's hand. A wave of warmth enveloped Chen Yuan, prompting him to respond, "Then I shall take a good look. Let us proceed." Chen Hongyan joined them, wrapping her arm around Chen Yuan's left. Observing the trio, Chen Wudi suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. "Brother, let us go." Chen Yuan turned to Chen Wudi. "You all go ahead. I shall sit in the hall for a while." Chen Wudi contemplated before replying. "Come on, do not mind this wooden block," one of them quipped. "Indeed, he knows nothing of what we call charm." With that, they pulled Chen Yuan further inside, leaving Chen Wudi feeling a chill, as if a brisk wind had swept through him. "I was merely being polite, and yet you two have truly abandoned me. How outrageous." Chapter 77. The customs of the coming-of-age ceremony. After a while, Chen Yuan came to a halt, feeling the vastness of the surroundings. "As long as it is arranged by you, mother, I am entirely satisfied." "Very well. Should you find your accommodations uncomfortable later, simply inform me," she replied. Noticing Chen Yuan's waning interest, Yi Chenyin chose not to press further. "Thank you, mother," Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up. Yi Chenyin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. "Why this formality, my child? By the way, has the date for the coming-of-age ceremony been set?" Chen Yuan inquired, recalling the matter. Yi Chenyin's expression turned serious. "I was just about to discuss this with you. Come, let us sit in the inner hall." With that, she led Chen Yuan to the inner chamber. Soon, the four of them were seated. Yi Chenyin glanced at Chen Yuan before continuing. "This coming-of-age ceremony will be the most grand and lively event in recent years. Strictly speaking, youths of your age, 16, are not eligible to participate. However, given your unique circumstances, the clan has made an exception. Moreover, the clan wishes to use this occasion to announce your return. Many influential figures will attend, and there will certainly be those who harbor ill intentions towards you. Regardless of the situation, your foremost priority must be to safeguard yourself. We shall handle the rest." Understood. Chen Yuan nodded. He had anticipated this scenario and was not particularly surprised. As for the specific procedures of the ceremony, they remained a mystery, to be revealed only on the day itself. Yi Chenyin shifted the topic. "However, the ultimate purpose of the ceremony is to determine the ranking of the Imperial sons. Thus, the process of channeling Imperial energy to purify one's bloodline is essential. This aspect is crucial as it pertains to an individual's future. It is also what sets the offspring of the Imperial family apart from others, and the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Remember, by any means necessary, you must absorb as much Imperial energy as possible. Only then can you secure a higher ranking and access greater resources. Imperial energy? To purify my bloodline? My interest is piqued," Chen Yuan remarked with a slight smirk. "Understood, I will not disappoint you." "That is reassuring," Yi Qinyun nodded with satisfaction. However, she soon recalled something else and added, "It is likely that the ancient kingdom of Lulan will also send representatives." Lulan Xingxue? Chunwen raised an eyebrow. Yi Qinyun shook her head. It should be the monarch and queen of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, coming in the guise of observers. Heh, perhaps they are coming due to the marriage agreement, Chun Hongyan remarked coldly. Yi Qinyun did not deny it. You need not be overly confrontational with them. Simply treat them as elders. The son's character is well known to you, dear mother. He has never been one to relent once he has the upper hand. Chunwen remarked with a light chuckle. Indeed, you dare to say anything, Qin Wudi interjected, unable to suppress a smirk. Yi Qinyun maintained a serene smile, saying, "As long as you are self-aware, I shall rest easy." With that, she shifted the conversation, adding, "We shall not intrude further. Do inform me of anything at any time." "Rest assured, I will not stand on ceremony with you," Chunwen replied with a grin. Yi Qinyun chose not to elaborate further and rose to her feet. Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi nodded at Chunwen and also stood up. Once the trio departed, Chunwen's smile gradually faded. The upcoming adult ceremony in 3 days was bound to be tumultuous. Even if no one targeted him, he had no intention of letting matters rest. At the very least, he intended to eliminate Chun Bashuan before everyone's eyes, regardless of what lay behind him or how much influence he wielded within the Qin clan. That was of no concern. With this thought in mind, Chunwen did not linger, turning instead to enter the cultivation chamber. As soon as he settled in, Chunwen retrieved the spatial ring he had obtained from Chun Bashian. He was eager to discover its contents, particularly the coveted supreme herb. According to his mother, this supreme herb was known as the 9-yang suspended wood root, formed from the essence of the sun and moon, nurtured by the earth's spiritual marrow over millennia. In the entire upper realm, one would be hard-pressed to find a second root of its kind. In terms of rarity, it was comparable to Dao herbs, if not Imperial herbs. It was for this reason that she had gone to great lengths to ensure he acquired it from Qin Bashian. Additionally, it possessed an exceedingly rare property. Once absorbed, it could significantly enhance the vitality of the human body. There was even a chance of acquiring a restorative ability as a life talent. And what did he currently lack? Was it not the restorative capability following the use of absolute talent? If he successfully obtained this talent, would it not signify that he could wield his absolute combat power without hesitation? Contemplating this, Chunwen felt a surge of excitement and subsequently directed his consciousness into the spatial ring. In an instant, all that lay within the ring came into view. Exquisite crystal gems, divine essence, and various spiritual materials lay undisturbed within. He found himself lacking for none of these items. Compared to what his parents had provided, these were trivial and insignificant. After a cursory glance, his attention was drawn to an ancient stone box. Ancient symbols swirled upon its surface, indicating its extraordinary nature. Taking a deep breath, Chunwen opened the stone box. Instantly, a black, desiccated piece of wood, roughly the length of 3 fingers, came into view. Golden solar patterns were naturally etched upon the wood, emanating a gentle warmth that filled the box. Is this truly the 9-yang suspended wood root? Chunwen gazed at the wood within the box, inhaling deeply once more. This is not the 9-yang suspended wood root, the voice of Xian Hongxiao echoed softly. From her voice, one could distinctly perceive her astonishment. What is that? Chunwen could not help but inquire. It is a root of the great world divine tree. From the aura emanating from it, it appears to retain a faint essence of life. Xian Hongxiao inhaled deeply. The great world divine tree? Chunwen gasped in astonishment. As a fervent admirer of fantasy novels in his previous life, he was well aware of the significance of such a divine tree. The classic of mountains and seas records 3 sacred trees, Fusong, Jianmu, and Romu. Each of these trees serves a unique purpose. Yet all are entities that transcend the heavens and the earth. However, he pondered the connection between this great world divine tree and the 3 legendary trees. At that moment, Xian Hongxiao spoke again. Legend has it that the great world divine tree is the source of all beings, the very inception of life. When chaos first unfurled, it birthed all things in the name of the seed of life, ultimately culminating in the creation of a vast world. The possessor of this tree can not only expand a realm within themselves, but also harness the power contained within that world. Imagine, you alone would embody an entire universe. Who could possibly stand against you then? Moreover, the great world divine tree itself possesses divine power, bestowing unimaginable strength upon its host. Incredible. At that moment, the only word that came to Chun Wen's mind was incredible. What would it be like if he were to possess the great world divine tree? The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration through him. Senior, do you have any means to revive it and plant it within me? Chun Wen asked, suppressing his inner excitement. Chapter 78. The Divine Tree of the Great World and the Emergence of the Imperial list. The chaotic sequence energy within you has the innate ability to nurture the divine tree of the great world, which is a distinct advantage. Whether or not you will succeed depends solely on your fortune, Xianhong Xiao mused before speaking. Chun Wen's eyes immediately brightened. What should I do? It's quite simple, Xianhong Xiao replied. First, you must infuse the chaotic sequence energy into the roots of the divine tree. Once it has fully transformed into chaos, you can draw it into your spiritual aperture. Afterward, you merely need to continue nurturing it with the chaotic sequence energy until it takes root and sprouts within your spiritual aperture. I understand, Chun Wen said, without hesitation, as he began to channel the chaotic sequence energy within him, gradually injecting it into the roots of the divine tree. At the moment the chaotic sequence energy surged forth, the roots of the divine tree seemed to come alive, actively absorbing the energy. What a spectacle, Chun Wen thought, his heart racing as he released the restraints, allowing the tree to draw in the energy freely. Initially, he believed it would take considerable effort, but to his surprise, the process was unfolding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. As time passed, the roots of the divine tree exhibited notable changes as they continued to absorb the chaotic sequence energy. The most prominent feature was the emergence of cracks in the once withered roots, as if they were shedding their old skin. The surface patterns, originally simple, began to evolve into increasingly intricate designs. The essence contained within became more ancient and mysterious, particularly that unique aura that seemed to emanate from the boundless expanse of time and space. A radiant white light burst forth, both sacred and flawless. Suddenly, Chun Wen's complexion turned pale. He felt an overwhelming sensation of depletion. The amount of chaotic sequence energy required by the roots of the divine tree was far greater than he had anticipated. More alarmingly, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The roots seemed to cling to his palm like a magnet, refusing to detach no matter how vigorously he shook his hand. Xiaozi, you must come up with a solution quickly. I feel as though I'm being drained dry, Chun Wen exclaimed, urgency creeping into his voice. Xianhong Xiao calmly responded. Do not panic. With your current strength of chaotic sequence energy, you can sufficiently support the absorption by the roots. Your only concern should be whether it can revive and be drawn into your spiritual aperture in an orderly manner. All right, I will endure a little longer, Chun Wen said, taking a deep breath and calming himself once more. Time slipped by, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Chun Wen's lips had turned completely pale, the darkness under his eyes deepening, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. A closer inspection would reveal that his body was trembling violently, as if he had been hollowed out repeatedly, reaching a state of utter exhaustion. Xiaozi, you truly need to devise a plan for me. Look at me, I'm trembling. Chun Wen could no longer contain his distress and spoke again. Xianhong Xiao remained unhurried, asserting that a man must not falter. After all, it was merely a matter of exhausting oneself dozens of times. As cultivators, we are capable of engaging with a myriad of women effortlessly. What is this in comparison? Chun Wen was at a loss. While others might revel in such encounters, he found himself utterly tormented. How could this be compared? Yet, he found himself unable to counter any argument. Just when he could no longer endure, the roots of the great world divine tree began to exhibit changes. The increasingly intricate divine patterns above began to intertwine, forming a complete diagram of divine symbols. The entire root of the divine tree gradually transformed, as if morphing into a stream of chaos. Now was the moment. Whether success in guiding it into the spiritual aperture depended on this very instance, Xianhong Xiao urged. Chun Wen was immediately jolted, casting aside all distractions, his focus sharpening to an extreme. He centered himself, allowing his thoughts to flow with intention, enveloping it with his soul, and gradually guiding it into his body. Xianhong Xiao's voice resonated once more. Chun Wen uttered nothing, meticulously following her instructions, extending his soul to envelop the divine tree root. Perhaps due to the nurturing essence of the chaotic sequence, the divine tree root offered no resistance upon contact with his soul, submitting willingly to its embrace. Splendid. The first step was successfully accomplished. Chu Yuwei stifled his excitement, once more channeling his soul to gradually draw the divine tree root into his body. The root, without struggle, followed his soul's guidance, soon transforming into a streak of light that entered his spiritual aperture. Immediately, he summoned the chaotic sequence essence to acclimate the divine tree root to its new environment. Xianhong Shao spoke again. Understood. At this juncture, Chu Yuwei was indifferent to whether he was being drained. He once again manipulated the chaotic sequence essence within the spiritual aperture. However, he dared not slacken his efforts, simultaneously absorbing the divine source and spirit crystals. Only by establishing a beneficial cycle between the internal and external could he sustain his endeavor. Thus, the fate of the divine tree root sprouting rested on the ensuing developments. Xianhong Shao's tone shifted, reminding him that regardless of what transpired, he must persevere, for this opportunity was singular. Should he fail, the divine tree root would lose its vitality, and his efforts would be in vain. Fear not, having come this far, even if it perishes, I shall ensure its revival. Chu Yuwei gritted his teeth in determination. With that, Chu Yuwei accelerated his absorption of spirit crystals and divine sources, while simultaneously quickening the release of chaotic sequence essence. Meanwhile, outside, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. With the adulthood ceremony merely a day away, young members of the Chun clan began to return from various realms, some from secret realms, others from lower realms. Due to Chu Yuwei's breach of protocol, this adulthood ceremony allowed participation from 3 age groups, with the eldest reaching 18 and the youngest as young as 16. In a prominent family such as the Chun clan, a mere 2-year age difference can create an insurmountable chasm. Consequently, many of the younger members harbor significant grievances against Chu Yuwei. Were it not for his influence, their coming-of-age ceremonies would still be 2 years hence, allowing them to return with a far more formidable presence. Simultaneously, numerous representatives from various esteemed families within the ancient realm have been invited to witness this grand occasion. Many of these families comprehend that this gathering serves more as an external declaration of the Chun clan status. Thus, they dare not appear disrespectful and are compelled to send representatives to bear witness to the event. As another day swiftly passes, merely one evening remains until the coming-of-age ceremony. At this juncture, the Chun clan also unveils the latest emperor's rankings. The first position is held by Chun Tianming, a 17-year-old at the second stage of nirvana. The second is occupied by Chun Tiandu, an 18-year-old in the first stage of nirvana. The third place is claimed by Chun Zai, an 18-year-old at the 10th stage of life and death. The fourth is Chun Guchen, a 16-year-old at the 9th stage of life and death. The fifth is Chun Yuan, a 17-year-old at the 8th stage of life and death. The sixth is Chun Xingshui, also a 17-year-old at the 8th stage of life and death. The seventh is Chun Qingming, a 16-year-old at the 8th stage of life and death. The 8th position is held by Chun Ju, an 18-year-old at the 8th stage of life and death. The 9th is Chun Zi, a 16-year-old at the 8th stage of life and death. And finally, the 10th is Chun Feng, an 18-year-old at the 8th stage of life and death. The Emperor's rankings, also referred to as the Reserve Emperor rankings, are determined by the clan's elders through various assessments. These 10 individuals are poised to be the leading contenders in the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they are likely to be the foremost candidates for the title of emperor. Once the rankings were disclosed, a palpable excitement surged through the Chun clan, as numerous younger members eagerly sought information about the ranked individuals from their respective elders. Concurrently, the divine tree root nurtured by Chun Yuwei experienced a significant breakthrough, exuding strands of vital energy that permeated the air around it. Chapter 79. Breaking Through. The adult ceremony commences. Is it finally happening? Chu Yuwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he instinctively increased the infusion of chaotic sequence energy. It wasn't long before the roots of the divine tree were fully awakened. Circles of divine patterns began to manifest astonishing phenomena, radiating a milky green aura. At the moment the aura rippled outward, a tiny, tender tooth emerged. It felt as though all of creation had suddenly come to life. Soon, the entire root of the divine tree was enveloped in a white halo, while the milky green aura shimmered upon the halo like ripples across a tranquil surface. Is it alive? Chu Yuwei gazed in awe at this spectacle, momentarily at a loss for words. Within this white halo, he sensed an ancient and mysterious power. Could this be the divine strength of the great world tree? From the milky green aura, he felt a rich vitality, as if all lifelessness could be rejuvenated by its nurturing essence. Could it be that even if I suffer tremendous injuries in the future, I would not perish without relying on the absolute fire seed? As this thought crossed his mind, Chunwen's eyes gleamed with hope. Perhaps sensing his contemplation, Xianhong Xiao gently remarked, "Strictly speaking, what you envision is indeed correct. However, your great world tree has merely just sprouted. The aid it can provide is far more limited than you imagine. Its true prowess lies in its ability to create a self-sustaining realm within your body. Once you possess a great world as your foundation, your chaotic sequence body will unleash unimaginable power. You could say that you would find it nearly impossible to encounter an opponent, making invincibility throughout the ages no longer a mere fantasy." Wow, is it really that formidable? This investment has truly been worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Chunwen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. By the way, didn't you mention that I could utilize its divine power? How do I do that? Chunwen suddenly recalled Xianhong Xiao's words and hurriedly inquired. Xianhong Xiao replied calmly, "You need only to stimulate the roots of the divine tree. But I advise against attempting it lightly. Though divine power is potent, it places a tremendous burden on your body, and with the depletion of divine energy, the life force granted by the tree cannot be restored. You must find a way to recover it yourself. So, it has been waiting for me all along. Everything has its price," Chunwen mused helplessly. "Enough. You have half a day left. Hurry and absorb the life force from the tree's roots, and see how much you can enhance," Xianhong Xiao instructed. "All right," Chunwen responded, and promptly began to absorb the power that filled his body. The life force from the divine tree was far purer and gentler than he had anticipated, allowing him to effortlessly assimilate it completely. Boom. The moment the power fully integrated into his body, an unimaginable force began to batter against his bottleneck repeatedly. In an instant, Chunwen felt the barriers of his realm beginning to loosen, waves of power surging upward relentlessly. Boom. The spiritual energy in the air was rapidly gathering, pulsating violently, akin to water reaching a boil. At the moment when the spiritual energy cascaded down, connecting the internal and external realms, the walls of his bottleneck finally shattered. The second stage of life and death realm. The third stage of life and death realm. In quick succession, Chunwen broke through two minor realms, and the tumultuous power within him gradually subsided. At this moment, the aura irradiating from Chunwen surpassed that of the first stage of life and death realm by more than threefold. Under normal circumstances, he would have been invincible within the same realm. Now, with an enhancement exceeding threefold, one could only imagine the magnitude of his current strength. Moreover, he possessed an innate combat talent and a drop of chaotic liquid capable of infinitely enhancing his strength for a minute. With this, he held unwavering confidence in defeating Chun Baxian, despite the latter's hidden cards. Contemplating this, Chunwen exhaled a breath of turbid air. At last, he felt he possessed absolute confidence. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Chunwen immediately withdrew from his thoughts. It then dawned on him that during the past 3 days, he had consumed nearly 5 million units of divine essence and spiritual crystals. Had it not been for the substantial amount he had previously acquired, he couldn't fathom such a scenario. One could only say that the price he paid for the budding of the divine tree's roots was exceedingly steep. Yet, fortunately, every sacrifice was worthwhile. After brushing off the dust from his attire, Chunwen stood up and walked outside. Upon opening the door, the visage of Chun Hongmian immediately greeted his eyes. "Little brother, you." Just as Chun Hongmian began to speak, she realized that in the span of 3 days, Chunwen had elevated his realm by 2 minor stages. If Chunwen's strength had been lacking, such a rapid ascent would be inconsequential. However, with the ability to manifest 99 celestial figures, who would dare to question his power? It seemed she had underestimated her little brother's potential. With this thought, Chun Hongmian struggled to suppress the tumult within her heart. Is the adult ceremony about to commence? Chunwen inquired first. Chun Hongmian snapped back to reality. Yes, the grand hall is already filled with attendees. We are just waiting for you. Very well. I shall change into another outfit, Chunwen replied, turning to enter his room. Soon, he emerged, impeccably dressed. Chun Hongmian was momentarily taken aback. Clad in a white robe, Chen Wen could only be described as exceptionally handsome. Even having encountered numerous remarkable individuals, she found it challenging to identify anyone who could overshadow him. "What is it?" Chen Wen asked, noticing Chen Hongmian's slight daze. She shook her head, regaining her composure, and stated earnestly, "Before we head to the Grand Hall, you should take a look at this." With a wave of her hand, a luminous screen appeared in the air, displaying the Emperor's ranking list. Chen Wen couldn't help but look over, quickly absorbing the information of the 10 individuals listed. What is the Emperor's ranking list? The foremost 10 individuals participating in the adult ceremony undoubtedly include some who conceal their true prowess beneath a facade of simplicity, remarked Chen Hongmian. The strongest 10? Chen Wen felt a stir in his heart, redirecting his gaze to the luminous screen, ultimately fixating on the top contender, Chen Tianming. At merely 17 years of age, possessing the remarkable dual Nirvana realm, he is indeed extraordinary. It is essential to note that even his fiancée Yi, though merely 18, has only reached the 10th level of the life and death realm. However, one must acknowledge that sometimes, rank does not denote the entirety of one's capabilities. There are always those whose strength surpasses their apparent level. Chen Hongmian continued, Chen Tianming is exceptionally formidable, often heralded as the next Chen Invincible. A born emperor with a celestial mandate, a favored child under the protection of destiny. From a tender age, he exhibited an invincible demeanor, and after a decade of cultivation, he has remarkably eclipsed the younger generation in just 5 years. Upon his premature return 2 years ago, he trained within the Emperor Ancient Realm. Yet he has maintained a low profile, leaving no one aware of the true extent of his power. Moreover, he has become the most scrutinized rising star within our clan, with numerous voices advocating for him to receive the same nurturing treatment as his elder brother. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, your most formidable rival is undoubtedly he. Furthermore, he belongs to the second faction, and given that you have already struck a blow to them upon your return, it is likely he may intervene to restore their honor. Therefore, it would be prudent to exercise caution in regard to him. Chen Tianming, the most scrutinized rising star? It appears that this adult ceremony promises to be far more exhilarating than one could have anticipated. A subtle smile crept across Chen Wen's lips. Those familiar with him would surely recognize that his interest had been piqued. Chapter 80. The focus of attention. The innate protagonist Chen Tianming, after collecting his thoughts. Chen Wen finally spoke. "I will be attentive." "Very well. I shall say no more," Chen Hongmian replied, casting a glance at Chen Wen before stepping outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Wen followed closely behind. However, they had not ventured far when Chen Hongmian abruptly halted. "Oh, if you wish to create a scene at the grand ceremony, feel free to do so. I shall take care of everything." Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the implication behind Chen Hongmian's words, which pertained to the matter of Chen Bashuan. He could not help but feel that having such a sister was indeed his greatest fortune. With this thought in mind, Chen Wen involuntarily chuckled softly and nodded earnestly. "All right, let us proceed." Upon receiving Chen Wen's affirmation, Chen Hongmian refrained from further comment and briskly made her way toward the venue. Meanwhile, at the grand venue, the expansive hall was already teeming with people. Various formidable spirit beasts and flying contraptions hovered in the air. Numerous cultivators from the Eternal Life Empire had also arrived, taking their seats in the audience, creating a cacophony of voices. On the elevated platform, the seats were filled with representatives from distinguished families. Chen Badeo and Yi Chenin, as the patriarch and matriarch, occupied the center, commanding the presence for this grand occasion. Not far from Chen Hongmian, a pair of middle-aged individuals bore expressions that were less than favorable. Dressed in lavish attire, they exuded an air of nobility, their appearance undoubtedly striking. The middle-aged man, possessing a regal demeanor, emanated an imposing aura with every gesture, evidence of his long-standing position of power. This pair was none other than the sovereign and sovereigness of the ancient nation of Lulan, named Lulan Yutian and Mo Xingxue. The name Lulan Xingxue was a combination of their names, signifying the affection bestowed upon her by both parents. As time gradually passed, a murmur of discontent began to circulate among the attendees, though they dared not speak loudly, merely whispering critiques regarding Chen Wen's tardiness. At this juncture, Mo Xingxue could no longer restrain herself and addressed the assembly. "Patriarch Chen, it appears that your son's demeanor surpasses even the rumors of his stature. We too are figures of some standing in our respective realms. Yet here we are, left waiting for quite some time. Chen Badao furrowed his brow, fully aware that Mo Shengxue's words carried a subtle undertone. Her insinuation regarding Chen Wen's supposed high status was a veiled reference to the incident involving Lulan Shengxue. However, it was indeed Chen Wen's lateness that warranted her remarks. Thus, despite his displeasure, he could not chastise Mo Shengxue for her lack of decorum. With this in mind, Chen Badao finally spoke. I apologize for the extended wait, and I acknowledge my son's fault in this matter. When the banquet commences, I shall raise a toast to each of you, and I hope you will bear with us. Mo Shengxue cast a glance at Chen Badao, still somewhat disgruntled, yet chose to remain silent. As the matriarch of a nation, she was certainly no fool. Some matters are best left mentioned only briefly. To dwell on them excessively would indeed be her own fault. Moreover, the Chun clan is an imperial lineage, holding a prominent position among the forces of destiny. While the ancient nation of Lulan possesses considerable strength, should they pursue a relentless feud with the Qin clan, it is undoubtedly they who would suffer in the end. Oh, Brother Qin, you exaggerate. As practitioners, it is not uncommon for us to occasionally miss the opportune moment for cultivation. As for toasting, there is truly no need for that. It has been quite some time since we gathered as brothers. If you genuinely have time, let us drink heartily once the banquet commences. Indeed, what say you all? Lulan Yutian addressed the assembly of dignitaries. Yes, we must indulge in a grand toast. The others echoed in agreement. Very well, I shall gladly accompany you, gentlemen. Chen Badao responded with a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, beneath the high platform at the center of the grand hall, over 1,000 disciples had congregated, all participating in the adult ceremony. Among these, 10 stood at the forefront, akin to stars surrounding the moon. Notably, one youth clad in white, strikingly handsome, sat at the center. His aura was so commanding that it carved out a circular space around him, and none dared to approach, as if an invisible force repelled them. Yet, remarkably, no trace of spiritual energy emanated from him, rendering him seemingly ordinary. At the center of his brow rested an enigmatic mark, from which tendrils of dark energy flickered, adding an air of mystery and otherworldliness to his already striking appearance. This youth was none other than the supernova Chen Tianming, as referred to by Chun Hongmian. The second and third, Chen Tiandu and Chen Zihe, were undoubtedly exceptional talents within the Qin clan. Yet in the presence of Chen Tianming, they seemed to pale in comparison. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Tianming's brilliance radiates from within, rather than being dependent on outward appearances or strength. Some individuals are simply born to be the protagonists, and he embodies this notion. At the scene, whether among the guests or the higher echelons of the Qin clan, their gaze was predominantly fixed upon Chen Tianming. To them, such a genius, provided he does not meet an untimely demise, is destined to become yet another pinnacle talent, overshadowing his contemporaries. Brother Chun, who is that youth in white? Just then, a middle-aged man named Ing Long inquired. Hailing from the lineage of the first emperor, the ancient royal family of the Qin, the forces of the first emperor are considered equals to the forces of destiny. Among these, the ancient royal family of Qin stands as the mightiest entity. Upon hearing this, those atop the platform turned their attention to Chen Badao, clearly intrigued by Chen Tianming. Sometimes, when one cannot extinguish such a dazzling genius, it is wiser to seek alternative means, such as forming alliances, arranging marriages, or recognizing kinship. For such formidable forces, this is nothing more than a commonplace investment. Chen Badao chuckled lightly, introducing himself as Chen Tianming, the supernova of the Qin clan. What are your thoughts, brothering? Is there a betrothal in mind? Coincidentally, my youngest daughter is of a similar age. Ing Long did not conceal his intentions. In his eyes, a genius of Chen Tianming's caliber, born into an imperial lineage, could not find a more suitable matrimonial match. Thus, he spoke candidly. Chen Badao immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming that if a union with the nobility could be arranged, it would indeed be a privilege for his clan and a blessing for his daughter. However, to finalize the betrothal, they would need to consider his personal wishes, as it has always been the custom of the Qin clan. Then it is settled, Ing Long asserted decisively. He believed that Chen Tianming would undoubtedly agree. As long as there were no objections from the Qin clan, Chen Badao remained silent. As the clan leader, he naturally desired to foster closer ties with the ancient royal family of Qin. Yet, as the head of a faction, he was reluctant to see this unfold. for Chen Tianming ultimately belonged to the second faction. Should the second faction gain the support of the Deqin royal family, the internal dynamics of their clan would be irrevocably altered, especially considering the recent discord between Chen Yuan and the ancient nation of Lulan. Observing Ying Long's declaration, the representatives of other factions displayed flickering expressions, for they understood the implications of the Chun clan's potential alliance with the Deqin royal family. In contrast to the concerns of other factions, Lulan Yutian and Mo Chen Shui appeared slightly perturbed. Unlike their indifference towards Chen Yuan, they were immediately taken by Chen Tianming's presence. However, they also recognized that even without Ying Long's early intervention, a union between Chen Tianming and Lulan Shengshui was improbable, given that Chen Yuan and Lulan Shengshui had yet to annul their betrothal. In their eyes, Chen Yuan's ambition to ascend the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain to sever the bonds of matrimony was a monumental challenge, nearly insurmountable. Ultimately, it seemed inevitable that those two would end up together, an unalterable truth. Yet, after witnessing Chen Tianming, their dissatisfaction with Chen Yuan only deepened. At that moment, a chorus of cheers erupted, announcing, "Chen Yuan has arrived." At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback, turning in unison towards Chen Yuan's direction. Chapter 81, Blessings of Ancestors. Imperial aura bestowed before one's eyes stood Chen Yuan, clad in resplendent white garments, with a visage as exquisite as jade, exuding an air of magnificence. At this moment, Chen Yuan's presence was overwhelming. The slight upward curve of his lips hinted at a touch of mischief, momentarily eclipsing all surrounding brilliance. In contrast to the throngs encircling Chen Tianming, the only disparity between them lay in their cultivation levels. Yet, in terms of presence and appearance, Chen Yuan effortlessly overshadowed Chen Tianming. Goodness, this lad is indeed a striking figure. I have never felt such envy towards another. What a remarkably handsome youth he is. How did he come to possess such allure? Humph, what does good looks amount to? Can they fill one's stomach or compensate for a lack of cultivation? Ultimately, he remains a mere, trifling figure in the third layer of the realm of life and death. You may not have heard, but this young man is exceedingly arrogant. Upon his return, he has managed to offend the second faction of the Chun clan gravely. Does Chen Tianming realize that the young man in white at the heart of the Grand Assembly is indeed from that second faction? With Chen Tianming present, do you believe this young man will fare well during the ceremony? Furthermore, the reason the Chen clan has made an exception to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to participate in this grand event is precisely due to him. It is worth noting that in such familial gatherings, the earlier one participates, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Those present likely harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him now. Mark my words, should this young man dare to step onto the stage, he will undoubtedly become the target of scrutiny, and the outcome is all too predictable. Alas, what a pity. In an instant, numerous individuals began to murmur their lamentations. Simultaneously, the representatives of various factions on the elevated platform cast their gazes towards Chen Yuan. Notably, Ying Long and Lulan Yutian were aware that Chen Yuan had triumphed over a counterfeit of the 9th layer of the realm of life and death, employing only his prowess from the 6th layer. As for Chu Tianlong's strength, they were not particularly informed. However, based on Lulan Xingshui's accounts, assessed by the standards of the lower realms, Chu Tianlong could be deemed quite formidable. Nevertheless, they did not place much importance on this, for no matter how high the standards of the lower realms, they paled in comparison to those of the upper realms. Moreover, individuals who traverse from the upper realms to the lower realms often find their capabilities suppressed by the will of heaven. Thus, the comparison between geniuses from the lower realms and those from the upper realms becomes increasingly untenable. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Chen Yuan, they were still taken aback. To ascend 7 small realms in less than half a month is indeed remarkable. Yet, they soon shook their heads. Such rapid advancement in a short span cannot be deemed a positive sign. If not driven by impatience, it indicates a fragile foundation. In either case, their impression of Chen Yuan had diminished. If there were individuals presently struck by astonishment, it would undoubtedly be Chun Budhao and Yi Chenin. Only they truly understood whether Chen Yuan's foundation was solid, and if he was indeed hasty in his pursuits. At this moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. During this coming adult ceremony, it seemed likely that their sun would once again shine brightly, capturing the attention of all. In a moment, their anticipation heightened. "Brother Chen, is this your son?" Ying Long inquired once more. Chun Baidu lightly pressed his lips together and smiled, saying, "Please forgive me, Ying brother, and all esteemed guests. A 16-year-old in the triple life and death realm, and he has never relied on the family's cultivation. This is indeed remarkable," Ying Long remarked languidly. As for whether Chun Wen was strong or exceptional, Ying Long chose to remain silent, merely emphasizing how rare such a talent was. This, in itself, was the allure of language. However, it was not difficult to discern that Ying Long's impression of Chun Wen was merely conventional. It is likely that others shared a similar sentiment. A 16-year-old in the triple life and death realm might be regarded as a top genius in the lower realms. But among some of the major powers in the upper realms, this could only be considered barely acceptable. As for his future, that was another matter altogether. Haha, I must say, I am quite satisfied with this young son, Chen Baidu boisterously laughed. Ying Long smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Mo Qinshu merely curled her lips in disdain. The others echoed this sentiment, all responding with laughter. In their eyes, Chen Baidu's protective nature was evident. Nonetheless, it was understandable. After all, he was his son, and it was only natural to avoid disparaging him in front of others. Chen Wen, blissfully unaware of all this, gradually made his way to the center of the assembly hall. The young disciples attending the grand ceremony had now turned their attention towards him. In their gazes, there were evaluations, inquiries, disdain, coldness, and even hostility. Chun Wen's eyes swept across these individuals. Among the 10 chosen ones, there was one with a green destiny and another with a blue destiny. Is that a golden destiny? His gaze ultimately settled on a white-clad youth seated at the center. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering another with a golden destiny so soon. It appeared that he hailed from a prominent family. Instantly, the foundational information of the white-clad youth materialized before him. Name, Chun Tianming. Age, 17. Personality, steady, aloof, ruthless. Identity, descendant of the Chun clan from the ancient wilderness realm, son of the Grand Elder of the Second Faction, king of the Imperial ancient realm. Fate's soul, golden. Physique, Emperor's body, born with the Emperor's destiny. Realm, double Nirvana realm. Good heavens, what an impressive individual. At 17, being in the double Nirvana realm was indeed astonishing. As for the Emperor's body, it was an extraordinarily formidable constitution, exuding an innate imperial might. Coupled with the born Emperor's destiny, it bestowed upon him the fortune of an emperor. Individuals of such a fate could establish their own forces, uniting the faith of countless people. When the power of belief accumulates to a significant level, they could dictate the world with a single word, determining life and death. Moreover, the enhancement of individual strength through belief was remarkably pronounced, akin to the existence of a bug. From the information, it was clear that Chun Tianming had already established a force and possessed a degree of belief power. Intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. At this thought, a fierce fire ignited in Chun Wen's eyes. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny of another, Chun Tianming, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. 2 invisible beams of light pierced through everything, bearing down upon Chun Wen. Yet, Chun Wen remained unperturbed, calmly gazing at Chun Tianming, even slightly pursing his lips. A fleeting flicker of unusual brilliance appeared in Chun Tianming's indifferent pupils, but it vanished in an instant. In his eyes, Chun Wen undeniably possessed a boldness and demeanor distinct from others, yet it still fell woefully short. As the thought flitted through his mind, he gradually closed his eyes once more, devoid of any fluctuations. Do you look down upon me? How increasingly fascinating. My anticipation for this grand ceremony grows ever stronger. A subtle smile crept across Chun Wen's lips, just as Chen Bashuan rose from the high platform. First and foremost, today marks the annual coming-of-age ceremony of the Chen clan. On behalf of the Chen clan, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed guests. With that, he clasped his fists in salute to the assembly. As the number of attendees has now reached its full complement, I hereby declare the commencement of the coming-of-age ceremony. Let us pray to our ancestors for their blessings, that they may bestow imperial grace upon the youth of our clan. Upon the conclusion of his words, the gathered youths became restless. They had toiled for so long, and today was the culmination of their efforts. Whether they would emerge as dragons or mere worms, the forthcoming moments would determine the extent of their fortunes. Chapter 82. That little stability, just for Mother to play with the first. 9 array masters, already prepared, responded affirmatively and approached an ancient altar. This altar featured 9 positions, each adorned with corresponding array symbols. These symbols interconnected, converging at the very center of the altar. As the 9 individuals continuously formed seals, an ancient aura began to surge, and the array diagram shimmered with life. Arise! At the simultaneous command of the 9 array masters, they pressed their palms heavily upon the designated points. Boom! The altar trembled violently, causing the entire venue to shake incessantly. O descendants of ours, may the ancestors bestow their blessings, aiding our kin in completing the rite of passage. The 9 array masters shifted their formation once more, kneeling at the array points, beseeching the heavens. Granted. Soon after, an ancient voice resonated, as if traversing through the eons. As the words fell, the altar suddenly erupted with 9 beams of light, merging with the fortunes of the Chu clan. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth transformed, an endless stream of golden light swiftly unfurling. Before long, the entire territory of the Chu clan was enveloped by this radiant flow, a formidable imperial aura weighing upon the hearts of every practitioner present. As the light spread, ancient divine figures began to materialize in succession, gazing down upon the realm. Was this indeed the protection of the ancestors of the Chu clan? Truly extraordinary. In that moment, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence. Though aware that these divine apparitions were mere remnants, none dared to be complacent. With the ancestral protective figures summoned, the rite of passage could commence at any moment. At this juncture, a middle-aged man named Chun Yuan addressed Chun Baidu and the others. Chun Baxiang nodded and reiterated, "Before we proceed with the Imperial Aura baptism, I shall remind everyone of the rules once more. The duration of the baptism is merely 15 minutes, and the extent of one's gains is entirely dependent upon individual capability. During the baptism, all means may be employed to seize the descending Imperial Aura, but inflicting harm upon others is strictly prohibited. Should anyone willfully contravene this rule, they shall face immediate disqualification, or worse, execution on the spot. Is that understood?" As he spoke, Chun Baxiang raised his voice. "Understood." The gathered descendants responded in unison. Chun Wen's lips curled slightly. For him, it mattered not which approach was taken. He was determined to act decisively. Nevertheless, he held a keen interest in this Imperial Aura baptism. According to his sister, it pertained to one's future potential, even presenting an opportunity to alter one's destiny. This was precisely why the annual coming-of-age ceremony was so grandiose. "Very well. You may take your places and await the descent of the Imperial Aura," Chun Baxiang nodded and announced. As these words echoed, the previously whispering descendants promptly adjusted their demeanor, converging towards the center. In the face of the Imperial Aura baptism, they paid no heed to proximity to Chen Tianming. They all believed that the central position was the most advantageous, and thus the amount of Imperial energy acquired would undoubtedly be the highest. Chen Tianming glanced at these disciples with a still indifferent gaze, yet he did not utter a word to dissuade them. In his perspective, even if these individuals occupied his position, they posed no threat whatsoever. This exemplified Chen Tianming's confidence and pride. Conversely, Chun Wen chose not to gravitate towards the center, but instead sat alone at the edge. At first glance, the Grand Assembly appeared to be divided into 2 significant factions. Chen Wen, sitting solitary, seemed rather pitiable. Observing this, many spectators shook their heads in derision. To them, it appeared that even before the event had commenced, he had already been isolated, rendering any further observation unnecessary. As for the Imperial Energy Baptism, it was clear that the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Chen Tianming. Upon the high platform, representatives of various factions observed all of this unfold. Although they shared similar thoughts, they refrained from voicing them. After all, Chen Wen was, in any case, the son of Chun Baidu, and they had to consider some semblance of face. Finding the situation rather dull, one of them proposed, "How about we place a wager, just for entertainment?" At that moment, Imo Chinchues suddenly spoke. "Foolish." Lulan Yutian furrowed his brow. He understood that his wife was attempting to create an opportunity for their daughter, which was why she made such a suggestion. Yet, in his view, it was not a prudent idea, as it could lead to a situation where neither side would emerge unscathed. However, now that the words had been spoken, alteration was impossible. He could only hope that his wife would exercise some restraint and not escalate matters beyond control. Oh, what sort of wager? Ying Long inquired. We shall use this Imperial energy baptism as the stakes, with Chun Yuan as the target. You may place your bets freely. If you predict correctly, I shall return threefold. However, if you are wrong, then I must apologize, Chu Youwei replied languidly. Ha ha ha, this is indeed intriguing, Ying Long chuckled heartily. The others also displayed interest. They perceived that betting on Chun Tianming presented no uncertainty. He was certain to acquire the most Imperial energy. However, if the recipient were Chun Yuan, the matter became far more engaging. Given Chun Bedu's protective nature, it was inconceivable that he would allow his son to finish last. Therefore, regardless of Chun Yuan's shortcomings, he would not leave empty-handed. I shall initiate the wager with a holy artifact, betting that my honorable nephew will place within the top 10, Ying Long declared suddenly. To him, a holy artifact held little significance in the eyes of the ancient Qin royal family. Thus, even if he lost, it would matter not. It was merely a gesture of support for Chun Yuan in light of Chun Bedu's reputation. Naturally, his actions were also motivated by his awareness of the discord between Chu Youwei and Chun Bedu. He was curious to see how the two powerful factions would resolve their differences, thus he did not mind adding fuel to the fire. Seeing this, other factions followed suit, each offering a holy artifact to wager on Chun Yuan's entry into the top 10. As anticipated, the expression on Lulan Yutian's face gradually darkened. However, Chu Youwei had different intentions. She sought to irritate Chen Bad Dao. Although she could not find an opportunity to confront him openly, she chose to exploit trivial matters. She was determined to believe that Chen Bad Dao would not dare to cross her in such matters. Indeed, as Chu Youwei anticipated, Chen Bad Dao remained silent. In such a setting, surrounded by the heads of clans, it was rather unseemly for him to engage in a dispute with a woman, particularly when it involved the dignity of an imperial lineage. I wager an imperial artifact, placing my son first. Yi Qingyan's voice suddenly rang out, cold as iron. Upon hearing this, all the representatives of various factions turned in shock towards Yi Qingyan. Not only was she wagering an imperial artifact, but she was also placing Chun Yuan in the first position. If it were not out of sheer defiance, they would hardly believe it. In their eyes, what merit did Chun Yuan possess to deserve the top spot? The situation had indeed escalated for the ancient country of Lulan. Chu Youwei's expression shifted dramatically. She clearly understood that matters had spiraled beyond control. Yi Qingyan flipped her hand and slammed an imperial spear onto the table, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What was happening? Were they about to come to blows? Confusion reigned in the hearts of the onlookers as they gazed upon the unfolding scene. Lulan Yutian took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, Xiao Shui is just playing around. Please do not take it seriously." Yi Qingyan did not respond to Lulan Yutian, but instead struck the table emphatically, declaring, "Xiao Yuan, your mother wagers an imperial weapon on you, achieving the highest imperial aura. Is there any problem with that?" At this proclamation, the expressions of Lulan Yutian and Chu Youwei fell completely. They perceived Yi Qingyan as having no intention of leaving any room for negotiation. Wagering an imperial weapon for Chun Yuan to secure first place? How dare she? The entire assembly was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom what they had just heard. Chun Yuan slowly lifted his eyelids, casting his gaze over Lulan Yutian and Chu Youwei before speaking nonchalantly. Then, Xiao Yuan shall take first place for mother to enjoy. For mother to enjoy taking first place? How audacious could he be? The crowd was once again left in shock, their minds reeling from the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 83. The Battle for Imperial Might. One man dominates the 9 doubts, good son. Yi Qingyan exclaimed, her voice resonating with excitement. Turning to Chu Youwei, she declared, "The imperial artifact is right here, take it." To her surprise, it was indeed the empress of the ancient Loluan kingdom who had initiated the bidding. Now I understand. Who would dare to be so audacious? Observing Yi Qingyan's actions, the crowd began to react accordingly. The question now was whether Chu Youwei would dare to accept this challenge. After all, this was no ordinary artifact. It was the life-bound imperial weapon of the Chun clan matriarch. Taking a deep breath under the watchful gaze of the gathered spectators, Chu Youwei responded, "Sister Yan, I was merely jesting. You should keep it." "What do you mean keep it? I am not so easily defeated that I cannot even retain a single imperial artifact," Yi Qingyan retorted coldly. Suppressing her rising emotions, Chu Youwei reiterated, "Sister Yan, please let this go, let it be my fault this time." In a fit of anger, Yi Chinin smashed the table, exclaiming, "Damn it! Why act innocent now? Where were you earlier?" With a fierce resolve, she declared, "Mark my words, if you wish to gamble today, you shall gamble, whether you want to or not." At this proclamation, Chu Youwei's expression darkened, and she thought, "Let me see where your confidence lies." With that, she seized the Imperial spear before her. Neither woman was willing to concede, and the tension in the room escalated. Loluan Yutian remained silent, yet his displeasure was palpable. Chen Baidu maintained a faint smile throughout, fully aware of his wife's temperament. He knew well that she was fiercely protective. She would not hesitate to sacrifice 10 Imperial artifacts for the sake of her children. Chu Youwei's taunts had surely tested his wife's patience, and he was intrigued by the unfolding drama. Chen Baiduxian observed the entire exchange with keen interest. A subtle smirk played at the corners of his lips. While others may not grasp the intricacies of their animosity, he understood them all too well. Regardless of Chen Wen's capabilities, the more strained their relationship, the more advantageous it became for him. As long as he played the role of the bystander, he would inevitably achieve his own objectives. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Chen Baidu finally broke the silence. "Let us begin." "All right," Chen Baiduxian replied, turning to the assembled disciples. "The baptism of Imperial might commences now. Please prepare yourselves." As his words echoed through the venue, a wave of excitement surged among the attendees. They understood that this was not merely a contest among disciples. It was a showdown between two formidable factions. They were eager to witness how Chen Tianming would manage to secure victory over Chen when under such pressure. Meanwhile, the 9 array masters received their orders and began to form their seals. As each handprint struck the altar, the protective divine shadows in the sky began to stir, harmonizing in a chant. A golden vortex gradually coalesced in the air, radiating an ancient and enigmatic imperial energy. At the very moment the imperial aura manifested, Chen Tianming and the others could distinctly feel the dormant power within their bloodlines surging to life. Indeed, it seemed as though this latent energy yearned to burst forth from their bodies. Such a remarkable phenomenon, undoubtedly a treasure of great worth. In stark contrast to the boiling bloodlines of Chen Tianming and his companions, Chen Wen experienced a profound sense of comfort permeating through every pore of his being. As for the chaotic sequence entity and the great world divine tree, they were already ravenous for this energy, mere moments away from seizing it for themselves. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the younger disciples, the swirling vortex of imperial aura in the air finally began to move, transforming into a column of energy that cascaded downward. In an instant, it enveloped the thousands of disciples below. The event had finally commenced. The individuals on the high platform remained fixated on the unfolding scene beneath them. Chen Baidu and Yi Chinin's gazes were firmly locked on Chen Wen, while figures such as Ying Long and Mo Chinxue focused their attention on Chen Tianming. The former admired Chen Tianming and sought to assess him further, having already contemplated the prospect of marrying his daughter to him. The latter simply wished for Chen Tianming to claim victory, delivering a resounding blow to Yi Chinin's arrogance, thereby teaching her a valuable lesson about the consequences of presumption. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Wen and Chen Tianming were wholly absorbed in the act of absorbing the imperial aura. The moment the energy made contact with Chen Wen's body, he felt a torrent of warmth erupt within him, as if his very cells and blood were being incinerated. Yet, almost instantaneously, this power transformed into a series of thunderous beats, relentlessly colliding within him, as if intent on obliterating his physical form into ashes. Was this the imperial aura? Such a formidable force. Chen Wen inhaled deeply, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was precisely the intensity he had desired. In the instant he regained his composure, Chen Wen unleashed 2 formidable techniques, the Supreme Chaos and the Eternal Leisure technique. Simultaneously, his chaotic sequence entity and the seed of the great world divine tree were activated to their utmost potential. With these 4 layers of enhancement, Chen Wen's rate of absorbing the imperial aura reached its zenith. Initially, the imperial aura enveloping each individual was evenly distributed, with the extent of absorption dependent solely on personal capability. However, under Chen Wen's fully activated absorption, the energy column astonishingly divided into 2. "Look, what is that?" In an instant, a chorus of urgent exclamations erupted throughout the crowd. Soon, all eyes were drawn to Chen Wen's actions, their expressions filled with shock. Yet, In that moment, they dared only to speculate, refraining from drawing any definitive conclusions, for it was simply too outrageous. As Chu Yuwei continued to absorb with fervor, the divided energy column began to change once more, shifting from an equal split to a 40-60 division, then to a 30-70 ratio. My goodness, this is truly unbelievable. The atmosphere was once again filled with waves of astonished gasps. In that moment, they had conclusively validated their suspicions. Chu Yuwei was absorbing the Imperial aura at such a rapid pace that he was also siphoning energy from others. How could this be possible? Confronting Chu Youwei suddenly stood up, her face a canvas of disbelief. Undoubtedly, she was the one most invested in the outcome of this event. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, she instinctively rose to her feet. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyan, in stark contrast to Confronting Chu Youwei's incredulity, erupted into jubilant cheers. Chu Yuwei's rate of absorption continued to escalate. The once 70-30 ratio of the air currents swiftly transformed into an 80-20 distribution. Within mere breaths, it evolved into a 90-10 disparity, and the gap continued to widen. Such a substantial influx of Imperial energy, with a staggering 90% assimilated into Chu Yuwei's being. What does this signify? It is crucial to recognize that the greater the absorption of Imperial energy, the more advantageous it becomes for the future. The most apparent benefit is that it purifies the Imperial bloodline within each disciple. A purer bloodline signifies a greater inheritance from the family lineage. At this juncture, the previously composed Chun Badu could no longer contain himself. The elders of the Chun clan were also rendered speechless by shock. They had long believed that Chun Tianming was the one destined to prevail. To that end, they had even petitioned to increase the allocation of Imperial energy for this occasion. Yet now, it appeared that the trend favored Chu Yuwei instead. Simultaneously, they were left wondering how Chu Yuwei had achieved this. This lad, it seems I have underestimated him. Chun Baxiang lowered his head, a flicker of coldness glimmering in his eyes. At that moment, those disciples engrossed in absorbing Imperial energy realized their supply had vanished. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were first struck by astonishment, which swiftly morphed into fury. The portion of Imperial energy that rightfully belonged to them had been seized by Chu Yuwei. Outrageous. Chun Tianming abruptly opened his eyes and bellowed in a cold tone, a surge of fear coursing violently within him. Chapter 84. The more you swallow, the more you vomit. It seems that this matter has escalated. Chun Tianming's cold voice reverberated through the scene, causing everyone to tremble in shock. They were bewildered by the means through which Chu Yuwei had managed to seize the Imperial energy. Yet now, Chu Yuwei had undoubtedly provoked Chun Tianming. Well, it was about time. Confronting Chu Youwei immediately perked up, silently cheering for Chun Tianming's actions. At this moment, she no longer cared about Yi Qinyun's reputation. She understood that if Chu Yuwei were to secure the first position, not only would she be severely humiliated, but she would also lose 3 Imperial artifacts to Yi Qinyun. Those were 3 Imperial artifacts. Even as the Queen Mother of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, she could not afford to report such a loss. The reproach she would face then was beyond her imagination. Ying Long's eyes sparkled. Whether Chu Yuwei won or lost was of little concern to him. What he truly yearned to witness was Chun Tianming showcasing his prowess and dominating everyone at the adult ceremony, claiming the first place. Thus, seeing Chun Tianming take action at this moment filled him with anticipation, for it was often in such moments that a person's true strengths were revealed. At that moment, Chu Yuwei slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the terrifying aura emanating from Chun Tianming, he coldly uttered, "Get lost." What? How audacious! The crowd was taken aback, their minds reeling. Did he just tell Chun Tianming to leave? How dare Chu Yuwei say that? Very well, you have successfully enraged me. Chun Tianming's voice turned icy. Today, whatever Imperial energy you have swallowed, I shall make you regurgitate it all. With that, he swiftly formed a seal, and a colossal golden vortex gradually materialized behind him. At the vortex's core, a grand Imperial phantom could be seen descending, surrounded by an endless swirl of golden light. The Imperial devouring technique. This was one of his greatest trump cards. It could devour all forms of energy and convert them for his own use. It was precisely because of this technique that he had managed to break through to the second stage of nirvana in such a short time. As the Imperial devouring technique reached its zenith, an immense force of attraction enveloped the columns of air suspended in midair, resembling a giant suction cup. In an instant, the Imperial energy was drawn in like a torrent at a breathtaking speed. The originally 1:9 ratio of the two columns of energy swiftly transformed into 2:8, 3:7, 4:6, and 5:5. Within mere moments, Chen Tianming had seized absolute control, becoming the most dazzling presence in the Grand Hall. Goodness, how fast! Oh my! So this is the true speed of Chen Tianming. It was clear that the outcome had been decided. As the spectators witnessed the scene unfold, awe swept through them. They realized that Chen Wen had been reduced to a mere clown, seeking to attract attention. On the high platform, both Mo Qinxue and Ying Long revealed faint smiles. Oh, what a relief! Especially Mo Qinxue. Her tightly clenched fists had completely relaxed. At that very moment, she was no longer concerned about the potential loss of 3 Imperial artifacts. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Chenin, seeking a sense of superiority from her. What does this mean? Upon noticing Yi Chenin's unchanged expression, the smile on her face froze. In her view, at such a time, any reasonable person would start to worry. Yet, the reality was that Yi Chenin was still smiling. Was this entire family lacking a sense of reality? Such limited capabilities? Utterly inconsequential. Chen Wen observed Chen Tianming's actions and spoke leisurely. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated powerfully in the hushed atmosphere. The moment he spoke, everyone present was taken aback. How could one be so audacious at such a critical juncture? Wasn't he this merely a clown seeking attention? Ying Long's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had no particular fondness for Chen Wen, he certainly did not harbor any disdain. However, the current demeanor of Chen Wen had successfully instilled a sense of aversion. At times, arrogance is not a flaw. But to be so brazen in such a situation was truly lamentable. A disgraceful spectacle. Mo Qinxue coldly chuckled inwardly. At this moment, her impression of Chen Wen worsened further. Meanwhile, Lulan Yutian, though silent, subtly shook his head. You are courting death. Chen Tianming's gaze locked onto Chen Wen. 2 piercing beams of light directed at him. Were it not for the regulations forbidding intervention, Chen Wen would have been reduced to a mere mist of blood long ago. Since his emergence, no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to him. Yet, Chen Wen had already entered his kill list. Should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly eliminate him at the first chance. Let me teach you a lesson on what it means to swallow and then regurgitate. Chen Wen coldly spat at Chen Tianming, his arrogant aura fully unleashed. Boom. In an instant, the quadruple gravitational force reached its zenith simultaneously. The great furnace of destiny joined in. The great shield of destiny obscured all celestial intelligence and human scrutiny. Thus, even if his chaotic sequence body was extraordinarily powerful, he need not worry about being detected. A radiant 9-colored sequence erupted from within him, swiftly unraveling all, penetrating the heavens above. In midair, it transformed into a colossal hand, overshadowing the sun and enveloping everything in a brilliant 9-colored light. Deep within this resplendence, a milky white halo emanated, casting a faint silhouette of a divine tree. All of this was both mysterious and dazzling. The previously formidable swallowing vortex created by the Emperor's swallowing heaven technique now appeared dim and powerless, the terrifying gravitational pull giving the impression of futile struggle. What kind of technique is this? Upon witnessing this scene, the mockery on everyone's faces vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Moreover, this sense of shock was far more intense than anything Chen Tianming had ever elicited. How could this be possible? The smile on Mo Qinxue's face froze, her pupils filled with tremors and disbelief. Ying Long stared intently at the unfolding scene, rendered speechless. How could this be happening? Why was he immobilized? How could this possibly occur? In contrast to the shock experienced by others, Chen Tianming was the one who felt the weight of the pressure most acutely. The moment the colossal hand took shape, he sensed an overwhelming suppression. No matter how fervently he wielded the Emperor's swallowing heaven technique, he could not draw even a fragment of the Imperial aura suspended in the air. It was as if that Imperial essence had been irrevocably confined. At that instant, Chen Tianming began to feel a pang of panic. Come back to me, all of you, Chen Wen bellowed, causing the currents of energy within and around him to surge violently. In a swift motion, the gigantic hand in midair grasped not only all the Imperial aura, but also forcibly extracted the essence that had been absorbed by Chen Tianming into the vortex. What was once consumed was now expelled. This was the reality. Are you serious, my friend? The onlookers could only feel a chill run down their spines. Just moments ago, They had thought Chun Yuwei was merely spouting nonsense. Now, he had brought every word he uttered to fruition. At this moment, they had unwittingly become the jesters of the spectacle. Damn it, return to me. Return. Upon witnessing the vast amount of Imperial aura he had absorbed being forcibly torn away, Chun Tianming descended into madness, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Chapter 85. One against thousands, I shall claim them all at first glance. Chun Tianming appeared far from his usual composure, displaying only a flustered demeanor. In stark contrast to Chun Yuwei, the disparity was unmistakable. The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately releasing a collective sigh. It could be said that the faade they had constructed around Chun Tianming was beginning to crack. Ying Long's expression darkened considerably, his clenched fist concealed within his sleeve tightening with sudden ferocity. He had not anticipated that Chun Yuwei's strike would be so brutally effective, leaving his face swollen and bruised. Useless, utterly useless, he cursed inwardly. At that moment, Imogen Chu Youwei could no longer restrain herself. Her gaze fixed on Chun Tianming as silent fury brewed within her. Meanwhile, the elders of the Chun clan exchanged wordless glances, their hopes for their favored candidate dashed unexpectedly. It was evident that in this initial round, Chun Tianming had been thoroughly overwhelmed. Now, all they could do was hope that he would not disappoint them further in the subsequent rounds. Otherwise, the cultivation suggestions they had proposed would likely come to naught. Yet, Chun Tianming, a prodigy in his own right, soon regained his composure. The Emperor body was fully activated. Let us go, take him down, he roared, quickly forming seals to unleash the full potential of his Emperor body through the Emperor Devouring Heaven technique. An unparalleled aura of imperial majesty emanated from him, golden light swirling rapidly across his surface. As his power reached its zenith, a colossal phantom of the Emperor burst forth, surveying the world from above. With the Emperor body's suppression, the dissipating imperial energy within the vortex finally stabilized. Is it halted? Chun Tianming's eyes brightened, and a surge of hope ignited within him. The onlookers, witnessing this transformation, were momentarily entranced. Come back to me, Chun Tianming bellowed, his voice resonating with force as he intensified the release of his inner power, channeling the phantom of the Emperor to augment the vortex's gravitational pull. This commotion immediately captured the attention of the crowd, igniting their anticipation for a reversal in fortune. In their eyes, Chun Tianming remained the chosen one. If such a figure were to be subdued by Chun Yuwei, their entire worldview would surely shatter. Still yearning to struggle? I shall grant you despair. Chun Yuwei scoffed coldly, simultaneously amplifying his own power. His breathing technique activated, producing thunderous sounds from within. Boom. In an instant, the 9 colored streams of light entwined around his giant hand trembled violently, pulsating as if alive. The immense hand's gravitational force surged, abruptly pulling the subdued imperial energy towards it, uprooting it completely without leaving a trace. I refuse to believe it. Come back. Chun Tianming, in a fit of desperation, roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Yet, the response to his outcry was the giant hand descending upon him, an overwhelming force that obliterated the vortex and rendered the imperial phantom to nothingness. No. Uft. Chun Tianming was suddenly overwhelmed with shock, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The events unfolding before him were clearly beyond his expectations. It is vital to note that the swallowing abyss vortex was a manifestation of his Emperor's swallowing technique, and the Emperor's phantom was an embodiment of his imperial form. Although this did not reflect his true strength, it was certainly not something a mere trifling figure in the triple death realm could overcome. Yet, at this moment, all of this was undeniably occurring. How could this be possible? Ying Long and the others were equally incredulous at the scene before them. Despite their extensive experiences, they had never witnessed such an outrageous occurrence. What method had Chun Yuwei employed to achieve this? At that moment, they were genuinely eager to uncover the answer. It was over. Everything was utterly lost. Imogen Chu Youwei slumped helplessly against her chair, her eyes filled with despair. With all her stakes leading to this juncture, she had completely failed. This defeat not only tarnished the reputation of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, but also cost her 3 imperial spears. She could easily foresee the fury that would erupt among the high-ranking officials of the ancient kingdom upon learning of this calamity. Chun Tianming gradually returned to his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Yuwei, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with murderous intent. Yet, He understood that he could not act recklessly. Should he breach the rules, Chen Badeo and Yi Chenin would undoubtedly intervene. In that case, his fate would be sealed in death. However, witnessing Chen when voraciously absorbed the Imperial aura ignited a frenzied jealousy within him, inciting a desire to obliterate everything. No, he could not permit this to happen. He must not. Deep within, Chen Tianming roared with fury. If he could not succeed alone, then he would rally all the disciples to join him. Even if Chen Wen's method of absorbing Imperial aura was extraordinary, could he truly face 1,000 opponents alone? With this thought, a strategy began to formulate in Chen Tianming's mind. In that moment, all his pride was shattered. It was essential to realize that in the past, he would have deemed such actions beneath him. He had always believed that given sufficient time, even the most gifted of the younger generation, such as Chen Wudi, would eventually fall beneath his feet. Could they simply stand by and watch as that boy absorbed all the Imperial aura? Chen Tianming suddenly turned his head and bellowed at Chen Tiandu and the others. Instantly, they were shaken to their core. Soon, the astonishment in their eyes morphed into intense indignation. Indeed, the Imperial aura belonged to everyone. Why should it be entirely claimed by that boy? If they emerged from this round with nothing, what purpose would their participation in the adult ceremony serve? No, they could not let it end like this. They would take action. Since one person's strength was insufficient, they would unite the power of thousands. With this resolve, Chen Tiandu and the others finally committed themselves, once again erecting their methods of absorption. Upon witnessing all the disciples spring into action, Chen Tianming activated the Emperor's swallowing technique once more. In an instant, thousands of absorption techniques converged upon the stream of aura cascading towards Chen Wan, fiercely tearing at it, intent on reversing the tide of battle. Yet, they soon discovered that even with the combined strength of 1,000 men, they could not shake the grasp of that immense hand. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianming's expression turned as grim as the depths of a dark abyss. The faces of Chen Tiandu and the others, once filled with indignation, gradually froze, replaced by disbelief. It was essential to note that this was the culmination of their collective power. Even so, they could not seize even a fragment of Imperial energy from Chen Wen's grasp. What manner of creature was this? What arcane technique was he employing? With all your might, unleash your full strength. Chen Tianming, still unwilling to concede, roared in frustration. Chen Tiandu and the others took a deep breath, intensifying their output of power once more. However, after several breaths, the outcome remained unchanged. In fact, their repeated adjustments only led to greater exhaustion. This was the true meaning of being willing yet powerless. At that moment, they fully comprehended it. Suddenly, overwhelmed by anger, Chen Tianming spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next instant, he turned and bellowed at the crowd behind him. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. We are useless? And what of you? The expressions of Chen Tiandu and the others darkened significantly, yet they dared not retaliate, only harboring their resentment in silence. Observing the agitated Chen Tianming, they found themselves at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, they realized that it was not entirely his fault. Anyone in his position would likely lose composure. A once prominent figure, not only did he suffer a complete defeat himself, but he also led all his peers to the same fate. In such circumstances, who could remain composed? With this thought, their gazes inevitably shifted toward Chen Wan. He appeared to be an insatiable abyss, absorbing every ounce of Imperial energy that flowed towards him, no matter how great the influx. In that moment, the way they looked at Chen when transformed entirely. Chapter 86. One person crumbles the altar, the ancestral statue shatters him? Why does it still feel somewhat slow? At this rate, how much can be absorbed in a quarter of an hour? No, I must continue to accelerate the absorption speed. Chen Wan furrowed his brow and promptly intensified the operation of his breathing technique. In an instant, the rate of absorbing Imperial energy surged once more, causing the very heavens and earth to change color in that fleeting moment. Goodness, it can still go faster. What manner of creature is this? The crowd was once again rendered speechless, unable to fathom the spectacle before their eyes. Ah, that feels refreshing. As Chen Wan sensed every cell within him brimming with Imperial energy, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. Boom. After several breaths, the entire assembly hall suddenly quaked. Everyone was jolted, momentarily bewildered as to what had transpired. What is that? As urgent cries echoed, the onlookers turned their gazes toward the source. Before them, The ancient altar was fracturing, streams of Imperial energy surging forth from the fissures. The 9 formation masters could no longer control the array points, desperately trying to suppress it to prevent the altar from complete collapse. Meanwhile, the protective divine's silhouette in midair had begun to dim, showing signs of fading into nothingness. However, Chu Youwei remained blissfully unaware, continuing to absorb the Imperial energy in vast quantities. The crowd was not foolish. They quickly comprehended the situation. Chu Youwei's absorption exceeded the altar's capacity. Yet, as his rate of absorption accelerated, the altar could no longer withstand the strain and began to crumble. But upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. At such an absorption rate, even the sturdiest altar would inevitably collapse. This is bad. Chu suddenly sprang to his feet, his complexion shifting dramatically. As the head of a clan, he had witnessed many things and presided over numerous coming-of-age ceremonies, yet he had never encountered a disciple capable of shattering the altar. It must be understood that this altar was established through the combined efforts of their ancestors, fortified by terrifying arrays. It was imperative to intervene, even if the beneficiary was his own son. Otherwise, if the altar were to be destroyed, what future would there be for the coming-of-age ceremonies? With this thought, Chu Youwei resolved to act. Yet, before he could make a move, a thunderous voice resonated from deep within the Chu clan, piercing through everyone's eardrums. "What have you done? Why has the ancestral statue shattered? Why?" As these words echoed, the crowd was engulfed in terror. The overwhelming aura that enveloped them crushed every thread of vitality. An invisible pressure akin to a blade at their throats. They believed that with a mere thought, that presence could obliterate their very souls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, figures surged forth from the depths of the Chu clan, with Chu Youwei among them. They all bowed deeply, addressing the revered ancestor with the utmost respect. Yet, what nonsense is this about a revered ancestor? The ancestral statue lies shattered. What have you all done? The ancestral spirit's fury did not wane as it continued to roar. Chu Youwei and the others appeared bewildered, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads under the weight of the ancestor's presence. In truth, they were equally perplexed by the turn of events. Chu Youwei, in a moment of urgency, turned to Yi Chunin and implored, "Find a way to calm Yuan. I shall seek forgiveness." Understood, Yi Chunin promptly nodded in agreement. After uttering a brief remark, Chu Youwei hastened to where Chu Youwei and the others stood. "I am Chu Youwei, here to pay my respects to the revered ancestor. Are you the current clan leader?" The ancestral spirit inquired in a deep voice. "Indeed, indeed." Chu Youwei responded hastily. "Is this how you govern the Chu clan? If you are incompetent, depart at once." The ancestor bellowed coldly, offering no leniency. "What on earth has transpired?" Chu Youwei asked Chu Youwei urgently. The other elders also turned their gaze toward him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Youwei explained. "Today marks the day of the coming-of-age ceremony for our clan's youth. Due to an excessive absorption of Imperial energy, the altar has collapsed. Furthermore, the ancestral statue is intertwined with the protective spirit, which has resulted in its shattering. Is that even possible?" Chu Youwei and the others were momentarily taken aback. They were well aware of the significance of the coming-of-age ceremony, having presided over numerous events before, yet such a situation had never arisen. "Rest assured, I have already taken measures to halt the situation. It will not continue. Please do not worry, esteemed ancestor," Chu Youwei quickly reassured. After a lengthy silence, the ancestor inquired, "Are there many eligible youths in our clan this year?" 1,030, Chu Youwei answered truthfully. "Do you take me for a fool? Can over 1,000 youths deplete an entire year's worth of Imperial energy?" The ancestor's tone turned icy once more. Anticipating this reaction, Chu Youwei swiftly produced a recording stone. The recording stone, a precious artifact capable of capturing images, had documented the events during the commencement of the coming-of-age ceremony. Instantly, the scenes of Chu Youwei and others absorbing the Imperial energy were laid bare before Chu Youwei and the others. As they finished viewing the recordings, a profound silence enveloped them, their faces reflecting an indescribable shock. For Chu Youwei had spoken the truth. The shattering of the ancestral statue was indeed caused by a deficiency of Imperial energy. This was further exacerbated by one individual draining the altar, leading to its collapse. It is no exaggeration to say this was an extraordinary incident in their history. "Who is this child?" the ancestor inquired, taking a deep breath, clearly taken aback. Taking a long moment to regain composure, "This is Chun Yuan, the son of the boy Chun Baidu," he replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Indeed. Nurture him well," the ancestor stated. Chun Wudao and the others were all taken aback by this revelation. To be deemed commendable by the grand ancestor is a rare honor, even among one's entire lineage, particularly at this stage of life. Not even the formidable Chun Wudi could achieve such a distinction at that time. This singular praise resonated in the ears of all present, provoking a spectrum of emotions: envy, jealousy, and even resentment. Among those most visibly affected were 4 individuals. The first was Mo Chu Youwei, who gritted her teeth. The more outstanding Chun Yuan appeared, the more her daughter seemed to falter. This felt akin to a slap across her face. The second was Ying Long, who grappled with an indescribable sensation. Initially, he had placed his hopes on Chen Tianming, but now that favored candidate lay utterly crushed. Perhaps he must reconsider the notion of a marriage alliance. The third was Chen Bashuan, who concealed his cold disdain for Chun Yuan more deeply than the others. Chun Yuan's remarkable emergence was, for him, far from welcome news. As Chun Yuan garnered increasing protection, it seemed prudent for him to reassess his plans. Above all, he must ensure that Chun Yuan did not flourish. The fourth individual was, undoubtedly, Chen Tianming, who harbored both a fierce animosity and a frenzied jealousy toward Chun Yuan. Had it not been for Chun Yuan, the Grand Ancestor's favor would have undoubtedly fallen upon him, granting him immense imperial aura. Everything that was rightfully his had been usurped by Chun Yuan. No matter what, he was determined to reclaim it all from Chun Yuan. "I understand. The young man will undoubtedly not disappoint the Grand Ancestor's expectations," Chen Baidu swiftly replied. Indeed, the Grand Ancestor acknowledged, withdrawing his divine consciousness. With a sigh of relief, Chen Baidu relaxed. Soon, he regained his composure and addressed the assembly of esteemed elders. "I have come to pay my respects." "No need for excessive ceremony," Chen Wudao and the others responded. "Might I inquire whether the esteemed elders wish to witness the coming-of-age ceremony?" After some consideration, Chen Baidu extended the invitation. Chen Wudao exchanged glances with the others before replying, "There is no need. Our sudden appearance would only disrupt the existing equilibrium. We trust you will preside over the event admirably." "Then I shall proceed," Chen Baidu replied earnestly with a bow. "Go ahead." Chen Wudao waved his hand dismissively. Chen Baidu refrained from further comment and swiftly made his way to the venue. "It seems our Chen clan is poised to unveil yet another extraordinary talent," an elder remarked wistfully. "Old Dao, can you truly refrain from keeping an eye on your grandson?" another elder teased. Chen Wudao surveyed the gathering before responding. "I merely stated my intention not to attend. I did not claim to ignore the proceedings." "Haha, indeed. I, too, am eager to witness what unfolds next." An elder laughed heartily. The others shared knowing smiles, equally intrigued by the forthcoming events. After all, this was a remarkable individual capable of single-handedly shattering the altar. Should they miss this opportunity, they might never encounter another like him. Chapter 87. Still engaged in the absorption, the entire clan is bewildered simultaneously. Yi Chenyin continued to convey her thoughts to Chun Yuan, yet she received no response for an extended period. However, she dared not take drastic measures, fearing it might lead her son into a state of madness. This relentless absorption must cease. If it continues, even the ancestors will be drained. The elders of the Chen clan were visibly anxious, yet, with Yi Chenyin standing in their path, they hesitated to intervene. "Sister-in-law, perhaps you could devise another solution?" Chen Bashuan inhaled deeply, almost suggesting that Yi Chenyin should forcibly intervene. "What? If he succumbs to madness, are you prepared to take responsibility?" Yi Chenyin shot a cold glare at Chen Bashuan. "We cannot ascertain whether he will indeed spiral into madness, but if this persists, none among us shall survive." The elders were in a state of agitation. Chen Bashuan managed to muster a strained smile. "If this continues, the revered ancestor may have to intervene again. Should that occur, we would not only face punishment, but risk the very foundation of our clan being obliterated." Yi Chenyin fell silent, contemplating her next move before deciding to approach where Chun Yuan was situated. Just then, Chun Yuan slowly opened his eyes. "Mother, is there something you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing his thoughts, Yi Chenyin quickly responded, "My son, you must cease this at once." "Is it time already?" Chun Yuan inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Logically, only 3/4 of the allotted time should have passed." Yi Chenyin shook her head. "It is not a matter of time. If you continue, The altar and the ancestral statue will surely be destroyed. Chun Yuwei turned his gaze to the altar, which was visibly cracking, with 9 array masters straining to uphold it. The protective divine shadow hovering above had grown increasingly faint, on the verge of vanishing entirely. Seeing this, Chun Yuwei halted his actions, feeling a deep sense of regret. As a member of the Qin clan, he understood that one must never sacrifice the clan's interests for personal gain. What a pity. With this thought, a heavy sigh escaped him. What are you sighing about? The onlookers were left speechless. While they had seen people gain advantages and then feign innocence, they had never encountered someone so shameless. Nonetheless, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chun Yuwei recognized the importance of moderation. Otherwise, it would lead to an unpleasant situation for everyone involved. Chun Yuwei refrained from further comments, slowly closing his eyes once more to meticulously sense the changes within his body. The most pronounced transformation was within his fleshly cells. His blood surged, and each cell vibrated like thunder, resonating with power. He sensed that his physical strength was now at least 3 times greater than before, a result of the alterations in the chaotic sequence. Yet, despite this, the second sequence shackles remained unbroken. The implications of breaking these shackles were beyond his comprehension. Additionally, a small bud had begun to sprout from the roots of the divine tree within his spiritual aperture, indicating growth. The transformation of the tender shoots has also heralded a change in strength, most notably the divine power that emanates, now more ancient and formidable than before. This wave of harvest is immensely significant. A subtle smile graced Chun Yuwei's lips. Reflecting on this, he gradually reined in the power within and around him, suppressing the surging vitality. However, unbeknownst to him, Qin Tianming had been intently watching from the sidelines. His gaze was deep and chilling, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. With a long exhale, Chun Yuwei finally opened his eyes. The onlookers, witnessing his demeanor, found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, they dared not underestimate Chun Yuwei any longer. Regardless of how he had drawn upon the Imperial energy, this ability was unmatched among those present. Even the supernova Qin Tianming was utterly overwhelmed in this round. Yi Qinyun, observing Chun Yuwei's condition, felt a sense of relief. At least her sudden intervention had not resulted in any adverse consequences. Upon returning to her seat, she turned to the visibly distressed Mo Qinshui and stated, "You have lost. Prepare 3 Imperial artifacts. Moreover, return my Imperial spear." Her voice turned icy as she spoke. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence at her words. She truly offered no mercy. The crowd exchanged glances, contemplating that Yi Qinyun's assertiveness was not unwarranted. The wager had been proposed by Mo Qinshui, who had even involved another son in the stakes. It was no surprise that Yi Qinyun would not extend her goodwill. "Hand over the spear." Lu Lanyutian instructed Mo Qinshui, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation and seeking to mediate. Mo Qinshui gritted her teeth, placing the Imperial spear into Lu Lanyutian's hands. "Sister-in-law, this is your spear. Please take care of it." Lu Lanyutian promptly handed it over to Yi Qinyun. Without even glancing at Lu Lanyutian, Yi Qinyun coldly replied, "I want her to return it personally." "Sister-in-law." Lu Lanyutian attempted to interject, but was abruptly silenced by Yi Qinyun, declaring, "This matter is non-negotiable." The smile on Lu Lanyutian's face gradually faded as he scrutinized Yi Qinyun for a long while before relinquishing the spear back to Mo Qinshui. Aware that her indecision would lead to a lack of resolution, Mo Qinshui took a deep breath and, with both hands raised, presented the Imperial spear to Yi Qinyun. "Sister Yin, I acknowledge that my actions were inappropriate. Please do not hold it against me. Having witnessed Xiao Wen's growth today, I, as an elder, am genuinely happy for him, and for you as well." Yi Qinyun seized the Imperial spear with an icy demeanor, retorting, "Your lofty regard for my son is unwarranted. Keep it for your own enjoyment." With that, she disregarded the distressed expression on Mo Qinshui's face and returned to her seat. Confronted by the gazes of the onlookers, Mo Qinshui felt a mix of shame and fury, yet found herself unable to express it at that moment. "Since sister-in-law has said so, we shall remain silent." Lu Lanyutian urged Mo Qinshui to sit down, though his own expression was fraught with discontent. Having returned long ago, Chun Bad Dao observed everything in silence. Not only did he disapprove of Mo Qinshui, but even his own wife was not exempt from his judgment. While one could comprehend his desire to stand up for his daughter and empathize with his frustrations, it was unacceptable for him to repeatedly overstep boundaries. As silence from others does not equate to righteousness on his part. Now, having been publicly humiliated, he sought to mend the situation. Where was his initiative earlier? Setting aside the rightness or wrongness of his daughter's actions, his temperament alone would ensure that he would never permit his son to marry her. With this thought, Chen Bad Dao turned to Chen Bashuan, signaling the commencement of the next event. Very well, Chen Bashuan nodded, having regained his composure. Embodying the role of a fair and impartial adjudicator, he rose and addressed the assembly below, announcing the conclusion of the first round of the Imperial Qi baptism, and the onset of the second round, which would test the purity of the bloodline. He urged those who had not performed well in the first round to seize the opportunity to showcase their true potential in the second. He then shifted the focus, noting that this round would significantly influence the ranking of the Imperial titles. The closer one's title was to the forefront, the greater the resources and support one would receive. Thus, he encouraged them to strive diligently and avoid leaving any regrets. Chapter 88. Not enemies, not gathering. Pure blood of the Emperor at the 9th rank. Upon hearing these words, all the disciples were immediately stirred. Indeed, the first round does not represent everything. The purity of bloodlines in the second round is of utmost importance. Although the Emperor's aura can to some extent refine bloodlines, if one's bloodline purity is inherently low, no amount of Emperor's aura will be of any benefit. This fundamental essence cannot be altered by external forces, no matter how potent. With this thought, their previous despondency was swept away. Chen Tianming shared a similar sentiment. He slowly rose, once again assuming his previous demeanor of indifference and solitude. He may have faltered in the first round, but he would not in the second. The purity of bloodlines, indeed. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Chen Wen's mouth. He was quite eager to discover the level of the Emperor's blood he possessed. Chen Bashuan surveyed the gathered disciples before speaking. Bring forth the Emperor's blood pillars. Yes, 9 array masters responded in unison, forming hand seals once more. Soon, 9 towering black stone pillars emerged within the expansive venue. Each pillar was adorned with crimson patterns, reminiscent of flowing magma. Even from a distance, one could sense an enigmatic aura swirling around these pillars. Once the Emperor's blood pillars stood tall, Chen Bashuan continued, these 9 pillars are designed to measure your bloodline purity. Do you see the crimson patterns upon them? You merely need to place your palm upon the pillar and channel your blood energy. The crimson patterns will illuminate. There are a total of 11 colors of blood patterns: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, gray, silver, and gold. These colors correspond to ranks 1 through 11, with rank 1 representing the lowest purity and rank 11 the highest. At this point, Chen Bashuan shifted his tone. This session of the adult ceremony comprises 1,030 disciples. You will be divided into 9 groups. The grouping will be determined by the sequence of the tokens you receive. Each group will have 114 members. As for the 4 who draw the white tokens, they may choose any Emperor's blood pillar for testing. But they must wait until those with sequence numbers have completed their tests before making their selection. The results will be meticulously recorded by designated elders and will be publicly announced after the ceremony concludes. Do you have any questions? No, the disciples replied in unison, their faces clearly displaying eagerness. Very well, distribute the sequence tokens. Chen Bashuan nodded and issued the command. The elder presiding over the event did not hesitate further and began distributing the tokens to the disciples below. Chen Wen drew a token from one elder's hand, revealing a white token upon opening his palm. Oh, how unexpectedly fortunate, he mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. He held no overwhelming thoughts on this outcome. To him, the order of events was inconsequential. Soon, all the disciples had received their tokens. After acquiring their tokens, they autonomously gathered beneath their respective bloodstone pillars. Chen Bashuan cast a glance over the disciples before speaking. As his words echoed, the disciples sprang into action, swiftly dividing into 9 groups, each making their way towards their designated stone pillars. Before long, only 4 disciples remained on the scene: Chen Wen, Chen Tianming, Chen Zai, and Chen Tiandu. Witnessing this, the previously raucous atmosphere erupted into chaos. What a coincidence! Are the elders doing this on purpose? Exclaimed one. How thrilling! The top 3 on the celestial rankings, plus an unexpected dark horse. Laughter ensued as they speculated. Who among these four do you think will claim first place? Chen Tianming, of course. His cultivation and talent speak for themselves. Huh, have you forgotten what just happened? Chen Tianming was utterly crushed. This is different. This round tests bloodline purity. And no matter how skilled one is at absorption, it won't matter. You'll see. All your boasting won't change a thing. As the noise escalated, the onlookers from the elevated platform revealed keen interest. The purity of bloodlines reflected personal heritage rather than external techniques. Therefore, it was uncertain who would seize the first place. However, their attitudes had shifted. They no longer underestimated Chen Yuan. In their eyes, he had risen to the same level of genius as Chen Tianming. At that moment, the four individuals at the center exchanged glances. Aside from Chen Yuan, the remaining three were ablaze with fierce determination. Clearly, none were willing to yield. They believed themselves equally matched. Chen Tianming's cold, bloodthirsty gaze finally fixed upon Chen Yuan. His intentions were clear. He aimed to trample Chen Yuan beneath his feet in this round of testing. Then, Chen Bashuan's voice resounded once more. Announcing the commencement of the test, disciples, please approach the bloodstone testing platform in order. Instantly, the disciples trembled with anticipation, inhaling deeply before proceeding towards the testing platform. As the four disciples pressed their hands upon the bloodstone pillars simultaneously, the pillars vibrated intensely. In the next moment, ancient runes surged forth, radiating brilliant light. Chen Guo, age 18, 3rd grade blood purity. Chen Yuan, age 17, 4th grade blood purity. Chen Zihan, age 16, 2nd grade blood purity. Chen Tianfeng, age 18, 5th grade blood purity. The resounding echoes of ancient inscriptions emanated from the pillars, resonating in every corner. Very well, you may proceed, nodded the elder at the testing platform. Thank you, elder. The four disciples responded in unison before quietly descending from the platform. With the four disciples leading the way, the others were filled with a mix of apprehension and eagerness. It is essential to recognize that this test fundamentally determines their destinies. Who wouldn't desire a higher purity of bloodline? Particularly for those of them belonging to the Imperial lineage. The purity of their bloodline holds paramount significance. As time gradually elapses, the brilliance emanating from the Imperial bloodstone flickers incessantly. Amidst this atmosphere, a 16-year-old girl named Chen Qingming elevates the ambience to a new zenith. With an 8th-tier bloodline purity, she stands merely 3 tiers away from the 11th. The Chen clan boasts an abundance of prodigies. Yet attaining an 8th-tier purity in Imperial blood is sufficient for her to receive focused cultivation. However, her record is soon eclipsed by Chen Guchen. At the same tender age of 16, his Imperial blood purity ascends to the 9th tier. The gray luminescence envelopes the entire sky, casting a foreboding hue as ancient currents ripple ominously. 9th-tier purity, remarkable. It appears yet another dark horse has emerged. Undoubtedly, he should secure a place among the top 5. As he absorbs the astonished murmurs surrounding him, a faint smile graces Chen Guchen's lips. He has awaited this moment for far too long. While he may not surpass the extraordinary Chen Wudi, how many such prodigies does the Chen clan truly possess? Behold, this is merely the beginning. Chen Guchen has even greater feats in store. Observing his son's performance, Chen Bashuan subtly nods in approval, a gentle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Excellent, keep striving. The testing elder, suppressing his own excitement, remarks. Chen Guchen, with an air of defiance, raises an eyebrow, disregarding the elder's commendation as he descends from the testing platform. The elder's smile falters, yet he ultimately utters nothing. This scene does not escape the notice of many, and several shake their heads in silence. While talent is commendable, his temperament leaves much to be desired. The testing proceeds. Yet in the end, no one surpasses Chen Guchen's record. The 9th-tier Imperial blood purity remains at the forefront. All eyes now turn to the remaining 4 contestants on stage, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming moments. Chapter 89. What do you use to compete with me now? On another day, representatives from the Imperial bloodline arrived. Under the gaze of the crowd, the lone female, Chen Zai, took a deep breath and declared, "Since no one has taken the initiative, allow me to make the first move." With that, she stepped toward the high platform. At around 18 years old, a tenfold realm of life and death? Quite impressive, Ying Long remarked leisurely. To receive Brother Ying's commendation is indeed an honor. Chen Bad Dao responded with a hearty laugh. I merely speak the truth. Impressive is impressive, Ying Long replied, shaking his head slightly. Chun Bad-Dao chuckled and fell silent. Meanwhile, Chun Zai had reached the Imperial Bloodstone pillar. She inhaled deeply once more and slowly pressed her hand against the stone. As she activated the blood energy within her, a surge of power flowed into the pillar. The Imperial patterns immediately flickered incessantly, and a burst of black light erupted, enveloping the entire space. Chun Zai, 18 years old, with eightfold purity of Imperial blood. The ancient inscription reverberated. Only eightfold. Chun Zai's expression darkened, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Perhaps eightfold was indeed among the elite in the circle of disciples. But she felt far from satisfied. In her view, given her talents, she should have achieved at least a ninefold purity. Is the third-ranking prince only at eightfold? This is rather unexpected. Is eightfold truly poor? Have you forgotten that only 2 have reached eightfold among thousands of disciples? Perhaps our expectations were simply too high. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Chun Zai's heart tightened. Yet, in a matter of moments, her fighting spirit was rekindled. What if it is only eightfold? Even without relying on Imperial blood, I am still capable of reaching the pinnacle. With this thought, she held her head high and walked down from the testing platform. This girl is quite remarkable, Ying Long spoke again. If previously Ying Long's praise held some embellishment, this time he genuinely expressed admiration for Chun Zai's character. There are countless prodigies in the world, but few possess such a commendable spirit. Indeed, quite remarkable, Chun Bad-Dao nodded earnestly, clearly aligning his thoughts with Ying Long's. Chun Tiandu glanced at Chun Tianming and Chun Yuan, and after some contemplation, he too approached the high platform. As the second-ranked prince, though reluctant, he acknowledged that both Chun Tianming and Chun Yuan had reasons for surpassing him. Now, he could only place his hopes on the bloodline test. It was only through this that he could stand on equal footing with Chun Yuan and Chun Tianming. With this in mind, he quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the Imperial Bloodstone pillar. Following Chun Zai's example, the crowd refrained from rushing to judgment, for until the results were revealed, anything was possible. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chun Tiandu did not hesitate, placing his palm firmly against the Imperial Bloodstone pillar. Whoosh! Under the sudden surge of blood energy, the Imperial patterns flickered rapidly, their hues continuously shifting. Ultimately, a gray explosion erupted, instantly enveloping the entire firmament. Chun Tiandu, at the tender age of 18, boasted a purity of 9 grades in his Imperial bloodline. The ancient incantation resonated once more. Well, Chun Tiandu roared internally, as if attempting to disperse the oppressive weight upon his heart. At that moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Though the purity of a 9-grade bloodline surpassed that of an 8-grade by merely 1 tier, the chasm between the two was as vast as the sky. Even within the Qin clan, a 9-grade purity bloodline held significant prestige. It could be said that Chun Tiandu's future was boundless. Excellent. You are one of the 2 with a 9-grade bloodline purity. Keep up the good work, praised the testing elder. I will certainly strive to do my best. Chun Tiandu replied earnestly. Very well, you may step down. The testing elder nodded with a smile, clearly satisfied with Chun Tiandu's demeanor. As Chun Tiandu departed the testing platform, the crowd's expressions grew tense, for the main event was imminent. They had been anticipating this moment since the onset of the current round of tests. Who would prevail? The prodigious Chun Tianming, heralded as a supernova since childhood, or the formidable Chun Yuan, who had dominated the first round and shattered the altar? Naturally, they were most eager to discover how far Chun Yuan's bloodline purity would elevate, having absorbed such an abundance of Imperial energy. Would a peerless talent of the 11th grade emerge? Or perhaps even surpass it, achieving an ancestral phenomenon? Their excitement was palpable. Noticing that Chun Yuan remained motionless for an extended period, Chun Tianming's expression gradually turned frigid. To him, being second to Chun Yuan was tantamount to defeat. A subtle smile played at the corners of Chun Yuan's lips. He was acutely aware of Chun Tianming's thoughts, yet he was determined to deny him his desire. When neither of them reacted for a prolonged duration, the testing elder intervened. Since neither of you wishes to go first, we shall proceed according to the results of the first round. Chun Yuan, as the first-place winner, you have the privilege of choosing. Looking at Chun Tianming, Chun Yuan leisurely spoke. I will, of course, go last. The stronger individuals always make their entrance last. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Tianming? You. Chun Tianming recognized the mockery in Chun Yuan's words. In that instant, the The pent-up fury surged within him, nearly consuming his reason. "Ah, Brother Tianming, why does your countenance appear so grim?" Chunwen inquired innocently. This is truly insufferable. The onlookers fell silent, uncertain of Chun Tianming's feelings. If they were in his shoes, they might have exploded with rage. Crack, crack, crack. Chun Tianming ground his teeth, his eyes growing increasingly crimson. However, the remnants of his rationality cautioned him against acting impulsively, for it would undoubtedly be he who would suffer humiliation. After taking several deep breaths, Chun Tianming managed to quell his fury and silently turned towards the testing platform. Ah, indeed, he possessed remarkable restraint. Yet, this made the situation all the more intriguing. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Chun Wen's lips, forming a wicked arc. At this moment, the attention of the crowd shifted back to Chun Tianming, who held their collective curiosity. Could he stage a comeback? Unbeknownst to him, Yinglong also felt a surge of tension, still holding hope for Chun Tianming. If Chun Tianming could surpass Chun Wen in this round, the gap from the first round would be sufficiently bridged. Upon arriving before the Imperial Bloodstone Pillar, Chun Tianming did not act immediately. Instead, he took a moment to compose himself, preparing to approach the test in his optimal state. He understood better than anyone that this was his final opportunity. Should he fail against Chun Wen, all his efforts over the past 17 years would be rendered futile. What Chun Tianming sought was always to be the foremost. Once he had adjusted himself to perfection, Chun Tianming exhaled a deep breath. He raised his hand, allowing the golden Imperial Dao rhyme to flow through his palm, as his blood energy surged within, manifesting astonishing phenomena. Boom! As his vitality reached its zenith, Chun Tianming hesitated no longer and struck the stone pillar with a powerful palm. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from the Imperial pattern, soaring into the air, accompanied by echoes of ancient inscriptions. The colors rapidly transformed during their ascent, ultimately exploding into silver high above the heavens. Silence. The entire arena fell into a deathly hush. What did silver signify? It represented the 10th tier, a mere fraction away from the 11th tier. Within the Chun clan, those possessing 10th tier Imperial blood had become the core of the core, each endowed with unique Imperial Dao legacies. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as these descendants did not fall, while the ascension to the Emperor realm could not be guaranteed, achieving the Dao realm was a certainty. All the elders of the Chun clan on the platform watched this spectacle with palpable excitement. A vast majority of them had come specifically for Chun Tianming. In this moment, he had finally validated his worth. Yinglong, who had maintained a tense expression, finally broke into a smile. The purity of the 10th tier Imperial blood was indeed extraordinary. Observing the crowd's reaction, Chun Wen also chuckled softly. Chun Tianming, suppressing his inner exhilaration, took a step forward, his pent-up fury erupting as he directed a challenge at Chun Wen. "Now, what will you use to contend with me?" Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Chun Wen. Their long-standing enmity had been witnessed by all, and they were eager to see if Chun Wen could respond to Chun Tianming's provocation. After all, we were speaking of the purity of 10th tier Imperial blood. Surpassing it was an arduous task indeed. In the face of Chun Tianming's taunt, Chun Wen moved, stepping towards the testing platform. Ha ha ha, how could we miss such a spectacle? The Destiny Imperial clan, led by the esteemed Elder Long Aohan of the Dragon clan, has arrived to extend their congratulations. At that moment, a resounding laugh echoed through the air. The name Destiny Imperial clan? The Dragon clan? Everyone was suddenly taken aback. It is well known that the Chun clan and the Dragon clan have long been at odds, and their arrival to offer congratulations clearly bodes ill. At this juncture, Chun Wen also halted his steps, directing his gaze toward the newcomers, his eyes narrowing into slits. Chapter 90. If I can step on you once, I can step on you again before my eyes. A magnificent spirit chariot rushed swiftly from afar. The vast clouds parted dramatically, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. "Allow them to enter," Chen Budheo spoke with a calm demeanor, his voice betraying little emotion. In truth, when the Chun clan extended invitations to various powerful factions for the adult ceremony, they anticipated the presence of unfriendly guests. He was quite eager to ascertain their intentions. Soon, the spirit vessel hovered in midair above the assembly. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the first to step out was a middle-aged man. His appearance was rather handsome, yet his demeanor bore an unsettlingly effeminate quality. exuding an aura of coldness. Notably, he bore a resemblance to the deceased Long Outyin, hinting at a significant connection between them. Following him was a youth of around 16 or 17 years. Clad in a green outfit, his elongated eyes radiated an aggressive energy. Most striking was the dense and profound aura that enveloped him, suggesting a remarkably solid foundation in his cultivation. Is that the triple nirvana realm? A being even stronger than Qin Tianming? Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the young man in green. The members of the Chun clan, in particular, exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Internally, they may have engaged in rivalry and competition, yet externally, they never forgot their identity as members of the Qin clan, committed to preserving its honor. Now, with the arrival of this young dragon from the Long clan, surpassing Qin Tianming at the same age, it was an undeniable affront to their pride. Qin Tianming himself noted the scene, his gaze fixating on the youth, and his expression shifted slightly. Though reluctant to admit it, he felt a palpable pressure emanating from the boy. If a confrontation were to ensue, he lacked absolute confidence in his ability to prevail. With this thought, his concealed hand involuntarily tightened. At that moment, Long Aohan descended from the spirit chariot, accompanied by the young man, and approached Chun Budheo at a measured pace. Long Outyin clasped his fists in greeting, remarking, "I have heard much about the grand festivities of your clan's adult ceremony. I, Long Aohan, have come to partake in a cup of wine. If I have overstepped, I hope the clan leader will forgive my audacity." Chun Budheo rose to reciprocate the gesture, replying, "Brother Aohan, you honor us with your presence. We are exceedingly pleased to welcome you to the Qin clan." Long Aohan maintained his smile and gestured to the youth beside him. "This is our Long clan's top youth in the adult ceremony, Long Ruoqing. He has come to exchange insights with your clan's foremost talent, so he may understand that there are always greater heights beyond his own." Certainly, this is indeed a positive development. However, we are merely at the outset, and you may need to exercise patience. Qin Budheo chuckled lightly. "Haha, coincidentally, I too wish to witness the grace of the noble youth," Long Aohan replied with a hearty laugh. "Bring forth the seats," Chun Budheo nodded and announced. Soon, Long Aohan was seated upon the elevated platform, while Long Ruoqing stood beside him. It is customary that the younger generation does not share a table with their elders. "This must be your son, indeed a paragon of elegance," Long Aohan remarked, glancing towards Chun Yuan, who was present in the assembly. Qin Budheo's expression remained unchanged. "Indeed, does Brother Han have any insights to share?" "Insights may be too grand a term. It is merely that your son evokes admiration," Long Aohan replied with a gentle smile. He then shifted the conversation, adding, "By a stroke of fortune, I have just arrived and am fortunate to witness your son take the stage. To emerge as the concluding act with the cultivation of the triple death realm is quite remarkable. I must observe closely." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the various dignitaries present shifted significantly. Long Aohan's words were laden with implications. While they seemed to commend, the underlying tone suggested that should Chun Yuan falter, it would render him a subject of ridicule, which Long Aohan would also be keen to witness. Qin Budheo did not indulge Long Aohan, stating, "My son may lack in certain virtues, but he takes great pleasure in striking down the proud. Many a face has been bruised by him." "Haha, then I am even more eager to see this." Long Aohan continued to laugh heartily, though his gaze gradually turned colder. "Proceed," Qin Budheo instructed, casting a glance at Chun Baxiang. Chun Baxiang nodded and declared, "Those who have not completed the test, please continue." With this pronouncement, the crowd's attention refocused. All eyes fixated on Chun Yuan. The previously hushed atmosphere grew heavy once more. For them, the presence of Long Aohan and Long Ruoqing was but an interlude. The main spectacle lay in the subtle and overt rivalry between Chun Yuan and Qin Tianming. Chun Yuan gathered his thoughts and stepped towards the nearest testing platform. As he ascended, he coincidentally crossed paths with Qin Tianming, who slowly turned his head, his gaze icy. "I concede the first round," he stated, suddenly shifting his tone. He added, "But for this round, what will you use to contend with me?" At this moment, Qin Tianming was imbued with an unprecedented sense of confidence and rage. "Come at me directly." Chun Yuan pondered how to respond. The onlookers keenly observed this exchange, their attention riveted on Chun Yuan. He slowly raised his eyelids and coldly declared, "If I can trample you once, I can certainly do so again. In this world, no one can rise after being crushed by me." A hush fell over the crowd. their pupils dilating in shock. Especially that statement, "In this world, no one can rise after being crushed by me," was a simple yet striking display of audacity and arrogance. Pray tell, who else remains in this world? You, very well. I, Chen Tianming, shall keep a watchful eye. Chen Tianming seethed with rage, growling resentfully. Humph. Chen Wen let out a cold scoff, stepping confidently onto the testing platform. Each footfall echoed, resonating within the hearts of the onlookers. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, each individual fixated intently. Upon reaching the Imperial blood pillar, Chen Wen gradually directed his gaze toward the Imperial patterns. From within, he undeniably sensed a terrifying surge of power, one that resonated with the bloodline coursing through his veins. Perhaps this is the reason it can gauge the purity of the Imperial blood. With this thought in mind, Chen Wen hesitated no longer and slowly extended his palm. Is it finally upon us? Witnessing this, the entire assembly held their breath, not daring to blink, fearful of missing a pivotal moment. At this juncture, the most anxious were undoubtedly Chen Wen's closest kin. They felt a blend of anticipation and trepidation. After all, for the past 16 years, Chen Wen had grown beyond their sight. Thus, they were uncertain of his true capabilities. All they could do now was pray. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Wen's palm finally made contact with the Imperial blood pillar. Chapter 91. The Mad Chen Tianming. This child must die in an instant. Chen Wen felt the blood within him surge violently, as if it were eager to pour into the Imperial bloodstone. Ah, this is rather intriguing. Chen Wen did not intervene, allowing his blood to roam freely. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As time passed gradually, the Imperial bloodstone pillar remained unresponsive. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers began to feel a sense of confusion. It was established that the test should not require such an extended duration. Could it be that the bloodline purity was too low, resulting in the prolonged silence of the Imperial bloodstone pillar? At that moment, various conjectures surged in their minds. Not far away, Chen Tianming's face gradually revealed a maniacal grin. This round, he had triumphed. The first place would forever belong to him, Chen Tianming. On the high platform, Chen Bidao's expression appeared unchanged, yet the hand concealed beneath his sleeve had tightened into a fist. Yi Chenyun, too, wore a tense expression, fixated on Chen Wen. So, it was this kind of individual. Long Ahan shook his head, his interest in exploration having dissipated. One of the reasons for his visit was to assess Chen Wen's potential. Yet, he was disappointed to find that the disciple Chen Wen so fiercely protected was of such caliber. At this moment, all he felt was disappointment. Very well, the more of a waste, the better. Mo Chen Xue roared inwardly, as if seeking to release all the pent-up frustration weighing on her heart. As for those hidden in the shadows, observing Chen Wudao and others during this event, they remained silent. Yet, anyone could discern the disappointment etched on Chen Wudao's face. The Imperial bloodline was the foundation of the Qin clan. If the purity of the Imperial blood was too low, it could only mean he was not worth cultivating. Just as everyone believed the situation was settled, the Imperial bloodstone pillar suddenly began to tremble violently, and the intensity of the tremors surpassed all previous occurrences, nearly shattering the entire venue. How could this be possible? In an instant, everyone was struck with shock. Strictly speaking, the unexpected impact left them dazed. No, this cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Chen Tianming's pupils shook as he internally shouted. Boom. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the Imperial patterns surged rapidly on the stone pillar, akin to a flash of electricity. In an instant, they burst forth from the pillar, resonating throughout the 9 heavens below. Ancient drumbeats echoed, and Imperial figures overlapped, gazing down upon the entire world. This phenomenon gasped. The crowd was rendered speechless, merely able to silently draw in a breath of cold air. If Chen Tianming's manifestation was akin to a star, then what Chen Wen brought forth was a galaxy spanning eons. It could only be described with exaggeration. Get out here. Chen Wen's palm struck fiercely against the stone pillar. In an instant, the Imperial patterns that spanned the 9 heavens exploded, showering the sky with golden brilliance, illuminating the entire firmament. Chen Wen, 16 years old, with an 11th grade purity of Imperial blood. The purity of the 11th grade Imperial blood? Goodness, astonishing. Silence enveloped the entire venue, as if the air itself had been stilled. No one dared to utter a word. At that moment, all the elders of the Chun clan on the platform stood in disbelief, gazing at the spectacle before them. It had been years since the emergence of an individual with such remarkable purity, following Chen Xinghe. They had waited for this moment for 5 long years, initially believing that Chun Tianming would be the next to rise to such heights. They had extended their support, only for him to achieve a mere 10th grade purity. Just when disappointment threatened to consume them, Chunwen provided the clan with a surprise, marking the youngest individual ever to attain the 11th grade purity, achieved at the mere 3rd stage of life and death. In that moment, Chun Badeo and Yi Chenin could no longer conceal their excitement and erupted in cheers. In the audience, Chun Hongmian and Chun Wudi were equally overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Chun Wudao and others displayed radiant smiles. However, where there was joy, there was also sorrow. Ying Long, though somewhat resigned, merely sighed, realizing that once again, Chunwen had dealt him a blow. He had misjudged the situation yet again. But for Mo Qinxue, Chen Baxiang, and Long Aohan, the sentiment was markedly different. While Mo Qinxue harbored no murderous intent towards Chunwen, she was loath to witness such developments, particularly the growing prominence of Chunwen. For her, the more exceptional he became, the greater the humiliation for her daughter and the ancient kingdom. As for Chun Baxiang and Long Aohan, the former was the mastermind behind the scenes. The more outstanding Chunwen proved to be, the graver the threat to his plans, making future implementations increasingly difficult. It seemed imperative to accelerate his plans and eliminate this potential adversary in the cradle. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chen Baxiang's eyes at this thought. Long Aohan remained silent, yet his expression grew increasingly cold. As a member of the Imperial clan, he understood precisely what the 11th grade Imperial blood purity signified and the potential it harbored. Allowing Chunwen to mature unchecked could lead to the emergence of another Chen Wudi. This child must not live. In that instant, Long Aohan resolved within himself. How could he possess such 11th grade purity? How could this be allowed? Chun Tianming's eyes glowed with jealousy and madness. It was he who had absorbed the Imperial energy to attain this 11th grade status. If my Imperial energy had not been usurped, that 11th grade title would have been mine. It is he who has shattered my future and taken everything from me. I cannot accept this. It must not be allowed to stand. He must be killed, without a doubt. Otherwise, my fury will remain unquenched. With this thought, a chilling murderous intent surged within Chen Tianming, as reason began to erode away. In the face of the upheaval he had caused, Chunwen remained unperturbed. However, he was not entirely satisfied with this outcome. The 11th rank indeed represented the pinnacle of the Imperial Bloodstone Pillar, but it did not epitomize his true potential. Perhaps sensing Chunwen's confusion, the ethereal voice of Xian Hongxiao resounded gently. If you have not awakened the chaos sequence body, then the Imperial blood within you can still ascend at least 2 or 3 more levels, especially after absorbing such an abundance of Imperial energy. What does that mean? Chunwen was momentarily perplexed. The bloodline within you is gradually transforming into the chaos sequence blood, a lineage far older and more potent than the Imperial blood. Your original Imperial blood will be slowly assimilated and devoured until it ultimately vanishes. Fortunately, this has been discovered early, otherwise, you would truly be regarded as a waste in their eyes, Xian Hongxiao teased lightly. I see now, Chunwen mused. With my aptitude, how could I possibly be limited to merely the 11th rank? A faint smile graced his lips. At that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning of I need only to exert myself slightly, and that is already their limit. Yet, this revelation was not entirely unwelcome. With this thought, Chunwen reined in his musings. Elder, may I take my leave now? The testing elder quickly returned to his senses. Yes, you may. Chunwen nodded and descended amidst the gazes of the crowd. As he passed by Chen Tianming, he did not pause even for a moment. To him, Chen Tianming was nothing more than a fool. This scoundrel is far too arrogant. He must be eliminated. With his dismissal, Chen Tianming's fury escalated, his murderous intent boiling over. Shortly after Chunwen returned to his position, Chen Baxiang received further instructions and stood once more. The next round was the 3rd and final round of this adult ceremony. The purpose of this round was to demonstrate the growth you have achieved through mutual challenges. The rules are simple. The challenged may decline to fight. There are no limits on the number of challenges, and one may concede if they are outmatched. We will observe the battles and assign scores accordingly, so do not hesitate to showcase your abilities. At last, a spark ignited in Chunwen's eyes. The long-awaited battles were finally upon him. and it was time for him to make his mark. Chapter 92. The entire clan's descendants targeted him. I shall only accept a battle to the death. You wretched cur, your time has come. A fierce, murderous intent erupted from Chen Tianming's eyes, as if he were about to engulf Chen Wen entirely. He had lost in the first round. He had also faced defeat in the second. He could not fathom a third loss. If he could eliminate Chen Wen on the arena, all that Chen Wen had achieved would crumble into nothingness. He would still be the foremost individual at this coming-of-age ceremony, securing the greatest allocation of resources from the clan. With those resources and the ensuing legacy, he could ascend swiftly. As for the potential retaliation after slaying Chen Wen, he cast aside such concerns. To him, if a cultivator could not withstand such pressure, they might as well perish. Aside from Chen Tianming, Chen Guqin also fixed his gaze upon Chen Wen, openly exhibiting his animosity. If Chen Tianming had only recently begun to harbor murderous intentions towards Chen Wen during the ceremony, Chen Guqin had disdained him from the very start. Moreover, having received his father Chen Bashuan's permission beforehand, he felt even less restrained in taking action. Beyond these two, among the thousands of descendants, many cast scrutinizing glances towards Chen Wen, some laced with coldness. Clearly, in that moment, many were unwilling to accept Chen Wen. To them, a mere trifling cultivator of the triple life and death realm was beneath their notice. The third round would involve mutual challenges, a true test of genuine strength. Devoid of any pretense, it was time to reclaim their dignity. If they allowed Chen Wen to continue his brazen antics, where would their pride reside? With this thought, a resolve began to solidify within many hearts. Oh, how intriguing. I had not anticipated such unpopularity. Chen Wen surveyed the scene, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come. I relish the sight of those who detest me, yet find themselves powerless to act against me. Observing the crowd's reactions, Chen Bashuan discreetly nodded. Since there were no objections, the third round would commence now. 9 arenas were present, and challengers could confront any descendant they wished. With those words, Chen Bashuan settled back into his seat. The atmosphere ignited with excitement, a cacophony of discussions rising and falling. It was here. The moment they had eagerly awaited had finally arrived. Particularly for Chen Wen, they were all keen to witness his true prowess. Chen Wen, I challenge you. Chen Wen, shall we have a match? Chen Wen, are you interested in a duel? In an instant, dozens of descendants stepped forward, eager to challenge Chen Wen. Among them were Chen Tianming, Chen Guqin, Chen Tiandu, and Chen Zai, all prominent figures on the royal list. Goodness, are they coming at him so fiercely right from the start? Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Impressive. A splendid show was certainly in store. Soon, the crowd exhibited expressions of excitement once more. Ah, it appears that your son is indeed quite remarkable. With that, Long Aohan shifted the topic, inquiring about Chen Patriarch's thoughts on the matter. Upon hearing this, Ying Long and the others turned their gazes toward Chen Ba Dao, eager to discern his perspective. It is crucial to note that Chen Wen's status as a formidable figure at the third level of the death realm is an undeniable fact. Take Chen Tianming. For instance, he is at the second level of the Nirvana realm, a full 9 minor realms above Chen Wen. Even if Chen Wen is an extraordinary talent, could he possibly triumph over another prodigy like Chen Tianming, who stands 9 realms above him? Such a feat may be conceivable, yet it would be akin to scaling the heavens. With an unwavering expression, Chen Ba Dao retorted, in the first and second rounds, do you truly believe my son has a chance of securing first place? Long Aohan's countenance faltered momentarily, and after a pause, he remarked, it seems that Chen Patriarch is brimming with confidence. To which Chen Ba Dao responded, what? Is Brother Han doubting my son? Chen Ba Dao raised an eyebrow, his voice gradually growing cold. Long Aohan's demeanor softened slightly as he continued, in truth, I too hope your son will stand out, allowing my disciple to measure his prowess against him. You shall witness it. I only hope you do not falter then, Chen Ba Dao replied, casting a sidelong glance at Long Aohan. Long Aohan's expression turned completely somber, stating, in that case, I shall observe closely to see if your son possesses such capability. Chen Ba Dao chose not to respond further, redirecting his attention back to the grand arena. Facing the challenges posed by dozens, the ever-composed Chen Wen gradually lifted his eyelids, declaring, I shall only accept battles of life and death. If you possess courage, step forward. Suddenly, his voice escalated. If you lack the guts, then get the hell out of here. Upon these words, the arena fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt into a cacophony moments later. How dare he? Impressive. I have witnessed numerous adult ceremonies, yet never have I encountered a disciple so audacious. A lad of the third level of the death realm boldly demanding life and death battles. How utterly audacious. On the platform, an air of somberness enveloped the atmosphere, with many representatives displaying expressions of shock. They had anticipated Chun Yuwei would engage in more measured contests against weaker disciples, merely going through the motions. After all, having secured first place in the previous 2 rounds, the significance of this third round was diminished. Thus, there seemed little need to jeopardize himself for fleeting glory. Yet, Chun Yuwei, rather than evading conflict, willingly leaped into the fire. Was he truly mad? Chun Ba Dao, who had remained silent, now furrowed his brow in confusion. Clearly, he could not fathom why his son would place himself on the precipice of danger. In his view, this was entirely unnecessary. Ha ha ha, seeking death, and quite well at that. Perhaps he will truly perish on the arena. Originally resigned, Chen Shui now found herself stirred by excitement once more. In her eyes, if Chun Yuwei were to perish, the humiliation she suffered today would vanish without a trace, and her daughter would consequently find liberation. This is truly a fortuitous event with manifold benefits. The opportunity has arrived. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chun Bashuan's eyes as he directly conveyed a message to his son, inquiring about his confidence. Chen Guchen was momentarily taken aback, but promptly replied, 100%. To incapacitate that individual, only his life is required. Chen Bashuan stated. Why not eliminate him directly? Chen Guchen queried, his face adorned with confusion. Keeping him alive serves a purpose. Trust me, Chen Bashuan explained, a rare occurrence for him. Very well, I shall heed your guidance, father. Chen Guchen contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. Indeed, Chen Bashuan acknowledged with a nod, falling silent thereafter. It appears they are all utterly inept, a source of embarrassment. Chun Yuwei's gaze swept across the faces of the gathered disciples, a cold smile gracing his lips. Arrogant. As Chun Tianming bellowed fiercely, he stepped forward, an invisible force bearing down upon Chun Yuwei, declaring, if you seek death, I shall oblige. As his words lingered in the air, a terrifying aura erupted from his being, distorting the surrounding space in a chaotic frenzy. One could observe the atmosphere warping, engulfing everything in its tumult. And I too, Chen Guchen proclaimed, stepping forward with a violent surge of blood lightning, reducing the vicinity to a desolate silence. The intangible ferocity surged forth, pressing relentlessly towards Chun Yuwei. In the Chen clan, it is not your place to be so audacious. Should you seek demise, I hold no reservations about granting it. Chen Guchen's gaze was frigid, his murderous intent intensifying to a fearsome degree. Chapter 93. I was just preoccupied with murder and didn't quite catch it. Chun Yuwei maintained an unchanging expression, his gaze sweeping over the 2 individuals before ultimately settling on Chen Guchen. Name, Chen Guchen. Age, 16. Personality, proud, envious, arrogant. Willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. Identity, heir of the celestial destiny Imperial clan, descendant of the Chen family, son of the Grand Elder. Destiny soul, purple. Physique, primordial prison, thunder body. Realm, ninefold life and death realm. He chuckled softly, yet another child of destiny. And the son of Chun Bashian at that. This has become quite intriguing. Just right. I shall eliminate you first, and then your father. With this thought, a chilling glint gradually settled in Chun Yuwei's eyes. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chun Yuwei stepped deliberately toward the nearest combat platform. Upon ascending the platform, he slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on the 2, inviting them to join forces against him. Goodness, how audacious! The moment those words escaped his lips, the previously silent atmosphere erupted once more. Merely declaring a life and death battle was insufficient. Now, he was audaciously inviting 2 opponents to confront him simultaneously. Was this confidence? Or sheer madness? Let us not even speak of Chun Tianming's formidable strength. Chen Guchen was also a genuine ninefold life and death realm practitioner. Facing 2 adversaries alone, was he jesting? In stark contrast, the expressions of Chun Tianming and Chen Guchen had turned completely cold. To them, Chun Yuwei's actions represented a blatant affront. It was the first time since their emergence that they had been so openly disdained by a mere trifling figure of the threefold life and death realm. He must die. This boy cannot be permitted to live. Otherwise, their indignation would remain unquenched. With this in mind, Chen Tianming and Chen Guchun exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken thoughts shared between them. Shall you take the lead, or shall I? Chen Tianming spoke first. I shall handle this, Chen Guchun replied bluntly. Despite his father's admonition to spare Chunwen's life, he did not specify how to do so. He was determined to leave Chunwen in a state of desperation. Chen Tianming regarded Chen Guchun with a nod. All right, then it shall be you. He believed that if Chen Guchun could vanquish Chunwen, he would conveniently evade a troublesome situation. Should Chen Guchun fail, he could still gauge Chunwen's strength, thereby preparing himself for a more effective strategy later on. With this resolve, Chen Guchun advanced toward the combat platform. With each step forward, his aura surged, enveloped by layers of blood thunder. The spectacle was about to commence. Observing this scene, the crowd collectively held their breath. The extent of Chunwen's capabilities was on the verge of revelation. Yet, internally, they leaned towards Chen Guchun. Indeed, Chunwen possessed remarkable talent and formidable techniques. However, standing on the combat platform, mere talent was insufficient. One must also possess absolute strength. They could not conceive any method by which a being in the realm of triple death could possibly vanquish one in the ninth death realm. Perhaps, amidst the gathering, the only individual possessing unwavering confidence in Chunwen was none other than Chen Hongyan. For, during his time in the celestial realm, Chunwen had indeed triumphed over the formidable Chu Tianlong, who resided in the ninth death realm. While Chen Guchun was undeniably formidable and free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao of the lower realms, she still firmly believed that Chunwen would not falter against him. At this moment, Chen Guchun had already arrived beneath the contest platform. His aura and power had coalesced to an extreme limit, with a vast expanse of blood lightning accumulating in the air. Within this sanguine tempest, countless blood shadows swirled, resembling ghastly specters emerging from the depths of the netherworld. The atmosphere was saturated with a plethora of negative energies, bloodthirsty, ruinous, and frenzied, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Such might. The crowd's expressions shifted, collectively inhaling sharply. Simultaneously, their gazes turned towards Chunwen, as if silently questioning how he would respond in such a dire situation. In a sudden flash, Chen Guchun made his move. With a single leap, the surrounding blood lightning erupted, emitting a cacophony of chilling echoes. As he landed upon the contest platform, the terrifying blood lightning enveloped the heavens above, shattering the very space around them, while the blood lightning raged and bombarded indiscriminately. How would you prefer to meet your demise? With a decisive step, Chen Guchun's momentum surged, suppressing the entire arena's energy. Concurrently, a wave of horrifying murderous intent surged toward Chunwen, obliterating the surrounding space into mere dust. Without lifting his eyelids, Chunwen extended a hand, effortlessly blocking the incoming murderous force. Is this all? How absurd. With a cold scoff, he seized the encroaching power and shattered it with a single, forceful grasp. The audience was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for Chunwen to so easily withstand Chen Guchun's assault. As Chen Guchun's pupils widened in shock, his murderous intent surged anew. Kill. With another determined step, the once tumultuous blood lightning surged forth, instantly engulfing Chunwen. Countless bolts of hellish lightning descended, akin to the overwhelming wrath of the heavens or the punitive judgment of divine retribution. In an instant, the entire contest platform was reduced to crimson powder. The very fabric of space pierced through. Chunwen was ensnared within this tempest of hellish lightning, his fate uncertain. Had Chunwen truly perished? This was far too swift. The crowd stared in disbelief, unable to regain their composure. Utterly feeble. Chen Guchun's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone dripping with disdain. You are indeed self-aware, Chunwen's voice echoed, calm and measured, reaching Chen Guchun's ears. Impossible. Chen Guchun recoiled in shock, a surge of alarm coursing through him, instinctively retracting the blood lightning to shield himself. Chunwen did not die. Look. With a chorus of astonished exclamations, the crowd turned their gaze, witnessing the sight of Chunwen gazing down upon Chen Guchun. At this moment, Chunwen stood unharmed, exuding an air of calm and composure. Die? Chen Guchun, in an instant, locked onto Chunwen's figure and once again summoned the hell thunder to strike down. Playing with thunder, how laughable! Chunwen coldly retorted. bringing his fingers together and fiercely slicing through the thunderous sky. In an instant, a flash of black light darted past, unleashing torrents of heavy thunder from the heavens above. The entire thunderous arena appeared as if it were a shimmering veil, rent asunder into nothingness. Chun Guchen's complexion changed drastically as he desperately resisted the relentless onslaught of heavy thunder. In stark contrast, Chun Yuan, illuminated by the cascading bolts, resembled a vengeful deity returned from the abyss of hell. Silence enveloped the venue, a profound stillness that rendered all present in a state of disbelief. What transpired was simply too exaggerated to fathom. It was a demonstration of power that shook the very foundations of existence. Chun Tianming, who had been observing intently, felt his expression shift entirely, for this display had far surpassed the limits of the life and death realm. Among the onlookers on the high platform, aside from Chun Bad Dao and Yi Chun Yin, who were filled with exhilaration, the others were left utterly bewildered. As veterans of combat, they were acutely aware of the dreadfulness of such a move, especially when wielded by one in the third stage of the life and death realm. Undoubtedly, in that moment, Chun Yuan had validated his extraordinary talent through sheer strength. You must die. Chun Yuan, wielding his fingers as if they were a sword, rapidly concentrated the heavy thunder. No. Chun Guchen was immediately gripped by fear. Bound by the heavy thunder, he found himself unable to counterattack. Should he allow Chun Yuan to unleash his fury, death would be inevitable. No matter how arrogant he usually was, the specter of death instilled profound terror within him. Xiaowen, he is your. Upon noticing Chun Yuan's movements, Chun Baxian stood up at once, calling out urgently. But Chun Yuan was quicker still. Before Chun Baxian could finish his sentence, he struck with a single, decisive blow. With a swift slash, Chun Guchen's head was severed from his body. Oh my, you truly killed him. The audience fell into a state of shock once more, unable to comprehend the reality before them. Chun Yuan slowly turned his gaze towards the wide-eyed Chun Baxian, asking mockingly, "What did you say about him being my?" "I was rather occupied with the act of killing. Could you repeat that, uncle?" Chapter 94, Chun Baxian, consumed by fury, unveils his murderous intent upon hearing these words. Everyone was taken aback. What does it mean to be busy killing? I didn't quite catch that. And what do you mean by asking my uncle to repeat himself? This is outrageous. Surely, you must be doing this on purpose. At this moment, Chun Baxian could no longer contain himself. With his hands pressed against the table, he leaned forward and roared, "You bastard, you did this intentionally, didn't you?" The crowd trembled in shock. This was the first time they had witnessed Chun Baxian lose his composure. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Witnessing one's own son's head severed would provoke fury in any individual. Beside him, Chun Baxeo remained silent. As long as Chun Baxian did not intervene, he had no intention of getting involved. After all, Chun Yuan had indeed acted with lethal intent and with great decisiveness. However, this was a prearranged life and death duel. It was either Chun Guchen or his son who would perish. If he had to choose, it would be better for Chun Guchen to meet his end. Chun Yuan slowly raised his head, an icy glint flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it was intentional. What of it? Are you seeking death? Chun Baxian's rage ignited, his aura surging violently, exuding an aura of terror. I stand here, come at me. Chun Yuan's voice gradually turned cold, resonating like thunder. How dare you? The crowd was once again stunned by the unfolding scene. Chun Baxian fixed his gaze on Chun Yuan, his murderous intent fluctuating. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath and bowed to everyone present. I was rash earlier. I apologize for the spectacle. The crowd fell into silence, many casting thoughtful glances at Chun Baxian, regardless of his motivations. To suppress one's wrath in the face of such extreme anger was indeed commendable, a feat few could accomplish in that moment. Chun Baxeo sighed and patted Chun Baxian on the shoulder. Chun Baxian remained silent, simply taking his seat once more. Indeed, you possess remarkable restraint, Chun Yuan remarked with a slight smirk. Yet he remained unhurried, intending to deal with Chun Tianming after resolving matters with Chun Baxian. Let us see if you can maintain your composure then. With this thought, Chun Yuan turned his attention to Chun Tianming, his voice cold as he commanded. It is your turn. Step forward and face your demise. Instantly, all eyes shifted towards Chun Tianming. At that moment, his expression was grim, his gaze icy. He indeed felt the pressure emanating from Chun Yuan, but this was not the source of Chun Yuan's audacity to provoke him. The audacity to declare that he would meet his end was utterly brazen. Boom. In an instant, Chun Tianming stepped forward, unleashing the regal aura within him, which soared skyward. At first glance, it resembled a circle of golden projectiles, shattering the layers of space. A vast black hole erupted, swirling with chaotic currents of limitless space. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, an unparalleled force surged forward, instantly transforming the arena where Chunwen stood into a swirling cloud of dust. However, Chunwen remained unaffected, his own aura repelling the incoming pressure without inflicting the slightest harm upon him. He retained his composure, exuding an extraordinary presence. "Kill him for me, and I'll ensure your safety." Just then, Chun Bashuan's voice reached Chun Tianming's ears. "I still require the utmost resources for cultivation," Chun Tianming responded, momentarily taken aback before stating his condition. "Agreed," Chun Bashuan replied without hesitation. "Then I shall assist you in eliminating this individual," Chun Tianming said coldly. Chun Bashuan fell silent. No one had ever dared to negotiate terms with him before. To him, Chun Tianming already seemed like a dead man. "You may die," Chun Tianming uttered coldly as he formed a seal. The power of the heavenly emperor swiftly converged, forming a colossal statue of an emperor, its surface entwined with golden light. "Emperor Seal." Chun Tianming unleashed a hand gesture. The emperor's statue stirred, raising its hand to strike down upon Chunwen. A mysterious force gathered within the giant hand, resembling an ancient palm print, emanating the oppressive might of an emperor. Chaos horizontal hand. Without hesitation, Chunwen countered with a horizontal hand technique. The nine-colored chaotic energy surged forth, causing the giant hand to expand dramatically, overshadowing the skies, exerting an invincible force downward. Boom. In an instant, the two attacks collided violently. The surrounding space fractured, and a terrifying force surged outward uncontrollably. Crack. Bang. With a resounding clash, the Emperor's seal shattered. The might of the horizontal hand continued to descend, reducing the Emperor's statue to dust with a single strike. How is this possible? Chun Tianming's pupils exploded in disbelief, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock. This was his innate divine ability, yet it proved so easily shattered. Incredible. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Chun Bashuan's expression darkened, his face resembling a storm cloud, as if he could bleed from the intensity of his emotions. "If this is all you can muster, then you may as well perish." With a flick of his hand, Chunwen summoned a spiritual sword. In an instant, a terrifying sword aura erupted from his grasp, slicing through the surrounding space like a tempest. Heavenly severing sword technique. With a single strike, Chunwen aimed to cleave the heavens asunder. In that moment, this world was dominated solely by his sword. "This is bad." Chun Tianming's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily drew a spiritual sword. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed with golden light, and an overwhelming force surged into it. Emperor's Slash. As the power reached its zenith, Chun Tianming dared not delay further, promptly meeting the incoming strike with his own sword. A massive illusory figure of an emperor wielded the sword, merging both tangible and ethereal forces into this one decisive blow. The two swords clashed with a resounding impact, unleashing an endless torrent of sword energy that reduced the surrounding space to mere dust, while chaotic currents raged uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the ground beneath their feet was mercilessly sliced into powder, interwoven in a grotesque display of devastation. In an instant, a blade cleaved through all obstacles, slicing through Chun Tianming's form. The Imperial body was shattered in an instant, a spray of blood erupting forth as half of his shoulder was severed. Silence enveloped the scene, a profound stillness descending once more. It became evident that they had gravely underestimated Chunwen's formidable prowess. With a single stroke, he had rendered half of Chun Tianming's shoulder to naught. What manner of beast was this? It is crucial to remember that Chun Tianming was a genuine practitioner of the second Nirvana realm. "Die," Chunwen coldly uttered, invoking the celestial sword technique once again. "You filthy bastard, do you truly believe I cannot deal with you?" Chun Tianming roared fiercely, pressing a finger to his brow. In that moment, a mark upon his forehead shimmered, liberating the entirety of his stored faith power as numerous figures materialized behind him, establishing an overwhelming dominance. As the faith power surged forth, his aura escalated alarmingly, transforming into something terrifying. Imperial aura? Faith empowerment? Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers upon the high platform were struck with astonishment. In their eyes, Chen Tianming, who possessed imperial fortune and could harness faith power, represented not only a dramatic increase in strength, but also an exceedingly formidable potential. Such a favored child of destiny. Even if his imperial bloodline was slightly diluted, mattered little, for his latent potential was assuredly on par with those of the purest 11th grade imperial blood. Observing this, many of the elders from the Chen clan began to stir with newfound thoughts. Regardless of the battle's outcome, neither individual could afford to perish, especially Chen Tianming, who must be nurtured with utmost care. Chapter 95. No Mercy. Chen Baxiwen, come down and face your doom, the fifth stage of nirvana? The crowd could not help but swallow hard. In mere moments, bolstered by the power of faith, Chen Tianming ascended 3 minor realms. Witnessing this spectacle, many were utterly astounded. You worthless cur, what do you have to contend with me now? Chen Tianming bellowed as he gathered his strength and unleashed a devastating punch. A colossal magical formation unfurled in the air, with golden imperial patterns intertwining, exuding an extraordinarily terrifying aura. In the next instant, golden fists erupted from the formation like meteors plummeting from the sky, obliterating everything in their vicinity into dust. This was utterly terrifying. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes wide with shock. Soon, their gaze shifted towards Chun Wen, eager to see how he would respond. What met their eyes was Chun Wen's tranquil figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Did he truly not understand fear? The spectators found themselves at a loss for words. It was the first time they had encountered someone who could smile in such dire circumstances. Die, you scoundrel! Chen Tianming, noticing Chun Wen's demeanor, was instantly engulfed in fury, his killing intent boiling over. Without hesitation, he amplified his power once again. Heaven-slaying sword slash. Chen Wen, already prepared, watched as the punch hurtled toward him and swiftly executed a sword strike. A beam of sword light sliced through the air, chilling even the heavens. In the blink of an eye, all the descending fists were severed in two by the blade. The sword light, having overcome all obstacles, once again surged toward Chen Tianming. How could this be? Chen Tianming's pupils dilated in disbelief, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. He had elevated his realm to the 5th stage of nirvana, harnessed the faith of multitudes, and yet Chun Wen was merely a trifling 3rd stage of life and death. Why could he not prevail? Why were all his attacks so utterly futile? Why? In a fit of rage, Chen Tianming recklessly charged toward the descending sword strike, as if to prove his worth. Yet, his fury swiftly morphed into boundless dread. None of his assaults could hinder the sword's descent. With a swift slash, half of Chen Tianming's shoulder was severed, sending him into a wretched howl as blood cascaded from the wound, staining his entire body. The crowd was left in a state of disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. A single sword strike had vanquished Chen Tianming, a 5th stage nirvana warrior. This was simply absurd. What manner of monster was this? Useless, useless, useless. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Chen Baxiwen could no longer contain his inner roar. What is this talk of ease and the claim of having killed someone for you? Is this how you execute such deeds? I could annihilate your entire family. The more he contemplated, the more Chen Baxiwen's fury intensified, his desire to obliterate Chen Tianming reaching a boiling point. What manner of monster is this boy, that he cannot be vanquished? Mo Qinxue sat despondently in her chair, her expression a mix of indignation and helplessness. As for Long Aohan, the earlier mockery had vanished, replaced by an abyss of coldness. At this moment, his perception of Chun Wen was singular, a formidable individual, a potential rival to Chun Wudi, perhaps even more terrifying. Chen Wen, however, remained oblivious to their thoughts. He stepped forward, instantly closing the distance to Chen Tianming, and placed his sword against his throat. The pallor of Chen Tianming's face turned ghostly white, particularly as the cold steel sent shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps across his body. Do not kill me, I concede. I concede. With that, Chen Tianming fell to his knees, frantically knocking his head against the ground. In my presence, only death awaits. As he spoke, Chen Wen prepared to strike. Hold. This battle ends here. At that moment, several observing elders rose, urgently calling out. Chen Wen halted his movement, lifted his gaze, and, undeterred by the elders' pressure, declared with a calm demeanor, the one I wish to kill, not even the King of Heaven can save. With that, he swung his sword down with great force. You dare! The elders bellowed in unison. There is nothing in this world that I fear. Chun Wen's grip tightened, and he shouted back at the elders. In an instant, Chun Tianming's head was severed and rolled to the ground. What the hell? The crowd stared in terror at the scene unfolding before them. The elders had intervened, yet their authority was disregarded entirely. This is truly audacious. How outrageous. Seeing Chun Wen still poised to attack, the elders erupted in fury, directing their wrath toward him. In an instant, an invisible force descended upon Chun Wen. The space around him trembling, engulfed in a cloud of powdery dust. You dare to threaten my son? Yi Chenyan sprang into action, her spear sweeping forth, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere with a resounding clash. The elders, taken aback by the weapon pointed at them, felt their anger surge. This family is utterly brazen. Yet, they refrained from further aggression. Should there be consequences for adhering to the rules, then I shall escalate matters today. With that, Chun Wen stepped forward, shouting towards Chun Bashuan. Descend and face your demise. At these words, the previously chaotic scene fell into an eerie silence. What does this mean? Is it not enough to deal with my son? Now he seeks to confront me as well? Yet, does he not recognize his own standing? In a realm where life and death intertwine, one dares to challenge the very foundation of existence, inviting a sovereign to meet his demise. Insanity reigns supreme. This is undeniably madness. At this moment, even Chun Bedu and Yi Chenin gazed at Chun Wen with confusion, clearly unable to comprehend why their own son would undertake such a reckless endeavor. Chun Baxiang's expression turned icy, his eyes reflecting an abyss of suspicion and coldness as he scrutinized Chun Wen. He could not fathom that Chun Wen would act without cause. Could it be that this young man had uncovered some hidden truth? Yet, that seemed implausible. Everything he had orchestrated was shrouded in secrecy, even from his own flesh and blood. If not, then what could possibly provoke such an outburst from him? In that moment, even his sharp intellect could not unravel the mystery at hand. The entire situation was far too abrupt. Facing the bewildered gazes of those around him, Chun Wen stood resolute, his long sword trembling with anticipation. Chun Baxiang, I command you to descend and meet your fate. Chun Bedu understood that silence was no longer an option. Xiaowen, cease this commotion, he urged. Yet, Chun Wen's murderous intent remained unyielding. I am not causing a disturbance. According to the rules of the life and death platform, I demand that Chun Baxiang descend and face his end. I ask, is this a violation? Is it not reasonable? You. Chun Bedu's countenance darkened slightly. At that moment, Chun Baxiang rose slowly, addressing Chun Wen. Xiaowen, retract your words, and I shall pretend I have not heard. Chun Wen pointed his sword forward, his killing intent surging. What further nonsense is there? I command you to descend and meet your demise. Chapter 96. The challenge awaits. Chun Bashuan's pupils contracted, a boundless aura of murderous intent swirling around him. Since you insist on this course of action, do not blame me for the consequences. With that, he leaped into the air, landing directly opposite Chun Wen. Xiao Xinyu. Chun Bedeo attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Yi Chenyun gripped her spear tightly, poised to strike at any moment. Father, mother, please do not interfere. At that moment, Chun Hongyan's voice pierced through the tension, reaching both of their ears. Startled, they turned to where Chun Hongyan stood, sensing that she held some crucial insight. They were not foolish. They understood that unusual circumstances often conceal deeper mysteries. No matter how foolish Chun Wen might act, he would never be audacious enough to challenge a tenfold heavenly king. Furthermore, this individual was not only a highly esteemed elder within their clan, but also his nominal second uncle. Chun Hongyan did not respond directly. You simply need to remain steady. I will handle the rest. You. Chun Bedeo was about to press for clarification when Yi Chenyun interjected, let us heed Xiaoyan's words. If Xiaoyan dares to act thus, he must have his reasons. Even if I were to intervene, do you truly believe that Xiaoyan, solely at the tenfold heavenly king level, could be underestimated? At this point, Chun Bedeo shifted his tone, setting aside his numerous tactics and hidden cards. His combat experience far exceeds what his realm would suggest. Yi Chenyun fell silent. Although Chun Bashuan had not engaged in battle since his injury, his demeanor over the years had portrayed him as a master of social finesse, adept at navigating interpersonal relations. Such a person, if not genuinely benevolent, would undoubtedly harbor deep-seated cunning. She firmly believed that Chun Bashuan belonged to the latter category. Thus, she wholeheartedly agreed with her husband's assessment. Perhaps their son indeed had compelling reasons for his actions, yet engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Chun Bashuan was undeniably reckless. Chun Hongyan shook her head, observing Chun Wen's upright and confident figure, and spoke softly. Perhaps you all harbor doubts about him, but I choose to place my faith in him. You, very well. At most, I shall intervene later. Your second uncle will surely grant me this concession. Chun Badeo sighed in resignation, ultimately refraining from further obstruction. Yi Qinyun cast a deep glance at Chun Hongyan, but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around them erupted into chaos. Goodness, the elder truly accepted the challenge. With a sword pointed at his nose, how could he refuse? His reputation would be utterly tarnished. Do you think this lad has lost his mind? Surely he doesn't believe that killing a couple of peers grants him the right to provoke Chun Bashuan. I heard that Chun Wen has only recently returned to the Chun clan, and he is the youngest son of the clan leader. Wow, challenging his second uncle, impressive. I have to respect this rebellious spirit. Haha, see, Chun Bashuan will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to avenge his lost son. Chun Wen has effectively walked into the line of fire. Is there even a need to say this? If the Triple Death Realm can vanquish the 10th King Realm, then the shackles of these realms would utterly collapse. What is left for us to cultivate? At this moment, on the dual platform, Chun Bashuan did not act immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Chun Wen, scrutinizing him intently. Being inherently cautious, he could not fathom that Chun Wen would challenge him without any confidence. A slight smirk graced Chun Wen's lips as he said, "Nephew, I have specially arranged for you to meet your elder cousin. Pray tell, how would you prefer to meet your end? You, audacious fool." Chun Bashuan's fury ignited instantly. I shall indeed be audacious. With a thunderous step, Chun Wen unleashed the suppressed power within him, releasing a resonant roar akin to the beating of war drums. As his breath surged, the vitality and strength erupted like a mountain. In an instant, 9-colored light radiated through the cloud layers, revealing ancient and mysterious phenomena that unfolded one after another. At that moment, Chun Wen's demeanor transformed entirely, wild, domineering, and unmatched, exuding an aura capable of subduing all. Could this be his true strength? As the crowd beheld this spectacle, they could not help but swallow hard. The sudden elevation of Chun Wen's combat prowess was glaring, even though he remained in the Triple Death Realm. Yet, his limits had surpassed the vast majority of those in the Nirvana realm. Chun Bashuan keenly observed all of this, his pupils trembling in disbelief. This wretched scoundrel must die. He must die. Initially, he had intended to suppress Chun Wen, preserving his life to fulfill the plan entrusted to him by another. However, now he reconsidered. Chun Wen's talent and potential instilled in him a profound unease. He harbored an ominous premonition that allowing Chun Wen to live would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. Only by eliminating him at this juncture could he extinguish this unrest at its source. With this in mind, Chun Bashuan resolved to hold nothing back, instantly unleashing the power of the 10th King Realm. The unique force of kingship expanded, creating a domain of authority around him. The moment this domain fully formed, the power Chun Wen exerted was completely repelled, the space around him diminishing rapidly. Simultaneously, Chun Wen was gradually forced back, the ground beneath him crumbling. At first glance, it appeared that Chun Wen was entirely subdued, utterly powerless to retaliate. Under such circumstances, it would not be long before Chun Wen was utterly crushed, even to the point of his very flesh being obliterated. Indeed, as all witnessed this unfolding, a sigh escaped the crowd. They felt no surprise at this outcome. For despite Chun Wen's extraordinary defiance, he remained in the Triple Death Realm, a realm far beneath the 10th King Realm of Chun Bashuan. So this is the power of the 10th King Realm? It is but this, ha ha ha. At that moment, Chun Wen suddenly erupted into a thunderous laughter, his voice exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. Amidst his maniacal laughter, a tremendous tremor coursed through his body, releasing an ancient and powerful breath from within his chest. Every cell in his physical form awakened, pulsating in unison. The resounding beat of his cells echoed like war drums, liberating the forces of nature and resonating with the cosmos, creating an unending vibration. Get lost. Chun Wen stepped forth, unleashing an overwhelming and tyrannical force that pressed forward with the might of the heavens, sweeping away all in its path. With a deafening bang, the previously oppressive power of the king and the dominion it commanded crumbled in an instant. How is this possible? Chun Ba Xian's eyelids twitched, his heart racing with astonishment. Yet, he dared not exhibit any hesitation, hastily amplifying his strength to halt the collapse. The tide that had once favored him now transformed into a fierce standoff. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Initially, they believed Chu Youwei had reached his limits, only to witness him break through once more, pushing back the force exerted by Chu Youwei. This was utterly surreal. On the high platform, silence reigned, as both Ying Long and Long Aohan fixated on the scene before them. Particularly, Long Aohan's fist, concealed beneath his sleeve, tightened with growing intensity. "Xiao Chun, do you have the confidence to defeat that young man?" At last, Long Aohan could no longer restrain himself and addressed Long Ruochen behind him. The reason for bringing Long Ruochen along was twofold. First, he was an extraordinary talent of their dragon clan, a prodigy born once in a millennium. Second, Long Aohan hoped to have him retaliate against the Chun clan to reclaim the honor lost previously. Long Ruochen remained silent for a long while before finally responding. "I do not know." This revelation extinguished Long Aohan's hopes. Long Ruochen's pride surpassed that of anyone, unafraid to challenge even the elders of the clan. Yet now, he expressed uncertainty. Simply put, he lacked confidence. Realizing this, Long Aohan's expression darkened considerably. Before he could deliver a blow to the Qin clan, he found himself struck first. This was more painful than swallowing bitterness. "Come forth." At that moment, Chu Youwei advanced, step by step, exuding an ever-increasing aura as the ground trembled violently beneath him. The overwhelming nine-colored radiance seemed to transform into 9 colossal dragons, roaring with a thunderous cry that pierced the heavens above. Chapter 97. Suppressing Chun Bashuan with an iron grip. "This marriage absolutely cannot be retreated. Are you seeking death?" Chun Bashuan's voice cut through the air with a chilling authority, and he swiftly made his move. In an instant, the celestial power of Zhou Tian coalesced rapidly, transforming into a colossal golden hand. With a thunderous crash, it descended heavily upon Chu Youwei, causing the very fabric of space to shatter, unleashing an overwhelming tempest of energy that radiated outward, evoking sheer terror. "Get the hell out of my way!" Chu Youwei erupted with a fierce aura, propelling himself toward the descending giant hand, colliding with it using sheer physical strength. Boom! The chaotic energy within Chu Youwei detonated, striking the golden hand with immense force. In the blink of an eye, the golden hand was violently shattered, scattering like golden motes throughout the air. An outright confrontation. How audacious! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in astonished disbelief. In the next moment, Chu Youwei surged forward, an invincible figure piercing through the collective vision of all present. "Old dog, now receive my strike." In midair, Chu Youwei gathered his momentum in an instant, delivering a mighty blow known as the chaotic horizontal hand, which fell heavily. "Humph." An ant attempting to shake a tree. Chun Bashuan regarded Chu Yui's attack with disdain, raising his hand to meet it head-on. Bang! The two forces collided with tremendous resonance. Chun Bashuan's expression shifted slightly upon sensing the overwhelming force transmitted through their contact. Yet, it was merely a fleeting concern, for this assault posed no significant threat as he had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, Chun Bashuan unleashed his own power, shattering Chu Yui's horizontal hand with a fierce counterstrike. Chu Yui was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. "Overestimating yourself." Chun Bashuan scoffed coldly, preparing to charge toward Chu Yui. He had resolved to eliminate Chu Yui, leaving no opportunity for his opponent to escape. Clearly, this was the opportune moment to press the advantage. Chaotic slaughter calamity, manifest. At that moment, Chu Yui's voice echoed ominously, akin to a spectral wail. Rumble. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shifted, as ominous thunder intertwined with the incantation of calamity reverberated from the depths of the void, growing increasingly louder. This is not good. In an instant, Chun Bashuan's countenance changed dramatically. For unbeknownst to him, as he shattered Chu Yui's attack, a gathering of the slaughter calamity had formed above him. The calamity expanded at a visible rate. 1 zhong, 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong, until it enveloped the entire venue before finally coming to a halt. Crimson thunder raged within the slaughter calamity, manifesting a hellish landscape of blood and corpses, an atmosphere thick with dread permeating the skies. Eerie cries echoed from within, akin to being trapped in a nightmarish abyss. All of Chun Bashuan's energies were ensnared. In truth, he had not misjudged the situation. The chaotic slaughter calamity possessed not only indiscriminate offensive capabilities, but also the power to confine souls. However, the latter required a high level of spiritual resilience. In confronting cultivators whose strength far surpasses one's own, meticulous preparation is essential for guaranteed success. Fortuitously, Chun Yuwei employed a technique known as the horizontal sky hand. Seizing the moment and catching Chun Bashuan off guard. My heavens, what is this technique? No, look at Chun Yuwei. He seems to be growing even more powerful. Goodness, what kind of method is this? Could it be a secret art that forcibly elevates combat prowess? The onlookers, witnessing the unfolding scene, were rendered utterly astonished. As they observed Chun Yuwei's escalating strength, they felt as though they had been struck dumb. The absolute combat power had awakened, an unlimited accumulation. Emerging from the collapsed wall, Chun Yuwei advanced step by step towards Chun Bashuan. Simultaneously, his physique had transformed to a vivid crimson, searing heat emanating from him as if he had been boiled. The space surrounding him warped entirely, unable to withstand the impact of such immense power. How is this possible? At that moment, Chun Bashuan had forgotten the deadly calamity looming above him, his focus entirely on Chun Yuwei. For in that instant, he felt pressure emanating from Chun Yuwei, an unimaginable reality. Initially, he had never considered Chun Yuwei a threat, yet now that impossibility had materialized. Swish, swish, swish. The instant they beheld Chun Yuwei's state, everyone on the platform instinctively rose to their feet. In their eyes, disbelief was palpable. It is no exaggeration to say that this was utterly inconceivable. They recognized that Chun Yuwei had utilized a secret art to enhance his strength, yet what truly captivated their attention was his boundless potential. It is crucial to understand that not everyone who employs a secret art can elevate their power to such an extent. Once more, Chun Yuwei bellowed, and an echoing drumbeat resonated from within him, an ancient chaotic sound emerging forth. As the chaotic sequence within him further unfurled, a nine-colored chaos enveloped him like a totem. Boom. At that moment, the power radiating from Chun Yuwei had ascended to the 10th Heaven King realm, subtly overpowering Chun Bashuan. This is Invincible. The crowd was left speechless, merely swallowing hard. Undoubtedly, Chun Yuwei had shattered all their preconceptions, along with the worldview they had cultivated over the years. Lulan Yutian, who had remained silent until now, leaned towards Mo Chu Youwei and softly remarked, "We have all underestimated this young man's potential. There is no turning back from this marriage." Mo Chu Youwei refrained from retorting this time. Although she felt aggrieved, she was not a fool. Chun Yuwei had proven himself with every punch and kick. This is an absolute genius, a true prodigy. Among his peers, none could rival him. Should her daughter and Chun Yuwei unite, it would not only be a blessing for her daughter, but for the entire ancient kingdom. Unbeknownst to Chun Yuwei, he had already elevated his absolute combat power to an entirely new limit. Kill for me. Chun Yuwei's hand swung down fiercely, and a heavy calamity descended from the heavens, vaporizing all obstacles along with the very fabric of space into nothingness. The first transformation of the 9 transformations dominance, the infinite phase. Chun Bashuan's complexion drastically changed, and he dared not conceal his prowess any longer, directly employing the first transformation of the 9 transformations dominance. As his physical form erupted like smoke, a golden protective shield materialized around him. Boom. In an instant, the ground trembled and sank, yet he experienced only a minimal impact, though the shield grew increasingly dim. Chun Bashuan's expression soured further, as he realized that even his 9 transformations dominance had yielded no advantage. The second transformation of the 9 transformations dominance, the supreme phase. Chun Bashuan planted his feet firmly, his fists enveloped in pure golden light, and he struck against the descending calamity with repeated punches. Ultimately, he managed to block all the thunderous strikes of the calamity. The chaotic heaven-slaying hand. Chun Yuwei stepped forward, instantly appearing beside Chun Bashuan, and delivered a heavy slap. This is bad. Chun Bashuan's face paled, but his vast combat experience prompted an immediate response. The third transformation of the supreme phase. With a swift motion, he formed a colossal sphere of force around him, countering Chun Yuwei's strike with a powerful palm. The chaotic heaven-slaying hand, under the twist of his palm, began to exhibit a tendency to rebound. Chun Yuwei remained undeterred, maintaining his formidable stance. Ha ha ha, do not struggle. The more power you exert, the greater the strength I can borrow. Qin Bashuan laughed maniacally upon seeing Chun when still resisting. Borrowing strength? I will allow you to borrow to your heart's content. A bloodthirsty light radiated from Chun Wen's eyes as he forcefully maintained the impact of his power and brought his palm crashing down. Crack. Boom. The twisting force generated by the sphere was violently shattered, and Chun Wen's palm obliterated the incoming strike. How can this be possible? Fear finally flickered in Qin Bashuan's eyes. Playing tricks with me will lead to your demise. Chun Wen stepped forward, leveraging his downward momentum, and struck Qin Bashuan with tremendous force. Boom. With a single blow, Qin Bashuan's 9 transformations dominance shattered, blood splattering from his body as he was sent flying. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, no longer surprised by the unfolding events. Spitting blood as he struggled to rise, Qin Bashuan wore a dazed expression. His 9 transformations dominance had been broken, and it was achieved by someone at the triple life and death realm. At that moment, Chun Wen completed the buildup of the heaven-slaying sword technique and aimed a strike at Qin Bashuan. Qin Bashuan abruptly lifted his head, the confusion in his eyes replaced by an icy resolve. At that moment, he decided to cease hiding his true strength. You wretched dog, your arrogance is unbearable. I shall see how long you can maintain such heightened power through your secret techniques. Desiring to meet one's demise, I shall accompany you on your journey. Qin Bashuan unleashed his power once more, and astonishingly, the injuries within him healed instantaneously. He surged forward, charging towards the sword strike unleashed by Chun Wen. Chapter 98. The Imperial Artifact, Soul-Absorbing Thunder Banner, Ascending to the Sovereign Realm, 4th Transformation of the 9-Turn Dominant Body. In an instant, the heavens and the earth shifted in hue, as boundless spiritual energy rapidly converged, forming a grand formation in the sky that obscured the sun. As Qin Bashuan surged forward, the power of his physical body was fully unleashed, transforming him into a human vortex. The gathered spiritual energy poured down upon him like an overwhelming tide. Boom. With the infusion of immense spiritual power, Qin Bashuan's cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. First level of the Sovereign Realm. Second level of the Sovereign Realm. Third level of the Sovereign Realm. In the blink of an eye, he ascended 3 minor realms, the forces of the universe erupting around him. The majestic power of the Sovereign Realm cascading forth. Shadows of sovereigns emerged behind him, bestowing divine imperial authority and augmenting his strength. At that moment, a sword strike descended. Qin Bashuan abruptly raised his head, extending a hand to seize the incoming sword chi. You scoundrel, what do you have left to challenge me? His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he clenched his hand, shattering the sword chi in an explosive display. Bang! Subsequently, like a bullet, Qin Bashuan pierced through layers of space, instantaneously arriving before Chun Wen. Die! He roared, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Chun Wen's head. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness that no one could react in time. Just as Qin Bashuan believed victory was assured, Chun Wen sidestepped, countering with a mighty punch of his own. Bang! The 2 fists collided with tremendous force. Qin Bashuan was jolted, forced to retreat several steps to regain his footing, while Chun Wen was propelled backward, his wild hair flying, his clothing torn apart, revealing a robust physique. This only enhanced his ferocity, making him appear even more formidable. How is this possible? Qin Bashuan's pupils constricted in disbelief, the pain radiating from his hand igniting his fury. Despite having ascended to the 3rd level of the Sovereign Realm, he had merely gained a slight upper hand, a reality he found utterly unacceptable. The onlookers were equally astonished. To withstand a punch from Qin Bashuan and only suffer a minor setback. What kind of monster is this? Is this truly your strength? How laughable! Chun Wen straightened his posture, his surrounding power surging wildly, appearing increasingly untamed. Enhancing one's cultivation? I can do that as well. Chun Wen flipped his hand, producing a spirit pill that he promptly consumed. The Xianlong Dominance Pill. This was undoubtedly his very own creation. Using a pill he gifted to himself? This scoundrel truly deserves to be punished. Qin Bashuan's face twisted with rage, his crimson eyes seeming to seek to devour Chun Wen whole. Since his emergence, he had never felt such fury. If it were not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have already roared aloud. In the instant the medicinal power was unleashed, Chun Wen's entire being surged with vitality, akin to an erupting volcano. A resounding roar erupted from within him, accompanied by a torrent of blood energy that surged forth like a colossal blood dragon. Simultaneously, Chu Yuwei's cultivation level ascended rapidly. 4th stage of the life and death realm, 5th stage, 6th stage. Under the full release of the medicinal power, his cultivation momentarily soared by 3 minor realms. Although this enhancement was time-limited, it was sufficient to confront Qin Baxiang. Old dog, come and battle. Qin Yuan, sensing the formidable power coursing through him, was instantly consumed by a fierce battle spirit, his demeanor becoming even more audacious. With a resounding thud, Qin Yuan transformed from passive to active, shattering layers of space as he unleashed a tempest. Damn it! Qin Baxiang felt the pressure once again, his eyelids twitching incessantly. At this moment, his advantage had vanished. Chaotic overarching hand. Chaotic slaughter calamity. Qin Yuan appeared above Qin Baxiang's head in an instant, launching 2 formidable attacks simultaneously. His left hand pressed down with the chaotic overarching hand, while his right hand pointed towards the chaotic slaughter calamity, an endless storm of lethal thunder brewing within. To focus one's mind on 2 tasks? Such a terrifying combat talent. Qin Baxiang's pupils dilated, and he dared not hesitate, swiftly conjuring a black talisman. The talisman, imbued with sinister thunder, unleashed a flurry of ghastly faces that converged in midair to form an ancient array, enveloping Qin Baxiang within a mysterious domain. With a thunderous crash, the chaotic overarching hand and the chaotic slaughter calamity struck the talisman with tremendous force. An array of chilling sounds erupted as the massive, ghastly faces opened their gaping maws, swallowing the attacks whole. This was the soul-capturing talisman, an exceptionally powerful Imperial artifact. Though it appeared flawed, an Imperial artifact remained an Imperial artifact. Ying Long spoke languidly, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Long Aohan's lips curled slightly. It seemed that a turning point had finally arrived. With this Imperial artifact, Qin Baxiang would undoubtedly prevail. Perhaps Qin Yuan would perish within this talisman, thus eliminating a significant threat. In contrast, Qin Badao and Yi Chinin exhibited little tension. An Imperial artifact? As if none of them possessed one. Now it was merely a matter of whether Qin Yuan would dare to utilize it before such a large audience. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama. Although they could not identify the soul-capturing talisman as an Imperial artifact, they could sense the terrifying power emanating from it. Qin Yuan was in grave peril. Break for me. Qin Baxiang's feet trembled, and his hands swiftly formed seals, imprinting them upon the talisman. Instantly, the soul-capturing talisman seemed to awaken, and spectral shadows expanded rapidly, resembling the depths of the underworld. Those sinister thunders intertwined with the spectral shadows, rushing to devour the 2 descending attacks. As a resounding roar echoed, 2 attacks were swiftly devoured. You shall perish as well, Qin Baxiang declared, once again forming seals, directing the soul-devouring banner towards Qin Yuan's location. The cosmos was shrouded in darkness, as if it were consuming the entire firmament. The phantoms of souls surged forth like a swarm of ants, densely rushing towards Qin Yuan's position. Observing this scene, Qin Yuan remained unperturbed and with a soft exhalation. The thunder pearl erupted from within him. The moment the thunder pearl manifested, the very heavens and earth shifted in hue, as the thunder from the 9 heavens descended ominously. What is this? The onlookers' pupils widened in astonishment, and they rose once more, incredulously witnessing the unfolding spectacle. All the representatives of the powers on the high platform also stood in unison, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Outsiders reveled in the spectacle, while the knowledgeable discerned the underlying significance. Within this thunder pearl, they sensed an undeniable force, one that was both extraordinarily pure and ancient. Although the origins of this thunder pearl were unknown to them, they were certain it stemmed from an ancient lineage. Such ancient legacies were exceedingly rare in the contemporary world. At that moment, Qin Baxiang's countenance underwent a dramatic change. For in the instant the thunder pearl appeared, he not only sensed a formidable threat, but the soul-devouring banner in his grasp also trembled. The Imperial artifact possessed a spirit, even if it were a remnant. Thus, it was evident that it was filled with trepidation. Recognizing this, the astonishment in Qin Baxiang's eyes deepened. Fall, Qin Yuan uttered coldly, once more propelling the thunder pearl towards the soul-devouring banner. Chapter 99. What if the flesh is invincible? I shall still annihilate you. Boom. An endless torrent of heavy thunder descended, akin to celestial meteors crashing upon the tranquil ocean's surface. In mere moments, The entire soul-absorbing banner began to crumble. The soul shadows that surged upwards dissipated like wisping smoke, vanishing without a trace. No. Chen Baxiang's eyes widened, filled with sheer terror. Yet, in an instant, he was engulfed by the relentless heavy thunder, along with the grand arena beneath him, erupting into a cloud of dust. This was invincibility. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard. The attack before them surpassed the capabilities of the sovereign realm. It was utterly astonishing, beyond comprehension. Chun Badeo and the others silently observed the scene, their expressions revealing palpable shock that transcended their understanding of a young disciple's prowess. At that moment, Chunwen could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Unbeknownst to him, faint traces of blood had begun to flow from his eyes and ears as well. The continuous elevation of his combat prowess, coupled with the activation of the Thunder Pearl, had pushed both his body and soul to their limits. The Thunder Pearl, unlike the sword that accompanied him since his early days, demanded a far greater toll on his physical and spiritual being, serving as a major catalyst for his imminent collapse. Not dead. Chunwen quickly regained his composure. Just as when he had slain Qin Guqin and Qin Tianming, the great destiny smelting furnace would actively refine their soul into nirvana liquid. However, this time, there was no such response. The only conclusion was that Chun Baxiang had not perished. As Chunwen pondered, the ground consumed by the endless heavy thunder suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. A terrifying golden wave of energy surged forth, forcefully dispersing the thunderous chaos. Simultaneously, a shadow emerged, slowly rising from the ruins. My goodness, Qin Baxiang is still alive. No, why do I sense an overwhelming aura? As if an invisible pressure weighs heavily upon my heart. Indeed, it was only upon closer reflection that I realized Qin Baxiang's presence had transformed entirely, his power continuously escalating. Look, what is that? At that moment, someone cried out in alarm. Qin Baxiang's figure was now fully revealed to the crowd. His upper garments lay in tatters, exposing a bloodied and mangled torso. Yet, it was evident that his flesh and blood throbbed with life, as if something monumental was brewing within. Qin Baxiang's eyes glowed crimson, ancient runes flickering within his pupils, releasing torrents of terrifying power. Soon, he halted, locking his blood-red gaze upon Chunwen. To have forced me to this extent, you have every reason to take pride in yourself. Now you have reached your limit, while mine is only just beginning. Today, I shall unveil to you what true power embodies. The fifth transformation of the 9 transformations of the dominant body, the heavenly reversal. The heavens converge to harness power beyond our realm. The heavenly reversal signifies the liberation of the dominant body's utmost limits. Boom. In an instant, the myriad cells within Qin Baxiang's body awakened, each one liberated. An infinite surge of power erupted within him, resonating with ancient echoes. A unique wave of physical energy radiated from Qin Baxiang, instantly collapsing all obstacles around him, distorting the surrounding space into a tumultuous storm of explosive force. As the power reached its zenith, Qin Baxiang's arrogance surged to its utmost peak. He trembled, and the surrounding explosive waves detonated, obliterating the space into mere dust. This is astonishingly powerful. Witnessing this, the onlookers couldn't help but inhale sharply. From Qin Baxiang, they felt not only an absolute oppression but also an overwhelming physical strength. At that moment, they belatedly realized that Qin Baxiang had not been exerting his full strength, patiently awaiting the depletion of Chunwen's secret technique. Now, he had finally arrived at this moment. In such a state of adversarial strength, could Chunwen still possess the capability to contend with Qin Baxiang? With this thought, they sighed deeply. Though they wished to believe in Chunwen's potential for miracles, they could not help but acknowledge the near impossibility of such a feat. So, how do you wish to perish? With a single step, Qin Baxiang unleashed his full aura, the surging power ready to crush Chunwen. Observing Qin Baxiang's state, a smirk crept across Chunwen's lips. You claim your limit has just begun? My apologies, I have yet to reach mine. As he spoke, Chunwen held nothing back, absorbing the golden chaotic liquid that floated within him. In that instant of immense power being unleashed, a radiant 9-colored light enveloped Chunwen, healing his internal wounds and elevating the upper limit of his chaotic sequence body. Boom. In an instant, an even more terrifying and overwhelming force erupted from Chunwen, propelling his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. This, How can this be possible? Chun Bashuan was suddenly engulfed by an insurmountable pressure, as though Mount Tai were pressing down upon him. He knew he had reached his limit, yet how could he erupt once more? How could someone at the mere life and death realm display such boundless potential? Why was it that I, the one destined to dominate all, could not even surpass a mere target of jest? Why? Why? Soon, all of Chun Bashuan's superiority vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of frustration and fury. In that moment, Chun Bashuan finally crumbled. The 9 transformations of the dominant body indeed allowed one to rise again and again, even from the brink of death. As Chun Wen spoke, his voice turned chillingly cold. In that case, I shall shatter it myself. With a sudden surge, the very heavens trembled, as if the forces of nature were drawn to suppress Chun Bashuan. No. So fast. Chun Bashuan's pupils quivered, and at that moment, he realized he was riddled with vulnerabilities, each thread of his energy ensnared. All he could do now was engage in passive defense. Chun Wen's figure flickered, and with a single step, he gathered his strength into a mighty fist. Energy coalesced around him, rushing to his hand at an astonishing speed. His fist shimmered with 9 colors, and within the radiance, chaotic runes flowed incessantly. This punch encapsulated all of Chun Wen's power. With only a minute's worth of chaotic liquid, he had to end this swiftly. I declare I shall destroy you. Chun Wen bellowed, not hesitating as he struck heavily toward Chun Bashuan. Chun Bashuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He sensed an overwhelming force within that punch. Yet, at this moment, hesitation was no longer an option. He concentrated all his strength into his own fist and retaliated with equal ferocity. With a thunderous clash, the unmatched might of their fists erupted. In an instant, Chun Bashuan's fist, along with his 9 revolutions overlord body, was engulfed in a torrential blood mist. How is this possible? My 9 revolutions overlord body cannot be so easily vanquished. Chun Bashuan felt numb, oblivious to the pain coursing through him. Under the relentless impact, his flesh began to tear apart, blood splattering in all directions. The space behind him was transformed into a vast gaping void, with fragments of reality plummeting around him. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Chun Bashuan plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Now, everyone stood in stunned silence, too shocked to even breathe. The swift turn of events had left them bewildered. Only moments ago, they had believed Chun Wen was at a disadvantage. Yet, unexpectedly, he had once again surpassed his limits, obliterating Chun Bashuan with a single punch. They could only conclude that this monster exceeded the realm of human comprehension. Truly, it was unfathomably extraordinary. Chun Wen had no intention of holding back. He ascended directly above Chun Bashuan, who had lost all fighting capability. Had it not been for the 9 revolutions overlord body absorbing the brunt of the impact, that last punch would have surely claimed his life. Perhaps sensing Chun Wen's murderous intent, Chun Bashuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily composed himself. Did my uncle offend you? Why are you insistent on delivering a fatal blow? Is it because my cousin has wronged you? If so, is killing him not enough? Why must you annihilate everyone? If all members of the family were like you, what rules would remain? What do we, who wholeheartedly dedicate ourselves to our family, truly strive for? As these words echoed, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. Indeed, why must we resort to such ruthless measures? They say Chun Bashuan is a hero of the family, yet in the end, he faces utter calamity. How utterly absurd that is. It could even come back to haunt us. However, I, Chun Wen, have no time to engage in such discourse. Your demise requires no justification. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Wen unleashed a powerful strike towards Chun Bashuan. Fear finally gripped Chun Bashuan as he shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Take action." Chapter 100. If you seek a reason, then I shall provide one. As these words were spoken, dozens of elders stepped down from the high platform, and the guards maintaining order around them began to close in on Chun Wen. At that moment, a shadow flashed from the sky, pointing a finger towards Chun Wen. Instantly, Chun Wen's pupils dilated in shock. He redirected his punch aimed at Chun Bashuan and struck fiercely at the descending finger. With a resounding bang, Chun Wen was violently thrust backward, yet he sustained only minor injuries. Clearly, the assailant's intention was merely to force him back, not to take his life. Otherwise, with the assailant's supreme cultivation, it would have been a mere thought to end him. As the dust settled, an atmosphere of impending doom filled the air. While Chun Bashuan was surrounded, and protected by numerous elders and guards. In contrast, Chunwen appeared isolated and helpless, without any opportunity to retaliate. Observing the unfolding scene, the onlookers felt little surprise. Qin Bashuan held immense prestige within the Qin clan, and over the years, he had naturally amassed considerable power. Now, on the brink of death, he commanded his subordinates to act, and the clan could hardly voice their objections. On the high platform, Qin Baxiao and Yi Chenin remained silent, their expressions cold and resolute as they watched everything transpire. At that moment, Qin Bashuan slowly rose to his feet, his expression shifting continually. He understood that if he were to employ the clan's power to eliminate Chunwen today, everything would be irrevocably altered. Not to mention that he had no justification for such an act. With Qin Baxiao and Yi Chenin scrutinizing him closely, he could not afford to act recklessly. Should he choose to strike, it would incite a clan war, a consequence he could not bear and one he certainly wished to avoid. Finally, he regained his composure, a gentle sigh escaping his lips. Xiaowen, I am unaware of the misunderstanding you harbor against me. However, if it troubles you deeply, I am willing to apologize. In hopes of restoring tranquility, Chunwen fixed his gaze on Qin Bashuan, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. Though Qin Bashuan's words appeared conciliatory, they were, in essence, an exertion of pressure. One could not deny that with so many forces protecting him, Qin Bashuan indeed possessed the confidence of impunity. Though reluctant to admit it, given the current developments, it had become exceedingly difficult for Chunwen to confront Qin Bashuan with his own strength. So, you resort to bullying, do you? Before Chunwen could respond, Qin Hongyan's voice rang out, clear and unwavering. All eyes turned towards her, astonished that she would choose to intervene at such a critical juncture. Qin Bashuan furrowed his brow. Xiao Mian, what do you mean by this? While he could easily manage Chunwen, he felt a degree of caution towards his niece. What are you implying? Qin Hongyan suddenly lifted her head, an aura of lethal intent engulfing her, instantly transforming half the sky into a crimson expanse, the air thick with the roar of impending slaughter. With that, she bellowed, Blood Prison Army, where are you? Here, came the resounding reply. In an instant, the heavens reverberated with fierce battle cries, and even before their arrival, a menacing aura surged forth like a tidal wave threatening to engulf all. The gathered crowd stood in stunned silence, scarcely daring to draw a breath. Soon, figures clad in spiritual armor and wielding battle spears descended from the sky, a dark mass that surrounded them completely. These warriors exuded an air of lethal intent, their faces devoid of emotion, resembling unfeeling machines of slaughter. At the forefront, a woman bowed towards Qin Hongyan, declaring, the 100,000 Red Prison troops are assembled. Please issue your command. 100,000? My heavens! What could this possibly mean? At this proclamation, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Observing this spectacle, Qin Baidu remained motionless, unperturbed by the Red Prison troops entering the Qin clan's territory. After all, the Red Prison troops, commanded by Qin Hongyan, were, in a strict sense, a faction of the Qin clan itself. However, he was taken aback by the sheer number of troops his daughter had summoned, 100,000, each forged from the crucible of battle and possessing formidable strength. Although the elders of their clan could stand against any single member of the Red Prison troops, the combined might of 100,000, fighting in unison, would alter the dynamics entirely. It appeared that Xiao Wen's desire to eliminate Qin Baidu was not a mere whim, but rather a calculated intent for annihilation. Contemplating this, Qin Baidu's expression gradually turned cold. At that moment, an elder positioned behind Qin Baidu issued a sharp rebuke. Qin Hongyan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Summoning troops to besiege the clan is a capital offense. I command you to withdraw immediately. Qin Hongyan slowly raised her eyelids and coldly replied, kill them. Yes. With that command, the 100,000 Red Prison troops unleashed their assault, a cataclysmic force crashing down upon the elder known as Qin Baidu. You. No. Qin Baidu's voice faltered, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. Bang. In an instant, Qin Baidu was reduced to ashes. This is genuine slaughter. The crowd's eyelids twitched in horror, their scalps prickling with dread. They had believed that Chunwen was a ruthless individual, yet this woman surpassed even him in her mercilessness. The elders and Qin Baidu observed the unfolding chaos in silence, their expressions chillingly grave. In the shadows, Chu Youwei and his companions also bore witness to this grim scene. The atmosphere around them thick with tension. An elder remarked coldly, "This is utter lawlessness. Are we not going to intervene?" Another elder inquired. Chu Youwei responded indifferently, "Let us observe for now. Some matters must escalate to a certain threshold before we discern our course of action." At his words, the esteemed elders fell silent once more. "I, Chu Youwei, declare, any who protect Chu Youwei shall meet their demise. Those who wish to live, depart immediately. You have 10 breaths time." Chu Youwei surveyed the scene. And finally, with a cold voice, bellowed. The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. Those elders and guards who supported Chu Youwei changed their expressions repeatedly. Yet for reasons unknown, they ultimately did not retreat a single step. Witnessing this, Chu Youwei's countenance darkened completely. "Since you refuse to back down, then perish here. Everyone. Annihilate them. Leave not a single one alive." "Yes, my lord." The 100,000 Red Prison troops responded in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. A murderous intent boiling forth that sent shivers through the soul. Upon hearing this, both Chu Youwei and the assembly of elders turned ashen. Particularly, Chu Youwei, whose face now bore a trace of panic. Had he been prepared, he would have been confident against the 100,000 Red Prison troops. But presently, he was utterly unprepared. Relying solely on the forces at hand, he was no match for Chu Youwei. As the Red Prison troops prepared to strike, Chu Youwei, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward. He found himself in an excruciating predicament. On one side stood his sister and brother, on the other, his adoptive father, who had treated him with kindness. Therefore, the conflict between these two factions was the last thing he wished to witness. The casualties of either side were outcomes he could not bear to see. Chu Youwei displayed no surprise at this situation. "Brother, are you planning to side with that old dog?" Chu Youwei gave a wry smile. He hadn't even spoken yet when he was met with a sharp retort. He truly found himself at a loss with his sister. After adjusting his tone, Chu Youwei finally spoke. "You and Xiaowen are not the type to cause trouble without reason. Please provide an explanation, as that is what everyone wishes to hear." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Chu Youwei, clearly eager to know the reasoning behind her actions. Chu Youwei glanced around the gathering, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Chu Youwei. A sense of inexplicable tension gripped him. A wave of profound unease surged within. Particularly, Chu Youwei's self-assured demeanor led him to a terrifying conjecture. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Chu Youwei coldly declared, "Since everyone desires an explanation, I shall provide one. Let us unveil the true face of this old dog." With that, she conjured a figure clad in dark clothing from thin air and forcefully cast it to the ground. Chapter 101. The unveiling of Chu Youwei's hidden identity sends shockwaves throughout the crowd. The sudden appearance of the black-clad figure on the ground left everyone momentarily perplexed. What was the meaning of this spectacle? However, Chu Youwei's countenance shifted dramatically. For this individual was the clandestine agent who had been assisting him with the matter concerning Yuan. How could this person have fallen into the hands of Chu Youwei? Despite his meticulous efforts to keep everything concealed, the unexpected turn of events shattered his composure. In that instant, Chu Youwei realized a crucial truth. From the moment of his return, Yuan had already been privy to everything. All actions were orchestrated to culminate in this very moment. His overconfidence had led him astray. He should have eliminated all possibilities before Yuan's resurgence. The more he contemplated, the deeper his regret grew, and the more he wished to chastise himself. "Speak," Chu Youwei commanded coldly, gazing at the black-clad figure below. The figure, trembling with fear, struggled to respond, but found no words to articulate amidst the scrutiny of the crowd. "If you remain silent, you shall perish." Chu Youwei's voice dripped with cold menace. The black-clad man quaked in terror, stammering, "I will speak. 16 years ago, Chu Youwei, taking advantage of a drunken state, divulged to Chu Yuan." "Nonsense!" Chu Youwei bellowed, his fury boiling over as he struck down upon the black-clad figure with a single palm. The already incapacitated man was obliterated into a mist of blood. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. Chu Youan's uncharacteristic behavior inevitably aroused their suspicions, casting a shadow of guilt upon him. In the next moment, Chu Yuan fixed a steely gaze upon Chu Youwei and demanded, "Am I to be the target of your sibling vendetta? Do you resort to capturing someone to tarnish my reputation? If my demise brings you solace, then strike me down directly instead of weaving such convoluted schemes. Oh, a clever tactic of retreating to advance, but I am not so easily deceived, Chun Hongyan retorted, producing 2 items from her hand, a recording stone and a soul-capturing talisman. The former had the ability to capture the scene, while the latter could store the information extracted from the soul. This is not unfamiliar to you, is it? She inquired, raising the items. Yu Chun Bashuan's eyes glinted with a chilling light, as an overwhelming dread surged within him. To ensure your downfall. How could I not prepare a contingency? As she spoke, Chun Hongyan infused her power into the recording stone. Instantly, the revelations of the black-clad man materialized upon the screen, revealing 3 pivotal points. First, Chun Bashuan had, in a drunken stupor, divulged the scheme of swapping the heir to Chun Ba Yuan, instilling in him a sense of malice. Second, Chun Bashuan had instructed the black-clad figure to monitor Chun Baoyuan's movements until the plot was executed. Third, following the exposure of the scheme, the black-clad figure was directed by Chun Bashuan to eliminate Chun Baoyuan from the equation, thus attempting to terminate the entire affair. It was evident that these actions were executed with near perfection, leaving no room for doubt, and even if suspicion arose, no evidence could be unearthed. Especially Chun Baoyuan, who remained in the shadows throughout, was fundamentally disconnected from the events at hand. Yet, fate led to the encounter with the peculiar Chun Yuan, who adeptly employed the ultimate tracking method to pinpoint Chun Baoyuan. The subsequent developments unfolded with remarkable simplicity. After relentless investigation, Chun Hongyan ultimately uncovered the whereabouts of the cloaked figure. Witnessing this revelation, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as the gaze of the Chun clan's disciples towards Chun Baoyuan underwent a profound transformation. Previously, he had been regarded as a revered gentleman, humble in demeanor. Little did they anticipate that such a paragon would engage in such nefarious deeds behind the scenes. To unearth the bones of another is scarcely different from taking a life. What was most detestable was that this individual orchestrated the entire affair, not only causing harm to Chun Yuan, but also indirectly leading to the demise of Chun Baoyuan's family. How astonishing it is to realize that one cannot truly know another's heart, and this cruelty is indeed excessive. It is appalling that he would wield such ruthless measures against his own nephew. Truly, a despicable act. It has become clear to me why Chun Yuan met his untimely end at the hands of Chun Baoyuan. Had I been in his position, I would have acted with even greater severity. In an instant, the scene erupted into chaos, with a cacophony of discussions filling the air. Chun Wudi stood in stunned silence, observing everything unfold, before finally directing his gaze towards Chun Baoyuan and asking, "Why? Why have you chosen this path?" Chun Baoyuan's expression fluctuated before he regained his composure, offering a bittersweet smile as he replied, "Since matters have escalated to this extent, I shall no longer conceal the truth." He then turned solemnly towards Chun Yuan, bowing deeply. "First and foremost, I must extend my sincerest apologies to Xiao Yuan. It was my unintentional folly and incompetence in years past that precipitated these events." Chun Yuan regarded him coldly, remaining silent, eager to discern what further excuses Chun Baoyuan might proffer. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Chun Baoyuan sighed heavily and continued, "That cloaked figure was indeed one of my own. Everything he claimed was true. However, it does not encompass the entirety of the truth, whether you believe it or not. My mention of the cat swapping the prince incident to Chun Baoyuan was indeed a drunken slip of the tongue. Later, I recognized this and dispatched individuals to monitor Chun Baoyuan's actions. Alas, I overestimated my capabilities and underestimated his cunning. My agents were discovered during the first surveillance attempt. Consequently, Chun Baoyuan sent threats my way, simultaneously promising to assist me in attaining the position of Grand Elder. Ultimately, I succumbed to the pressure and chose to remain silent on this matter. As for the later events, my encouragement for my elder brother to confront Chun Baoyuan was merely an attempt to rectify my mistakes. Nonetheless, a wrong is a wrong, and I owe a debt of gratitude for the care extended by my elder brother and sister-in-law. Therefore, I publicly apologized to both of them." After delivering these words, he bowed earnestly towards Chun Budheo and Yi Qinyun, his demeanor reflecting profound sincerity. The crowd exchanged glances, their mouths moving yet unable to articulate a rebuttal. For what Chun Baoyuan had articulated left little room for critique. Chun Hongyan's expression was icy. In this moment, She realized that she had underestimated Chun Bashuan's shamelessness. Before concrete evidence, he could still turn the situation around. Such a person was truly terrifying. Regardless of the circumstances, he must be eliminated today. Chun Yuan, on the other hand, had a slight smirk on his lips. In this situation, to swiftly devise a compensatory plan was indeed remarkable. Reasoning? I, Chun Yuan, have never engaged in discourse with my enemies. Still quibbling at this point. Does he truly believe I am a fool? Just then, Yi Chunyun slammed her hand on the table, roaring at Chun Bashuan like an enraged lion. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through Chun Bashuan's eyes. Yet he suppressed his inner fury. Slowly, he raised his head and said with a wry smile, "Sister-in-law, if you do not believe me, you are welcome to search my soul." Does she truly think I would be afraid? Upon hearing this, Yi Chunyun reached out towards Chun Bashuan. Mother, as the victim, allow me to handle this. Chun Yuan suddenly interjected. Yi Chunyun's actions abruptly halted, and ultimately, she withdrew her hand. Although she longed to kill Chun Bashuan, it did not mean she lacked wisdom. Chun Bashuan's audacity indicated that he was undoubtedly prepared. If soul-searching was indeed as he claimed, the side with reason would become Chun Bashuan, while they would find themselves in an untenable position. In this way, the situation would be entirely turned around by Chun Bashuan. Observing Chun Yuan's calm demeanor, Chun Bashuan felt a rare sense of tension. If anyone present unsettled him, it was undoubtedly Chun Yuan. Brother, what do you mean? Chun Yuan looked at Chun Wudi with a light smile. Chun Wudi was the adopted son of Chun Bashuan, and thus, he was willing to offer Chun Wudi a chance to choose. Chun Wudi glanced at Chun Bashuan before finally fixating on Chun Yuan, softly sighing. Do what you believe is right. With that, he proactively stepped aside. As for Chun Bashuan's rebuttal, he felt neither conviction nor disbelief. However, if faced with a choice between his adoptive father and biological brother, he would choose the latter, yet could not bring himself to confront Chun Bashuan with hostility. To this, Chun Yuan smiled lightly. His brother had ultimately not disappointed him. Naturally, he understood and accepted the difficulties faced by his brother. After all, family should always strive for mutual understanding. Sister, to what extent can the Crimson Prison Army go? Chun Yuan turned to Chen Hongyan and spoke thoughtfully. To fight to the death, Chen Hongyan replied coldly. To fight to the death? Then anything is permissible. With this thought, Chun Yuan once again slowly raised his head and coldly addressed Chun Bashuan. There is no point in further discussion. I only wish to see you dead. Chun Bashuan's expression instantly darkened, his pupils flickering with an endless chill. Indeed, this wretched scoundrel was a reckless madman, precisely what he feared the most. Suddenly, Chun Yuan's tone turned icy, his voice laced with a murderous intent that resonated throughout the air. Every single one of them must perish. Understood. The bloodthirsty Red Prison Army surged forth, a palpable aura of slaughter unfolding in the heavens above. Chapter 102. Chun Bashuan finally feared, with no escape with a thunderous roar. The army of 100,000 Red Prison soldiers surged forth, shaking the very heavens. They swiftly arranged themselves into a deadly formation, their combined might exuding an overwhelming aura. Could this be the legendary Red Prison killing formation? The onlookers from the high platform, witnessing this spectacle, were struck with profound astonishment. They were not ignorant. The Red Prison killing formation was exclusive to the Red Prison Army, renowned not only in the external arenas, but also echoed through the ancient realms. Upon witnessing the might of the Red Prison killing formation, they realized it surpassed their wildest expectations. Kill! With a commanding gesture from the armored woman leading, the vast army charged down toward the Grand Assembly. The sight of the descending 100,000 soldiers instilled fear not only in the elders and guards protecting Chun Bashuan, but also transformed his countenance in terror. Quickly gather together. Hurry! Chun Bashuan shouted urgently, his face betraying his rising panic. Ah, no! Elder, save me! In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries. Only the more powerful elders could withstand the onslaught. The guards fell one after another, reduced to mere blood mist. As he beheld his subordinates perish, Chun Bashuan's eyes turned crimson with rage. These individuals, though ostensibly elders and guards of the clan, were predominantly his personal forces, cultivated over nearly a decade. Yet today, they met a tragic end before his eyes, and he felt utterly powerless, as if his heart were being ripped out, his blood drained. Unable to endure the growing carnage, Chun Bashuan directed his desperate pleas towards the high platform, shouting at Chun Baidao, "Brother, Will you merely stand by and watch this madness? If you truly blame me for faltering under pressure years ago, seek your vengeance upon me alone. They are all innocent. Listening to Chun Bashuan's furious outcry, Chun Baidao, who had remained silent, coldly responded, "Here, I am first a father, and then the patriarch of the Qin clan. Do you believe your feudal justifications can absolve you? My mind is not merely for decoration. What is right or wrong has never mattered to me." At this point, Chun Baidao's voice was laced with fury. "Those who dare conspire against my son shall meet only one fate, regardless of who they are, death. And what of these elders of the clan? What of these guards? My Qin clan has never lacked such power, nor do we disdain these losses. The moment they chose your side, they became traitors, and thus, their only fate is death." In his final words, Chun Baidao's roar echoed like thunder, reverberating in the ears of everyone present. The figures on the high platform exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in response to his wrath. In their eyes, Qin Badu's words were not merely directed at Qin Bashuan, but also at them. However, one must concede that Qin Badu possessed such audacity, and the Chun clan held this confidence. The elders of the Chun clan atop the platform observed the unfolding events with calm expressions. For those not aligned with Qin Bashuan, disregarding the rightness or wrongness of the situation, they had no desire to intervene. Frankly speaking, such occurrences were all too common in large families. Qin Bashuan's misfortune stemmed from overreaching into matters that did not concern him, and he was caught red-handed. Thus, whatever transpired today was hardly surprising to them. Qin Bashuan's visage had turned completely pale, and he instinctively stumbled backward a few steps. Initially, he believed that through his cunning arguments and familial ties with Qin Badu, he could downplay the gravity of the situation. However, he did not anticipate the ruthlessness of this entire family. At this moment, he finally tasted despair, as events slipped entirely from his grasp. "Elder, you must think of a way. We can no longer withstand this." With the relentless onslaught of the 100,000 Red Prison Army, the 20 or so elders finally reached their breaking point, urgently shouting at Qin Bashuan. "Huh, he cannot even save himself, let alone rescue you." Chun Wen's languid voice echoed before Qin Bashuan could respond. The sound pierced Qin Bashuan's eardrum like a specter, causing him to shudder and look towards Qin Wen. Under Qin Bashuan's astonished gaze, Qin Wen advanced step by step. "You bastard." Qin Bashuan's eyelids twitched incessantly, a wave of unprecedented terror washing over him. Yet soon, a spark ignited in his pupils. He realized that Qin Wen was no longer as formidable as before. To be precise, the time limit of his secret technique had elapsed. Upon this realization, a fierce flame ignited within Qin Bashuan's eyes. Simultaneously, he began to calculate the possibility of escape. If he could capture Qin Wen and use him as a means of egress, escaping was not out of reach. Yes, that's it. This was his final opportunity. If he could survive this ordeal, he would undoubtedly rise again. At that point, even if Qin Badu intervened, he would be untouchable. With this thought solidified in his heart, Qin Bashuan made his decision. Without hesitation, as Qin Wen entered within 3 paces, Qin Bashuan suddenly surged forward. All the power within him, including the essence blood of the 9 turns overlord body, ignited with fervor. Despite his cultivation having regressed to the 10th Heaven King realm, with the essence blood ablaze, he was utterly confident in subduing Qin Wen in an instant. As the terrifying force bore down upon him, Qin Wen felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him. A desperate struggle? How intriguing. Yet I, Qin Wen, have awaited this very moment. In the next instant, Qin Bashuan's ferocious visage loomed large before Qin Wen. "You bastard, prepare to die." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. The velocity, the distance, coupled with Qin Wen's current state, rendered it nearly impossible for them to believe that he would emerge unscathed. However, unbeknownst to them, neither Qin Badayo nor Qin Hongyan nor Yi Qinyan exhibited the slightest hint of panic. In their eyes, Qin Wen was far from reckless. The very fact that he dared to confront Qin Bashuan alone indicated a profound confidence in his abilities. They were now eager to witness how Qin Wen would respond under such circumstances. Just as Qin Bashuan seemed poised for victory, Qin Wen suddenly uttered a cold command, "Rise." As the words left his lips, the ground beneath him transformed dramatically, a terrifying array materializing swiftly upon the surface. In that instant, the atmosphere became charged with an aura of slaughter and annihilation, distorting the surrounding air into a searing vortex. What manner of sorcery is this? Chen Bashuan, caught within the confines of the formation, felt his countenance shift dramatically, the arrogance he had exuded moments before evaporating entirely. In the blink of an eye, 9 blood-red chains shot forth from various directions, each adorned with regal symbols that flickered like flames of royal fire. Cursed be this fate. No. Chen Bashuan attempted to evade, only to realize, to his horror, that escape was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the 9 chains ensnared him. The most terrifying aspect was that these chains had instantaneously sealed off all his energy and sources of power. It was no exaggeration to say that he now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Witnessing this, Chen Bashuan's expression reflected despair and rage in equal measure. He had been the one to hold the upper hand, yet he found himself subdued instead. Why? In encounters with this young man, was it always he who faced defeat? Why? Such bitterness nearly consumed his reason. Chapter 103. Old man, come at me if you dare. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, particularly those from the elevated platform, who recognized that this was indeed a formation. Yet, where had Chu Youwei acquired such an intricate array? Despite their extensive experience, they were at a loss to identify its nature. However, they were acutely aware that this formation possessed an undeniable, lethal force, one capable of subduing all cultivators at the Heavenly King realm and below, with absolute certainty. In truth, their perceptions were not misguided. This was a formation known as the 9 Extreme Annihilation Formation, an absolute killing array. Within its confines, Chen Bashuan had no chance of struggle. Chu Youwei approached ever closer, and with an ethereal tone, he remarked, "You are depleting my strength, yet I, too, am sapping yours. Alas, the final victor shall be I. While your fate is sealed." Chen Bashuan's countenance shifted through myriad expressions before he ultimately lowered his proud head, conceding, "I was wrong. I apologize for all that I have done." "Ah, no. You do not realize your mistake. Rather, you comprehend that your demise is imminent." Chu Youwei interjected as he halted before Chen Bashuan. Chen Bashuan's features contorted once more, yet he continued, "If you seek justice, I can apologize before my entire clan. Should you require compensation, I would gladly surrender all that I possess. I only seek a chance to live, for which I would pay any price." The smile on Chu Yuwei's face faded, replaced by a frigid response. "Apologies, compensations, these are of no worth to me." "Then it is settled. You are resolute in your intent to end my life." Chen Bashuan ground his teeth. "Correct." Chu Yuwei's lips curled slightly. Chen Bashuan fixed Chu Youwei with an intense gaze, his eyes swirling with cold malice, resentment, and a palpable thirst for vengeance. Observing Chen Bashuan's demeanor, Chu Youwei spoke once more. "Are you pondering the thought that upon your death, I too shall face dire consequences? That surely someone will come to claim my life?" A momentary rigidity seized Chen Bashuan's expression. This was precisely his concern, for the forces aligned against Chu Youwei extended far beyond his own reach, encompassing an entity so formidable that even he was merely a pawn in the larger scheme. Chu Youwei leaned in closely to Chen Bashuan's ear and whispered, "Allow me to hazard a guess. You are unaware of the true identity of the one pulling the strings. The only connection you possess leads back to a force known as the 9 Netherhell Palace, is it not?" At once, Chen Bashuan's pupils contracted, and his complexion shifted dramatically. How did Chu Youwei know of the 9 Netherhell Palace? This organization was shrouded in secrecy, never revealing itself to the public eye. Furthermore, it lacked a physical form, unlike the various sects and families which boasted their own palaces and estates. The elders and disciples associated with it dispersed as individuals across various realms, and orders from above were transmitted solely through tokens, which were destroyed after each use. It can be said that this force remains a mystery to all but its inner circle. Contemplating this, Chen Bashuan was finally gripped by a sense of dread towards Chu Youwei. He was one of the 2 individuals who left him utterly perplexed and instilled a sense of involuntary fear within him. Observing your demeanor, it seems that no inquiries would yield any results. Thus, you may as well embrace death. With these words, a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in Chu Yuwei's eyes, and he struck down with his hand towards Chen Bashuan's head. No, you cannot kill me, you mustn't." As the specter of death loomed, Chen Bashuan was seized by terror, and his cries echoed throughout the assembly hall. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers fell into a heavy silence. To them, Chen Bashuan was deserving of his fate. They could not help but marvel at Chun Wen's formidable power, acknowledging that this coming-of-age ceremony had broadened their horizons. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Chen Wudao and his companions observed the unfolding events. After a prolonged silence, an elder spoke. Isn't Taiyi still your son? Do you not intend to intervene? Chen Wudao slowly closed his eyes, responding, let the younger generation handle their own affairs. We shall refrain from intervening. Several elders shifted uncomfortably, for Chen Bashuan was considered one of their own. However, with Chen Wudao's declaration, they dared not voice further objections. At this juncture, they too had to relinquish Chen Bashuan as a pawn. Cease immediately. Just as the crowd believed the matter was settled, a soft feminine voice resonated. Simultaneously, an intangible force enveloped the entire assembly hall. A wave of trepidation washed over the crowd, their minds buzzing and bodies rendered numb. Clearly, the individual intervening had ascended to a realm far beyond their reach. Chun Wen's actions and the power coursing within him were abruptly stifled. Upon witnessing this, Chun Wen's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that, even in such a straightforward situation, someone would intervene to spare Chen Bashuan. In contrast, Chen Bashuan was momentarily stunned, but then a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Mother, I was wrong. Please grant me my life. Mother? Could it be my grandmother? Chun Wen's expression turned even colder. Mother, why is this happening? Chen Baidao immediately interjected, his voice laced with accusation and confusion. To him, witnessing his grandson in such dire straits was incomprehensible. Not only did the grandmother refuse to assist, but she also intervened to thwart her grandson's revenge. What was the meaning of this? Was a foster son truly more significant than a biological grandson? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became. How to proceed is for me to decide. You need only obey my orders. Gu Lingyuan's voice bore little fluctuation, yet her tone was unequivocal. Chen Baidao gritted his teeth, clearly struggling to contain his fury. You speak nonsense. What authority do you truly possess to make such determinations? In a sudden outburst, Yi Chenin rose defiantly against the constraint, unleashing a vehement curse. Impudence. Gu Lingyuan's cold voice resonated as a more formidable aura descended heavily upon Yi Chenyuan. I shall act with impunity. What can you do about it? Yi Chenyuan's eyes glowed crimson as an eruption of power surged around him, defiantly resisting the overwhelming pressure, momentarily displaying no sign of retreat. However, it was evident that his complexion was flushed and his aura increasingly chaotic. Clearly, Yi Chenyuan was struggling desperately, unable to match Gu Lingyuan's might. Dare to harm my mother. I'll curse you to the depths of damnation. At that moment, Chun Wen was consumed by madness. The divine power of the world tree within him and the chaotic forces surged with fervor. In an instant, the very fabric of the heavens trembled, the restrained forces around them shattering like glass, dispersing into a cloud of dust. You wish to save someone? Let me inform you. Even if the celestial sovereign himself were to arrive, he too must meet his demise. Amidst his furious roar, Chun Wen unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Chen Bashuan. He was willing to endure the crushing forces surrounding him. No. Chen Bashuan cried out in terror, his face awash with fear. Yet, Chun Wen offered him no chance of survival. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he obliterated Chen Bashuan into a mist of blood. With a gasp, Chun Wen could finally bear it no longer, spitting forth a mouthful of blood as his own flesh began to tear. Yet he remained upright, allowing the blood to cascade down, his visage a haunting blend of despair and defiance. Such a sight struck at the hearts of all present. Chun Wen then took a bold step forward, confronting the silent void, and roared, I have slain the old man. If you're dissatisfied, come at me. Chapter 104. What the hell are you? If you have the ability, kill me. The atmosphere was charged with disbelief as everyone gazed upon the scene, their minds resonating with Chun Wen's audacity. One might ponder, in this world, who could achieve such a feat? Who would dare to act thus? Observing Chun Wen, they felt an involuntary surge of respect. Seeking death. After a brief, suffocating silence, a voice of fury erupted from the depths, akin to thunder reverberating through the heavens, shaking hearts to their core. Particularly at Chun Wen's location, a formidable aura descended from the skies. The heavens twisted, shattered, and crumbled, unleashing a terrifying imperial force. A chilling intent to kill and an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Chun Wen. Kneel. Another war followed. What the hell are you? Chun Yuan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes a blazing crimson. In an instant, a wild surge of power erupted from within him, his upright figure standing tall against the heavens, undeterred by any force. Even if his strength resembled that of an ant, it did not diminish his defiance. Damn it! Chen Badeo, Yi Chenin, Chen Hongyan, and Chen Wudi all surged toward Chen Yuan. No one understood the strength of Gu Lingyuan better than they did. Given Chen Yuan's current capabilities, he was not only incapable of combat, but could not even face them directly. In the moment of confrontation, Chen Yuan's body began to rupture, blood cascading like raindrops. Yet, even in such agony, his spine bent but did not yield to the oppressive force. Kneel or die. Gu Lingyuan's voice turned icy once more, clearly more enraged. I'll kneel to you only if you have the guts to kill me. Chen Yuan's eyes blazed red as he roared into the air, his demeanor utterly frenzied. Very well, if you seek death, I shall grant it. Gu Lingyuan's voice turned frigid. My dear wife, you should calm down. Just when everyone believed Chen Yuan was doomed, a resigned voice emerged. As the words fell, Chen Wudao stepped forward, an invisible force rushing to Chen Yuan's side. Instantly, it countered the oppressive momentum Gu Lingyuan had exerted. Chen Yuan could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of blood. Yi Chenin rushed to support him, her pupils constricting, lips trembling, and soon tears flowed abundantly. Chen Badeo and the others wore expressions as cold as steel, their overwhelming hatred continuously pressuring them. I. Yi Chenin trembled as she extended a hand, yet upon seeing the wounds adorning Chen Yuan's body, words lodged in her throat. Chen Yuan forced a smile. Mother. I'm fine. You need not worry too much. I'm sorry, Mother. I still couldn't protect you. Yi Chenin inhaled deeply, tears streaming down like a torrent breaching a dam. Chen Yuan shook his head. Mother, you have done exceptionally well. You need not feel guilty. Yi Chenin offered no reply, slowly turning her gaze toward the depths of the family, unleashing a primal roar. From this day forth, Gu Lingyuan, I have resolved to confront you. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your demise. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Anyone could perceive the murderous intent lacing Yi Chenyuan's declaration. Were she to possess the strength in this moment, none would doubt her unwavering determination. However, reflecting on the situation, they could only sigh. Regardless of whether Gu Lingyuan acted for the sake of pride or to avenge Chen Bashuan, her actions were indeed excessive. After all, Chen Yuan was your own grandson, and a biological one at that. How could one favor an adopted son while seeking to harm their own flesh and blood? Little Yi, why pursue this course? Your mother did not act with malice. It was merely a moment of anger, Chen Wudao lamented. Yi Chenyuan erupted in fury, exclaiming, a moment of anger? Should I then take vengeance upon you all? And would that be dismissed as just a fleeting rage? What status does my son hold? And what of that old dog? That wretched creature seeks to slay my son to protect his adopted child. Is that merely a moment of anger? As she spoke, Yi Chenyuan erupted into manic laughter. Who would have thought my son would not perish at the hands of external foes, but rather at the hand of his own grandmother? Is that not absurd? In my lifetime, if I do not bring that old wretch to his end, I shall have failed as a human being, and even more so as a mother. Chen Wudao's lips moved, but ultimately he sighed deeply. He understood that Gu Lingyuan had indeed overstepped, and with Yi Chenyuan currently inflamed with rage, her words would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Patience was necessary. Time would ultimately soften these grievances. With this thought, he sighed again. You harbor resentment towards me, and I shall not contest it. However, all my actions today are in accordance with the established rules. At that moment, Gu Lingyuan's voice resonated once more, heralding a figure descending from the heavens. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the sound. Before them stood a woman clad in resplendent garments, exuding an air of nobility, her beauty unblemished by the passage of time. Yet, her elongated eyes and thin lips suggested she was not the most amiable of individuals. This was indeed Gu Lingyuan. At present, her aura was meticulously restrained, revealing little of her true self. Yi Chenyuan fixed her gaze upon the newcomer, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. What a notion of adhering to the rules. I, Yi Chenyuan, shall remember this. It will not be long before I repay you in kind, word by word. Gu Lingyuan cast a fleeting glance at Chun Hongyan before sweeping her gaze over Chen Yuan. Ignoring the words of her elder was a blatant affront. An act of open defiance. According to family customs, such behavior warranted severe punishment. Thus, I am in the right. And what of Chun Bashuan's conspiracy against my son? Should he not also face retribution? Yi Qinyuan roared. Gu Lingyuan's expression remained unchanged. He should, yet you lack the authority to execute such a judgment. And he certainly has no right to impose punishment on his own. Do you perceive me as a mere child of 3, or a fool? Yi Qinyuan's anger escalated as she remarked, given your disposition, if my son does not take a life today, then Chun Bashuan shall certainly escape unscathed. Gu Lingyuan's expression gradually turned cold. The fact that I do not hold you accountable does not grant you the liberty to overstep your bounds. As the matriarch of the Chun clan, your utter disregard for basic decorum only serves to invite ridicule. Even if I am a source of amusement, it pales in comparison to your repugnant demeanor, incapable of even sitting properly. Yi Qinyuan retorted with a chilling laugh, unfazed by Gu Lingyuan's increasingly displeased countenance. You are outrageous. Gu Lingyuan seethed once more, her aura turning icy. Enough. Each person should refrain from speaking out of turn, Chun Wudao interjected, his voice firm. Gu Lingyuan cast a sidelong glance at him, gradually tempering her presence. Yi Qinyuan inhaled deeply, choosing silence. Within the Chun clan, she could disregard anyone's face but Chun Wudao's. In contrast to Gu Lingyuan's inability to maintain composure, Chun Wudao's manner of handling affairs and his treatment of their family were commendable. Xiaowen, can you hold on? Chun Wudao inquired, turning his gaze to Chunwan. Chunwan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly replied, I am not yet done for. Chun Wudao averted his gaze before continuing. Please return to your seats. I shall preside over the remainder of the ceremony. Chun Ba Dao and the others hesitated momentarily before returning to the high platform. Observing the calm that had returned to the scene, the onlookers were filled with a sense of awe. They had certainly gained insight, particularly Chunwan, whose resilient and indomitable stance left a profound impression on their minds. To speak candidly, had they been in his position, they would have been incapable of such fortitude, nor would they have dared to act in such a manner. Once everyone was settled, Chun Wudao announced, the initiation ceremony concludes its 3 rounds here. The matter of the emperor's designation will be addressed in 3 days. At that time, the ancestral grounds will be opened, and all participants in the ceremony will be eligible to enter and obtain the inheritance. Chunwan has performed exceptionally well and will receive an additional opportunity to access the ancestral grounds. Is there any dissent regarding this? If not, we shall disperse. Upon this declaration, both the elders of the Chun clan and the younger generation fell into silence. The talent and strength of Chunwan were evident to all, leaving them with no grounds to object. I have an objection, Gu Lingyuan spoke once again, just as everyone believed the matter was settled. Chapter 105. I am not wrong. To hell with the legacy. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned to Gu Lingyuan, their faces awash with curiosity. Particularly, Chun Badu and the others clenched their fists tightly, their eyes betraying a simmering anger. Although no one else seemed to harbor objections, Gu Lingyuan persisted, clearly targeting Chunwan. Chun Wudao glanced helplessly at Gu Lingyuan and inquired, what dissent do you harbor? Gu Lingyuan, gazing at Chunwan below, began to articulate her concerns. Firstly, he has repeatedly defied his elders, disregarding their commands, thus displaying a lack of respect for authority. Secondly, on the very day he returned to the clan, he engaged in wanton slaughter, repeatedly challenging the clan's ironclad rules, which is indicative of a rebellious and unruly nature. Thirdly, despite the clan arranging a promising union for him, he not only shows ingratitude but also disregards the goodwill of 2 formidable factions in his reckless attempt to annul the engagement, revealing his selfishness. Such immaturity renders him unfit for any legacy, let alone entry into the ancestral grounds. As she concluded, her tone turned icy. Therefore, I propose we temporarily revoke his qualifications and observe further. Instantly, the atmosphere became tumultuous, with a cacophony of discussions erupting. The notion of temporarily revoking his qualifications was, in essence, a mere pretext, effectively leading to the cancellation of Chunwan's eligibility for the legacy. Bang! At that moment, Chun Badu could no longer contain himself. He slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into splinters. This commotion immediately silenced the raucous gathering. A son, in front of his own mother, had shattered the table, an act of profound disrespect, particularly in the presence of so many witnesses. This vividly illustrated the depth of Chun Bedu's fury. Gu Lingyuan's expression turned frigid, her lips pressed tightly together. "My dear, I understand you strive to uphold the clan's integrity, but Chunwen is still young. His ignorance in certain matters is forgivable. As elders, if we lack such magnanimity, we risk becoming the subject of ridicule, do we not?" Chen Wudao spoke with a sense of resignation, attempting once more to mediate. He recognized that Gu Lingyuan's ire stemmed from Chun Wen's insistence on annulling the engagement. Yet, considering her background, being aligned with the grandmother's lineage, her reaction was somewhat anticipated. Moreover, she hailed from an ancient and hidden clan, which had familial ties with the equally reclusive Lulan kingdom. Now, due to Chun Wen's impulsive actions, the amicable relations between these two powerful forces could be jeopardized, potentially sowing seeds of discord that might prove irreparable. She was resolute in preventing such a scenario from unfolding, which explained her relentless opposition to Chunwen. As for the matter concerning Chen Baotixian, it merely served as a convenient outlet for her pent-up frustration. Gu Lingyuan cast a glance at her son, inhaled deeply, and declared, "Since you have voiced your stance so emphatically, it would be unreasonable for me to remain obstinate." Chunwen desired to embrace the legacy, yet two stipulations must be fulfilled. Firstly, he must meditate in the Godfall Gorge for a month, contemplating his past transgressions. Secondly, he is required to personally apologize to the ancient nation of Lulan, seeking the forgiveness of Lulan Xingxue. Once these two tasks are accomplished, he would be permitted to enter his ancestral land, and all that his clan possesses would be within his reach. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Chunwen. Truth be told, these were not insurmountable challenges. A month of seclusion in the Godfall Gorge, while seemingly punitive, would indeed confer certain benefits upon a cultivator. The matter of the annulled engagement, although unclear to them, indicated that the two powerful factions had clandestinely conspired. Chunwen's visit would merely be a formality, a means for the ancient nation of Lulan to reclaim its dignity. Thus, while Gu Lingyuan's stipulations appeared to burden Chunwen, they seemed more like pretexts to achieve ulterior motives. Nevertheless, it was a union with the ancient nation of Lulan, undoubtedly a venture brimming with advantages and devoid of drawbacks for Chunwen. Hearing this, Chen Wudao finally exhaled in relief, anxious to see if Chunwen would acquiesce. Reflecting on this, Chen Wudao addressed Chunwen. "Xiaowen, what is your stance on this matter?" Simultaneously, he conveyed telepathically, "As cultivators, we should focus on the greater path. Let us set aside trivial matters for now. Heed your grandfather's counsel. Seize the benefits first, for who can predict what the future holds?" At that moment, Gu Lingyuan shifted her gaze towards Chunwen, believing she had afforded him sufficient respect. Surely, any sensible individual would recognize the choice before him. A simple apology would grant him the ancestral legacy and the promises of his clan. Furthermore, he would gain an exceptional partner and an enduring power that had persisted for eons. What could possibly surpass such an opportunity in this world? Amidst the collective gaze, Chunwen stepped forward. Though his attire was still stained with blood, he no longer exhibited the previous signs of weakness. Thanks to the life force of the divine tree, he had managed to contain his internal injuries. He slowly raised his head, his icy gaze fixed upon Gu Lingyuan. A sudden frown creased her brow as she sensed an unsettling chill under his scrutiny. What cultivation level he possessed, and what level Chunwen had reached. Never before had anyone in the same realm evoked such a feeling within her. The thought deepened her frown. As the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, Chunwen finally spoke, his voice cold and deliberate. "I know not what it means to be wrong, nor what it means to admit fault. As for the ancestral legacy..." At this juncture, Chunwen's voice abruptly escalated. "I do not covet it, nor do I require it. Even without this so-called legacy, I can still trample upon everything beneath my feet. In due time, I shall compel you to beg me for the inheritance." Silence. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Every gaze upon Chunwen transformed entirely. Yet, it is undeniable that even in his tattered attire, Chunwen radiated an extraordinary brilliance, utterly resplendent. In this moment, all his companions stood in stark contrast, diminished and overshadowed. Setting aside innate talent, one could surmise that with such an imposing presence and an indomitable spirit, his future would undoubtedly be formidable. Indeed, there lingered a sensation within them. They might be witnessing the birth of a legend today. Alas, Chen Wudao let out a low sigh. Initially, He believed that with his discreet counsel, Chen Wen would opt for a momentary retreat. However, he was taken aback by the intensity and steadfastness of Chen Wen, which exceeded his expectations. Particularly, the final proclamation from Chen Wen showcased his commanding aura and unwavering confidence in the most vivid manner. "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words?" Gu Lingyuan bellowed. Suppressing a tempest of fury, Chen Wen stood his ground, meeting Gu Lingyuan's gaze with unwavering resolve, and coldly retorted, "I said, to hell with the inheritance. To hell with admitting mistakes. Do you understand? My goodness, this is incredibly audacious." The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment directed at Chen Wen. Unbridled, Gu Lingyuan could no longer contain his rage, slamming his palm onto the table. The table splintered, exploding into a cloud of debris. Chapter 106. I have decided to withdraw from this marriage. Even the King of Heaven cannot alter my decision. Chen Wen stood resolute, exuding an overwhelming aura that surged forth like a tempest. His defiance was palpable, as he declared, "What use is there for someone so obstinate?" Gu Lingyuan's eyes twitched in fury, her hand striking downwards towards Chen Wen with unrestrained force. Since her rise to fame, no one had ever dared to provoke her in such a manner. Never. Who would have imagined that a mere child would audaciously confront her time and again? The audacity was unparalleled, a heinous offense indeed. In the face of her wrath, Chen Wen's gaze remained icy, silently summoning every ounce of strength within him. Even if the situation seemed insurmountable, he would not endure such humiliation. After living a second life, there was no reason for him to cower. If necessary, he would activate his absolute flame and begin anew. Yet he vowed that the grievances of today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. What did it matter if Gu Lingyuan was involved? What could his grandmother do? He would proceed without hesitation. If slaying kin were deemed a sin, he would willingly embrace the unpardonable. "Do you even acknowledge my existence? What are you all doing?" Chen Wudao's fury ignited as he shattered the descending palm strike with a powerful blow, commanding, "You all return to your seats." Witnessing Chen Bidao and the others seething with rage directed at Gu Lingyuan, Chen Wudao's authority as the elder patriarch was unmistakable. Chen Bidao and the others fixated their glares on Gu Lingyuan, particularly Yi Chenin and Chen Hongyan, who wished fervently to devour her whole. Gu Lingyuan's earlier strike had genuinely borne the intent to kill, and in front of so many witnesses, the potential consequences were unimaginable. Even they could not have intervened in time. "What are you doing? Is it that difficult to communicate civilly? Must you resort to violence?" Chen Wudao admonished Gu Lingyuan, his voice stern. Realizing her husband was genuinely enraged, Gu Lingyuan clenched her teeth in silence. Chen Wudao regarded her with a piercing gaze before turning to Chen Wen, saying, "Little one, I understand your anger, but we are ultimately family. What if we all took a step back?" Chen Wen retorted coldly, "Family? How dare you question her worthiness?" Chen Wudao's mouth moved as if to respond, but he found himself at a loss for words. Chen Wen's icy stare fixed on Gu Lingyuan. He declared emphatically, "What are your true intentions, old woman? Do you think I am oblivious to your schemes? Today, before the eyes of the world, I declare this. I am withdrawing from this marriage, and even the King of Heaven cannot change my resolve. This decision will not linger long. Within a month, or at most 3, I shall summon all to witness the dissolution of this bond. Watch closely as I ascend to the ancient kingdom of Lulan and sever the threads of fate." At this proclamation, the hall fell into a profound silence. This was truly astonishing. The onlookers stared in amazement at Chen Wen. As events unfolded, it became evident to all the intricate entanglements at play. Gu Lingyuan has persistently repressed Chen Wen, merely aiming to compel him into submission to avoid the dissolution of their engagement. Yet Chen Wen, undeterred by Gu Lingyuan's hostility, boldly declared his stance before all, demonstrating an admirable fortitude and courage that commanded respect. At that moment, Gu Lingyuan's expression turned icy, a stark contrast to the palpable tension in the air. Lulan Yutian and Mo Qinxue, who had remained silent until now, wore expressions of utmost displeasure. Chen Wudao could only heave a resigned sigh. He genuinely appreciated Chen Wen's character, yet this situation placed him in a precarious position. As the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, Lulan Yutian finally spoke, his tone frigid. "What a definitive end to the engagement. My Lulan ancient nation has endured for millions of years without facing such humiliation. I shall see how you manage to set foot in my Lulan ancient nation within 3 months, and how you intend to sever the bonds of destiny." With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into a cloud of dust before storming off in a rage. Witnessing their departure, the onlookers exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. It had escalated beyond repair. "This is the person you sought to protect. And now what do you have to say?" Guling Yuan turned to Chen Wudao, her voice laced with cold fury. Chen Wudao sighed. "I understand your anger. But can we not approach this with a level head? Especially you. Must you provoke him further until he leaves? Huh? What is he? A mere trifle. Our Chen clan has no one else to rely on. Or is it that we have lost our roots?" Guling Yuan suddenly erupted into a mocking laughter, her derision palpable. As her mirth subsided, her countenance grew serious. "Do not speak to me of unparalleled geniuses. What does the purity of an 11th rank Imperial bloodline signify? The Chun clan is not devoid of such talent. Indeed, we possess many who surpass him. Let him try to leave the Chen clan. I shall see where he finds refuge as a fugitive. You have disappointed me deeply." Chen Wudao's expression was a tempest of anger and disappointment. He could not fathom that rage could transform his wife into such an unreasonable individual. Such acerbic remarks were uncharacteristic of a matriarch. What a notion that he could find refuge away from the Chen clan. "I, Yi Chen Yuan, have witnessed much," she suddenly interjected with a cold laugh, sweeping aside everything in her path as she strode from the grand hall. "Not good." Chen Wudao's expression shifted dramatically, a foreboding intuition creeping into his mind. Approaching Chen Wan, Yi Chen Yuan confronted the assembly, declaring, "Guling Yuan, do not presume the ancient world is solely inhabited by the Chen clan. The Yi clan exists as well. And do not forget, my son carries not only the blood of the Chen clan, but also my Yi Chen Yuan's lineage. Holding the Chen clan's legacy over my son is all you are capable of. My son has no desire for that legacy, and I find it utterly unworthy. Son, if this family does not welcome us, we shall join the Yi clan. When the time comes, you shall have as much inheritance as you desire, without needing to bow to that revolting figure." "Very well." Chen Wen agreed immediately, without a hint of hesitation. In his eyes, the presence of such a loathsome individual in the Chen clan rendered staying there utterly meaningless. If the Yi clan proves to be commendable, it may indeed be a favorable destination. As he had suspected, his intuition was confirmed. Chen Wudao's expression changed, and he said, "Little Yi, temper your anger. Such jokes should not be taken lightly." "Xiaowen cannot." Yi Chen abruptly interrupted Chen Wudao, exclaiming, "A joke? I have no time for your frivolities." Chen Wudao took a deep breath. "Little Yi, you are the matriarch of the Chen clan. What would it mean to join the Yi clan? How will outsiders perceive you? And how will they view the Yi clan?" Yi Chunyun flipped her hand and forcefully slammed the token onto the ground, declaring, "I have long since wished to relinquish this position as matriarch. Let that repugnant individual play his own games. I shall see what tricks he can conjure and what prodigies he can cultivate." "You." Chen Wudao was about to say more when Guling Yuan suddenly bellowed, "Let them leave. Our Chen clan lacks neither matriarchs nor descendants. If they have the capability, they should never return, nor rely on the power of the Chen clan." Chapter 107, The Time of Holy War. "I shall trample upon the geniuses of the Chen clan. Threaten me? Ha ha." Yi Chenin erupted into a boisterous laugh. With that, he tugged at Chen Wen's hand, saying, "Son, let us depart." Upon noticing Chen Wudi and Chen Homian following suit, Guling Yuan's pupils constricted, and she shouted, "What are you two doing?" "Oh, there are far too many talents in the Chen clan. We lack the qualifications to remain," Chen Homian replied coolly, halting in her tracks and regarding Guling Yuan with indifference. "Impudence. The family has expended countless resources to nurture you, and this is how you repay us," Guling Yuan bellowed, her countenance as frigid as the depths of winter. The corners of Chen Homian's lips curled into a mocking smile. "My mother has been part of the Chen clan for nearly 30 years. Surely, she has made her contributions, if not in merit, then in toil. Yet how has the clan treated her, and how have you treated her? Speaking of gratitude, perhaps you should first cleanse your own hands before casting blame upon me. You." Very well, very well." Guling Yuan trembled with rage, her voice rising coldly. "If you wish to leave, then do not return henceforth." "Huh? Who would care for such a thing?" Chen Homian retorted icily. At that moment, Chen Wen suddenly spoke up. "Mother, I have something to say." "Speak." Yi Qianyin replied, casting a deep glance at Chen Wen before continuing. Chen Wen turned to Gu Lingyuan, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Today, I, Chen Wen, have gained insight. Everything you have brought me will be etched in my memory. Indeed, as a descendant with merely 11 ranks of Imperial blood, I may seem insignificant within the Qin clan. However, remember this. The ant you scorn will trample all the clan's descendants beneath my feet during the time of holy war. This is my personal declaration of war. Should I fail to fulfill this vow, I shall take my own life to demonstrate my resolve. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted, with exclamations of astonishment reverberating throughout. During the holy war, to trample all the descendants of the Qin clan? How dare he? It is essential to note that there remains approximately a year and a half until the holy war, meaning Chen Wen has but a short time to achieve his ambitions. The sheer magnitude of the Chen clan's descendants is unfathomable. To put it plainly, figures like Chen Wudi and Chen Hongyan might be among the most talented in the clan, yet they do not rank among the strongest. For Chen Wen, currently at the 3rd level of the Death Realm, to aspire to dominate all the clan's descendants in the holy war signifies he must secure the 1st position. However, achieving this is a daunting challenge, bordering on the impossible. What an audacious claim. Just you? Ha! Gu Lingyuan erupted into loud laughter, as if she had encountered the most ludicrous jest. Unfazed, Chen Wen maintained his composure. Laugh all you want. I take great pleasure in delivering slaps to faces. The holy war may still be far off. Yet the matter of the annulment of the engagement is imminent. I shall first strike you a slap, collecting a bit of interest in advance. By then, you shall no longer find amusement in your laughter. Chen Wen's voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity, each word striking the ears of the onlookers like a thunderclap. Gu Lingyuan's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming chill. Concerning the annulment, if it fails, she might salvage some dignity. However, if it succeeds, her reputation would suffer a significant blow, and the whispers of gossip would be inescapable. Reflecting on this, the coldness in her eyes deepened ominously. Chen Wudao observed the unfolding scene with a stoic expression, remaining silent. At that moment, no one could discern his thoughts. Let us depart, Chen Wen stated without further elaboration. Turning to Yi Qianyin. Very well, let us proceed. Yi Qianyin activated the teleportation array. As the eldest princess of the Yi clan, she possessed the family's teleportation talisman. Gu Lingyuan watched this unfold with a cold gaze, not intervening. I am weary. I shall take my leave, Chen Ba Dao declared before turning away. Perhaps Yi Qianyin could act without restraint, but he, Chen Ba Dao, could not afford such liberties. He was bound by promises to his father and the duties of a clan leader, which demanded his unwavering commitment. Moreover, he must firmly grasp the position of clan leader. Only thus could he quell the ambitions of those with nefarious designs, preventing them from wielding the Chun clan's power against his family. Once Chen Ba Dao departed, Chen Wudao began to see off the guests present. The representatives from various factions did not linger, promptly offering their farewells. The events of the day had undeniably left an impact on them, particularly for Chen Wan, who, as a seasoned individual, could only offer one assessment. If this youth does not perish, he shall surely achieve great things. The Qin clan may have truly missed out on an extraordinary talent this time. Yet, reflecting on it, if they were in Gu Lingyuan's position, they might have made the same decision. A person with a temperament as sharp as his could prove to be no less than a ticking time bomb within the clan. While there is a gamble to be made regarding the future, the uncertainties surrounding it are far too vast. In contrast, they preferred a steady development for the family. For such stability is the cornerstone of enduring prosperity. Of course, if this future were to exceed all expectations, possessing the capacity to shatter all conventions, then all rules and constraints would cease to hold any power before him. Could Chun Wen be such a person? Perhaps there are signs of such potential. Yet, none dared to make a definitive assertion. Once all had departed, Chen Wudao finally spoke. Do you realize what you have done? Are you satisfied now, having driven away such a genius? As he spoke the final words, his tone turned chillingly somber. Gu Lingyuan maintained her impassive expression, her demeanor still icy. This was not merely my decision. It was also my grandmother's directive. The decision to launch a concerted effort to rescue Chun Wan from the lower realms was merely a means for those in power to regain the dignity they lost 16 years ago. The upper echelons seek to utilize this opportunity to demonstrate to the outside world that our Chun clan stands equal to any other force. The face we have lost as a clan will be reclaimed by ourselves, regardless of the time it may take. Should Chun agree to a marriage alliance, he would still hold some value in the eyes of those above. The absurdity lies in his attempt to prioritize personal gain over the interests of the family. Does he truly believe he possesses talents and strength that far exceed the worth brought forth by the ancient kingdom of Lulan? Those incapable of recognizing such truths are of little use to us. At this juncture, Guling Yuan's voice turned icy once more. If he refuses this union, we shall find another. There are plenty of heirs within the Qin clan. If he is determined to ascend to the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain, let him remain there forever, as it would be his greatest contribution to the Qin clan. Chen Wudao's expression darkened. Although he was well aware of all this, hearing it spoken aloud by Guling Yuan was still difficult to bear. The various factions within the Qin clan are so numerous that one individual cannot alter the course of everything. You are weary. Retreat to your meditation, Guling Yuan advised. Casting a glance at Chen Wudao, I shall oversee matters from the rear. Chen Wudao remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. I hope you do not come to regret everything done today. Guling Yuan scoffed. Do you truly believe our vast Qin clan would lament over one member? What an absurd notion. Chen Badu shook his head, then spoke earnestly. Do not forget, the Yi clan is not inferior to us. Furthermore, they are remarkably united within their ranks. We must avoid provoking a war between our two great powers. Guling Yuan's expression shifted slightly, her earlier firmness waning. Observing this, Chen Wudao sighed once more before turning to leave. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Chen Wen had already arrived at the Yi clan alongside Yi Qinyan. Chapter 108. The Yi clan in the Taishu Imperial domain. The arrival of grandparents when Chen Wen regained his senses. He found himself at the teleportation venue of the Yi clan. During his journey, he had already gleaned information about the Yi clan from Yi Qinyan. The Yi clan resides in the Taishu Imperial domain, which is adjacent to the Chongqing Imperial domain where the Chun clan is located. Naturally, within each imperial domain, there exist various races and factions in addition to the imperial families. Compared to the Chongqing Imperial domain, the Taishu Imperial domain possesses an air of greater mystery, its legacies surpassing those found elsewhere. At that moment, two figures awaited outside the teleportation venue. Both bore amiable smiles that instinctively drew one closer. As Chun Wen and his companions stepped out of the teleportation venue, the elderly woman at the forefront, with her youthful features, beamed with even more warmth. Chun Wen took in their gestures and expressions, committing them to memory. His grandfather, Yi Kuang, was someone he had encountered previously in the Chu clan. Though nearing a century in age, he still exuded an unmatched vigor, his brows resembling dragon bones, a fitting description for his domineering presence. However, today, Chun Wen's impression of his grandfather shifted once more. The previously overwhelming demeanor had softened, replaced by kindness and warmth. If he was not mistaken, the woman leading the way must be his grandmother. In contrast to his grandmother's tall stature, elongated eyes, and thin lips, he found himself more fond of this grandmother. She stood at a modest height of approximately 1.65 meters by Blue Star standards, yet her entire being radiated a natural gentleness, as fluid and tender as water, especially with that subtle smile on her face, which inspired affection. It is no exaggeration to say that if she and Guling Yuan stood side by side, Guling Yuan would undoubtedly be overshadowed by her luminous grace. Grandma, Xiaomian is here. Did you miss me? Chun Hongyan eagerly approached, embracing Wen Chunbing's arm with a playful grin. Of course I missed you. Tell me, how long has it been since your last visit? Wen Chunbing replied, chuckling as she patted the back of Chun Hongyan's hand. I've been busy. There is so much happening outside the domain. Chen Hongyan sheepishly stuck out her tongue. My little Xiaomian has grown up. You are becoming more responsible. Wen Chunbing said with a smile, if you ever face any troubles, remember to tell your grandma. Yes. Grandma is the best. Chun Hongyan nodded fervently, her smile growing even brighter. A light cough broke the moment. Yi Kuang cast a sidelong glance at Chun Hongyan, as if to say, have you forgotten there is another person present? Chun Hongyan, however, remained oblivious, as if she had not heard him at all. Ahem. Yi Kuang coughed more loudly this time. Only then did Chun Hongyan leisurely respond. Grandpa, are you feeling unwell? Yi Kuang had many thoughts he wished to convey, Chun Hongyan and Wen Chunbing exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother. At that moment, Yi Chunin and Chun Wudi approached in succession, speaking in unison. Yi Kuang nodded, his demeanor somewhat relaxed. Oh. Wen Chunbing smiled and nodded, turning to Chun Wan. This must be little one. It's wonderful to have you back. With that, she reached out and grasped Chun Wan's hands. Chun Wan trembled. The slight quiver in Wen Chunbing's hands, a person of her cultivation level, was unmistakable. Such a tremor could only signify profound excitement and overwhelming emotion. It was evident that she genuinely wished to embrace him and sincerely cared for him. Perhaps, for the first time, he had truly arrived at the right place. After a lifetime of rebirth, he finally had a home, filled with those he loved and who loved him in return. Reflecting on this, Chun Wan took a deep breath and said, Grandmother, it's me. I am little one. Seeing you grown and so handsome, Grandmother is truly happy. When Chunbing replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Yi Chunin bit her lip. Her eyes also misty, yet unable to conceal her smile. As a mother and a daughter, no one yearned more for this moment than she did. Within the Chun clan, she may not have been able to provide Chun Wan with a stable future, but in the Yi clan, she was certain he would thrive. Chun Wan held Wen Chunbing's hands in return, remaining silent as they shared in the tranquility of the moment. From now on, little one, you shall stay with grandmother. Whatever I can provide, I shall fulfill all your needs. Where there is grandmother, there is your home, all right? Wen Chunbing lifted her head, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Chun Wan. Without hesitation, Chun Wan replied, all right, little one shall stay with grandmother and mother. Wen Chunbing nodded repeatedly, her face breaking into a radiant smile once more. Ahem. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Chun Hongyan's concern resurfaced. Grandfather, are you still unwell? Little Mian has many effective elixirs. Yi Kuang thought to himself how he wished he could take his granddaughter aside for a good talking to. Chun Wudi's lips twitched. He was all too familiar with his sister's mischievous tendencies. Thankfully, this unfortunate predicament was not his. Hey, brother, why is your mouth twitching? Are you unwell too? Chun Hongyan redirected her focus. Victim 1, Chun Wudi retorted, exasperated. Chun Wan chuckled softly and turned sincerely to Yi Kuang, saying, Grandfather. It's good that you are here. This is your home. Yi Kuang promptly adjusted his posture, nodding earnestly. Though his smile was not overt, Chun Wan could sense the warmth and kindness emanating from him. At this moment, he reaffirmed that he had indeed arrived at the right place. By the way, before entering the Yi clan, my grandfather has a few words he wishes to share with you. Yi Kuang suddenly interjected. Chun Wan sensed the gravity in Yi Kuang's tone and replied, Grandfather, I am all ears. Every prominent family possesses numerous rules. This is an immutable truth. However, with both my grandfather and grandmother present, you may pursue all your desires, including the most extreme actions. As he spoke, Yi Kuang shifted his tone, stating, in our Yi clan, the most paramount rule is to communicate through strength. If someone dares to defy, you must make them submit. If there is dissent, silence it with force. Remember, only the strong can truly command respect. Everything else is mere pretense. I understand, Chun Wan nodded solemnly. Although Yi Kuang's words may have seemed convoluted, their essence was clear. When faced with opposition, one must act decisively. As long as you grasp this, do you wish to return to your residence first, or shall we accompany you to the Grand Hall? Coincidentally, today also marks our Yi clan's coming-of-age ceremony, Yi Kuang continued. Chapter 109. The coming-of-age ceremony of the Yi clan. The mention of the Yi clan's coming-of-age ceremony piqued Chun Wan's interest. Let us attend, he thought, seizing the opportunity to witness the prowess of the Yi clan's youth. Indeed, Yi Chunyan suddenly interjected, it would be a fine occasion. Chun Wan smiled at Yi Kuang and said, very well, I shall not impose. What a curious thing to say, warm Chunbing remarked, giving Chun Wan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Come, your grandmother shall escort you. Without further comment, Chun Wan followed along. As they made their way to the grand venue, Yi Kuang elaborated on the intricacies of the Yi clan. Unlike the Chun clan, which was rife with internal factions, the Yi clan was divided solely into the main and collateral branches. Although there existed disparities between these two factions, they were balanced enough to maintain harmony. In the Yi clan, any capable member of the collateral branch had the opportunity to ascend to the main branch, fostering unity and ensuring competitiveness within the clan. Additionally, the Yi clan was governed by an elder council, composed of the most distinguished elders from generations past. This council reported directly to the clan leader, who wielded absolute authority unless the council united to impose sanctions. Such a structure effectively prevented any abuse of power that could jeopardize the clan's interests, thereby maximizing fairness and justice within the community. Moreover, the Elder Council underwent reforms every 3 years, with ineffective or self-serving elders being dismissed. This rigorous selection process meant that even once elected, council members faced the constant threat of removal. This dynamic contributed to the unparalleled cohesion of the Yi clan. However, the clan did face a notable shortcoming: a dwindling population, particularly within the line of the clan leader, which had seen a tradition of single heirship for generations. For instance, Chunwen's grandfather had only one son and one daughter, while his uncle had but a single daughter. His grandfather, a steadfast romantic, refused to take a concubine, a choice that frequently prompted his grandmother to chide his uncle Yi Fan. Chunwen refrained from voicing his opinion on this matter. In the Blue Star, monogamy was mandated by law, supported by moral constraints. Yet, in this realm, the might of one's fist dictated the morality of one's actions. Soon, Chunwen arrived at the grand venue alongside Yi Kuang and the others. The atmosphere was already abuzz with excitement, a sea of dark silhouettes filling the space. The arrival of Yi Kuang captured considerable attention. "Isn't that the old clan leader and matriarch? What brings them here?" A voice exclaimed. "Look, our esteemed princess has come as well." Another noted, "Who is that stunning woman in battle armor, radiating grace? Are you seeking trouble? That is the queen of the Crimson Abyss, beyond your reach." Is that truly the legendary queen of the Crimson Abyss? She is strikingly formidable. The scene erupted into a cacophony of excitement and intrigue. At this moment, the young disciples in the main hall paused their actions, their gazes sweeping over a few individuals, particularly fixating on Chun Hongmian and Chun Wudi. Among the younger generation, they sensed an overwhelming despair emanating from these two, an unattainable pinnacle of excellence. As for Chun Wan, he was largely overlooked. Yet, this was hardly surprising. After all, a peer at the triple life and death realm was hardly remarkable, even deemed barely competent. Meanwhile, a group of men and women seated high above rose in unison. Led by a middle-aged man, they clasped their fists in greeting towards Yi Kuang and Wen Qinbing, acknowledging the presence of the old clan leader and matriarch. This middle-aged man was none other than Yi Fan, the patriarch of the Yi clan. Yi Kuang glanced at the prominent figures of the Yi clan and spoke up. "There is no need for alarm. We are merely here to observe." Upon hearing this, many individuals discreetly exhaled in relief. With both the patriarch and matriarch present, accompanied by their daughter, they had harbored concerns of significant matters at hand. "You may continue with the proceedings. We shall return shortly," Yi Fan instructed the elders beside him. The elders, recognizing Yi Fan's intent to greet the patriarch and matriarch, readily acquiesced, responding in unison, "Of course." Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Fan led the elegant woman beside him towards Yi Kuang and the others. This exquisite lady was Jiang Bingli, the current matriarch of the Yi clan. "Let us find a suitable position," Yi Fan began to say, but Yi Kuang interjected, "This way, please." Yi Fan nodded and guided the group to a relatively vacant area near the high platform, specifically reserved for esteemed guests who might arrive unexpectedly. "Is this young Wen?" After settling in, Yi Fan turned his attention to Chun Wan. "Yes, I just arrived," Yi Kuang affirmed with a nod. Yi Fan immediately chuckled heartily, patting Chun Wan on the shoulder. "Very good, quite sturdy, not at all inferior to your elder brother. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of injuring the young lad?" Jiang Bingli playfully nudged Yi Fan aside, surveying Chun Wan from head to toe before adding, "Handsome and talented, far surpassing your uncle." "Wait, have I offended someone?" Yi Fan exclaimed, rendered speechless by the situation. "Uncle, aunt," Chun Wan quickly greeted them. To be honest, their warmth was entirely unexpected and allowed him to finally set aside his apprehensions. In truth, he had always valued the opinions of his family. The thoughts of the other members of the Yi clan were of little concern to him. His presence in the Yi clan was never driven by ambition or the desire to cling to power. He believed that he himself was the greatest assurance. It would not be long before he could establish his own influence, one that rivaled even that of the Imperial clans. "Oh," Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli responded with cheerful smiles. "All right, You may return to oversee the proceedings. We Wu Ti want to provide entertainment for the younger generation. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Yi Kuang waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, uncle and aunt, you may attend to your matters first, with grandfather and the others present. There is no cause for concern. Chun Wen chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Very well, once you have concluded your tasks, we shall engage in a more detailed discussion. Yi Fan contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. Little one will wait for you. Chun Wen nodded eagerly. Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli did not linger any longer and turned to depart. Come, let us all take our seats and observe, Wen Chunbing said, pulling Chun Wen to sit beside her. Yi Kuang and the others followed suit without hesitation. That is your cousin. Wen Chunbing pointed toward a young woman on the duel stage. Chun Wen turned his gaze in the indicated direction. Before him stood a maiden clad in green, engaged in combat with a young man in black. The girl, 18 years of age, sported a high ponytail, her beauty striking yet imbued with an undeniable innocence. What intrigued him was that this cousin of his exuded a gentle disposition, suggesting a somewhat docile nature. Yet, paradoxically, when engaged in battle, she displayed a ferocity that was quite unexpected. Her vigorous and robust techniques starkly contrasted with her inherent grace. Notably, her chosen weapon was a staff. This was the first time he had witnessed a woman wielding such an instrument. He could not deny that his cousin was formidable, surpassing even the likes of Chen Tianming. The young man in black, who was her opponent, demonstrated considerable strength and initially seemed to have the upper hand, though his stamina appeared lacking. It seemed that it would not be long before his cousin emerged victorious. Little one, who do you think will win? Yi Kuang inquired, turning his gaze toward Chun Wen. Yi Qinyun and the others also looked to him, eager to see if he could discern any insights. Oh, are you testing me? Chun Wen chuckled softly before stating. Within 10 moves, the young man in black will surely show signs of decline. He will undoubtedly be defeated within 50 moves. Wen Xinbing immediately displayed a look of astonishment. She did not possess the same familiarity with her grandson as Yi Qinyun and the others, making Chun Wen's accurate prediction seem almost unbelievable. It was worth noting that even she, at Chun Wen's age and with his level of cultivation, could not have predicted such an outcome. Clearly, she had underestimated her grandson. Excellent, Yi Kuang exclaimed with hearty laughter, clearly pleased with Chun Wen's insight. Chun Wen smiled modestly, thinking it was no great feat. Had he not wished to avoid excessive attention, he could have even predicted the exact moves. As time elapsed, after 45 moves, the young man in black was struck off the duel stage by a blow from Yi Runnen's staff. I concede, he sighed. Yi Runnen flicked her ponytail and offered a gentle smile. Thank you for the match. Brother Long Yi Rulong shook his head and departed with a clean and swift motion. At that moment, the presiding elder announced, the third round of combat has concluded. The victor is Yi Runnen. If there are any challengers, please make your selection within 10 breaths. Otherwise, the title will belong to Yi Runnen. Upon the utterance of these words, the young disciples exchanged glances, followed by a collective sigh. They could not deny Yi Runnen's formidable prowess. Even the most esteemed Yi Rulong had succumbed. Thus, their fate would likely mirror his. It seemed that their cousin was indeed extraordinary. Chen Wen chuckled lightly. That girl is quite impressive, albeit a tad too gentle, Wen Xinbing remarked, a hint of undeniable pride illuminating her features. Indeed, this was the case, Chen Wen mused, a realization dawning upon him. As 10 breaths passed, the atmosphere remained still, compelling the presiding elder to raise his hand. Since there are no challengers, the winner of the third round is Yi Rua. However, just then, a hoarse and resonant voice pierced the air, imbued with a chilling malice. What do you mean there are no challengers? Who do you think I am? At this moment, a palpable shock coursed through the crowd as they turned in unison towards the source of the voice. Chapter 110, The Avenger from Hell Returns. Crisis of life and death for cousin. Before the eyes stood a youth clad in black, enveloped in a malevolent aura, with a blood-red cloud looming above his head. He appeared as though he had emerged from the depths of hell, a vengeful spirit. A scar ran from his left eye to the corner of his right mouth, rendering his visage exceedingly grotesque. As he languidly licked the corner of his mouth, it added a sinister thirst for blood to his already fearsome appearance. The members of the Yi clan were not unfamiliar with this young man. However, they were taken aback to discover that Yi Futuo had not only survived, but had returned to life. Upon witnessing this, their gazes instinctively shifted toward Yi Runnen. Worry etched upon their faces. If there was one person Yi Futuo loathed above all, it was undoubtedly Yi Runin. In truth, the dire situation Yi Futuo found himself in today was largely attributable to her actions. As Yi Runin beheld the sudden reappearance of Yi Futuo, her once innocent face transformed into an icy mask of indifference. The animosity between them was palpable. Yi Futuo harbored a desire to eliminate her, and she, in turn, felt the same. Yuan, noticing the heavy atmosphere that enveloped the scene, directed his gaze upon Yi Futuo. The first thing that caught his eye was a silver soul of destiny. So this was the fated child. A triple nirvana realm? His aura was profoundly deep, concealing an exceptionally terrifying power. It appeared that his cousin was facing a formidable adversary this time. A flicker of understanding passed through Yuan's mind. Soon, the complete foundational information of Yi Futuo unfolded before his eyes. Name, Yi Futuo. Age, 18. Personality, lecherous, arrogant, obsessive, vengeful. Identity, a side descendant of the Yi clan from the ancient era, an orphan. Soul, silver. Physique, 9 nether purgatory body. Realm, triple nirvana realm. The 9 nether purgatory body was an immensely powerful physique, capable of refining killing intent within itself, thereby maximizing its strength. Moreover, the most significant advantage of this physique lay in its combat capabilities. It could be said to grow stronger with each battle. Once an opponent displayed malice, it could seize the opportunity to absorb that killing intent, further enhancing itself. If the adversary did not possess absolute dominance, Yi Futuo could remain invincible. Upon reading this, Yuan withdrew his gaze and inquired of Wen Qinbing, grandmother. Why do I sense a great animosity directed at my cousin from this individual? Wen Qinbing's cold demeanor gradually softened as she replied, This young man is named Yi Futuo, a member of our clan's side lineage, and he is an orphan. Perhaps due to his circumstances, he has been reclusive since childhood. Even the care from our family has been perceived by him as mere charity. Your cousin, despite her ferocity in battle, possesses a gentle nature and keen insight in daily life. Because of this, she is quite popular within the clan, and coupled with her exceptional talent, she has garnered an increasing number of admirers. For reasons unknown, Yi Futuo has taken an interest in your cousin, striving to win her favor by any means necessary. Though your cousin possesses an approachable demeanor, she harbors an intense disdain for Yi Futuo. This sentiment has led Yi Futuo to feel unjustly aggrieved, convinced that her contempt stems from his status as an orphan. Consequently, his affection has morphed into animosity, as he consistently opposes her at every turn. During one particular trial, he even attempted to resort to force, but your cousin, having anticipated his intentions, narrowly escaped that peril. As a result, he was cast into the blood abyss by his clan. It was unexpected that he would emerge alive, seemingly having gained much from the ordeal. At this juncture, Wen Qinbing's voice, typically calm, turned chillingly cold. In truth, if not for the clan's consideration of Yi Futuo's parents' contributions to the family, he would have long since met a grim fate. It is clear now, Yi Futuo intends to return for vengeance, coinciding ominously with the 3rd round of challenges. If anyone were to assert that his return was mere coincidence, it would be met with disbelief. This thought elicited a cold smile from Yuan. Meanwhile, Yi Futuo, under the scrutiny of the crowd, ascended the platform step by step, eventually halting in the arena. He slowly raised his head, his icy gaze sweeping across the assembly before settling on Yi Fan. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. I have fulfilled my family's punishment. Might I inquire, esteemed clan leader, if I am eligible to participate in the grand ceremony? This declaration caused the expressions of those present to darken. Yi Futuo's words were not merely a challenge to Yi Fan, but to the entire Yi clan. It must be noted that the clan had shown considerable leniency in their punishment of him. Yet, some individuals, instead of expressing gratitude, sought to provoke. Such audacity is utterly incomprehensible. Yi Fan remained unfazed, gazing at Yi Futuo with a calm demeanor, stating, As long as one is a member of the Yi clan and adheres to the rules, eligibility for participation is assured. Our clan can accommodate all voices and suppress any discord. Yi Futuo's expression gradually shifted, as Yi Fan's words clearly served as a warning. The tranquility exhibited by Yi Fan made him feel as though he were striking a fist against a cushion, frustrating and infuriating in equal measure. Yet, he soon adopted a mocking smile. Unable to contend with Yi Fan, he wondered if he could exert some influence over Yi Runin. Today, he was determined to see which of his peers could rival him. This was a matter of pride he was intent on reclaiming. With that thought, Yi Futu turned to Yi Runin. It has been a while. Are you prepared? I promised I would rise from the depths of despair and repay every humiliation in due time. Today marks that deadline. As he concluded, a chilling bloodlust gleamed in his eyes, exuding an aura of ferocity. Yi Runin gripped her staff tightly, pointing assertively. Those who dwell in shadows shall never ascend to prominence. If you wish to battle, then come forth. Do not merely utter empty words. Very well, he retorted. Yi Futuo repeatedly exclaimed good thrice, yet with each utterance, a chilling bloodlust surged within and around him. By the time he uttered all 6 goods, a crimson cloud loomed ominously over the arena, enveloping it entirely. An aura of relentless slaughter emanated from the blood cloud, manifesting terrifying blood shadows, resembling a suspended abyss of purgatory. This is dire. Yi Runin quickly discerned that the swirling blood mist coalesced into sinuous bloodlines upon nearing her. These bloodlines relentlessly sliced through the air, rendering the space fragmented in an instant. Reacting swiftly, Yi Runin's spiritual staff trembled vigorously, radiating a resplendent golden light, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. Boom! The encroaching bloodlines were forcefully repelled. With poise, Yi Runin gripped her staff firmly and struck down with immense force, unleashing a formidable wave of power from beneath her feet. The encroaching bloodlines were subsequently shattered by her might. Indeed, she was the foremost among her peers. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. Yi Futuo's arrogant voice echoed, manifesting above Yi Runin, as he swung his hand violently, unleashing a torrential deluge of blood upon her. It appeared as though the heavens themselves were raining blood, striking indiscriminately and instilling terror. Now give it a try. Yi Runin's feet trembled as she assumed her stance once more, wielding her staff, her energy surging, conjuring a colossal golden dragon behind her. At the moment her power reached its zenith, she swung upward fiercely. The dragon's roar resonated eternally, akin to a mighty dragon raging towards the sky. Bang! In an instant, half the sky was obliterated, the blood transforming into a fine mist that scattered in all directions. Your strength is commendable. However, your only flaw is your sluggishness. Yi Futuo's voice resounded once more in Yi Runin's ear. How could this be possible? Yi Runin's complexion altered drastically. For this time, she found herself unable to react. Bang! At that very moment, Yi Futuo struck, a bloodied hand extending towards her chest with force. This is bad. Shameless. The onlookers gasped in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically, for Yi Futuo's strike was deliberately aimed to humiliate Yi Runin. She could no longer afford to hesitate, the instant the bloodied hand approached. She contorted her body desperately. Bang! Ultimately, Yi Futuo's hand clasped onto her shoulder. Uffed! Yi Runin spat forth a mouthful of blood, her body sent hurtling backwards. Is this the so-called first among peers? How laughable! Yi Futuo's crimson gaze flickered, and he charged forward once more, irked by his previous failure. Yet, he was unperturbed. Time was on his side. This is dire. Yi Runin's expression shifted once again. At this moment, though she was loath to admit it, Yi Futuo was no longer the same Yi Futuo of old. While she was oblivious to the trials he had faced in the abyss of blood and shadows, it was evident that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. As for her, she was no longer his match. The crowd at the scene instinctively clenched their fists, their faces etched with concern upon witnessing this spectacle. At this moment, Yi Runin faced a choice between surrender and the impending humiliation that awaited her. Yet, how would Yi Runin ultimately decide? Chapter 111. Chunwen takes action, supporting the tower on the brink of collapse as Yi Futu charged forward. Yi Runin swiftly activated her true dragon body. In an instant, a terrifying dragon might erupted from within her, golden dragon patterns racing across her skin. Void Dragon Strike. With a single step, Yi Runin unleashed an endless surge of dragon power, manifesting into a colossal true dragon that coiled around her staff. At last, you reveal your true technique. Seeing Yi Runin employ her secret arts once more, a more sinister expression crossed Yi Futu's face. Previously, he had been defeated by this very move. Yet now, he aimed to suppress her proudest technique. Nine Nether Hell Force. As he chanted, Yi Futu altered his movements midair, executing a series of attacks that compounded his internal force. As this force reached its peak, the world around them began to tremble violently. Below, the arena had started to crack, ultimately disintegrating into a cloud of powder. This is bad. At that moment, the usually composed Yifan could no longer maintain his calm, his fists clenched tightly. He understood his daughter's capabilities all too well. Yi Futu's maneuver was one that she could not withstand. To resist would mean certain death or grave injury. However, as the clan leader, he could not intervene, for Yi Futu had committed no foul. Meanwhile, Jiang Bingli's eyes had turned a deep crimson, filled with a chilling, murderous intent. The onlookers shared her outrage, for it was clear to anyone with sense that Yi Futu intended to kill, sparing no mercy. Yet, they had no justification to act unless Yi Runin conceded. But would Yi Runin concede? As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Yi Runin, who wore a cold, stern expression, her lips pressed tightly together. Please, Runin, concede for our sake. At that moment, Jiang Bingli's voice echoed, tinged with desperation. From Yi Runin's perspective, conceding would be a profound humiliation, even in defeat. She desired to fight until the end. Yet, from Jiang Bingli's maternal viewpoint, she could only think of her daughter's survival. Yi Runin bit her lip, her heart embroiled in conflict. Deep down, she did not wish to concede. Though many claimed she was gentle by nature, she knew herself to be stubborn at times. In her moment of struggle, Yi Futu intensified his assault. Too late to concede. With a ferocious roar, he propelled his overwhelming force towards Yi Runin. This is the end. The crowd gasped, many instinctively shutting their eyes. Damn it. On the platform, both Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli rose in unison, their eyes ablaze with fury. It was evident that their patience had reached its limit. In comparison to the well-being of his daughter, all else has become inconsequential. At worst, they will be stripped of their titles as clan leader and matriarch. Uncle, aunt, allow me to handle this. Just then, a familiar voice resonated in their ears. Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli were instantly jolted, their movements abruptly halted. Perish. Upon seeing Yi Runin so near, Yi Futu became increasingly audacious. No one was privy to the torment he had endured in the blood abyss, all of which was attributed to Yi Runin. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Runin must perish. Yi Runin realized there was no retreat left. In haste, he prepared to confront the impending attack. Whether he could withstand it was no longer within his control. Boom. At that moment, Yi Futu's strike had arrived, aimed squarely at Yi Runin's head. The force surged around them, and the very fabric of space seemed to collapse. The air transformed into a tempest of white waves. Suddenly, a figure darted forward with unyielding momentum, extending a hand. The scene before the onlookers was nothing short of breathtaking. Bang! Instantly, the deafening sound of collision reverberated throughout the venue. What is this? The spectators, fixated on the scene, were struck with astonishment. Yi Runin was unharmed, and all of Yi Futu's formidable attacks were thwarted. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a tall and imposing figure came into view. The outstretched hand had seized Yi Futu's strike, absorbing the rampant force effortlessly. This is unbelievable. The crowd gasped, their pupils dilating in disbelief. To block Yi Futu's attack with a single hand was utterly astonishing. Wait, isn't that the underdog the old clan leader brought along? How could he be this powerful? Yes, that is him, the lad from the Triple Life and Death Realm. When did the Triple Life and Death Realm become this formidable? Is the world in chaos, or are we? After the initial shock, the venue erupted into a cacophony. The impact of the scene before them was overwhelming. On the platform, Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli were equally stunned, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated Chun Wen's strength to reach such heights. On the dueling platform, Yi Runin gazed blankly at the figure before her, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She had witnessed Chun Wen arriving alongside her grandfather, yet she truly did not know him. In an instant, countless speculations raced through her mind. At that moment, Chun Wen moved, and under Yi Futu's menacing and astonished gaze, he clenched his fist. Bang! That terrifying force was effortlessly crushed by his bare hands. Get lost. With a cold voice, Chun Wen unleashed a powerful force from his hand, sending Yi Futu flying despite their close proximity. How could this be possible? Yi Futu's expression shifted dramatically, as the immense force coursing through him left him utterly astounded. Thud! 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 Yi Futu stumbled through several massive craters before finally managing to halt his descent. This is astonishing. The crowd was once again taken aback by Chun Wen's prowess. Only after dissipating the chaotic energy within him did Yi Futu bellow, "Who are you? And who permitted you to interfere in this duel?" At this utterance, all eyes turned to Chun Wen, equally curious about his identity. It is known that meddling in a duel is a grave offense. Chun Wen replied nonchalantly, "I am Chun Wen, and she is my cousin." He gestured toward Yi Runin. "Cousin? Chun Wen." Yi Runin appeared bewildered, as she had no recollection of having a cousin. "Wait, isn't Taiyi the son of the Grand Princess? Her sister is the Red Abyss Queen, her brother the Primordial Tyrant, and he himself is a little monster. Goodness, what kind of family is this?" Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with fervent discussions. "You are not a member of the Yi clan. What right do you have to step forward?" After scolding Chun Wen, Yi Futu turned toward the presiding elder, shouting, "Elder Hong, this brat is deliberately disrupting the adult ceremony. Shouldn't that be a capital offense?" Elder Yi Hong furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Chun Wen cast a calm glance at Yi Futu and remarked, "Oh, so this is not permitted? Now I understand. However, I can only claim ignorance as my defense. Elder Hong, would you not agree? Is this even acceptable? Goodness, I've learned something new." The crowd exchanged glances, silently agreeing that only a certain individual could encapsulate their sentiments. Yi Hong looked at Chun Wen and finally said, "Consider it a warning, but do not be so reckless next time." In truth, he felt a sense of gratitude toward Chun Wen. Although Yi Runin's predicament did not directly concern him, who could guarantee he would not be affected? Chun Wen's ruckus had inadvertently helped him avert a potential crisis. "That young man has grasped the situation," Chun Wen replied in kind. Yi Futu was left stunned, watching in fury as such a serious offense was brushed aside with a mere remark. What was he, a fool? "Leave." Yi Hong waved his hand dismissively. "Cousin, let us go." Chun Wen turned to Yi Runin. All right." Yi Runin clearly remained in a daze. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Futu roared again. "You bastard must die here." Chun Wen paused, his smile vanishing as he stated, "Cousin, you should step down." Yi Runin turned sharply to Chun Wen, asking, "And you?" With a cold voice, Chun Wen replied, "I will kill." Chapter 112. A battle that shook the world and earned unwavering recognition in an instant. Silence enveloped the arena. The mere act of taking a life resonated with an eerie calmness and overwhelming dominance. "Be cautious." Yi Runin hesitated momentarily before conceding with a nod. "Go forth." Chun Wen affirmed with a slight nod. As Yi Runin descended from the dueling platform, Chun Wen slowly turned his gaze, declaring, "You tread the path of heaven, yet choose to wander into hell. Wretched cur, there is no place for your insolence here. Prepare to meet your end." Yi Futu's eyes flared with fury, a tempest of wrath surging within. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the blood-red clouds in the air began to churn violently, a hellish maelstrom summoning the blood thunder from the heavens. At this moment, the once somber half of the sky transformed into a frenzied storm, every aura incinerated into ash. The onlookers below shuddered. Even those standing at a distance from the dueling platform could sense the overwhelming aura of slaughter. Undoubtedly, Yi Futu had grown stronger once again. At this juncture, they realized that Yi Futu had never truly exerted his full strength. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Yi Runin clenched her fists tightly, her eyes reflecting deep concern. Simultaneously, a profound sense of unwillingness enveloped her. Just 6 months prior, Yi Futu had been her subordinate, and now the chasm between them seemed insurmountable. Was it her lack of effort or Yi Futu's extraordinary prowess that had caused this rift? Contemplating this, she instinctively bit down on her lower lip. "Are you certain about fighting to the death?" Yi Hong, standing nearby, sighed. His gaze was fixed on Chun Wen, as if to convey, "Think carefully, do not act impulsively. If you refuse, I can still advocate for you." "This wretched cur is as good as dead," Yi Futu roared, his fury palpable. Ignoring Yi Futu, Chun Wen turned to Yi Hong and nodded. "I appreciate your assistance, Elder Hong." Recognizing Chun Wen's resolve, Yi Hong ceased his attempts at persuasion. "Then take care of yourselves." With that, he voluntarily stepped down from the dueling platform. "Wretched cur, your time has come." With a sudden surge, Yi Futu launched himself upward. The surrounding sea of blood and thunder surged forth like a tidal wave towards Chun Wen. "Descend." As Yi Futu charged, Chun Wen exhaled slowly. Boom. The heavens above erupted, storm clouds swirling as layers of heavy thunder cascaded downward. Bolstered by gravity, these thundering bolts descended like unstoppable pillars of lightning, unmatched and unyielding. With a deafening crash, the blood clouds enveloping the dueling platform were instantly obliterated into dust. Meanwhile, Yifutu, caught in the chaos, could only passively endure the piercing heavy thunder that rained down upon him. In a mere instant, his spiritual defenses were penetrated, leaving him battered and exposed, while the ground beneath was transformed into a swirling cloud of fine dust. This, gulp. Upon witnessing this, the audience collectively swallowed hard, their astonishment palpable. The upper echelons of the Yi clan were equally taken aback. At that moment, Chunwen began to move, advancing through the tempest of thunder. As myriad bolts retreated before him, an overwhelming power enveloping his being. At first glance, he resembled a reincarnated god of thunder, a celestial authority descending upon them. With your level of cultivation, I could vanquish you with a mere gesture. Chunwen's voice resonated, echoing in Yifutu's ears. Yifutu suddenly unleashed the full extent of his thunderous domain, his aura raging violently. However, his condition was far from the imagined pinnacle of strength. His hair was disheveled, his garments tattered, and his physique bore the signs of imminent collapse. You are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe I am merely this? Yifutu's crimson gaze flickered as he roared towards Chunwen. Enough! Chunwen's cold voice sliced through the air, summoning towering bolts of thunder, infused with the chaotic power of 9 colors. He then thrust his palm towards Yifutu with a formidable force. In an instant, the very fabric of space shattered, and the terrifying power surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. How is this possible? Yifutu's eyes brimmed with terror, his movements paralyzed by fear. The speed and might of the attack were beyond his capacity to withstand. In that moment, all his pride and defiance were shattered. No. As the weight of power bore down upon him, Yifutu could no longer maintain his composure and let out a desperate roar. With a resounding crash, the forceful strike impacted Yifutu, who was instantly reduced to a mist of blood under the deluge of thunder. Refinement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a vial of Silver Destiny Nirvana liquid. Congratulations, you have successfully refined the Silver Destiny soul, achieving a new milestone, and received a Silver Destiny treasure chest. As the notifications resonated in his ears, a subtle smile graced Chunwen's lips. He now possessed 4 vials of Destiny Nirvana liquid. It was time to seize the opportunity for a significant breakthrough. He believed that this time would yield remarkable advancements. Dead, obliterated by a single strike? In stark contrast to Chunwen's quiet elation, the atmosphere was steeped in silence. All eyes were riveted upon him, filled with curiosity, reverence, and profound shock. To annihilate a third-tier rebirth realm with a single blow was a feat they had scarcely dared to imagine, yet it unfolded before their very eyes. This is my cousin? Yi Runin, standing at the forefront, was utterly bewildered, disbelief etched across her features. On the dais, Yi Fan and Jiang Bingli exchanged glances, each reflecting their astonishment. Simultaneously, Yi Kuang and Wen Chunbing stood dumbfounded for an extended moment. After a while, Wen Chunbing finally spoke. Little Yen, has little Wen truly just returned from the lower realms? In these 16 years, have you not secretly nurtured him? Yi Qinyan understood her mother's intentions and smiled wryly, asserting that all of this was the result of his own efforts. Wen Chunbing was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Yi Kuang raised his voice, exclaiming, "How could your Qin clan fail to appreciate such a genius?" He scoffed coldly. To force my grandson away for the sake of an ally is nothing short of utter foolishness. However, since the Qin clan does not recognize his worth, my Yi clan shall welcome him. Let us hope they do not come to regret their decision. With that, Yi Kuang erupted into hearty laughter. Yi Qinyan glanced at her father, a faint smile gracing her lips. Nothing brought her greater joy than seeing her son valued so highly. Meanwhile, Chunwen was oblivious to all of this. Gradually, he retracted the power in his hands and turned to the still-dazed Yi Hong, asking, "Elder Hong, this shouldn't be considered a violation, right?" Not at all," Yi Hong replied, coming back to his senses and shaking his head. "Very well," Chunwen said, preparing to descend from the dual platform. Yi Hong quickly interjected, "Wait a moment. Chapter 113, a different voice? Then I shall silence you." Chunwen paused his footsteps, turning his gaze towards Yi Hong, uncertain if Elder Hong had further guidance to offer. Yi Hong spoke, stating that since a beginning had been made, it would be prudent to adhere to the rules until no one remained to challenge. "Very well," Chunwen replied after a moment's hesitation. Upon receiving Chun Wen's response, Yi Hong addressed the disciples below, asking if anyone wished to challenge. They were welcome to step forward. As soon as the words left his lips, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. It was evident that Yi Runin was no match for Yi Futuo, a fact they had all witnessed when Chun Wen had decisively defeated him. It was clear to anyone with sense that none among their peers stood a chance against Chun Wen. Thus, a lengthy silence ensued, with no one daring to step forward. Observing this scene, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Yi clan grew increasingly grim. Recognizing one's limitations is not inherently shameful, but lacking the courage to even step forward was profoundly disappointing. While Yi Runin's silence could be understood, Chun Wen was her cousin, and he had just saved her life. The same could not be said for the remaining multitude. Was there truly not a single individual among them with the audacity to challenge? As this thought crossed their minds, the countenance of the clan's leaders darkened further. At that moment, Yi Rulong stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. "Brother Chun, I acknowledge your strength. As the saying goes, one must recognize shame before finding courage. I hope that in the near future, we shall have the opportunity to compete. I also hope, Brother Chun, that you will grant me this chance." Chun Wen's gaze swept over Yi Rulong, nodding in acknowledgement. "It is an honor to receive your recognition, Brother Long." "Then it is settled," Yi Rulong replied earnestly, his gaze towards Chun Wen becoming noticeably more amicable. "Indeed, it is settled," Chun Wen reciprocated the salute. Witnessing this exchange, the expressions of the Yi clan's leaders improved significantly. They could tolerate their descendants being outmatched, but a lack of courage to challenge was unacceptable. Otherwise, they would truly be a brood of ineptitude. With Yi Rulong leading the charge, many disciples began to engage Chun Wen in conversation. Their words were all imbued with high regard for him, with several, like Yi Rulong, proposing arrangements for future exchanges. Chun Wen did not decline, agreeing to each proposition. It must be said that Chun Wen found the atmosphere among the Yi clan to be quite agreeable. While he could not predict what would transpire next, his current perception of the Yi clan was remarkably positive. After a while, the conversations gradually subsided. Yi Hong observed this and spoke. "Since no one seems inclined to continue battling, we shall conclude the third round." As Xiaowen joined midway, he shall nod at that moment. Yi Fan abruptly interrupted Yi Hong, stating, "Before Elder Hong announces the results, I have something to say." "Please, speak, clan leader." Yi Hong offered a slight bow. Yi Fan nodded before continuing. "Xiaowen is my nephew, a fact well known to all. He hails from the Qin clan, which, like us, is a family of destiny. It is often said that a nephew resembles his uncle. Thus, he can be considered one of us, sharing our bloodline. Hence, I propose that he assumes the position of Yi Futuo and is granted the opportunity for inheritance alongside our youth. If anyone has objections, there are no outsiders present, and you may voice your thoughts directly." Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment, agreement, and dissent. As the murmurs lingered, Yi Runin stepped forward, stating, "I support my cousin's inclusion." Yi Rulong hesitated briefly before adding, "Though I possess limited influence, I wish to express my stance. I have no objections to Chun Xiong joining, as ultimately, inheritance relies on personal capability." With the endorsements from Yi Runin and Yi Rulong, several others among the youth began to voice their opinions. To Chun Wen's surprise, nearly half of the younger generation supported his inclusion, which warmed his heart. "What do you all think?" Yi Fan inquired, turning to the elders beside him. The elders exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts. At last, a man of dignified appearance and righteous demeanor rose to speak. "Since the clan leader has posed the question, I, as the Grand Elder, shall offer my perspective. However, before that, I would like to inquire about the current relationship between Xiao Wen and the Qin clan. Accepting the inheritance from two prominent imperial families is neither conventional nor appropriate." Just as Yi Fan was about to respond, Chun Wen interjected, "I have met the Grand Elder. May I clarify this matter myself?" "Very well," Yi Qingshan nodded, his expression serious and devoid of excessive emotion. His demeanor was not aimed at Chun Wen, but was rather a reflection of his unwavering commitment to fairness and impartiality, refusing to let personal connections cloud his judgment. "I came to the Yi clan because I opposed the family union, defying my grandmother's wishes. I trust this will not remain a secret for long. The truth will soon come to light. However, to assert that I have completely severed ties with the Qin clan would not be entirely accurate. After all, My father and my grandfather, who saved me from peril, still belong to the Qin clan. What I can guarantee is this. If the Yi clan does not forsake me, this place will always be my home. Understood. Yi Qingshan nodded, clearly satisfied with Chun Wen's response. Chun Wen offered a slight bow and stepped back. Yi Qingshan then addressed Yi Fan, stating, strictly speaking, even with Yi clan blood, Xiao Wen does not qualify. However, given his unique circumstances, it is not unreasonable to grant him an opportunity. According to the requirements for obtaining the inheritance qualification, one must possess a certain level of strength and talent. The former represents the present, while the latter signifies the future. Xiao Wen has indeed demonstrated his current capabilities, showing that he possesses sufficient strength. However, his realm is regrettably too low. This is an undeniable issue. At the age of 16, one should at least reach the 7th level of the rebirth realm to be considered qualified. Based on this criterion, he faces the risk of encountering difficulties in breaking through or being unable to advance for an extended period. If we overlook this risk, it would be unjust to many members of the family. I hope the clan leader understands my concerns. And I also hope that Xiao Wen can empathize with the challenges we face at a higher level. Upon hearing these words, many fell into silence. For Yi Qingshan's apprehensions were not without merit. This world is replete with exceptionally gifted individuals who, due to difficulties in transcending their realms, find themselves stagnating. Ultimately, these talents fade into obscurity. Does that mean if I prove my ability to break through my realm, I will be granted qualification? Chun Wen suddenly interjected. In truth, he was indifferent to the inheritance itself. What mattered to him was the dignity of his family, particularly his mother, who had traveled a great distance to bring him here. If he were unable to stand tall, how could he preserve her honor, and how would others perceive her? Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to demonstrate his worth. Of course, as long as you can prove yourself, Yi Qingshan replied, shifting the conversation. However, there is no need for haste. There are still half a month remaining until the inheritance opens. As long as you can show significant improvement during this time, even if you do not break through, I will consider that a success. How does that sound? In his eyes, this was the greatest leniency he could offer. No, I can do it now. Chun Wen responded calmly. Now, what do you mean by now? Yi Qingshan's pupils widened in shock, his face alight with astonishment. Chapter 114, Madness. Absolute madness. The onlookers were equally astonished as they gazed at Chun Wen. Indeed, the moment had arrived. Chun Wen spoke once more. Yi Qingshan inhaled deeply and remarked, very well, but remember, you have but one opportunity to prove yourself. In truth, he felt a tinge of disappointment at Chun Wen's theatrical display. To him, it appeared that Chun Wen was overly eager to validate himself, making grandiose claims in the process. This alone significantly diminished his regard for Chun Wen's character. However, such sentiments remained unspoken, as they were beneath the dignity of an elder. Yi Fan also turned his gaze toward Chun Wen. His lips moved slightly, yet he ultimately chose silence. Clearly, he shared Yi Qingshan's skepticism, but opted to temporarily place his trust in Chun Wen. One chance would suffice. Chun Wen remained composed, exuding an inexplicable confidence through his words. Then let us proceed to the training ground. With that, Yi Qingshan rose and made his way toward the communal training area. Within the Yi clan's training facilities, there existed two types: private training rooms and communal training grounds. The latter housed numerous training rooms available for the clan's disciples, though it was predominantly frequented by those of lower ranks. In contrast, the higher echelons and exceptional prodigies possessed their own exclusive training venues. Chun Wen did not linger, promptly following suit. The others, witnessing this, exhibited no hesitation and trailed behind him. Their curiosity piqued as to whether Chun Wen could indeed achieve a breakthrough in such a short span of time. It is well understood that each breakthrough for a cultivator necessitates considerable preparation, whether in terms of accumulating strength or the insights required for advancement. Yet here was Chun Wen, boldly proclaiming his intent to break through on the spot, which inevitably led to their doubts. Unbeknownst to Chun Wen, he remained indifferent to their thoughts, for his aim was not to flaunt his abilities, but rather to vindicate his mother. Under Yi Qingshan's guidance, Chun Wen arrived at a serene chamber adorned with gathering spirit arrays. Outside the training room lay a spacious venue designated for observers and waiters. This is our communal training room. Do take a look and see if you require anything. Yi Qingshan gestured ahead, inviting Chun Wen to explore. Without hesitation, Chun Wen stepped inside, swiftly assessing the situation within. The training treasures were abundant, each existing independently. However, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the fixed allocation of spiritual energy to each training room. Although the quantity was considerable, it might not suffice for his needs. It appeared he would have to express his requirements. Otherwise, should the spiritual energy fall short during his breakthrough, he would lack the support of the dragon vein. Considering this, Chunwen finally exited the room. Yi Qingshan, upon seeing Chunwen emerge, inquired, "What do you think? Are the training rooms to your satisfaction?" "Indeed, they are quite remarkable." Ensuring absolute tranquility and privacy, Chunwen replied, "Are there any additional requests?" Yi Qingshan continued to ask. Taking a deep breath, Chunwen said, "I find that I may require a greater amount of spiritual energy for my personal breakthrough. Might I trouble the Grand Elder to grant me a bit more access?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingshan responded, Chunwen, you are perhaps unaware that although the amount of spiritual energy provided is predetermined, it is indeed sufficient. It can easily facilitate breakthroughs for practitioners at the Nirvana realm and above. In truth, Yi Qingshan was not fabricating this. Such assertions had been validated through their extensive testing over the years. With a smile, Chunwen explained, "The quantity of spiritual energy I require is indeed rather substantial, and I kindly request the Grand Elder's allowance." Yi Qingshan scrutinized Chunwen for a moment before conceding, "Very well, I shall double the allocation for you shortly." Chunwen shook his head, "That may still fall short." At this declaration, not only did Yi Qingshan freeze, but the nearby elders and disciples were equally taken aback. "Twofold energy is not sufficient? Are you jesting?" Yi Qingshan regarded Chunwen and patiently elucidated, "My dear Chunwen, it is not that I am stingy. The doubled amount is more than adequate, and there is no need for extravagance. Trust me, I would not steer you wrong. You may proceed with peace of mind." He then solemnly patted Chunwen on the shoulder. "Truly insufficient. I am aware of my own circumstances. I hope the Grand Elder can comprehend my request," Chunwen insisted. In truth, he understood Yi Qingshan's hesitation. After all, he had merely stated his needs without presenting sufficient evidence to substantiate his claims. However, there were certain matters he could not articulate. He could not disclose that he required a vast quantity of spiritual energy due to his chaotic sequence body. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qingshan finally said, "Very well, specify how much you require. Is it possible to have full access?" Chunwen pondered before speaking. "Full access?" The crowd was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether they had misheard. What did full access even entail? This lad certainly had the audacity to ask. Yi Qingshan, too, was momentarily stunned by Chunwen's proposal. It was crucial to note that this public training room was founded upon a potent spiritual vein, containing an abundance of spiritual energy far beyond mere quantities. Chunwen, being at the life and death realm, would be utterly incapable of withstanding such a surge of energy. To forcefully endure it would lead to certain demise. Of course, if Chunwen was intent on courting danger, that was his prerogative. However, should this cause a disturbance in the spiritual energy, it would implicate the Yi clan. As the Grand Elder of the clan, he would not allow such an event to transpire. In that instant, Chunwen garnered a reputation in Yi Qingshan's mind as one who aimed too high. Observing Yi Qingshan's prolonged silence, Chunwen realized that this matter was becoming increasingly difficult. However, he did not intend to impose any demands. If it truly proved impossible, he would simply resort to a drop of the Destiny Nirvana liquid. After all, Yi Qingshan's only requirement was to break through. Without specifying how significant that breakthrough needed to be, Yi Qingshan cast a glance at Chunwen, suppressing his inner disappointment, and advised, "Xiaowen, this is simply not." Indeed, it seemed hopeless. A wave of despondency washed over Chunwen. At that moment, Yi Fan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Let us proceed with full openness. If any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility." Yi Qingshan suddenly turned, gazing at Yi Fan in astonishment. Clearly, he had never anticipated that Yi Fan would make such a foolish decision to support his nephew. The atmosphere in the room became eerily quiet. After a moment, Yi Qingshan finally spoke. "Patriarch, there is no need for such drastic measures. This is clearly unnecessary." "Consider it a gift from an uncle to his nephew upon their first meeting," Yi Fan replied with a smile. Indeed, he believed that complete openness was excessive. Yet, Chunwen was his nephew. For that reason alone, he felt compelled to support Chunwen unconditionally. As for the outcome, There are times in life when one must not concern themselves with results. Uncle, I will not disappoint you, Chunwen solemnly assured Yi Fan. In truth, he had not expected Yi Fan to stand up for him. After all, Yi Fan was the patriarch, a position that typically would not allow for such impulsive actions. Yet, he had done so. What could be more moving than this? Yi Fan chuckled, patting Chunwen on the shoulder. Take care, my lad. Safety is of utmost importance. Understood. Chunwen nodded earnestly, a genuine smile gracing his face. Go ahead, I will handle the rest, Yi Fan stated. Chunwen said nothing more and resolutely made his way to the training room. Rest assured, your ability to champion my cause guarantees that I will ensure your laughter at the end. Madness. Pure madness. Yi Qingshan shook his head as he witnessed their exchange, marveling at the audacity of both. Chapter 115. Directly draining a spiritual vein, the second sequence of shackles is released. Watching Chunwen's retreating figure, Yi Fan's smile blossomed even brighter. For him, even if the last spiritual vein were to go to waste, it would still be worth it. To indulge in such folly alongside him. You truly are something else. Yi Qingshan could not help but interject again. Yi Fan remained unfazed, asserting, regardless of whether it is folly or not, as an uncle, if I cannot even satisfy this modest request, then I am merely a hollow figure of authority. Very well. I cannot argue with you. Yi Qingshan sighed, shaking his head. Go ahead. Release the restraints on the spiritual veins array completely, Yi Fan said with a light laugh. Wait, are you serious? Aren't you afraid you might overwhelm him? Yi Qingshan had initially intended to open it up to just 3 times the amount, planning to increase it further only if Chunwen was indeed unsatisfied. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Fan was determined to take the plunge all at once. Yi Fan did not deny it. Go ahead, I will bear the consequences. Let us hope you do not regret this, Yi Qingshan remarked before turning to leave. He had already offered his counsel, but if Yi Fan chose not to heed it, there was little he could do. As for the aftermath, that was no longer his concern. Yi Fan slowly turned his gaze towards the training chamber ahead, his eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Little brother, do you think Brother Qin can handle it? Yi Rulong quietly inquired of Yi Runin. Listening to the noisy discussions among the disciples below, Yi Runin took a deep breath and replied, I believe he can, but I have my doubts. How can a breakthrough at the life and death realm require such an abundance of spiritual energy? Yi Rulong countered, shifting his tone. Even someone as formidable as my sister did not require such a demand back in the day. In that moment, an ethereal figure flashed in Yi Runin's mind. That was a being who could rival her cousin Chen Hongyan, a prodigious talent within their Yi clan, deemed unattainable. Yet, as Yi Rulong had pointed out, Yi Qingshan had not needed to unleash all the spiritual veins when she broke through in the same realm. How does Chunwen compare to Yi Qingshan? Yi Runin hesitated to make a definitive judgment, for there were few in the world who could rival Yi Qingshan's potential. Brother Chun, there is no need to rush to prove yourself. This could lead to significant setbacks. Yi Rulong sighed again. Yi Runin bit her lip before responding. Whether he is anxious or not, we should maintain a long-term perspective. On what grounds do you assert everything so firmly? Fine, Yi Rulong conceded. Seeing how fiercely Yi Runin defended Chunwen, he chose not to argue further. In his view, time would ultimately validate his assertions. Unbeknownst to them, Chunwen was entirely oblivious to these discussions. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Just as his grandfather had advised, if there were dissenting voices, he could simply let them be silenced. At this moment, he had arrived at the training chamber and taken a seat. However, initially, Chunwen did not engage in his practice. Instead, he focused on adjusting his state while awaiting the influx of spiritual energy. Before long, the spiritual energy transformed into a state of full activation as he had requested. Outside the training chamber, the expressions of the onlookers grew solemn. To them, it was evident that the spiritual energy had been entirely unleashed, revealing whether Chunwen was a dragon or merely an insect. Yi Qingshan returned quietly, standing silently beside Yi Fan, both awaiting the unfolding events. Within the training chamber, Chunwen gradually opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of 9-colored brilliance flickered within their depths. With a simple gesture, 4 droplets of liquid, resembling exquisite glass, hovered between his palms, 2 golden, 1 silver, and 1 purple. These 4 elixirs of destiny represented the pinnacle of their kind. The magnitude of his breakthrough hinged entirely upon this moment. With this thought, Chun Wen hesitated no longer and swallowed all 4 droplets in one swift motion. The instant the elixirs entered his being, an overwhelming surge of power erupted. Yet the potency was gentle and refreshing, akin to a heavenly downpour that cleansed his body and soul. Simultaneously, his chaotic sequence body radiated a resplendent 9-colored light. As chains of sequence shot forth, intertwining in midair and reflecting various ancient celestial phenomena. What? So soon? No. What is this extraordinary aura? In an instant, all those outside the training chamber were astounded by the spectacle before them. It is worth noting that only a few dozen breaths had passed since Chun Wen entered the chamber. Who among the gifted could achieve such rapid progress? While the crowd stood in stunned silence, the entire training ground quaked violently, the commotion escalating. What on earth is happening? The sense of shock in their hearts intensified. When did breakthroughs in the realm of life and death become so extravagant? At that moment, the world transformed once more, as endless spiritual energy surged from all directions. Above Chun Wen, a vast field of spiritual energy took shape, merging instantly with the astonishing celestial phenomena. Rise! Chun Wen's commanding voice resonated through the training chamber, akin to a decree from the heavens, exploding in the air. Simultaneously, the underground spiritual veins seemed to come to life, surging rapidly. The immense spiritual energy surged fervently toward the aerial field, resembling a colossal pillar of spirit connecting with the sky. This scene was profoundly breathtaking. No way, is he serious? Upon witnessing this, the crowd was once again rendered speechless, their eyes filled with disbelief. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a swift reversal within mere moments. Nearly half of the spiritual veins had been absorbed. What manner of monster is this? Yi Rulong uttered in astonishment, his voice tinged with palpable awe. At that moment, he realized he was the true jester in this scenario. Yi Runin had entirely forgotten her intent to confront Yi Rulong, as she too was captivated by the spectacle before her. To be honest, had Chun Wen not been her cousin, she would not have stubbornly chosen to believe in him. Now, those who have been smacked in the face cannot deny her presence. As for Yi Qingshan, he has become numb. He personally opened the spiritual array, and no one understands better than him the immense amount of spiritual energy contained within the spiritual vein. Yet, in mere moments, half of this vast energy was absorbed right before his eyes. It can only be described as utterly astonishing. Over the years, he has encountered numerous prodigies, but he has never witnessed such a monstrous being. Yi Fan's reaction surpassed that of Yi Qingshan's, fueled solely by the identity of being an uncle. While he certainly held expectations, he never imagined things would unfold in this manner. However, all he felt now, aside from shock, was boundless excitement. This is his own nephew. Ha! With this thought, he couldn't help but laugh heartily within. Soon, the spiritual energy of the entire vein was drained under the watchful gazes of the crowd. When they truly witnessed the vein being depleted, they could not suppress their feelings of suffocation. Before long, the gathering spiritual field in midair reached its limit. The pulsating energy danced wildly, akin to boiling water. In the next moment, this massive spiritual energy surged towards Chun Wen, pouring down like an overwhelming tidal wave. Chun Wen accepted it all, absorbing it at an astonishing speed. Boom. After absorbing a colossal amount of spiritual energy, the sequence shackles within Chun Wen reached a critical point. Crack. With a sound of shattering, the second sequence shackle was finally released. Ancient and mysterious chaotic energy surged forth. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. The primal energy exploded like sparks in midair, rippling outward in concentric circles. Deep within the boundless sky, countless chaotic energies spread out, and ancient phantoms emerged. With 9 chaotic dragons dragging a battlefield of chaos, roaring through the infinite expanse. What primal source is this? At this moment, even Yi Kuang, who had maintained his composure, could no longer remain calm, his face etched with shock. Despite his vast experiences, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. In truth, not even Yi Kuang, nor those remnants of the ancient era present, could have recognized it. Firstly, the chaotic sequence body birthed chaos, one of the oldest constitutions. Secondly, the true aura of the chaotic sequence body was obscured by the divine furnace of destiny, making it impossible for ordinary people to discern its essence. It seems that this little grandson of ours is even more formidable than anticipated. With this realization, Yi Kuang took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable excitement within. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for several moments before gradually stabilizing. Just when the onlookers believed they had reached the pinnacle, an even more terrifying force began to surge, once again shattering the original tranquility. It is finally coming. The crowd trembled, instinctively holding their breath. At this moment, Yi Quan and the other high-ranking individuals were filled with anticipation. They too were eager to discover the extent to which Chu Yuan, who had astonished them so profoundly, could transcend. Furthermore, they were curious about the prowess he would possess following such a breakthrough. Chapter 116. Continuous Breakthrough, another absolute talent amidst the anticipation of the crowd. Chu Yuan's realm finally experienced a breakthrough. The moment his strength shattered the barriers, a resounding tremor reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Terrifying apparitions materialized in succession, manifesting in midair and continuously exuding the essence of ancient Tao. Simultaneously, Chu Yuan's realm ascended at an astonishing pace. Fourfold Death Realm, Fivefold Death Realm, Sixfold Death Realm. It was not until he reached the Sevenfold Death Realm that the speed of his breakthrough began to gradually abate. By this time, 7 layers of ancient death seals had already coalesced in the air. The surrounding space, under the suppression of these death seals, began to distort, and countless fragments of space started to plummet. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left utterly astounded. To achieve a leap of 4 minor realms at once was an unprecedented phenomenon. Most importantly, they sensed no hint of unreality. This indicated that each minor realm Chu Yuan attained was indeed solid and genuine. Consequently, their astonishment deepened, for in their understanding, such a feat was deemed impossible. Yet, the truth unfolded before their eyes, and they bore witness to it all. Thus, they had no choice but to accept it. At that moment, the death seals in the air suddenly trembled. A terrifying force surged outward, sweeping down upon everyone present like an overwhelming tidal wave, pressing heavily upon their hearts. Not good. The expressions of the young disciples changed drastically. Thud, thud, thud. Before they could react, they were brought to their knees. Some of the weaker disciples even collapsed entirely, struggling to draw breath. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingshan dared not delay any further. He quickly extended his hands to create a protective barrier, warding off the encroaching force. After executing this, Yi Qingshan's expression shifted dramatically. Only he understood the sheer terror of Chu Yuan's power. Even a typical celestial king would not possess such an impact. Yet, Chu Yuan had merely attained the Sevenfold Death Realm. One could only describe the extent of this strength surge as astonishingly exaggerated. With the pressure alleviated, the young disciples exhaled in relief. Particularly for those of lesser strength, it felt as if they had received a reprieve, gasping for air. Is this truly the Sevenfold Death Realm? It is utterly terrifying. At this moment, the disciples were filled with nothing but astonishment. Patriarch, what on earth is your nephew? Yi Qingshan swallowed hard before asking. Yi Fan took a deep breath and replied, If I told you this is my first time witnessing him, would you believe it? I would. Yi Qingshan nodded without hesitation. With his years of experience, he could affirm that Chu Yuan was indeed an anomaly. If nurtured properly, he could potentially become a sovereign in his own right. This could very well be a fortuitous development for their Yi clan as well. Considering this, Yi Qingshan quickly said, Patriarch, your nephew must be retained. Our Yi clan must invest our utmost efforts in nurturing him. Oh, why are you no longer opposed? Just a moment ago, you looked down on him, Yi Fan remarked with a teasing glance at Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan nodded, conceding, I admit my previous narrow-mindedness. He is indeed formidable. Ha ha. After all these years, this is the first time I have seen you bow your head. Yi Fan laughed heartily. Yi Qingshan did not deny it. In truth, he had never anticipated a day when he would misjudge someone so profoundly, and yet humbly acknowledge his error. Nevertheless, he believed Chu Yuan truly deserved his respect. Anyone capable of compelling him to bow his head was worthy of his utmost reverence. You need not mock me. In fact, when I expanded my domain earlier, I sensed Xiao Wen's current strength. Yi Qingshan continued, shifting his tone. Do you know how strong he is now? Seeing Yi Qingshan's solemnity, Yi Fan reined in his laughter. How strong? The other elders also turned their attention to Yi Qingshan, clearly eager for the answer. Yi Qingshan took a deep breath and pronounced, He is capable of contending with a recently ascended heavenly king, invincible beneath the Nirvana realm. This revelation prompted a collective gasp, including from Yi Fan. as they struggled to comprehend the implications. To battle a heavenly king at the 7th level of the life and death realm. What a staggering concept. It is well known that the disparity between the heavenly king and nirvana realms is vast. For a cultivator, the divide is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Now, for Chun Yuwei to challenge a heavenly king from the life and death realm is an accomplishment far more daunting than crossing such a chasm. Such a prodigy is indeed a rarity, even within their Yi clan. In that moment, even the dimmest of minds could recognize that Chun Yuwei was an unparalleled genius. What they remained unaware of, however, was that Chun Yuwei's true strength far exceeded Yi Qingshan's perception. After a lengthy pause, Yi Fan finally regained his composure and solemnly stated, "I will do my utmost to ensure he stays. It is not a matter of possibility. It is a certainty," Yi Qingshan reiterated firmly. Yi Fan fell silent thereafter. For him, his uncle's wishes took precedence over his patriarchal duties. He did not wish to morally coerce Chun Yuwei. If Chun Yuwei chose to align himself with the Yi clan, he would welcome it wholeheartedly. However, should Chun Yuwei harbor different aspirations, he would not impose. Yi Qingshan glanced at Yi Fan and sighed. He was all too aware of Yi Fan's contemplations. Thus, he felt powerless to intervene. At the same time, Wen Qinbing could not resist turning to Yi Qinyun, saying, "Xiao Yan, you have truly raised a remarkable son. I honestly did not expect Xiao Wen to be so extraordinary." She admitted. To speak candidly, at first, I merely hoped he would possess half the talent of Xiao Di. Yi Qinyun replied with a rueful smile. Who could have foreseen he would exhibit such gifts? Perhaps he is indeed no less gifted than Xiao Di. Wen Qinbing did not dissent, for she shared a similar sentiment. However, it is still premature to assert whether one can achieve the unparalleled accomplishments of Yi Wudi. "Little Yin, may I consult you on a matter?" At that moment, Yi Kuang spoke up. "Father, please go ahead," Yi Qinyun replied. Without hesitation, Yi Kuang instructed that Xiao Wen should remain within the Yi clan, while the Qin clan should be driven as far away as possible. Compared to Yi Fan, Yi Kuang, who had lived many more years, acted with greater decisiveness. "Father, you truly have no intention of beating around the bush," Yi Qinyun remarked with a wry smile. "Your father is not one of those inexperienced youths. He knows that only by decisively resolving matters can he find peace of mind," Yi Kuang stated plainly. Yi Qinyun shook her head. "I cannot agree to this. As his mother, I have no right to impose any demands upon him." Yi Kuang furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. "Look at you, after all these years. Your temperament remains unchanged. You approach every matter with such fervor. Xiao Wen is a person of deep loyalty, as long as we treat him well. Need we fear he lacks a sense of belonging?" As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Wen Qinbing slowly spoke. "Indeed, it seems I, as the grandfather, have been overly anxious." Yi Kuang suddenly burst into laughter. Wen Qinbing winked at Yi Qinyun, as if to say, "See, it takes me to handle this." Yi Qinyun smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to all this, Chun Yuwei was nearing the conclusion of his breakthrough. As his power gradually coalesced, he slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, he had fully completed his breakthrough, the 7th level of the realm of life and death. The second sequence of shackles had been lifted, and he had acquired an absolute talent. Moreover, he was exceedingly pleased with this newfound endowment. Chapter 117. The Astonishment of Gu Ling Yuan in This World. No one can compel me to bow my head. If the previous display of absolute power marked an unparalleled elevation of individual combat prowess, then this time, the manifestation of absolute speed represents the utmost evasion of personal peril. This extraordinary talent allows one to evade all attacks in an instant and retaliate at the earliest opportunity. However, its sole drawback lies in the exceedingly high demands it places on one's physique and soul. Even with his current capabilities, he could only manage to perform it once with great difficulty. Yet, even so, he felt immense satisfaction, for it was evident to anyone with sense that this was a miraculous and extraordinary gift. It is no exaggeration to say that, if wielded adeptly, it could serve not only as a lethal strike, but also as a transcendent technique capable of altering one's fate. With this thought in mind, Chun Yuwei exhaled a deep breath. The rewards he had garnered were overwhelmingly significant. Soon, he flipped his hand, revealing a silver destiny treasure chest. He was eager to discover what this chest might yield. "Open." As Chun Yuwei uttered the command, the silver destiny treasure chest sprang open. "Congratulations. You have acquired a supreme level technique, the supreme visualization method. Note, it can be continuously enhanced. This method can be employed to visualize all things, thereby accelerating cultivation speed and strengthening the soul. When cultivated to its zenith, it can be utilized to develop an inner world and create all things according to one's innermost thoughts. By heavens, this technique is truly extraordinary. Chu Youwei could not suppress his exclamation. If this technique were combined with the great world divine tree, could it not potentially conjure an imagined grand realm? Should this idea come to fruition, he would become the absolute sovereign, wielding unparalleled mastery. The mere thought of this quickened his breath, yet he soon regained his composure. Such matters were still distant. His focus should remain on the present. With this realization, Chu Youwei no longer hesitated and began his cultivation. As for those outside, they could wait. Meanwhile, outside, as time gradually passed, the onlookers began to harbor suspicions. Logically, the breakthrough should have been completed by now. Why had no one emerged yet? Could something have gone awry during the process? 3 days swiftly elapsed, and Yi Qinyun began to feel anxious, pacing restlessly. After a moment, she could no longer contain herself and spoke up. "Father, is Xiaowen all right?" Yi Kuang shook his head. "Your concern is causing you distress." Although there is no significant fluctuation of power within, Xiaowen's life force remains stable. This phenomenon suggests that rather than being consumed by obsession, he is indeed in the midst of cultivation. Of course, there was something he refrained from voicing. If one had just broken through and immediately plunged into cultivation, that would be an extraordinary calmness, indeed. Did he truly not realize that a multitude of people awaited outside, or was he feigning ignorance? Well then, Yi Qinyun hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. In truth, she was well aware of these concerns, yet she could not help but feel anxious. After all, this was her son. 3 days swiftly passed. At this moment, the murmurs among the onlookers grew increasingly fervent. Some even speculated that Chu Youwei was overly eager for success, leading him to the brink of madness. Initially, many dismissed these comments. However, as time progressed, a growing number began to concur with this sentiment. "Patriarch, what do you think is happening?" Yi Qingshan finally ventured to speak. "It is precisely as you suspect," Yi Fan replied with a shrug. Yi Qingshan could only smile wryly. If he could remain composed and continue his cultivation under such circumstances, what would that make them? Mere jesters. Yi Fan suddenly laughed. Who would have thought that among these thousands of us, there would be a time when we were left in the lurch? And for several days at that. This will make quite a tale. You still find humor in this? Yi Qingshan remarked, now finding the situation somewhat absurd. Yet, rather than feeling angered, he felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. Throughout his life, he had adhered strictly to the rules, striving to avoid mistakes. Now, encountering someone so unconcerned with conventions and indifferent to others' opinions was indeed an eye-opener for him. At that moment, Chu Youwei had completed his cultivation of the supreme visualization method. It proved to be even more challenging than he had anticipated. It took him over 6 days just to grasp the basics. However, for him, every moment was worthwhile. After practicing this technique, he experienced an unprecedented expansion of perspective. When observing various phenomena, he felt a mysterious force flowing through them. As he delved deeper into his visualizations, this enigmatic power transformed into tangible insights. Simultaneously, his soul received a subtle yet discernible enhancement. In that instant, he understood the significance of this technique in accelerating both his cultivation speed and the development of his spirit. With this realization, a faint smile crept onto Chu Youwei's lips. It was time to emerge. Those outside must be growing impatient. Exhaling a deep breath, he finally stood up. In truth, Chu Youwei had not misjudged the situation. Outside, apart from the elders, who managed to maintain their composure, the younger disciples were in a state of chaos, their discussions incessant. Look, what is that? Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, one individual suddenly called out. Instantly, all eyes turned in that direction. What they beheld was none other than Chu Youwei stepping out. Still at the 7th layer of life and death realm. His aura is remarkably dense, showing no signs of madness. So why did he take so long to emerge? After scrutinizing Chu Youwei, a wave of doubt surged in the hearts of many. Upon witnessing Chu Youwei's demeanor, Yi Qinyun, standing at a distance, finally felt a sense of relief. This stubborn boy truly possesses an admirable calmness. Yi Kuang let out a soft exclamation. Yet a smile that could not be concealed graced his face. To be able to remain composed and focus on cultivation in such circumstances can only be described as formidable. Even during his own time, he could not have achieved such calmness. At that moment, Yi Fan and Yi Qingshan exchanged glances, both recognizing their mutual helplessness. The current state of Chun Yuan spoke volumes. He was indeed immersed in his training, leaving them to languish on the sidelines. Brother Chun, shouldn't you have completed your breakthrough by now? Why have you taken so long to emerge? At last, Yi Rulong could no longer restrain himself and voiced the question. Upon hearing this, the other disciples turned their gazes toward Chun Yuan, their curiosity piqued. Chun Yuan chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing much. I've just been cultivating for a few days. By the way, have you all been waiting here this entire time? The words struck Yi Rulong and the others like a blow, leaving them in a state of disbelief, their frustration simmering just beneath the surface. We've waited for so long. And you casually mention that you've been cultivating? What does that make us, mere jesters? They realized that this young man was indeed cunning, deliberately feigning ignorance while knowing full well that everyone had been waiting. Yi Fan and the others could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, struggling to suppress their amusement. Elder, does this count as proof of my worth? Chun Yuan's gaze shifted to Yi Qingshan, prompting a reaction from him. Aye. Yi Qingshan's lips twitched uncontrollably, realizing that Chun Yuan had no intention of sparing him either. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's mouth split into a grin, reveling in the brilliance of his nephew. This lad possesses quite a bit of my flair. Indeed, very impressive. Simultaneously, a figure in the crowd gradually slipped away, soon finding refuge in a secluded corner. He produced a transmission talisman, silently infusing it with spiritual energy. Moments later, a feminine voice resonated from within. What is it? Had Chun Yuan been present, he would have recognized it as the voice of Guling Yuan. The figure hurriedly relayed the news of Chun Yuan's swift defeat of a third-tier Nirvana realm opponent and the subsequent breaking of 4 minor realms, while also vividly describing the astonishing phenomenon of his breakthrough to Guling Yuan. At that moment, Guling Yuan, seated in the inner hall, gradually displayed a look of astonishment, her actions freezing. Defeating a third-tier Nirvana realm opponent with a single strike, and under normal circumstances no less. This indicates a significant enhancement in strength since not long ago. In an instant, he had also overcome 4 minor realms, and after his breakthrough, he had remained composed for 6 days of cultivation, leaving thousands waiting on the sidelines. Each of these feats shattered her expectations, defining him as an extraordinary genius of the highest caliber. At that moment, she felt her resolve wavering. Yet her proud demeanor forbade her from conceding. With this thought, she reined in her emotions and coldly instructed, continue to keep a close watch and report any developments promptly. Yes, master, the figure responded, promptly destroying the transmission talisman. Guling Yuan silently stowed away the communication talisman, her expression exceedingly grim. In this world, no one can compel me to bow my head. Everything I do is, and will forever remain, unequivocally right. Chapter 118. The Decision of the Shadowy Figures. The celestial being Yi Qingshan meanwhile, in an ancient space, several figures cloaked in black were gathered. Notably, the one seated upon the high throne exuded an aura of formidable terror. Speak, what is it? The figure in the high seat inquired. Chen Bashuan is dead, announced one of the black-clad individuals below. The high-ranking figure furrowed his brow. How did he die? He was killed by the target, and it was done personally, replied the black-clad man. At this revelation, a tremor coursed through the assembly of shadowy figures. Clearly, they had not anticipated such an outcome. They were acutely aware of the capabilities of the target, as well as those of Chen Bashuan. If the target had indeed slain Chen Bashuan, it could only be described as astonishing. After a moment, the figure in the high seat spoke again. What is the current situation? The black-clad individuals recounted Chun Yuan's circumstances in detail. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence once more. Clearly, they were once again taken aback by Chun Yuan's potential. Noticing the prolonged silence from the figure in the high seat, one of the black-clad men whispered, "Should we take the initiative?" The figure in the high seat shook his head and said with a calm smile, "You are mistaken. This situation is, in fact, advantageous for us." Advantageous? I fail to understand, the black-clad man replied, puzzled. With a slight smile, the figure in the high seat remarked, "There are matters you need not comprehend. Those above have their own plans." The black-clad man fell silent, pondering for a moment before voicing a concern. What if that young man completely breaks free from our control? Just him alone cannot stir up significant waves, the figure in the high seat retorted, his tone growing icy. Those who have set their sights on him are far more formidable than you can imagine. We merely need to follow orders. There is no need for further worry. Understood, the black-clad man nodded and then asked, what shall we do next? Continue to observe and refrain from unnecessary actions, instructed the figure in the high seat. The black-clad man nodded in agreement. If there is nothing further, we shall disperse. The figure in the high seat waved his hand. Yes, my lord, the others responded, departing one by one. Once all had left, the figure in the high seat allowed a cold smile to emerge. Interesting, truly interesting. It seems the predictions of those above were spot on. Now we await the unfolding of events. To be honest, I am quite eager to witness the arrival of that day. With that, his figure began to shimmer and ultimately vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to all of this, Chun Yuan remained oblivious. At that moment, Yi Kuang and the others had gathered around. After scrutinizing Chun Yuan, he burst into hearty laughter. You, my boy, have indeed not disappointed your grandparent. Splendid. Grandfather, you flatter me. Chun Yuan chuckled lightly. Youngster, this is precisely what distinguishes you from me. A good trait indeed. There is no need for such modesty. Yi Kuang laughed heartily, then turned to address the assembly behind him. Now, do any of you still harbor objections? Upon this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, for at that moment, they found themselves unable to articulate any dissenting views. I am in agreement, Yi Qingshan suddenly interjected. Oh, little Qingshan, you remain as forthright as ever, Yi Hong remarked with a smile. Yi Qingshan cast a glance at Chun Yuan before continuing. I have adhered to a singular principle throughout, fairness and justice. Little Yuan has substantiated his worth through his prowess, and in doing so, has imparted a valuable lesson to me. Therefore, I now extend a heartfelt invitation to Little Yuan to join our Yi clan, in my capacity as the family's elder. Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow and turned to Chun Yuan. What say you, Little Yuan? In an instant, every gaze converged on Chun Yuan, as they eagerly awaited his response. Without hesitation, Chun Yuan replied, First and foremost, I am deeply grateful for the elder's esteem. However, I must reiterate that as long as the Yi clan does not forsake me, I shall never betray my kin. Yi Hong nodded silently. Though Chun Yuan did not explicitly declare his intention to join the Yi clan, his words spoke volumes. I understand, Yi Qingshan affirmed with a firm nod, then added. In 9 days, the Yi clan's inheritance will commence. I sincerely hope that you will participate, Little One. Very well, I shall be there punctually. Chun Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Yet, he remained steadfast in his belief that the Yi clan's legacy was not an absolute necessity for him. Nevertheless, it was evident that his mother desired for him to embrace this heritage. Out of respect for her wishes, he felt compelled to fulfill her aspirations. Excellent, Yi Qingshan responded, nodding earnestly. Old woman, please escort Little Yin and the others to the prepared accommodations. At that moment, Yi Kuang spoke up. When Chun, you may accompany them. When Chun nodded in agreement, understood. All right, Little Yin, lead the way, Yi Chun Yin replied, guiding Chun Yuan and the others as they departed. Once they had left, Yi Kuang addressed the remaining assembly. You may disperse now. I shall publicly announce the selected disciples shortly. Yes, Elder, the disciples replied in unison before departing one by one. Soon, only the upper echelons of the Yi clan remained. Let us proceed to the meeting hall, Yi Kuang suggested. Very well, the senior members concurred, having anticipated the purpose of the gathering. Simultaneously, the name Chun Yuan began to circulate swiftly within the Yi clan, stirring considerable intrigue. Many younger members, in particular, painted vivid portrayals of Chun Yuan's exploits. Consequently, several aspiring disciples developed a keen interest in him, especially upon learning that he would partake in the Yi clan's inheritance, which left them utterly astonished. Over the years, it has been unprecedented for a child of a different surname to inherit the legacy within the clan. This illustrates the remarkable talent possessed by Chun Yuan. Naturally, the intrigue surrounding him is more deeply rooted in skepticism, which fuels their desire to witness his abilities firsthand. Meanwhile, Yi Rulong has returned to the Qingxian Peak. As a distinguished member of the younger generation, Yi Qingxian enjoys the privilege of an independent residence. Being her brother, Yi Rulong is naturally entitled to cultivate within this sacred space. At that moment, Yi Qingxian was practicing her swordplay in the dojo, exuding an aura of tranquility and intensity. With her silver hair cascading like moonlight and skin as pure as snow, her beauty is unparalleled, each movement reminiscent of a finely crafted sculpture. Particularly striking is her ethereal demeanor, akin to an orchid flourishing in a secluded valley or a white lotus blooming on a snowy peak, exuding an otherworldly grace. Yi Rulong cast a glance at his sister and silently began his own practice, though his emotions were tumultuous. Perhaps sensing her brother's unusual turmoil, Yi Qingxian paused her movements, her previously indifferent gaze softening. In that fleeting moment, the celestial being, often perceived as untouchable, revealed a hint of earthly warmth. Yi Rulong, having been nurtured by her care, could not conceal any shift in his emotions from her perceptive eyes. The saying that the eldest sister is akin to a mother holds true in Yi Qingxian's case. What troubles you? She inquired gently. Chapter 119. Yi Qingxian's confidence and the authority of the chaos inheritance. It's nothing, Yi Rulong replied, shaking his head as he continued to wield his sword. Speak, Yi Qingxian urged, her tone becoming resolute. Only then did Yi Rulong reluctantly cease his actions. I just feel I am far too inferior. Did you lose to that boy again? Yi Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Yes, and no, Yi Rulong shook his head. Please, enlighten me on what transpired. At that moment, Yi Qingxian understood that the situation was far more intricate than she had initially perceived. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Rulong divulged everything concerning Yuan. Upon hearing it, Yi Qingxian fell silent. A mere youth in the triple life and death realm, achieving such remarkable feats consecutively was indeed astonishing. It was no wonder her brother found himself ensnared in a vortex of self-doubt. If given the opportunity, she too would like to meet this Yuan. However, the crux of the matter remained that he was the younger brother of Chun Hongyan. Although their acquaintance was limited to nods of acknowledgement, both recognized each other as prowess. At times, they would secretly compete. Elder sister, do you think I will never be able to catch up to him? Yi Rulong turned to Yi Qingxian. If Yuan had defeated Yi Fuqilu, he might still have had the confidence to bridge the gap. However, after Yuan had shattered the four lesser realms, despair enveloped him completely. Only those who truly cultivate can comprehend the formidable challenge of breaking through four lesser realms, to the extent that it could be deemed impossible. Yi Qingxian cast a glance at her younger brother. Such an accomplishment of breaking through four lesser realms was evidently a secret technique. No one can maintain such a pace indefinitely. You are merely being overly pessimistic. Moreover, as a legitimate scion of the Yi clan, why should you fear an outsider? Prepare well for the family inheritance in 9 days. That will be your opportunity to surpass him. In truth, Yi Qingxian's words held considerable wisdom. In the realm of cultivation, paternal lineage invariably trumps maternal lineage. This is the distinction people perceive between legitimate offspring and those of foreign blood. Indeed, how could I not think of that? I am the rightful descendant of the Yi clan. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Rulong's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. No matter how extraordinary Yuan may be, can he truly overshadow me in the inheritance? I can certainly seize this opportunity to narrow the gap, perhaps even surpass him. Seeing her brother regain his confidence, Yi Qingxian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had genuinely feared that Yi Rulong would succumb to despair. Elder sister, will you be there? Yi Rulong looked at Yi Qingxian again. Yi Qingxian contemplated for a moment before responding. Regardless, this is your first significant life event. I will be there. Understood. I will not disappoint you, Yi Rulong affirmed with a firm nod. Yi Qingxian pursed her lips slightly. Go on, focus on your cultivation, and do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. All right, I shall do so immediately, Yi Rulong responded and hurried towards the training room. Observing Yi Rulong's retreating figure, Yi Tianshan couldn't help but shake her head. In her view, Yi Rulong still had much room for growth. Being easily swayed by emotions was not a commendable trait. Before long, she immersed herself once more in her sword practice, casting aside any thoughts of Yuan. To her, Yuan should possess some merit, but he had yet to reach the point of disturbing her resolve. As for the level he might achieve within the family lineage, she held no interest or concern. No matter how formidable he was, could he truly surpass the record she had set? Meanwhile, Yi Kuang and others had arrived at the assembly hall. At this moment, Yi Kuang sat at the head of the table. Addressing the gathered assembly, he spoke slowly, acknowledging that everyone had witnessed the recent events, and thus, he would refrain from further elaboration. The purpose of summoning them was solely to discuss the reactivation of the chaos inheritance. This declaration fell upon the room like a shroud of silence. Clearly, Yi Kuang had proposed this ancient inheritance due to his recognition of Chun Wen's potential. It was worth noting that the last activation of this inheritance was instigated by Yi Tianshan, yet she ultimately did not acquire it. Many senior members of the clan felt disheartened by this outcome, for this inheritance could not simply be activated at will. The process demanded extensive preparation and a significant investment of both manpower and resources. Even with the Yi clan's profound heritage, they could not afford such an undertaking lightly. While it was understandable that Yi Kuang sought to advocate for his grandson's rights, the matter was far too serious to be treated frivolously. "Let us hear your opinions," he said, surveying the assembly. Yi Fan was the first to speak. "I concur. Xiaowen indeed possesses the qualifications." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingshan added, "I too support this. Xiaowen's talent is evident to all." With the endorsements from Yi Fan and Yi Qingshan, the others, after a brief pause, began to express their stances as well. Among them were those in agreement, those with reservations, and those who remained silent. Ultimately, the majority prevailed, and thus it was decided. Yi Kuang would present this proposal shortly. Seeing this, the others ceased their discussions. "You may disperse," Yi Kuang gestured. Once everyone had departed, Yi Fan finally spoke. "Father, you are taking a considerable risk. Should Xiaowen fail to deliver sufficient results, you may find yourself in a precarious position." Yi Kuang chuckled as elders. "Our duty is to strive for the best interests of the younger generation. As for whether it will succeed, that is beyond our control. Besides, if he has created one miracle, why not a second? Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further objections," Yi Fan sighed. In his estimation, securing this ancient inheritance was a far greater challenge than merely breaking through the 4 minor realms. Could Chun Wen truly create a miracle? He lacked even the courage to gamble this time. "You should go about your business." Yi Kuang waved his hand dismissively. "All right." Yi Fan nodded and rose to depart. Meanwhile, on another side, Wen Qinbing had arrived at their residence with Chun Wen and others. "Xiaowen, if there is anything you find unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to inform your grandmother," Wen Qinbing said while guiding Chun Wen. Chun Wen glanced around the vicinity and replied, "Grandmother, this is already quite satisfactory. As long as you are content." Wen Qinbing's smile widened. "Mother, let us sit down and discuss further," Yi Qinyan interjected from the side. "Very well, very well." Wen Qinbing responded several times before seating Chun Wen beside her. Chun Wen, unbothered by the conversation, listened with a smile as Wen Qinbing chattered on. After half an hour, Wen Qinbing reluctantly left the residence. Yi Qinyan then remarked, "Xiaowen, you have truly brought honor to your mother. Splendid indeed." Chun Wen smirked. "This is merely the beginning. When I accept the inheritance, I shall truly astonish you." "Haha, then I shall eagerly await your grand display." Yi Qinyan laughed heartily. However, her smile soon faded as she began. "Regarding the Yi family's inheritance, there are indeed matters I must convey to you." "Mother, please speak," Chun Wen responded with newfound seriousness. "The Yi family possesses an ancient inheritance from the chaos, an existence that has eluded comprehension for millennia. Your mother has already requested your grandfather to assist you in this pursuit. Once permission is granted from above, you must strive with all your might to seize the opportunity. If successful, you could soar to unimaginable heights, and even suppress an era may not be beyond your grasp. Do you understand?" At this point, Yi Qinyan's tone grew exceedingly grave. "The chaos inheritance. Is this not aligned with my expertise?" Chun Wen's heart stirred, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 120. A lifetime of achievement sparks interest in Chun Wen. Upon reflecting on this, Chun Wen solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, Mother, I will not disappoint you." With this assurance, Yi Qinyan felt content and said no more. "Mother, let us grant some time for Xiaowen to cultivate, as the Heritage Conference is merely a few days away." Chun Hongyan interjected at that moment. Indeed, indeed. Xiaowen, hasten to your practice. Time is fleeting," Yi Qinyan promptly urged. Chun Wen pondered for a moment, but did not decline. "Very well, should anything arise during this time, simply remind me. Go on." Yi Qinyan replied with a smile and a nod. Without further hesitation, Chun Wen proceeded toward the cultivation chamber, not with the intent to break through any barriers, but rather to diligently practice his secret techniques. Having spent so many days with insufficient time dedicated to the mystical arts, he felt the urgency. As he departed, Yi Qinyan's smile blossomed brighter, filled with anticipation for Xiao Wen's progress. At our age, my brother and I are indeed outshined by Xiao Wen, Chen Hongyan expressed candidly. Chen Wuti did not refute this assertion, acknowledging the truth. Such comparisons are futile. Each of you possesses unique strengths and weaknesses, Yi Chenyun remarked, casting a glance at Chen Hongyan. Chen Hongyan smiled but chose to remain silent, fully aware of the nuances of their capabilities. It was known that during Chen Wen's ascension to the transcendent realm, he had manifested an astonishing 99 incarnations. Setting aside all else, this singular achievement alone placed them at a considerable distance from him. Moreover, Chen Wen's subsequent demonstrations had consistently shattered her previous perceptions. In her eyes, not only among his peers, but throughout the entire younger generation, there was no one who could rival her brother. By the way, you two should also attend to your affairs. With mother here, all is well, Yi Chenyun suggested once more. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Hongyan replied, very well. I indeed have matters to attend to. I shall make every effort to arrive when Xiao Wen participates in the Heritage Conference. Though Chen Wuti remained silent, his quietude served as the most profound response. Go now, Yi Chenyun encouraged, gently patting Chen Hongyan's hand. Without further discussion, Chen Hongyan and Chen Wuti turned and departed. Yi Chenyun smiled with satisfaction before entering Chen Wen's room to tidy up. Over the past 16 years, she had not spent a single day truly bonding with Chen Wen. In the days to come, she intended to make every effort to compensate for that lost time. Before long, 6 days had passed, and only 3 days remained until the Heritage Conference commenced. News of the family's opening of the chaotic heritage grounds rapidly spread to every corner. Concurrently, another narrative emerged within the clan, proclaiming that this ultimate inheritance was initiated specifically for Chen Wen. Once this news spread, the entire Yi clan was thrown into a frenzy. As members of the clan, no one understood the significance of this inheritance better than they did. Yet, what right did Chen Wen, an outsider, have to such a privilege? However, upon learning that Yi Kuang had sacrificed years of his illustrious achievements to obtain this opportunity, everyone within the clan was left astounded. The elders, in particular, found it hard to fathom that Yi Kuang had entrusted such a precious treasure to a grandson from outside the family. It is important to note that a person's accomplishments are amassed over a lifetime. They not only ensure one's survival, but also safeguard the lineage from decline. Thus, in their eyes, Yi Kuang's actions were nothing short of reckless and profoundly foolish. Of course, should Chen Wen truly grasp this inheritance, it could lead to Yi Kuang's resurrection from the brink of death. But was that even feasible? Even the likes of Yi Qingxian, the paragon of the Yi clan, had ultimately failed. What hope could there be for an outsider like Chen Wen? At this moment, within the halls of Qingxian Peak, Yi Rulong hurriedly entered, exclaiming, Sister, we are in trouble. What has you so flustered? Yi Qingxian furrowed her brow in concern. The chaotic inheritance has been reactivated, and the selected candidate is Chen Wen. Yi Rulong reported breathlessly. Yi Qingxian's hands froze, disbelief washing over her. If there was one profound regret that haunted her, it was indeed the chaotic inheritance. When she once earned the right to unlock it, it had caused an uproar within the Yi clan, with immense expectations placed upon her, even drawing the attention of the clan's ancestors. Yet, in the end, she had failed, turning her into a mere jest among the clan's higher echelons. Each mention of that inheritance felt like a slap to her face. Little did she anticipate that an outsider like Chen Wen would acquire the same qualification. Could it be that she had underestimated him all along? With this thought, Yi Qingxian's brows knitted tighter. After a brief pause, she managed to quell her surging emotions and inquired, did the clan mention the reason for this activation? Yi Rulong nodded. It was the old patriarch who exchanged his lifetime of merits for it. As he spoke, Yi Rulong's voice betrayed a hint of envy. Truth be told, he too wished for such a grandfather. Yi Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. She had considered that Chen Wen's potential might be the reason, or perhaps the discerning eye of the clan's leaders. Yet, she had never imagined it would be due to such a sacrifice made for a grandson, a lifetime of accomplishments laid down for a chance. To put it nicely, it was an act of indulgence. To put it bluntly, it was sheer folly. For one must understand that merely having an opportunity does not suffice to unlock the chaotic inheritance. In those years, upon entering the realm of inheritance, she endeavored in myriad ways, yet found no method that bore fruit. Even upon her eventual exit, she remained utterly perplexed. If someone as deserving as she struggled, how could Chen Wen, who had merely exploited connections, possibly succeed. It was, indeed, a farcical notion. This thought prompted her to shake her head. Sister, do you believe Chen Wen stands a chance? Yi Rulong inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, as the impact Chen Wen had on him was profound, leaving his heart in turmoil. Yi Qinxian cast a glance at Yi Rulong and replied, calm your heart. If he enters the ancestral land of inheritance, he may yet have a chance for some gains. However, if it is the chaotic realm of inheritance he enters, his chances dwindle to naught. No one is more qualified to speak on this than I, having been through it myself. But why would the elder patriarch act in such a manner? Yi Rulong questioned. Puzzled, Yi Qinxian replied nonchalantly, that is not for me to ponder, nor is it something you should fixate upon. As I have said, your focus should be on diligent cultivation, rather than being distracted by someone like Chen Wen. Do you understand? Understood, Yi Rulong promptly assured her. Then why do you linger here? Yi Qinxian remarked, casting another glance at him with a hint of exasperation. I shall go cultivate right away, Yi Rulong chuckled, turning towards the training chamber. Yi Qinxian shook her head, yet did not resume her own training. If previously her intention was merely to support her brother, now she found herself genuinely intrigued by Chen Wen. She wished to see what kind of waves someone, whom the elder patriarch deemed worthy of such immense investment, could possibly stir. Chapter 121. The Inheritance Conference commences. Gu Lingyuan arrives to witness the battle at this moment, within the inner hall where Yi Kuang resided. Yi Fan stepped inside. Yi Kuang seemed to have anticipated everything, languidly suggesting, let us sit and speak. Yi Fan silently complied, taking a seat, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Father, are you aware that chaos has erupted on my side? Naturally, Yi Fan was referring to his own faction. Yi Kuang's expression remained unchanged as he replied, this matter is beyond their discussion. Return and inform them that I rely solely on my own merits. If they are dissatisfied, they may leave. I can facilitate their severance. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. He had expected such a reaction from his father. However, he understood that his faction would only grumble briefly. None would dare to create a ruckus in front of Yi Kuang. Nevertheless, he empathized with their sentiments. After all, his father's actions were, in essence, undermining their interests. In such circumstances, was it not reasonable for them to voice a complaint or two? With this in mind, Yi Fan spoke again. I thought my blind faith in Xiao Wen was profound, but it seems I fall short compared to you. His tone suddenly turned serious. Father, are you not afraid of losing the gamble? Yi Kuang glanced at Yi Fan before responding. I am afraid. But I am more fearful of our lineage faltering under my leadership. Do not be fooled by the apparent tranquility within the clan. The ocean is never truly calm. Over the years, the number of geniuses emerging from our lineage has dwindled, and we have yet to see another like Yi Qingshan. How much longer shall we wait? If we cannot produce talents, must we merely watch as we are eliminated? Now that we have finally unearthed a genius who can rival Yi Qingshan, why should I not take the risk? Those who harbor grievances truly believe I am unaware of their concerns. If they are only intent on safeguarding their immediate interests, they may as well leave. Yi Fan stared blankly at Yi Kuang, speechless. Perhaps what he lacked compared to his father was that fierce determination to gamble everything for survival. After calming his emotions, Yi Kuang continued, in truth, I do not harbor great confidence in Xiao Wen's ability to obtain the inheritance. However, I desire for him to shine in this opportunity, even if the outcome is not as we hope. I believe that through this manifestation of inheritance, Xiao Wen will undoubtedly be noticed by those above. In time, he may receive focused cultivation, and we can seize this opportunity to make our voices heard, to inform the higher-ups that our lineage is capable of producing extraordinary talents. As the head of the clan, you must grasp the significance of this. Yi Fan's breath caught in his throat, and he nodded emphatically. I understand, father. Let us enjoy some tea, Yi Kuang said, raising his hand, signaling an end to the discussion. Yi Fan drained his cup of tea in one gulp and then strode out of the room. Yi Kuang set down his teacup with a sigh, murmuring, Xiao Wen, you cannot afford to disappoint me. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Wen remained engrossed in his cultivation. As 3 days swiftly passed, the time for the Heritage Conference arrived. On the following day, at the venue of the Yi clan's gathering, the hall was already teeming with people, a sea of dark figures. At this moment, not only the elders of the Yi clan had assembled, but also some talented youths, who had curtailed their secluded training, made their way to the scene. Look, isn't that Qin Yun from the Qin Yun clan? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd turned their gazes in unison. There stood a man clad in azure, exuding an impressive demeanor with a profound and restrained presence. Yi Qingyun, a rare talent within the Yi clan, of the same generation as Yi Qingxian. Were it not for the existence of the prodigious Yi Qingxian, Yi Qingyun would undoubtedly have shown alone. Nonetheless, even so, he remained an unattainable figure for many of his contemporaries. Trailing behind Yi Qingyun were numerous other talented youths of varying ages. While these individuals were a notch below Yi Qingyun, they were still far superior to many present. Who is that? At this moment, another wave of gasps arose. The crowd shifted their attention once more to another newcomer. There, adorned in flowing white robes, was the ethereal Yi Qingxian. Upon seeing her, the pupils of the attendees involuntarily constricted. Sister Qingxian, why is she here? Doesn't she rarely attend such grand events? Speculation flared among them. Could it be that she has come for Chenwen? The realization dawned upon them. The last person who initiated the clan's chaotic inheritance was none other than Yi Qingxian herself, followed by Chenwen. Thus, her presence to observe the unfolding events was not entirely unfathomable. With Yi Qingxian's arrival, the atmosphere of the gathering escalated to an entirely new level. Meanwhile, Chenwen gradually ceased his actions. Although 9 days might not seem extensive, during this time, he had significantly advanced all his secret techniques and powers. His current strength was more than double what it had been prior to his seclusion. It was time to emerge. Chenwen exhaled a breath of turbid air and then retracted the aura that enveloped him. Upon opening the door, he was immediately met with the sight of Yi Qingyun. Mother? Chenwen called softly. Yi Qingyun quickly regained her composure. Are you ready? Ready to go at any time, Chenwen replied. Then let us proceed. Yi Qingyun nodded and stepped forward to lead the way. Observing his mother's silhouette, Chenwen furrowed his brow and inquired, Mother, do you have something to discuss? No, nothing at all. Yi Qingyun paused momentarily before shaking her head. They say a mother and child share an unbreakable bond. You cannot deceive me, Chenwen stated. It truly is nothing, Yi Qingyun insisted, still unwilling to divulge. Chenwen stepped closer to Yi Qingyun, speaking earnestly. Surely, there is nothing you cannot share with your son. Is there, Mother? Yi Qingyun sighed lightly. You are quite perceptive, my boy. Very well, it cannot be hidden for long anyway. The matter is this. Your grandfather exchanged his life's achievements for your opportunity to enter the Chaos Inheritance grounds. However, as he mentioned, you need not take it too seriously. His intentions are purposeful. In truth, it is a matter of mutual benefit. All you need to do is your utmost. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Chenwen's eyes as his mind raced to comprehend the implications. Sometimes, the reasoning behind such actions is clear, yet only those closest to us would dare to take such significant risks. If one were to say they were not moved by this, it would indeed be disingenuous. By the way, that old scoundrel Yuan will also be coming to observe. It seems he wishes to witness your misfortune. At this point, Yi Qingyun's voice turned as cold as iron. She held no affection for Yuan, and her resentment for him had only intensified since hearing the news from her husband. Yuan is coming? He wishes to see me fail. The smile on Chenwen's face gradually faded, and he finally lifted his gaze to Yi Qingyun, stating resolutely, As I have said before, I, Chenwen, will never disappoint those who support me. Chapter 122, A Global Focus, Chenwen's entrance go on. Mother is waiting for you to strike them down. Observing Chenwen's unwavering confidence, Yi Qingyun nodded emphatically. Then let us proceed, Chenwen declared. Very well, Yi Qingyun replied, leading Chenwen towards the venue of the Grand Assembly. Meanwhile, the senior members of the Yi clan had all taken their seats. At the center of the elevated platform sat an elderly man with a youthful visage and a distinguished goatee. This venerable figure exuded an air of ethereal grace. He was Yi Changsheng, the revered ancestor of the Yi clan and the biological father of Yi Kuang, holding an esteemed position within the clan. Flanking him were 9 individuals of varying ages, their expressions solemn and their powers inscrutable. They constituted the Council of Elders, present at this gathering solely due to Chenwen's involvement. In contrast, Yi Kuang and his associates occupied a more prominent tier of seating, as they were the actual hosts of this inheritance conference. As the younger generation arrived one after another, a clamor began to resonate throughout the venue. Isn't it about time? Where's that Chenwen? One murmured. Perhaps he has been delayed. No one would intentionally arrive late at such a moment. True, but some individuals can be rather pretentious. Another interjected. Have you considered that he might have fled at the last minute? It's not entirely implausible. The commotion caused by the last incident with the Qingxian clan was far greater, and what was the outcome? A grand farce. Leaving the Qingxian clan in utter disgrace and the higher-ups of our clan with faces as dark as thunder. Indeed, one cannot completely rule out the possibility of Chun when succumbing to pressure and retreating. If that were the case, the old patriarch would surely find himself the subject of ridicule. Listening to the myriad discussions from below, the expressions of the elders on the platform varied. Notably, one elder beside Yi Fan wore an increasingly grim countenance. This man, Yi Nan, was Yi Kuang's cousin, belonging to the same lineage as the patriarch. In this branch, he was regarded as a venerable elder with considerable influence. In contrast to Yi Kuang's impetuous nature, Yi Nan's approach was more reserved. This time, Yi Kuang had staked his lifetime of achievements on Chun Wan, eliciting the most intense reaction from Yi Nan. He had also spearheaded the pressure placed on Yi Fan from within their faction. However, the obstinate stances of Yi Kuang and Yi Fan compelled him to hesitate, tacitly accepting this course of action. Yet, he recognized that this could very well be an opportunity for him. Should Yi Kuang falter during this event, the balance of power within their lineage would shift in his favor. At that moment, he would guide their branch towards rejuvenation, demonstrating to Yi Kuang that conservatism was not a path to stagnation, but rather a strategy for gathering strength for a formidable resurgence. Upon reflection, the somber expression on Yi Nan's face gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed, leaving only half an hour until the commencement of the Grand Assembly. At this moment, the countenance of Yi Changsheng and the esteemed elders on the platform also began to darken. It was the first time they had been treated in such a manner by a younger generation. In that instant, their impression of Chun Wan began to deteriorate further. As the clamor of the crowd intensified, Chun Wan finally arrived at the venue, guided by Yi Chenin. "Look, that lad has arrived." A chorus of cheers erupted from the audience, and all eyes turned toward the source of the sound. There stood Chun Wan, strolling in with an air of composure and tranquility. Yi Changsheng and the others gradually focused their gaze upon him, yet their attention was fleeting, devoid of any discernible change in expression. Having lived for so many years, they had encountered countless prodigies. A mere glance was sufficient for them to gauge a disciple's potential. In their eyes, Chun Wan exuded a profound and weighty aura, indicative of considerable strength. However, that was the extent of their admiration, not to mention more formidable geniuses. Even when compared to Yi Qingshan, Chun Wan held no advantage. It is noteworthy that when Yi Qingshan received this opportunity for inheritance, she was already at the 7th level of nirvana. Yet, Chun Wan was merely at the 7th level of life and death. Even if both were geniuses of the same tier, the significant disparity in realms was an insurmountable chasm. Thus, if Yi Qingshan had been deemed unworthy, Chun Wan stood even less chance. Is this it? It appears to be yet another overhyped talent. The old patriarch is indeed desperate. A genius of this caliber is likely even inferior to the disciples of the Qingyun clan. The recent commotion has been quite entertaining, but upon closer inspection, it is indeed disappointing. I knew it would turn out this way. Anything that has been excessively praised inevitably meets a dismal end. In an instant, the assembled young talents shook their heads in dismay. "Sister Xian, what are your thoughts?" After a prolonged silence, Yi Qingyun turned to Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan replied coolly, "He has no chance." "Sister Xian, you remain as forthright as ever," Yi Qingyun chuckled. Yet he did not contest her assertion, for he harbored the same sentiment. "Mother, may I descend?" Despite the incessant murmurings surrounding him, Chun Wan remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Go ahead," Yi Chenin smiled. Without further ado, Chun Wan made his way down to the assembly. "Cousin, over here." Yi Runan waved from a distance. Chun Wan accepted the invitation and approached her side. Yi Rulong, not far away, greeted Chun Wan as well. "Brother Chun." "Brother Yi." Chun Wan nodded in acknowledgement, signaling respect. Other disciples also began to extend their greetings to Chun Wan. To them, despite their skepticism regarding Chun Wan's capabilities, they still acknowledged his strength and talent. They could distinguish clearly between the genuine and the superficial. In response to the greetings from his fellow disciples, Chun Wan nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a colossal spirit carriage soared towards them from a distance, rapidly enlarging in their sight. This commotion once again captured everyone's attention. To them, The Inheritance Conference was an internal affair of the Yi clan. It was perplexing to see an outsider at this moment. However, upon observing the composed expressions of the senior members, they realized that this visitor had likely been anticipated. Under the gaze of the crowd, the spirit carriage swiftly halted mid-air above the gathering. Subsequently, a figure gracefully descended, causing ripples to undulate through the surrounding space, exuding an aura of formidable power. Upon recognizing the newcomer, an overwhelming shock coursed through the onlookers. This individual was none other than the matriarch of the Qin clan, a figure of the same stature as their own matriarch. Soon, their thoughts wandered to the conflict between Yuan and the Qin clan. Wasn't this Gu Lingyuan the very one who nearly crushed Qin went to oblivion? Why was she here now? Was it to continue her oppression of him, or to witness his downfall? Regardless of her intentions, Gu Lingyuan's presence was undoubtedly related to Yuan. With this realization, the crowd's gaze towards Yuan took on a new, peculiar intensity. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, and they were eager to see how Yuan would respond to Gu Lingyuan. Chapter 123, Madness Unleashed. Madness. Indeed, this young man is undoubtedly insane. Yuan's gaze shifted, landing upon Gu Lingyuan, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Though he remained indifferent to the skepticism from the Yi clan, he could not overlook the fact that Gu Lingyuan had come specifically to witness his misfortune. He would ensure she regretted this audacity. At that moment, Gu Lingyuan abruptly redirected her gaze, traversing through the crowd of disciples until it met Yuan's. In an instant, two icy stares clashed from a distance. Subsequently, a mocking smile crept upon Gu Lingyuan's lips, unmistakably revealing her intent to confront Yuan. Observing this exchange, the onlookers experienced a moment of clarity. Gu Lingyuan retracted her gaze and proceeded towards the high platform. As she approached, Yi Kuang did not even lift his eyelids, seemingly oblivious to her presence. In contrast, Yi Changsheng and the others maintained a serene demeanor, observing the proceedings with mild interest. To them, Gu Lingyuan was merely a junior, and in this world, there was no precedence for seniors to belittle themselves before juniors. Upon witnessing Yi Kuang's indifference, Gu Lingyuan's expression darkened. However, being within the confines of the Yi clan, she refrained from reacting impulsively. Soon, she arrived at the high platform, where she first bowed to Yi Changsheng, addressing him respectfully. Little Yuan pays her respects to Ancestor Yi. Ah, so it is little Yuan. I wonder how Brother Tianxian is faring these days, Yi Changsheng replied, his tone devoid of significant emotion. Brother Tianxian referred to Chun Tianxian, the elder of the Qin clan. Gu Lingyuan quickly responded, he is well. Last time, my esteemed father mentioned he wishes to gather with you at an opportune moment. She then shifted the conversation. I apologize for my uninvited arrival this time, and I hope the esteemed elders will pardon my boldness. The reason for Gu Lingyuan's visit was apparent to all, yet the adage of not striking a smiling face prevailed. As long as Gu Lingyuan did not overstep her bounds, the Yi clan had no grounds to reject her presence. Your presence is indeed welcomed among our Yi clan. It is an honor for our disciples to be witnessed by you, Yi Changsheng remarked with a faint smile. He then instructed, someone, please arrange a seat for the esteemed guest. Understood, a nearby attendant promptly acknowledged. Soon, Gu Lingyuan found herself seated beside Wen Qinbing, a placement that required no further discussion. In terms of status, Gu Lingyuan was comparable to him within the Qin clan. Moreover, their familial ties made her sitting next to him entirely logical. Please, Yi Changsheng invited once more. Then I shall not be polite. Gu Lingyuan replied with a smile as she took her seat. After these formalities, Yi Changsheng once again entered a state of contemplation, disregarding Gu Lingyuan's presence. Glancing at Yi Kuang and Wen Qinbing beside her, Gu Lingyuan suddenly remarked, in truth, dear in-law, it has been over a decade since we last met, hasn't it? Who are you? I cannot accept the title of your in-law, Yi Kuang retorted. Wen Qinbing spoke softly, his tone imbued with a profound indifference. Yi Kuang, however, chose to disregard Gu Lingyuan entirely. In his eyes, Gu Lingyuan was of no consequence. Had the circumstances permitted, he would have straightforwardly ordered her to leave. The audacity, such blatant disrespect upon first encounter. Observing the exchange between the two, the onlookers were left bewildered. Clearly, they had not anticipated Wen Qinbing's utter lack of courtesy. Gu Lingyuan's smile faltered for a moment before she quickly adopted a cold smirk, realizing that her in-laws were quite displeased with her. However, reflecting on the situation. Had she not acted as she did, the two would not have stumbled upon such a treasure. Indeed, for this treasure, her in-laws were willing to sacrifice a lifetime of merit. Having lived for over a century, this was the first time she had encountered someone so resolute. With that thought, she cast a derisive glance at Yi Kuang, the implications of her gaze unmistakable. This was a clash of sparks, igniting whispers among the crowd. If when Shenbing was showing no regard for Gu Lingyuan, then Gu Lingyuan was outright turning against him. The implications of her words were laden with meaning. First, she insinuated that Yi Kuang had taken in someone she deemed worthless and treated them as a treasure, highlighting his lack of discernment. Second, she mocked Yi Kuang's desperate gamble, placing his hopes on someone she had discarded. This was indeed a farce. Yi Kuang suddenly chuckled coldly, retorting, "If I recall correctly, the one you dismissed has struck your face more than once. For that reason alone, even if it cost me my life, it would be worth it." Gu Lingyuan's expression hardened. "What do you mean? Are you threatening me?" Yi Kuang's voice turned icy. Gu Lingyuan inhaled deeply, acknowledging that anyone could utter sweet words. She hoped he would still be able to smile once the results were revealed. "And let us not forget, the higher-ups of your clan are watching. Do not embarrass yourselves too thoroughly." Yi Kuang shot back coldly. "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Yi clan? Am I mistaken? Or did I strike a nerve? Or has the Yi clan become so tyrannical that others are barred from speaking?" Gu Lingyuan regarded the furious Yi Kuang with a mocking laugh. Their debate, though muted, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Gradually, the crowd's gaze towards Chun Wen began to shift. Although Gu Lingyuan's words were somewhat harsh, they were grounded in reality. Despite Yi Kuang's unwavering stance, it seemed he might ultimately become the subject of ridicule. Of course, should Chun Wen successfully inherit the legacy, the one to be laughed at would be Gu Lingyuan. Yet, such an outcome appeared nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the expressions of Yi Changsheng and others darkened. As anticipated by many, prior to Gu Lingyuan's arrival, this matter would have remained a private affair. Even if it resulted in some embarrassment, it would merely elicit a chuckle from the clan members and be quickly forgotten. However, the situation has now changed. Gu Lingyuan has openly confronted Yi Kuang, explicitly stating that Chun Wen is no longer capable. Should her assertions prove accurate, what begins as a mere jest could transform into a familial disgrace, broadcast for all to see. In such a scenario, Yi Kuang would suffer great humiliation, and the entirety of the Yi clan would become the subject of ridicule. Contemplating this, their already grim expressions darkened further. Yet, they understood that even amidst their dissatisfaction, they could not display it outwardly, otherwise, they would only invite further mockery. At that moment, Chun Wen suddenly stepped forward, shattering the prevailing silence. What was he attempting to do? Upon witnessing Chun Wen's actions, the crowd was struck with disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Under their scrutiny, Chun Wen gradually raised his head, addressing the esteemed elders seated above. "I, Chen Wan, have come to pay my respects to Ancestor Yi and the esteemed elders. May I be afforded a moment to speak?" "Speak," Yi Changsheng replied, casting a fleeting glance at Chun Wen before uttering a single word. "In a bid to secure an opportunity to enter the Chaos Legacy, my grandfather has sacrificed a lifetime of merit. Many may struggle to comprehend his actions, and there are those who openly mock him, both in jest and in scorn. As his grandson, should I choose to remain silent at this moment, I would be unworthy of my humanity." With that, Chun Wen took another step forward, declaring, "I hereby wish to petition, in front of all present, to receive the legacy. Should I fail, I shall sever all ties with this life. Should I succeed, I demand that those who have ridiculed my grandfather offer him an apology, particularly her. She must kneel in apology." With this proclamation, he pointed towards Gu Lingyuan, his aura suddenly surging forth. Gu Lingyuan's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze upon Chun Wan, a murderous intent radiating from her. Has he lost his mind? The crowd was astonished. Witnessing Chun Wan gamble his very life for the sake of securing an apology for his grandfather. What else could this be, if not madness? Chapter 124. I shall see what you possess to triumph over foolish bravery. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow, subtly shaking his head. In his view, Chun Wen's audacity to defend his grandfather was indeed commendable and exhibited a certain masculinity. However, it was undoubtedly an imprudent course of action. Yi Kuang had risked everything for what purpose? Surely, every senior member of the Yi clan present could discern the truth. If Chun Wen truly wished to vindicate his grandfather, he should not have recklessly wagered his own life. For once he perished, what significance would Yi Kuang's sacrifices hold? Youthful exuberance, he was still too young. With this thought, Yi Changxing shook his head once more. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxian fixed her gaze firmly on Chun Wen, ultimately mimicking Yi Changxing's gesture. She shared his sentiment. Recognizing that while Chun Wen's bravery in stepping forward was admirable, it bordered on foolishness. In her eyes, if someone as formidable as herself could not seize the chaotic inheritance, then Chun Wen's chances were even more remote. Yin turned to regard Yi Kuang, his eyes laden with inquiry. Was this truly the prodigious grandson for whom you risked everything? Now, it seems not only the merit is lost, but the young man himself is also on the verge of demise. As for your intent to showcase our lineage's worth through your grandson, it has become a farcical endeavor. At that moment, Yi Kuang paid no heed to the questioning gaze of Yi Nan. He remained fixated on Chun Wen, his pupils quaking with intensity. His hand, concealed within his sleeve, clenched tightly. Perhaps to others, Chun Wen appeared to be a foolhardy young man. Yet, in Yi Kuang's eyes, this was not the case. A grandson willing to risk everything for his grandfather, even his life. This epitomized the mutual devotion of familial bonds. Without blood ties, without regarding one another as true kin, who would act in such a manner? Who could? Upon grasping this realization, Yi Kuang trembled uncontrollably, his eyes misting with emotion. As for Yi Qingyan, she remained silent. At this juncture, anyone could choose not to side with Chun Wen, but she could not afford to do so. As for the outcome, they would confront it when the time came. At worst, she would bear the consequences alongside her son. After a brief silence, Yi Changxing finally spoke, addressing Chun Wen. Young one, is it? You may greet the ancestor. Chun Wen solemnly performed a bow. Yi Changxing was pleased with Chun Wen's demeanor, stating, considering your youth, you may retract your previous statement. The ancestor shall take your case into consideration. To him, Yi Kuang remained his son. By strict definition, Chun Wen ought to refer to him as grandfather. Therefore, even if he could not endorse Chun Wen's actions, he must still support him. Chun Wen understood Yi Changxing's intentions, yet his resolve was unwavering. Thank you, ancestor, for your heartfelt concern, but my mind is set. I hope you will not chastise me. This is impressive. At that moment, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. As a rational individual, one would typically descend the steps in accordance with reason. Yet, Chun Wen, in defiance, chose not to comply. Should they regard this as sheer audacity or simply an act of folly? Yi Changxing maintained a stoic expression, casting a glance at Yi Kuang, inquiring if he had anything to contribute. Yi Kuang refrained from a direct response, instead remarking, Wen, pursue your desires unimpeded. Everything will be shouldered by your grandfather. Madness. Utter madness. What manner of family is this? The crowd was engulfed in shock, their hearts quaking in disbelief. Yi Changxing, however, remained silent, his countenance betraying little emotion. For him, there was little to be gained from attempting to reason with the irredeemably reckless. Having lived to such an age, he had long since learned to let go of many things. Some words he chose to utter but once, and some counsel was offered only a single time. At that moment, Guling Yuan's frigid voice echoed, Yi ancestor, this is not a matter of disrespect towards you. I hope you will tolerate my transgressions henceforth. With that, she rose abruptly, her fury directed squarely at Chun Wen. Do you realize the gravity of your words? Undeterred, Chun Wen stepped forward, his aura surging powerfully, effectively halting the onslaught of her ire. I am here to confront you, he declared, stepping forward once more. If you disagree, then simply endure it. The crowd was taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. Who is Guling Yuan? Setting aside her identity, her prowess was such that few in the entire archaic realm dared to confront her directly. For this reason alone, Chun Wen's boldness was indeed striking. It is you who oversteps. At that moment, Yi Kuang slammed his palm onto the table, a palpable menace radiating from him. Do you truly believe this is still the Qin clan? If you continue this insolence, I shall end you. With another forceful strike on the table, his aura erupted violently. You all Guling Yuan, suppressing her fury, laughed in rage. She then fixed her gaze on Chun Wen, enunciating each word. Is it not your desire for me to kneel and apologize? I acquiesce. However, should you falter, I shall personally sever your head. Perfectly agreeable, Chun Wen replied coolly, his resolve unwavering. I shall indeed be curious to see how you intend to triumph. With that, Yuan returned to her seat. Observing this, Chun Wen gradually reined in his aura and addressed Yi Changsheng. I kindly request the Ancestor's assistance. Yi Changsheng regarded Chun Wen for a moment before responding nonchalantly. Commence the activation of the Chaos Inheritance. Understood. The 9 array masters below acknowledged in unison, each taking their positions on the prearranged array diagram. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the 9 array masters began to weave their incantations. As each spell was cast, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Ancient array patterns flowing across its surface. An aura of antiquity and mystery emanated from the array patterns, conjuring visions of the extraordinary. Amidst the convergence and layering of various phenomena, a breathtaking vision emerges, coalescing into a dragon. Soon, 9 colossal chains surge forth from the depths of the array, piercing through the heavens as if the firmament itself has been breached. Commence. At that moment, the 9 array masters simultaneously pressed their palms against the diagram. A thunderous roar echoed, as the immense chains strained and tugged, as if striving to rend open a dimension of otherworldly essence. In no time, under the relentless pull of the chains, a grand portal to an alien realm gradually revealed itself. The entrance twisted and writhed, its surface shimmering with ancient Tao patterns. So this is the gateway to the Chaos Heritage? Indeed, it is extraordinary. Many disciples stood in rapt astonishment, their eyes wide with awe. Yi Qingshan too gazed at the entrance, a deep-seated memory resurfacing within her. Since her emergence into this world, she had been ensnared within its grasp. This marked the source of her lifelong torment. Having completed their task, the 9 array masters bowed towards Yi Changsheng. Indeed, Yi Changsheng nodded, then turned to Chun Wen. Now that the entrance to the heritage has been unveiled, there are 3 crucial points I must elucidate before you proceed. Listening attentively, Chun Wen replied, Please, Ancestor, enlighten me. Yi Changsheng spoke with measured gravity. Firstly, entering the Chaos Heritage entails life-threatening risks. Those lacking sufficient strength may find themselves trapped within eternally. Secondly, you have but 5 days. Once the time elapses, regardless of success or failure, you must exit. Thirdly, whatever you acquire within, you may handle as you see fit. But you are strictly forbidden from imparting it to those outside the Yi clan. Do you comprehend? Chun Wen nodded solemnly. I shall adhere to the ancestors' teachings. Very well. Then, proceed. Yi Changsheng gestured. At this utterance, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, many instinctively holding their breath. The moment has finally arrived. Would Chun Wen lose his head? Or would Gu Lingyuan kneel in apology? Within 5 days, the truth would be revealed. Yet in their hearts, they believed that for Chun Wen to triumph would be akin to scaling the heavens. Chapter 125. Entering the Inheritance Land. You have finally arrived unbeknownst to Chun Wen. The thoughts of those around him were far from his mind. At that moment, he resolutely leapt towards the entrance, vanishing from the grand assembly in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence once more. When Chun Wen regained his senses, he discovered himself in a desolate expanse. Darkness enveloped him, rendering everything indistinct, akin to the depths of a black hole. Soon, he became aware of another striking characteristic, the utter absence of spiritual energy, with even the slightest sign of life being exceedingly rare. Is this the chaotic inheritance land? Chun Wen's brow furrowed slightly. Regardless, he decided to explore his surroundings first. He swiftly cast aside all distractions from his mind and stepped forward in a chosen direction. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for a long time. At the very moment Chun Wen took his step, an ancient voice resonated through the air. The gender of the voice was indiscernible, as if it transcended the bounds of time itself. Chun Wen's entire being trembled. He was certain that this statement was directed at him. But what did awaited for a long time truly signify? Moreover, who was it that awaited him? After all, he was merely a traveler from another realm. A multitude of questions surged within his mind. Who are you? Chun Wen inhaled deeply before uttering his query. Enter, please. Yet, the response to Chun Wen was a dramatic shift in the space around him, as a pitch-black spatial barrier morphed into a distorted entrance once more. Stunned, Chun Wen stood frozen. At this juncture, he was convinced that everything had been preordained. Only upon his arrival would these events be set into motion. If he wished to delve deeper into the mysteries at play, he would have to follow the guidance laid before him. However, whether the intentions behind this invitation were benevolent or malevolent remained uncertain. Reflecting on this, Yuan finally posed a question. Sister Shaozi, what are your thoughts? It is neither fortune nor misfortune. If it is indeed a calamity, one cannot evade it. I suggest you venture inside and see for yourself. Xianhong Shao hesitated before responding. Very well, let us proceed. Yuan, without further hesitation, made a decisive choice. Taking a deep breath, he leapt forward, plunging into the entrance once again. When he regained his senses, he found himself in another alternate space. This realm was suffused with a white mist, resembling layers of cotton-like fog, obscuring his view of the surroundings. The moment the white mist brushed against his body, Yuan distinctly felt an unusual stirring within him. This was a reaction spontaneously generated by the chaotic sequence within him, akin to a parched desert encountering a source of water. A profound thirst surged forth from within his being. This is chaotic energy. At that moment, Xianhong Shao's voice reached him, laced with unmistakable excitement. Chaotic energy? Yuan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, it is chaotic energy. Xianhong Shao nodded emphatically and continued. In the primordial chaos, the entire universe was suffused with chaotic energy. Much like our world today, where spiritual essence is omnipresent. However, as time progressed and the laws of the world began to wane, this chaotic energy gradually faded into oblivion. I never anticipated that such an abundance of chaotic energy and of such high purity would exist here. With a change of tone, Xianhong Shao added, You stand to gain immensely. If you absorb it all, not only will you gain entry into the chaotic sequence body, but the great world divine tree will also sprout leaves. The notion of entering the chaotic sequence body and the divine tree-bearing leaves left Yuan breathless. He understood the significance of this. With this thought, he suppressed his excitement and inquired, What must I do? Follow the method of absorbing spiritual essence, but remember, do not be hasty, Xianhong Shao cautioned earnestly. Understood, Yuan replied, immediately settling into a meditative posture and beginning to circulate the supreme chaotic technique. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, as the technique activated, the chaotic sequence body stirred to life, and the myriad cells within him erupted with a thunderous resonance. Externally, whirlwinds formed, relentlessly drawing in the surrounding chaotic energy, resembling a voracious beast devouring its prey. Moreover, the sprout of the divine tree within Yuan quivered continuously, radiating ripples of green luminescence. Witnessing this, an expression of ecstatic joy illuminated Yuan's face, prompting him to intensify his absorption. 3 days swiftly passed, and with only 2 days remaining until the 5-day mark, outside, Yi Changxing stood with one hand extended, a palm-sized ancient bell hovering above his palm. This was the Imperial artifact of the Yi clan, the Chaotic Sky Bell, a relic that had been passed down since the ancient times. The Chaotic Sky Bell, besides its combat capabilities, could also foretell the emergence of chaotic inheritances. According to the ancient prophecy of the Yi clan, the bell would sound when the chaotic inheritance was about to manifest. Yet, after 3 days, not only had the bell remained silent, but it displayed no signs of movement whatsoever. This undoubtedly indicated that Yuan had yet to locate the core of the inheritance. Seeing this, Yi Changxing subtly shook his head, unable to conceal his disappointment. While he held no great expectations for Yuan to attain the inheritance, he still harbored a hope for a miracle. However, that miracle had yet to materialize. Yi Kuang and the others were also aware of the ancient prophecy, and their expressions shifted accordingly. Particularly, Yi Kuang's concealed hand had turned pale from the pressure of his grip. A smirk graced Guling Yuan's lips, her satisfaction evident despite her attempts to mask it. If anyone wished for Yuan's failure the most, it was undoubtedly her. Only in this way could she trample him into the mire and deliver a resounding slap to Yi Kuang's face. In the distance, Yi Qingshan observed the scene before her, shaking her head involuntarily. Indeed, as she had surmised, Yuan's performance fell short of her expectations. It is worth noting that although she had experienced failure in her previous endeavor, it had nonetheless stirred the chaotic celestial clock, signifying that she had at least grazed the fringes of the inheritance. Yet, Yuan, who could not even surpass her, was hardly in a position to receive such a legacy. Contemplating this, she silently withdrew her gaze, her eyes devoid of any further fluctuations. Meanwhile, Yuan was nearing the culmination of his absorption. The surrounding layers of chaotic energy had become remarkably faint, revealing the distinct contours of the space around him. Before him lay an ancient altar, at the very center of which rested a black stone coffin. The coffin appeared archaic and solemn, exuding no trace of power, its surface marred by a shroud of dullness. However, Yuan remained oblivious to these details, as he was entirely immersed in the remaining chaotic energy. It was evident that profound changes were occurring both within and around Yuan. A spectrum of 9 colors surged from his body, while myriad chaotic lights flickered, reflecting ancient and extraordinary visions. Simultaneously, his physical form pulsated, as the 9-colored chaotic sequence patterns gradually emerged, inscribing themselves upon his skin like tattoos. Furthermore, the bud of the world tree within his spiritual aperture slowly unfurled. Time passed swiftly, and another day elapsed. At this moment, Yuan finally completed the absorption of the chaotic energy. The chaotic sequence body and the bud of the world tree achieved their final growth in that instant. With a resounding boom, Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and the forces within and around him erupted with fervor, causing the very space to quiver incessantly. Chapter 126. Ye's Fury. To hell with the cost. Having finally drained the energy, Yuan exhaled a long breath of murky air. As the external forces settled, he immediately turned his focus inward. His gaze revealed that his cellular structure pulsated with explosive energy, blood surging and crashing within him like a relentless drumbeat. Furthermore, amidst the flowing blood, he could discern a small portion of ancient runes flickering, emanating a faint, multicolored, ethereal glow. It is no exaggeration to assert that he had genuinely awakened the latent powers contained within the sequence body. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The true strength awaited him ahead. Once he gathered his thoughts, Yuan directed his consciousness to the roots of the world tree within his spiritual aperture. The first thing that struck him was that the sapling had already formed its own spatial domain. A delicate white mist enveloped the interior of the spiritual aperture, effectively segregating it from the outside world. This sight invigorated Yuan's spirit. The world tree possessed the capability to create a separate realm. Now that a nascent form of space had emerged, he only needed to continue his efforts to evolve this space into a full-fledged world. At that time, describing his strength as transcendent would not be an exaggeration. Quickly suppressing his excitement, Yuan's consciousness traversed the space to the sapling. The sole shoot on the tree's root had developed a pea-sized leaf, intricately engraved with complex divine patterns. Even from a distance, one could sense the power radiating from it. The only drawback was that the leaf had yet to fully mature, as a significant portion of the divine patterns remained dim. However, Yuan was quite content with this progress. He understood that one cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. If the chaotic sequence body and the world tree could grow to their limits so effortlessly, he would truly question whether they were as extraordinary as they seemed. With these thoughts in mind, Yuan withdrew from his introspection and quietly quelled the surging energy within. Meanwhile, outside, the 5th day had arrived. With only a few hours remaining until the conclusion of the inheritance, the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, filled with various murmurs, all lamenting the absence of miraculous occurrences. Particularly, given Yuan's wager with Yuan, the outcome appeared to be predetermined. On the high platform, Yi Changshan glanced at the still and silent chaotic heavenly bell before retracting it with a wave of his hand. Clearly, he had completely lost hope in Yuan. Yi Kuang, witnessing his father's actions, felt his heart sink in despair. For a moment, all hope vanished. It was evident that if Yuan could not even invoke the chaotic heavenly bell, the prospect of him creating a miracle in the few remaining hours was utterly impossible. Beside them, Wen Xinbing and Yi Chunyun wore ashen expressions, their alarm evident. If not for the presence of others, they would have undoubtedly lost their composure entirely. As for Yuan, she exuded an air of triumph, addressing Yi Kuang with a smirk. "In-laws, it appears this time victory is mine." However, she added a cautionary note, asserting that the wager had been made in front of all, and should he intervene later, she would not hesitate to take matters into her own hands. Yi Kuang's face flashed with fury, an unquenchable rage surging within him. If he could, he would relish the opportunity to sever Yuan's head from her shoulders. In all his years, he had never encountered such a heartless individual. Not only had she driven away his grandson, but she also relentlessly sought to suppress him. Was this truly the behavior of a human being? Noticing the murderous intent flickering in Yi Kuang's eyes, Yuan replied coolly, Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. I did not deny him opportunities. The situation has escalated to this point solely due to his own folly. With a resounding crash, Yi Kuang could no longer contain himself, slamming his palm down on the table, shattering it to dust. The commotion drew the attention of all in attendance. Under their watchful gaze, Yi Kuang resembled an enraged lion. Had you not sought to suppress him from the outset, would matters have deteriorated to this extent? Now, you dare to turn the tables and claim my grandson's misfortunes are of his own making? How dare you speak of consequences and folly? Guling Yuan's expression turned icy. Yi Kuang, mind your tone. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? With those words, Yi Kuang's aura surged, an imperial presence radiating wildly. Come then, I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Finally, Guling Yuan could no longer restrain her own power, her strength flaring in response. Enough. A calm voice interjected. Yi Changsheng had spoken. An invisible pressure enveloped both combatants, forcing their energies back within. Yi Kuang's fury receded slightly as he glared at Guling Yuan, then reluctantly withdrew his power. In contrast, Guling Yuan's demeanor shifted as she recognized the absolute pressure emanating from Yi Changsheng. Aware that continued conflict would only lead to her own detriment, she acquiesced and retreated. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the onlookers. They understood that should Yi Kuang and Guling Yuan engage in battle, it would be nearly impossible to contain the fallout, potentially implicating them as well. Through their exchange, they gained deeper insight into how Chun Wan had departed from the Qin clan. Truth be told, being so ruthlessly suppressed by one's own grandmother would incite rebellion in anyone. Yet, sympathy aside, the outcome of this situation remained unchanged. One can only say that Chun Wan acted impulsively, inadvertently providing Guling Yuan with an opportunity to exploit. Upon reflecting on this, a collective sigh escaped their lips. Yi Changsheng cast a glance at the two individuals before speaking in a leisurely manner, stating that the matter of the wager was witnessed by both himself and the Elder Council. Regardless of who it may be, all must adhere to the rules of the game, unless a private resolution is reached. Furthermore, I do not wish to witness any further acts of violence. Otherwise, one should not blame us for being unyielding. Yi Kuang's expression fluctuated dramatically, yet he ultimately remained silent. In contrast, Guling Yuan wore a self-satisfied smirk. As long as the wager remains unimpeded, it serves her greatest interest. With this in mind, she respectfully bowed to Yi Changsheng, apologizing for her earlier indiscretion and hoping that all would not take offense. Yi Changsheng regarded Guling Yuan with a detached glance, choosing not to respond. He was well aware of her thoughts. Were it not for their current circumstances, he would not have even cast her a glance. Such repugnant behavior left him feeling quite nauseated. Meanwhile, Chun Wan, having retracted his spiritual sense, meticulously examined the space now devoid of chaotic energy. Soon, his gaze fixated upon the stone coffin upon the altar. For reasons unknown, the instant he beheld the coffin, his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 127, The Chaotic Immortal Coffin. We shall meet again. Could it be that this stone coffin is somehow connected to me? Yet, that cannot be true. I am decidedly not a resident of this realm. With this thought in mind, Chun Wan could not help but take a deep breath. This is the chaotic immortal coffin. I never anticipated its appearance here. Suddenly, the voice of Xian Hong Shao resonated, laced with unmistakable astonishment and a hint of nostalgia. The chaotic immortal coffin? Chun Wan was momentarily taken aback. As a longtime aficionado of fantasy literature, he understood at once that the stone coffin before him was no ordinary artifact. Sister Shao, are you suggesting that this is the chaotic immortal coffin? He inquired, striving to quell the tumult within him. Indeed, this coffin originates from chaos and culminates in the ancient realm of immortals, wielded by an extraordinarily remarkable figure. In days of yore, that individual, armed with a coffin and a sword, vanquished all practitioners within the ancient immortal realm, submerging even the very essence of the realm itself. Such magnificence! Anyone who has heard this legend cannot help but tremble at the thought. However, the fabric of the world has frayed, and countless ancient tales have been buried in the annals of history. What a pity! Xian Hong Shao suddenly shook her head with a deep sigh, lost in her thoughts. What level of spiritual artifact does the chaotic immortal coffin represent? Chun Wan could not resist asking. It has long transcended the realm of imperial artifacts. To describe it with a single tear would only diminish its grandeur. Allow me to put it this way. Any who can wield it would possess the power to suppress all others, Xian Hongxiao declared with utmost seriousness. Suppress all others? The scope of all is exceedingly vast, Yuan pondered, yet the unwavering conviction in Xian Hongxiao's words spoke volumes of its might. Although he was uncertain how it had come to be here, he felt compelled to speak candidly. If you wish to pursue it, be prepared not only for failure, but also for the possibility of death. Many have coveted this legendary artifact, yet none have succeeded. And that is precisely due to the inherent pressure it exudes. Xian Hongxiao warned, her tone more solemn than ever. I wish to give it a try. Yuan took a deep breath before finally articulating his intent. Excuse me, you wish to try? Xian Hongxiao reacted with palpable surprise. Yuan gazed at the distant stone coffin and nodded resolutely. Yes, I wish to try. Xian Hongxiao fell silent. Although their time together had been brief, she understood Yuan's character well. Once he set his mind on something, it was not easily swayed. To be frank, she harbored doubts about his ability to claim this stone coffin. If it were possible, she would have preferred that he bide his time until he was more assured. After all, this place of inheritance would not vanish. He could always return with a greater chance of success. After a prolonged silence, Xian Hongxiao spoke again. Since you wish to attempt it, then go ahead. But I must advise you, do not overexert yourself. We are not limited to a single opportunity. Understood, Yuan affirmed with a serious nod. Yuan exhaled a deep breath, then stepped towards the chaotic celestial coffin that stood at the altar. For reasons unknown. With each step he took closer to the coffin, his heart raced more fervently, and he felt as if he were traversing into another realm. An enigmatic sensation surged within him, evoking a feeling that was indescribable. Soon, he arrived at the altar, and as his foot crossed its threshold, he was met with no extraordinary phenomena or assaults as he had anticipated. This was inconceivable. Xian Hongxiao furrowed her brow, her heart filled with confusion. Logically, this should not have been the case. Yet, it unfolded right before her eyes. Yuan was equally taken aback by the situation, but simultaneously, he felt a renewed conviction in his thoughts. Quickly, he gathered his composure and advanced towards the chaotic celestial coffin. The closer he drew, the more his heartbeat quickened, reaching a crescendo as if it might burst from his chest. Upon arriving before the coffin, Yuan paused in silence. I do not know what connection I share with you. If you are willing to accompany me, then do not resist. Gazing intently at the coffin so near, he projected his thoughts through his divine consciousness. Whether they would be received was entirely contingent upon its response. Having completed this, Yuan moved, extending his hand slowly. What is he about to do? Xian Hongxiao watched in disbelief as his fingers lightly rested upon the coffin's surface. This cannot be happening. Her pupils constricted, her face a canvas of incredulity. Clearly, she had never envisioned such an outcome. If this were the case, then those formidable beings who had perished in the struggle for the coffin would merely become a jest. Unbeknownst to Yuan, Xian Hongxiao's thoughts lingered elsewhere. At that very moment, as his hand made contact with the coffin, a unique warmth enveloped him. It felt as if they had forged a connection in that instant, albeit ephemeral. Yet, he was certain that this sensation was the most genuine reflection of his inner self. Suddenly, Yuan moved his hand, attempting to see if he could push the coffin lid open. However, his efforts were met with disappointment as it remained immobile. Was it a lack of ability on my part, or simply an untimely moment? Yuan shook his head, ultimately abandoning the notion of prying open the lid. Time was of the essence. You should attempt to retrieve it. Just then, Xian Hongxiao's voice broke through, her shock subsiding as she accepted the reality that Yuan had not faced any repercussions. Indeed, time was running short. Let us not allow the legacy to be expelled without even securing the coffin. Yuan immediately sprang into action, not hesitating any longer, as he guided the coffin with his divine consciousness. This time, he effortlessly maneuvered the coffin. A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew it into his soul sea. This truly works? Xian Hongxiao was once again taken aback. To be candid, she had merely wished for Yuan to attempt it. She never anticipated it would succeed, and so effortlessly at that. This chaos immortal coffin couldn't possibly be a fake, could it? At this moment, Yuan had regained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had already collected the chaos immortal coffin, and now it was time to unlock its potential. Xian Hongxiao took a deep breath before inquiring, how did you manage to collect it? Yuan chuckled lightly, explaining, it was simply this way, then that way, and ultimately it worked. Xian Hongshao's expression darkened immediately. What on earth does that mean? Chunwen quickly suppressed his smile, choosing not to tease Xian Hongshao further. Believe it or not, I did nothing. It simply accepted me. Xian Hongshao fell silent once more. Apart from this explanation, she could conjure no other possibilities. However, the implications of having done nothing were profound. As someone who had experienced much, she naturally speculated on several matters. With that thought, Xian Hongshao cast a deep glance at Chunwen. Let us go. It's time for us to leave. Chunwen said, striding towards the exit. We shall meet again. Just then, that voice echoed once more. Chunwen halted abruptly, shock evident as he turned to look behind him. What is it? Xian Hongshao inquired. Nothing. Chunwen shook his head and silently averted his gaze. Meanwhile, outside, the countdown to the 5-day deadline had dwindled to approximately a quarter of an hour. The atmosphere lay thick with silence. Yi Kuang, who had been clenching his fists tightly, now leaned wearily against the back of his chair. At this juncture, he had relinquished hope that Chunwen could perform a miracle. His only thought now was to employ every means possible to protect his grandson. Otherwise, he felt unworthy of being human, let alone deserving of his daughter's legacy. Ultimately, all of this turmoil stemmed from him. In stark contrast, Gu Lingyuan wore a radiant smile that could rival the sun. As the final moments approached, she could no longer contain herself and stood up, addressing Yi Changsheng. Old Ancestor Yi, this means I have won, doesn't it? Sigh. The outcome was sealed. The onlookers shook their heads, sighing in disappointment and regret. Yi Changsheng internally sighed as well. The time had come, and as the ancestor, there was little more he could do. This youth was simply too inexperienced. He was not up to the challenge. With this thought, Yi Changsheng finally spoke. The time has come. Open the exit and let Xiaowen emerge. Understood. The 9 elders of the formation responded in unison. A victorious smirk crept onto Gu Lingyuan's lips. She could already envision Chunwen, weeping and kneeling in repentance. Just then, an ancient bell tolled, resonating throughout every corner of the Yi clan. Swish, swish, swish. At the appointed time, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, causing a palpable change in the demeanor of the entire assembly. Everyone rose to their feet in an instant. Chapter 128, Chunwen finally emerges. Gu Lingyuan is truly alarmed. The chaotic heavenly bell resounded, echoing through the air. Yi Kuang, brimming with excitement, danced about like a child. In contrast, Yi Chengyan and Wen Shenbing were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes glistening with tears. No one could fathom the depths of their despair just moments ago. However, now, the sound of the bell was sufficient to dispel all shadows from their hearts. Did it truly succeed? How did he manage this? The members of the Yi clan, who had risen to their feet, wore expressions of sheer astonishment, unable to regain their composure for a long while. Particularly Yi Qingshan, who stood there in complete disbelief, her face frozen in shock. Only she understood the significance of Chunwen's successful inheritance and the challenges it entailed. In this moment, her long-held pride began to crumble. No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. Indeed, the ringing of the chaotic heavenly bell signifies the acquisition of inheritance. But it is merely an ancient prophecy, not a definitive truth. It must be so, it must. In stark contrast to the excitement and astonishment of the crowd, Gu Lingyuan displayed a far more disordered demeanor. Her face was a portrait of panic and fear, her entire being trembling as she attempted to reassure herself in hopes of altering the outcome. Naturally, this did not escape the notice of many, who could only express their sympathy at her predicament. As the old saying goes, those who revel the most in their triumphs often find themselves the greatest fools in defeat. Suppressing his inner excitement, Yi Kuang shouted at Gu Lingyuan, "What now? Why are you silent? Aren't you the one who loves to laugh? Why is there no laughter now?" Gu Lingyuan trembled with rage, her lips quivering in indignation. "You old fool, prepare to kneel before me." Yi Kuang, unyielding, retorted loudly. At that moment, Gu Lingyuan was taken aback, her eyes blazing with fury. To suggest she kneel, what audacity! Until the final moment, she would never concede defeat. Calming the tumult within her, Gu Lingyuan turned her gaze toward Yi Changsheng. He, too, could not conceal his excitement. In truth, he had never anticipated a day when he would be humiliated in such a manner, nor had he envisioned that Chunwen could achieve a miraculous turnaround at the last moment. It was crucial to note that the chaotic heavenly bell had not rung for centuries. Now, it had finally sounded, offering hope to the Yi clan. Reflecting on this, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Had it not been for his son, who had risked everything to support Yuan and secured him a chance to enter the land of inheritance, none of this would have transpired. The Yi clan would not only have missed out on a prodigious talent, but also on a chance for resurgence. With this thought, he looked at Yi Kuang, his gaze filled with newfound affirmation. Gu Lingyuan, acutely aware of the shift in Yi Changxing's expression, could not help but feel her own countenance change. However, she soon suppressed these emotions and spoke. "May I inquire, Elder Yi, if merely using the sound of the bell to determine the inheritance is not rather unrigorous? One might think this person is a fool." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. If the ancient prophecies of the Yi clan were to be proven erroneous, it would render their lineage a mere jest. Indeed, upon hearing Gu Lingyuan's words, Yi Changsheng's expression darkened considerably. He had been enduring Gu Lingyuan's nauseating presence for far too long. Just as he was about to retort, a second bell tolled throughout the heavens and the earth. Yi Changsheng was suddenly shaken, his countenance shifting dramatically. The members of the Elder Council shared a similar disbelief as they gazed at the unfolding scene. Ding! In the next moment, the third bell rang. Could there be more? As the thought crossed his mind, two beams of light erupted from Yi Changsheng's eyes. At that moment, the entirety of the Yi clan was rendered speechless, their minds buzzing incessantly. If the first toll of the bell signified that the chaotic inheritance had found its master, then the second and third tolls represented the upper limits of that inheritance. This also implied that Yuan had received not merely an ordinary chaotic inheritance. Ding 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 ding. Soon, the bells continued to toll until the ninth sounded. At the instant of the ninth toll, the very heavens trembled, and the chaotic laws surged forth, sweeping across millions of miles. Above the entire Yi clan, ancient phenomena materialized, layer upon layer, profoundly astonishing. 9 tolls. It was indeed 9 tolls. The ancient prophecy had come to fruition. Yi Changsheng was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. To others, this might merely seem a matter of the number of bell tolls or the magnitude of the inheritance. Yet, only he and the core leadership understood that this was intricately tied to the fate of the Yi clan. For there was another ancient prophecy, 9 absolutes of chaos. Destined by heaven, when the great world topples, the Yi clan shall rise. This indicated that Yuan was the fated one they had long awaited. Of course, this destiny belonged solely to their clan. To reach this moment, they had waited countless ages and faced endless disappointments. Initially, they had lost all hope, only to find that in their darkest hour, destiny had finally arrived. They believed that as long as Yuan could grow, their clan would undoubtedly flourish. With this thought, Yi Changxing could no longer contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan stood frozen in place, her face a mask of shock. If the first toll of the bell had allowed her to deceive herself, with the emergence of these 9 tolls, even a fool could comprehend that Yuan had undoubtedly obtained the inheritance. Moreover, this inheritance was certainly exceptional, to say nothing of the astonishing phenomena before them. It sufficed to prove everything. Did I truly err? Unbidden, such a thought surfaced in her mind. Yet in the next moment, she vehemently denied all of it. No, I am not in the wrong. Talents like Yuan are not scarce in our Qin clan. Individuals like Yuan, who are headstrong, we have no need for. The echoes of the chaos bell resounded, and at that moment, an ancient voice emerged from the depths of the Yi clan. The excitement inherent in that voice was unmistakable. Is it the supreme ancestor? The members of the Yi clan were taken aback, then turned to look towards the source of the sound. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the ringing of the chaos bell would rouse the supreme ancestor. It must be noted that their supreme ancestor had been in seclusion for many years. Apart from the threat of extermination, he had ceased to concern himself with the trivialities of the Yi clan. Could it be that the legacy Yuan acquired was more formidable than they had imagined? With this thought, their shock intensified. Yi Changxing immediately adopted a solemn demeanor and bowed towards the void, addressing, "I, Yi Changxing, pay my respects to the ancestor. Speak directly. Do not waste time," the supreme ancestor replied coolly. Yi Changxing, not daring to delay further, quickly stated, "The one who struck the chaos bell is a disciple named Yuan, the great-grandson of a lowly individual. He was brought here by my granddaughter due to the oppression from the Qin clan, and is now a member of our Yi clan." Upon hearing this, the supreme ancestor fell silent. Clearly, He had not expected this individual to be from outside their Yi clan. After waiting so long, they had not anticipated such an outcome. It seemed that what was destined could not be altered by human efforts. Contemplating this, he finally spoke. I did not foresee that after merely a century of my seclusion, the Qin clan would flourish to such an extent. Even such a talent could be suppressed. Indeed, we small clans cannot compare. The expression on Gu Lingyuan's face instantly darkened. Anyone could discern that this remark was a derision aimed at her Qin clan. Yet, she dared not act defiantly in the presence of the supreme ancestor of the Yi clan. At that moment, the supreme ancestor's voice resonated once more. Since he has accepted the legacy of the Yi clan, he is now one of us. As for the Qin clan, let them be gone. Understood, Yi Changxing promptly replied. The assembly realized that with the supreme ancestor's decree, Chun Wen had firmly established himself within the Yi clan. The subsequent cultivation he would receive would undoubtedly be substantial. Very well, you may continue. Afterward, come to see me, the supreme ancestor stated once again. Yes, ancestor. Yi Changxing swiftly responded. With that, the supreme ancestor's presence dissipated from the scene. Yi Changxing then turned to Gu Lingyuan, coldly remarking, weren't you just inquiring what I would present as proof? Is this proof sufficient? Gu Lingyuan's expression faltered. She was well aware that Yi Changxing referred to the chaos bell's resonance and the supreme ancestor's endorsement. These two pieces of evidence were indeed more than adequate. However, at this moment, she could by no means concede. Even so, it still proved nothing. Is that so? Then can I prove it? At that moment, Chun Wen's voice gradually resonated. Chapter 129, Playing the Fool? Even the King of Heaven must kneel. The voice belonged to Chun Wen. He had emerged, undoubtedly making his presence known. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. There stood Chun Wen, stepping forth from the realm of inheritance. At that moment, he exuded an aura that was not only profound but also carried an imposing presence that demanded respect. This palpable intensity was especially felt by those of lesser strength, who, even from a distance, sensed an indescribable pressure. Gu Lingyuan's gaze was fixated on Chun Wen, her pupils trembling with intensity. Those of her caliber perceived far more than the younger disciples gathered there. Compared to before entering the chaotic realm of inheritance, Chun Wen had undergone a remarkable qualitative transformation. If one were to quantify his prowess, it could easily be said that he had surpassed his previous strength by more than double. This boy, infuriatingly formidable. Witnessing this, Gu Lingyuan clenched her fists tightly beneath her sleeves. In stark contrast to her increasingly somber demeanor, Yi Kuang and Yi Qinyan radiated excitement. For Chun Wen's emergence confirmed that he had successfully acquired the inheritance. Any lingering doubts had vanished entirely. As Chun Wen approached the assembly hall, calm and collected, he made his way to the forefront. Upon reaching the front of the gathering, he halted. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chun Wen respectfully bowed to Yi Kuang, declaring, "Grandson Chun Wen has returned, fulfilling his promise to report to my grandfather." Excellent. Yi Kuang erupted into boisterous laughter, overwhelmed with joy. In that moment, he was undoubtedly the center of attention and pride, reveling in the achievement of having such a remarkable grandson. As Yi Kuang had noted, the senior members of the Yi family looked on with envy, for he was the unrivaled victor of the assembly. Naturally, Chun Wen had also become the focal point of the gathering, having validated his strength and effectively silenced his detractors. Strangely enough, they were compelled to accept this reality with grace. Mother, grandmother, uncle, aunt, your child has returned. With that, Chun Wen bowed deeply to Wen Chenbing and the others, exhibiting utmost propriety. Good. It is wonderful that you are back, they eagerly affirmed, their faces aglow with pride. After performing these gestures, Chun Wen turned to Yi Changxing and the elders, stating, "Young one pays respects to the ancestors and esteemed elders." "Ah, quite commendable," Yi Changxing replied with a smile, while the other elders reciprocated with warm expressions. "Now does this mean that I have won?" Chun Wen inquired once more. Yi Changxing nodded, indeed. Yet, he quickly added, "As long as I am here, everyone must adhere to the established rules of the game." "That is reassuring," Chun Wen replied. Upon receiving confirmation from Yi Changxing, Chun Wen abruptly turned his head, his demeanor shifting to one of extreme ferocity. "You, kneel and apologize to me." The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. All eyes swiftly turned towards Gu Lingyuan, clearly eager to witness her response. At that moment, Gu Lingyuan trembled with fury. Her own grandson displayed such courtesy to outsiders while treating her with such disdain. Particularly alarming was the murderous intent he wielded, compelling her to kneel and apologize. This was utterly unforgivable. Yet, finding herself at a disadvantage, she had no choice but to suppress her murderous intent. After a brief moment, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "I am your grandmother. Is this how you speak to me?" Yuan's eyes gleamed with a chilling, murderous gaze. "It's you I'm addressing. Today, you will kneel, whether you wish to or not." The onlookers could not help but swallow hard at Yuan's brazen words. Yuan, nearly bursting with rage, thought that after she took a step back, Yuan would express gratitude and descend amicably. To her dismay, he offered her no semblance of respect. At this juncture, Yi Changxing interjected, "One must accept the consequences of their wagers. I shall not repeat myself." Yuan felt a mix of indignation and fury but was powerless against Yi Changxing. Her gaze then shifted toward Yi Kuang and the others, particularly landing on Yi Qinyun, only to find them all coldly observing the unfolding drama. "Very well," she seethed. "So, all of you conspire against me, do you? One or two of you are ungrateful wretches, is that it? Today, I shall see what you can do to make me kneel." With this thought, she produced a sound transmission talisman and infused it with spiritual energy before addressing it in front of Yuan. Soon, the voice of Chun Badong emerged from the talisman. "What is it? Have you come to see my father? How intriguing." Yuan raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile curving upon his lips. Meanwhile, Yi Kuang and the others furrowed their brows. They had anticipated that Yuan would not yield easily, yet they had not foreseen her invoking Chun Badong. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this was a masterstroke on Yuan's part. After all, Chun Badong was indeed Yuan's father. Leveraging a father against a son was a surefire tactic. "Your son demands that I kneel. Does this not constitute a matter of urgency? No matter what you are doing, come here at once." Yuan bellowed into the sound transmission talisman. "Understood," Chun Badong replied, his voice devoid of hesitation, yet exuding a chilling calmness that concealed any overt emotion. After speaking, he severed the connection. Yuan, having executed her plan, fixed her cold gaze upon Yuan and declared, "Retract your words now, and I may yet forgive you. In the past, I could choose to overlook bygone events. If you wish to return to the Chun clan, there remains a possibility for discussion. However, this is your final opportunity, and I advise you against actions that you may regret for a lifetime." Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned to Yuan, particularly those of Yi Changxing and others, who were equally curious about Yuan's response. Yuan gazed at Yuan and scoffed, expressing his astonishment that this old wretch not only aged but also had such an inflated ego. With a chilling tone, he declared, "The Chun clan? I have no interest whatsoever. How dare you presume to use my father as leverage against me? What confidence do you possess? Today, I lay down the law. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, you shall kneel." Such audacity. "I eagerly await to see whose side your father truly stands on." Yuan, infuriated, trembled uncontrollably. "Ancestor, may I trouble you with a request?" Yuan suddenly addressed Yi Changxing, who raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He too was eager to know what Yuan desired at such a moment. Yuan articulated with precision, "I ask the ancestor to restrain this old wretch. Since she wishes to wait for my father, let her do so on her knees. She may rise only when she sincerely apologizes." By heavens, Brother Yuan is impressive. The crowd was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe their ears. The command to have her wait on her knees was undeniably forceful and commanding. Yi Changxing, taken aback, had not anticipated Yuan would make such a request of him. This demeanor was indeed resolute, yet he found it appealing. "Let us see who dares to act." At that moment, Yuan erupted into a frantic shout, her voice betraying her palpable fear and disarray. Chapter 130. With a single strike, Yuan is forced to kneel. Chun Bad Dao finally arrives. "I have stated that everyone here must abide by the rules." Yi Changxing raised his gaze towards Yuan, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "No, you cannot do this. I am the matriarch of the Chun clan." Yuan's fear became palpable, her cries growing increasingly frantic. "The matriarch of the Chun clan carries no weight here," Yi Changxing retorted calmly, then pointed decisively at the spot where Yuan stood. "Don't." Yuan hastily attempted to retreat. Yet, in an instant, she found herself immobilized, unable to move. Realizing her predicament, she began to struggle wildly, channeling her internal strength in a desperate bid for freedom. However, the disparity between her and Yi Changsheng was insurmountable. In her final throes of resistance, she was overwhelmed with rage and despair, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her appearance a harrowing sight. Yi Changsheng, if you do not release me, it will lead to a war between the Chun and Gu clans. Gu Lingyuan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes burning crimson as she bellowed at Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng remained unfazed, responding coolly, "The terms of the wager are reasonable. It matters not if the Chun clan arrives or the Gu clan. You must acknowledge your guilt and accept the punishment that follows. Are you truly intent on defying me?" Gu Lingyuan shrieked, her demeanor growing increasingly frenzied. Yi Changsheng chose to ignore her and turned to Chun Wen, stating, "I have subdued her. You may proceed with your intentions, but remember, you must not stray beyond the agreed-upon rules." "Thank you, Ancestor," Chun Wen replied solemnly as he bowed to Yi Changsheng. Pleased with the response, Yi Changsheng nodded in approval. After completing this exchange, Chun Wen slowly turned to face Gu Lingyuan. However, the moment he turned, the smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. As Chun Wen approached, Gu Lingyuan quickly regained her composure, adopting a defiant stance. "What do you intend to do? This is sheer rebellion. Do you not understand?" "Rebellion?" Chun Wen scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "In my presence, you are nothing. You dare." Gu Lingyuan's voice rose in indignation. "Enough of your noise," Chun Wen declared, pressing down forcefully on Gu Lingyuan's shoulder. "You wouldn't dare?" Gu Lingyuan realized the gravity of the situation, her voice laced with alarm. At that moment, one could see the flicker of panic and dread cross her face. For someone like her, who valued her reputation above all, the thought of kneeling was utterly intolerable. "In this world, there is nothing I fear," Chun Wen proclaimed. "Now, kneel before me." With that, he exerted his strength, the chaotic power erupting from his palm with overwhelming force. "You will not." Gu Lingyuan felt the immense pressure descending upon her shoulder, her internal power beginning to crumble under the weight. At this moment, her complexion underwent a complete transformation. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? It is worth noting that even when suppressed by Yi Changsheng, her body instinctively activated its spiritual defenses. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her ethereal protection was shattered. What does this signify? Chun Wen harbored depths of strength far beyond what one could fathom. Indeed, it must be the chaos inheritance at work, without a doubt. Suppressing her inner shock and fury, Gu Lingyuan could only shout desperately, "You cannot treat me this way. I am your grandmother." With no other recourse, she resorted to playing the familial card to compel Chun Wen to relent. After all, she could not kneel. "My grandmother has long since passed away," Chun Wen bellowed, his grip tightening with renewed power, "and you are nothing." In that instant, Gu Lingyuan's pupils widened in disbelief. With a resounding thud, she found herself on her knees, the ground shattering beneath her as an overwhelming force radiated outward. She truly knelt. The onlookers stood there, stunned, some unable to believe their eyes. Simultaneously, their perception of Chun Wen shifted dramatically. Dominant, tyrannical, madman. Who could bring their own grandmother to her knees? Who would dare? "Ah!" Gu Lingyuan cried out, her voice laced with despair and fury. Undoubtedly, at that moment, her anger and hatred toward him reached a peak. In response, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flickered in Chun Wen's eyes. However, he understood that should he strike, Yi Changsheng would undoubtedly intervene. For someone of such high status, regardless of any bias toward him, the overarching concern would always be the greater good. Yet, that was no longer of consequence. Gu Lingyuan had already secured her place on his kill list. Before long, he would possess the strength to eliminate her entirely. After a significant release of emotion, Gu Lingyuan fell silent, her demeanor turning cold. Chun Wen merely cast a fleeting glance her way before shifting his gaze elsewhere. What he desired was for Gu Lingyuan to endure humiliation while awaiting Chun Baidao's arrival. He believed that this method of punishment would be far more agonizing for her than death itself. In just half an hour, the sky began to tremble, a hand emerging from within to forcibly rend the heavens apart. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder surged forth, the laws of the heavenly realm fracturing, and creatures of the void plummeting into the abyss. It had finally arrived. Witnessing the chaotic laws in the air, the crowd could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, in the next moment, A figure stepped forth from the torn fabric of space, surrounded by a tempest of thunder, as if a thunder god had descended upon the earth. This figure was none other than Chun Baidao. At this juncture, Chun Baidao regarded the scene with a chilling demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chunwen did not immediately direct his gaze toward his father. Instead, Guling Yuan abruptly raised her head and bellowed at Chun Baidao, "Look, look! This is the fine son you have raised, one who defies authority and betrays his own teacher and ancestors. What use is there for such a rebellious offspring? I command you, right this moment, to kill him. Kill him." By the end, Guling Yuan's voice had escalated to a furious roar, revealing her utter desperation. Chun Baidao remained silent, gradually descending from midair, advancing step by step. In that instant, the only sound that filled the air was the echo of Chun Baidao's footsteps, as everyone held their breath, eager to witness how he would navigate this turmoil. Would he side with Guling Yuan or with Chunwen? The conflict between mother and son indeed posed a formidable dilemma. Before long, Chun Baidao reached the elevated platform, offering a slight bow to Yi Changsheng, and said, "Young man, I pay my respects to Ancestor Yi." Yi Changsheng nodded, appearing considerably more amiable towards Chun Baidao. "What are you doing? Why are you being polite with them? Act immediately, do you understand?" Guling Yuan roared once more, harboring no fondness for Yi Changsheng. Had it not been for his suppression, she would not have endured such humiliation from Chunwen. Particularly infuriating was witnessing Chun Baidao's respectful demeanor, which nearly caused her to explode with rage. Chun Baidao, however, remained unperturbed and addressed Yi Changsheng. "What transpired here? Might I request Ancestor Yi to enlighten me?" Yi Changsheng cast a glance at Chun Baidao, and, with a wave of his hand, a recording stone soared into the air. Subsequently, the scenes of the Inheritance Conference unfolded before them, every detail captured for Chun Baidao's scrutiny. After a moment's reflection, Chun Baidao inhaled deeply and said, "I understand now. Thank you for your tolerance, Ancestor Yi. As long as you comprehend, there is little else for me to convey." Yi Changsheng replied languidly. "Understood." Chun Baidao nodded emphatically. Seeing Chun Baidao's reaction, Guling Yuan became increasingly agitated. "What are you thinking? Can't you see that it is your mother who has been humiliated? Act. Enough." The pent-up fury that Chun Baidao had been suppressing finally erupted. Chapter 131. The Choice of Chun Baidao. Guling Yuan's reluctant acknowledgement. Guling Yuan was taken aback, unable to fathom that her son could treat her in such a manner. To her, Chun Baidao had always epitomized filial piety. Even when she harbored grievances, he would never utter a word of dissent, nor would he ever defy her. However, to her astonishment, Chun Baidao not only contradicted her, but also chastised her in front of so many witnesses. Chun Baidao looked at Guling Yuan, enunciating each word with deliberation. "Mother, whenever you have matters at hand, you always expect your child to take charge. But have you ever considered that Xiaowen is also my child? If I am to decide for you, then who is to decide for him?" As he spoke, Chun Baidao gritted his teeth, his voice laced with resentment. "I genuinely wish to ask, what crime has my child committed to deserve your disdain? You have even risked everything to harm him, time and again. How can you expect your son to feel compassion for you when you act in such a manner?" By the end, Chun Baidao's voice had risen to a shout, his eyes now completely bloodshot. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, reflecting on the depths to which a mother could sink. If one were to judge, such a person deserved to perish 1,000 times over. Guling Yuan's brow furrowed, her fury wavering slightly. Yet, upon recalling Chunwen's transgressions, her eyes were swiftly engulfed by hatred once more. Is it wrong for me to command Chunwen to act in the name of authority? No, it is not. The fault lies with Chunwen for showing no respect to his elders. The fault lies with him for prioritizing personal gain over the family's well-being. Everything I do is in defense of the Chun clan, for the greater good. A selfish, disrespectful, and unruly child like Chunwen does not deserve to exist in this world. Having thought this through, Guling Yuan coldly declared, "Do not speak to me of meaningless matters. He does not deserve my recognition, nor my kindness. You need only act immediately. I want to witness his demise with my own eyes." Silence. Chun Baidao roared at Guling Yuan. Concurrently, an overwhelming force surged through him, and his expression twisted in anguish. It was evident to everyone present that Chun Baidao was engulfed in a tempest of anger and turmoil. If this were an outsider, he would have struck them down without hesitation. Yet, this person was his own mother. A son, regardless of circumstance, cannot become a beast. At the very least, upbringing and understanding dictate that such actions are unconscionable. After a prolonged silence, Chun Bad Tao finally regained his composure and made a resolute decision within himself. Under Gu Ling Yuan's astonished gaze, he approached her step by step, ultimately halting beside her. Chun Wen observed the unfolding events, but refrained from intervening in his father's actions. In his father's eyes, he perceived unwavering determination and a sense of responsibility. The crowd also gazed intently at Chun Bad Tao, clearly eager to witness what he would do next and how he would proceed. Is it to plead for one's son or to implore one's father-in-law? Under the gaze of the crowd, Chun Baidu suddenly bent his knee and slowly knelt on the ground. What are you doing? Who told you to kneel? Get up this instant. Gu Ling Yuan shouted vehemently. Simultaneously, Chun Baidu's action left everyone in utter shock. Ignoring Gu Ling Yuan's outburst, he calmly spoke. To witness my mother being humiliated and remain indifferent is unworthy of a son. Yet, to harm my own child for the sake of my mother is something no father should do. If it is indeed my mother who has erred, then we shall acknowledge it and apologize. I shall accompany you in this. What a man! As the crowd listened to Chun Baidu's words, they couldn't help but silently applaud him. This approach not only exceeded their expectations, but also perfectly resolved the immediate predicament. In contrast, Gu Ling Yuan became agitated and began to scream at Chun Baidu. Apologize for what? I am not at fault, nor do I need your accompaniment. If you cannot even assert your authority over your own son, what use are you to me? What purpose do you serve? Chun Baidu disregarded Gu Ling Yuan and turned to Yi Kuang, saying, Father, I apologize. I, the son-in-law, beg your forgiveness. Yi Kuang regarded Chun Baidu with a sigh. He had always been quite satisfied with Chun Baidu, even more so in certain respects than with his own son. It was a pity that such a fine son had to endure such a mother. Reflecting on this, he let out another sigh. Apologize, Chun Baidu murmured quietly. You are the coward, not me. Gu Ling Yuan retorted fiercely. I will never apologize. Before she could finish her sentence, a swift sound sliced through the air. A glimmering blade struck directly at Gu Ling Yuan's forehead, blood splattering forth. Refuse to apologize, and you shall perish. Chun Wen's voice rang coldly. At that moment, the crowd beheld the scene before them. A spiritual sword pressed against Gu Ling Yuan's brow, its tip piercing the skin, blood trickling down her forehead. The chilling aura emanating from the blade bore down on her face, rendering her complexion as pale as parchment. Instinctively, Gu Ling Yuan swallowed hard. Her earlier fury now frozen in place. In that instant, she felt the very presence of death. Chun Wen was truly intent on killing her. Admit your fault. Chun Baidu's voice resonated once more. At this juncture, he did not even glance at Gu Ling Yuan, his tone icy and detached. Gu Ling Yuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, clenched her teeth, the sound echoing ominously. Yet she understood that she had no choice but to apologize, whether she wanted to or not. Her resentment boiled within her. Ultimately, faced with the choice between humiliation and death, she chose the former. With that thought, Gu Ling Yuan tightened her fists and growled, I'm sorry. As she spoke, her voice emerged hoarse and strained. To whom should I apologize, and for what reason? Chun Wen remarked coldly. Gu Ling Yuan, suppressing her fury, retorted fiercely. Do not push your luck. I do indeed push my luck. What can you do about it? Chun Wen replied icily, unleashing another wave of sword energy. Gu Ling Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I, Gu Ling Yuan, extend my apologies to Yi Kuang. I have been blind and have judged poorly. Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming sense of humiliation engulfed her. That is acknowledged, yet I shall not accept your apology. It repulses me, Yi Kuang stated. Observing the crimson rage in Gu Ling Yuan's eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. You. Very well, very well. Gu Ling Yuan's previously subdued anger surged once more within her chest. The indignity of bowing her head in submission under the threat of a sword was already unbearable. It was unfathomable to her that even after conceding, Yi Kuang would further humiliate her. She vowed that the grievances suffered today, if not avenged 100-fold, would render her unworthy of humanity, particularly Chun Wen. She swore to annihilate him, to eradicate him. With a frigid glance at Gu Ling Yuan, Chun Wen slowly retracted his spiritual sword. Gu Ling Yuan felt an immediate release of pressure and silently rose, her face a mask of chilling disdain. As she prepared to turn away, Chun Badu suddenly interjected, "Mother, this shall be my final act of defense for you, and my last time addressing you as such." Gu Lingyuan halted abruptly, then turned to fix a piercing gaze upon Chun Badu. Undeterred by her scrutiny, he continued, "The debt of nurturing is greater than the heavens. It is one I can never repay. Hence, should you desire my life, a mere blink would suffice to prove my worthlessness as a man. However, if you continue to target my son, I shall have no choice but to act. This is my duty as a husband and a father." Gu Lingyuan responded coldly, "Bring it on. I shall await you." With that, she turned without hesitation and departed. Chun Badu's expression grew increasingly frigid, for her words encapsulated her stance, leading to a profound disappointment in her. At that moment, Chun Wen's voice resounded slowly. Chapter 132. If you wish to withdraw from the engagement, you shall never succeed with me around. Gu Lingyuan abruptly halted her steps, casting a frigid glare at Chun Wen. "What? Do you wish to retain me? You lack the qualifications." Chun Wen remained silent, advancing step by step towards Gu Lingyuan, with each stride amplifying his imposing aura. He eventually halted 3 feet before her, exuding a terrifying presence that rivaled her own. Gu Lingyuan felt a tremor in her eyelids, her eyes growing colder with murderous intent. She understood that Chun Wen was not merely provoking her, he was demonstrating his power. Regardless of her response, she would inevitably find herself at a disadvantage, given her esteemed identity and status. At that moment, Chun Wen slowly began to speak, his voice chillingly cold. "A month from now marks the day I will withdraw from the engagement with the ancient state of Lulan. If you dare, come forth." It was undoubtedly a declaration of challenge. "You insolent wretch, what audacity!" Gu Lingyuan's eyes suddenly blazed with fierce intensity, as if she sought to pierce through Chun Wen's very being. "At that time, I shall invite the world to witness, and before all, I shall slap your face once more." Chun Wen's voice echoed again, resonating in the ears of everyone present. "Brother Wen, how impressive!" The crowd found themselves at a loss for words to express their feelings. Not only was he withdrawing from the engagement with the ancient state of Lulan, but he also extended a grand invitation to the world to behold it, all while addressing Gu Lingyuan directly. Such bravado was truly remarkable. One might wonder, who else in this realm could rival him? What a grandiose declaration. In her fury, Gu Lingyuan suddenly erupted into cold laughter. Chun Wen observed this spectacle with an unyielding demeanor, his coldness unchanged. As Gu Lingyuan's laughter gradually subsided, an unending chill replaced it. "Let it be known, as long as I draw breath, you shall never withdraw from this engagement, unless you meet your demise." With that final proclamation, her voice brimmed with murderous intent. "I can strike your face once. I can certainly do so a second time," Chun Wen retorted coldly. "Then I shall keep my eyes wide open." Gu Lingyuan cast one last icy remark before turning to leave. As she departed, Chun Wen's eyes narrowed, revealing his murderous resolve. It would not be long before he personally traversed to the Qin clan, intent on ending Gu Lingyuan's life before all. At that moment, he would ensure that no one could intervene. With this thought in mind, Chun Wen gradually retracted his gaze, the boiling fury within him dissipating entirely. Once he had accomplished all that, he approached Chun Badu and said, "Father, I apologize." Yet this apology was not for the matter concerning Gu Lingyuan, but rather for the grievances that Chun Badu had endured due to his involvement. Chun Badu smiled and patted Chun Wen's shoulder, saying, "Here, you shall never need to apologize. Besides, you have done nothing wrong." "Understood." Chun Wenzhong nodded earnestly, feeling a swell of pride for having such parents. "What are you all still standing there for? It is time to apologize to Xiao Kuang," Yi Changxing suddenly interjected. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Indeed, they had nearly forgotten. It was not only Gu Lingyuan who had ridiculed Yi Kuang, as many within the Yi clan had also mocked him, both openly and covertly, concerning the matter of inheritance. Now that even Gu Lingyuan had to kneel and apologize, they naturally could not escape the same fate. However, the clan members approached the act of apology with a light-hearted demeanor. They had never harbored ill intentions. They merely disagreed with Yi Kuang's methods, which was fundamentally different from Gu Lingyuan's actions. Soon, one by one, they began to smile and express their apologies to Yi Kuang, accompanied by congratulations. Yi Kuang responded to each with a smile, waving his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. As the apologies drew to a close, Yinan, who had remained seated and silent, finally stood up. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, and Yi Kuang halted his actions. It was important to note that Yinan was from their branch of the family and held considerable influence. Most notably, he had been one of the leading voices opposing Yi Kuang's approach. Yinan's rising signified something profound. This was clear not just to Yi Kuang and Yi Fan, but also to the informed members within the clan. Before long, Yinan approached Yi Kuang, bowing solemnly. "Elder brother, I apologize for my previous disrespectful words and inappropriate actions. It has been proven that you were correct. From now on, I shall wholeheartedly assist Xiao Fan in managing our people." This stance was unequivocal. Yi Kuang quickly supported Yinan, patting him on the shoulder. "Little brother, your words carry significant weight. We have been brothers for over a century. I know your character well. Regardless of your actions, your intentions have always been for the good of our branch. You need not worry about our line falling into disgrace. I shall not allow it. Remember, if one day my decisions lead us astray, you need not bring it up, nor will the clan need to impose sanctions. I shall step down and accept my punishment. Even if you take charge of our branch then, we will still remain brothers. Do you understand?" "Yes, elder brother, I understand," Yinan replied, nodding earnestly. Yi Kuang smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, as he had stated, he was well aware of Yinan's disposition. Throughout the years, despite their differing opinions on managing the clan, Yinan had never acted in a manner that would harm their lineage. For him, that was more than sufficient. Their branch could indeed accommodate diverse perspectives. Yinan then turned to Chen Wenzhong, patting his shoulder. "Xiao Wenzhong, you did splendidly, bringing honor to us. Should you ever need assistance, come to uncle or granduncle. They will advocate for you." "Indeed, I understand, uncle." Chen Wen nodded with a smile. He did not know Yinan well, but the demeanor of his granduncle towards him was enough to indicate a commendable relationship between the two. Thus, Yinan truly deserved the title of granduncle. Observing Chen Wen's favorable attitude, Yinan felt even more satisfied and fundamentally acknowledged Chen Wen. After Yinan returned, Chen Wen stepped forward and made a respectful bow to Yi Changsheng, saying, "I have a request, and I asked for the ancestors' permission." "Speak," Yi Changsheng replied directly. Chen Wen promptly stated, "It is this. I intend to ascend to the ancient kingdom of Lulan in a month, and I hope the ancestor will announce this under my name and invite the world to witness it." "Wait, are you serious?" The crowd, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of disbelief. Initially, they thought Chen Wen was merely attempting to provoke Guling Yuan. However, once an official announcement was made, the implications would be vastly different. This signified that Chen Wen would challenge the ancient kingdom of Lulan and the Qin clan. Perhaps the Qin clan would not react strongly to Chen Wen's actions, considering the presence of figures like Chun Bedu to maintain order. Yet, the ancient kingdom of Lulan would not easily allow Chen Wen to humiliate them. If matters escalated, Chen Wen could find himself in considerable trouble. Yi Changsheng clearly contemplated this as well and solemnly addressed Chen Wen. "Once this is done, there is no turning back. Are you truly prepared for this?" Chen Wen chuckled. "Ancestor, do you think that if I do not take this step, they will let me be? Since I have decided to act, I shall do so resolutely. If they oppose me, then I shall confront them directly." Yi Changsheng regarded Chen Wen intently before replying. "Understood. I will ensure the message is disseminated. During this month, the clan's resources will be fully at your disposal. As for how far you can grow, that is contingent upon your own efforts." "Thank you, Ancestor," Chen Wen exclaimed, visibly exhilarated. The unrestricted access to the resources of the Yi clan signified tremendous potential for him. He was confident that within a month, he would elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. With this thought, Chen Wen's excitement only intensified. Chapter 133. News reaches the ancient kingdom of Lulan. "Victory is yours alone. There is no need for such modesty," Yi Changsheng remarked, shaking his head. Chen Wen nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Yi Changsheng cast a glance at Chen Wen before rising to his feet, signaling the continuation of the Inheritance Conference. All selected disciples were to adhere to the arrangements made by the presiding elder and enter the ancestral grounds in an orderly fashion. Is that clear to everyone? Clear. At this proclamation, the previously hushed atmosphere erupted with excitement once more. Although the ancestral inheritance could not compare to that of the chaotic realm, it still represented an unattainable aspiration for them. Aware of their inferiority to Chen Wen, they chose not to linger on it further. Seizing every opportunity that presented itself was their rightful course of action. Observing the rekindled enthusiasm among the disciples, Yi Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Quan. I leave the next matters to you. Yi Changsheng directed towards Yi Quan. Understood, Yi Quan replied solemnly. Xiao Wen, come with me, Yi Changsheng instructed, leading the way outside. Chun Wen's eyes flickered, but he did not decline. Yes, ancestor. Watching their departing figures, the gathered disciples displayed expressions of envy, especially Yi Qinxian, whose gaze was filled with complexity. Meanwhile, within a grand palace in the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Lulan Yutian and Mo Chu Youwei were silently absorbing the reports from below. They had been closely monitoring Chun Wan, particularly during such a significant inheritance event for the Yi clan, where nothing could remain concealed. Speak, Lulan Yutian commanded. The messenger trembled slightly before continuing, according to the reports. That young man recently joined the Yi clan and managed to defeat a disciple at the third stage of nirvana with a single strike, garnering much attention. Subsequently, to prove himself, he broke through 4 minor realms in rapid succession and even refined a spiritual vein during the process. At this point, the messenger hesitated involuntarily. Continue. Lulan Yotian's voice turned steely. Through this breakthrough, he has validated his worth to the Yi clan and gained the recognition of numerous disciples. The elder patriarch, Yi Quan, has staked his lifetime's merit to grant that young man eligibility for entry into the chaotic inheritance grounds. The chaotic inheritance grounds? Lulan Yutian and Mo Chu Youwei's eyelids twitched, their faces reflecting astonishment. The Yi clan possessed an ancient site known as the chaotic inheritance grounds. While this was not a well-kept secret among major powers, they only understood that the inheritance was far from simple. The specifics of what lay within remained a mystery. Most importantly, no one from the Yi clan had received the inheritance in thousands of years, underscoring its difficulty. Yet, correspondingly, the more arduous the inheritance, the more formidable it was. And did that young man succeed in the end? Mo Chu Youwei could no longer restrain herself from asking. Yet, one could distinctly perceive the tremor in his words. Lulan Yotian's gaze fixed intently upon the individuals below, an intangible aura exerting pressure upon them. The crowd inhaled deeply, only then daring to utter, not only had they succeeded, but the chaotic celestial bell had resonated 9 times. In that moment of cosmic phenomenon, the entire Yi clan was enveloped, the resonance of the celestial laws sweeping across 100,000 miles. Silence. An oppressive stillness fell over the scene. The individuals below hunched over, refraining from breathing, let alone daring to raise their heads. At that moment, the expressions of Lulan Yutian and Mo Chu Youwei were as frigid as ice, as somber as storm clouds. A legacy that had eluded the Yi clan for millennia had been seized by that young man. This underscored the magnitude of his talent. Simultaneously, for them, it represented the direst of news. Particularly when recalling the audacious demeanor of that youth, they felt an overwhelming urge to suppress their rage. Continuing, what more is there? Lulan Yutian, regaining his composure first, gritted his teeth in resentment. The elder matriarch of the Chun clan had also gone there and ultimately lost a wager regarding that youth to Yi Quan. That young man, leveraging the authority of the Yi clan's ancestors, had forced her to kneel and admit her error. At this, the crowd inhaled deeply once more before stating, when Gu Lingyuan departed, that young man boldly proclaimed that he would personally ascend to Lulan Ancient Kingdom to annul the betrothal in a month's time and invited the world to witness. Outrageous. Mo Chu Youwei could no longer contain herself, seizing the teapot before her and smashing it to the ground. This is not. I am utterly innocent. The individuals below trembled in fear, yet dared not evade, allowing the tea and shards to rain upon them. At this juncture, Lulan Yotian's eyes blazed with fury, a palpable desire for vengeance igniting within him. To him, it was inconceivable that a mere junior would dare to act so audaciously. If the Lulan Ancient Kingdom were to allow the annulment to proceed, how would the world perceive them, and how would they navigate their existence in the ancient wilderness realm? He must be eliminated. He absolutely must be eliminated. Mo Chu Youwei roared at Lulan Yutian. Lulan Yutian offered no response, instead inquiring, is there anything else? For he believed that regardless of the Chun clan's stance, the Yi clan would not dare to act recklessly, even should they wish to strike with lethal intent. It would require the involvement of their contemporaries, while they, the older generation, could only provide covert support. The individuals below spoke in unison. There is nothing more. This is all we have uncovered. Very well, you may withdraw for now. Lulan Yutian gestured dismissively. Yes, Your Majesty. The individuals below, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly exited the grand hall. Once they had departed, Imo Chu Youwei, seething with rage, declared, I care not what methods you employ. That scoundrel must die, must die. My lady, please temper your anger for the moment. The question of life and death requires careful deliberation, Lulan Yutian interjected. Discussing matters is futile, Imo Chu Youwei exclaimed. For she has cost us 3 Imperial artifacts, and now he dares to ride atop our ancient nation. If we do not eliminate him, where shall we place our honor? Before Lulan Yutian could offer words of restraint, a melodious female voice resonated. Killing him will not suffice to expunge the humiliation I have endured. I shall personally return all affronts to him in 1 month. Both Lulan Yutian and Imo Chu Youwei were taken aback, their eyes wide with excitement as they beheld the speaker, none other than Lulan Youwei. At that moment, Lulan Youwei exuded a striking transformation. Her aura was as profound as the vast ocean, instilling a sense of dread. If Lulan Youwei had once been akin to an uncut jade during her time in the lower realms, she now resembled an ancient gem, refined and polished to perfection. Xiaoxue, have you completed your inheritance? Lulan Yutian inquired, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. After his return, she had been taken by her grandmother to the ancestral grounds to receive her legacy. Unlike Chen Wan, who had to toil for acknowledgement, Lulan Youwei had been guided by her inheritance since the moment of her birth, awaiting her 18th birthday to return. This inheritance was the legacy of the founding generation of their ancient nation, marking Lulan Youwei as the unequivocal child of destiny within the Lulan kingdom. Yes, I merely require some time to digest it, Lulan Youwei replied, a satisfied smile gracing her face. In her eyes, she was now on par with any prodigy. Even if Chun Hongmian stood before her, she would hold her head high. As for Chun Wan, he was no longer within her realm of comparison. Excellent. You have indeed not disappointed your father. Lulan Yutian laughed heartily, though his mirth soon tempered. You must have heard about the recent events. That young man has also received an extraordinary inheritance. Do not underestimate him. Lulan Youwei offered a cold smile. The legacy of our Lulan kingdom is not inferior to any other. No matter how strong he may be, without my consent, he cannot withdraw from this marriage. With a shift in her tone, she continued, once he fails, I shall personally sever the ties of their union and return all the humiliation to him. Haha, splendid. Lulan Yutian comprehended her intentions and burst into laughter. Imo Chu Youwei, too, wore a triumphant smile. What can truly shatter a person? Undoubtedly, it is to repay them in their own coin. Thus, it shall be Chun Wan who loses face. Our Lulan kingdom can seize this opportunity to elevate its reputation. A dual triumph, indeed. Is there a more perfect strategy in the world? At that moment, Lulan Yutian noticed the sound of his communication talisman flickering to life. Upon inspection, he discovered the caller to be Gu Lingyuan. His brow furrowed in concern. At such a time, what could Gu Lingyuan possibly want? Nonetheless, he did not decline the call and, in the presence of Imo Chu Youwei and Lulan Youwei, infused his spiritual energy into the talisman. Chapter 134. The Madness of Gu Lingyuan. Seizing the opportunity to discredit Chun when uncertain of what the ancient matriarch desired, Lulan Yutian spoke first, his voice remarkably stiff. The cold tone of Gu Lingyuan echoed simultaneously. Please mind your attitude. I am here today with sincere intentions for collaboration. Collaboration? Lulan Yutian raised an eyebrow, his voice softening slightly. I am all ears. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyuan's emotions gradually steadied. I trust you are aware that Chun Wan has declared his intention to annul the engagement with the ancient Lulan kingdom in a month's time. From the very beginning, I have been opposed to his decision to withdraw. Thus, in a strict sense, we are on the same side. And then, Lulan Yutian did not deny this point. His willingness to listen to Gu Lingyuan stemmed largely from the fact that the humiliation she endured was no less than theirs. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Gu Lingyuan spoke languidly. Every member of our Chun clan possesses certain resources. I am in a position to allocate Chun Wan's share of resources to Lulan Youwei. May I ask, is this gesture of cooperation sufficient? At this declaration, both Lulan Yotian's pupils constricted and a look of astonishment crossed Imo Chu Youwei's face. It is well known that distributing one's own kin's resources to members of another clan is a grave taboo. Should this matter be mishandled, Gu Lingyuan would face public scorn and even a backlash from her own clan. Lulan Xingxue furrowed her brow, yet did not immediately reject the proposal. Lulan Yutian took a deep breath before responding. Ancient One, this matter is no jest. May I inquire if your Qin clan is aware of this? If word gets out, we would be ostracized both inside and outside the Lulan kingdom. Gu Lingyuan let out a cold laugh. These resources are compensation from our Chun clan to Xiaoxue, quite justified. Who could possibly find fault in that? As for any rumors, you need not worry. I do not intend to conceal this. My aim is to ensure that young man understands that those who defy the family will end up with nothing. Our Chun clan has the power to elevate him, but we can just as easily bring him down. Especially in opposition to me, there is only one path: death. Madwoman. She is indeed a madwoman. Lulan Yutian shook his head inwardly. He understood Gu Lingyuan's ulterior motives all too well. Nevertheless, this was entirely beneficial for him. The more fiercely Gu Lingyuan and Chun Wen clashed, the better for them. With this in mind, Lulan Yutian continued, Very well, what are your conditions? There is no such thing as a free lunch. I understand this principle. Gu Lingyuan then stated plainly, First and foremost, by any means necessary. This marriage must not be annulled. At the very least, it cannot be annulled by him. I absolutely will not allow that to happen. Secondly, I require Xiaoxue to triumph over him before the eyes of the world, employing any means necessary. These resources may be utilized for her solitary cultivation throughout this month. Thirdly, should Xiaoxue wish to withdraw from the engagement and seek another partner, I shall continue my search for a suitable replacement for Chunwan. I believe your esteemed nation would not desire any rift between our two great powers over this matter. Upon hearing these words, Lulan Yutian fell into silence. Strictly speaking, Gu Lingyuan's conditions were not unreasonable, aligning well with their own intentions. However, the final stipulation posed a dilemma for him. They had already coerced Lulan Xingxue once. Could they possibly impose upon her a second time? Agree to her terms. At that moment, Imo Qinxue's voice reached Lulan Yotian's ears. Lulan Yutian cast a glance at Imo Qinxue, but chose to remain silent, instead turning his attention to Lulan Xingxue. At that moment, Lulan Xingxue's expression fluctuated, revealing her deep inner turmoil. Xiaoxue, speak your mind. Your father grants you the right to choose this time. After a moment's hesitation, Lulan Yutian finally spoke. Gu Lingyuan interjected. Xiaoxue, you need not be conflicted. We shall assuredly arrange for a talent far superior to Chunwen for you. In due course, you can progress together and forge a grand path. Rest assured, your grandaunt would deceive no one but you. Lulan Xingxue took a deep breath before responding. Very well. I accept your conditions. However, I have one request that I hope my grandaunt can fulfill. Go ahead, Gu Lingyuan promptly replied. Lulan Xingxue continued. The decision regarding whom I shall wed must rest solely with me. Agreed, Gu Lingyuan answered without hesitation. Then it is settled, Lulan Xingxue nodded. Xiaoxue, the events of a month hence will reflect upon the dignity of our two great powers. You must strive to enhance your abilities as much as possible. At this juncture, Gu Lingyuan shifted the conversation. Though I harbor great disdain for that scoundrel, I cannot deny his formidable prowess. Lulan Xingxue replied with a calm confidence. In my current state, I am invincible among my peers. There may be many whom I cannot yet defeat, but Chunwen is certainly not among them. Excellent, Gu Lingyuan exclaimed, encouraged by Lulan Xingxue's confidence. Rest assured, the resources will arrive within 3 days. You simply need to prepare for your seclusion. Then I shall not be modest. Lulan Xingxue accepted the resources without hesitation. If you were to be courteous with your grandaunt, that would be ungracious indeed. Gu Lingyuan laughed heartily. Lulan Xingxue nodded in agreement and fell silent. Seeing this, Lulan Yutian spoke. Since we have privately reached an agreement, let us consider the previous matters as though they had never occurred. However, I must forewarn you, I do not wish to see a repeat of this situation, otherwise, you may find the Lulan ancient kingdom turning against you. Gu Lingyuan discreetly curled her lip, yet spoke. You have witnessed our stance. If we were disinterested in forging ties with your esteemed nation, we would not have come this far. That is for the best. Lulan Yutian replied coolly before severing the connection. Having completed this exchange, Lulan Yutian turned to Lulan Xingxue and said, Focus on your cultivation. Any developments outside shall be left to us. Understood, Lulan Xingxue nodded before turning to leave. Once her silhouette vanished, Imo Qinxue remarked, Why are you so worried? With Gu Lingyuan's resources at our disposal, Can we really fear that Xiao Xue would be inferior to that lad? If he were aware of this matter, he might well be driven to despair. Just the thought of his dark expression brings me immense satisfaction. Lulan Yutian remained silent. In truth, he harbored no concerns regarding Chen Wen's ability to sever the fateful bond. For this bond was primarily anchored by Lulan Xingxue, should she be unwilling. The difficulty for Chen Wen to sever it would increase at least tenfold. The ordinary challenge was already daunting enough for Chen Wen, let alone one magnified 10 times. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan tucked away the communication talisman and began to laugh coldly. To her, as long as the union with the Lulan ancient kingdom had not faltered, anyone could take the lead. Thus, whatever action she undertook would serve to justify her family's decisions. As for Chen Wen, he was of little consequence. Contemplating this, Gu Lingyuan declared, "Promote the matter of compensating Lulan Xingxue with resources in the name of our family. Remember, it is imperative to showcase our clan's magnanimity while simultaneously trampling Chen Wen into the ground. Do you understand?" "Yes, I shall attend to this immediately." A voice in the darkness responded promptly. Gu Lingyuan smirked coldly. "Did you not invite the world to witness? I shall seize this opportunity to tarnish your reputation. When you inevitably fail, you will be reduced to a mere jester. If you wish to contend with me, you are far from my league." Chapter 135. The Ancient Tremor and Chen Wen's Reaction. Meanwhile, Chen Wen accompanied Yi Changxing into the Hall of Eternal Life. "Please, take a seat." Yi Changxing greeted with a warm smile. "Yes, Ancestor," Chen Wen replied, finding a spot to settle down. Yi Changxing chuckled lightly. "There are no outsiders present. You may address me as great-grandfather." "Great-grandfather?" Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback. "Did your grandfather not inform you?" "I am his father." Yi Changxing laughed heartily. Chen Wen promptly straightened his posture, saying, "Young one pays respects to great-grandfather." Good, good, good." Yi Changxing repeated the word thrice, clearly pleased with Chen Wen's demeanor. Chen Wen remained silent, instead pouring a cup of tea for Yi Changxing. The elder took a sip before speaking again. "Xiao Wen, the reason I summoned you is to inquire about the inheritance you obtained." As expected, Chen Wen hesitated momentarily. Yi Changxing observed him closely and added, "Do not overthink it. This is merely a routine inquiry. After all, many are keenly interested in this inheritance, and I must provide them with an explanation. You understand what I mean, don't you?" "Understood," Chen Wen replied, a flicker of insight crossing his gaze. "Then please, go ahead." Yi Changxing began. "If I were to say that within it lies merely a wisp of chaotic energy, would you believe me?" "Chaotic energy?" Yi Changxing was instantly taken aback. "What is chaotic energy?" "It is a legendary substance, an unparalleled treasure long lost to the annals of history. Just this single wisp is worth countless inheritances." What surprised him was that the chaotic inheritance truly possessed the existence of chaotic energy. Observing the change in Yi Changxing's expression, Chen Wen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had described the vast chaotic energy as merely a wisp. Had he revealed it in full, he could scarcely imagine the magnitude of the upheaval it would cause. There was even the possibility that someone might harbor malicious intent upon learning of its value. After a long pause, Yi Changxing finally regained his composure. "As for that wisp of chaotic energy, I do not care how you utilize it. But remember, do not disclose it to anyone. Otherwise, you will encounter endless troubles. Do you understand?" By the end, his tone had grown exceedingly grave. A glimmer of understanding passed through Chen Wen's eyes. "Understood, I shall not speak of it to anyone." In truth, he had not anticipated that Yi Changxing would respond in such a manner after regaining his composure. Not only did he refrain from inquiring about the whereabouts of the chaotic energy, but he also earnestly cautioned him. This single statement was enough to demonstrate Yi Changxing's genuine concern for him. Likewise, he had not misjudged Yi Changxing's character. "That's good to hear." Yi Changxing nodded solemnly. As he spoke, he produced a token from his sleeve. "This is my identity token. Take it. With it, you may access any part of the Yi clan and mobilize any resources. This privilege will remain valid for 1 month." As he gazed at the token handed to him, Chen Wen did not refuse. Instead, he accepted it with a firm grip and remarked, "That young man is not one to stand on ceremony with his great-grandfather. What is there to be courteous about? Just put it away," Yi Changxing replied with a smile. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside, reporting to the ancestor. "I have matters to discuss. Come in," Yi Changxing instructed. Upon seeing this, Chen Wen promptly said, "That young man shall take his leave first." I will visit you again when time permits. Very well, Yi Changxing nodded with a smile. Just as Chen Wen was rising, a middle-aged man clad in black entered. Upon seeing Chen Wen, the man immediately halted. Yi Changxing's gaze swept across Yi Shan's face before he queried, "Is this matter related to Xiaowen?" Chen Wen paused as well, turning his attention to Yi Shan. Yi Shan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this matter is connected to Xiaowen. Then let us sit down and listen." Yi Changxing decisively proclaimed. Agreed. Chen Wen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse, taking his seat once more. "Speak, what is the matter?" Yi Changxing glanced at Yi Shan and inquired. Yi Shan made a slight bow and stated, "At the behest of the ancestor, I am here to announce Xiao Wen's decision, inviting all to witness." The announcement, once made, caused a considerable uproar, especially in light of Xiao Wen's recent ruckus within the Chun clan, drawing attention from numerous factions. However, at that moment, the Chun clan also issued a statement. At this point, Yi Shan cast a complex glance at Chen Wen. "Uncle, please be forthright. I am untroubled," Chen Wen said with a light laugh. Yi Shan sighed deeply before continuing. "The Chen clan has proclaimed that Xiao Wen is incorrigibly unruly, prioritizing personal gain over familial interests. While in the lower realms, he shamelessly humiliated Lulan Xingxue to satisfy his own vanity, causing her immense harm. Thus, the Chen clan has resolved to allocate Xiao Wen's resources to Lulan Xingxue as compensation for the damage inflicted. Should Xiao Wen sincerely repent and publicly apologize to the Chen clan, he may be reinstated and once again receive resources from the clan." As Yi Shan spoke, he shifted the topic, revealing that shortly after the Chun clan's announcement, Lulan Xingxue personally responded, solidifying Xiao Wen's culpability. Her response also mentioned the assistance provided by the ancient matriarch of the Lulan kingdom 16 years prior. Furthermore, Lulan Xingxue countered Xiao Wen's public declaration, stating that as long as she did not consent, he would forever remain unable to withdraw from the marriage. If he dares to contest this, let him come to the Lulan kingdom and see for himself. Due to the collusion of these two formidable factions, Xiao Wen's reputation has plummeted to a dismal state. In the eyes of the world, he is not only perceived as a selfish individual, but also regarded as an ungrateful wretch. Utter nonsense. The moment Yi Shan finished speaking, Yi Changxing, incensed, struck the table before him, shattering it into splinters. Yi Shan bowed his head. He was certainly aware that this was a deliberate act by Guling Yuan. Not only did this tarnish Chen Wen's reputation, but it also transferred resources that rightfully belonged to him to Lulan Xingxue. However, one cannot deny that this tactic was indeed ruthless and quite despicable. This is the stone of humiliation left behind by that old fool, disseminated across every corner of the ancient wilderness. At this point, Yi Changxing's voice grew exceedingly fervent. "If they wish to defame, then I shall ensure she finds no solace in the ancient wilderness." "Great-grandfather, let us not rush," Chen Wen interjected unexpectedly. Yi Changxing cast a glance at Chen Wen, his fury dissipating instantly. "Then please, share your thoughts." Chen Wen began. "First, they allocated my resources to Lulan Xingxue, and then they colluded with the Lulan kingdom to tarnish my name, merely seeking to provoke me into a fit of rage. Yet their calculations are flawed. Those resources hold no value in my eyes. Moreover, this solitary stone of humiliation cannot substantiate anything. In fact, Guling Yuan's act of feigning misery and her subsequent kneeling will only paint me as a villain beyond redemption, a beast that even spares no mercy for his own grandmother. In such a scenario, my reputation would only deteriorate further." Yi Changxing smiled, increasingly pleased with Chen Wen's perspective. At this juncture, a subtle smile tugged at Chen Wen's lips as he inquired if great-grandfather had heard the adage, "To bring about one's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Let them forget their reasons for a month. Once I sever the ties of fate, I will unveil the stones of humiliation from both the lower realms and the inheritance conference to the public. At that time, I shall personally impale their two great factions upon the pillar of disgrace." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest," Yi Changxing laughed heartily, with no trace of anger remaining on his countenance. Chen Wen smiled faintly, yet a chilling coldness flickered in his eyes. Chapter 136. The heavenly fire annihilates the void flame. Why should it not? That young man takes his leave first. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wen finally spoke. "Very well." Yi Changxing nodded in agreement and added, "Xiao Shan, you shall escort Xiao Wen to the treasure pavilion, allowing him to peruse what he may require. Understood, Yishan promptly responded. Chunwen did not decline, as he too harbored a desire to visit the Yi clan's treasury. With Yishan's guidance, many of his burdens would be alleviated. Xiaowen, this way? Yishan indicated to Chunwen. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Shan, Chunwen replied, following closely behind. Observing Chunwen's departing figure, Yi Changxing nodded in satisfaction. His previous fury was but a blend of sincerity and pretense. The genuine anger stemmed from Guling Yuan's actions, while the feigned impulsiveness was merely to provoke Yishan into dispersing the crowd. For one who has lived for centuries, he was not prone to such recklessness. All these actions served primarily as a test of how Chunwen would navigate this situation. Ultimately, Chunwen's composure and decision-making exceeded his expectations. His temperament, talent, and strength were all of the highest caliber. The Yi clan had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. A broader smile graced Yi Changxing's face. Soon, he reined in his emotions and turned towards the ancestral grounds, mindful of the Supreme Ancestors' Council. Meanwhile, Chunwen, accompanied by Yishan, arrived at the treasure pavilion of the Yi clan. As an elder of the Dark Hall, Yishan's mere presence captured the attention of numerous disciples. The Dark Hall held significant standing within the Yi clan, wielding a formidable dark army and an extensive intelligence network. The Dark Army was responsible for assassination and quelling external turmoil, while the intelligence network controlled absolute information from the outside world. Thus, the Dark Hall possessed unparalleled authority within the Yi clan, and Yishan himself commanded considerable influence there. Who is this young man? Does anyone know? Have you lost your wits? He is the one who caused quite the stir a few days ago. Not just a few days ago. I just returned from the Inheritance Conference, where he obtained the legacy from the Chaos Land. What impresses me most is his audacity. He dared to make the matriarch of the Chun clan kneel before him, showing her no mercy. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent, save for the sound of heavy breaths. Within the Yi clan, everyone understood the significance of obtaining the Chaos Land's inheritance. After a long pause, murmurs of skepticism began to circulate. This cannot be right. Isn't the matriarch of the Yi clan his grandmother? He even dares to confront his own grandmother? Is he even human? Bah, that old hag is not worthy of being called a person. Treating her as such is just fine. Jinggu, calm down, calm down. Why not elaborate on why she is unworthy? Get lost. I have no time to entertain children. As the murmurs of conversation reached his ears, Chunwen could not help but shake his head. However, it must be acknowledged that there are indeed many individuals of remarkable temperament within the Yi clan. This way, Yishan guided Chunwen once more. Chunwen quickly gathered his thoughts. Before long, they had navigated through the crowd and arrived at the inner hall. At that moment, an elderly man was seated with his eyes closed, his steady breath emanating softly from his nostrils. This breath was delicate yet rhythmic, as if it had harmonized with the surrounding environment. This elder was no ordinary figure. Chunwen, who practiced the same breathing technique, instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of the elder's skill. Yet, he refrained from being overly conspicuous, for modesty is the key to survival. Young Master Yishan. I pay my respects to Elder Mu, Yishan said respectfully. The elder, known as Yi Mu, gradually opened his eyes, and with that, the unique breathing technique dissipated. His gaze traversed past Yishan, ultimately resting on Chunwen for a brief moment. This young lad is not a member of our Yi clan, is he? Yi Mu remarked, his voice ethereal yet grounded. Indeed, he is the grandson of the former patriarch, Yishan replied, adding, the elder has sent me to bring him to the treasure pavilion to see if there is anything suitable for him. Young Chunwen, I have the honor of meeting you, Elder Mu. Chunwen quickly performed a respectful bow. Yi Mu nodded, casting a piece of ancient token onto the table. Since it is permitted by the young patriarch, let him proceed to the innermost chamber. However, the rules must not be broken. Only one item may be selected from the innermost chamber. Understood, Elder Mu, Yishan replied, taking the token. Yi Mu closed his eyes once more, offering no further words. Let us go, Yishan beckoned to Chunwen, leading him deeper within. Soon, they arrived at the innermost chamber. Before them stood 9 stone shelves, each with 9 tiers. Each shelf displayed different items, martial arts techniques, secret skills, spiritual tools, and elixirs. To call it a dazzling array would be an understatement. Moreover, each item was enveloped in a shimmering membrane of light, with ethereal shadows flowing gracefully, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yishan looked at Chunwen and slowly spoke. The items here are the culmination of years of accumulation by our Yi clan. Only those granted permission may enter this space to select items. To date, fewer than 20 individuals have had the privilege to enter. According to the rules, you may only take one item, and the choice rests entirely upon your own inclinations. Additionally, you have only 15 minutes to contemplate. Once the time elapses, regardless of whether you have found something suitable, you must exit. I understand, Chunwen replied solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Yishan said nothing further and stepped aside. Chunwen's gaze swept across the 9 stone shelves, while his mind pondered what he most urgently needed. Firstly, an alchemical cauldron. Secondly, a suitable secret technique. The third element pertains to the extraordinary spiritual fire employed in alchemy. As for the spiritual elixirs and certain mystical materials, while they are equally desired, they are not indispensable. Once he clarified his inner needs, Chunwen's gaze ultimately settled upon a small flame encased in a golden orb. This diminutive flame was black, resembling a twisted black hole. Surrounding the fire, the space appeared to be in a state of void, akin to being scorched into black smoke. What a remarkable treasure! Chunwen's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. How could it possibly still exist? The astonished voice of Xian Hong Xiao suddenly echoed. Sister Xiao, do you recognize it? Chunwen inquired. The Annihilation Void Flame. An exceedingly fearsome celestial fire. However, due to its overwhelming power and its growth path of devouring other flames, it is regarded as an anomaly by the celestial fires. In ancient times, it was ultimately besieged by myriad flames and vanished from the realm of existence. Yet, I never anticipated that it still persisted in the world. As she spoke, Xian Hong Xiao's tone was filled with wistfulness, remarking that it seemed to be in its seedling stage now. To regain its former glory, it would likely take an exceedingly long time. What level of flame does it correspond to now? Chunwen could not help but ask. There exist 4 types of flames in the world: spiritual fire, beast fire, earth fire, and celestial fire. Spiritual fire has the lowest threshold, while celestial fire has the highest. Celestial fire of the same rank will always suppress other flames of equal rank. Currently, it is roughly at the 6th grade celestial fire level, equivalent to the life and death realm of cultivators. Upon hearing this, Xian Hong Xiao furrowed her brow, questioning, "You do not intend to covet it, do you?" "Why not?" Chunwen replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his eyes gleamed at the Annihilation Void Flame not far away. Chapter 137. The Yinyang Town World Pill and the First Encounter with Yi Qingshan. Xian Hong Xiao took a deep breath before speaking. You must ponder this carefully. Even though it may appear to be but a small flicker, it is ultimately celestial fire. The process of subduing it harbors inherent dangers, potentially threatening your very life. Chunwen replied languidly, "You need only to tell me. Is its potential substantial?" "Indeed, it is immense," Xian Hong Xiao affirmed, nodding vigorously. With celestial fire in hand, even in its nascent stage, it serves as a formidable asset. Should it mature, its capabilities would be truly extraordinary. "Then it is settled," Chunwen stated decisively. "As long as you do not regret your choice." Xian Hong Xiao acknowledged with a simple response and fell silent. As Chunwen approached the Annihilation Void Heavenly Flame, Yishan involuntarily narrowed his eyes. He stepped forward to Chunwen and inquired, "Little one, do you intend to select it?" Gesturing towards the Annihilation Void Heavenly Flame. Chunwen nodded, confirming his intention. Yishan inhaled deeply. This flame has been passed down from our ancestors for countless years. Over the years, many have coveted it, yet none have succeeded. Of course, this is merely an external cause. The primary reason lies in its lack of temperature and lethality. Even if you possess the ability to subdue it, it would be a mere trinket, a squandered opportunity. That is the nature of the void flame. Only through subjugation can its true potential be harnessed. Do these individuals even comprehend that? Xian Hong Xiao's voice resonated, laden with disdain. Oh, Chunwen raised an eyebrow. He had heard tales of individuals feigning ignorance to outsmart others, but he had not anticipated that even a small flame could embody such cunning. It was indeed rather audacious. Yet he found himself intrigued. A smile formed at the corners of his mouth, curving into a unique arc. Seeing this, Yishan could not help but chuckle bitterly, aware that Chunwen had made up his mind. "By the way, Uncle Shan, I have a question. If the clan deems it to hold little value, why is it kept here?" Chunwen pondered aloud. "I have posed this question to the elders as well. And the response I received was that our ancestors placed it here for a reason, signifying its value. As descendants, we need not hastily define something we do not yet fully understand. Thus, it has remained here, awaiting a destined individual. Yishan sighed. Is that so? Chunwen furrowed his brow slightly. The reasoning felt somewhat tenuous, yet it aligned with the practices of prominent families. You likely have already made your decision. But I must emphasize the importance of caution. Once chosen, there is no turning back. To return to this place, one would require special permission from above or must render significant contributions to the clan. Otherwise, it shall remain impossible. Yishan imparted his solemn warning. I have made my decision. It shall be this one. Chunwen confirmed with a nod. Very well. Yishan cast a glance at Chunwen before gently placing the token upon the golden luminous membrane. In an instant, a peculiar radiance flickered across the surface, which was adorned with an enigmatic array of symbols. Yishan picked up the token, and with a wave of his hand, a sphere of light descended into his grasp. To extract this cluster of flames, one need only infuse the sphere with spiritual energy. At this juncture, Yishan's tone grew earnest. Yet remember, once the flame is liberated, you must immediately subdue it. Otherwise, once it breaks free from its constraints, it will escape without a trace. Do you understand? Understood, Chunwen replied solemnly, nodding his head. Take it, Yishan urged as he passed the sphere to Chunwen. Chunwen accepted it directly, stowing it away in his spatial ring. Yishan shook his head, letting out a sigh. Throughout, he felt that Chunwen had squandered a remarkable opportunity. Leave now, Yishan said, regaining his composure. Upon exiting the innermost chamber, Chunwen did not depart the treasure pavilion. Instead, he selected a supreme-level secret technique called the 4 Symbols of Divine Beasts. Additionally, he ventured to the spiritual material room to procure a series of alchemical herbs. This time, he aimed not only to enhance his cultivation, but also to concoct some spiritual pills suitable for his needs. Naturally, he also retrieved several applicable spiritual pills from the alchemy hall. One could say his endeavor was quite fruitful. However, the only regret he harbored was the absence of a satisfactory alchemical cauldron in the spiritual tool room. The selection of a cauldron is a matter of utmost caution for an alchemist. It must not only align with one's own alchemical techniques, but also possess sufficient capability to condense elixirs. Only then can the success rate and quality of the pills be maximized. What is the matter? Are you unable to find a suitable spiritual tool? Yishan inquired upon noticing Chunwen's indecision in the spiritual tool room. Indeed, Chunwen admitted without reservation. Speak, what kind of spiritual tool do you require? I shall see if our clan possesses it, Yishan offered. I need an alchemical cauldron, but I cannot articulate my specific requirements. I wonder if the clan has any others, Chunwen replied. Yishan was momentarily taken aback. You wouldn't tell me that you are also an alchemist, would you? I can only say I am barely competent, my achievements are modest, Chunwen humbly responded. Well then it seems that genius has its common traits. Yishan took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. Our clan indeed possesses several cauldrons, but you would likely find them lacking. Those may not be suitable either. However, there is one cauldron of unknown rank, called the Inyang Towning Cauldron, which was left by our ancestors. Yet, no one has ever succeeded in earning its recognition. The clan does not intend to forcefully destroy it, so it has remained untouched. If you, young one, wish to attempt it, I can take you there. For him, he could only serve as a guide. Whether Chunwen could succeed would depend on his own capabilities. An alchemical imprint? Chunwen's heart stirred with intrigue. This mark, he had come to understand during his recollections of the Medicine River. It is a unique emblem born from a singular alchemical technique. Beyond serving as a symbol of the alchemist's identity, it also acts as a safeguard against unauthorized use. Of course, should one earn its recognition. Even if they cannot subdue these marks, they may still acquire it with ease. Let us proceed to take a look, Chunwen suggested, gathering his thoughts. This way, Yishan promptly responded, rising to lead the way. Under Yishan's guidance, Chunwen soon arrived at a place known as the Alchemy Hall. Nestled within a secluded inner space, the hall was entirely insulated from the prying eyes of outsiders, offering an atmosphere of absolute tranquility. For an alchemist, it was undoubtedly a veritable treasure trove. The unused cauldrons were housed within the Alchemy Hall, which was indeed a rarity. Upon witnessing this, Chunwen raised an eyebrow. The cauldron resides within, perpetually available for all alchemists to study, with the hope that one day a method to unravel its secrets may be discovered. Yi Shan elucidated. Chunwen nodded in silent acknowledgement. In essence, the intention was to leverage the advantages of this cauldron to attract a greater number of alchemists. This could be considered one of the strategies employed by affluent families to recruit talent. "Let us enter," Yi Shan urged. Chunwen did not hesitate and stepped into the alchemy hall. As Chunwen crossed the threshold, many alchemists within were disturbed, frowning as they regarded the newcomer. They did not recognize Chunwen, as the foremost duty of an alchemist is to remain focused. Moreover, a single batch of elixirs could take days, if not longer, to refine. Thus, they had paid little attention to the happenings outside. At that moment, an elderly man, his hair a mix of white and gray and dressed in an exceedingly unkempt manner, shouted coldly at Chunwen. "Who let you in? Leave at once." "Silence. Feng Lao. That is unacceptable," came two urgent voices in succession, one belonging to Yi Qingxian and the other to Yi Shan, who had entered alongside Chunwen. Chapter 138. The Astonishment of Yi Qingshan. Underestimating Chun when once more witnessing this scene, everyone present, without exception, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events. Although they were well versed in the art of alchemy and often indifferent to worldly affairs, it did not mean they were incapable of reading the room. In such circumstances, even a fool would comprehend that the young man before them possessed an extraordinary background. Feng Shan's expression shifted subtly, and the reprimand that was poised on his lips was swallowed back. "Old Feng, regardless of your temperament, when you step into the Yi clan, you forfeit the right to be arrogant. Do you understand?" Yi Shan reiterated with a stern voice. Chunwen waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle Shan, please calm down. Old Feng is merely fulfilling his responsibilities." Yi Qingshan cast a surprised glance at Chunwen, astonished by his response. She had anticipated that someone who could act so boldly, even against her grandmother, would possess a fiery temperament, leaving no room for leniency. It appeared she had misjudged him. "There will be no next time. Otherwise, regardless of your capabilities, you shall be expelled from the Yi clan," Yi Shan coldly directed at Feng Shan. To him, Feng Shan indeed possessed certain skills and qualifications, but they were merely adequate. The Yi clan was not lacking in such talent. Furthermore, Feng Shan's arrogance had manifested more than once. If left unchecked, it could lead to chaos. Feng Shan's countenance changed, yet his pride as an alchemist prevented him from bowing his head. Yi Shan cast a frosty glance at Feng Shan before addressing Chunwen. "Young one, I apologize for the inconvenience." Chunwen waved his hand again. "Uncle Shan, we are all family here. There is no need for such formality." As for whether Feng Shan was genuinely arrogant or simply acting out of wounded pride, he remained indifferent. In his eyes, such individuals were no more significant than specks of dust. "Haha. Indeed, Uncle Shan has grown quite antiquated." Yi Shan laughed heartily. Then, he beckoned to Yi Qingshan. "Qingshan, come here." Chunwen turned his gaze toward Yi Qingshan, who stood there with an astonishing beauty and aura, immediately captivating his attention. It was fair to say this was the first time he encountered a woman who could rival his sister in grace. Moreover, he sensed a formidable energy emanating from her. One that, while perhaps not quite as powerful as his sisteress, was certainly formidable in its own right. At the same moment, Yi Qingshan's gaze met Chunwen's. Unlike his slightly astonished appraisal, her expression was far more intricate. Perhaps it was Chunwen's first encounter with her and the first time he heard her name. However, she was not unfamiliar with him. Long before this moment, she had compared herself to Chunwen. Although she had ultimately been proven wrong, it did not erase the fact that she had previously underestimated him. What she did not anticipate was that their first meeting would occur in such a manner. At that moment, Yi Shan's voice resonated once more. "Young one, allow me to introduce you. This is our clan's unanimously recognized new generation prodigy, Yi Qingshan. You must be acquainted with Yi Rulong. She is indeed the sister of Yi Rulong." Yi Rulong's sister? Chunwen's mind briefly conjured an image of Yi Rulong, but he quickly regained his composure and cupped his fist, saying, "I am Chunwen, honored to meet you, Lady Qingxian of the Qingxian clan." Yi Qingxian's expression remained largely unchanged. She merely nodded in acknowledgement. In response, Chunwen chose not to speak further, maintaining an air of tranquility. To him, whether Yi Qingxian's demeanor was favorable or unfavorable held little significance. He believed there was minimal intersection between their lives. Were it not for Yi Shan's presence, he might not have even cast a glance in Yi Qingxian's direction. Yi Shan, sensing the awkward atmosphere, sought to ease the tension. "Little Xian, Little Wen here is also an alchemist. You should find much common ground to discuss. If time permits, it would be beneficial for you to exchange insights. An alchemist? He is as well. Yi Qingxian glanced at Chen Wen, for she herself was an accomplished alchemist, having attained the formidable status of a half-step Dan Wang. However, she quickly shook her head, for the art of alchemy demands practical experience above all. Talent, of course, plays a role. Yet, considering Chen Wen was merely 16 and practiced both martial and alchemical arts, how could he possibly have the time to devote to alchemy? Thus, she doubted he possessed any experience worth sharing. Yishan's suggestion was merely a ploy to encourage her to mentor Chen Wen. Truth be told, her impression of him was not entirely negative. If Chen Wen earnestly sought guidance, she would not refuse to offer it. Contemplating this, she replied, "If I find the time, I could indeed offer him some pointers." Yishan's expression twitched. It was well known that Yi Qingxian was naturally indifferent and somewhat naive to worldly affairs. He was now experiencing this firsthand. Although he harbored a desire for her to assist Chen Wen, he wished she would not be so blunt about it. In response, Chen Wen did not argue with Yi Qingxian. Instead, he simply smiled and said, "Then, I shall express my gratitude to you in advance, Lady Qingxian." Yi Qingxian acknowledged with a slight nod. Yishan was taken aback. While others might offer polite gestures, she genuinely responded. What sort of person is this? Yishan found himself somewhat intimidated by Yi Qingxian's demeanor. He decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. "The Danding is inside. Little one, come with me." The Danding? Surely, it cannot be the famed Yin Yang Ding. What could he possibly want there? Yi Qingxian felt a stir of emotions, her expression shifting dramatically. As an alchemist, she held an infinite yearning for exquisite alchemical vessels. Moreover, with Chen Wen also being an alchemist, it was difficult not to speculate. The alchemists present at the Yi clan had, to varying degrees, been drawn there by the allure of this very vessel. The Yi clan had promised them that the Danding was there, and whoever could erase the alchemical marks upon it would claim it as their own. "Let us go? We must see for ourselves." Yi Qingshan and the others exchanged discreet glances before silently following suit. Soon, Chen Yin entered the inner hall. "Xiaowen, behold our treasured artifact. The Yinyang Jinshi Ding. Only its exact rank remains unknown," Yishan declared, gesturing toward the elevated platform ahead. Chen Wen raised his gaze, and before him stood a magnificent cauldron, approximately 4 feet tall. Its surface shimmered in an ancient golden hue, adorned with flowing black and white light patterns, exuding a subtle, timeless elegance. Even from several paces away, one could feel the intense heat radiating from it, enveloping the entire inner hall in a warm embrace. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Chen Wen nodded subtly in acknowledgement. "Xiao Xian, come here for a moment," Yishan suddenly called out. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Qingshan approached. At that instant, her suspicions deepened. Chen Wen had indeed come for this cauldron, and she was resolute in her desire to possess it. Otherwise, given her nature, she would never have come here merely for idle chatter. "Share your insights with Xiaowen," Yishan suggested after a brief pause. As expected, despite her reluctance, she refrained from concealing any information. Deep down, she held little faith in Chen Wen's capabilities. After all, even some esteemed alchemists from their clan had failed to seize it, let alone someone as inexperienced as Chen Wen. How foolishly overconfident. The gathered alchemists observed Chen Wen with derision, their disdain evident. At that moment, Yi Qingshan spoke slowly. The markings on the cauldron must have been inscribed using ancient alchemical techniques, possessing both offensive and restorative capabilities. Unless there exists a superior technique to dispel them, the only recourse would be to forcibly eradicate them. However, attempting the latter without absolute strength could easily damage the cauldron itself, resulting in a loss far greater than the gain. Moreover, I believe that if Chen Xiaowen wishes to attempt this, it would be prudent to wait a few years. He is still too weak. Acting recklessly now would only lead to his demise. "Enough, I understand," Yishan interjected, cutting off Yi Qingshan. He was aware that she spoke the truth, yet her words were rather disheartening. "Look at what you are saying," he remarked, recognizing the finality in her words. "Indeed, Uncle Shan," Yi Qingshan replied, choosing silence thereafter. Though her words might be blunt, they were nonetheless factual, regardless of Chen Wen's feelings. "Xiaowen, what say you?" "It is not too late to reconsider," Yishan urged, looking at Chen Wen. Chen Wen smiled. "Uncle Shan, I still wish to give it a try." Seeking death. Yi Qingshan shook her head. At that moment, any lingering fondness she had for Chun Wen evaporated. In her view, he remained the same arrogant and oblivious individual, mistakenly believing that one victory in inheritance assured him of continual success. It was, quite simply, both laughable and ignorant. Chapter 139. A shocking display of alchemy. The audience stood in stunned silence, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions, shock, skepticism, and even a hint of disdain. Their thoughts mirrored those of Yi Qingxian, believing that Chun Wen was merely courting his own demise. If the Yin-Yang celestial cauldron were truly so easily acquired, would they have squandered decades of their lives here? Should Chun Wen obtain it with such ease, they would be rendered nothing short of a laughingstock. Very well. If you wish to attempt it, then proceed, Yi Shan said, though he felt compelled to add a cautionary note about knowing one's limits. This is our family's possession. You may come whenever you wish. Understood, Chun Wen replied with a solemn nod, warmth flooding his heart. Go ahead, Yi Shan gestured with a wave of his hand. Without further ado, Chun Wen approached the Yin-Yang celestial cauldron under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In this face-to-face encounter, he could truly sense the latent power within the cauldron. This power resonated with a deep, ancient sound, surging forth in waves that stirred one's very soul. Let me see just how formidable you are. Chun Wen's expression grew serious, as the fire attribute energy he had suppressed within began to swirl outward. A terrifying soul force emanated from his brow. As his soul force erupted, a shroud of grayish-white enveloped the entire inner hall, warping the very fabric of space. Those present felt their minds buzzing, a sharp pain piercing through their consciousness. What kind of soul force is this? In that moment, not only was Yi Qingxian taken aback, but even Yi Shan was left in shock. It was worth noting that he was on the verge of attaining the Tao. Even as someone not primarily focused on soul force, he felt a disorienting tremor at that instant. What did this signify? It could only be said that the Yi clan had grossly underestimated Chun Wen's potential. As the saying goes, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. At that moment, every alchemist in attendance was rendered utterly speechless, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before their eyes. As the crowd remained in a state of disbelief, Chun Wen made his move, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals. Ancient and complex alchemical symbols materialized in the air. The Alchemy King. This was undoubtedly a technique and power that only an alchemy king could wield. Yi Qingxian's pupils widened in shock, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. The Alchemy King might not hold a significant rank in the ancient realms, and yet, how old was Chun Wen? He had just turned 16. As for her, nearing 30, she had only just reached the threshold of a half-step king. The thought of breaking through to become an alchemy king? That was a distant dream, one that would take at least a decade, if not a lifetime, to achieve. Realizing this, the astonishment in Yi Qingxian's eyes began to dissipate. Clearly, she had been thoroughly humiliated. In that moment, she was utterly subdued. Just moments ago, she had spoken of disgrace, deeming him overly arrogant. Now, it was painfully evident that she was the true fool. To my surprise, Yi Qingshan, with her exceptional talent, found herself repeatedly faced with humiliation. What a joke this life has become. Yi Qingshan shook her head in self-deprecation. What manner of creature is this? Yi Shan, too, discerned Chun Wen's profound mastery of alchemy, leaving him utterly astounded. At that moment, Chun Wen's slap resounded sharply against his face. Unperturbed by the crowd's reactions, Chun Wen focused on the alchemical seal he had just completed. Golden alchemical symbols danced within the seal, emanating an intense and terrifying aura. With a surge of intent, Chun Wen directed the seal towards the alchemical furnace. A thunderous resonance filled the air as the seal made contact, followed by the roars of dragons and phoenixes. The existing seals on the furnace were activated, and the forces of Yin and Yang coalesced into a powerful Yin-Yang fish emblem, colliding forcefully with the descending seal. In an instant, streams of black and white light shot skyward, as fire dragons entwined with fire phoenixes, intertwining in a spectacular display. A formidable force erupted, sweeping outward with unrestrained ferocity. Amidst the continuous clash, two ethereal figures materialized atop the seal, engaged in a fierce contest of alchemical techniques, neither yielding an inch. The modest yin-yang forces and the small dragon-phoenix combination seemed inconsequential. Chun Wen's eyes glinted with cold determination as he unleashed the chaotic power within him. With a powerful roar, The dragon and phoenix emitted a mournful cry, while the yin-yang fish emblem began to fracture under the strain. In mere moments, the emblem could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered, releasing a torrent of energy that surged into the furnace. Simultaneously, the dragon and phoenix apparitions followed suit, merging into the depths of the furnace. Witnessing this, Chun Yuan immediately plunged the seal into the furnace, for this was the only way to achieve ultimate control. Is this truly happening? Yishan stood in a daze, transfixed by the spectacle. From beginning to end, it had scarcely been a quarter of an hour. The treasured artifact they had struggled to subdue had effortlessly changed hands. Should he marvel at Chun Yuan's terrifying prowess, or ridicule the incompetence of the clan's alchemists? As for Yi Qingshan and the others, their expressions of shock were even more profound than Yishan's. They had toiled day and night, employing every imaginable method to capture this furnace. Yet, they had never anticipated it would be so effortlessly claimed in the end. The most frightening aspect was that this youth was, indeed, a legendary alchemist. Contemplating the vast chasm between them, they were overwhelmed by an impulse of shame and fury. With a mere thought, Chun Yuan commanded the yin-yang world-suppressing furnace to transform into a streak of light, vanishing into his spatial ring. Having accomplished this, he turned to Yishan and remarked, "Uncle Shan, I shall not stand on ceremony." Yishan took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure from the shock, then patted Chun Yuan's shoulder and exclaimed, "Well done, young man. I told you that if you possess the ability to attain it, then it rightfully belongs to you. As for the opinions of others, they must keep them to themselves." With that, he cast a glance at the group of alchemists below, the implication clear and unspoken. The alchemists, in turn, bowed their heads in silence, their faces betraying their profound embarrassment. At that moment, Yi Qingxian inhaled deeply, gradually lifting her gaze to ask, "How did you achieve such remarkable alchemical techniques?" As her words resonated, all the alchemists raised their heads, their expressions filled with eager anticipation as they looked at Chun Yuan. Being alchemists themselves, they immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Chun Yuan's methods. Some even felt that the techniques of the alchemy emperor paled in comparison to his, let alone those of the alchemy king. A subtle smirk appeared at the corners of Chun Yuan's mouth as he replied, "If I had the time, I could certainly offer you some guidance." A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving Yi Qingxian with a frozen expression. For just moments ago, she had spoken those very words to Chun Yuan. Now, he had mirrored her sentiment back to her, leaving her unable to retort, and she could only accept it meekly. The other alchemists stood by, equally astonished, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. "You young man, so you can play this way, huh?" Yishan observed Chun Yuan, his lips twitching. Yet, sensing the heavy atmosphere, he let out a sigh and took the initiative to alleviate the awkwardness. "Since so many people wish to consult you, why not demonstrate your skills? I see you have gathered quite a few spiritual materials. Surely you intend to concoct some elixirs? This environment is also quite conducive to alchemy. Wouldn't you agree?" Though he may not accommodate the requests of others, he was inclined to honor Yishan's request. With that thought in mind, Chun Yuan finally spoke. "All right then." The eyes of the alchemists instantly lit up. They were about to witness the marvel of his alchemical techniques once more. They believed that this time, the experience would yield profound insights. "Why do you still stand there? Prepare the alchemy chamber," Yishan exclaimed, exasperated by the dazed alchemists before him. "Have you been so foolishly engrossed in alchemy that you've lost your wits?" "Understood. We're on it." Several alchemists, adopting a humble demeanor, quickly responded. Chapter 140. The Extreme Path Dragon Demon Pill, Fengshan's Forbearance. Xiao Yuan, please wait a moment. Yishan turned to Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan nodded. "It's all right. This won't take long." Yishan subtly nodded, feeling an increased fondness for Chun Yuan. After several breaths, a young alchemist named Yi Yundong returned. "Uncle, the alchemy chamber is ready. Xiao Yuan can begin at any time." Yishan nodded in satisfaction. "Well done." "No, we have still been remiss. Xiao Yuan, please do not take offense," Yi Yundong replied, shaking his head. Chun Yuan's gaze swept over the two, and a flicker of nuanced emotion flashed through his heart. He found it hard to believe that these two had no connection. The way Yishan regarded this man revealed much. However, as Yishan seemed reluctant to elaborate, Chun Yuan felt no need to pry further. "Lead the way," Yishan instructed. Yi Yundong slightly lowered his body and said, "Uncle, Xiao Yuan, please follow me." "Thank you." Chun Yuan acknowledged. Yi Yundong shook his head and took the initiative to lead the way. Observing Chen Wan and Yi Shan's retreating figures, Yi Tingxian and Feng Shan exchanged glances before silently following. Although they held their own pride, they understood that this was an extraordinary opportunity. If they could glean insights from Chen Wan's alchemical process, it would surely be immensely beneficial. Of course, they also hoped to witness Chen Wan's true alchemical prowess. Soon, they arrived at a unique alchemy chamber, characterized by its dual compartments. Outside was a massive spirit screen, pulsating with intricate array patterns, resembling a viewing screen that could reveal everything within the inner chamber. Yi Yundong halted and introduced, as you can see. This alchemy chamber is equipped with an internal observation formation, allowing us to see everything inside. Young alchemists like us gain experience by watching masters perform alchemy live. Xiaowen, take a look. If you can accept this method, then this shall be your alchemy chamber. If not, I can find you a completely secluded one. Yi Shan remained noncommittal, clearly not intending to interfere with Chen Wan's decision. Chen Wan smiled and replied, "This one will do." "Good," Yi Yundong said, suppressing his excitement, and then proactively opened the stone door of the alchemy chamber for Chen Wan. Chen Wan did not hesitate and stepped inside. "Take a look around. If you have any other needs, you may speak now," Yi Yundong offered once more. Chen Wan surveyed the scene. The cauldron, spiritual materials, and everything else required were present. However, he had already made preparations for this, so nothing was needed. "No, just make sure to close the door behind me." Chen Wan shook his head. "Understood." After Yi Yundong responded, he promptly shut the stone door. Upon turning around, he found the area in front of the internal observation array crowded with people. All the alchemists were fixated on the inner chamber, their eyes unblinking. "My goodness, are you even human?" Yi Yundong's expression darkened instantly. To be frank, he held a certain disdain for those who feigned superiority in public yet behaved shamelessly in private. However, he found himself in a position of low status within the alchemy hall, often lacking even the basic right to voice his opinions. "Xiaodong, come stand by me," suddenly beckoned Yi Shan, just as Yi Yundong was about to unleash a torrent of curses upon the crowd. Yi Shan stood at the forefront, flanked by Yi Qingxian and Feng Shan. Beside him, there was a vacant space, which was indeed an excellent vantage point. "Yes," Yi Yundong replied eagerly, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. As he moved to stand beside Yi Shan, the others looked on with envy. At that moment, they regretted not taking the initiative earlier. Had they done so, they might have been the ones standing next to Yi Shan. "Uncle, thank you," Yi Yundong whispered. "Do not speak. Focus and learn," Yi Shan replied nonchalantly. "Yes." Yi Yundong quickly adjusted his posture, attentively gazing at the screen of the internal observation array. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxian and the others also held their breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding events. For them, the moment Chen Wan made a move, they could discern much about his capabilities. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Chen Wan flipped his hand, and the yin-yang Towning cauldron appeared before him. Although he had not yet thoroughly explored the specific functions of this cauldron, using it for alchemy was still well within his grasp. This time, he aimed to concoct an ancient royal elixir known as the Extreme Path Dragon Demon Pill, which he had specifically selected from a collection of ancient formulas. Even in ancient times, this elixir was considered forbidden. It not only maximized physical power, but also amplified it tenfold. Its only drawback was that only one could be consumed within a short period, as doing so posed a risk of physical collapse. Fortunately, his physique was perfectly suited to this forbidden elixir, capable of harnessing its power to the fullest extent. This was precisely why he ultimately chose it. With this in mind, Chen Wan hesitated no longer. He flipped his hand once more. The prepared spiritual materials instantly transformed into a stream of spiritual energy, suspended in midair: purple cloud root, earth dragon blood, black nether essence, heavenly dragon flower, flame ice mist crystal. What elixir is he attempting to concoct? A multitude of alchemists gazed at the array of spiritual materials suspended in the air, their pupils constricting in astonishment, their faces marked with confusion. Yi Qingxian's brow furrowed in bewilderment, her eyes reflecting her perplexity. In her understanding of the alchemical system, black nether essence and flame ice mist crystal were entirely discordant materials. Moreover, the medicinal materials of these two spiritual substances are indeed of an exceedingly extreme nature. To be candid, she could hardly conceive of any method that would allow for the fusion of these two spiritual materials. As for the formation of a pill, that seemed utterly implausible. Nonsense. Upon witnessing this, Fengshan could no longer suppress a cold snort. Had it not been for his desire to observe Chun Wen's alchemical techniques, he would have long since departed with a flick of his sleeve. With Fengshan's disdainful exclamation, the alchemists present began to harbor doubts, and a chorus of murmurs ensued. In their eyes, Chun Wen had indeed proven himself by subduing the alchemical cauldron. However, Fengshan was ultimately a royal-grade alchemist, and he stood merely a step away from the sacred grade. It could be said that, as long as those ancient relics did not make an appearance, Fengshan commanded a certain authority within this alchemical chamber. Now that even Fengshan had expressed skepticism, did that not imply that Chun Wen's approach to alchemy harbored some issues? Silence. If you wish to observe, then contain yourselves. If not, you may leave, Yishan declared coldly. Fengshan took a deep breath and replied, Leader Yi, I believe I have the right to express my opinion. You do not, Yishan retorted icily. Fengshan's expression shifted, yet ultimately, under Yishan's imposing presence, he swallowed his discontent. Although his standing within the Yi clan was considerable, it paled in comparison to that of Yishan. Thus, only a fool would not recognize how to comport themselves. Yishan turned to address the other alchemists, reiterating, I shall say this once more. If you wish to observe, then contain yourselves. If not, you may leave. You might want to consider your own capabilities. If you possess the ability to question others, the alchemical cauldron would have long been in your possession. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the alchemists changed once more, particularly Fengshan, whose face flushed crimson. He was not a fool. He understood that Yishan's words were directed at him. Yet, he found himself unable to retort. With a deep breath, he clenched his fists hidden beneath his sleeves, biding his time. As long as Chun Wen's cauldron exploded, it would be his moment to retaliate. When the truth lay before them, he was eager to see what Yishan would have to say then. Begin. At that moment, Chun Wen called out firmly, slamming his palm onto the alchemical cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron trembled, and with the infusion of spiritual energy, a series of profound auras circulated within and without. The harmonious sounds of dragons and phoenixes resonated through the cauldron's echo. It was finally about to commence. As they witnessed this spectacle, the attention of the crowd was once again drawn back, their gazes fixed intently on the inner viewing formation. Chapter 141. The alchemical phenomenon soars into the sky. After completing his preparations, Chun Wen did not delay and immediately began to form the alchemical seals. One gesture after another transformed in midair, with flickering flames illuminating the space, morphing into various shapes. Suddenly, with a decisive motion of his hand, the gathered flames cascaded into the alchemical cauldron. In an instant, a wave of fire erupted within, and under the influence of the mysterious aura emanating from the cauldron, the flames took the form of dragons and phoenixes, roaring incessantly. What a magnificent cauldron! Feeling the surging energy emanating from within, Chun Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his movements quickened. He flicked his left hand, causing a multitude of spiritual materials to fly forth and descend into the cauldron. Simultaneously, with his right hand, he deftly manipulated the alchemical flames, swiftly refining the materials. Such rapid alchemical techniques. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were utterly astonished, especially Chun Wen's alchemical prowess, which once again surpassed their imagination. It was no exaggeration to say that such a unique method and speed of refinement were unheard of and unseen before. This young man. It seems I have underestimated you. Although Yishan was not well versed in alchemy, he had a keen eye for talent. From the expressions of the alchemists around him, he could discern the extraordinary nature of Chun Wen's techniques. Particularly, Fengshan's previously sullen countenance had now frozen in disbelief. Still too slow. Though the crowd outside was in a state of shock, to Chun Wen, the alchemical speed remained insufficient. This could easily lead to a loss of potency and a decline in the quality of the elixirs. Realizing that one hand was too slow, he decided to employ both hands. With this thought, Chun Wen waved his hand, casting all the spiritual herbs into the cauldron. He then quickly formed seals with both hands, simultaneously controlling the flames to envelop the materials. In an instant, the steps of refining, purifying, harmonizing, and merging unfolded sequentially. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Upon witnessing this scene, Fengshan could no longer maintain his composure, pressing his hands against the viewing array in utter disbelief. As for Yi Qingxian and the others, they stood there, numbly watching everything unfold before them. To an outsider, the significance of dual-hand alchemy might not be apparent. However, as fellow alchemists, they were acutely aware of its profound implications. Notably, Chun Wen's simultaneous use of both hands indicated that he was engaged in multitasking. What does multitasking signify? Without formidable soul power and a solid foundation, such an accomplishment would be utterly unattainable. Yet, it must be clarified that possessing strong soul power and a solid foundation does not guarantee success. This illustrates the sheer magnitude of Chun Wen's capabilities. At that moment, all skepticism vanished and doubt dissipated. What remained was an overwhelming sense of astonishment, accompanied by gazes that regarded him as a monstrous talent. I concede, I have been defeated. Yi Qingshan stared blankly at Chun Wen's alchemical techniques, letting out a long sigh. Her perception of him transformed. In her estimation, among the younger generation, there were few who could command her respect, and even those who could, she was confident she could surpass. Yet, Chun Wen instilled in her a sense of despair, though this sentiment was confined solely to the realm of alchemy. As for the path of cultivation, it would be prudent to wait until Chun Wen had proven himself. At least for now. She felt she was not in a position to compare herself to him. What a remarkable young man. He has made me proud as well. Observing the silent scene, Yishan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Undoubtedly, Chun Wen had once again expanded his understanding. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Wen was at a pivotal moment in his alchemical endeavor. Fuse. Chun Wen's spirit surged as he pressed down with a decisive seal, forcefully melding the strands of spiritual essence. The success of this step would dictate the outcome. The gathered alchemists watched intently, particularly Feng Shan, who had been the first to reprimand Chun Wen for his audacity. Should Chun Wen succeed in merging the essences, Feng Shan would truly become the fool. Lost in thought, his palms grew damp with perspiration. Can you prove yourself? Yi Qingshan held her breath, her gaze fixated on Chun Wen. At that moment, Yishan felt a wave of tension, instinctively clenching his fists. He desired Chun Wen's validation more than anyone else. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the numerous strands of spiritual essence began to converge. Yet, at the moment of contact, Chun Wen was met with an overwhelming repulsive force. Moreover, an explosive tendency lurked within the essences, indicating a tumultuous energy brewing within. Fuse. Chun Wen's eyes blazed with determination as he pressed down once more with his seal. In an instant, the essence began to twist and pulse, radiating brilliant light. Under Chun Wen's relentless pressure, the essences gradually amalgamated into a singular form. Had he succeeded? The onlookers were transfixed, hardly able to fathom the spectacle before them. What they believed to be the unbreakable laws of alchemy had been shattered. What then? Did their steadfast beliefs signify? What of their tireless efforts? What of their own identities? Fools. Yi Qingshan's lips moved, yet no words emerged. Impossible. This cannot be. Feng Shan stared in disbelief, muttering incessantly. In that moment, the impact upon him exceeded that of any other present. It was not merely the humiliation inflicted by Chun Wen. It was the collapse of the alchemical principles he had upheld for over a century. At that moment, Chun Wen moved again, returning the now fully fused essence back into the cauldron. A sigh of relief escaped him. From here on, he merely needed to await the formation of the elixir. However, Chun Wen did not relent. He remained vigilant, carefully regulating the temperature of the alchemical fire. For until the elixir was fully formed, there remained the potential for an explosive failure. Outside, the onlookers anxiously fixated on the alchemical cauldron. Their curiosity piqued as they pondered what extraordinary elixir could emerge from such an unconventional refining method. Time slipped by, and before long, half an hour had passed. Suddenly, Chun Wen, who had been silently controlling the flames, opened his eyes, and two fiery sparks surged forth from his pupils. With a decisive strike, he slammed his hands upon the sides of the cauldron. A thunderous roar erupted, and in an instant, two spirals of flame ascended skyward, transforming into a dragon and a phoenix, piercing through the layers of rooftops, reaching into the heavens above. The elixir was complete. The crowd trembled in unison, their gaze fixated on the cauldron. In the next moment, 9 streams of black golden light shot into the sky, radiating an enchanting aura, while the fragrance of the herbs wafted delicately through the air. Unbelievable phenomena erupted from the streams of light, intertwining in midair, creating a scene of sheer astonishment. Before long, the streams dissipated, revealing 9 elixirs suspended in the air. Each elixir, akin to the size of a longan, shimmered in black and gold, adorned with golden patterns. Cradled by ethereal clouds of elixir. 9 elixirs from a single furnace? And the finest royal-grade ones at that. What manner of prodigy is this young man? The spectators stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. It is known that producing 9 elixirs in one furnace is a feat that even an emperor could scarcely achieve. This transcends mere prowess. It is a matter of alchemical mastery. Chen Yuan, with the capabilities of a mere Dan Wang, has reached a realm unattainable even by the esteemed Dan Zun. It is nothing short of extraordinary. How did he accomplish this? How was he able to achieve such a feat? Fengshan murmured in astonishment, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. The crowd, observing Fengshan's reaction, found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, they could empathize with the profound impact this revelation had on him. Though Fengshan was known for his arrogance stemming from his talent, he possessed an obsessive passion for alchemical arts. What he had strived to achieve for over a century, Chen Yuan had accomplished at merely 16 years of age. Anyone in his position would surely feel overwhelmed. Is this the legendary extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill? Just then, a voice, aged yet filled with excitement, echoed through the air. Old Feng. At the utterance of those words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Chapter 142, The Alchemist Yi Qing Feng, bringing shame to our kind in an instant. All present turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. Before them stood a slender figure, dressed simply, with a cascade of white hair falling freely down his back. The old man appeared exceedingly agitated, particularly as his eyes gleamed intensely at the extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill held by Chen Yuan. Indeed, it was Elder Feng. To their surprise, he had emerged, seemingly intrigued by the spiritual pill in Chen Yuan's possession. Evidently, the so-called extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill was far more extraordinary than they had previously imagined. As they regarded Yi Qing Feng, a flurry of thoughts surged through the minds of the onlookers. Yi Qing Feng, one of the esteemed ancestors of the Yi clan, was also a top-tier alchemist. Although his status did not quite match that of Yi Changsheng, few could rival his mastery in the alchemical arts. He remained the only elder of the alchemical realm from the Yi clan still capable of appearing before the public. Those surpassing him had either embarked on journeys across the seas in search of breakthroughs or had secluded themselves in rigorous meditation. "Greetings, ancestor," Little Shan said, approaching respectfully and bowing deeply. "I pay my respects to Elder Yi," the others hastily echoed, performing grand salutations. Yi Qing Feng, however, paid no heed to Yi Shan and instead drew closer to the inner observation array, his eyes shimmering with increasing brilliance. "Who is this young man?" Yi Qing Feng inquired. Turning to Yi Shan, Yi Shan replied promptly, "His name is Chen Yuan, 16 years of age, and he is the grandson of our current clan leader." 16? A member of an external clan? Yi Qingfeng's expression shifted. Even he, having lived for over a century, was taken aback. Yi Shan seized the moment to add, "He is now a part of our Yi clan. Did he truly acquire the yin-yang stabilizing cauldron himself?" Yi Qing Feng inhaled deeply. "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes," Yi Shan admitted, unable to obscure the truth. "To think that a treasure our Yi clan has sought for millennia has fallen into the hands of a junior from an external lineage." As he spoke, Yi Qing Feng sighed with a mixture of lament and awe, reflecting on the nature of fate. It is indeed unyielding. Yi Shan bowed his head, choosing not to respond. Yet he wholeheartedly agreed with Yi Qingfeng's sentiment. Some things are simply not meant to be forced, and what is destined to belong to someone else will find its way. "Elder Feng, might I inquire what the extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill is, and why it entirely defies the conventional principles of alchemy?" At that moment, Fengshan could no longer restrain himself and posed the question. Yi Qing Feng cast a sidelong glance at Fengshan, then remarked, "You approach alchemy with such a narrow mindset? How utterly ignorant and unaware! It brings shame to us as alchemists." A collective shock rippled through the crowd, each feeling the weight of the implication. For each of them, without exception, adhered to traditional alchemical philosophies. More accurately, they shared the same perspective as Fengshan. As for Fengshan, he was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to counter Yi Qingfeng's words, Yi Qingfeng gradually withdrew his gaze and remarked, "As for the nature of the extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill, it is of no concern to you. Furthermore, the alchemical techniques demonstrated by this young man will be an invaluable treasure for you throughout your lives. Even grasping a fraction of it will serve you well for a lifetime. Therefore, instead of indulging in baseless suspicions about others, it would be far more prudent to return and dedicate yourselves to diligent study." Upon hearing these words, the alchemists present were taken aback, each reflecting on the recent alchemical scene exhibited by Yuan. In that moment, a profound aftertaste lingered in their minds. Meanwhile, Yuan had already tidied up and exited the alchemical chamber. Upon seeing him, Yi Qingfeng immediately approached, causing Yuan to freeze in surprise. Particularly, the gleam in Yi Qingfeng's eyes sent shivers down Yuan's spine. "Surely, this old man is not what I think he is. My inclinations are perfectly normal." Before Yuan could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Qingfeng reached out and grasped both of his hands. Instantly, Yuan's expression shifted. He felt as though his hands were ensnared, unable to break free. "This old man possesses formidable strength. Little one, this is our other esteemed ancestor. You may address him as ancestor or as elder Feng," Yishan interjected hastily. Yuan relaxed his furrowed brow, saying, "I, Yuan, have the honor of meeting elder Feng." "Ah, splendid, splendid," Yi Qingfeng exclaimed, releasing Yuan's hands and breaking into hearty laughter. Clearly, his praise was double-edged. For in the moment Yuan struggled, Yi Qingfeng had gleaned a glimpse of his true prowess. While he maintained an impassive facade, the impact of the encounter was known only to him. "Ah," Yishan sighed in relief, simultaneously feeling joy for Yuan. Yi Qingfeng was known for his forthright nature, and it appeared that he was quite pleased with Yuan. "Little one, shall we find a place to converse?" Yi Qingfeng inquired, his tone laced with a hint of probing. Yuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he discreetly glanced at Yishan. He felt a stronger trust in Yishan than in the newly met Yi Qingfeng. Aware of Yuan's sentiments, Yishan subtly nodded in affirmation. With confirmation, Yuan smiled and said, "Elder Feng, you flatter me. To receive your favor is truly a privilege." Though his words may have sounded somewhat disingenuous, Yi Qingfeng relished the sentiment. The smile on Yi Qingfeng's face broadened. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Yuan's shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanished from sight. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers exhibited a range of expressions, all tinged with envy. Who is Yi Qingfeng? Over the years, no one has garnered such favor from him. Among them, Yi Qingxian's expression was particularly complex. Years ago, she had sought to visit Yi Qingfeng, hoping to become his disciple. However, in the end, she was met with a cold reception and was admonished to focus on her training rather than being distracted. For many years, her fervent desire to prove herself in the art of alchemy stemmed largely from this very experience. Yet, what she did not anticipate was that before she could establish her worth, Yi Qingfeng would take the initiative to summon Yuan into the inner palace. This turn of events made her years of effort seem futile. What was her worth in all this? "You may disperse," Yishan said, casting a glance at the crowd before waving his hand dismissively. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Shan and the others departed. Only Yi Qingxian promptly exited the alchemy chamber, leaving her destination unknown to anyone. Meanwhile, as Yuan regained his composure, he found himself in a spacious inner palace. The area was meticulously organized, with rows of stone shelves displaying an array of spiritual elixirs, materials, and various texts on alchemy. It could be described as an extraordinary alchemical hall, exuding an impressive ambience. "What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it?" Yi Qingfeng inquired. Yuan nodded, recognizing this as a coveted sanctuary for all alchemists. "Ha ha, your flattery is indeed commendable." Yi Qingfeng laughed heartily before continuing, "Peruse and see if anything catches your fancy. Consider it a gift from me." Yuan's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet he suppressed the desires within. "I just visited the treasury and acquired what I needed. However, I shall remember your generous offer, and when the time comes, I shall not hesitate to reach out." "You must honor your word then." He understood the principle of earning one's keep. Hearing Yuan's half-jesting remark, Yi Qingfeng chuckled. "Rest assured, my word is my bond. If you ever require assistance, simply have Xiaoshan bring you here." Yuan nodded solemnly, acknowledging the promise. At that moment, Yi Qingfeng's smile gradually faded. "Shall we take a seat and converse?" "Certainly." Yuan's eyes glimmered with anticipation. He was acutely aware that serious matters were about to be discussed, and he too was eager to discern Yi Qingfeng's true intentions. Chapter 143, Acquiring a Dao Elixir. Confronted by Yi Qingxian, Yi Qingfeng extended his hand to press down gently. Please, take a seat. Chunwen did not hesitate, promptly settling himself in the lower position. Taste this. It is a spirit tea I have developed. As he spoke, Yi Qingfeng proactively poured a cup of tea for Chunwen. It seemed that the matter at hand was of considerable significance. Observing Yi Qingfeng's actions, a ripple of unease flickered in Chunwen's heart. However, he did not refuse, lifting the spirit tea to his lips for a delicate sip. Chunwen's pupils widened in astonishment. The moment the spirit tea entered his mouth, he felt a surge of spiritual energy erupt within him, causing every pore in his body to relax. What an exquisite tea! Although the spiritual essence was not abundant, it imparted a refreshing sensation that cleansed both body and mind. Nevertheless, Chunwen refrained from continuing to drink, placing the cup down gently. Noticing Chunwen's action, a glimmer of intrigue crossed Yi Qingfeng's eyes. In the face of such temptation, to halt decisively was indeed remarkable. How is it? Yi Qingfeng gathered his thoughts and inquired. Quite splendid. I cannot articulate further, Chunwen replied earnestly. Yi Qingfeng smiled, then set his cup aside as well. Little one, I shall not beat around the bush. Where did you acquire the recipe for the extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill? Indeed, it was this matter. Chunwen's heart stirred, and he spoke. It was left by my master. As for its origin, I am unaware. This was a strategy he had long devised, attributing everything to a fictitious master. In doing so, Yi Qingfeng would be deterred from probing further, and he would possess ample room for explanation. Your master? Yi Qingfeng's brow furrowed, followed by a deep sigh. In truth, he had hoped to take Chunwen as his disciple. Yet, it appeared this path was now obstructed. I do not know my master's name. Perhaps you might have heard of him, Yi Qingfeng said. Chunwen shook his head. For the past 16 years, I have been growing in the lower realms. My master merely wandered there for a time. As for his name or appearance, I am entirely in the dark. When he departed, he simply said he would always watch over my growth and would reunite with me when the time was right. At this, Chunwen feigned a sigh, his voice laced with profound longing. Yi Qingfeng's eyes sparkled as he scrutinized Chunwen for a long while before speaking. I see. However, you need not dwell too much on him. Since he has promised to meet you, you should focus on your efforts. When the time is ripe, everything will unfold naturally. Indeed, wise ancestor, you speak truth, Chunwen nodded earnestly. Little one, if I were to exchange a Dao elixir with you for the recipe of the extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill, how would you find that? At this moment, Yi Qingfeng could no longer contain his request. Upon hearing this, Chunwen could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yi Qingfeng was merely coveting the extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill. This was a matter he could negotiate, only if the price is reasonable. The extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill formula could be offered. However, one can understand Yi Qingfeng's approach. Despite the fact that the extreme Dao Dragon Demon Pill is merely a pinnacle royal-grade spiritual elixir, its inherent medicinal properties and the method of pill fusion are highly representative. For an alchemist like Yi Qingfeng, who has begun to seek his own path, what he truly requires is the ancient wisdom of alchemy. Once Yi Qingfeng comprehends this formula, he is bound to glean new insights. The value derived from this is certainly incomparable to a single medicinal herb. With this in mind, Chunwen remarked that if the individual in question were the esteemed ancestor, a trade would not be out of the question. Yet, he pondered what sort of medicinal herb this was. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingfeng deftly revealed a transparent crystal box containing a medicinal herb. Inside lay a sprout, merely an inch in length, entirely silver white, with 3 leaves. These leaves, no larger than a fingernail, took on a crescent shape. The entire sprout radiated a gentle glow, causing the surrounding space to ripple and distort under its luminescence. However, due to the box's barrier, the power fluctuations it emitted were imperceptible. This was the silver moon cold soul grass, an exceedingly rare treasure for soul enhancement. Nevertheless, the silver moon cold soul grass is categorized into 3 grades. 3 leaves signify the lower grade, 6 leaves the middle grade, and 9 leaves the upper grade. Presently, your soul's growth is comparatively sluggish. Acquiring this silver moon cold soul grass is imperative. Suddenly, the voice of Xianhong Shao resonated. The silver moon cold soul grass? For soul enhancement? Chunwen's heart stirred, yet he maintained an impassive facade to suppress his emotions. This silver moon cold soul grass, beneficial for amplifying one's soul, would undoubtedly be of great advantage to a young alchemist like yourself. You may ponder it seriously, But should you choose not to make the exchange, I shall not insist. Yi Qingfeng, observing Chun Wen's emotionally neutral demeanor, felt compelled to elaborate. Chun Wen took a deep breath and stated that he would agree to the exchange. But he must first clarify that this was a bequest from his master. Disseminating it without his permission would indeed breach the rules. If the formula truly reaches the esteemed ancestor, I kindly request that it not be circulated further. As for my master, upon meeting him, I shall personally offer my apologies. Yi Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming that this was certainly understood. If the esteemed ancestor were unaware of such matters, it would be a disservice to have lived all these years in vain. Therefore, I kindly ask you to prepare writing materials for me, he added. This way, over here. Yi Qingfeng promptly rose to his feet. Soon, Chun Wen was escorted to a stone table, where spiritual paper and pens had already been prepared. Here, take this, Yi Qingfeng said, handing the box to Chun Wen. To him, there was no fear of Chun Wen reneging on the deal. The reason for presenting it to Chun Wen first was to convey his earnest intention. Chun Wen did not refuse, but directly took it. Observing Chun Wen's resolute demeanor, Yi Qingfeng felt an increased satisfaction. After carefully storing the medicinal pill, Chun Wen finally sat down. As he meticulously noted the proportions of the spiritual materials and the method of pill fusion, Yi Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with growing brilliance. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Marvelous! Truly remarkable." When Chun Wen set down his brush, Yi Qingfeng eagerly seized the pill formula, savoring it with an almost frenzied fervor. Witnessing this, Chun Wen could only shake his head. A mere formula for the extreme Dao Dragon Demon pill could incite such madness. One could only imagine the expressions on their faces if they were to discover that his collection contained even more intricate and advanced formulas. Huh! What a splendid method of pill crafting. It indeed belongs to the legendary extreme Dao Dragon Demon pill. Once he grasped everything, Yi Qingfeng burst into hearty laughter. After several moments, he calmed himself and addressed Chun Wen. "Forgive my exuberance." Chun Wen shook his head, replying, "When I first acquired this formula, I was even more overwhelmed than you. The wisdom of the ancients is truly profound. We cannot help but be in awe. When you reach my level, you will undoubtedly attain a state of equanimity amidst honor and disgrace." Hearing Chun Wen's words, Yi Qingfeng genuinely believed him and began to encourage him. "Well, I suppose. I merely wish to spare you any embarrassment." Chun Wen silently scoffed at this thought, but responded, "As long as I can reach the level of the ancestor, I would be quite content. I dare not wish for more. Indeed, strive diligently. The ancestor has great expectations for you." Yi Qingfeng's gaze towards Chun Wen grew even more approving. "If there is nothing else, I shall not disturb the ancestor's secluded cultivation," Chun Wen stated. "That is acceptable. But remember, you must seek me out if any matters arise," Yi Qingfeng earnestly advised. "Certainly," Chun Wen nodded firmly. With that, he did not linger and exited the inner palace. Once Chun Wen's figure vanished, Yi Qingfeng hurriedly rushed into the alchemy chamber, the previous calmness completely absent from his demeanor. Meanwhile, as Chun Wen stepped out of the inner palace, he unexpectedly encountered Yi Qingxian. Upon seeing her, Chun Wen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed she was deliberately waiting for him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingxian approached, asking, "Does what you mentioned earlier still hold true?" Chapter 144, I Lack a Maid. One of the 10 divine artifacts of primordial times. What does this mean? Chun Wen furrowed his brows. Yi Qingxian, noticing that Chun Wen was not joking, remarked, "You mentioned that we could exchange alchemical experiences when time permits." Only then did Chun Wen realize the context. Indeed, he had made such a comment, albeit in jest. He never anticipated Yi Qingxian would take it seriously. "Very well, but in the short term, I may not have the time," Chun Wen pondered. This was no jest. He truly had numerous matters to attend to. He genuinely lacked the time to impart alchemical knowledge to Yi Qingxian. However, he would not be averse to sharing insights with her, given the opportunity. Yi Qingxian hesitated before asking, "When might you have the time? Could you provide me with a specific time frame?" Taking a deep breath, she added, "This is quite important to me." Chun Wen's brows knitted slightly. Did this person truly lack understanding of social niceties, or was it an act? Is this how one solicits favors from others? Realizing her misstep, Yi Qingxian quickly clarified, "I did not mean to pressure you. It's simply my nature. No, I was just a bit too anxious." Observing her flustered demeanor, Chun Wen sighed. It appeared she genuinely was oblivious to social conventions. To be candid, I have no time in the near future. Furthermore, alchemy is merely a pastime for me. Devoid of pressing necessity, I do not pursue it with intent. With that, Chunwen shifted the conversation, saying, "That will be all. You may leave now." Yi Qingshan stood frozen, particularly stunned by Chunwen's assertion that alchemy was merely a leisure pursuit. Her unfulfilled desires seemed trivialized, reduced to mere amusement for him. Was she a mere jester in this scenario? Chunwen chose not to engage further and moved past her. "Wait," Yi Qingshan called out once more. Chunwen hesitated but ultimately stopped. "You have 10 breaths. Speak quickly," he instructed, looking at her. "If you teach me alchemy, I can teach you cultivation. How does that sound as an exchange?" Yi Qingshan proposed, taking a deep breath. "Teach me cultivation?" Chunwen nearly burst into laughter. Few dared to speak such words to him in this realm. Yet, out of personal decorum, he suppressed his amusement and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but I am quite satisfied with my current cultivation pace. Therefore, I must decline." Yi Qingshan's brow furrowed. "Do you look down upon my cultivation experience?" Chunwen, slightly exasperated by her lack of self-awareness, responded candidly, "Indeed, that is precisely how I feel. You are not mistaken. Furthermore, if you wish for me to teach you the art of alchemy, you must first serve as my maid for 3 years, a fundamental condition. Should you accept, I shall impart my knowledge. If not, refrain from troubling me further." With that, Chunwen disregarded Yi Qingxian and turned away. Yi Qingxian, gazing at Chunwen's retreating figure, bit her crimson lip so fiercely that a trace of blood emerged. His words struck her as an ultimate humiliation. Not only did Chunwen surpass her in alchemical prowess, but given her esteemed position within the Yi clan, he had no right to demand such servitude from her. Yet, he had spoken them, and was that not a deliberate affront? Nevertheless, she recognized that she had brought this upon herself. Hence, despite her indignation, she must swallow her pride. She vowed that one day, she would compel Chunwen to retract his statement. Did he dare to claim she lacked the qualifications to teach him cultivation? She would show him what a true genius of the path looked like. One day, he would beg her to be his mentor. With this thought in mind, Yi Qingxian suppressed her fury and departed. On the other side, Chunwen had returned to his abode, blissfully unaware of Yi Qingxian's thoughts. Even if he were aware, it would bear no significance to him. If she possessed the capability, she would prove herself. If not, then she must endure. With nearly a month remaining until the ascent to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, he intended to engage in a period of intense cultivation. His goals for this month were 5-fold. First, to elevate his cultivation level as much as possible. Second, to strengthen the resilience of his soul. Third, to practice the 4-symbol seal and enhance all his other secret arts and divine abilities. Fourth, to tame the and harness its power for his own use. Fifth, to delve deeper into the functions of the chaotic immortal coffin and the yin-yang world-subduing cauldron. This last objective was the one he anticipated most eagerly, as mastering these 2 artifacts for combat would undoubtedly provide him with substantial support. With this determination, Chunwen hesitated no longer. After placing a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside his dwelling, he entered the cultivation chamber. Once he had optimized his state, he promptly retrieved the chaotic immortal coffin. Observing the ancient, unadorned stone coffin before him, Chunwen inhaled deeply and activated the power of the chaotic order, gradually channeling it into the intricate patterns etched upon the coffin's surface. In an instant, the patterns shimmered, transforming into a formidable suction force that relentlessly absorbed the chaotic order energy from his hands. Could this be promising? At this realization, Chunwen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he intensified his output. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Chunwen's complexion became pale, and his body trembled incessantly. At that moment, he resembled a being drained of all vitality. Yet, the chaotic immortal coffin remained unresponsive, akin to a heartless temptress, neither proactive, nor rejecting, nor accountable. How infuriating! In a moment of exasperation, Chunwen exhaled heavily, his breath coming in labored gasps. Suddenly, Xian Hongxiao broke into laughter, having witnessed Chunwen nearly drained of energy. The scene was undeniably amusing to her. It was the first time she had seen him suffer such a considerable setback. "What are you laughing at?" Chunwen retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "Ha ha ha, it's just too funny. You're simply hilarious." Xian Hongxiao could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "You could spend your time laughing, but it would be far more productive to help me devise a strategy to utilize this in battle." Chunwen replied with a hint of resignation. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Xianhong Shao finally spoke earnestly. I have already told you that while it acknowledges you, it clearly possesses its own consciousness. If you wish to employ it in combat, it must take the initiative. Therefore, my advice is to focus on enhancing your own strength until it offers its commands. Am I to be a mere beneficiary then? Chunwen exclaimed, feeling somewhat foolish. Damn it, it's akin to being bitten by a dog. He expelled a deep sigh, reluctantly returning the chaos immortal coffin to his soul sea. Out of sight, out of mind. This way, he could pretend nothing had occurred. After regaining his composure, Chunwen retrieved the Yin-Yang world-settling cauldron. This time, he refrained from acting independently and asked, Sister Shao, are you familiar with this cauldron? Indeed, it is one of the 10 great artifacts of antiquity, ranked 7th, just below the falling world Thunder Pearl. However, its condition is comparable to that of the Thunder Pearl, with a severe loss of divine essence, making restoration exceedingly difficult. Ironically, later generations merely use it for alchemy, a gross misallocation of its potential. At this, Xianhong Shao scoffed derisively. One of the 10 great artifacts? Ranked 7th? It seems I have stumbled upon something remarkable. She then added thoughtfully, You seem to possess an unusual fortune. Even in seeking a cauldron, you encounter an ancient divine artifact. If you were not destined for calamity, one might even say you are the child of fate. Chunwen could only touch his nose in acknowledgement. Indeed, his luck was extraordinary, a fact he could not dispute. Reflecting on this, he inquired, So, Sister Shao, please enlighten me on its functions. Chapter 145. The function of the Yin-Yang Towning Cauldron and the fury of Gu Ling Yuan. The Yin-Yang Towning Cauldron embodies the principles of Yin and Yang, externalizing the power to subdue the world. It can be regarded as one of the most orthodox manifestations of the Tao. To utilize the Towning Cauldron, there are 2 approaches. The first is to harness the dual forces of Yin and Yang within the cauldron to attain enlightenment. Upon reaching a certain level of understanding, one may experience profound insights, potentially even mastering the essence of the Yin-Yang Tao. However, achieving such a level is exceedingly arduous and cannot be forced. The second method is to directly command the Towning Cauldron, employing its subduing power to suppress adversaries. This is the most straightforward and effective means to realize the cauldron's capabilities. How do I activate it? Chunwen inquired, taking a deep breath. Infuse it with your soul power, and let your life drive the Towning Cauldron, Xianhong Shao responded. Then shifted the conversation. However, I must caution you. It demands a high standard from the human soul. The extent to which you can wield the power of the Towning Cauldron depends not only on its inherent strength, but also on the potency of your soul power. Furthermore, should you attempt to use the cauldron against an opponent and find yourself suppressed in return, the backlash to your soul can be devastating. It could lead to severe bleeding from the 7 orifices, or even death. Thus, one must assess the situation carefully and avoid placing oneself in perilous circumstances. I understand. Chunwen nodded solemnly, yet his heart surged with anticipation. He was eager to experiment with the activation of the Towning Cauldron. With that thought in mind, Chunwen flipped his hand, summoning a miniature cauldron that began to spin under the influence of power. Now, it's your turn, he said, his brow furrowing as he concentrated. Invisible soul power swiftly coursed into the Towning Cauldron. The yin-yang essence within awakened instantly, with dragon and phoenix forms transforming into swirling yin-yang fish, resonating with ancient and mysterious rhythms. At first glance, they appeared to come to life. The world within the cauldron gradually expanded, an ancient space surging forth as various extraordinary phenomena emerged in succession. Good heavens! Is this the world within the cauldron? Is this the power to subdue the world that Sister Shaozi spoke of? Chunwen inhaled deeply. As his soul power flowed into the cauldron's realm, an overwhelmingly dominant force descended upon the universe. The formless heavens and the formless earth, the myriad of things devoid of semblance. Yin and Yang, enduring through the ages. The great world subdued in perpetuity. Before long, for succinct incantations embedded themselves in Chunwen's mind. He shook with astonishment, his thoughts aligning with the incantations. Guided by the spells, the Towning Cauldron began to move, responding to the pull of his soul. It worked. Chunwen's eyes sparkled as he intensified the output of his soul power. Under the continuous infusion of his essence, the Towning Cauldron expanded at a visible pace. Fortunately, the training room was bolstered by array formations, Otherwise, the entire space would have risked being shattered by the immense force. Soon, the diameter of the town-world cauldron expanded to a staggering 100 feet, casting a shadow that obscured the sky and sun. Surrounding the cauldron, the forces of yin and yang entwined, with the dragon and phoenix shadows swirling on either side. The dragon's roar echoed incessantly, while the phoenix's cry resonated endlessly. At that moment, Chu Yuwei's soul energy had reached its limit. Nevertheless, the space enveloped by the town-world cauldron had become utterly distorted. If it were to be forcefully suppressed, the entire array would explode into a cloud of dust. How formidable! Witnessing this, Chu Yuwei could not help but gasp in awe. Ultimately, he refrained from pressing the town-world cauldron down. Instead, he gradually withdrew his soul energy. With the loss of control over the soul energy, the cauldron quickly diminished in size, eventually transforming back into a miniature pill cauldron. Gazing at the cauldron in his hand, a faint smile crept upon Chu Yuwei's lips. He believed that once he refined the silver moon-cold soul herb, his soul energy would ascend to new heights. At that time, not only would the town-world cauldron grow larger, but its power would also amplify. He pondered the extent of his potential growth. With this thought, Chu Yuwei's smile broadened. Considering this, he cleared his mind of distractions and prepared to refine the silver moon-cold soul herb. He flipped his hand, and a transparent crystal box appeared in his palm. "Sister Xiaozi, may I open it directly?" Chu Yuwei inquired. "No problem, but if you choose not to use it, be sure to close the lid promptly," replied Xianhong Xiao. "Are there any particular requirements for its refinement?" Chu Yuwei asked once more. "It's a standard refinement, but I suggest you start with a single piece to gauge the effects," Xianhong Xiao advised. "Typically, just refining one piece should suffice for saturation. Also, be aware that during the refinement, there may be a stinging sensation in your soul. You must endure it, or all efforts may be in vain." "Understood." Chu Yuwei nodded solemnly. "Take care of yourself." With that, Xianhong Xiao fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuwei slowly opened the box. The moment the silver moon-cold soul herb was exposed to the air, a unique wave of soul energy surged forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Yuwei felt his soul tremble violently, his mind ringing with a terrifying dizziness. Simultaneously, the world before him faded into a pale void, as though he were ensconced in an icy realm. Suddenly, it felt as if his soul were being swiftly crushed. Goodness! Chu Yuwei shuddered, refusing to linger in inaction, and promptly activated the Supreme Visualization Method and the Eternal Leisure Technique. At that instant, the chaotic immortal coffin in the Sea of Souls trembled, instantly shattering the soul energy wave that had surged into it. Chu Yuwei regained his composure. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had turned crimson like blood. Truly, this was a miraculous elixir. Had it not been for the intervention of the chaotic immortal coffin, he would have likely needed considerable time to extricate himself from the onslaught of soul energy. After suppressing his emotions, Chu Yuwei did not hesitate to pluck a leaf. Refining it, enveloping the leaf with his soul, Chu Yuwei once again activated the Taishang visualization technique. In an instant, a more terrifying surge of soul power surged into Chu Yuwei's soul sea, attempting to obliterate it entirely. Before Chu Yuwei could retaliate, the chaos immortal coffin moved once more. In a moment of tremor, it shattered the incoming waves of soul power into nothingness. A golden opportunity. Chu Yuwei braced against the residual shockwaves, suddenly increasing the speed of his refining process on the leaf. With the assistance of the chaos immortal coffin suppression, the cold soul grass leaf was soon refined into a stream of power. Observing this, Chu Yuwei immediately began to absorb it. Is that all? After absorbing the entirety of this power stream, Chu Yuwei noted a growth in his soul power, yet the change was not as significant as he had envisioned. Continue. Your soul foundation is sturdier than anticipated, Xianhong Xiao remarked. Understood. A single leaf is simply insufficient. Without hesitation, Chu Yuwei plucked another leaf to absorb. Time passed, and the second leaf was entirely consumed. However, the soul still exhibited no substantial change, remaining shrouded in soul mist. Continue. I refuse to believe that even after absorbing 3 leaves, it will not suffice. Chu Yuwei took a deep breath and resumed his absorption. Witnessing this scene, Xianhong Xiao was left speechless. What kind of entity is the silver moon-cold soul grass? Even as a low-grade Dao medicine, it is an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth. The medicinal power contained within is undoubtedly remarkable. Not to mention 3 leaves. Even a single leaf would suffice for a practitioner below the Dao realm. Yet, she did not expect that Chunwen would refine all three. If he were an ordinary individual, his soul sea would have already been overwhelmed. Yet, astonishingly, Chunwen appeared unsatisfied. This is absurd. Even in her prime, she could barely refine 1.5 leaves at the same realm. At this moment, her gaze towards Chunwen had entirely transformed. Meanwhile, in the Chun clan and the Ling Yuan palace, Gu Ling Yuan held a transmission talisman. What is the current situation of that boy? She inquired. With less than 10 days remaining before the 1-month deadline, and after over 20 days of turmoil, Chunwen's reputation had become thoroughly tarnished, and the matter of his broken engagement had become common knowledge. Consequently, some of Lulan Shengshue's supporters began verbally attacking Chunwen. Their criticisms elevated the situation to yet another climax. As time relentlessly approached, the entire ancient wilderness realm became increasingly lively. Even cultivators from far beyond the Lulan ancient kingdom had already set off, believing that missing out on this spectacle would be a lifelong regret. At that moment, the voice from the transmission talisman sounded. Apart from Yi Kuang and others who were enraged by the rumors circulating outside, Chunwen did not exhibit any significant reaction. I heard from the members of the Yi clan that he appears unaffected. After a visit to the treasure pavilion, he retreated into seclusion. Are you certain he heard the rumors we spread? Gu Ling Yuan inquired with a cold expression. Absolutely, I made a point to confirm. The voice of the communication talisman resonated once more. Understood. Continue your observations and report to me at the first opportunity, Gu Ling Yuan instructed in a solemn tone. Acknowledged, came the prompt reply from the other side. Once the connection was severed, Gu Ling Yuan slammed the communication talisman onto the table, a tempest of fury swirling in her eyes. Chunwen's reaction left her deeply dissatisfied, immensely so. The scene she had envisioned did not materialize, inducing within her a sense of being a jester. Curse it. The more she dwelled on this thought, the more her anger intensified, causing the table beneath her hand to shatter into countless fragments. Chapter 146. The Awakening of the Destiny Empress. The emergence of the Imperial Phoenix. Meanwhile, in the ancient nation of Lulan, the ancestral land trembled. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Imperial Phoenix burst forth from a secluded cultivation space, sending shockwaves throughout the entire ancestral domain. A towering plume of silver flames ascended into the heavens, unleashing terrifying power that radiated outward and stirred awe-inspiring phenomena. The Empress had awakened, and the Imperial Phoenix had emerged. This was undoubtedly a moment of monumental significance. The entire nation erupted in fervor. Esteemed elders hastened to the ancestral land, their faces alight with barely contained excitement. At this moment, Ji Qingying, guiding Lulan Shengshuei in the ancestral land, was rendered speechless with joy. To witness the awakening of the Imperial Phoenix was an unparalleled honor for her. Within mere moments, Lulan Yutian and others had also arrived. Mother, has the little snow empress awakened? Lulan Yutian exclaimed, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. A discerning observer would notice the slight quiver that overtook him. The rulers beside him understood the profound implications of the awakening of the Destiny Empress. Their ancient nation's progenitor was the Destiny Empress, who, upon ascending to the throne, had crystallized the Empress bloodline. This lineage was exclusively passed down through females and not males. Nevertheless, even within this lineage, the purity of blood could vary. Once the blood purity reached a certain threshold, it would manifest as the Destiny Empress body. Only those possessing the Destiny Empress body could potentially awaken the latent powers within, continuing the legacy left by their forebear. His daughter, Lulan Shengshuei, was a natural embodiment of the Empress body, her bloodline purity nearing that of their progenitor. This very fact had drawn the attention of the nation's elite upon her birth, designating her as a holy maiden. The entire nation awaited Lulan Shengshue's coming of age, eager for her to enter the ancestral land and receive the inheritance. Now, she had accomplished this in a mere 20 days, far exceeding their wildest expectations. As she caught the eyes of those around her, Ji Qingying nodded with a smile, affirming, yes, it is indeed the awakening of Little Snow's Destiny Empress body. The confirmation from Ji Qingying left Lulan Yutian and others in a state of indescribable astonishment. Excellent, excellent. Truly my daughter, truly my daughter. Lulan Yutian stammered with excitement. Just then, the exit of the ancestral space began to tremble ominously. Was she about to emerge? In an instant, all eyes turned toward the exit, their exhilaration coalescing into an intense anticipation as they held their breath. As the exit quivered, a figure stepped forth. Behold, a woman of regal presence, enveloped in silver flames, with an ethereal silhouette of the Imperial Phoenix hovering above her. This woman was none other than Lulan Xingxue, who had been in seclusion. However, compared to her state before the retreat, Lulan Xingxue had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. An imperceptible aura of superiority radiated from her, exuding an innate authority with every gesture. Her eyes, now shimmering with silver and framed by flickering flames, added an air of untouchable majesty to her already aloof demeanor. Moreover, it is evident that her cultivation has significantly improved. In merely 20 days, she has ascended from the 3rd Nirvana realm to the 8th Nirvana realm. As for her true prowess, it is beyond estimation. Lulan Yotian's gaze swept over the crowd, revealing little fluctuation beneath his calm exterior. Only when it rested upon Ji Qingying, Lulan Yotian, and Mo Qinxue did a hint of humanity surface in his eyes. Xiaoxue has met her grandmother, father, and mother. Lulan Xingxue gradually reined in her aura and offered a slight bow towards the trio. Before they could respond, an ancient voice resonated from the ancestral ground. After tens of thousands of years, the ancient inheritor of our nation has finally emerged. With this inheritor, our nation shall prosper. Ha ha! As laughter echoed, the entire ancestral ground trembled, sending shivers through those present. Is this the supreme ancestor? Upon hearing the voice, everyone present was utterly astonished. What are you standing around for? Hurry and pay your respects. Ji Qingying was the first to react, admonishing those behind her. We pay our respects to the supreme ancestor. Lulan Yotian and the others quickly knelt in reverence. There is no need for excessive formalities, the supreme ancestor replied indifferently, then turned his consciousness towards Lulan Xingxue. Little girl, what is your name? I am Lulan Xingxue, the current saintess of Lulan, she replied, not daring to be careless. Quite good indeed. The supreme ancestor expressed his satisfaction with Lulan Xingxue's response. Xiaoxue, express your gratitude for the supreme ancestor's praise. Though her expression remained largely unchanged, a look of respect adorned Lulan Xingxue's face. Observing this, the supreme ancestor grew even more pleased with her and said, strive diligently. And I hope to see you enter the Hall of the Ancestors one day. The Hall of the Ancestors is the core of the ancestral ground. One can only enter upon receiving the acknowledgement of all the powerful beings within. The supreme ancestor's words also served as an implicit recognition of Lulan Xingxue's talent. At this, Lulan Xingxue's expression finally shifted, and with solemnity, she vowed, Xiaoxue will strive to enter the Hall of the Ancestors at the fastest pace possible. Very well. Then this old ancestor shall await your arrival. The supreme ancestor laughed heartily, retracting his consciousness. At that moment, the pressure felt by everyone present eased significantly. Yet, their gazes towards Lulan Xingxue transformed once more. To be treated in such a manner by the supreme ancestor is a testament to her potential. Entering the Hall of the Ancestors is an unparalleled honor. Even Ji Qingying has yet to attain such qualification. As for Lulan Xingxue, she still has a long journey ahead, needing to prove herself step by step. The first to regain her composure was Ji Qingying. Approaching Lulan Xingxue, she spoke. Well done, you have not disappointed your grandmother. Xiaoxue's achievements today are inseparable from your nurturing, Lulan Xingxue earnestly replied. Ji Qingying smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. Instead, she remarked, there are approximately 10 days remaining until the deadline. What do you propose? At this point, the smile on Ji Qingying's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor that pierced to the bone. Since her rise to fame, no one had dared to defy her as Yuan did. In her view, had it not been for the formidable forces backing Yuan, coupled with the guidance of the eternal dragon phoenix stone, he would have no standing to forge a marriage pact with her granddaughter. Yet, here they were, with no disdain expressed by them. While it was Yuan who audaciously stepped forward, his brazen demeanor was utterly unforgivable. Were it not for the consideration of the Yi and Qin clans, she would have already dealt with him decisively. Upon hearing Ji Qingying mention Yuan, Lulan Xingxue's smile completely dissipated. However, before she could respond, Lulan Yotian interjected coldly. Guling Yuan has contacted me. As she spoke, she raised the communication talisman in her hand. Ji Qingying's brow furrowed slightly. In her youth, Gu Lingyuan had been like a sister to her. Although their correspondence had diminished over the years, the bond of friendship remained intact. The two had consciously endeavored to strengthen the ties between their respective factions, which was one of the reasons they opposed the annulment of the engagement. Gu Lingyuan's subsequent actions had also quelled much of her anger, as they had not visibly affected their relationship. Let us see what she has to say. Ji Qingying suppressed her internal thoughts before finally responding. Very well. Lulan Yutian nodded and then infused the communication talisman with her spiritual energy. Chapter 147. The confidence of Lulan Xingxue ignites the ancient battlefield. Lulan Yutian took a deep breath, a light smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan forced a smile, eager to inquire about the progress of Xingxue's cultivation and whether there was any assistance she could render. It was clear that she was merely concerned about the potential waste of the resources she had provided, seeking to gather information. Lulan Yutian chuckled coldly, choosing not to expose her motives. Father, allow me, Lulan Xingxue interjected suddenly. Lulan Yutian was momentarily taken aback, but handed over the communication talisman. Taking the talisman, Lulan Xingxue spoke, Great Aunt, it is I, Lulan Xingxue. Ah, it is you, little Xue? Have you emerged from seclusion? Gu Lingyuan responded with a hearty laugh, her tone revealing a shift in emotion. Lulan Xingxue nodded, having just exited her retreat. Do you possess confidence? Gu Lingyuan asked directly, after a brief silence. A proud smile curved Lulan Xingxue's lips, for she was utterly confident in her chances. Hearing such self-assured words, Gu Lingyuan understood that Lulan Xingxue must have achieved an unimaginable breakthrough. While what one observes may be deceptive, the underlying tone of one's voice cannot lie. The more powerful and confident Lulan Xingxue became, the more favorable it was for Gu Lingyuan. All she required was for Chun Wen to suffer a crushing defeat. Everything else would pale in comparison. With this thought, Gu Lingyuan reassured, with such confidence, dear niece, I can rest easy. Lulan Xingxue continued, in 3 days, I shall challenge a formidable opponent at the King's realm. This will be my first battle after emerging from seclusion. Then, she shifted her tone, declaring, at that time, I shall make it known to the world that he is but a joke. And our annulment? That too is a farce. As she spoke, a formidable aura emanated from her, distorting the very fabric of space. Gu Lingyuan understood the purpose of Lulan Xingxue's actions. On one hand, she sought to showcase her strength to the world. On the other, she aimed to position herself as the one in control of the narrative. Thus, the public would perceive Chun Wen as unworthy of her, rather than the other way around. One could not deny the brilliance of Lulan Xingxue's strategy. Should she prove herself in this annulment, she would ascend over Chun Wen, and her name would echo throughout the ancient realm. If this had been Lulan Xingxue's plan all along, it was evident that she was no ordinary individual. A fleeting coldness crossed Gu Lingyuan's eyes, but she quickly dismissed such thoughts. Despite the fact that this would undoubtedly benefit Lulan Xingxue, she was resolute in her desire to see Chun Wen utterly disgraced. Go forth and act. I shall assist in amplifying your endeavors, ensuring that word spreads throughout the ancient realm at the swiftest pace, Gu Lingyuan declared, taking a deep breath. In the moment of clarity, Lulan Xingxue expressed her gratitude to her great aunt. Thank you, dear great aunt, she said sincerely. You exaggerate. We merely sought to rectify Chun Wen's errors. Gu Lingyuan, with a deft shift in conversation, remarked, if gratitude is to be expressed, it is you, dear Xue, who must be acknowledged for your discernment. It was evident that the young man had lost his senses to abandon a girl of such virtue. Lulan Xingxue remained silent, yet a fleeting chill passed through her gaze. She still harbored the sting of Chun Wen's humiliation, a wound that would not heal until she exacted her retribution. Then I shall await your news, Gu Lingyuan stated, concluding their conversation. Very well, Lulan Xingxue replied. As she stored away the communication talisman, Lulan Yutian inquired, Xue, have you made your decision? Her eyes were contemplative. This is merely the first step in my ascent. If I cannot even conquer a minor realm of the Heavenly King, how can I aspire to stand at the pinnacle of this era? Regarding Chun Wen, perhaps he was once formidable, but now he posed no obstacle to her progress. Well said. The children of the ancient Lulan kingdom ought to possess such ambition, Ji Qingying exclaimed with laughter. Meanwhile, Chun Wen remained oblivious to these developments. At that moment, he had completed the absorption of the third leaf. As he drained its power, a transformation occurred within his soul. What had previously resembled a foggy essence began to liquefy, shimmering with a myriad of colors. This marked an evolution of his soul to a higher level, as the fog coalesced into a liquid, glistening with 9 hues. In contrast to the misty essence, this liquid form was denser and more potent, amplifying his strength. Chun Yuan could distinctly perceive this change, though it was challenging to articulate. With a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult within his soul sea and exhaled a long sigh, recognizing that the time was ripe for his next endeavor. Yet, he knew he still had a considerable distance to traverse to reach his goal. The next task was to conquer the Annihilation Void Flame. With this thought, Chun Yuan summoned a golden orb into his grasp once more. 5 days swiftly passed, leaving only 5 days until the month's end. During this time, Lulan Xingxue, at the 8th Nirvana realm, had engaged in combat against 10 heavenly kings, decisively defeating them all without allowing any to withstand even 10 strikes. Among them, the most formidable opponent had achieved the 5th heavenly king realm, a significant milestone where each minor level represented a formidable chasm. The difficulty of Lulan Xingxue's triumph over 10 heavenly kings at the Nirvana realm was thus monumental. Such an impressive record would undoubtedly place her among the elite of her generation. Consequently, her reputation resonated throughout the vast ancient realm once more. Simultaneously, she has captured the attention of some formidable powers. If, prior to this, Lulan Xingxue was known to the world due to the incident of the Lulan ancient kingdom's saintess being jilted by the heir of the Qin clan, now, in the eyes of the masses, she has unequivocally emerged as an unparalleled prodigy. Moreover, she possesses potential that rivals that of Chun Hongyan. In stark contrast, the previously unassuming Chun Yuan has been perceived by the public as a selfish, ineffectual, short-sighted fool and a hypocrite. This outcome has not only satisfied the Lulan ancient kingdom, but has also stirred great excitement within Guling Yuan. Meanwhile, this news reached the Yi clan. Within the grand hall of the Yi clan, Yi Kuang, Yi Fan, Yi Qinyun, and others gathered together. After a prolonged silence, Yi Kuang finally spoke. "I trust you all are aware of the matter that has brought you here today." Yi Qinyun coldly interjected, "What scheme is Lulan Xingxue concocting? Anyone can surmise that she intends to use my son to ascend, but she may very well be digging her own grave." Yi Fan and Zhang Bingli exchanged silent glances. In truth, they too hoped that Chun Yuan could surpass Lulan Xingxue. Yet, the reality stands that Lulan Xingxue's ability to defeat 10 kings of the realm while in the Nirvana stage has already affirmed her prowess. Even if we were to assume that Chun Yuan's talents surpass those of Lulan Xingxue, the fact remains that Chun Yuan is at a significant disadvantage in terms of realms. Can superior talent bridge such a vast chasm? Perhaps it can, perhaps it cannot. As of now, they dared not make any assertions. Furthermore, no one is certain whether this is indeed Lulan Xingxue's limit. Yi Kuang glanced at Yi Qinyun before continuing, "Our concern lies not with that. Young Yuan is set to ascend the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain to sever that fateful bond. However, should Lulan Xingxue align herself with the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Stone, the difficulty of Young Yuan's task will increase tenfold. At that juncture, there would be no need for Lulan Xingxue to intervene. Young Yuan would lose face before all under heaven. Thus, regardless of whether Young Yuan can contend with Lulan Xingxue, the significance of that question would be rendered moot." Yi Qinyun's expression darkened considerably. How could she be unaware of the rumors surrounding the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Stone? Just as her father had articulated, even without Lulan Xingxue's support, her son would find it exceedingly difficult to sever that bond. What hope does he have under tenfold increased difficulty? Consequently, her previously unwavering faith in Chun Yuan's abilities faltered. Alas, all we can do now is wait for Young Yuan to emerge and devise corresponding strategies, Yi Kuang sighed. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyun clenched her fists beneath her sleeves. Yi Kuang cast a glance at her, choosing to remain silent. 3 days swiftly passed. At this moment, Chun Yuan, who had been in seclusion, finally opened his eyes slowly. Chapter 148. Chun Yuan finally emerges, causing a family-wide stir in an explosive moment. A terrifying force erupted from within him, sending endless waves rippling outward. The surrounding space began to collapse in stages, ultimately exploding into a chaotic mass. A sight both fearsome and awe-inspiring. At long last, he had achieved his goal. Chun Yuan exhaled a long, deep breath, gradually retracting his power. This time, his gains surpassed his expectations. The most evident transformation was his cultivation, which had ascended to the 10th level of the cycle of life and death. A mere step away from breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Although he had only surpassed 3 minor realms, the increase in strength was beyond imagination. Estimating that enough time had passed, he deemed it appropriate to exit the chamber. With this thought in mind, Chun Yuan finally stepped out from the cultivation room. Shortly after his emergence, Yi Kuang and others hurried over upon hearing the news. Behind them followed numerous disciples, along with several elders who were discreetly observing the scene. In the nearly month-long span of his seclusion, the outside world had undergone a multitude of events. With Lulan Xingxue personally stepping into the fray, coupled with the machinations of 2 formidable factions, the matter of the engagement annulment had escalated beyond mere squabbles between 2 individuals. It had evolved into a battle of powers. Chun Yuan's growth during this period was intrinsically tied to the final outcome. As members of the Yi clan, they naturally hoped for Chun Yuan's victory, which would restore honor to their lineage. Of course, their hopes were all they had. Whether he could surpass Lulan Xingxue remained contingent upon his own abilities. "I shall take the lead," Yi Qinyun volunteered, stepping forward to knock on Chun Yuan's door. The door opened swiftly, revealing Chun Yuan to the onlookers. His aura was profound and restrained, embodying the 10th level of the cycle of life and death. As for other details, they could not discern much. In an instant, the gathered crowd grasped a general understanding of Chun Yuan's current state. Upon witnessing this, many pairs of eyes glimmered with astonishment. Chun Yuan's surge in power continued to shatter their previous notions. To break through 3 minor realms in a month was indeed the hallmark of a prodigy. Yet, for reasons unknown, they felt a lack of overwhelming excitement. This was largely due to the fact that Lulan Xingxue had already reached the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, placing her 8 minor realms above Chun Yuan. Moreover, there were whispers circulating that Lulan Xingxue had awakened the body of the Celestial Empress and acquired the ancestral legacy. This indicated that the advantage Chun Yuan might have gained from his chaotic inheritance was considerably diminished, given that the Lulan ancient kingdom had preserved its legacy for countless millennia. The ancestral heritage was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Even if it were not on par with the chaotic inheritance, the difference would likely be negligible. Thus, could Chun Yuan truly conquer Lulan Xingxue despite the 8 minor realm disparity? Theoretically, such a feat seemed utterly impossible. Contemplating this, many members of the Yi clan could not help but sigh in resignation. Meanwhile, Chun Yuan, observing the crowd before him, could not help but smile and shake his head. It appeared that his cultivation achievements had garnered significant attention. "Xiao Wenyu." Yi Qingyan scrutinized Chun Yuan before speaking. "Why don't you come inside and discuss this?" Chun Yuan interrupted her. "Let's talk inside. Blocking the entrance serves no purpose." Yi Kuang chimed in. "All right." Yi Qingyan and the others responded in unison. "You all should head back." Yi Kuang waved to the group of young disciples approaching. After speaking, Yi Kuang stepped into the palace. "What do you think? It seems unlikely. A month to break through 3 minor realms is impressive, but still insufficient. I share your thoughts. Brother Qin remains the same, though Lulan Xingxue has practiced for an additional 2 years. Shall we join the fray? Of course, how could we not? Even if Brother Chun were to lose, it would merely beat a time and have nothing to do with Lulan Xingxue. I simply cannot abide such hypocrisy, pretending to be virtuous while undermining others. They seek to tarnish Brother Chin's reputation. I shall support him all the more. Especially that old hag with the surname Gu, who dares to bestow her grandson's resources upon the enemy. What nonsense. If she stood before me, I would spit a century's worth of phlegm in her face. Well said. Regardless, Brother Chun is part of our Yi clan. Even if he ultimately loses, we must stand by him. Walking last in line, Chun Yuan absorbed all of this. The Yi clan's disciples were indeed endearing. A faint smile graced Chun Yuan's lips. Yet, amidst their discussions, he discerned something amiss. At the very least, much had transpired outside during his 20-plus days of seclusion. With this in mind, Chun Yuan chose not to linger and turned to enter the inner hall. By the time he arrived, Yi Kuang and the others were already seated within. Observing the unmistakable concern in their eyes, Chun Yuan half-jokingly asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me emerge from seclusion? Please, take a seat," Yi Kuang replied. Chun Yuan nodded and settled into the lowest position. "Xiao Wen, many events have unfolded during your retreat, some of which you must be informed of. Once I share these matters with you, since you have resolved to journey to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, We shall support you in every way possible, Yi Kuang stated. Looking at Chun Wan with a contemplative expression, it was evident that significant matters were at hand. A slight smile tugged at Chun Wan's lips as he replied, "Grandfather, please go ahead, I am listening." Yi Kuang wasted no time in elaborating on the recent events, particularly emphasizing everything concerning Lulan Xingxue. In conclusion, Yi Kuang remarked, "This is what I wish to convey to you. The awakening of the destined emperor's body, the acquisition of the ancestral legacy, and the emergence of the Imperial Phoenix. With an 8th-level Nirvana realm cultivation, he has defeated 10 King realm opponents, and all within 10 moves. This is not merely a sword raised against the world, but also one directed at me. Whether I choose to flee without a fight or ultimately fail to sever the bond of fate, I am destined to become a stepping stone for her ascent." One must acknowledge that Lulan Xingxue's maneuver is indeed astute. Yet, within the information relayed by Yi Kuang, what astonished him most was not Lulan Xingxue's cultivation or her achievements, but rather the matter of the bond of fate. He did not anticipate that her alliance with the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Stone would magnify the difficulty of severing this bond tenfold. It must be said that this indeed posed a certain dilemma for him. However, this alone would not compel him to retreat without a fight. He may lack other virtues, but he relishes the challenge of confronting formidable adversaries. Noticing Chun Wan's prolonged silence, Yi Qinyan spoke, "Xiao Wan, you need not be troubled. Whatever decision you make, I shall stand by you." Chun Wan collected his thoughts and replied with a light smile, "I understand your concerns and what weighs on your minds. Yet, I have but one declaration. No matter how Lulan Xingxue may advance, I can still place her beneath my feet. As for the bond of fate, I am resolute. What is a 10-fold or even a 100-fold challenge matter?" As he concluded, Chun Wan's presence surged, instantly overshadowing the entire inner hall. Upon hearing this, both Yi Kuang and Yi Fan, along with others, stared at Chun Wan in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, Chun Wan's aura reached a level that could contend with theirs. Chapter 149. A marriage alliance in place of Chun Wan. The essence of momentum, aside from being manifested through formidable strength, can equally be elevated by the fortitude of one's mindset. Undoubtedly, Chun Wan belongs to the latter category. This underscores the unwavering solidity of his resolve. After a brief moment, Yi Kuang regained his composure and inquired, "Are you certain of your confidence? There are matters I could speak about endlessly, but they would merely be empty words." "You may observe with keen eyes," Chun Wan replied with a light smile. "Mother believes in you," Yi Qinyan interjected unexpectedly. "Very well, we shall await the outcome." Yi Kuang chose not to elaborate further, opting instead to place his trust in Chun Wan. As for Yi Fan and the others, they remained silent throughout, taking their cues from Yi Kuang and Yi Qinyan. Regardless of the outcome, they would bear the burden together if necessary. With only 2 days remaining until the month's deadline, Yi Kuang suggested, "You should prepare. We depart the day after tomorrow." He cast a glance at Chun Wan before continuing, "I understand." Chun Wan replied earnestly with a nod. "Now, you two should converse. We shall take our leave," Yi Kuang announced as he rose to his feet. "I shall see you off," Chun Wan promptly offered, to which Yi Kuang did not decline. Soon, they found themselves at the door. Yi Kuang waved his hand and said, "You may return now. As for grandmother, uncle, aunt, and cousin, I shall head back first." Chun Wan offered a slight bow to the others. "Go on," Wen Chunbing replied with an encouraging smile. As Chun Wan disappeared from view, the smiles of Wen Chunbing and the others gradually faded. Despite their decision to trust Chun Wan, a sense of unease lingered within them. After all, the strength of Lulan Xingxue and the challenge of severing the bonds of fate were tangible realities. "Xiao Fan, prepare yourself. While some matters may be beyond our control, we must ensure Xiao Wan's safety. If anyone dares to act recklessly, we shall deal with them decisively." Yi Kuang's voice brimmed with a palpable sense of determination at the end. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence," Yi Fan responded with conviction. "Let us disperse." Yi Kuang gestured, departing in the same direction as Wen Chunbing, while Yi Fan and the others turned to leave in another direction. Meanwhile, Chun Wan had returned to the inner hall and soon noticed that Yi Qinyan had entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. This sight brought a smile to his face, as he had not experienced such warmth in a long time. Reflecting on this, he promptly approached Yi Qinyan and said, "Mother, I am here to help you." Yi Qinyan paused in surprise before smiling and replying, "All right, let us work together." Indeed, Chun Wen eagerly assisted her. By the way, your brother and sister have sent word. They will head directly to Lulan Ancient Kingdom, Yi Qinyan suddenly remarked. With the support of my elder brother and sister, I suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Chun Wen chuckled lightly. Yi Qinyan half-jokingly remarked, what about our mother? Is she not as good as the two of them? With the assistance of my parents, I could conquer even the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Chun Wen replied with utmost seriousness. Yi Qinyan laughed heartily, but soon added, please disregard your father. Haha, indeed. Mother alone suffices. Chun Wen burst into laughter. Yi Qinyan's smile grew even brighter. This dinner lasted for 3 full hours, during which Chun Wen truly felt the warmth of maternal love. After Yi Qinyan's departure, Chun Wen did not idle away his time, but promptly entered the training chamber. For others, 2 days may seem insignificant. However, for him, it was ample time to elevate his prowess by a small margin. As the days swiftly passed, less than a day remained until the month's end. Meanwhile, the ancient realm began to stir, with both solitary cultivators and major factions taking decisive actions. In the Chun clan, within the Lingyuan Hall, the esteemed Gu Lingyuan occupied the main seat, surrounded by a host of elders. All these elders were loyal followers of the clan leader and were firmly subservient to Gu Lingyuan. Beneath the main seat stood a tall, slender young man clad in green garments, his elongated eyes exuding a chilling aura that twisted the surrounding space into wisps of ash. Although he appeared to be merely 20 years of age, he had already attained the realm of a heavenly king, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Little cultivator, today your master has summoned you for an important task, Gu Lingyuan addressed Chen Xiu. Indeed, Chen Xiu was Gu Lingyuan's disciple, and a favored one at that. Gu Lingyuan held great expectations for him, investing considerable effort into his training. In her eyes, Chen Xiu's potential was on par with that of Chen Wudi. Most significantly, it was Chen Xiu's character that she valued most, his willingness to achieve his goals by any means necessary. Please instruct me, master. I shall not fail your expectations. Chen Xiu promptly responded, his demeanor radiating utmost respect. Gu Lingyuan was quite pleased with Chen Xiu's attitude. You should be familiar with Lulan Xingxue, correct? Lulan Xingxue? A vision of a celestial figure graced Chen Xiu's mind. In truth, during his trials in the lower realm, he had encountered Lulan Xingxue once. He had been captivated by her beauty, but upon inquiring about her, he discovered that she was the fiancée of his clan's younger brother. This younger brother happened to be the beloved grandson of his master. Thus, even with his intentions, he knew he must suppress them. For he was acutely aware that certain matters could be pursued, while others were strictly off limits. Otherwise, everything he held dear would dissolve into nothingness. Subsequently, Chen Xiu steadfastly insisted on breaking off the engagement, openly defying Gu Lingyuan, which kindled a glimmer of hope within him. However, he was acutely aware that at such a juncture, it was imperative to conceal his ambitions. It appeared that the time had finally arrived. Reflecting on this, Chen Xiu spoke. I have heard whispers, and I intend for you to succeed Chun Wen's position, forging a union with Lulan Xingxue. Do you harbor any objections? Gu Lingyuan replied. Instantly, Chen Xiu knelt before her, clasping his fists, declaring, your words, master, are akin to a royal decree to your disciple. Excellent. Gu Lingyuan responded with a low yet commanding tone, a smile barely concealed upon her visage. One could not deny that the grievances she suffered at Chun Wen's hands were now being avenged through Chen Xiu. For her, only those who submitted to her would have a promising future, while those who opposed her were deemed aberrations. With this in mind, Gu Lingyuan continued earnestly. Although this matter is as good as settled, you must still demonstrate your worth during this journey with me. Strive to win Lulan Xingxue's favor, perhaps even her affection. Is this something you can accomplish? Rest assured, I shall fulfill the task, Chen Xiu promptly assured her. In that moment, as he bowed his head, an air of disdain and arrogance adorned his countenance. To him, Chun Wen was inconsequential, unworthy of comparison. With Gu Lingyuan's assurance, securing Lulan Xingxue's admiration seemed an effortless endeavor. Very well, prepare yourself. We shall set forth together tomorrow. Gu Lingyuan expressed her satisfaction with Chen Xiu's attitude. I shall take my leave now. He nodded and turned to depart. Yet, simultaneously, a tumult of thoughts began to surge within him. Gu Lingyuan understood him well, but how well did he comprehend her? Thus, he felt compelled to take action. Even if he could not eliminate Chun Wen, he must ensure that Gu Lingyuan recognized his resolve. Chapter 150. The decision of the fated dragon tribe regarding Chun. When after Qin Shou departed, Guling Yuan turned her gaze towards the assembly below. In the days to come, I shall be absent from the clan. Your tasks are twofold. First, monitor all movements in the Shaodao. Report any anomalies directly to me. Second, remain perpetually prepared, ready to heed my commands. Do you understand? The assembly remained momentarily silent. Although they were subservient to Guling Yuan, they were ultimately members of the clan leader's lineage. Qin Bad Dao, after all, was still the leader of the Qin clan. For them, as elders, to surveil the clan leader was tantamount to courting disaster. Should Guling Yuan and Qin Bad Dao reconcile, how would they justify their actions? It was likely that they would face dire consequences. Perhaps sensing the unease among them, Guling Yuan's icy voice resonated once more. This is not solely my decision. It is also a directive from above. Furthermore, take a moment to assess your own positions. Do not allow yourselves to sit improperly. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances. After a pause, the foremost elder, Qin Bafeng, clasped his fists and spoke. Understood. I shall mobilize the forces and ensure we are prepared for battle. Guling Yuan cast a sweeping glance over the elders, suppressing the ire bubbling within her. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Qin Bafeng stated once more. Go. Guling Yuan waved her hand dismissively. Qin Bafeng and the others rose, paying their respects before turning to exit the inner hall. Once all the elders had departed, Guling Yuan coldly declared, Qin Wan, this time I shall ensure your reputation is utterly tarnished. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Unless you suffer greatly, my wrath shall not be appeased. Meanwhile, in the ancient realm, within the fated dragon tribe, two men occupied a grand hall. The senior figure, a middle-aged man of striking presence and noble demeanor, bore an ancient symbol etched upon his brow, exuding an air of mystery and regality. His commanding aura was the most formidable aspect, compelling others to submit involuntarily. This middle-aged man was Long Qingtian, the patriarch of the fated dragon tribe. Seated below him was Long Ao Han, who had previously visited the Qin clan. Despite his earlier imposing demeanor, he now appeared visibly anxious, barely sitting on the edge of his seat. Let us partake in some tea. Long Qingtian gestured with his hand. Yes, patriarch, Long Ao Han replied nervously, nodding before lifting the spiritual tea to sip. In truth, Long Ao Han's apprehension was understandable. His previous initiative to visit the Qin clan was driven by the desire to diminish Qin Yuan's prestige through his disciple. However, he returned humiliated, stripped of any semblance of dignity. Upon returning to the tribe, he reported all of this to Long Qingtian, who, surprisingly, did not express anger but instead urged him not to feel guilty, advising him to continue monitoring Qin Yuan's subsequent developments. During this period, he had become thoroughly acquainted with Qin Yuan's circumstances. Although the engagement annulment had provoked significant reactions from both the Qin clan and the ancient nation of Lulan, one immutable truth remained. Qin Yuan was an unequivocal genius, and indeed, quite formidable. It could be asserted that, should he flourish, he would undoubtedly emerge as a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, he had reported all these observations to Long Qingtian, yet the latter had remained unresponsive. Just as he presumed that Long Qingtian had no intention of taking action, he was unexpectedly summoned by him. This circumstance rendered him more anxious than anyone else. Long Qingtian sipped his tea before setting down the cup and inquired, if tasked with handling Qin Yuan, what would you do? Me? Long Ao Han was momentarily taken aback. He considered himself merely a moderately influential elder, whose voice held little weight among the higher echelons of the clan. As for offering suggestions to Long Qingtian, that was preposterous. Speak freely. Let us consider it as casual conversation, Long Qingtian said with a light chuckle. Taking a deep breath, Long Ao Han replied, I believe we should wait and observe. Although Qin Yuan is marked by calamity, he has yet to exhibit any significant manifestations. Should our Long clan intervene, it is uncertain whether the Yi clan would retaliate fiercely. Moreover, the rift between Qin Yuan and the Qin clan is not irreparable, which is crucial. If we act now, we may inadvertently serve as a catalyst for them to mend their fractures. He paused, inhaling deeply. Thus, even if we manage to eliminate Qin Yuan, the cost could be exorbitant. I opine that sacrificing so much for an uncertain fate is exceedingly unwise. After speaking, Long Ao Han cast a hesitant glance at Long Qingtian. Long Qingtian smiled and continued, not explicitly denying the concern. Gathering his resolve, Long Ao Han ventured further, instead of openly eliminating Chen Yuan. It may be more prudent to adopt a different approach. The situation is clear. The Chen clan, represented by Gu Lingyuan, seeks to solidify ties through a union between Chen Yuan and Lulan Xingxue. However, Chen Wen's defiance has provoked the proud Gu Lingyuan to target him repeatedly, resulting in the current stalemate. To rectify this, Gu Lingyuan will surely seek other candidates to replace Chen Yuan in the proposed union with Lulan Xingxue. We can leverage this opportunity. The optimal strategy would be to send envoys to the ancient nation of Lulan to propose the idea of a marriage alliance. Should this endeavor succeed, it would not only further weaken the Chen clan's south influence, but also drive them to sever ties with Chen Yuan entirely. At that juncture, the only force backing Chen Yuan would be the Yi clan, allowing us to act without excessive concern. Of course, even if we do not succeed, it matters not. Our meddling will surely be attributed to Chen Yuan by Gu Lingyuan. Thus, their relationship would once again deteriorate. Subsequently, we shall further influence the situation based on the actual circumstances, and we can still achieve our objectives. Of course, these are merely the superficial insights of a petty individual. I humbly request the clan leader's discernment. Long Ao Han spoke hastily. Have some tea. Long Qingtian gestured once more. Very well. Long Ao Han promptly lifted the spiritual tea and took a delicate sip. Long Qingtian savored another mouthful of tea before addressing. Xiao Yuan, you may come forth. Yes. Clan leader. A voice resonated, and a man clad in black stepped forward from the side. The man possessed an extraordinary countenance, his demeanor cold and aloof, with an arrogant expression etched across his brow. Yet, what was most formidable was his aura, restrained like a deep abyss, rendering him inscrutable. Each movement exuded a chilling menace, the oppressive blackness enveloping him sending shivers down the spine. This man was Long Rua Yuan, the elder brother of Long Rua Chen. Upon seeing Long Rua Yuan emerge, Long Ao Han suddenly regained his senses. It appeared that everything he had uttered was anticipated by Long Qingtian. Fortunately, he had spoken honestly, devoid of personal motives. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Long Rua Yuan halted at the center of the hall, standing straight beneath the main seat, facing Long Qingtian. Ao Han, last time you and Xiao Chun visited the Chen clan, many within our family expressed dissatisfaction. If I were to send you with Xiao Yuan to the ancient country of Lulan, could you accomplish the task? Long Qingtian inquired, gazing at Long Ao Han. Understood. You mean for me to atone for my previous missteps. However, Long Rua Yuan indeed possessed the qualifications to negotiate a union with Lulan Xingxue. In terms of lineage, he was the son of the clan's grand elder, and regarding strength, he undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 of his peers. As for talent, that was even more self-evident. I, a humble individual, shall certainly fulfill the task. Long Ao Han stepped forward earnestly, assuring Long Qingtian. Long Qingtian nodded. If there is anything you require, feel free to bring it up within the clan. We will provide as much support as possible. But remember, our objective is to stir the waters, not to plunge in head first. Do you understand? I shall keep that in mind, Long Ao Han promptly affirmed. Long Qingtian then turned to Long Rua Yuan. Xiao Yuan, you should have no issues, correct? Simply straightforward, Long Rua Yuan replied indifferently. To him, the success or failure of the union held little significance. His primary aim was to meet Chen Yuan and discern whether the other truly possessed such strength that not only devastated his brother's resolve, but also garnered the clan's utmost concern. Naturally, if the opportunity arose, he would not mind eliminating Chen Yuan. Very well, you may proceed. Long Qingtian waved his hand. Chapter 151. The Princess Ing Anlin sets off for the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Great Qin, one of the 5 ancient nations of the primeval world, which has endured for countless millennia, a significant enmity exists between the Great Qin and the ancient kingdom of Lulan. At this moment, from the ancestral grounds of the Great Qin, a woman adorned in golden royal attire, possessing unparalleled beauty and an air of noble elegance, emerged. This woman appeared tall and exuded a regal demeanor that rivaled that of any emperor. Her brows, sharp and commanding, evoked an involuntary feeling of inferiority in those who beheld her. This woman is none other than the eldest princess of the Great Qin, Ing Anlin. While she may not be as renowned as Chun Hongmian, and her contemporaries within the primeval world, she is a household name throughout the territories of the Great Qin. Remarkably, she is the only female to be conferred the title of Crown Prince at the tender age of 18. Indeed, you read correctly. She shattered the constraints of gender to be bestowed with such a title, a testament to her exceptional capabilities among the youth of the Great Qin. Princess, the sovereign requests your presence. A servant hastily bowed and announced. Very well, Ing Amlin replied, lifting her foot to stride toward the palace of the sovereign, Ing Tianzi. Soon, Ing Amlin arrived at the Qina Hall. Xiaolon, I pay my respects to father, she greeted. There are no outsiders here. Formalities are unnecessary, Ing Tianzi remarked, setting aside the documents in his hand before smiling. Yes, father, Ing Amlin responded, taking her seat below him. Today, I summoned you primarily due to the recent incident concerning the Chun clan's Imperial heir and the Saintess of the Lulan Kingdom, which culminated in their broken engagement. I intend for you to observe this situation. The relationship between the Lulan Kingdom and the Chun clan has grown increasingly intimate over the years, which poses a threat to our Great Qin. The recent annihilation of our subordinate faction by the Chun clan is indeed a troubling signal. Your mission is twofold. First, to gauge the relationship between the Chun clan and the Lulan Kingdom. Second, if the opportunity arises, to devise a means to instigate a complete rift between them. A glimmer flickered in Ing Amlin's eyes. Although she is considerably older than Lulan Xingxue, she is acutely aware of the potential adversary that Lulan Xingxue represents due to the historical animosity between their nations. Nevertheless, she must concede that Lulan Xingxue possesses remarkable qualities. Her sole grievance lies in Lulan Xingxue's excessive self-assuredness, believing that she can control all circumstances. Equally intriguing to her is Chun Yuan, who, despite being under the pressure of two powerful factions, dared to break off the engagement with Lulan Xingxue. Frankly, few individuals in this world would knowingly act against their own best interests, and even she cannot escape the trappings of mediocrity. Yet, here stands the anomaly that is Chun Yuan. Thus, rather than witness the unfolding drama surrounding Lulan Xingxue, she is far more eager to meet Chun Yuan in person. How about it? Are you interested? Ing Tianzi observed the ever-silent Ing Amlin and, unable to contain himself, spoke up. Ing Amlin, gathering her thoughts, expressed her willingness to embark on the journey. If there is anything needed, you may address it with the higher authorities. Ing Tianzi nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall prepare, Ing Amlin declared as she stood up. Ing Tianzi nodded once more, bidding her to go. Without further ado, Ing Amlin exited the grand hall. Ing Tianzi glanced at her retreating figure before redirecting his attention to the documents in his hands. This scene unfolded similarly across various factions, some directed towards Chun Yuan, others towards Lulan Xingxue, and still more aimed at the two major powers. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, marking the arrival of the month's deadline. At the Yi clan, its disciples had gathered early at the Grand Assembly Hall, eagerly awaiting Chun Yuan's appearance. They regarded this occasion, Chun Yuan's ascent to the ancient nation of Lulan, as a rare spectacle, one that might not occur again in a century. Even if not everyone could attend, it was imperative to extend a warm welcome to Chun Yuan. At that moment, Chun Yuan paused in his actions. Though he had spent the last 2 days merely honing existing secret techniques, the progress he made was evident. Upon entering the hall, he found Yi Chunyan already waiting for him. Mother, Chun Yuan immediately called out upon seeing her. Are you ready? Yi Chunyan approached with a warm smile, her voice gentle. Chun Yuan nodded, affirming, I am prepared to go at any time. Then let us proceed, Yi Chunyan replied without hesitation, leading the way out. By the way, this time, your aunt and cousin will accompany you. As for your uncle and grandfather, it would not be appropriate for them to show themselves in such a setting. However, rest assured, they have made all the necessary arrangements. Should the need arise, we are ready to act at a moment's notice. As she spoke, Yi Chunyan's tone turned as cold as steel. Understanding her intent, Chun Yuan nodded solemnly. He comprehended the inappropriateness of Yi Fan and Yi Kuang's presence. Their unique status meant that any action they took would reflect upon the Yi clan. The matter of his broken engagement should remain a private affair among the younger generation until the conflicts were laid bare. If they were to accompany him, the implications would be vastly different. The Yi clan may stand unafraid of any faction, yet they must not lose their composure before the world. Let us hasten. Our ancestors are already awaiting us, Yi Chunyan remarked before quickening her pace. A quarter of an hour later, Chun Wen arrived at the Grand Assembly Hall within the mountain gates, alongside Yi Chenyan. The hall was already filled with disciples, at the center of which stood the senior members led by Yi Changshan. As Chun Wen made his entrance, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. All eyes fixated upon him, especially those of Yi Qingxian, who stood at the forefront. Her gaze swept over Chun Wen repeatedly, and upon realizing that he had already reached the 10th layer of the life and death realm, her brows involuntarily furrowed. His talent is indeed remarkable, was her first thought. However, she quickly shook her head, for like most of the disciples, she did not believe that Chun Wen could surpass the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Moreover, rumors regarding the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Stone had recently surfaced. A tenfold challenge, indeed, was akin to ascending to the heavens, at least in Chun Wen's case. As Chun Wen approached, the surrounding disciples instinctively parted to make way. He nodded at the gathered disciples before stepping forward to greet Yi Changsheng and the others. Shaowen, I have met the ancestor and all the elders. The elders remained silent, but all nodded in unison, their expressions relatively amiable. Yi Changsheng, however, smiled faintly and remarked, We have come today to send you off. Do you have confidence? I shall not disappoint, Chun Wen replied earnestly. Yi Changsheng patted Chun Wen's shoulder. Our clan sons must possess such confidence. The ancestor has but one message for you. Pursue your ambitions boldly. We are your strongest support. A shiver ran through Chun Wen's body. He could sense the absolute sincerity in Yi Changsheng's words. To be honest, he never expected to gain anything from the Yi clan. Yet they had indeed provided him with an indescribable sense of security. Perhaps this was the true honor that only an Imperial clan could bestow. All right, Shaowen remembers. Chun Wen nodded emphatically. Yi Changsheng smiled before turning to Yi Kuang and instructing, Summon the spirit vessel. Yes, Yi Kuang responded, then waved his hand. A colossal spirit vessel gradually descended from the air, continuously enlarging as it approached. Once this was accomplished, Yi Kuang addressed Chun Wen. There is no need for further words. As your ancestor mentioned, we are your greatest support. Understood, Chun Wen nodded once more, firmly. Yi Fan did not say much, merely patting Chun Wen's shoulder, conveying everything without words. You may depart. The time is nearly upon us, Yi Kuang said to Yi Chenyan and the others. We shall go. Yi Chenyan took the lead and leaped onto the flying vessel, with Chun Wen and the others quickly following suit. You all should board as well. Yi Kuang called to Yi Qingxian and the others standing nearby. They nodded and swiftly ascended. Those like Yi Qingxian had proactively requested to join, and the higher-ups of the Yi clan had not refused. They believed that gaining a broader perspective and meeting people from across the world was not a bad endeavor. As the flying vessel gradually ascended, Yi Shan turned to Yi Changsheng and spoke softly. Ancestor, do you think Shaowen will succeed? Yi Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, hesitating before responding. If he succeeds, it will be a miracle. If he does not, it is within reason. Upon hearing this, those present fell silent, as they could discern the uncertainty in Yi Changsheng's words. Perhaps their ancestors lacked confidence as well. Chapter 152. One of Gu Lingyuan's hidden cards. With Lulan Xingxue, however, they reasoned correctly. If Chun Wen could surpass Lulan Xingxue under such circumstances, it would indeed be remarkable. Youth often entails learning through adversity, which is not necessarily a negative experience. Regardless, with the support of the Yi clan, ensuring Chun Wen's safe departure from the ancient nation of Lulan posed no challenge. With this thought in mind, Yi Shan and the others ceased to dwell on the matter. Unbeknownst to Chun Wen, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. The most effective way to dispel doubt is to substantiate oneself with undeniable facts. 3 days swiftly passed. Meanwhile, the borders of the ancient nation of Lulan were teeming with people. Representatives from various powerful factions arrived via spiritual vessels, flying spiritual beasts, and other aerial conveyances from all directions. The vast skies above the ancient nation were bustling with a cacophony of voices and vibrant activity. In response, the ancient nation of Lulan adopted an open stance, coordinating the orderly reception of these visitors with their guards. Chun Wen aimed to summon people from across the land to witness this historic moment, while the ancient nation of Lulan sought to elevate Lulan Xingxue to an unimaginable status. For these formidable factions, presenting a figure of renown akin to Chun Hongyan would significantly enhance their national strength. At that moment, a spiritual vessel emerged from the crowd. swiftly making its way toward the depths of the ancient nation of Lulan. The guards did not impede its passage. Instead, they proactively guided it forward. After traversing numerous majestic palaces and mountains, the vessel came to a halt at a grand assembly hall, where 4 figures awaited. These 4 individuals were Ji Qingying, Lulan Yutian, Mo Qinshui, and Lulan Xingshui. At this juncture, 2 figures descended from the spiritual vessel, Gu Lingyuan and Chen Xiu. Gu Lingyuan wore a gentle smile throughout, which broadened upon seeing Ji Qingying. Chen Xiu, however, immediately fixated on Lulan Xingshui, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had encountered many women in his life, yet only the esteemed Chen Hongyan held a candle to Lulan Xingshui in his mind. While he believed he had no chance with Chen Hongyan, Lulan Xingshui was a different matter altogether. Once this matter concluded, she would be his. He was confident that his charm and talent would win her genuine devotion. Descend, Gu Lingyuan whispered. Yes, master, Chen Xiu promptly replied. Gu Lingyuan said nothing further, instead smiling as she gracefully disembarked from the vessel. Observing this, Ji Qingying, who had maintained a serene smile, approached eagerly. Sister, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly, Ji Qingying exclaimed, extending her arms toward Gu Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan laughed as she embraced Ji Qingying, saying, Sister, I have missed you dearly. It has been nearly 5 or 6 years since we last met, hasn't it? Ji Qingying replied earnestly. To be precise, it has been 5 years, 9 months, and 29 days. Gu Lingyuan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. Your memory is indeed remarkable. Dear sister. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they finally released each other. Who is this? Ji Qingying inquired, glancing at Chen Xiu behind Gu Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan smiled and waved at Chen Xiu, introducing, This is my dear sister's closed-door disciple, Chen Xiu. Come, Xiao Xiu, greet your esteemed aunt. She continued. And these are the sovereign of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Lulan Yutian, the queen, Mo Qinshui, and their daughter, Lulan Xingshui. As she spoke, Gu Lingyuan's gaze shifted to Lulan Yutian and the others, introducing them one by one. Chen Xiu stepped forward respectfully and performed a bow, saying, Xiao Xiu pays respects to my esteemed aunt, the sovereign, the queen, and little Shui. Lulan Yutian and Mo Qinshui exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering, yet they nodded with smiles. Lulan Xingshui, however, maintained an expression of calm, as if she had already anticipated everything. Haha, quite impressive. At such a young age, you have already reached the heavenly king realm. Sister, you have indeed taken a worthy successor. Ji Qingying chuckled, her demeanor warm and inviting. Chen Xiu responded modestly, Esteemed aunt, your praises are undeserved. I must continue to strive for improvement. Very good, very good. Humble and self-aware, no wonder my sister holds you in such high regard. Ji Qingying remarked, casting a glance at Gu Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan instantly perceived the underlying implication in Ji Qingying's words, suggesting that Chen Wen was far more arrogant and oblivious than Chen Xiu. She resonated with this sentiment and replied with a smile, If he were not exceptional, I would not dare to bring him along to avoid embarrassment, would I? Embarrassment? Hardly. In the ancient realm, there are likely few peers who can compare. Ji Qingying laughed lightly. Mother, old ancestor, shall we not proceed inside to discuss further? The welcoming banquet is already prepared, Lulan Yutian interjected. Ji Qingying gestured, Sister, Xiao Xiu. Let us go inside. Very well, let us continue our conversation within, Gu Lingyuan agreed, stepping forward. Accompanied by the others, the welcoming banquet lasted for 3 hours. After indulging in food and drink, Gu Lingyuan finally spoke. Little Shui, today marks our first meeting. Though I have little of value to offer, let this small token be a gift of introduction. With that, she produced a spirit pill encased in a transparent box, the size of a longan. Vibrant red with intricate patterns adorning its surface. Surrounding the pill was a miniaturized phoenix shadow, which appeared peculiar, emanating a sense of murderous intent. As if it were on the verge of violent eruption, Ji Qingying and the others were drawn to the spirit pill, recognizing its significance even if they could not identify it precisely. They understood it to be a holy pill. While royal pills might not be as plentiful in their ancient kingdom, they were certainly not lacking in such treasures. Individuals of Gu Lingyuan's stature must possess this elixir for a reason, and they eagerly anticipate her forthcoming words. Lulan Xingshui shares this sentiment. Curious to discern what Gu Lingyuan intends to convey, under the attentive gaze of the crowd, Gu Lingyuan began to speak in a languid manner, revealing that this is an elixir known as the Source Blood Explosive Elixir, a forbidden concoction from ancient times. It is primarily crafted using phoenix blood as a catalyst, blended with the source blood of the primordial slayer. The phoenix blood is remarkably compatible with the destined empress body of Xiaoxue, facilitating her complete absorption of the medicinal power contained within. The source blood of the primordial slayer, on the other hand, originates from the umbilical blood left by Yuan at birth. My intention in refining this umbilical blood into the elixir is to enable Xiaoxue to temporarily acquire the strength of the primordial slayer. Consequently, in her confrontation with Yuan, Xiaoxue would gain a significant advantage. Furthermore, this elixir possesses the capability to exponentially enhance an individual's power instantaneously. However, it bears a conspicuous flaw. The medicinal effect only endures for 10 breaths, necessitating precise timing for its utilization. Upon the conclusion of her statement, a flicker of realization passed through Lulan Shengxue's eyes. In contrast, Lulan Yutian and the others gazed at Gu Lingyuan in astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated such measures from Gu Lingyuan to suppress Yuan. Yet, soon their excitement surged, for this development heralded immense fortune for them. As long as Yuan was defeated, they would emerge as unequivocal victors. At that moment, Lulan Shengxue interjected, stating, "I do not require this. My abilities are sufficient to subdue him." Chapter 153, Lulan Shengxue submits. Yuan finally arrives. Gu Lingyuan smiled faintly. Did she not understand that Lulan Shengxue's pride was at play? But did that truly matter? In comparison to losing face before the world, this was trivial. Xiaoxue, what we can gain is what truly matters, and you should understand this better than anyone else. With that, Gu Lingyuan deftly shifted the conversation. Using elixirs during a competition is quite common. You may choose not to, but can you ensure that Yuan will abstain? Moreover, you should be more aware than anyone of what you truly desire. Upon finishing her words, Gu Lingyuan nudged the elixir closer to Lulan Shengxue. Lulan Shengxue gazed at the elixir within arm's reach for a long while. "Thank you, Grandaunt," she finally said. Ultimately, she chose to submit. To her, nothing was more significant than regaining her honor through Yuan. Gu Lingyuan nodded with a knowing smile. She was aware that in this world, no boundary was insurmountable. If there were any, it was merely due to insufficient leverage. As this scene unfolded, Lulan Yutian felt a mix of relief and complexity as he glanced at Lulan Shengxue. "By the way, we have matters to discuss. Xiaoxue, why don't you take Xiaoxue for a stroll?" Gu Lingyuan spoke once more. Her words ushered in an atmosphere laden with subtle implications. The meaning behind Gu Lingyuan's statement was clear to anyone who was not a fool. Should Lulan Shengxue agree, it would signify her willingness to explore a connection with Qinxiu. Neither Ji Qingying nor Lulan Yutian uttered a word, once again entrusting the decision to Lulan Shengxue. Beneath Gu Lingyuan's gentle smile, Lulan Shengxue clenched her fist tightly within her sleeve. After a prolonged moment, she finally responded, "All right." However, upon uttering those words, she felt a strange deflation, as if all her energy had been sapped away. Lulan Shengxue had always prided herself on her steadfastness, yet she had ultimately succumbed to a mundane fate. Soon, however, these negative feelings were replaced by a cold resolve. Even if she were to lose herself completely, all she wished for was to return the humiliation to Yuan. "Xiaoxiu, please accompany Xiaoxue," Gu Lingyuan instructed Qinxiu. Qinxiu, suppressing his excitement, politely bowed to Ji Qingying and the others before addressing Lulan Shengxue. "Miss Lulan, I am in your care." Lulan Shengxue cast a glance at Qinxiu and stepped outside first. She did not harbor strong feelings for him, especially after the incident with Chu Tianlong. Correspondingly, she held no particular disdain for Qinxiu. After all, he was handsome, polite, and knew how to conduct himself. In response to Lulan Shengxue's demeanor, Qinxiu remained unperturbed, offering a gentle smile as he followed her. Observing their retreating figures, Gu Lingyuan remarked, "Sister, these two do seem quite well matched. Their personalities, appearances, talents, and strength are all exceptional." Ji Qingying agreed, nodding in affirmation. With Yuan leading the way, she gazed upon the remarkably polite Qinxiu, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Gu Lingyuan smiled, for she sensed that the matter was nearly settled. Soon, 3 days had passed. At this juncture, Yuan had reached the borders of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. During these 3 days, The anticipated forces had largely arrived. However, regarding Chun Wen's conspicuous absence, whispers began to circulate. Some even suggested that Chun Wen was frightened, having let the world down. It was not entirely unjustifiable for such murmurs to arise, as Lulan Xingxiwei and others had arrived at Eternal Dragon Phoenix Mountain a day prior, merely waiting for Chun Wen's arrival. After all, it had been several days without a sight of him. His absence was interpreted as cowardice. Yet, it seemed unlikely. He had chosen to break off the engagement under pressure from two formidable factions, making it improbable for him to falter at the last moment. Perhaps he had not anticipated Lulan Xingxiwei's formidable strength or the peculiar rules governing the Eternal Dragon Phoenix Stone. What purpose did his arrival serve now? If not to embarrass himself before the gathered multitude? According to your reasoning, fleeing at the last moment wouldn't be shameful? That's different. After some time, he could simply claim to have stumbled into a secret realm and failed to emerge on time, thereby burying the incident. Indeed, you are quite astute. This is nothing. I've witnessed similar situations countless times. Look, someone is approaching. As a chorus of cheers erupted, the crowd turned their gaze. A flying shuttle descended gracefully, and an unexpectedly familiar figure emerged. Was that Chun Badeo, the patriarch of the Qin clan? What brought him here? At this sight, a collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. Chun Badeo represented the Qin clan, and his arrival altered the nature of the gathering significantly. In that moment of shock, hope flickered anew among the crowd. They reasoned that if Chun Badeo had come, there was a strong likelihood Chun Wen would follow. Unless, of course, Chun Badeo was unaware of Chun Wen's predicament. Yet, how probable was that? The likelihood seemed slim, prompting a collective sigh from the spectators. Look, more people are coming. Just then, another wave of cheers erupted. Instantly, the crowd turned to witness a massive spirit vessel approaching. Chun Badeo appeared to sense something, slowly turning his head. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spirit vessel descended gradually, ultimately halting 10 zhang above the ground. The first to emerge were Yi Qinyan and Jiang Bingli. Goodness, aren't these the matriarchs of the Chun and Yi clans? Chun Wen has undoubtedly arrived. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tumultuous. The knowledge of Chun Wen's connection to the Yi clan was no secret in the ancient wilderness realm. Thus, they were certain Chun Wen was aboard the spirit vessel. And just then, Chun Wen stepped out. The figure, tall and upright, with a countenance like a jade crown and an imposing demeanor, captured the attention of all present. Especially notable was Chun Wen's presence, which truly set him apart, compelling others to lower their heads in reverence. What a remarkable individual he is. A true phoenix among the crowd. Many could not help but swallow hard at the sight of Chun Wen. This was indeed Chun Wen, someone I had previously encountered at the Chun clan's coming-of-age ceremony. In an instant, gasps of astonishment arose once more. Yes, I can also attest to his identity. As more individuals corroborated this, the crowd finally recognized Chun Wen. However, they quickly returned from their astonishment. Chun Wen's demeanor was certainly impressive. Yet the reality of the 10th layer of life and death was undeniable. Did Chun Wen stand a chance against Lulan Xingxiwei of the 8th layer of rebirth? Clearly, he did not. It seemed this battle would be heavily one-sided. A collective sigh escaped the crowd. Yet, reflecting on Chun Wen's audacity to confront this challenge despite knowing the odds, they couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. At the very least, such courage was beyond their own capabilities. Mother, father is down there. Chun Wen suddenly pointed below. Yi Qianyin responded with a soft acknowledgement. Upon arriving in the ancient land of Lulan, she had noticed Chun Badong's presence. Thankfully, he was there. Had he chosen not to come, she would never have forgiven him. Brother-in-law is here. Sister, let us descend, Jiang Bingli quickly suggested, sensing the change in atmosphere. All right, Yi Qianyin replied with a smile. Although she harbored grievances against her husband, she could not afford to show any displeasure to Jiang Bingli. Before long, Chun Wen and the others glided down to the national gates. Father, Chun Wen called out first. Chen Badong nodded with a smile. Brother-in-law, Jiang Bingli greeted, then pulled Yi Runin over. Little boy, come greet your uncle. Hello, uncle, Yi Runin greeted softly. Without the pressure of battle, she had reverted to her gentle nature. Chen Badong clearly took a liking to Yi Runin, remarking, little girl, you are growing more beautiful. No, I'm not, Yi Runin replied shyly, her cheeks flushed. You all come over too, Jiang Bingli called to Yi Qinxian and the others. Yi Qinxian and the others paused briefly before solemnly bowing. Greetings, uncle. Very well, I shall rely on you all to look after my son in the future, Chen Badong said with a smile. Yi Qinxian and the others, taken aback by the compliment, quickly replied, we shall heed your guidance. My lady, I have arrived, Chen Badong remarked, glancing at Yi Qianyin. Yi Qianyin refrained from showing him any displeasure, asking, you have come. Do you not fear gossip within the clan? Chen Badong's smile faded. I come as a father. What does it have to do with the Qin clan? Yi Qianyin nodded in satisfaction. Let us enter. I fear some may have grown impatient, Chen Wen interjected. Indeed, it is time to go in, Chen Badong concurred. With that, he took the lead and strode forward. Perhaps Chen Wen was unaware of the whereabouts of the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain, yet he possessed that knowledge. Upon noticing this, Chen Wen and the others hastily followed suit. The rest, upon witnessing their actions, did not hesitate either and stepped forward. They understood that the main performance was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 154, finally arriving at the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain. Facing off against Lulan Xingxue on the opposite side of the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain, a spacious viewing platform had been constructed. The platform was surrounded by a multitude of spectators, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. At the very center of the platform sat Ji Qingying and her companions, exuding an air of authority akin to that of supreme judges, embodying the arrogance of the hosts with resplendent fervor. At that moment, a guard hastily approached from outside. Upon witnessing this, the attendees exhibited expressions of bewilderment. Soon, the guard reached the foot of the elevated platform and bowed, reporting, Your Majesty, Chen Wen has arrived. At this proclamation, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. To everyone's astonishment, many drew in sharp breaths. Among the most responsive were Lulan Xingxue and Guling Yuan, both of whom had fervently wished for Chen Wen to appear, longing to witness him being trampled into the mud before the public eye. Understood, you may leave. Lulan Yutian was the first to regain composure, casually waving his hand towards the guard below. His demeanor appeared remarkably tranquil, as if the arrival of Chen Wen had not incited a hint of chaos within him. Yet, the turmoil within his heart was a secret known only to himself. Moments later, a series of dark figures began to emerge in the distance. As the crowd focused their attention, the newcomers' forms gradually became discernible. Among them was Chen Badong and his entourage. While many were unfamiliar with Chen Wen, Chen Badong served as the Chen clan's prominent representative, a figure renowned throughout the ancient realm, known by all. Before long, their gazes shifted to the young man who followed closely behind. Chen Wen's appearance, demeanor, and cultivation level captured the attention of the crowd. Is this the fabled Chen Wen? He is indeed remarkable, they murmured. He possesses the qualities worthy of Lulan Xingxue. Though his cultivation seems a touch lacking, what a pity. Once again, the atmosphere reverberated with similar exclamations. Many present bore no grudges against Chen Wen. Thus their impressions were largely tinged with regret. Is this the person you wish to meet? He doesn't seem all that impressive, remarked a graceful young woman in the audience to a striking lady with an imposing presence and sharp features. Ying Amlin's gaze swept over Chen Wen, and after a moment, she replied, his cultivation may indeed be somewhat lacking, but he possesses an aura of overwhelming potential. Did you not notice? Even standing beside Chen Badong, he commands our attention instantly. This is the essence of presence, the distinction that sets him apart. While he may seem inconspicuous now, his future undoubtedly holds great promise. The woman named Ying Anxiu was momentarily taken aback, then cast another glance at Chen Wen, as if she began to grasp the implications of his words. Indeed, seeing is believing. He had indeed surprised her. As she spoke, Ying Anlin shifted the topic, expressing her hope that he would once again challenge her preconceived notions in the forthcoming endeavors. So, sister, do you believe he can surpass Lulan Xingxue? Ying Anxiu asked. Disbelief etched on her face. In her view, it was utterly impossible. In the realm of geniuses, how could a cultivator at the 10th layer of life and death contend with one at the 8th layer of nirvana? Moreover, considering the unique suppression of the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain, Chen Wen would not only fail to sever the ties of fate, but might even lose his life in the attempt. Ying Anlin glanced at Ying Anxiu and remarked, I have told you countless times, this mindset must change. We were born into a royal family, and we must always view matters with a balanced perspective, never allowing ourselves to reach premature conclusions. Whether Chen Wen can emerge victorious is inconsequential. It is not for us to ponder. What we must consider is how to maximize our benefits after the outcome is revealed. Even if, hypothetically, Chunwen were to lose. Could you negate his unique advantages through this one event? Certainly not. Ing Anxiu instinctively shook her head. Precisely. Ing Anlin resumed her gaze and continued, of course. If Chunwen truly manages to create a miracle, then our plans will indeed require re-evaluation. Simultaneously, Long Ruyuan and Chen Xiu were also intently observing Chunwen. Their objectives were aligned, both seeking to undermine him to achieve their goals. Before their arrival, they had been filled with curiosity about Chunwen, and upon meeting him, they were indeed struck by his charisma and aura. However, upon scrutinizing his cultivation level, they disdainfully shook their heads. It seemed their expectations had been excessively high. With this thought, they averted their gaze. Unbeknownst to Chunwen, who was now at the heart of the gathering under Chun Badu's guidance, he stood facing a multitude on the grand platform. His eyes naturally locked onto Lulan Xingshue's. In that instant, an invisible electric current crackled in the air, emanating a terrifying aura from both individuals. At that moment, their combat intent was laid bare, each unwilling to yield, each striving to dominate the other. Sparks flew in abundance, especially from Lulan Xingxue, who seemed eager to consume Chunwen whole. It appeared there was no room for retreat. As the crowd witnessed this scene, expressions of astonishment filled their eyes. Indeed, he possesses some strength. Yet, it is still insufficient. After a prolonged silence, a faint smile graced Chunwen's lips as he withdrew his gaze first. Noticing this, Lulan Xingxue also reined in her aura but continued to regard everything before her with an icy demeanor. Ji Qingying cast a fleeting glance at Lulan Xingxue, her brow slightly furrowed. The moment Chunwen appeared, Lulan Xingxue's emotional turmoil intensified beyond measure. This undoubtedly confirmed that Chunwen was a thorn in her heart. For those who cultivate, such feelings are most perilous. If not addressed properly, it may lead to madness, or worse, self-destruction of one's future. It seemed imperative to resolve this matter promptly. With this thought, she made a determined decision. At that moment, Lulan Yutian chuckled and said, "Brother Chun, I did not expect you to grace us with your presence. Please, take a seat." Chen Badu shot a cold glance at Lulan Yutian and retorted, "As the father of a sinner, I have no right to sit alongside the sovereign of Lulan." His words rendered Lulan Yotian's smile frozen, and shock rippled through the gathered crowd. They were well aware that Chen Badu's remarks were a direct response to the Lulan kingdom's audacious dissemination of Chunwen's scandal. Nevertheless, one must admit, Chen Baidu's brazen confrontation with Lulan Yutian was undeniably bold. "Brother Chun, your words are rather severe." Lulan Yutian inhaled deeply. "Severe?" Chen Baidu scoffed coldly. He then continued in a chilling tone, "Each and every one of you, when you shamelessly defamed my son in public, did you ever contemplate the severity of your actions? Now you dare speak of severity to me. Do you truly believe you have the right? Oh, was that defamation?" In an instant, the venue erupted into a cacophony of voices. As the clamor escalated, Lulan Yotian's expression darkened considerably. Before the gaze of the world, he was afforded no dignity, a fate most deserving of death. If the situation truly tilted against them, how would the Lulan kingdom find its footing? At this juncture, Guling Yuan's composure also faltered. She slammed her palm upon the table. "Enough. Is this how a clan leader should conduct themselves? You disgraceful wretch, return to the Chun clan at once." Chapter 155. The Purpose of Ji Qingying. Awaiting Chunwen's choice. How can you repeatedly put my brother in peril, and yet consider yourself righteous? It is you who should feel shame. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice pierced the air, laced with an unmistakable chill. "What is this?" The crowd shuddered, turning in unison towards the source of the sound. There stood Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi, arriving together. It was none other than Chen Hongmian who had spoken. In the entirety of the ancient wilderness, there was not a soul unfamiliar with Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi. In many respects, their renown eclipsed even that of Chen Bad Dao. Under the gaze of the assembly, Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi swiftly approached Chen Wan and his companions. In an instant, the 5 members of the family stood united, facing the gathering atop the high platform, where Lulan Yutian and his entourage awaited. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were overwhelmed with an indescribable feeling. This family of 5 was truly extraordinary, evoking both envy and admiration. However, Guling Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. To her, this was nothing short of blatant provocation. It was one thing for Chun Wan to possess rebellious spirit, but now the entire family displayed the same. And all in front of such a multitude. Did they not acknowledge my existence as their elder? The more she pondered, the more her fury escalated. You have all gone too far. With a thunderous clap, Yuan shattered the table before her in a fit of rage. The next moment, she bellowed again. Chen Bad Dao, is this how you raise your children? Are you even aware of your own standing? Chen Bad Dao slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I have stated before, should you wish to reclaim your child's life, I would not even merit a glance from you. At this point, Chen Bad Dao's voice rose sharply. But I have also warned, should you target my children again, even in death, I shall respond. To those who harm my offspring, they become enemies of Chen Bad Dao. With that, Chen Bad Dao stepped forward, his aura surging, stirring the clouds and causing the heavens to tremble. In an instant, the entire venue was enveloped in a suffocating pressure, leaving all present trembling in fear. Gulp. As they beheld this spectacle, the crowd could not help but swallow hard. They could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from Chen Bad Dao, revealing his seriousness. A son who would slay his mother. How much disappointment must have accumulated for such a notion to arise? In that moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Yuan began to shift. You, very well indeed. Yuan trembled with rage. Her face contorted in fury. The piercing eyes of the crowd ignited within her a desire for destruction. Child, is it truly appropriate to address your mother in such a manner? At that moment, Ji Qingying's voice floated through the air, serene yet commanding. Chen Badheo suddenly turned his head, his icy gaze locking onto Ji Qingying, only to retract it moments later. The disdain in his eyes, however, did not escape Ji Qingying's notice. Indeed, Chen Badheo held no desire to engage in a debate with her. Ji Qingying's expression immediately darkened, her cheeks involuntarily twitching. It could be said that his expression, more than any verbal retort, rendered her utterly humiliated. Yet, it was she who had initiated the conversation. If she pressed the matter further, she would only bring greater shame upon herself in the eyes of others. Taking a deep breath several times, Ji Qingying managed to quell the fury rising within her. She shifted her gaze to Chun Wan beside her and smiled lightly. Xiaowen, do you still remember your great-aunt? Chun Wan slowly lifted his eyelids and replied, Oh, I don't even have a grandmother, let alone a great-aunt. His response was utterly brilliant. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. Yuan's face darkened, her murderous intent palpable. In contrast, Ji Qingying's smile froze, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Chun Wan's words not only made her feel as if she were receiving a cold shoulder, but also managed to provoke Yuan. This father-son duo was infuriating. Ji Qingying took another deep breath to suppress her anger. Xiaowen, I understand you are upset, but I hope you can remain calm. The situation has escalated to a point that none of us wish to see. Your anger is understandable, but given the time that has passed, you should have cooled down by now. Today, I can advocate for you once more, provided you apologize to Xiao Xue and your grandmother. We can put this behind us. In the future, our two factions can remain united. You have witnessed Xiao Xue's talent and strength. With her as your capable partner, your endeavors will surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Consider this carefully. It is the best resolution for both you and Xiao Xue. Her words plunged the room into silence once more. Clearly, no one had anticipated that even at this stage, Ji Qingying would graciously take a step back. To put it bluntly, the advantage in this matter lay entirely with the Lulan ancient kingdom. Ji Qingying's proposal, under such circumstances, was indeed beneficial to Chen Wan. Any rational individual would comprehend the wisest choice. Now, it remained to be seen whether Chen Wan could swallow his pride. From their perspective, choosing between face and future was never a dilemma. Observing the crowd's reaction, Ji Qingying discreetly curled her lips in a smirk. In truth, the events had unfolded entirely within her control. From the moment Chen Wan invited the world to witness the confrontation, she had intended to turn the situation to her advantage. Her goal was to corner Chen Wan into a position with no retreat. With the awakening of Lulan's destined empress, her plan had reached its fruition. Chen Wan found himself cornered at the precipice, faced with an unavoidable dilemma. Should he choose to confront his adversaries, defeat was certain, yet to abstain would invite scorn from the world. In this critical moment, offering Chen Wan yet another opportunity would be akin to providing warmth amidst a blizzard. Any rational individual in his position would hardly refuse such a chance. Her insistence on Chun Wen stemmed primarily from her consideration for the ancient nation of Lulan. Otherwise, his fate would bear little consequence to her. There were 4 principal reasons underpinning her resolve. Firstly, the bond between Chun Wen and Lulan Xingxue was divinely orchestrated by the eternal dragon and phoenix stone, a matter of destiny. Secondly, Chun Wen represented the legitimate heir of the clan leader, a status far superior to that of Chun Xiu, irrespective of the latter's connection to the ancient Ling Yuan. Thirdly, she perceived Chun Wen's talents to rival those of her granddaughter, as he had already achieved remarkable feats at merely 16 years of age, marking him as a worthy match. Lastly, Chun Wen was backed by the Yi clan, a formidable force that could provide significant protection to the ancient nation of Lulan should a union be successful. Thus, this alliance would undeniably benefit Lulan without any detriment. In response to Ji Qingying's remarks, Gu Lingyuan merely furrowed her brow, but ultimately refrained from dissent. Should Chun Wen kneel before her in front of the world to offer his apology, it could indeed be a feasible resolution. Lulan Xingxue shared a similar sentiment. If Chun Wen were to acknowledge his faults, there might be room for negotiation. The most agitated of all was Qin Xiu, whose clenched fists concealed beneath his sleeves tightened further. His gaze directed at Chun Wen gradually became tinged with a crimson hue, fueled by his palpable resentment. Why, at such a pivotal juncture, was the ancient nation of Lulan still extending an olive branch to Chun Wen? Clearly, his talents and strength surpassed those of Chun Wen. Was it merely due to the disparity in their respective backing? The more he contemplated this, the angrier he became, as if the fury within his mind was on the verge of eruption. "Sister, do you think he will bow down and admit his mistakes?" Ying Anxiu inquired once more of Ying Anlin. A flicker of thought crossed Ying Anlin's eyes. "If it were you, what choice would you make?" "I." Ying Anxiu's spirit deflated instantly, for her answer would have been affirmative. After all, ascending the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain entailed far more than mere humiliation. It could very well cost one their life. Now, with this unexpected opportunity, one could not only retain their dignity, but also secure the support of 2 powerful factions. Was this not the most crucial aspect for a cultivator? Ying Anlin chose silence, instead directing her gaze toward Chun Wen, softly pondering his potential decision. At that moment, Yi Qingshan also turned her attention to Chun Wen, seemingly anticipating his response. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Chun Wen stepped forward, taking a decisive stride. Chapter 156, resolute to the end, never choosing otherwise. Observing Chun Wen's demeanor, Ji Qingying's lips remained curled with a faint smile, as if she had already prepared herself to accept his submission. Lulan Xingxue once again fixed her gaze upon Chun Wen. Should he bow his head and acknowledge his error, the humiliation she had endured would be absolved. As for the subsequent alliance, whether it would occur and how it would unfold, that was a matter for her to decide. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Chun Wen slowly articulated his choice. "I choose to refuse." "Very well, then we shall." "What do you mean by refusing?" Ji Qingying's pupils widened in astonishment as she abruptly rose to her feet, her face etched with disbelief. Clearly, she had never conceived that Chun Wen would decline. In her perspective, this was an immense grace bestowed upon him, and he should have graciously accepted it, expressing gratitude in return. At that moment, Lulan Xingxue became completely frozen, the slight curve at the corner of her mouth transforming into a spasm. Meanwhile, an oppressive silence enveloped the gathering. It can be said that Chun Wen, with the most tranquil of tones, had uttered the harshest of words. In the face of life and future, who would choose to contend for a fleeting moment of pride? And who possesses the audacity to prioritize such transient bravado? Soon, the crowd began to sigh once more, uncertain whether to label Chun Wen as genuinely brave or foolishly courageous. Was living and securing a future truly inferior to the pursuit of momentary pride? "Sister," he said, "he refuses." Ying Anxiu murmured, bewildered. Ying Anlin, equally stunned, eventually remarked, "Indeed, he has chosen to stand his ground resolutely. Perhaps, being born into a royal family, we lack this boldness to stake everything." As she spoke, Ying Anlin's gaze towards Chun Wen shimmered with a peculiar light. If prior to this moment, her interest in Chun Wen stemmed from his audacity to invite the world to witness his annulment despite the pressure from 2 formidable factions, now her admiration was entirely focused on his courage to face rejection when all he had to do was acquiesce to dissolve the looming crisis. In her eyes, Even should Chun Wen ultimately falter beneath the Dragon and Phoenix Eternal stage, he would still embody the essence of a formidable man. Similarly, Yi Qingxian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Were she in his position, she might not possess the fortitude to make such a reckless choice. Yet, she held a profound appreciation for individuals of such mettle. Thus, in an instant, her fondness for Chun Wen deepened. However, as she reflected on the shift in her emotions, she suddenly paused. Her purpose for being here was primarily to ascertain the extent of Chun Wen's growth and strength during this period. The impact of his assertion that she lacked the qualifications to instruct him in cultivation had struck her deeply, prompting her to seek an opportunity to regain her standing. Yet, she never anticipated that instead of reclaiming her ground, she would be captivated by Chun Wen's character. At this moment, Ji Qingying had emerged from her state of shock, her previous air of calm replaced by an overwhelming chill. "Chun Wen, you must understand, no one has ever been able to refuse me twice," she declared, her voice turning icy once more, "and I shall never grant a third opportunity to the same individual. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige." Chun Wen slowly raised his gaze, locking eyes with Ji Qingying, whose aura brimmed with lethal intent. "What? Are you resorting to threats now that your pretentious facade has crumbled? Do you realize how repulsive your contradictory demands are?" With that, he took a step forward, standing resolutely against the oppressive force of Ji Qingying. "You wish to intimidate me? Very well, I shall allow you to threaten me in front of all present today. This marriage is off. No matter who comes, it is futile." As his voice resonated throughout the grand hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the audience. "What audacity!" they murmured, gazing at Chun Wen, who seemed capable of challenging the heavens themselves. It was evident to all that Ji Qingying was indeed putting on an act, yet only Chun Wen dared to voice it so boldly and defiantly. To speak plainly, Ji Qingying was the revered matriarch of the ancient nation of Lulan, a figure of immense stature and unfathomable power. Facing such a formidable opponent, mere mortals would quail at the thought of direct confrontation. Yet, Chun Wen not only stood his ground, but also delivered a resolute retort. They could only remark on his extraordinary fortitude. Very well, Ji Qingying responded, her anger morphing into a thunderous laughter that reverberated through the air. The world trembled as terrifying laws of power surged and twisted in the atmosphere. "Surely, we are not destined to meet our end here. We merely came to witness the spectacle." The crowd's expressions shifted wildly, their fear palpable as they glanced at Chun Wen. They were genuinely concerned that Ji Qingying, in her fury, might unleash her formidable powers upon them, reducing them to mere ashes. Meanwhile, Chun Wen remained steadfast, his demeanor cold and unyielding, yet he understood that Ji Qingying would refrain from taking action, at least until the outcome was determined. As anticipated by Chun Wen, after reaching the peak of her rage, Ji Qingying began to reign in her fury. She suddenly turned to Lulan Xingxue, demanding, "Do you possess the confidence?" With a stoic expression, Lulan Xingxue rose to her feet, asserting, "Let me be clear, until I give my nod, you lack even the right to annul this engagement. If you wish for confrontation, I shall match you blow for blow." At this juncture, she pivoted her words, stating, "Chun Wen, I can allow you to play the fool once, and I can certainly do so a second time." "Fool? What does that imply?" At this moment, many were bewildered. "Are you not aware? I have heard that Chun Wen's decision to break off the engagement stemmed from Lulan Xingxue's mistaken identity, as she has developed feelings for that impostor. In her fervor to protect this fraud, Lulan Xingxue has harbored ill intentions towards Chun Wen on more than one occasion. Therefore, her suggestion for Chun Wen to play the fool likely pertains to this situation. This revelation indeed sheds light on Chun Wen's reasons for calling off the engagement. "You men are overly sentimental. It is merely a misunderstanding. Why must you sever ties?" Furthermore, Lulan Xingxue is simply following her heart. "Yes, as a man I concur. Chun Wen's vision is rather narrow. Do not pretend to be a paragon of virtue. It is merely that the fist has yet to strike your face. Those who preach righteousness are often the first to leap into action when trouble arises. I am merely expressing my opinion. There's no need to elevate me to moral heights. Ironically, you are the one who first wielded the sword of morality. What is the matter? Is it now a crime to voice one's perspective? Observe how just a single remark has unsettled you. Discussing vision truly is laughable." Listening to the murmurs around him, Chun Wen's demeanor remained largely unchanged. In stark contrast, Chen Bidao, and Yi Qining wore expressions of profound discontent. Regardless of the circumstances, this was undoubtedly a personal affront to Chun Yuan. Although he resolutely ended the engagement, he has never spoken ill of Lulan Xingxue. Even when pressured by two formidable factions, he never contemplated publicizing the matter. In contrast, Lulan Xingxue, in her quest to reclaim her dignity, has unflinchingly exposed her vulnerabilities, painting Chun Yuan as a fool. Whether her actions were driven by impulsiveness or sheer rage, they have proven deeply disappointing. Very well, as a child of the ancient Lulan kingdom, I shall accept it as such. Listening to the discussions around her, Ji Qingying's anger dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. Meanwhile, Lulan Xingxue remained silent, her gaze fixed intensely on Chun Yuan. However, upon noticing the unchanged expression on his face, she felt as if her punch had landed on cotton. This feeling of frustration left her both resentful and furious. At that moment, Chun Yuan finally spoke. As for whether I am a fool, let the world judge. But today, I shall ensure that all of you become fools. With that, Chun Yuan strode towards the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain before him. Chapter 157. A momentous bet at the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain. As the audience anticipated the unfolding drama, a chilling feminine voice suddenly pierced the air. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Mo Xingxue, who had remained silent until now. Indeed, she could no longer contain herself. Chun Yuan also halted his steps, directing his gaze toward Mo Xingxue. Mo Xingxue began with a languid tone. Yi Qining, do you recall the time I lost 3 Imperial artifacts to you? As she spoke, her voice inexplicably took on a frostier edge. For this incident, she had not only faced reprimands from above, but had also incurred significant costs. Were it not for the substantial foundation she possessed in the ancient kingdom of Lulan, she would not be seated here today. Therefore, her enmity toward this mother and son surpassed that of anyone else. Yi Qining regarded Mo Xingxue with a cold demeanor and replied, "Of course I remember. Your Imperial artifacts proved more useful than I had anticipated." Mo Xingxue's anger flared. However, she quickly suppressed it, proposing, "Let us wager once more. This time on the matter of severing the bond of fate. If your son succeeds, I shall forfeit 5 Imperial weapons to you. If he fails, you shall yield 5 Imperial weapons to me. I ask you, do you dare to gamble?" With a disdainful smile, Mo Xingxue continued, "You would not dare to admit that as a mother, you lack faith in your own son, would you? If you do acknowledge such a sentiment, then consider my words unspoken." With that, Mo Xingxue cast a scornful gaze upon Yi Qining, her expression rife with mockery and provocation. This was truly shameless. In an instant, the crowd turned their attention to Yi Qining, their eyes revealing a complexity that was hard to conceal. While Mo Xingxue's moral coercion was indeed despicable, one could not deny the sheer audacity of her scheme. Should Yi Qining refuse, she would bear the stigma of doubting her son's capabilities. Would this affect Chun Yuan's performance? Or perhaps even plant seeds of doubt within him? Conversely, if Yi Qining acquiesced, it would be tantamount to gifting Mo Xingxue 5 Imperial weapons. This loss might prove burdensome even for the Yi clan. The complexity of the situation deepened in the eyes of the onlookers as they scrutinized Yi Qining. In such circumstances, anyone would find it difficult to make a choice, let alone a mother. The question now was which aspect Yi Qining valued more. At that moment, Lulan Yutian and his companions exchanged subtle smirks. Had the circumstances been different, they would have already applauded Mo Xingxue. It could be said that Mo Xingxue had reclaimed her dignity, tarnished by the Chun clan, in this very instant. Finally, Yi Qining spoke, addressing Mo Xingxue. Mo Xingxue, after all these years, your actions remain as inconsequential as ever. Mo Xingxue's expression hardened before she retorted with a cold laugh. Am I to understand that you are frightened? Yi Qining replied with a scoff. When I say you lack substance, I mean you are far too petty. Why, with such absolute certainty of victory, would one only dare to wager 5 Imperial artifacts? What could this possibly mean? The crowd was instantly bewildered. The cold smirk on Mo Xingxue's face froze in place, as a dreadful suspicion began to stir within her heart. Yi Qining spoke once more, proposing, "I am willing to bet with you. The format remains unchanged. Yet let us amend the stakes. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you 10 Imperial artifacts. Conversely, if I prevail, you will bestow upon me 10 Imperial artifacts." At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Madness. This person was undoubtedly insane. Both mother and son were utterly deranged. The crowd stared at Yi Qining, their eyes wide with disbelief. A rational individual would recoil in terror at such a proposition. Yet here she was, not only unfazed but audaciously raising the stakes. 10 Imperial artifacts. In this era, such artifacts were exceedingly rare. Even the most powerful Imperial clans and ancient nations would struggle to present 10 of them at once. While it was not impossible to do so, the implications of such an act were monumental. To describe it as a significant strain would be an understatement. It could potentially destabilize their very foundations. At that moment, Chu Youwei was at a loss. No, more accurately, she faltered. Having already lost 3 Imperial artifacts to the ancient nation, the prospect of losing another 10 was a burden she could not bear. Lulan Yutian and Ji Qingying exchanged glances, their expressions a whirlwind of emotions. They too were taken aback by Yi Qining's audacity. Uncertain whether she genuinely had confidence in Chen Wen or was merely attempting to shift the balance of power through sheer bravado. Regardless of the reasoning, this was a matter that required careful contemplation. Observing the unfolding scene, Yi Qining coldly remarked, "I was mistaken. It is not just you who is unworthy of the stage, but rather everyone from your Lulan ancient nation." With that, her tone shifted sharply. "If you lack the mettle, then keep your shameful self at bay." Chu Youwei was incensed, her fury nearly boiling over. Yet, as she opened her mouth in protest, the impulsive words caught in her throat. Compared to Yi Qining, she lacked that reckless abandon. Were they truly intimidated? The onlookers could scarcely articulate their feelings as the moment unfolded. "I will engage in this wager. I cannot possibly lose," declared Lulan Xingxue, her voice icy. Before Chu Youwei could respond, Ji Qingying added, "Since she is willing to offer us 10 Imperial artifacts, why should we not partake? Indeed, let us gamble. We have seen such bluster before," Lulan Yutian chimed in. "If you win, I shall surrender 10 Imperial artifacts. Should I win, you will owe me 10 in return." At this moment, Gu Lingyuan spoke, her voice soft yet resonant in the ears of all present. Gazing at Yi Qining, the corners of her mouth curled into a chilling smirk, as if to say, "Do you not wish to go mad? Do you not wish to show off? Then I shall grant you your wish. With the wager of 20 Imperial weapons, I wonder what you will use to maintain your bravado." In an instant, Chu Youwei's eyes sparkled, her heart's gloom dissipating, replaced by utter audacity. "Ha ha, Yi Qining, what do you have to contend with me now? What do you possess? 20 Imperial weapons. Dare you accept the challenge?" Swiftly, the crowd turned to look at Yi Qining. Indeed, 20 Imperial weapons. No matter how reckless Yi Qining was, she must surely weigh her options carefully. Soon, they beheld Yi Qining stepping forward, directly confronting Chu Youwei and her companions, her aura radiating confidence. 20 Imperial weapons? What is there to fear? The crowd was taken aback, their minds buzzing in disbelief. Chu Youwei's expression gradually darkened. Upon hearing Yi Qingyang's affirmative response, she was not filled with the joy she had anticipated. Instead, a wave of unease washed over her. Truly, Yi Qingyang's composure was unsettling. "Mother, if you agree, what do you say, Xiaowen?" Yi Qining turned to Chen Wen. With unwavering confidence, Chen Wen replied, "I will ensure that we secure those 20 Imperial weapons." "Very well." Yi Qining breathed out, astonishment striking the crowd once more. They were at a loss for words, unsure whether to label this mother-son duo as arrogant or self-assured. Particularly, Chen Wen's casual tone suggested that victory was merely a matter of time. "What audacity! I shall see what you possess to claim victory," Chu Youwei retorted coldly. Ignoring her, Chen Wen stepped toward the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain. The moment had finally arrived. Observing this scene, the crowd collectively inhaled a deep breath. The situation had escalated beyond a mere confrontation between Chen Wen and Lulan Xingxue, especially with the wager of 20 Imperial weapons, an outrageous stake. "You must win, no matter the cost, do you understand?" Ji Qingying remarked coldly to Lulan Xingxue, watching Chen Wen's retreating figure. A flicker of pride crossed Lulan Xingxue's eyes as she replied, "Rest assured, I have yet to exert my full strength from the very beginning. Overwhelming Chen Wen has never been my goal." Chapter 158. A sword opens the heavenly mountain, an unmatched presence that's good, Ji Qingying responded, then shifted her focus back to Chen Wen, who had become the center of attention in the arena. "Sister, what are your thoughts?" Ing Anxiu could not help but inquire once more. Ing Anlin paused for a moment before replying. Ascending the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain should pose no issue. However, severing the thread of fate is likely out of reach. This was her candid assessment and her first judgment regarding Chen Yuan. In her view, given Chen Yuan's current strength, reaching the summit was still a challenging endeavor. As for making further progress, it could only be deemed possible if he possessed extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible. At that moment, Yi Qingshan also fixed her gaze intently on Chen Yuan's silhouette, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Truth be told, she wished for Chen Yuan's success, as it would spare him the embarrassment before the world. Yet, this would inadvertently affirm his assertion that she lacked the qualifications to instruct him in cultivation. In such a case, she would be thoroughly defeated. If you can indeed shatter my perceptions, then I will accept it. After a considerable time, Yi Qingshan managed to cast aside her distracting thoughts, exhaling a long, deep breath. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had arrived at the foot of the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain. At the moment he set foot on the mountain, he paused and slowly lifted his gaze. Before him lay an endless expanse of peaks, shrouded in layers of mist at the mid-height. At first glance, these mists coalesced to form a dragon and a phoenix, facing each other like the guardians of the mountains. Moreover, from the mountain's summit, intermittent roars echoed, reminiscent of dragons and phoenixes in a furious outcry. Mist entwined, forming into a dragon. Sounds of obstacles swirling, the celestial might resounding. Is this the renowned Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain of the ancient wilderness? Indeed, it holds something remarkable. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Yuan's lips, thoroughly igniting his curiosity. Today, I shall venture forth and see what you truly possess. With this thought in mind, Chen Yuan moved, taking a bold step onto the mountain. The Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain seemed to sense his challenge. In an instant, the entire peak emanated an imposing aura, the invisible mountain force surging forth, enveloping the heavens and the earth. The mist swirling in the air transformed into layers of ominous fog, wildly churning. At first glance, it resembled a colossal black hole spinning rapidly. Within it, profound, icy, and unfathomable terror seeped forth, as if with a single swallow, it could rend all obstacles to shreds. Is this the fabled Yin-Yang fiend? Truly terrifying. The onlookers gazed at the spectacle, their eyes filled with astonishment. Not to mention anything else. Merely this Yin-Yang fiend was sufficient to obliterate all below the Heavenly King realm. Indeed, all. They were well aware of Chen Yuan's formidable strength. Even if, hypothetically, he managed to suppress this ominous fog and ascend to the peak unscathed, it would undoubtedly exact a tremendous toll on him, one that would not be trifling. In that moment, how could Chen Yuan sever the threads of fate above him? At this juncture, they could truly comprehend why the people of the ancient Lulan kingdom exhibited such audacity. Contemplating this, their gazes instinctively turned toward the high platform, where Ji Qingying and her companions wore sardonic smiles, their arrogance unabashedly evident. Indeed, they had anticipated all of this. A collective sigh escaped the crowd. At that moment, the yin-yang mist in the air stirred violently, and with a tremendous tremor, an overwhelming force descended from above. As it surged downward, the air erupted in a series of explosions, reminiscent of a cataclysmic landslide, an unending terror. A mere trick of craftsmanship. Let me demonstrate how I can cleave you with a single sword. Chen Yuan's brow furrowed, and he stepped forward decisively. In an instant, a formidable momentum surged forth. A tempestuous aura enveloped him, radiating outward as a colossal sword erupted from within him, piercing through the heavens. At that moment, the sky was punctured, creating a vast chasm. What kind of sword energy is this? The crowd stared in disbelief at the giant sword that pierced the celestial dome. To condense a sword from sword energy is utterly extraordinary. To them, it seemed impossible for someone of Chen Yuan's meager realm to achieve such a feat. With a decisive strike, Chen Yuan pointed as if wielding a sword. He cleaved through the encroaching mist. The colossal sword in midair responded in kind. Two swords merged into one, their energies intertwining with reckless abandon. Cleaving the heavens, he opened Tian Mountain. With a resounding slash, the celestial dome split apart, reaching into the boundless expanse. The yin-yang mist of the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain was utterly vanquished by his strike. The peaks were left pristine, as the dense fog swiftly parted, forming a pathway leading to the summit. It was as if this was Chen Yuan's exclusive route to ascend the mountain. Silence reigned. The entire assembly was engulfed in utter stillness. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes wide as they absorbed the spectacle before them. Bang! How could this be possible? The first to regain composure was Guling Yuan, who slapped the table with a forceful hand, her eyes trembling in disbelief. Ji Qingying and Lulan Xingxue, too, had lost their previous sense of superiority. It is no exaggeration to say that with a single sword, Chun Wen had severed all their pride. A sword that cleaved the heavens. This was not only the pinnacle of provocation, but also a slap in their faces. Simultaneously, Chun Wen had substantiated his prowess with that singular strike. No matter how much they loathed him, it was an undeniable truth. Yet, they quickly suppressed their shock and fury with rationality, for this was merely the beginning, and they had no need to lose their composure before the world. Sister, what? What did I just witness? A single sword. How did he accomplish that? Ing Anxiu stammered, swallowing hard. Ing Anlin held her breath. Taking a long while to respond, I underestimated him. No, the entire world underestimated him. Does this mean he now has a chance? Ing Anxiu inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Ing Anlin shook her head, suggesting that it would still be a difficult task. Just look at Lulan Xingxue's countenance. There has been no sign of significant alarm from her throughout. Words may hold falsehood, yet instinctive reactions cannot be feigned. I truly wish he could surpass Lulan Xingxue. What is she, after all? Ing Anxiu remarked with a hint of disdain. Ing Anlin chose not to respond further. In this world, one must rely on strength to speak. No amount of hope can change that. Meanwhile, Yi Qingshan found herself utterly stunned. This sword strike, at the same level, was beyond her capabilities to replicate. Only those who wield a sword can comprehend the true worth of this feat. It transcended mere unity of man and sword. It was a higher realm of unity of heart and sword. What does the unity of heart and sword signify? Chun Wen's thoughts were entirely merged with the blade, allowing him to attain an extraordinary level of mastery. It must be said, at that moment, she was completely awestruck. Just then, Chun Wen moved once more, striding towards the mountain's summit. The swirling mist on either side parted violently, as if he were the absolute sovereign of the realm. Observing Chun Wen's leisurely ascent, the crowd was once again rendered speechless. This manner of climbing was truly unparalleled. They considered themselves well-versed in the ways of the world, yet they had never witnessed a cultivator of life and death realm embodying both strength and grace to such an extent. In that moment, Chun Wen genuinely shattered their preconceived notions through sheer power. It is often said that true strength responds to all doubts with action, and now, Chun Wen had accomplished just that. They acknowledged that their earlier remarks may have been a touch too loud, regardless of whether Chun Wen would succeed in his endeavors. At least at this moment, he had earned their respect.